Two peasant women are chatting in the fields when one of them suddenly bursts out. Did you see? The young master actually smiled at me. The other woman, clearly doubting, responds, I thought I imagined it. But her friend insists. I rub my eyes several times to make sure. It was really him. Meanwhile, across the field, swordsmen are practicing their skills, their blades slicing through the air in perfect harmony. The women gossip further, sharing rumors about the young master's intense training. One of them asks, do you think he'll make it far? He's only been training for a week, and he's still so young. Both ladies wonder what's really going on with him. Inside a room, a blonde figure gazes out the window, deep in thought. He closes his eyes, his focus sharp. Then, as if summoned by sheer will, a faint glow of mana leaks from his eyelids. A narrator's voice fills the air. He will train harder than ever before, no more allowing tragedy to repeat. The scene shifts to a figure standing in the dim light, an aura emanating from his form. Clutched tightly in his hand is a mysterious summon book. This life, it will be different, he vows to himself. This is a ruined steel guard, just 16 years old, but in his past life, he died at 33. A gust of wind howls as dilapidated houses stand as silent witnesses to a life lost. Behind a curtain, a shadow looms. The hero's voice rings out, bitter and resigned. In the end, it all happened just as it was destined to. We flash back to a memory. A man with a knife stands over a helpless Aruin, bound to a chair, staring blankly at the floor. The air is thick with despair. The scene shifts again, revealing a majestic castle perched against towering mountains. This is the Steel Guard family estate, a once mighty house that ruled the northern region of Navarre. Aruin was born here, but his life would never live up to its legacy. Under the shadow of his legendary grandfather, who was a war hero, and his powerful father, Aruin was nothing more than an ordinary third-class knight, overlooked and underestimated. Even though he had the title of lord, it was all stripped away in just 3 years. The people turned on him, laughing behind his back as they watched his family's legacy crumble. He was the dog born into a family of tigers. A count, a man who had everything handed to him, spoke the cruel truth. He's a disgrace to the Steel Guard name. The weight of those words crushed Aruin. He was nothing compared to the towering figures of his ancestors. But deep down, he had always wanted to be more than just a failure. He wanted to be a good lord, to restore his family's honor. Yet, it was all taken from him, betrayed by the very people he had trusted. The voice of the narrator darkens. His enemy, the one who had tormented him since childhood, had gone too far. They had hired an assassin to finish him off. The tension builds as Aruin's breathing quickens. The killer, closing in, finds an ominous book in the shadows, the notorious book of contracts. But something's off. The pages are empty. Aruin snaps, out of his daze, a surge of energy coursing through him. He yells, "Don't you dare touch me." With a burst of strength, he punches the assassin in the stomach, silencing the threat. The hero, spitting blood, stares at the open book in his hands, eyes widening in realization. This wasn't just any book. It was an heirloom of the Steel Guard family. A powerful artifact that, when used correctly, could bind any agreement made within its pages. If only he had understood its true potential earlier, he could have raised his family's name long ago. The killer threw the pages, sneering down at the hero. But as he turns the page, something catches his eye. A bookmark falls from the book, landing near his foot. The killer scoffs, "I don't get it. You put everything on the line for some little book. Maybe society was right about you after all." The hero's gaze sharpens as he locks onto the bookmark, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. "Give it back," he demands, voice hoarse. "It's mine." The bookmark, a simple, sword-shaped ribbon, lies at the killer's feet, but the hero's focus is unshakable. This wasn't just any bookmark. It was the key to a long-forgotten legend, the item that granted wishes. He remembers the seller's words clearly, echoing in his mind. This is a very expensive item. It will fulfill one wish. But as the hero recalls the moment, doubt creeps in. A wish granted? No, it couldn't be. It was all a lie, a trick. He had been so desperate, so eager to regain his status, that he had clung to this absurd hope. How pathetic he had been, thinking this flimsy bookmark could turn his life around. He laughs bitterly, thinking, "Is there anyone more unlucky than me?" Just then, his thoughts are interrupted. The killer pours a red liquid from a bottle into his mouth, and the hero, still bound to the chair, feels a strange warmth spreading through his body. His head clears, and the pain subsides. He blinks, confused, and asks, "Why? Why did you give me this?" The killer, unbothered, calmly arranges a set of torturing instruments on the table in front of him. "My client," he says coldly, "want to play with you a little longer. You're not going to die just yet." The hero grips a scalpel with shaking hands, his voice dark. "Tell your client, this is his last gift." His teeth grind together as rage floods through him. How many times can one person be humiliated? His entire life was taken from him, his family destroyed, and now they wanted to end his life as well. Laughing in despair, the hero scoffs. So this is how the last descendant of Steelguard will die. The killer, for the first time, looks taken aback. Have you lost your mind? He asks. I understand it's hard to stay sane when you're being tortured, but you've really gone off the deep end. Blood splatters around the room as the killer continues his cruel work. The hero grits his teeth, whispering to himself, if only I hadn't been so stupid. If only I hadn't been deceived. The killer, relentless, forces him to drink more potions. One by one, the bottles pile up, each empty vial a symbol of his agony. The hero, exhausted and broken, drifts in and out of consciousness. If I had just one more chance. He thinks, his eyes hollow, staring out through the gap in the window. A single tear falls down his cheek, and in that moment of hopelessness, he thinks only one thing. If only I could turn back time. Then, something miraculous happens. The bookmark, which he thought was lost forever, reappears in front of him. It hovers, gently floating closer. A notification flashes in his mind. A man, desperate and at his lowest, but still holding on to the faintest hope. The notification echoes in the hero's mind. The person who has received this notification meets the requirements. Your wish will be fulfilled. Please state your final wish. Sitting motionless in the chair, the hero remains silent, his mind numb and broken. Despair hangs in the air like a suffocating weight. A system malfunction begins. The subject cannot form any guesses. The system analyzes the despair. It searches, digs deep, and discovers 3 desires, no difference between them. And then it settles. A blinding, radiant light erupts from the system. When the light fades, the hero finds himself lying in a clean bed, his body whole and healed. His surroundings are unfamiliar, luxurious, spacious, and bright. He stares out the window, eyes widening as the view reveals the mountains in the distance, bathed in the soft glow of a sunny autumn day. This is my room, he thinks, panic starting to rise in his chest. He quickly sits up, his breath catching. I was just there, just in front of the killer. His pulse quickens as the reality starts to sink in. Could this all be a dream? A knock at the door snaps him out of his thoughts. A soft voice calls out, "Young master, it's Ezel. May I come in?" His heart skips a beat. Ezel? The name strikes a chord in his memory. His servant from 10 years ago. She had always been there for him. The maid enters, her head bowed, and curtsies. "Young master," she says, "the master is looking for you." Confusion floods the hero's mind as he surveys the room around him. His bedroom. But this doesn't make sense. How am I here? He wonders. His mind races, trying to piece together what's happening. Ezel, he asks, voice trembling, "How old am I?" The maid blushes slightly, unsure of his sudden question. "You're 16 this year, young master." The realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. He's 16 again? He's been returned, back 17 years in time. His heart races with shock. "Ezel," he cries out, as he suddenly leaps from the bed and embraces her, pressing his face in her chest, tears welling in his eyes. The maid, startled by his reaction, looks down at him, confused. "Young master, did you have a nightmare?" The hero's voice shakes as he pulls away, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Even when my family abandoned me, you were always there. Thank you, Ezel. Thank you." Ezel's confusion deepens. She stumbles back, panicked. "Young master, I don't understand. What's wrong? What did I do? I am ready to accept any punishment. I'll correct myself." The hero, a little startled, looks at her and remembers. His heart tightens as his past actions flash in his mind. He had been harsh with her, unkind even when she was only trying to serve him. He feels a pang of guilt and regret. "Ezel, you've misunderstood," he says gently, his voice softer than before. His thoughts swirl. He had been cruel to her, angry for no reason, but now he had another chance. The maid is still on her knees, bewildered. Why? Why did you ask me to come?" The hero stands and looks away, his thoughts clouded by the memories of who he used to be. "The master wanted to see me, didn't he? He was angry that I didn't show up yesterday." He turns back to the maid with a faint smile. "I'll go now." The maid's face pales, surprised by his calm demeanor. "Young master, what did you just say?" He smiles again, this time with genuine warmth. "Why are you so surprised, Ezel?" "Of course I should go." She looks at him, dumbfounded, but nods quickly. "Of course, young master." The hero pulls on his shirt, his mind racing. He doesn't understand what just happened, why he's back here in this place this time. But one thing is clear, he's been given a second chance. A chance to fix the mistakes of the past. "I won't make the same mistakes again," he promises to himself. He grabs his sword, preparing to face whatever comes next. But in the depths of his heart, he knows one thing. This time, he won't let the Steelguard family's legacy be destroyed. Not again. The hero, filled with renewed determination, made a silent vow to himself. He would no longer make the same mistakes. To change his future, he had to give everything he had. He would rise to become the true Uruin Steel Guard. Ezel, the maid, entered with his sword. The hero took it from her hands, resting it confidently over his shoulder. "Let's go," he said, his voice filled with authority. Then, with a playful grin, he snapped his fingers flirtatiously. "Although I must admit, I'm a little disappointed my beautiful abs have disappeared, but that's not a problem for today." Ezel, looking at him with a mix of concern and confusion, asked, "Is everything all right, young master?" Outside, the Steel Guard training ground stretched before him. The sound of soldiers training filled the air. He approached the arch where they practiced, thinking about how the knights who once represented the pride of his family still stood strong. The hero squinted, estimating the number of soldiers. About 70, he thought to himself, scratching his temple. He remembered how he had once ignored them, dismissed them as nothing more than dirty, sweaty men. His thoughts were interrupted as the captain of the guard, Haffel, stood before him, his expression stern. "So, the master has finally graced us with his presence." The hero winced, guilty. "Apologies, I'm a little late," he said, feeling the weight of the captain's disapproving gaze. Haffel's frown deepened, and in a low voice, he muttered, "A little late? You missed training yesterday. Do you remember what we agreed on?" The hero chuckled nervously, thinking to himself, the same Haffel, still the same as always. Haffel tried to keep his tone even, but his frustration was obvious. "Because of yesterday, today's session will be intense. You're doing 50 laps, 1,000 swings, and 1,000 punches. And this time, no excuses." "I understand," the hero replied, his expression serious. "I'll complete it all." Haffel, a little surprised by the hero's response, nodded. "Good," he said. "Start now." The hero grinned, his eyes glinting with determination. "Right now? Let's get to it." Haffel blinked in surprise. This isn't the Uruin I know, he thought. He's not making excuses. This is different. The hero began, his breathing sharp and measured as he pushed himself through the drills. Haffel stood back, observing in disbelief as the young master worked with an intensity he had never seen before. This was no longer the same Uruin who had squandered his chances. The man before him was someone who knew the value of every single moment. Every swing of the sword, every punch, every lap was done with purpose. The hero could feel his muscles burning, his body pushing to its limits. But he didn't slow down. He couldn't afford to. His eyes were fixed on the future, on the legacy of his family that he would protect at all costs. Sweat dripped from his brow, but he didn't stop. Not even when the sun blazed down, when his breath grew shallow, when the pain threatened to overwhelm him. At the 1,000th swing, he threw his sword to the ground, collapsing to the ground, chest heaving. He lay there for a moment, feeling the exhaustion settle in his bones. "I did it," he thought. "For the first time, I completed everything. It was tough, but it was worth it." As he lay there, catching his breath, he thought about his strengths and weaknesses. There was still much to improve, but this was only the beginning. His focus would be endurance next. Suddenly, the system pinged. A notification popped up in front of him, startling him. "New user detected. Would you like to start interdimensional trade?" The hero's eyes widened in confusion and shock. "What is this?" He wondered, his mind racing. "What the hell is interdimensional trade?" "Young master." Haffel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Are you all right?" The hero, still in a daze, looked up at the captain. His heart was racing. "What has happened?" The hero turned to Haffel, a puzzled look on his face. "Did you not see that floating thing?" he asked, his tone a bit incredulous. Haffel, confused, stared back. "What are you talking about? What kind of thing?" The hero blinked in disbelief. "You really didn't see it?" he asked again. Haffel shrugged, thinking it must be a result of overexertion. Probably just the effects of overwork, he mused. As Haffel placed a hand on the hero's shoulder, the protagonist thought to himself, "Only I can see it." The sensation of something unusual hanging in the air lingered. The captain, still grasping the young master, looked around, wondering why it was floating here and not inside the book. As if summoned, the book appeared before them. The hero's eyes widened. So this is the transaction with dimensions, he thought. But when he looked closely at the book, it seemed like just an ordinary one. Why does it look like this now? Suddenly, he was snapped back to reality. "Mr. Urin," the captain called sharply. Haffel, noticing nothing unusual, looked at the young master with a mix of concern and confusion. "Are you all right? You've been saying strange things. Maybe we should take you to a doctor." The hero, however, simply shook his head. "I'm fine," he replied, brushing off the captain's hand from his shoulder. Smiling softly, he added, "I'm not who I was before." Haffel, caught off guard, stared at the hero in disbelief. This sudden change, could it be the blood of the Steel Guard? He wondered, trying to make sense of the transformation. The hero, now standing tall, looked toward Haffel and said, "Since I've finished, I'm heading out. Haffel bowed sharply. Understood, young master. Rest well. The hero thought to himself, he's not lying, but this feels too real to just be a hallucination. With the book still in his possession, he continued down the hallway, palapping through its pages. His mind focused as he completed the registration process, searching for an ID and any additional details within it. Just then, a man with glasses and white hair appeared, greeting him with a respectful bow. Good morning, young master. I trust you're ready to start the day. Would you like me to prepare something for breakfast? The hero, exhausted, shook his head. No, I'm too tired to think about food today. I'll skip breakfast. As the butler nodded and began to retreat, the hero noticed something. The butler didn't see it either, he thought, his eyes lighting up with a faint blue glow. The butler, however, couldn't help but notice the strange glimmer in the young master's eyes. His gaze sharpened, and questions began to fill his mind. What was that blue flame in his eyes? He wondered. It seemed unusual. The hero quickly realized the source. The book of interdimensional trade had somehow affected his eyes. Panicking a little, he smiled and answered, It's just mana. Nothing to worry about. The butler seemed to accept the explanation, nodding in agreement. Very well, young master. I'll let you rest today. The hero, relieved that the butler didn't see through him, quickly made his way back to his room. Once inside, he slammed the door shut, then leaned back against it, his elbows on the wall. What's going on? He thought. I died, and now I'm back, 17 years in the past. He exhaled slowly, looking up at the ceiling. At least the butler didn't catch on. Just then, a notification flashed before him. He stared at it, surprised. What is this? The notification read, Account name, User 014EDW. Nickname, Erwin. Do you want to continue logging into this account? The only option was confirm. The hero, stunned, wondered why there was no cancel button. What did it all mean? The hero stared at the notification on the screen. His previous ID had been user for manhwa, but now, faced with no other option, he pressed the confirmation button. A new notification appeared, indicating that an interdimensional transaction had begun. The connection point was now marked as System 0, District 1342. His sales level was at 0, and the description read, A man on the sidelines. He had only 10 coins. He stared at the book, feeling the weight of the reality setting in. I'm starting from 0, he thought. Supply and demand are entirely separated, and since the system is level 0, I probably can't do anything right now. But then his eye flashed, and he noticed something else. Where did these coins come from? Looking at the monitor, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Did these coins come from my previous account from my past life? No, that can't be it. If they did, my level wouldn't be 0. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could the coins have been issued by accident? He wasn't sure, but there was no time to dwell on it. He needed to focus on the next steps. With a sudden spark in his eye, he decided to push forward. I'll warm up first, he thought. The intensity of the glow in his eyes sharpened. The following week, he immediately requested a sparring session with one of the knights. Captain Haffel, surprised by the request, hesitated. How serious are you about this? He asked. The hero's eyes blazed, and without hesitation, he replied, Very serious. The captain turned to a soldier named Fry. You'll spar with the young master, he instructed. Use only your left hand, and no mana. Fry nodded, but Captain Haffel couldn't help but wonder if it was too soon for the young master to face off with a knight. He'd been training a lot lately, but this could be too much, Haffel thought. The hero, however, was not pleased with the restrictions. Fighting a level 6 knight with only one hand. What a blow to my pride, he thought with a tense smile. I'll make sure to fight at full strength. He ignored the captain's orders and prepared for battle. Fry, surprised by the young master's determination, gripped his sword. With a sudden shout, the battle began. The hero lunged at high speed, almost catching Fry off guard with a near-miss strike. The next attack came swiftly, forcing Fry to defend himself. Fry began to retreat, struggling to adjust to the hero's speed and intensity. This isn't what I expected, Fry thought. The boy's technique, it's far better than I thought. This isn't the young master I remember. The knights, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe what they were seeing. The young master, he's making Fry retreat? They whispered, astonished at the battle's intensity. The hero, with a sword pointed at Fry's neck, pressed on. Fry, struggling to breathe under the relentless pressure, realized the fight was much more difficult than anticipated. I haven't been training enough, he thought. I can't keep up with him. Then, just as Fry seemed cornered, the captain shouted, Fry, don't you dare use mana. But before the command could be heeded, the hero unleashed a series of rapid strikes. The impact was sharp and precise, and everyone watching gasped. The knight collapsed to the ground, stunned. The entire group was in shock. Even Captain Haffel was taken aback by the hero's calm demeanor as he stood over the fallen knight. It's over, he said softly, as if it were nothing. Fry, sitting on the floor, still holding his sword, looked up at the young master, his voice heavy with disbelief. You definitely used magic, didn't you? The hero stood over the fallen knight, a look of disbelief on his face. How was this possible, he muttered. With a calm voice, he added, just admit that you lost. The knights around him couldn't hide their awe, murmuring that it was incredible for young Master Arun to have won, especially after the recent changes in his behavior. 1 week later, the scene shifted. A chest filled with gold lay before the hero. He smiled, relieved. Thank God, everything is just as it was. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the chest hidden away, feeling confident that this time he wouldn't fail. He was determined to use these resources to their fullest potential. With a firm press of a button, he opened his spatial book of transactions. It glowed in his hands as he looked at it with a slight frown. The most important thing right now is currency exchange, he thought to himself. He summoned ghostly scales and placed a set amount of coins on them. After a moment, the scales gave their response. Approximate value, 30 coins. The hero's eyes widened slightly. That's even more than I expected, he thought, running a finger over the notification. I thought it'd be closer to 25 coins. He took a moment to consider the situation. He had learned a crucial lesson. The value of goods fluctuated based on the store and the world. The price of the same items could change depending on the conditions. His mind raced as he realized that the only way to profit from the spatial book was to buy cheap goods and sell them at higher prices. He looked at the scales again, comparing the weight of crystals and gold. His expression became more focused. The exchange center isn't filled with fools, he thought. They've probably placed restrictions and tax fees on certain items. With his hands folded thoughtfully, he reflected on what he knew. To raise the rating of his transactions, he would need to improve his achievements. But the dilemma was clear. The higher his rating, the harder it would be to obtain high-performance goods. And in the zero system, it was almost impossible to get top-tier items. The hero's eyes then caught an offer from monocrystals. This was exactly what he needed to quickly replenish his mana. He opened a chat with the merchant, whose name was Home. Hello, the hero typed. Do you sell monocrystals? Yes, Home replied. And the crystals I sell are of very high quality. The hero's attention shifted to the screen. He noticed that Home's nickname was glowing red. He raised his finger to the screen and thought for a moment. It seems this is some kind of user status. After scanning the profile, he returned to the conversation. Let's find out the price, he thought. How much for one crystal, he asked. Home quickly responded. The low-grade ones cost 5 coins each. The average ones are 20 coins each. The hero raised an eyebrow. Is this a normal price? Yes, the merchant replied. It's a fair price. Some sellers are asking for much more, but there aren't many crystals for sale at the moment. I need you to decide quickly. The hero's eyes narrowed as a new notification popped up. The average price for a low-grade monocrystal is 3 coins. The hero glanced at the information window and saw that the price for medium-grade monocrystals was listed as 12 coins, while low-grade crystals were common in the market. However, something didn't sit right with him. He grew angrier as he realized that the seller's claim of a normal price was far from true. This is fraud, he said, his voice tightening with fury. The merchant calmly replied that his prices were the lowest on the market and asked for proof of the alleged fraud. The hero stared at the dialogue, knowing full well that the proof lay within the book in his hands. Taking a deep breath, the hero tried to steady himself, his finger tapping his chin as he considered his next move. He knew the system's information was accurate. With a more composed tone, he addressed the seller. So, you want to be considered an unreliable seller? He asked. When a merchant remained silent, the hero wasted no time. I'll have to report you, he said coldly. For a long moment, the merchant didn't respond. Then, finally, his tone softened. Please, let's not do this. You're a smart buyer. I didn't intend to deceive you. He lowered his head, speaking sadly about how his profits had dwindled due to a minor strike. I paid them what they asked for, but now, I'm almost out of stock. I didn't mean to lie. The hero's gaze shifted to the signature below the merchant's profile. It read, earned 980 coins. The transaction report stated that he was a merciless mine owner, and the hero could see through the lies clearly now. His frustration flared again. So this scoundrel is lying again, he thought. The hero sent a sharp message. It's clear you're still lying. How did you think I wouldn't notice? But before he could finish, the merchant sent another message, asking the hero to forget everything and stating that he wasn't going to make any more transactions with him. The merchant quickly followed with an offer. I'll reduce the price by half. Just don't report me. The hero paused for a moment, then smirked. Should I push for more? He thought, his mind already calculating his next move. With a knowing smile, the hero began negotiating. 2 low and medium-grade monocrystals for 25 coins, he demanded. Soon, monocrystals appeared in front of him. The hero examined their stats carefully. These can't be reused, he noted. Satisfied, he accepted the transaction. However, when the results of the trade came up, he noticed something odd. Deposit 22.5 coins. Wait a minute, he muttered, surprised. I gave him 25 coins. Why is the amount less than expected? He stared at the transaction details, confused. The seller's information and transaction report were nowhere to be found, and the price had dropped. The hero's eyes narrowed. What is this? He thought, realizing that the merchant was still hiding something. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe he could squeeze even more out of the seller. With a sorry smile, he typed, "If you keep selling at this price, I won't report you." The merchant, however, responded quickly, stating that the price was already a ridiculously small fee. The hero sighed, contemplating whether he should just leave it at that. But then a notification popped up on the screen, and his eyes widened. Cashback, 3 coins. The hero was taken aback by the unexpected cashback and quickly wondered if it was some VIP privilege. But then he shook his head in disbelief. That can't be right, he thought. Holding the mono crystal in his hand, he pondered whether he should absorb it now. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes, focused, and began absorbing the mana. As the energy flowed through him, he realized that the system had been truthful. Over the next few days, the hero dedicated himself to training, following his grandfather's advanced breathing technique, Breath of Steel. This method required both a powerful body and an immense amount of mana. The hero clenched the crystal tightly in his fist, sitting cross-legged in the lotus position. Although he had neither strength nor mana to start with, he recalled his past training. Through perseverance and effort, he thought, I can still master this. Slowly, his mana began to spread, and he could feel the technique working. It was a huge step forward, an accomplishment that felt like a triumph. The hero stood up with a small, confident grin. I'm getting stronger, he thought. His pride began to rise again as he realized how far he had come. The others were still in awe, wondering how the young master had pulled off such a feat. Some murmured that it wasn't a real fight, and that the knight named Fry was more of a social figure than a warrior. But the hero's pride was stung by these comments. I've been too lenient with him, he thought. It's time to show my true strength. Turning to Mihail, the hero called out, Fight me. Mihail, caught off guard, hesitated. Is that for me? He asked. The hero nodded, his expression sharp. This is the perfect chance to show them what I'm really capable of. Mihail, though, immediately grew wary. This is too much, he said, trying to back out. But before the situation could escalate further, a beautiful young woman walked up to them. Dressed in a tunic and cloak, with a maid by her side, she caught everyone's attention. Sounds fun, she said, her voice calm but confident. The group greeted her respectfully, my lady. She introduced herself as Karen Steelguard, the eldest daughter of Levadon. The captain wanted to intervene, but she raised her hand, signaling she understood his concerns. If mana battles are too dangerous, Karen said softly, turning to the hero, then hand-to-hand combat should be fine. The captain reluctantly agreed. The hero positioned himself in front of Mihail, feeling the tension build. Mihail's a 6th-class knight, he thought. Even in hand-to-hand combat, he should have no trouble handling this fight. In fact, Mihail's height and reach made him the clear favorite, but the hero was determined to prove everyone wrong. Just as the captain was about to speak, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Look, the knight is losing. Everyone turned their attention to the fight. The hero, with surprising speed and power, was landing a series of crushing blows on Mihail, forcing him back. Each hit seemed to land harder than the last, and Mihail struggled to keep up. With a final, devastating blow, the hero sent Mihail flying across the training grounds. The captain stood frozen in disbelief. This can't be real, he thought. This is the same young master who was considered weak just days ago. The hero lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike that sent dust clouds billowing into the air. The crowd went silent, then erupted in shock and excitement. Mihail's lost, they shouted as the onlookers began to celebrate. Whispers of admiration spread through the group. The young master is amazing, they said, praising his incredible strength. The hero stood tall, his victory clear, while a grin of satisfaction crossed his face. It feels good to be taken seriously, he thought, surveying the shocked faces around him. As the dust settled, the young master, Arun, stood tall, barely breaking a sweat. His sister approached, gently placing a hand on his cheek and calling his name. Leaning in close, she whispered, I'm proud of you. She admitted she had underestimated him before. Arun was taken aback. His sister was acting differently. Karen, the eldest daughter of the Levadon and Steelguard family, stood firm, a faint smile on her lips. She had just won a sparring match against the others, proving her strength once again. Arun recalled how their father, Levadon, had always regretted having a daughter, knowing she could never inherit the family's signature technique, the Breath of Steel, a power passed down only through the male bloodline. Despite her undeniable talent, tradition deemed her an outcast. Karen's expression darkened. She lowered her gaze, the weight of her fate pressing down on her. Arun understood her pain. She knew all too well what it was like to endure constant judgment. Closing her eyes, Karen reached out and ruffled Arun's hair. He watched her closely as she spoke. "You must have pushed yourself beyond your limits, training in secret so no one would see," she said softly, her voice tinged with regret. Karen hesitated before continuing. "I'm sorry. As your older sister, I should have supported you, but I didn't." Arun furrowed his brows, startled by her sudden sincerity. His mind raced. Wasn't this battle all for her approval? Without another word, Karen turned and walked away. Arun stood next to Haffel, watching her go. In his mind, he saw her usual confident smirk, eyes sharp with understanding. Of all his siblings, Karen was the most honest, unapologetically blunt, but deeply perceptive. She had been the first to truly see and accept his transformation. Arun closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. This was the only way. Above the castle, the night sky stretched endlessly, stars twinkling around a glowing moon. The real challenges were about to begin. Inside the grand dining hall, candlelight flickered over an elaborate feast. It was dinner time, and the long table was surrounded by family. Levadon Steelguard, the head of the household, sat at the head of the table, eyes closed as he took a slow sip of red wine. "The menu is to my liking," he remarked. Karen met his gaze with a serious expression. "I made sure of it," she replied before shifting the conversation. "Arun will be leaving for the academy soon." Levadon opened his eyes, turning his attention to his son. "It's time," he said simply. Arun frowned slightly. He had expected this. Karen now acknowledged his strength and was looking out for him. Levadon's sharp gaze locked onto Arun. "Karen told me you defeated a knight in training." Arun tilted his head slightly, a small smile playing on his lips. "So my plan worked. He wouldn't let this chance slip away." "That was just the beginning," he said confidently. "There are many more knights I intend to surpass." It was only a small duel with wooden swords. Levadon chuckled, rubbing his chin in amusement. A young man seated nearby raised an eyebrow. "I heard you're only in 6th grade," he said. This was Kieran Steelguard, Levadon's eldest son, dressed in fine clothing. He rested his elbow on the table, watching Arun with an unimpressed look. "That wasn't even a real fight," Kieran scoffed. He turned to Karen. "Isn't that right?" Karen shot him a sharp glare, her brows knitting together. "He's only 16, she stated. "At that age, you hadn't even reached 5th class knight." Kieran's expression hardened. "I was officially recognized as a 5th class knight at 17, he corrected. Levadon, listening quietly, lowered his gaze to his glass of wine. Kieran, caught off guard, turned to his father. Levadon finally spoke. "It's impressive." Kieran stiffened. His father's words carried weight, acknowledgement that he hadn't expected. Levadon stood from the table, walking toward Arun. "Your grandfather went into battle around your age," he mused. "Is that why you've suddenly become so determined?" Stopping before his son, Levadon extended a hand. Arun stared at it, surprised. A handshake? For a moment, he hesitated. Then, with a firm grip, he grasped his father's hand, a smile forming on his lips. "I'm 16 now," he said simply. Father and son shook hands, a silent recognition passing between them. As their hands clasped, Arun suddenly realized this was no ordinary handshake. A combat handshake, a silent test of strength, where mana flowed between their palms, measuring each other's power. His eyes widened in surprise. So this is what he wants. Arun knew he had to be careful. If he revealed too much, his father might grow suspicious. But if he held back too much, he risked disappointing him. Levadon exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression softened. "You've grown a lot," he admitted. "I was worried my youngest son might not measure up, but now, I see I had nothing to fear." Kieran, sitting across the table, clenched his teeth, eyes burning with frustration as he watched their exchange. Levadon leaned back thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, I haven't paid you enough attention," he mused. "But now I suppose it's time I do." He turned to Arun, his gaze sharp. "Tell me, what do you want as a gift before entering the academy?" Arun blinked in surprise. A gift? He hadn't expected this. Scratching the back of his head, he forced a sheepish smile. "Well, there is something," he admitted, lowering his eyes for a moment. "But it might be too much to ask." Levadon crossed his arms, giving a small smirk. "Don't hold back. I'll listen." Arun ruffled his own hair, grinning slightly. "I didn't want to ask because I thought you'd refuse." At that moment, Kieran abruptly stood up from the table, glaring. "You have a real talent for making people uncomfortable," he scoffed. Levadon ignored him and exhaled. Then, raising a hand to his chest, he clenched it into a fist. Mana surged around him, swirling like a glowing aura. "As the head of the Steel Guard family," Levadon declared, his voice steady, "I swear upon my mana, so long as it causes no harm, I will grant my son's request." Aruin's breath hitched. He's serious. Levadon lowered his hands, his gaze firm. So, what is it that you want? The grand hallway echoed with footsteps as Levadon strode forward, Aruin at his side. Behind them, Kieran followed, his expression twisted with fury. This is ridiculous, Kieran spat. He's lost his mind. Levadon remained silent, his pace steady. Kieran clenched his fists. You can't break family tradition. Only one person is allowed in there. No exceptions. Levadon finally glanced at him, his expression unreadable. The secret vault belongs to our family. When I was your age, I went there with my father. His tone darkened as he met Kieran's gaze. Are you accusing me of breaking my mana oath? Kieran stiffened. He hesitated, then sighed heavily, looking away. He had no argument against that. Levadon's voice turned cold. Go back. Aruin smirked, watching his older brother's frustration. So this is how it's done. Kieran's face twisted in rage. His younger brother was about to enter a place even he had never been allowed to step foot in. Levadon reached a large wooden door. Pulling out a key, he inserted it into the lock and turned it. The rules are simple, Levadon said. Never enter the inner vault. You may only take one thing from the outer chamber. With that, the heavy doors creaked open. Aruin's eyes gleamed as he peered inside. Finally, the vault was dimly lit, the glow from the open door casting long shadows over ancient relics and artifacts. As he stepped forward, Aruin's gaze swept the room. The spatial book of transactions. This wasn't just any book. It was the ultimate weapon. A treasure so powerful that only someone like him could wield it safely. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could bring disaster. He moved carefully between the shelves, scanning the relics. In my past life, only 2 spatial traders existed in the last 100 years, my grandfather and me. His fingers traced the air, recalling the symbols and intricate designs that only he could see. This book was different in this life, but he could still sense it. Aruin's heart pounded. It's here. His eyes narrowed. No one else could find it. No one else should. I have to take it and erase its existence from this place forever. Levadon crossed his arms. His sharp gaze locked onto his son as Aruin stepped out of the vault. Did you find what you wanted? He asked. But as his eyes fell on the item in Aruin's hands, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Aruin stood there, smiling slightly, holding up a golden figurine, a statue of a hero. Levadon's brows furrowed as he examined the small sculpture. It was a depiction of Layskin Hero Award, a monument created to honor the defense of Navarro against the Empire. Not just any trinket. This was one of only 1,000, making it far more valuable than ordinary gold figures. Levadon sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes. A momentary impulse. He's blinded by greed. You told me you were going to Vigo for gold, Levadon remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. Aruin pursed his lips before flashing an awkward smile. He already knows what I'm thinking. Standing before his father, Aruin shifted his gaze and spoke calmly. Right now, this is the most valuable thing to me, he explained. With it, even after buying a sword or mana crystals, I'd still have money left over. Levadon's expression remained unreadable as he studied his son. Do as you wish, he finally said. Buy it, sell it, it's up to you. But don't let this distract you from your training. Aruin hesitated for a moment, then spoke with quiet determination. I believe we shouldn't follow just one path. His voice softened, his eyes lowering slightly. If I were as good with a sword as you say, then this wouldn't be a waste of time. He gripped the figurine tightly as Levadon remained still, arms still crossed, his gaze unwavering. Finally, Levadon exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck, a bewildered smile on his face. I don't understand you, he admitted. Aruin closed his eyes briefly, letting out a small, knowing grin. Got him. At that moment, deep inside Vigo's storage vault, Aruin's breath caught in his throat. His mouth parted slightly in shock. It's gone. The shelf where the spatial book of transactions should have been was empty. Aruin quickly moved through the storage room, scanning every corner, searching frantically. No, this doesn't make sense. His eyes widened in panic. The book disappeared, his heart pounded, but he forced himself to steady his breathing. Calm down. Think. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the book had been moved, or someone else was already using it. Aruin's mind conjured the image of a shadowy figure, clutching the very book that should have been his. His fingers curled into a fist as he stared at the floor in deep thought. In 17 years, no, in 14 years to be precise, I'll become an earl, he muttered. He stood in the dimly lit vault, his mind racing. But what happened to the book? For now, he could only hope. No one else had taken it. With a sigh, Aruin turned his attention back to the golden figurine in his hand, absent-mindedly running his thumb over its surface. He leaned his head against his palm, deep in thought. The book isn't here. That alone is a major discovery. But in the rush of it all, He had chosen the hero figurine instead. And then, a notification flashed before his eyes. Automatic transaction completed. Blue windows appeared in front of him, listing details. I have Providence item, gold. Sale limit reached. Trades requested for next rank. Price subsidy activated. Up to 50% of your coins will be supported. Negative balance applied. You received 106.5 coins from a sleeping student. You received 205 coins. Discount coupon activated. Total coins, 36,275.5. Aruin's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, this has its perks. His mind flashed back to a previous notification. Urgent adjustment. Effect applied. Cashback. Plus 3 coins received. His eyes widened in surprise as faint blue flames flickered in his iris. Urgent adjustment? He had seen something like this before. VIP privileges. Aruin stood by the window, stretching his arms out, shaking his head in disbelief. Then, turning slightly, he smirked, eyes glinting with curiosity. He raised a single finger and hovered it over the floating blue icon on the book. This is impossible, he muttered. With a deep breath, he pressed it. If nothing happens, then it isn't real. The moment his finger connected, his eyes snapped open, and what he saw made his breath hitch. A glowing card materialized before Aruin, displaying an array of powerful skills: daily attendance check, inventory expansion, flow rate promotion, profile, and more. The sight made his breath hitch. This can't be real. His wide eyes flickered between the skills. Every single benefit was at its maximum level. Aruin's fingers twitched. He reached out instinctively, but then hesitated. His mind reeled, trying to process what he was seeing. Was this some kind of trick? His gaze returned to the spatial book of transactions. He swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. This is insane, he whispered under his breath. Taking an involuntary step back, he stared at the book like it was something beyond comprehension. How is this even possible? Then, another realization hit him. The amount I got from the currency exchange was higher than expected. Memories of his past transactions flashed in his mind. The moment he placed his coins on the scale. Skill activated. 0 commission. All payments have a 0% fee. His exchange with the merchant. Skill activated. Eye of Providence. Provides insight into partner transactions. The trading process. Skill activated. Flow rate. Displays real-time transaction prices and quantities. Aruin recalled watching the numbers suddenly change before his eyes. 22.5 extra coins had appeared out of nowhere. And then, another unexpected benefit. Skill activated. Enjoying excess. 10% discount applied. Skill activated. Urgent adjustment. 15% coin refund applied. More notifications flooded in. Urgent adjustment. Cash back. 3 coins received. First day attendance reward. Plus 10 coins. His expression twisted in disbelief. Even the very first 10 coins I started with got boosted by these perks. A beat of silence filled the room. Then, Aruin burst into laughter. With a triumphant yell, he jumped up and down, his fists pumping in the air like a child who had just struck gold. This is ridiculous, he shouted gleefully, his excitement impossible to contain. He spun around, waving his arms and kicking his legs, overwhelmed by pure joy. Placing both hands on his cheeks, he grinned ear to ear, beaming. This is it. This is exactly what I needed. Then, his expression darkened. Now, I can finally begin my revenge. His fingers tightened around the golden figurine, his gaze sharpening. I have everything I need. Carefully, he placed the hero figurine onto the system's transaction scales. Let's see what this thing is really worth. A notification flashed. Approximate price, 115 coins. Aruin's eyes twitched. His lips curled downward. 115 coins. His fingers curled into a tight fist as a wave of irritation rolled through him. Are they trying to scam me? He knew the real price. The figurine's actual value ranged between 140 and 150 coins. His burning blue eye flared. Not happening, he muttered. VIP flow rate privilege activated. A new notification appeared. Average market price, 150 coins. Transaction quantity, in excess. Aruin's anger spiked. They were trying to cheat me out of 40 coins. That's nearly 400 gold. Clutching the figurine to his chest, his jaw clenched. His irritation was boiling over. But then he forced himself to exhale. Even though it pissed him off, this was still an insanely profitable deal. With a deep sigh, he accepted the transaction. The tension drained from his shoulders as he collapsed onto his bed, arms spread wide. His body sank into the mattress, exhaustion and satisfaction settling in at the same time. His eyes drifted toward the spatial book of transactions. Interdimensional trading, all while lying comfortably in bed. A slow smirk played on his lips. This book really is a cheat code. But then, a sudden shockwave of realization hit him. His body jerked upright, hands gripping his knees as his eyes snapped toward the book. His mind reeled. Wait, no. It didn't just get into my hands. His pupils dilated. The spatial book of transactions is inside my eye. His breath caught in his throat. This was beyond any expectation, and it was perfect. A notification appeared. Transaction complete. Golden figurine sold. 150 coins received from Moss. Current balance, 425.5 coins. Another window followed. I have Providence activated. 2 glowing scales materialized, listing commodity characteristics, gold class transactions. Arun leaned forward, resting his face against his palm, a smirk creeping onto his lips. That was fast. His fingers tapped against the side of his face as he thought. Next product. A spark of excitement flared in his eyes. Mana crystals. A new notification popped up. Searching for merchant. High quality, low cost mana crystals. A name appeared. His grin widened. Heartstone. The blue flame in his eye blazed brighter. There you are. Without hesitation, he typed down message. Hey, scammer. Across the city, a man exhaled a puff of smoke, furrowing his brows. Heartstone's gaze flickered toward the book in front of him, reading the message. His brow twitched. Who the hell? The corner of his lips curled into a smirk. Some random trader calling him a fraud? That was bold. Then, he saw the sender's name, and his smirk immediately vanished. Arun watched the chat window with satisfaction. Now he remembers. His fingers flew across the interface. I'm looking for more mana crystals. Price still the same. A pause. Then, Heartstone responded. Not happening. You're a special case. No discounts this time. Arun's smirk only widened. Leaning back, he crossed his arms, eyes glinting with amusement. You really think lying is going to work on me? His gaze darkened. I have our last conversation saved. Are you sure you want to make this a problem? At that moment, Heartstone's expression completely changed. Heartstone squeezed his eyes shut, exhaling sharply through his nose. His irritation bubbled beneath the surface, his fingers twitching as he resisted the urge to slam the book shut. This brat. Sure, if he reported Arun, the kid might get blocked from trading for a couple of days. But the losses Heartstone would suffer in those few days? Unthinkable. The very thought boiled his blood. Meanwhile, Arun leaned back, smirking at the chat window. Wouldn't it be easier to sell them to me at a slightly lower price? His grin widened. He could practically hear Heartstone grinding his teeth on the other end. Arun's eyes flickered toward Heartstone's balance, over 1,000 coins. Filthy rich. Yet, here he was, clutching onto a few measure coins like his life depended on it. Why are you so tight-fisted over such a small amount? Arun mused, watching the chat log with amusement. Heartstone sighed, his shoulders slumping. This kid is messing with me. Fine. Heartstone muttered, rubbing his temples. How much do you want to buy? A notification popped up. Arun stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing at the transaction records. His earnings were stacking up nicely. He had bought medium-level mana crystals for 10 coins and low-level ones for 2.5. And now, he was reselling them for 12 and 3 coins, respectively. Pure profit. Arun yawned, stretching his arms overhead. These were the basics of trade: buy low, sell high. Easy money. Meanwhile, in Heartstone's room, crash. A golden hook slammed against the wall with a loud clang. Heartstone shot up from his chair, his teeth grinding. Damn brat, he growled, glaring at the book like it had personally wronged him. It wasn't the fact that Arun had bought the crystals cheaply. It was where he was reselling them. Why the hell is he selling them on the same channel? Heartstone barked, raking his fingers through his hair. His fingers twitched, his eyes narrowing. This kid isn't just trading. He's turning my own market against me. Across the room, Gunn, still half asleep, groggily pushed himself upright, rubbing his eyes. His gaze landed on the book, blinking at the sheer number of unread messages. The hell's going on? He muttered. Back in Arun's room, he opened Heartstone's chat window. A flurry of angry, half-censored curses greeted him. Arun simply chuckled, his lips curling into a smug smirk. 3 years of trading experience in my past life, he mused. After all the scams I've been through, I've learned a thing or two. His fingers hovered over the book. Now, how should I handle this? Heartstone's frustration hit a peak. He furrowed his brows, baring his teeth. His anger flared. This damn kid. His fingers flew across the book. But before he could send another furious response, Arun's message popped up first. You have no right to be angry at me. Heartstone's fingers froze. His eyebrows shot up, mouth slightly agape. What? What the hell does that mean? He wasn't expecting this kind of response. He was pissed because Arun was blatantly ripping him off. How did he suddenly become the one at fault? Arun leaned forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, I've barely even started. His smirk sharpened. A bolt of excitement shot through him, like a lightning strike straight to his head. Heartstone grimaced. His nervous chuckle escaped before he could stop it. This kid is actually insane. The way Arun was acting, it was unnerving. Heartstone stared at the chat window, watching in disbelief as Arun continued typing. Enough, Hearthstone barked, rubbing his forehead. Just stop acting like a lunatic already. He sighed heavily. This kid has a few screws loose. Arun, grinning from ear to ear, stretched out a single finger, letting it hover over the successful transaction notification. He pressed it with mock innocence. A new message popped up from Hearthstone. You've gone too far. Arun simply leaned back and laughed. Oh, Hearthstone, we're just getting started. Arun furrowed his brows as he stared at the chat log. What's his problem? Hearthstone was furious that Arun had resold the mana crystals at a higher price. But so what? It wasn't like Arun had promised not to resell them. There were no conditions, no contracts. It was just business. His expression darkened slightly. This is only happening because Hearthstone was overcharging to begin with. On the other side of the conversation, Hearthstone crossed his arms and turned his head away from the chat window, grumbling in frustration. Arun smirked. Oh, so now you're sulking? Still, he wasn't done. He wanted to make another deal. Hearthstone, still visibly irritated, responded curtly. Not selling at that price anymore. Do whatever you want. Report me if you feel like it. Arun's eyes narrowed. He's really upset. Leaning back, hands behind his head, Arun let out a slow breath. This was salvageable. Money is a religion for people like Hearthstone. A matter of faith. And right now, he was testing that faith. Typing smoothly, Arun sent another message. A big shot like you turning down easy profit? That doesn't sound right. Hearthstone hesitated. Arun's grin widened. Hook, line, and sinker. Come on, he added. Just play along for now. You'll see soon enough, this is bigger than a little grudge. He watched the screen, waiting. Then, that makes sense. Arun's smirk deepened. He knew it. Hearthstone, as much as he hated to admit it, was someone who never ignored profit when it was right in front of him. Now it was time to negotiate. Arun checked his balance. Current coins, 455. VIP support activated. 30% bonus applied. Total available, 675 coins. More than enough. He glanced at the chat log. I'll take 50 medium-level crystals and 19 low-level ones. Hearthstone's response was immediate. I don't have that many. Arun's fingers hovered over the screen. Perfect. I was talking about your mine, wasn't I? For a second, the chat went silent. Then, Hearthstone's message popped up. Crystals don't just appear out of nowhere, you know. Arun chuckled, shaking his head. He's rattled. I'll take everything you have then. Hearthstone still seemed wary, but money was money. The deal was made. Transaction complete. Arun leaned back, scanning the new inventory window. Now, on to the next step, selling. He wasn't just looking to make a profit. He was about to pull off the entire market. Meanwhile, Hearthstone was fuming. His teeth clenched, his fists tight. What the hell is this brat doing? He could see it now. Arun had started reselling the crystals at an even lower price. This wasn't normal trading. This was market manipulation. Hearthstone's fingers twitched. He could use them himself or sell them in his own world, but instead, he's undercutting me on the same damn channel. His frustration boiled over. Back in his room, Arun casually sipped his tea. The warmth spread through him as he placed the cup down onto the soft cushion beside him. From a regulatory merchant's perspective, Hearthstone's frustration makes sense. But Arun wasn't a Regulafa merchant. A VIP privilege window popped up. His eyes glimmered with satisfaction. For someone with VIP benefits, the rules were different. Even if he lowered the price by 25%, he'd still make a profit. His fingers hovered over the glowing transaction window, drinking in the sight of his latest scheme falling into place. He exhaled. Then, with a deliberate motion, he reached out and sealed the deal. The protagonist's skill absorption rate surged, the system alerting him that it would now be much faster. He stood poised in a fighter's stance as he marveled at his progress. He had advanced to System 1. For him, this meant that even the lowest level personnel and servants could now rival knights in strength. But there was something unsettling about this world, the world of Murim, as it was called. He shook his head, unable to grasp the strange communication methods they used. Suddenly, a card appeared in front of him, revealing that he lacked the artistic tools to fully understand the situation. Above it, some mocking comments scrolled by, criticizing his inability to comprehend spatial trading. The protagonist stared at the card, his mouth slightly agape. Was this really necessary? His confusion wasn't unfounded, as even Arun, who was with him, found it predictable. A new window popped up, showing a skill related to absorption. The side effects of absorption were now reduced to 80%, but the absorption rate had skyrocketed to 300%. The protagonist studied the window, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he rubbed his chin. He was caught off guard. What had triggered this sudden change? What did he need to do to unlock these new privileges? Arun, sensing his doubt, suggested using the Eye of Insight. The protagonist's red eye flashed with an otherworldly glow as he activated the skill, staring at the window. But nothing happened. He shut his eyes tiredly, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. This was all part of some setup, he thought. The exchange center employees were no help at all. Arun, too, was disappointed, pointing out that they should have at least explained where these privileges came from, or at the very least, allowed him to use the eye of insight on the information. The protagonist collapsed onto a nearby sofa, resting his hands on his legs as he gazed at a scroll that had appeared in front of him. Guess we'll have to figure out on our own, he muttered, his attention caught by a new notification. Several pop-up windows appeared, announcing a range of events like a week of special sales, VIP promotions, and discounts for professional growth. The protagonist raised his hand to wave away the flood of notifications. What was all this? Why so many at once? He couldn't help but grin, his finger tapping against his lips as he thought about the strange situation. Arun raised an eyebrow, noticing something peculiar. If you look closely, he mused, this doesn't add up. Arun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Even if the sale was special, given the high market prices at the exchange center, the discounts wouldn't matter much. The protagonist chuckled, his lips curling into a sorry grin. It's fine. With all my privileges maxed out, the lack of commission on transactions doesn't bother me. As if on cue, a red envelope icon appeared before him, drawing his attention. Arun pondered aloud, wondering if this was a way to pay for participation in the event. When he opened it, a message greeted him, a congratulatory note celebrating his transition to System 1. Along with it came 3 gift coupons for use at the exchange center. The protagonist blinked in surprise. What's this? More customer service junk? Arun was more optimistic, hoping they wouldn't just send him snacks as a reward. But to his surprise, the gift wasn't what he expected. Inside the envelope, there were several items. An ancient formation diagram, 3 years of spiritual energy, rapid martial arts development for both body and sword skills, and 500 coins. It seemed that System 1 had much more to offer than he realized. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he extended his hand toward the objects in front of him. What was all this about? He opened his mouth slightly, confused, and a red scroll materialized above his head. A notification flashed, announcing the activation of the sponge skill, followed by its characteristics. Another notification quickly popped up, confirming the takeover was complete. He closed his eyes, pressing his hand to his face, a twinge of pain running through him. Arun, startled, opened his eyes wide, his mouth slightly ajar in shock. So, the body and sword skills actually got absorbed, he exclaimed. The protagonist grinned, his expression turning insidious as he examined the items he'd received. He held up the Mona crystals and the item he had just claimed, his gaze thoughtful. In this world, martial arts rely on mana as fuel, he noted, but in System 1, it's spiritual energy. He presented a blue and gold silhouette of a person in a meditative pose. Arun, taking in the sight, couldn't help but comment. If someone were to ask where martial arts are the best, my answer would be System 1, without a doubt. The protagonist imagined Lazykin wielding a golden sword, using his mysterious blade technique. Arun observed this, thinking to himself, that strange out-of-world sword skill from Lazykin. I'm guessing it came from the martial arts world. He added, the martial arts in both systems share similarities. They're both rooted in the forces of nature. But mana is more raw, while spiritual energy is a refined, higher form of it. The protagonist sank into a meditative position, a golden aura surrounding him. He reflected, although the rapid development of my body and sword skills is compatible with a monolord, I still need to open my meridians and veins. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, focusing on honing his abilities further. Arun, watching him with anticipation, noticed the red aura that started to surround the protagonist. His mouth opened slightly in awe as the protagonist's energy grew. The protagonist clutched his chest, feeling a strange sensation, and realized producing Dantian while simultaneously learning sword techniques was proving to be even more effective than he had imagined. His eyes widened in slight shock as he looked ahead, still unsure whether there was a limit to spatial trade. Arun, ever the strategist, thought about the possibilities. As long as you have coins, you can buy anything, even abstract valuables, he mused. The protagonist, thinking about his 500 gold coins, nodded to himself. I should be careful how I spend these, he thought, weighing the options carefully. Once his preparations were complete, Arun suggested, it's time to start tracking your first target. We could begin with him, that guy. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cave, Muhyoja was engaged in a peculiar conversation. His client, clearly annoyed, requested that Muhyoja stop talking about love. Sitting cross-legged in the shadows, Muhyoja smirked and replied, think of it as love for the human race. The buyer, unfazed, insisted he needed martial arts scrolls. A sorry smile tugged at Muhyoja's lips as he held a red book in his hands. I have many things for you, Muhyoja said, his tone shifting to one of amusement. But please, refrain from such an informal tone. The buyer didn't seem to care, and Mu Hyoja sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes. Another troublesome client, it seemed. A new window popped up in front of Mu Hyoja, displaying the protagonist's information. With a grin, Mu Hyoja muttered, "This one's just a small fry from the lower system." He leaned back, resting his head on his hand. "But I shouldn't complain. People like him are exactly how I make my living." His insidious smile widened as he turned his attention back to the business at hand. Mu Hyoja bared his teeth in a malicious grin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "You should be grateful," he sneered. Blood slowly dripped onto the cold stone of the cave floor. He looked at the protagonist, asking which technique he was after. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. "Balance crouching tiger," Mu Hyoja said, "and the 3-volume techniques." The protagonist bared his teeth, smiling irritably. Arun, standing beside him, couldn't help but comment, "No matter how many times I hear this, I can never get used to his tone." The protagonist's eyes narrowed. It was clear now, Mu Hyoja's style was that of a scammer. His specialty is selling cheap battle scrolls at absurd prices, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a flick of his hand, the protagonist introduced a small man who looked suspiciously like Mu Hyoja. Mu Hyoja, ever the salesman, continued his pitch. The 3-volume technique covers all the sword techniques. At first, progress may be slow, but the potential is there. If you succeed, you could become the strongest fighter in the world. The protagonist smirked. Targeting System 0 folks who dream of System 1 martial arts? He thought, imagining himself drooling at the prospect. For example, people like me who were complete losers in a past life, he thought bitterly. Arun, remembering past encounters with scam artists, recalled how dejected he felt every time he came across one. "This is definitely a scam," he muttered, shaking his head. Arun's mind drifted back to the 3-volume sword technique, something simple yet effective. Cutting, piercing, and blocking. "It's a basic technique," he noted. "Nothing special." The protagonist closed his eyes, a displeased smile creeping onto his face. He thought about interrupting Mu Hyoja's nonsense about becoming the strongest fighter in the world. But Mu Hyoja didn't stop there. "One technique won't be enough," he continued. "But I also have the lightning technique, endless cultivation, hitting, kicking, and many others." The protagonist fell silent, clearly still undecided about which martial art to focus on. Mu Hyoja, sensing his hesitation, narrowed his eyes and grinned maliciously. "I can give you some advice," he offered, "but it'll cost you 20 coins for a consultation." The protagonist's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he showed his teeth. Arun, fully aware of the situation, agreed to the deal. His real name's Hakshio Lee, Arun thought as the scene shifted. The world around them blurred, and they were transported to the 5th Murim world, the Juxin sect. A small Japanese-style town bustled with noise, shouts echoing through the air. A voice called out for a leader. Juzong, the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect, glared forward with intense anger. "Are you really able to find this scoundrel, Hakshio Lee?" Juzong demanded, slamming his fist onto the table in frustration. He was baffled by how Arun had obtained information on Hakshio Lee and how he managed to track him down. Juzong's suspicion boiled over. He couldn't shake the feeling he was being deceived. The manager of the Bamboo Mountain sect's spatial trade looked on in confusion, his eyes wide. Did Juzong really say all that? Barin, a voice from the spatial window, asked sarcastically, his arms crossed as he scrutinized the red screen before him. The manager, still unsure, responded, "Juzong's a bit busy right now." Arun, who had been observing the exchange through his spatial eye, frowned slightly. He couldn't help but show a hint of disdain as he surveyed the scene. In any case, he thought, I'm owed a reward for dealing with Juzong's enemy. Meanwhile, Juzong was still simmering with anger, pointing a finger forward as he barked at the screen. "I'm having trouble trusting this one," he growled. "He could be a fraud too." Arun heard the manager's message and, with a nonchalant shrug, spread his arms wide. He began to hum casually to a melody, as if this entire situation were nothing but a mild inconvenience. Arun's lips curved into a mocking smile as he replied, "If Juzong doesn't trust me, that's a problem for him, not me. Hakal is his enemy, not mine." He leaned back casually, letting the words sink in. "If you don't trust me, you could always let your enemy go," he added, his tone dripping with irony. Juzong's face reddened with rage, and he clenched his fist, shouting angrily. "How dare you mock me? Especially through the call," he bellowed, his voice trembling with fury. Arun, however, wasn't fazed. With a satisfied grin, he took a sip from his tea, savoring the moment. "Perhaps you should review your information," he said, his voice calm. "After that, you'll understand everything." Juzong, slammed his hands onto the table, and stared straight ahead, his expression darkening. It was then that he noticed something. Arun was from the lower system. Arun, unfazed, slightly opened his eyes, gazing out as sunlight filtered through his window. He had been expecting this. "You're right, Zhuzong," he said, his voice cool. "But tell me, how could someone from the lower system know about the secret book of techniques of the Bamboo Mountain sect?" Zhuzong frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. He crossed his arms in front of him, leaning back with a thoughtful expression. After a beat, he spoke, his voice lower. "Maybe you heard about it from Hakal," he mused. "Hakal could be sitting in spatial trade, just like you." Arun blinked, holding his cup of tea in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhuzong to be this sharp. Still, he noted that for a fugitive like Hakal, spatial trade would be the perfect plan B. As if on cue, a notification popped up. 200 coins received from the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Arun choked slightly, surprised by the sudden generosity. "What's this?" he muttered under his breath. A second later, another message popped up from the manager. "Are you satisfied with the fee?" Arun's eyes widened as he stared at the spatial window in disbelief. 200 coins for that? The manager, not receiving an immediate response, asked again. "I'm sure this amount is too small for someone like you. Would you like to enter our position?" Arun, still processing, realized with a start that this was actually too much. His mind drifted back to Mu Hyoja, who had only asked for 20 coins for his advice. Mu Hyoja, Arun thought, puzzled. All he wanted was the 20 coins, and those 20 coins became decisive in his life. The manager's voice interrupted his thoughts. A message from the boss appeared, warning Arun not to think of deceiving them. "It's not allowed," the message read, "but if you still manage to capture Hakal, you'll be rewarded even more." Arun clenched his fists, crossing his fingers tightly as he stared at the screen, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in shock. Something unexpected and pleasant had just occurred. He realized that he could let Mu Hyoja slip away from the case. The Bamboo Mountain sect was looking for a man named Mu Hyoja, who was supposed to have a scar on his face. The sect thanked Arun for his cooperation, and he could feel the tension lifting. Still, a nagging feeling lingered. Arun knew he'd lost some money compared to that scoundrel Hakal, but his eyes were fixed on the prize. His number one reason for coming to System 1 was Suk-hyun, a first-class war scroll merchant. Suk-hyun's purple book held immense value. Arun smiled to himself. He'd found his target. Suk-hyun's collection wasn't just about martial arts. It also contained old books on philosophy and ideology, including teachings on Buddhism, Taoism, and the basics of Confucianism. Arun knew he wasn't exaggerating when he said that Suk-hyun was the key to something much bigger. Arun's thoughts burned with anger as he recalled Suk-hyun's deceit. Suk-hyun is the harbinger of the end for the Steelguard family, he thought grimly. His search for war scrolls to continue his grandfather's legacy had led him here, to this moment. He was sitting in a large office, signing documents with a pen, his focus sharp, but then something froze him. His eyes widened as a chilling realization dawned on him. I have to kill Suk-hyun. Suk-hyun had tricked him, fed him false information, and made him waste a significant amount of money. The blue bookmark hovered before him in the red spatial eye, a reminder of the betrayal that had led to the downfall of his family. Nothing will satisfy my rage now, Arun thought bitterly. His fists clenched as he looked through his spatial eye, the anger burning brighter. Through the red window, the straightened scroll before him stood like a symbol of everything that had gone wrong. The shame, the pain, all of it should be directed at Suk-hyun, he thought, his heart racing. Without wasting another moment, Arun decided to confront Suk-hyun directly. He added himself to the chat with Suk-hyun, who immediately accepted the request. "Welcome," Suk-hyun greeted him, his tone friendly. "What exactly are you looking for?" Arun's sarcastic smile appeared on his lips as he typed his reply. "I learned about you from Mu Hyoja," he wrote, the words dripping with irony. There was a slight pause on the other end. Then Suk-hyun responded, "Please wait a moment while I verify that information." A few seconds later, Suk-hyun returned with confirmation. "All checked. Seems you're right," he noted coolly. Arun smirked, knowing that Suk-hyun had already figured out a lot, likely from Mu Hyoja's own involvement. The image of Suk-hyun appeared before him, an unassuming man wearing round glasses and a black Panama hat. Along with it, a system notification displayed his profile. Suk-hyun was in System 1, 5th Murim World, with a transaction rank of 1. His spiritual status indicated that he possessed martial arts techniques, and his money balance was listed as 110. A more detailed system notification followed, revealing that Suk-hyun was the librarian of the Heavenly Sword Library. Arun's eyes narrowed. Suk-hyun was secretly copying and stealing martial arts scrolls, selling them cheaply to regular customers, while inflating prices for newcomers from System 0, just like Arun. It was a scam, a full-blown scheme. The system also warned Arun, "Be careful with this man. He has amassed a large fortune through these dealings, and spent very little of it. As if on cue, Sukhyun sent several messages about Mu Hyoja, uncomplaining about how Mu Hyoja had fraudulently sold the 3-volume sword technique. It's unlikely anyone would buy that nonsense, Sukhyun wrote, except maybe total idiots. Arun couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. It seems Sukhyun's a hypocrite, he thought as he closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He stood before the transparent red chat window, taking in Sukhyun's words with amusement. Sukhyun, on the other side of the screen, ran a hand through his hair, a look of discomfort crossing his face. People from the lower system often suffer because of me, he muttered, rolling his eyes. And Mu Hyoja, he'll never get rid of his bad habits. Arun grinned maliciously, the irritation in Sukhyun's voice only fueling his resolve. He typed a message, leaning into the taunt. Will you cheat like Mu Hyoja did? He asked, curious to see how Sukhyun would respond. Sukhyun's disdain was evident as he closed his eyes and looked through his glasses. It's rude to compare me to Mu Hyoja, he said coolly. Don't go too far. Arun bared his teeth, his smile turning sharp. Sukhyun was trying to present himself as some sort of noble figure, but Arun wasn't fooled. He was a scammer, just like the rest of them. With a feigned apology, Arun replied, My bad. I was rude earlier, but can I take a look at the martial arts you have in your arsenal? Sukhyun hesitated, but Arun could tell that he was already assessing the situation. He knew Arun was playing a game, but how much longer could he keep up the charade? Arun's thoughts remained sharp as he scanned the screen. Sword techniques, huh? He thought, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Sukhyun immediately perked up on the other side of the screen, placing his hand on his chest in mock sincerity. Ah, you're interested in sword techniques? Well, I just so happen to have something that might suit your needs. He then presented a book with a drawing of a flowering tree, plum blossoms to be exact. The technique was described as releasing a sweet plum scent, the intensity of which would depend on the practitioner's skill level. Arun's eyes widened slightly, recognizing that this technique could actually be quite useful. His curiosity piqued. He replied that he was satisfied with the option. What's the price of the book? He asked, knowing Sukhyun was about to pull one of his usual tricks. A system notification popped up, showing the market price for the plum blossom technique was listed at 15 coins. However, Sukhyun, ever the opportunist, suggested a price of 50 coins, claiming that he was offering a discount because it was Arun's first purchase. He slashed 15 coins off the price, implying it was a special deal. Arun's expression soured with displeasure. So it's just another scam, huh? He thought, glaring at the screen. He couldn't help but wonder if Sukhyun was trying to sell him the worthless 3-volume technique that wasn't worth half a coin at all for a higher price. His suspicion was confirmed when Sukhyun casually raised the price by an additional 20 coins. Sukhyun waited for a response, clearly puzzled by the lack of immediate reaction from Arun. Change your mind about buying? He asked, trying to keep his cool. Arun frowned slightly, fighting the urge to respond immediately. It's time to teach this fraud a lesson, he thought, his expression turning more determined. I'll take the book for 35 coins, Arun said, suppressing his irritation. Seems like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Sukhyun's malicious smile returned. He rubbed his hands together, convinced that his usual trick was working. He thought Arun was just another fool, ripe for the picking. Sukhyun, sensing that Arun might be someone with a lot of coins, took the opportunity to probe. By the way, what are you doing with all these military techniques? You've got a lot of interest in them, don't you? Arun's lips parted slightly, a quiet chuckle escaping him. He typed a reply, his words laced with mock sincerity. Oh, I'm just doing business, you know. Thought we'd be seeing more of each other in the future. Sukhyun tilted his head forward and smiled sarcastically, showing just a hint of his teeth. Well, that's an interesting little tidbit. But you know, I have a friend who's also doing business, though he doesn't know the market prices very well or the real value of the techniques. Sukhyun quipped, obviously enjoying the joke at Arun's expense. He rubbed his hands again, clearly thinking he had made another sale. Arun couldn't help but smile to himself. Sukhyun's smarmy attitude only made him more determined to see this plan through. Let him think he's won. It'll be over soon enough. I'm always happy to have customers like you. Sukhyun continued, clearly thinking Arun was just another clueless buyer. Maybe we should become friends? Arun considered it for a moment, then clicked on a friend request. Hook, line, and sinker. Sukhyun had no idea what he was getting into. Arun had everything set in motion. On the screen, a new notification popped up. A man named Jingo was looking for a mid-level sword technique for his son. Arun, ever the opportunist, knew just how to handle this. He quickly sent a friend request to Jingo, intending to resell the plum blossom technique at a reasonable price. Even if it meant taking a small loss, it would be worth it to teach Sukhyun a lesson. Settling back onto his bed with his hands behind his head, Arun allowed a red aura to swirl around him. His expression was smug, knowing that Sukhyun's days of easy money were numbered. Soon enough, I'll get my revenge on him, Ruin thought. The thought of payback giving him a sense of satisfaction. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Arun turned his head, his attention momentarily diverted as the maid was about to enter. But his thoughts remained on Suk-hyun, his mind already planning his next move. Ezel entered the room, her steps hesitant as she apologized for disturbing the peace. But then, her eyes widened in shock, locking onto Arun. She addressed him as if he were a young master, her tone carrying a mix of respect and surprise. Arun, slightly dissatisfied, turned to face her, his voice laced with curiosity. "What's going on?" he asked, his words carrying an edge. As Ezel stood before him, Arun suddenly realized that he hadn't concealed the thirst for violence that had taken root inside him. He grabbed his face in frustration, knowing that, upon seeing Suk-hyun, he wouldn't be able to keep his anger in check. He quickly dismissed the tension with a grin, looking at Ezel with a playful energy as sweat and excitement lined his features. "It's not your fault," he said with a laugh, brushing off the situation. Ezel, her face still anxious, watched him carefully, unsure of how to interpret his mood. Arun, sensing her unease, flashed a grin, flexing his biceps with exaggerated confidence. "Anything I can do for you?" Ezel asked, her voice soft, though there was a trace of concern in her eyes. Arun, grinning even wider, stood tall, adjusting his white shirt and exposing a small scar on his side. "I feel better than anyone right now," he replied, his voice lighthearted. Ezel stared at him, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she realized how much progress he had made in his affairs. At that moment, the maid, her head tilted in thought, shifted uncomfortably. Arun noticed the slight blush creeping up her cheeks as small yellow petals danced in the air, brushing past his face. He blinked, realizing that this was becoming a potential problem. With a smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, Arun waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't help but think that Ezel might now see him differently, though, in truth, he hadn't even shown half of his capabilities. And yet, there she was, already looking at him with a mix of curiosity and awe. Ezel slowly turned to face him, her expression filled with uncertainty. Arun broke into a wide, confident smile, his eyes closing as he spoke. "You can ask me anything," he said, his tone relaxed. Ezel raised an eyebrow, still worried. "You remember this morning, right? With your brother Kieran?" Arun's expression faltered, his eyes widening in realization. He sighed deeply, recalling his earlier plans with Kieran. If he wasn't mistaken, he definitely had something scheduled with his older brother. A moment later, Kieran appeared, striding closer with a sharp, irritated look. His brows were furrowed, and he was clearly in a mood. The training grounds were quiet in the early morning, and Arun could see his older brother glaring at him from beneath his long bangs. "What brings you here?" Arun asked, raising an eyebrow. Kieran, as always, considered himself too strong to train with the knights, preferring to train alone. He was always distant, even if it meant hitting around corners and practicing by himself. Kieran's eyes flickered with irritation as he asked, "When did this happen?" Arun couldn't help but mock him. "Everyone knows by now, you never show up at the training grounds. You just sneak around the back and train alone," he said, the words dripping with sarcasm. Kieran's anger flared at the insult, and he bared his teeth, his face twisting into a deep frown. "What did you say?" he demanded, his voice low and threatening. Arun smirked, looking at his older brother with an ironic smile. "I'm just joking, Kieran, but you did come here for something, right? What is it you wanted to talk about?" Kieran, still seething with anger, didn't seem to appreciate the teasing. His fists clenched tightly as he took a step forward. "You've got a lot of nerve, Arun. I'm going to teach you a lesson right now," he growled, raising his fist, ready to strike. Arun, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, widened his eyes in surprise. His brother was actually going to throw a punch. Arun looked down in displeasure, avoiding his brother's blow with ease. He knew Kieran had a tendency to lose his temper quickly, but this time his brother was crossing the line. Kieran, frustrated by the sarcastic remark, swung his arms wildly, determined to take revenge for the offense. Arun bent slightly, glaring at his older brother from under his brows, confused by the intensity of his brother's anger. Kieran turned away, still fuming, and grumbled that his younger brother had brought it upon himself. With a growl, he swung his fist toward Arun's face. The air seemed to hum with energy as his punch approached, glowing with the bursts of aura that radiated from his fist. But Arun wasn't fazed. He expected this. As the two fists collided in midair, Kieran's expression shifted from anger to shock. His blow landed with force, sending Arun stumbling back, but not without resistance. Arun, despite his surprise, managed to stay on his feet, his body bending slightly from the impact. Sweat trickled down Kieran's face as he processed what just happened. His younger brother was much stronger than he remembered, especially considering Arun was once only a fifth-class knight. Kieran's hand shot up to his chest, and with a crackle, bolts of lightning erupted from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed with frustration as he realized he had let his guard down. He turned to Arun, glaring fiercely. "You've got some nerve," he muttered, "but now I won't hold back." The yellow aura swirling around Kieran's hand glowed brighter, signaling the use of a refined aura technique, a power that marked the difference between second-class knights and others. Arun stared at his brother's glowing hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hadn't expected Kieran to pull out something so serious. This wasn't just any attack. It was a move meant to teach Arun a lesson, to remind him of his place. But Arun wasn't so easily intimidated. He quickly realized that, as a fifth-class knight, he was still too restricted to unleash his full power. His brows furrowed as he glared at Kieran, his mind racing. His brother had clearly crossed a line now. Kieran, noticing Arun's hesitation, frowned and emitted an even brighter aura, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'm going to show you exactly what it means to be a true knight," he said, taking a step forward and preparing to charge. The ground beneath his feet seemed to crackle with energy as he lunged at his younger brother, intent on landing a decisive blow. Arun sighed, preparing for the impact. He knew this would escalate into a full-blown duel. Raising his hands in defense, he steeled himself. The brothers' silhouettes collided in a blur of motion, their auras meeting with an explosive crash that sent shockwaves through the air. Arun's fist landed with such force that it shattered the stone beneath him, sending debris flying. Kieran's eyes went wide in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He was stronger than Arun, and yet his younger brother had resisted him so effortlessly. His feet slid back, and a wave of shock overtook him. How could Arun have gotten this strong? Kieran raised his arms, a look of horror spreading across his face. "How are you? How could you be this strong?" he muttered, completely stunned by the turn of events. His foot hit the ground, and in the next instant, the earth trembled beneath the force of his landing. A small cloud of dust rose from the impact, and Kieran stumbled backward, finally collapsing to the ground. The dust settled around him, leaving Kieran lying on the ground, still in shock. Arun, looking down at his brother with a careful gaze, measured his reaction. His brother lay there, breathing heavily, eyes wide with disbelief. Kieran slowly raised his head, his expression shifting from shock to resentment. "How did you become so strong?" he asked, his voice thick with disbelief, a mix of awe and frustration. Arun simply looked down at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Guess I'm not the weak little brother you thought I was." Arun grinned maliciously, his expression one of satisfaction. He stood up, giving a slight bow to his brother, acknowledging the thrashing he had just received. Despite the fight, he noted that the relationship between him and Kieran wasn't the best, but added that Kieran had definitely gone too far this time. Kieran, though shaken, found the strength to get back up on one knee, his hand pressed against the ground. His thoughts drifted to the secret vault, the same one Arun had accessed. Arun raised an eyebrow, surprised by his brother's persistence. He casually asked if Kieran was upset because of the vault, noting that even if Kieran hadn't been in the internal section, he should have had access to the external one. Kieran glared at his brother, his brows furrowed in confusion. He didn't understand what Arun meant by external storage. Arun, sensing his brother's confusion, casually explained that only their father and he himself had been in the vault. This revelation took Arun by surprise. He hadn't known that it was just the two of them. Not even Kieran had been allowed access. The truth hit Arun like a wave. He knew that their father likely hadn't even known about the spatial book of transactions. He couldn't even use it. Arun's mind began to race, thinking back to his past life. He recalled the dark silhouette of a man studying the blue book and wondered how likely it was that someone else could use it. But Arun had never been inside the internal storage, so there were only two possibilities left. Either the book was hidden there, or it didn't exist at all. Meanwhile, Ezel had been watching Arun closely. She noticed how he was deep in thought, his hand on his chin, and couldn't help but wonder what was troubling him. Ezel, trying to understand the cause of his confusion, asked him gently. In response, Arun just grinned maliciously and closed his eyes, his expression playful. He brushed off the situation, claiming that nothing had happened between him and Kieran. He had only asked Kieran to show him the aura. Ezel, still unsure of Arun's well-being, grew concerned. She quickly asked if he was injured, offering her help and care. A blush crept across her face as she imagined him in a towel, naked, her thoughts lingering on how he had grown into an adult and how he might not appreciate such intimate care. Arun, noticing her concern, closed his eyes and smiled, appreciating the gesture. He reassured her, telling her that he was fine and thanking her for her worry. He added that luck had been on his side. Kieran, standing nearby, clenched his teeth slightly but managed to break into a smile. He was glad that things hadn't escalated too much. though he knew his brother would need time to cool down. He told Ezel not to worry about him and gave her permission to rest. Ezel bowed her head in submission, promising that she would take care of everything. As she left, Aruin's mind shifted to his next challenge. Now, he needed to figure out how to get into the internal storage before heading to the academy. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to delay. He steeled himself for what was ahead, knowing that getting access to that storage would be no easy task. Aruin's eyes widened in sudden realization as a wave of urgency hit him. The moment he had been waiting for was almost upon him. He knew it was time to use the same people he had planned to rely on, and it couldn't wait any longer. Meanwhile, in Kieran's room, frustration boiled over. He was seething with anger, his teeth gritted tightly as he replayed the incident with his brother. The humiliation of losing to Aruin had him seething in disbelief. Kieran sat at the table, his arms crossed, trying to calm the storm inside him. Opposite him stood Darren Steelguard, a girl with fiery red hair, who mirrored his stance, arms folded in disapproval. Kieran's rage was palpable as he slammed his fist onto the table. He angrily argued that Aruin must have been hiding something up his sleeves, pretending to be weak when in reality he was far more cunning. Darren looked at him, her displeasure clear. She spoke with a hint of scorn, pointing out that Kieran had disgraced himself. Kieran, not letting go of his frustration, continued to defend his claim, stating that Aruin was a scoundrel who had likely deceived them all. But Darren, with a cold look in her eyes, reminded him that they couldn't underestimate Aruin. Despite the setbacks, Aruin had been the one to fool everyone, turning what seemed like a weak lamb into a clever fox. Kieran clenched his fists, his frustration growing. He was still unwilling to fully accept that his younger brother could have outwitted him. Darren, her expression softening a little, spoke with a faint but malicious smile. She reminded Kieran that despite everything, Aruin was still a child. But Darren believed Aruin had held back, unable to tolerate Kieran's bullying any longer. She mentioned that if she were in his position, she would have waited for 10 years before retaliating. Kieran, though angry, couldn't deny the truth in her words. He noted to himself that Aruin hadn't even shown his full power. He was likely holding back. Darren, who had been pondering the situation, gave a sarcastic smile, her fingers gently tapping her chin. She thought that if Kieran was telling the truth, Aruin would still only be a strong fox, nothing more. But as Kieran stared ahead in confusion, his mind started to shift. He realized that Aruin wasn't just a fox, or even a leopard. No, Aruin was a full-fledged tiger. As the realization settled, Darren took a step closer to Kieran, placing a hand behind her back. Her expression darkened, determination flashing in her eyes. She was resolved to find out what Aruin was hiding and to figure out his next move. A malicious smile spread across her face as she promised her brother that she would handle the situation. She would get the information out of Aruin, whether he liked it or not. Elsewhere, the conversation in the interdimensional alliance of monocrystal traders took a different turn. Heartstone, a key figure in the group, noted that things couldn't continue as they were. Stone Henry, another member, agreed, voicing his frustration with the newcomer, Aruin, who had quickly become a problem. In just 2 days, Aruin had taken control of the market, and it was causing unrest. A trader named Mona was quick to chime in, pointing out that Aruin had been dominating the market and causing trouble with his actions. Stone Henry's anger grew, his words sharp as he condemned Aruin for trading at a loss. Heartstone, frowning deeply, told the group to cut the bickering. They needed to stop fighting among themselves and focus on the real problem, Aruin. He reminded them that their common enemy was the same, Aruin, and all of them needed to unite against him. The tone in the chat shifted, and the avatars of the traders aligned. Heartstone, with authority, stressed that internal divisions would lead to failure. He urged them all to come together and deal with their shared enemy. Just One, another member, agreed wholeheartedly with Heartstone's assessment, noting that Aruin's rise had caused deep divisions among his own forces. His slaves had turned against him, and they were no longer united under his rule. The traders were now more resolved than ever to confront Aruin and put an end to his disruption. The traders, furious that they hadn't received the money they had earned, began to ask why they had gathered in the first place. Heartstone glared forward, his irritation growing. He told them there was no point in sitting idle, allowing Aruin to do whatever he wanted. It was time to take action. He suggested they devise a plan to catch this audacious newcomer. As the conversation unfolded, a notification appeared. The price of medium-grade monocrystals had dropped from 11 coins to 10. Another alert followed, announcing that the price of low-grade crystals had also fallen from 2.5 coins to 2 coins. The table was set with cups of tea and pieces of cake, but Aruin, sitting across from the treats, paid little attention. He noted the sharp price drops with a furrowed brow, realizing the response was faster than he had anticipated. He added 2 sugar cubes into his tea, watching them dissolve. Arun knew that he had been selling monocrystals at 1 coin below the market price. And this was the exact reason the merchants had started lowering their prices in retaliation. It was the beginning of destructive competition. Arun sipped his tea, eyes closed, feeling content. He wasn't bothered by the drops in price, since his VIP privileges allowed him to make a profit no matter what happened. His mind shifted, and he accessed his inventory. It appeared as a brick-walled room with his items neatly stored. He had 12 low-grade monocrystals and 22 medium-grade ones. The inventory had a level 1 notification with 32 spaces available out of 1,000. The door to his damp, basement-like inventory opened in his mind, and he realized he should focus on increasing the level of his storage. Glancing at the yellow spatial cube on the table, he considered how he could manage his resources better. He had 1.2 coins and briefly thought about selling medium-grade stones at a lower price. However, he quickly realized that dropping the price below 2 coins would result in a loss, so he decided to stop selling for now. Arun lifted his teacup, looking out thoughtfully. The drop in price was faster than he expected, but he was confident he could handle it. With a small sigh, he set the cup down, picked up the fork next to his plate, and began to cut into the cake. He then thought about other matters he should focus on and decided it was time to move on to System 1. The piece of cake was split in two, but his thoughts were far from the dessert. As he ate, he remembered Sukhyun, someone he still needed to get revenge on from his past life. His red eye glowed with anger as he looked down, knowing that he owed Sukhyun everything. He had to take everything from him, one way or another. Meanwhile, Ginseng, the worker at the Heavenly Sword Library, was communicating through a magical yellow spatial window. Holding a golden scroll, Ginseng asked Arun if he was looking for mid-level sword techniques. He offered a catalog for Arun to browse, explaining that techniques grew stronger over time. He also asked if Arun had the time to familiarize himself with the products. Arun looked out at the window and examined the list of sword techniques. His gaze shifted with a tinge of disbelief. The techniques offered were expensive and didn't seem impressive. He quickly realized that gaining access to the affiliate market was no simple feat despite the catalog's contents. He felt disappointed with what was available. Perplexed, Arun turned back to Ginseng through the spatial window, his voice steady but firm. He asked if there were any more expensive and stronger techniques available. The request hung in air as Ginseng regarded him with a curious expression, ready to respond. Ginseng's expression brightened as he eagerly offered Arun the Thousand Swords Lock, a complete unique skill. It was the main unique skill they were selling, and its components were nothing short of impressive. The destructive blow of despair, Shintian technique, work of the ruler, and heavenly divine technique. Arun, however, tilted his head in distaste and closed his eyes slightly, immediately noticing the extortionate price. He knew that the skill was tied to the Thousand Swords Castle, a powerful sect with enormous influence, even within the Fifth Mum world. The castle, with its vast size, was far superior to the Bamboo Mountain sect. Moreover, the complete unique skill was a martial art passed down solely within the Thousand Sword Castle. The protagonist rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was puzzled, and before making a decision, he felt the need to clarify something with Ginseng. The librarian, clearly excited, eagerly asked what he needed clarification on. Meanwhile, far from the conversation, Sakan was also busy. Communicating through a small spatial window, he looked at the golden scroll in his hands. He greeted his old customer with enthusiasm, noting how he was eager to see him again. Sakan was pleased that Arun had found the techniques he needed and glanced at the scroll, which displayed the 8-Cloud Dragon martial arts and the Green Cloud and Scarlet Dawn techniques. Arun's red eye gleamed with satisfaction as he looked at the two techniques, pleased with how quickly Sakan had obtained them. Sakan raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with the progress, and continued to speak through the glowing window. He mentioned that his team had worked tirelessly, making sure to never leave their customers waiting. Sakan then asked if his good customer needed anything else. Arun sat back comfortably on a large, plush sofa, reflecting on his dealings with Hafiel, the wealthy man he worked for. Hafiel was a fan of martial arts, but he was difficult to satisfy, especially with intermediate-level techniques. Arun explained how Hafiel was desperate for something more advanced, which led him to seek help from Sakan. Sakan, his voice filled with malicious joy, assured him they would definitely help. Arun smirked sarcastically, looking away and tapping his chin. He had bigger plans in mind. He intended to surprise Hafiel. This wasn't just about satisfying his boss. It was about showing him something truly remarkable. Sakan's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to process Arun's request. He asked, cautious sorry, what exactly the buyer meant by something more. Arun, without hesitation, replied that he was considering completing the Thousand Swords Lock unique skill. Sakan sighed heavily, his voice laced with frustration as he told Arun to wait a moment. Sitting in his dark, cluttered library among towering shelves of books, he knew that fulfilling such a request would be incredibly challenging. Still, he explained that Arun had misunderstood. Martial arts from the 3 and 4 worlds of the Murim system were also valuable, and he would attempt to find something that met Arun's expectations. Arun's expression twisted into one of contempt as he recognized the bait he had laid was now being taken. Sakan, now sweating, murmured that he would try to find the right technique. He knew it would be risky, but was confident that, if careful, he could succeed without drawing the attention of Ginseng. The protagonist's frown deepened. Sakan was taking a gamble with his reputation, and Arun could already sense that things were starting to unfold exactly as he intended. Sakan, seeing the deposit of 200 coins, was immediately struck by the impressive sum. He adjusted his glasses, surprised at the amount, and responded that he would contact Arun in 5 days. Holding the book with a sense of secrecy, he glanced around the dark library, ensuring that the head librarian, Ginseng, was nowhere in sight. Sakan knew that as long as he avoided being caught, nothing would go wrong. Earlier, Arun had contacted Ginseng through the spatial window, seeking clarification. He looked through the red window and asked, what would happen if someone sold a completed unique skill somewhere else? Ginseng laughed loudly in response, dismissing the notion. He ironically remarked that only a madman would dare steal a martial skill from the library of heavenly swords. He continued his conversation with Arun, oblivious to Sakan, who was hiding behind a shelf, overhearing their exchange. Ginseng confidently stated that if anyone attempted to steal a book, they would be better off dead. Arun's malicious smile grew wider as he realized that the first step in trapping Sakan had already been set. However, he still had to gather the 1,000 coins Sakan promised for the book. Arun sighed and stretched, unbothered by the situation. He knew he still had his daily reward, and in 5 days, he'd have everything he needed. The scene shifted to the front garden of a 2-story house, bathed in clear sunlight. Arun sat on a bench in the park, relaxed and carefree. He poked at the blue spatial screen, browsing the catalog of items, noticing that the price of medium-grade mono crystals continued to drop. Arun decided to enter a chat with the seller of Mono Plus crystals, hoping to buy medium-grade crystals in bulk. The seller quickly responded, asking about the quantity Arun needed, but just as quickly, the tone shifted. Arun sensed something was off, and the conversation abruptly ended. Confused, he frowned slightly, not understanding why. Soon, several angry messages flooded his inbox from various merchants, all displeased with his recent actions. They accused him of deceiving ordinary people and showing no humanity or compassion. Arun stared at the stream of furious messages, unsure of what had caused such a reaction. The hostility was stronger than he had anticipated, and he realized it could potentially complicate his plans. Just as the tension grew, Arun's attention was drawn to a conversation between his sister, Darren, and the maid, Ezel. Darren stood opposite the maid, her expression full of anger. She ordered Ezel to confess everything, and Arun watched in astonishment as the exchange unfolded. Without warning, Darren slapped Ezel with all her might. Arun watched in shock as the maid's face was struck, her eyes filled with sadness and frustration, a clear mark from the blow left on her cheek. The scene was heavy with emotion, and Arun couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and confusion at the violence that had erupted before him. Darren stared at the maid, her arrogance radiating from every movement. The maid's hand was still raised, unable to pull it back to its original position after Darren's earlier slap. The stark contrast between the 2 daughters of the Steel Guard family was evident in the way they stood, their backs to each other, Karen embodying warmth and compassion, while Darren exuded coldness and cruelty. It was no surprise that the servants feared her. Darren's gaze was sharp and full of contempt as she addressed the maid, her arms crossed, her tone bitter. The maid, trembling, responded quickly, claiming ignorance. She didn't know anything, so there was nothing to ask. But Darren wasn't satisfied with that answer. With a harsh tone, she repeated her question, demanding to know what her brother, Arun, was hiding. Tears streaked down Ezel's face, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. She clutched her cheek, looking at Darren with a helpless expression. I'm just an ordinary maid who takes care of young Master Arun. I don't know what his plans are. She stammered, her voice quivering. Darren's patience snapped, and she swung her hand at Ezel again, ready to strike. But before the blow could land, Ezel raised her hands in defense, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Arun stepped into the clearing. His presence stopped both Darren and the maid in their tracks, their attention shifting to him. Arun walked confidently toward them, his eyes locking with Darren's. Step away from Ezel, he ordered firmly. Darren's lips curled into a mocking grin as she shot a look of disdain toward her brother. Ah, dear little brother, what brings you here? She teased, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Arun narrowed his gaze but held his composure, a hint of tension in his posture. He studied Darren for a moment, his eyes flicking to Ezel and then back to his sister. "I'm curious," he said, his tone laced with irony. "What exactly are you trying to do with my maid?" Darren's eyes narrowed as she turned her attention back to Ezel. With a sneer, she remarked, "You're trying to protect her? Since when did you care so much about a servant?" Her words were venomous, but Arun didn't flinch. He stared back at her coldly, his voice unwavering. "Leave her alone." The arrogance in Darren's gaze deepened, and she smirked as she tilted her head. "Don't interfere," she shot back. "I'm only teaching her how to do her job correctly. You should be grateful for that." She raised her hand again, this time to strike Ezel more forcefully. "I'm doing you a favor," she sneered. The maid, wide-eyed and terrified, braced herself for the hit, squeezing her eyes shut. The sound of Darren's hand moving toward her face filled the air, but suddenly, freeze, her hand stopped mid-air. Ezel opened her eyes in confusion, anxiety flooding her expression. Arun had grabbed his sister's hand, halting the blow before it could land. His eyes locked with Darren's, and his voice was cold. "If you have any issues with my maid, talk to me directly." Darren's face twisted in frustration, but Arun's grip on her hand remained firm. He didn't let go. "You dare touch me?" she spat, her voice full of disgust. "Let go," she demanded, trying to pull away. But Arun's hold was unyielding, his gaze sharp and filled with warning. "I told you to leave her alone," he said, his voice ice cold. With a frustrated growl, Darren yanked her arm away from her brother's grip and stumbled back, leaning against a tree. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at him, sitting down with a huff, seething with fury. Arun stood tall, his presence unshaken, as he made sure to protect his maid, no matter the cost. Darren couldn't comprehend what was happening. Her brother's actions had crossed a line. With a mixture of anger and disbelief, she glared at him, demanding to know whether the maid, Ezel, meant something to him. Arun met his sister's gaze with a cold, arrogant expression. "Stay away from my people," he warned, his voice dripping with contempt. He then added that Darren should apologize to Ezel before things got any worse. Ezel stood frozen, shocked by the entire scene unfolding before her. Darren's reaction was equally startling. She sat on the ground and began striking her own face in frustration. Ezel, unable to understand why, asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" Darren sneered at her, clearly angry, and spat. "Don't act so high and mighty. Your father would definitely not be pleased if you came running to him uncomplaining like this, as though something had happened to you." Arun observed his sister's behavior, his concern evident as he let out a heavy sigh. Darren, her face drained from exhaustion, looked up at him. "So, what do you think of this?" she asked, her voice tinged with irritation. Arun leaned in closer and whispered something into her ear, his words causing her to flinch visibly. For a brief moment, Darren was shaken, but Arun's calm demeanor only seemed to fuel her anger. "Remember this moment," Arun said, his voice sharp. "Do whatever you want after that, but remember it." His cold, calculating words cut through her fury. Darren's temper flared. "I'm not involved in anything," she snapped. But Arun merely smirked, gazing at her with an air of superiority. "Really?" he asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you really think so?" The tension between them thickened, and Arun's voice turned icy. "If that's the case, I'll go straight to father and tell him everything. Is that fine with you?" Darren's teeth clenched, her face twisting with frustration. She had no idea how Arun had uncovered this information, but she knew he had her cornered. In an unexpected moment of vulnerability, Darren lowered her gaze and sighed, defeated. She hadn't expected this kind of confrontation with her brother. Her hands fell to the ground, and she finally admitted, albeit begrudgingly, that she was guilty. Arun, his expression softening, let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Ezel, his tone now filled with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice kind. Ezel, still in shock, nodded through her tears, and then broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't deserve this," she cried. "I don't deserve for you to go this far to protect me." Hearing her words, something inside Arun snapped. His fists clenched, a dark anger clouding his features. "You're one of mine," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I don't care who dares to touch my people. I will protect them, even if it's the Emperor himself." Darren observed silently, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Arun, however, took a deep breath and tried to calm his maid. He gently touched Ezel's trembling hand, his voice softer now. "Don't lower yourself like this," he said, trying to reassure her. Darren's mind raced. How could he have known about the compromising evidence? It made no sense. Could the information have come from someone else? Could someone have betrayed her? Her frustration only deepened, but she still couldn't wrap her mind around it. A few days later, Far from the tense scene with her brother, the interdimensional alliance of monocrystal merchants continued to spiral into chaos. Hearthstone, the leader of the faction, lit a cigar, the smoke curling around him as he turned his head with irritation. The split among his own men seemed impossible to fix. The chat of the crystal traders was filled with frustrated messages about the newcomer, Arun, who was selling his crystals at ridiculously low prices, causing chaos and threatening to destroy the network of established traders. Hearthstone rubbed his forehead, his mind spinning. He could feel the bitterness of the situation weighing on him. This newcomer had thrown everything into disarray, and it seemed like no one knew how to deal with it. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the chat. It was from a user named Stone Seller. The message offered a solution for those desperate for coins. Hearthstone, curious, stared at it intently. He frowned, puzzled, as he noticed the name Stone Seller didn't quite ring any bells. Was this person always part of their chat? A notification popped up, revealing that Stone Seller had a level 1 transaction rank and was listed as an expert merchant. Hearthstone's eyes widened in recognition. The name seemed oddly familiar, and the expertise level indicated vast experience. But what really stood out was the message. Having 10 coins now would be more valuable than having 100 in the future. As Hearthstone pondered the meaning, he took a slow drag from his pipe, realizing the Stone Seller's words hit home. This person was no fool. They knew the game. Hearthstone murmured to himself that he, too, sometimes made quick trades when desperate for coins. The Stone Seller, in his typical black silhouette, shot a knowing glance ahead, his demeanor one of quiet contempt. He understood that because of suppliers like Arun, there were no longer any clear rules, and that could only lead to disaster. Hearthstone looked up at the blue spatial window and scanned through the chat. The Stone Seller's message appeared again. Choose 2 options. First, buy everything before anyone else does. Hearthstone frowned sharply, realizing the impossible nature of this choice. What's the second option? He asked. With a wicked grin, the Stone Seller replied, lower the price of Mona crystals even further. Hearthstone's eyes widened in horror as he realized what that meant. The Merchant Alliance began slashing the prices of their crystals, and within moments, the crystals were gone. The general chat erupted in panic, buyers scrambling to gather money to purchase everything at the lowered price. Meanwhile, Arun lay in his bed, a subtle smile crossing his face as he glanced at the notifications popping up before him. Through his magical red eye, he saw the price of medium-grade Mona crystals fall from 6 coins to just 5.5. Yawning, Arun covered himself with a hand, thinking to himself that a war for the lowest price was now inevitable. Demand was soaring, and he was about to get busier than ever. Back in Hearthstone's world, rage boiled inside him. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. He had expected that dropping the price of the crystals would yield some positive results, but he wasn't feeling any relief. EXP Layskin, he demanded to the Stone Seller. This price drop should have worked. Why isn't anything changing? The Stone Seller, unfazed, sarcastically replied, I don't remember saying anything about good results, did I? I said that if you wanted to stop someone from buying crystals, you need to lower the price. Well, now you're seeing what happens. Hearthstone, sweating, grabbed his head in frustration. He glared at the blue spatial window, feeling the weight of defeat pressing down on him. He knew the truth. Nothing had changed. The newcomer, Arun, was still selling at his ridiculous prices, unaffected by their strategies. He realized, with a sinking feeling, that the Stone Seller's words had now become irrelevant. The newcomer's tactics were proving too effective. The Stone Seller, ever calm, spoke again, this time with a hint of finality. Think what you want of me, but you're the ones who will let the newcomer win. If that happens, well, your whole gang of crystal traders will be irrelevant. Hearthstone's anger flared. His fist clenched tight, and he raised one in the air, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. This wasn't over. Not yet. Fuming with rage, he screamed, insisting they would never lose to that guy. The Stone Seller gritted his teeth as he heard this, a surge of frustration rippling through him. The black silhouette of the Stone Seller smirked coldly, confident that he had a secret plan to handle this arrogant newcomer. Meanwhile, the mysterious Stone Seller continued his quiet conversation with the Overlord, fully convinced that his grip on the situation was slipping away. The gray-haired man, confused, couldn't make sense of it. This newcomer wasn't even showing the slightest sign of weakness. As they continued to exchange messages, the Stone Seller recalled the sequence of moves, the folding of 1 coin, followed by 2, each more daring than the last. Frustration boiled over when he saw a message about the newbie matching their prices, and the gray-haired man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. His contact then dropped a bombshell. The Overlord was probably running out of options. The gray-haired man couldn't understand how they could know that. Wasn't the newcomer the type to keep his cards hidden until the last moment? As he scanned through the messages, a puzzled look crossed his face. Why was the newcomer suddenly losing money? The unknown seller smiled knowingly as he typed that the overlord was most likely plotting to dominate the entire market for monocrystals. The gray-haired man exhaled sharply, dismissing the idea as impossible. After all, there were limits to sales. But the reply he received made him pause. The mysterious man suggested that the newcomer might hire assistants to sell for him or even form an alliance to bypass those sales limits. Suddenly, the gray-haired man sat up straighter, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. The unknown seller had just explained exactly how he had taken control of the market in a similar manner by increasing the number of sellers under his command. This expanded influence allowed him to dictate prices with ease. The gray-haired man felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. The conversation now felt too close to home. Was this exactly what he planned to do? He smiled and put a finger to his lips, as if lost in thought, when a mysterious contact praised his strategy. At that moment, the gray-haired man finally admitted to himself that perhaps this plan wasn't so bad after all. Crossing his arms confidently, he nodded to himself. Yes, this was exactly what he had intended all along. Meanwhile, the blonde seller's fury reached a boiling point. His eye blazed with fire as he repeated the man's words, barely able to contain his anger. He quickly shifted focus, scanning the stone seller's profile. In that instant, it dawned on him. The man had just wanted to be called boss. The blonde seller, identified under the earthly number 1342, received a system notification, informing him that he had reached the maximum level of information symmetry. His gaze then dropped to the red screen in front of him. What started as a simple curiosity about the alliance was now spiraling into something bigger. Now, he could modify user information, toggling it between public or private, thanks to his new VIP privileges. As he reflected on the newfound power he now wielded, he realized these privileges granted him control over much more than he had ever imagined. It was a level of authority that users from lower-tier systems couldn't even fathom. Holding his chin, he considered the implications. These privileges gave him the kind of power that could change everything. Information is power, especially in the world of trading, and the blonde man now fully understood why those who controlled it wielded such immense influence. He'd been a member of the Alliance from the start, though he hadn't been particularly active in the group. A sorry grin tugged at his lips as he recalled his own plans, creating competitors who would ultimately feed him profits. In this cutthroat game, he knew there were only two types of people: those who couldn't survive without quick gains, and those desperate enough to believe they were doomed to fail together. A picture of Run popped up on his screen. The leader of the Alliance had chosen to reveal his strength to him first, and it was clear the game was about to get serious. A sharp focus settled on the screen in front of him. He had a plan. Once Run revealed his limits, the Alliance would strike. To make sure everything went smoothly, he needed to reach a solid agreement with him. Meanwhile, the blonde couldn't help but think that the gray-haired man was dwelling on something predictable. Hearthstone, on the other hand, had an ideal strategy in mind, one that involved eliminating Run, taking the lead in the monocrystal industry, and controlling the market price. As soon as the Alliance had secured its dominance, they would dispose of any sellers daring to challenge them. The thought made a smug smile play across his lips. Everything was falling into place. Meanwhile, Run was certain that the ordinary members of the Alliance hadn't figured out anything yet. He glanced at the diagram in front of him, realizing that, despite the competition barely beginning, some had already taken defensive positions. A man, sitting with arms crossed, surrounded by a pile of monocrystals, knew that people were already plotting to use a third party to seize all the crystals for themselves. The blonde placed a hand thoughtfully on his face. He knew now wasn't the time to act. He would hold onto the crystals and sell them at a higher price when a moment was right. The plan was simple: relax and wait for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, in her room, Darren sat hunched over the table, feeling a heavy weight in her mind. How had Arun found out everything? The image of him drawing closer to her, naming the exact company she was involved with, replayed in her mind. Just as she was spiraling in confusion, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Who is it?" she called out, her voice sharp as she had asked not to be disturbed. But when she opened the door, her heart skipped a beat. Standing there was Arun, the blonde man, his eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. "What do you want?" she demanded, trying to mask her shock with anger. Arun's eyes glinted as he casually invited himself into her room, his smile unfazed. "I think it's time we talk about the Damien Company," he said, his voice smooth, yet with an undeniable edge. Darren's face twisted in distaste, but she couldn't refuse. With a sigh, she stepped aside, inviting him in. Arun wasted no time. "Damien is a fairly reliable company, I've heard," he said casually. "They provide houses with everything you need." Darren froze. He knew where this conversation was going. Arun had done his research. He was aware of the bond she shared with the Damien Company. After all, Once she became a count, Damien had used his investment money to demand a similar relationship. But Arun wasn't interested in niceties. He intended to use this information against her. Despite not knowing the full details of her past dealings with Damien, he knew this could give him leverage. And Darren? She could only hope this conversation wouldn't go any further than this. They sat across from each other at the table, the air thick with tension. Darren's eyes narrowed as she asked him, "How did you find out about all of this?" Arun, ever so calm, responded, "The company has changed a lot since you joined." The words stung, and Darren's gaze sharpened, watching her brother carefully. She shot back, "Do you have any evidence?" Arun, not fazed in the slightest, waved a hand dismissively. "Calm down. I'm not here to accuse you. I understand your situation," he said, sorry. Then, his expression darkened. "I'm not going to get anything from the family. I'm the youngest son." He paused, his voice tinged with an almost reflective quality. "Much like the son who mastered the breath of steel, I can live out my life as a swordsman, carving my own path." Darren's wariness grew, her guard rising as she listened to him speak. "I understand you're trying to figure out how to move forward," Arun continued, eyes locking with hers. But Darren, tense as a wire, realized exactly what he was doing. He had hidden his true intentions this whole time, and now it was clear. He planned to use her. "Listen to me," Arun urged, leaning in. "I expected you wouldn't fall for this so easily." His voice softened as he looked directly at her. "I only care about one thing." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Did you bribe the company from the beginning, or did they help you out of the kindness of their hearts?" Darren's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly defended herself. "Damien found me first. He did me a favor." The memory came rushing back. A man in a suit, leaning against a tree, offering her help when she needed it most. She looked up at her brother, her voice unwavering. "I had to repay him." Arun's frown deepened. "You're lying," he said flatly. "A company like Damien would never have just found you first." Darren's heart pounded, her hands trembling as she shouted back at him. "Is this what you wanted to hear? Are you happy now?" She snapped, frustration flooding her voice. Arun, grabbing his head in exasperation, muttered under his breath, "I don't understand how to earn your trust. We're in this together, yet you won't even trust me." Darren's gaze hardened, her voice now icy. "What do you want from me?" At that moment, Arun saw something in her, a fire that he hadn't expected. Her strong, unyielding will stood in stark contrast to his own carefully crafted facade. With a sorry smile, he leaned forward, suggesting, "Let's work together." Darren blinked, eyes wide with surprise. The idea caught her off guard, but Arun was watching her closely, calculating her every reaction. He knew this would be hard for her to refuse, and he was right. Outside, the sky shifted to a breathtaking, iridescent sunset as Darren followed her brother out of the room. She promised she would fill him in later. As he walked away, she stood in silence, watching him carefully, unsure of what she had just agreed to. Arun, on the other hand, knew exactly what he had just set in motion. He had lied through every word, and yet the deal was sealed. He didn't care that the truth was buried in his web of manipulation for now. Darren was his key, and he would use her to get what he wanted. As the red-haired girl watched him leave, her mind raced with doubt. She was too proud to admit it, but she had fallen into his trap. Arun, however, had already moved on. He understood that for now, he was forced to work alongside her, to see where this partnership would take them. Meanwhile, Darren's mind burned with a red-hot fury. She would be watching Hearthstone closely. He had seen the profiles of the other players, and now the next step was to keep a sharp eye on everything around him. A sudden ping interrupted his thoughts. A message had appeared. His gaze dropped to the screen. It was from the Bamboo Mountain sect. A system sign appeared, confirming he had received 800 coins. Arun scrolled further down the screen, his eyes catching a message from Hakshioli. "I'll never be able to fully thank you for everything." With a furrowed brow, Arun realized he'd been caught in something deeper than he anticipated. In the decorated box that accompanied the message was a bamboo life tablet, a gift from Hakshioli. What did this mean? Arun's mind raced as he tried to piece together the larger picture. This was only the beginning. The main character, Arun, believed that the users of the spatial transaction book were sitting on a gold mine. As he watched Hearthstone's price drop by 4 coins, a faint halo appeared around his head, signaling his growing realization. He was convinced this price reduction was a direct result of the ongoing bloody war between him and the Alliance. Hearthstone, the man in the robe, was visibly deflated as he learned that only 5 medium-quality monocrystals could be purchased per day. Arun, ever the strategist, thought deeply about this. He knew that Hearthstone had a plan in motion, one aimed at minimizing his losses. But Arun couldn't understand why Hearthstone had chosen to slash the price by 4 coins. His hand reached up to his face as he recalled the advantage of information asymmetry. "I just need to change my nickname," he mused, his thoughts sharp. With this small alteration, he could bypass the limits and buy as many crystals as he wanted. Alone in his darkened room, Arun calculated his next move. He estimated he could pay about 3 coins per mono crystal, and with 480 medium-quality crystals in his inventory, plus 10 bamboo life tablets, his fortune was growing. A smile spread across his face as he realized he could easily acquire another 500 crystals. With that, Arun set to work, buying crystals from Hearthstone. But despite his growing wealth, he knew this madness had to stop. He was already too rich, and yet, he couldn't resist taking advantage of the situation. Later that night, the Damien mansion was surrounded by guards. An unfamiliar man, cloaked in a raincoat, approached the guard at the entrance. The guard raised a hand to stop him, but the man, his face marred by scars, gave a menacing look and informed him that he needed to speak with the manager. Sweat beaded on the guard's forehead as the tension grew. Just then, another guard passed by, recognizing the scar man. With a smile, the guard stepped aside. "We've been waiting for you," he said, bowing slightly. "Miss Darren is expecting you inside." The man, now identified as Yulaf, was quickly escorted into the mansion. Inside, Darren, holding a mug in her hand, was taken aback when they announced Yulaf's arrival. She watched Kashusari as Yulaf entered, wondering who he was and how he was connected to Arun. He was the man Arun had promised would come, a serious seller, one she could trust. But Darren couldn't shake the feeling of doubt. Was he truly someone who could be trusted with monocrystals? Yulaf, unfazed, sat down at the table beside her. "How much are you willing to pay for these?" he asked, eyeing the sample crystal with a scrutinizing gaze. Darren's eyes narrowed as she examined him, still unsure of his intentions. Yulaf, noticing her hesitation, looked back at her with a calm, almost knowing expression. Just then, Yulaf pulled out a massive bag of monocrystals. He had expected this reaction from Damien. The negotiation was about to begin. Meanwhile, Arun, still focused on his strategy, couldn't help but feel pleased. He had saved a considerable amount of coins by avoiding the expensive affiliate market. Holding 2 monocrystals in his hands, he decided it was time to put on his human skin mask and change his voice. With the disguise in place, no one would recognize him. Behind him, huge bags of monocrystals piled up, a testament to his success. Arun carefully pillared through a book, his finger touching the screen as he placed an order for 5 voice-changing pills. He needed every advantage he could get. Back in Damien's office, Arun was focused on his goal. "I'll finish this within 30 minutes, he thought, his determination unwavering. The clock was ticking, and the pieces were falling into place for his master plan. Damien carefully held the monocrystal in his hand, admiring its impeccable quality. Yulaf, however, demanded 100 gold coins for it. Damien hesitated, feeling the price was too steep. "I can offer you 90 gold, he said, trying to bargain. "No other company would give you more than that." Yulaf remained silent for a moment, his expression turning angry. He stood up, his patience clearly running thin. "If you don't understand the value of this product, we can't do business," he said firmly. As he placed a cloak over Darren's shoulders, his tone grew sharper. "I thought we were having a serious discussion. You claim to trade with nobles, yet you don't seem to know quality when you see it." Darren, however, caught Arun's subtle hint and responded coolly. "Perhaps you should speak with another company." Yulaf froze, his expression darkening. The mention of another company seemed to strike a nerve. Suddenly, the tension in the room thickened as Yulaf's anger flared. He slammed his fist onto the table. "Fine, but if you don't come to your senses, I'm leaving." Damien panicked, quickly urging them not to leave. Wait, he said, scrambling. "I'll pay the 100 gold, just don't go." Yulaf, with a sorry grin, accepted the 100 gold, calling him persistent but adding, "We're not here for charity." Darren, however, wasn't satisfied. 120 gold, she demanded, her eyes fixed on the scarred man. Damien's face turned pale. The pressure of the deal was weighing down on him. He glared at Yulaf, his voice trembling. "Are you deaf? I said 120 gold per crystal." Sweat dripped down Damien's forehead as he realized that even at that price, he wouldn't make any profit. Yulaf turned to his companion behind him, his calm demeanor unwavering. "I know the real prices," he muttered under his breath, his words heavy with threat. The tension reached its peak, and Damien, at a loss, retreated behind his desk. He invited them to sit again, his voice strained as he began to think through his next move. After a long pause, he sighed, "All right, 120 gold for each crystal, but I need time to think about it." Yulaf raised his hand again, his voice cool. "I'm not here to waste time." Damien, reluctantly, agreed to the deal, though Darren was left confused by the sharp price hike. "Why 120 gold?" she wondered aloud, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Standing next to Yulaf, she was still unsure of his strategy. A small part of her believed he had no plan at all. Damien rubbed the back of his neck nervously, then spoke again, his voice growing more desperate. "All right, I'll raise the price to 130 gold, he said, trying to salvage some dignity. But for this kind of quality, I can't go any higher. Yulaf's gaze sharpened. And what's left for me? He asked coldly. You'll only have 10 gold left after this. Is this a joke? Damien dropped his gaze, unable to meet Yulaf's eyes. I just need to make enough to cover the cost of labor, he mumbled, still hoping to at least break even. At that moment, Yulaf threw a massive bag onto the table with a heavy thud, surprising everyone in the room. Damien stared at it in disbelief. Yulaf leaned forward, his voice low and dangerous. You've underestimated me, he said, eyes narrowing. So what do you think? What's in the bag? He raised 3 fingers. I have 300 crystals, Yulaf declared, his voice unwavering. Damien's face went pale, and his mind raced. 300 crystals. This was a rare opportunity. He knew the price of monocrystals was dictated by their availability, and it was practically impossible to get a large supply unless you had connections or the right timing. The realization hit him hard. This was a once-in-a-lifetime deal, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he calculated the potential profit, knowing that no matter how much money he threw at it, if the crystals weren't in stock, they would remain out of reach. Damien observed the bag of monocrystals intently, his mind weighed down by the situation. It no longer mattered to him whether he lost the negotiations. He had already decided that this deal was important for the company. Stretching his arms wide, he declared, "This is a beneficial deal for us." He placed his hands firmly on the table and admitted that he hadn't expected much from Yulaf, but the man had completely changed his perception. Yulaf smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I know the market well, even though I don't have many connections. But I don't recall hearing about a merchant like myself before." The scarred man narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. He leaned forward and asked, "Do you find it odd that someone you've never heard of or seen is selling such high-quality crystals?" Damien quickly denied any suspicion, insisting, "I can't doubt someone Miss Darren recommended." He glanced at Yulaf, who was leaning casually with his arms crossed. "Is there more to know about you?" he asked, genuinely curious. Yulaf glanced at Darren, irritation flashing in his eyes. He had hoped she would step in, but instead, Darren remained silent. Damien's attention shifted back to her, noticing her more intense gaze. He remarked, "You seem more interested in him than I am." Yulaf sighed heavily, clearly uncomfortable with the questioning. "We don't need to know more about me," he said, his unease growing. The scarred man, however, was relentless, pressing him further. Yulaf's tension was palpable as he clenched his teeth and deliberately coughed. With his voice beginning to waver, Yulaf quickly popped a pill into his mouth to steady himself. His expression remained dissatisfied as he took the medicine, trying to mask his discomfort. The scarred man, noticing this, shouted loudly, causing Darren to look at him with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her worry evident. Yulaf covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing. "Apologies," he said, his voice now strained. "I've been ill and need the medicine." Damien, who had been silently observing, stood up from his chair, quickly commenting that it must be difficult for the seller to stand for so long under these conditions. He said he'd pay immediately. Yulaf exhaled a breath of relief, glad to avoid any more difficult questions. He was able to slip by without revealing anything more. Darren watched him closely, still trying to understand his true intentions. As they left the mansion, Darren looked over at Yulaf, her tone softening. "I'm glad we're finally alone," she said, but there was something in her voice that suggested she was still uneasy. Yulaf followed her, though he was now visibly uncomfortable. Darren, speaking as though the deal had been a success, remarked, "You acted like we were together because of this deal. But how do you know my younger brother?" Yulaf gave a curt reply. "It's none of your business." But Darren wasn't satisfied, and she looked at him, Siriusari. "I deserve to know," she insisted. Yulaf, lowering his head slightly, asked, "Do you think Damien is just some corner store owner? Why do you think he acquired monocrystals of unknown origin?" Darren raised her head proudly, confident in her answer. "Because of my guarantee, they were purchased." Yulaf looked at her, mouth agape, clearly confused by her unwavering confidence. She turned her gaze to the scarred man, now asking him directly, "You're not telling me everything, are you? What are you hiding? I'm worried the company will blame me if something goes wrong." Yulaf stood frozen, still staring at her in disbelief. Her words were sharp and insightful, and her behavior left him feeling awkward and exposed. A bead of sweat slid down his face as Darren pressed on. "Why are you trying so hard to hide your identity?" Damien, observing the exchange from a distance, realized that Darren was as perceptive as always. Darren, raising a finger, demanded, "Tell me everything. I believe this is all a trap set by a ruin." Yulaf's demeanor slumped at her words, clearly flustered. He had underestimated how quickly she could unravel the situation. The scar man laughed loudly at Darren's words. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's so funny?" Yulaf scratched his eye, still smiling. "What kind of crazy person would burn 36,000 gold just to mess with you?" he asked, amusement clearly lacing his voice. Darren looked at him, sorry, tilting her head slightly. Yulaf's smile faded a bit as he continued. "Do you think I'm a criminal? Do you think those crystals were stolen?" Standing across from her, Yulaf shook his head slowly. "To get 300 crystals, I have to rob the royal vault." Darren's expression hardened as she said, "I thought so, but I just don't understand where you could get so many." With a soft chuckle, Yulaf placed a hand on her head. "Arun told me," he began, "relatives are far worse than enemies." Darren immediately tried to push his hand off her head, asking, "Are you crazy?" But Yulaf held his gaze. "You can only rely on your family," he said, holding her by the head with surprising force. "Get along with your brother," he advised her, before turning away and walking off. Darren stood still, frozen for a moment, her mind racing. "Wait in the carriage," Yulaf called over his shoulder. She continued to stare at him, confused, as he walked off. She adjusted her hair, still processing everything that had just happened. The night had fallen over the mansion, and the windows glowed brightly, casting light into the darkened yard. Inside, Gon lay on his bed, his hands tucked behind his head, staring at the red, glowing system window before him. His thoughts wandered, reflecting on the recent events. He had learned that Damien's company offered 120 gold for medium-grade monocrystals. In coin terms, that was 12 gold per crystal. He began rummaging through his portable storage, reading through the contents. He had 10 bamboo life tablets, 690 medium-grade monocrystals, 2 voice change tablets, 620 kilograms of gold, and a skin mask. His left eye glowed a faint red as he smiled to himself, mentally calculating his profits. Buying the crystals for 3 gold and selling them for 12. Even without considering Darren's 1% share, I'm going to make a lot of money. Gon recalled how, disguised as Yulaf, he had patted Darren's head and told her, "The only ones you can truly rely on are your family." He thought about his words and how Darren should take his advice, trying to get along with her brother before it was too late. Lying back, he exhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting. "I have to keep pretending to be Yulaf," he muttered to himself. "She'll never know my true motives." His mind wandered, and he saw images of arrogant Kieran and Darren, their faces appearing in his head. "At least my current life is different from the last," he thought to himself. "I'm not putting up with childish antics from my siblings anymore." Gon didn't hold any hatred toward them. His gaze drifted back to the red system window, and his thoughts shifted. "I'm getting closer," he said with a grin. An image flashed before his mind. 2 stacks of mementa. One golden, the other dark, with a square hole in the center. Gon thought back to Arun's explanation about currency. On the continent of Jan, gold mementa were the primary currency, while in the world of Murim, they used gold pieces. Arun had even described a mountain of gold coins and bars, stating that gold was a rare metal often used as currency. Suddenly, 2 notifications popped up on his screen. Gold limits were being applied to his account. Sitting on the sofa, Gon pointed at the red system window. "I lost a lot of gold last night," he muttered to himself. "That means my account should have 27,525 left." Grinning to himself, he clasped his hands together, pleased with the outcome. At that moment, another notification appeared, an unread message request from user San. Gon's eyes lit up, and he mentally cheered. His finger hovered over the screen as he prepared to accept the request. But then, he hesitated. He thought, not enough time has passed. If I accept too quickly, I'll seem desperate. Lowering his hand to his knee, he sighed. He needed to act naturally. Squinting his eyes, he began to count down from 3 to 1, slowly pressing his finger against the screen to accept the request. The conversation started almost immediately. Suk-hyun, on the other end, thanked Gon for his patience. "It's always better to show up on time," Suk-hyun said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. "Trust is the key to business." Gon lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat deflated. He waved his hand dismissively, then explained, "I had to work hard to obtain the secret art of the poisonous sect in the Heavenly Sword Castle." As soon as I mentioned poison and the poisonous sect, everyone left the chat, he added with a grimace, his irritation clear. The merchant's reply came almost immediately. Even with his connections, it wouldn't be easy to obtain such an item. Gon frowned, feeling a sense of doubt creeping in. What kind of connections is he talking about, he thought. What kind of connections do you need if all you're doing is copying books from the library? He began to feel a growing sense of suspicion. This doesn't feel right, he mused. I'm being deceived. The blonde propped his chin on his hand, a malicious smile creeping across his face as he fought to suppress his gratitude. He asked, "Did you get it done?" Suk-hyun replied with confidence, "I'll show you everything now." A notification popped up, and Gon read the description of the book Cultivation of Chaos. As he imagined the dark, imposing figure of a fighter in his mind, he learned that unlike the celestial cultivation technique, which everyone at the heavenly sword castle could master, only a select few could practice the chaos cultivation technique. He read further, discovering that this technique not only contained the laws of nature, but also the laws of the universe. Leaning back in his seat, Gon smiled contentedly. Judging by the description, I've gotten the right book, he thought, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Hale will definitely be pleased. Meanwhile, Suk-hyun was gesturing wildly with his hands, demanding something in return. The blonde raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What do you want me to give you?" Suk-hyun's expression shifted, and he sent a message stating that he would be completely honest with him. The amount of 2,500 coins still doesn't correspond to the value of the chaos cultivation, he wrote. Gon read the message, and Suk-hyun continued with a smug expression on his face, saying that in official stores, the book would cost 2,000 coins at a premium, and it couldn't be resold. He emphasized that the value of the chaos cultivation technique far exceeded that of the heavenly cultivation technique. Gon's eyes narrowed as he read further. The market price of the book was approximately 5,000 coins. He thought, finally it begins. The blonde crossed his arms and smiled grimly, mentally noting, this merchant creates worry in his customers, only to sell the goods at an inflated price. He couldn't help but think back to his previous life, where he'd been on the receiving end of this trick countless times. Suk-hyun then added that he was, apparently, in a difficult situation. Gon ran his hands through his hair, sinking into the chair, and replied that if he didn't become an expert soon, he'd get caught. He asked, "Can you help me?" Suk-hyun's grin widened, his eyes gleaming. "Of course. Human life always comes first," he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "You can trust me. I'll provide everything you need to become an expert." Gon's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected this offer. "Is that true?" he asked, almost incredulously. Suk-hyun, his smile turning predatory, pulled the strings of the deal. "Our meeting must have been destined," he said, leaning forward. "I can't bear big losses, but I can offer better prices." Gon felt like a puppet with strings attached, trapped in this deal. He listened as Suk-hyun continued, promising that Gon could ask anything and that he would answer all his questions. Suk-hyun's tone was almost patronizing as he thanked Gon from the bottom of his heart, and Gon pursed his lips, grimacing. "This is the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life," he thought, coming to his senses. He sighed heavily, then asked, "How much do you want?" Suk-hyun adjusted his glasses, his smile smug and self-assured. "For 1,000 coins," he replied smoothly. "But I'll give you a discount of 1,000 coins." Gon leaned back on the sofa, grinning despite himself. He closed his eyes as he read the message on his screen. This is a good offer, he thought. I'm 1,000 coins short, but with the excess I'll get and the price subsidy, I'll be able to cover the rest without issue. He opened his mouth wide and waved his hand dismissively, saying that in this case, he owed him 3,800 coins since the last time he had given him 200. Upon hearing this, the merchant's smile grew slightly as he began waving his hands in protest. "That's not the case," he insisted, adding that this seemed to be the user's first major transaction in the system. Pursing his lips, Gon struggled to contain his rising anger. Suk-hyun continued, writing that the 200 coins had already been spent on obtaining the equipment. Gon forced a nervous smile, trying to brush off his irritation. "I got a little excited," he replied, his voice barely masking the frustration. "It's not about 1 coin. It's about 170. With a gloomy face, Suk-hyun adjusted his glasses and asked if this money truly belonged to his client. He suggested Gon take things a little easier, especially if he wasn't the one paying. Gon stared at the burning red system window. He needed to speak with the client first. Suk-hyun replied he would wait. Crossing his arms over his chest, Gon sighed loudly, his grin barely hiding his irritation. "This merchant is acting like he's about to lose something if I don't agree to the deal," he thought, mentally cursing the man. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Gon glanced at his account balance, which showed a total of 2,752.5 coins. Even after using all his privileges, he was still short by 25 coins. He'd rather throw those coins away than exchange them at the center. A blue exchange scale appeared, showing the estimated exchange amount of 25 coins. Frustrated, he glared away irritably and connected his index finger and thumb, mimicking the motion of a coin. "How much will I lose here?" He wondered. Smugly, he thought, "It doesn't matter. I'll have to restore them anyway." He sent a message to the merchant, saying that he had spoken with the client. Lifting the corners of his mouth into a grin, he added that 4,200 coins was a fair deal for such an unusual martial arts technique. Suk-hyun immediately became enthusiastic, praising the user's client as simply incredible. He replied that in that case, they would start the deal. A trade notice appeared, offering the Chaos Cultivation Technique book. Gon clenched his hand into a fist on his knee, watching the system window with intense focus. It's finally begun, he thought. He pulled his index finger back and, with a predatory smile, pressed the accept button, his mind alight with excitement. Imagining Suk-hyun caught in a large trap, he mentally noted that his prey had taken the bait. When the deal was completed, the trap would slam shut. Gon's eyes gleamed as he looked at the system screen, anticipating the outcome. Finally, he thought, my trap has worked. The red icons flashed, signaling that after purchasing the chaos cultivation technique, he had received a cashback of 540 coins, bringing the total amount of his account to 37.5 coins. Though his balance had gone negative, Gon grinned madly, his fingers biting into his hand. This is what revenge feels like, he thought with dark satisfaction. With his hand resting on his chin, he looked at the screen, wondering if this was the reason the Bamboo Mountain sect had been after Hackle for over 10 years. He thought what was even more surprising was that he didn't feel sorry for Suk-hyun at all. In fact, he was genuinely excited about what the future held. The blonde glanced at the screen, his expression puzzled as he read the gratitude for the deal and the request to convey these words to the client. Someone seems a little too excited, he thought, then grinned, lifting the corners of his mouth. He mused aloud that the merchant appeared quite pleased with himself. Suk-hyun, also grinning in his own room, confirmed this. It's not every day I sell something worth 4,000 coins, he commented. Gon put his hands on the table, leaning his head on them with a smile. I wonder how long that happiness will last, he muttered. The merchant, picking up on the hint, asked what he meant. Gon replied by sending a message, asking what now. Suk-hyun adjusted his round glasses, a puzzled expression on his face, and asked if Gon was sure he hadn't eaten something wrong today. Gon clasped his hands to his face, grinning contentedly. No, you're wrong, he wrote in the chat. Jinseok-hyun is a scammer. Upon reading the message, the merchant froze, shock plastered across his face. His left eye blazed with red flame. Gon, now grinning predatorily, wondered if the librarian knew what he was doing. Suk-hyun rose abruptly from his chair, hands clenching the table as he stared at the screen, eyes wide with disbelief. How'd he know this? He thought. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he raised his hand to the screen, his lips trembling. I need to stay calm. I'll have to improvise, he mentally reminded himself. He quickly typed that he had no idea what the user was talking about. Gon smiled wider. Jinseok, stop embarrassing yourself, he treated. Suddenly, Suk-hyun's eyes widened in fear, as Gon suggested. Why don't we call a third party to clear this up? The ginseng librarian might be a suitable witness for this. Suk-hyun panicked. No, this can't be done, he shouted. Gon tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Why not? He asked, enjoying the merchant's distress. You're not Jinseok, are you? Suk-hyun covered his mouth, clearly distressed, while the blonde, with a satisfied expression, started to mock him. The tension in the conversation built, and Gon, taking pleasure in Suk-hyun's discomfort, kept pushing the matter further. Suk-hyun finally broke, exhaling heavily and responding, I am Jinseok. Gon smirked, still smiling. You would have been caught sooner or later, anyway. In his room, Suk-hyun pictured a huge, menacing figure looming over him, arms crossed, a dark presence. He wondered who this person could be. Was he a wealthy martial artist with a hobby of dealing in high-stakes transactions? Was this whole deal a trap? He began scanning through Gon's profile information. An ordinary user from System 0. Suk-hyun thought, his eyes widening in realization. His fear mounted as he confirmed that his suspicion was true. The system did indeed list Gon's background under System 0. Suk-hyun's lips pressed tightly together as he clenched his fist. He recalled the thief who had stolen martial arts techniques from the library, and now, with the blonde's nickname, Gon, it all started to make sense. The merchant looked at the golden system screen, a sense of unease creeping over him. Gon had never said that he was involved in spatial trading, and this book transaction had been so well hidden. There were no official records. Standing at his desk, Suk-hyun couldn't help but wonder how the brat from the lower system had managed to pull this off. Aruin smiled contentedly, his expression thoughtful as he prepared to lay down a few rules. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming, and advised the merchant to be careful with his next moves. The moment those rules were broken, Aruin warned, Suk-hyun would become the main enemy of the Castle of Swords. The merchant froze, fear creeping across his face. Baring his white teeth, Aruin grinned widely as a new idea struck him. Adjusting his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger, he commented that Aruin himself would also become their enemy. Then, he scoffed, asking if the blonde really thought such threats would work on him. Suk-hyun jerked in surprise when he saw the response message. Aruin had expected that reaction. Exactly what I thought, he mentally noted, exhaling noisily. With a sorry smile, he leaned back, unbothered. It doesn't matter to me how big the Castle of Swords is, he said. They won't be able to move between systems. Suk-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. What about the suspension of the deal? He asked, his voice filled with indignation. You think it'll be that easy to back out? Sitting back on the sofa, Arun smiled even more contentedly, waving his hand dismissively. You really think so? He muttered darkly. Soon, you'll start to feel guilty. What if I return the equipment immediately and report to the library that they have a corrupt employee? Suk-hyun shot back, trying to intimidate Arun. Horror flashed in the merchant's eyes as he froze, unable to respond. The blonde's predatory grin grew wider as he looked at the screen, his confidence unshaken. With the right people, you need to act decisively, he said, eyes gleaming with malice. I've heard that in the Sky Sword Castle, thieves who steal completed skills are treated like criminals. Suk-hyun trembled in fear, his body frozen in a silent scream as the message continued. It's a pity, considering how much time they'll waste on you. Your end is already near. Looking at the screen with a satisfied smile, Arun waved his hand dismissively. I must say, you've got some courage, he observed coolly. But if it were me, I'd never go after completed unique skills. The merchant's body shook, his fear palpable as he struggled to find words. Arun smiled softly, resting his chin on his hand. This is definitely getting to him, he thought, pleased with the effect his words had. Leaning in with an insidious glint in his eyes, Arun's tone darkened. Do you want to live? Suk-hyun, trembling with fear and wide-eyed, stammered, I want to. Then don't do anything stupid, Arun replied coldly. Remember that. Standing in front of the golden screen, the merchant read the rules that Arun had sent. The first rule was simple. If you respond for more than 5 seconds, you will die. The second rule stated, if you close the dialogue, you will die. And the third rule read, if you don't do exactly what you're told, you will die. Suk-hyun twitched, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He asked nervously, is this a game? Arun's dark, predatory gaze fixed on the screen as he flicked his fingers, showing the number 4. And if you answer disrespectfully, he said, his voice cold, you will die as well. With a predatory grin on his face, Arun gave the next order, his voice laced with authority. Return my money. Suk-hyun scratched the back of his head, looking confused. What do you mean? Arun's expression darkened in an instant, fury flashing across his face. His grin widened, transforming into something terrifying. Are you mocking me? He growled, his white eyes gleaming with rage. The tension in the room became palpable as Suk-hyun realized he was now in deeper trouble than he could imagine. Suk-hyun indignantly asked what was so hard to understand. But before the merchant could respond, Arun quickly came up with a new rule. The 5th rule, if you pretend not to understand, you will die. The merchant, startled, waved his arms in a panic, insisting that everything was clear now. Arun received a notification showing that 3,420 coins had been transferred to him. Looking puzzled, he glanced at Suk-hyun and asked, what is this? I didn't give you 3,420 coins. Suk-hyun began to flail his arms in a hurry, trying to explain that it was due to the 5% tax, which resulted in a smaller transfer. Arun's face lit up with interest, and he slapped his palm onto the table. Ah, the tax. I completely forgot about that. So the exchange center took 580 coins for themselves, leaving 4,000 coins total. Is that right? Suk-hyun froze, fear creeping across his face as he waved his hands in an attempt to deny any wrongdoings. Arun, with a sorry smile, raised a finger, his voice dark. Who will return my 580 coins, then? Suk-hyun, his face pale, muttered that he would do it. He quickly sent Arun the 580 coins. Arun looked at the screen with a satisfied smirk as his balance grew to 36,925 coins. He praised the merchant for following through. But then a thought struck him. His mouth parted in surprise, and his eyes widened. Even after the tax, there was still an extra 1,000 coins in his account. How did this happen? He wondered, checking the red system windows. It couldn't be an error. Imagining the blue holographic book in his mind, Arun was suspicious. The system must have anticipated this kind of abuse. He didn't understand why he had received privileges, but if something was off, he risked losing all his money. He thought it best to investigate later. Suk-hyun, still in the chat, asked if that was all. Arun, eyes closed, sighed, quoting his earlier statement about wages. Well, you still owe me another 200 coins for the deposit. The merchant, trembling, opened his mouth wide, explicating that he had already spent money to bribe the guards and secure the equipment. Arun read the message with a raised eyebrow, asking, Are you insane? Suk-hyun, his face pale, quickly pulled back in fear. That's not what I meant, he stammered. He hurriedly sent the remaining 200 coins to Arun. Arun sat back with a pleased grin, watching as Suk-hyun sent another 100 coins, followed by 135 coins. The blonde was content as he observed the merchant's dwindling balance. Is there anything else you need? Suk-hyun finally asked, defeated, with only 215 coins left in his account. Arun, sitting on the sofa, took a moment to look over Suk-hyun's characteristics. He casually remarked, You still owe me for the time I spent on you. Then, I'll let you go. The merchant's eyes widened in shock when he read the next message. You owe me another 215 coins, and that's it. Confused, Suk-hyun stared at the screen, wondering how Aruin knew exactly how much he had left. Then, his mind raced, and his jaw dropped when he realized, was Aruin a VIP? Aruin raised a finger, placed it on his lips, and winked. Quiet now, he said with a smile. Suk-hyun sat, stunned, mouth agape, trying to comprehend why a VIP would do such a thing. He's on a completely different level than me, the merchant thought with a sweaty, frightened face. He stammered, asking Aruin what he wanted from him. With an arrogant grin, Aruin replied, I'm repaying an old debt. Suk-hyun, shuddering, exhaled shakily. Do you really not understand the seriousness of the situation? Aruin's eyes flashed with madness as he leaned over the merchant, his voice eerie and low. You have no right to question me. The merchant trembled, his body tense as his veins bulged from fear. He slammed his hands on the table, finally asking, What do you want from me now? There are no more coins left. Aruin stood and moved toward the screen, waving his hand dismissively. Don't lie, he said coldly. You've accumulated mountains of coins by deceiving people. What happened to them? Suk-hyun hesitated, but Aruin's grimace grew more irritated. Finally, the merchant admitted that he had spent it all on alcohol, gambling, and his 2 wives. Aruin, with a scowl, asked if he was really telling the truth. Suk-hyun, embarrassed, apologized, his face a mix of confusion and regret. I'm sure you have something else, Aruin noted, his voice full of suspicion. Something besides coins. The merchant waved his hand, dismissing the idea, saying he could make more money by selling martial arts techniques. The merchant claimed that by selling his martial arts books, he could easily earn 1,000 coins. Aruin grinned, satisfied, but his smile was tinged with a hint of pity. Sorry, he thought, I'll have to take these off your hands, but I can always get more. He considered not selling everything, perhaps only enough to last a month. With a deep sigh, Aruin leaned his head on his palm and looked away, his voice curious. What books are we talking about? The merchant clarified, explicating that he meant his martial arts techniques, internal energy techniques, cultivation methods, and body illumination skills. Since the sword was Aruin's primary weapon, he needed to master various sword techniques as well. Aruin's face darkened as he ordered, Give them all to me. The merchant's face froze in horror, his jaw slack. He stammered, Are you really telling me to die? Aruin grinned, his voice low as he rested his chin on his palm. That's not how they die, he replied, his eyes glowing red as he stared at the screen. Should I talk to the librarian about this? Suk-hyun, trembling, asked in fear. What's more important, your life or your martial arts? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide, Aruin added coldly, his gaze fixed. As Suk-hyun sat frozen in terror, Aruin thought about the warriors in the fog, always questioning whether those living in System 1 were truly alive or simply died with their martial arts. He received a notification from Suk-hyun, listing the techniques he had. Heavenly Cultivation Technique, Stars Dark Sword Technique, 8 stars 1,000 Sages Footwork, 6 stars Despair Breaking Fists, 6 Run Golden Wheel, and Internal Storage 50 years. Aruin, resting his chin on his palm, smirked softly. This revelation only confirmed that the merchant had nothing left of value, except his life. Aruin's gaze grew colder as he turned away from the screen, thinking that the merchant had no more useful techniques. Suk-hyun, in despair, slammed his forehead on the table and read Aruin's message. The merchant looked up with tear-filled eyes, his face crumpled in defeat. Aruin's cold voice asked, Do you really have no basics left? Suk-hyun, choking back tears, indignantly shot back. What difference does it make to you? He begged Aruin to leave him alone, stating that he had nothing left. No money, no martial arts. And now, with the commission, his balance was negative. Aruin, with a small smirk, advised him to stop being dramatic. He glanced at Suk-hyun's status information, thinking that this was the type of person who could easily get out of any situation. It was better to check himself, so he opened several pop-ups showing Suk-hyun's information. The final line of the notification read, Spiritual status, one who has nothing left. Balance, minus 800. Aruin paused, stunned by the result. Meanwhile, Suk-hyun continued to sob, and Aruin's smile grew as he ruffled the merchant's hair. You really have nothing left, do you? Looking at the screen, Aruin grinned wide. I won't report you for now. You should keep doing what you're doing, he said casually. Suk-hyun's face went pale. Didn't you promise to leave me alone? He asked, confused. Aruin looked at Suk-hyun with a dark, predatory smile. I'm not going to kill you. That would end the fun. You've got your life, but I'm not letting you leave so easily. Suk-hyun froze, reading the message, realizing he had misunderstood everything. If he wanted to live, he now had no choice but to follow Aruin's orders. Aruin pressed on, staring at the red screen, thinking about the memories of his past life. He wanted the merchant to fully feel the consequences of his actions. A wide, maniacal grin spread across his face as his eyes glowed with intensity. Arun thought that Suk-hyun would regret not dying as he would now suffer the aftermath. Raising the corners of his mouth, Arun spoke softly. I'll keep in touch. You should check your messages more often and remember, your life is in my hands. Suk-hyun, horrified, shouted, wait. Arun ignored him and waved his hand, signaling the system to end the conversation. The screen went dark. Sighing loudly, Arun clenched his fists in victory and raised them high, laughing triumphantly. It all went perfectly. Now Suk-hyun is completely in my hands, he thought, his grin widening. He opened the list of enlightened techniques and smiled to himself, knowing that the martial arts techniques he had longed for in his past life were now his. Raising his finger, he smiled broadly, looking almost foolish. Now it's time to study each of these techniques in detail, he muttered to himself, pressing the absorb button. As the morning sun peeked over the mountains, its rays illuminated the forest, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Arun's journey. Arun dashed through the forest, moving with astonishing speed. His body seemed to blur as he employed the step of 1,000 changes, a body lightning technique that allowed him to move with almost unnatural swiftness. The technique made him nearly invisible, constantly shifting his position. He ran with a confident grin on his face, recalling the details he'd read about it. Although it could make the user nearly undetectable, it wasn't ideal for long-distance travel. With eyes wide open in surprise and joy, Arun mentally noted that the technique worked exactly as described. It had its drawbacks, but its advantages were undeniable. He continued to race towards the dense trees near the mountain, feeling unstoppable as he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. Jumping nimbly from one spot to another, he quickly scaled the mountainside. With a final burst of energy, he pushed off from the summit, extending his arms and soaring through the air like a bird. From his vantage point high above, he could see the endless expanse of the forest stretching below him. In the distance, a city was visible. As he descended, a wide grin spread across his face. This feeling was extraordinary. It was as if he had truly become a bird, free to glide above the earth. When he landed, he touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. The technique had been worth the effort, he decided, as he recalled the terrifying feeling of relying on his special privilege while absorbing the skill. He had been certain he would die when he first learned it, his body consumed by the power. Arun shook his head, remembering how he'd sat on his knees, his mouth agape and his eyes burning, surrounded by a red aura as the pages of a book seemed to turn on their own above his head. Without the privilege of the sponge-like absorption ability in his mind, he would have been left with nothing but a melted brain. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Arun sighed in satisfaction. He had sufficiently tested the body lightning technique. Swinging the long blade, blue lights sparkled around it as he mentally noted the starting position of the Dark Heavens technique, which was executed in a peaceful, wave-like motion. He swung the sword repeatedly, each strike powerful and sharp. As he focused, energy began to concentrate in the hilt, and the blade of his sword shone with a bright blue light. Arun smirked contentedly, and with a swift motion, he released a massive burst of water from the blade. He mused to himself, recalling the secret technique that had turned the Laziken Steel Guard into a legendary force, the mysterious blade. It was believed to have disappeared after the death of its master, but now, Arun had brought it back to life. A massive wave of water surged forward, heading straight for the towering trees. Frozen in place, he watched the water as it crashed over the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The technique was a formidable display of power. Arun stood silently, contemplating his next move. But as he stood there, still gripping the sword, steam began to rise around him, and a stern image of his grandfather appeared in his mind. Folding his hands on the hilt of the sword, Arun thought back to his homeland, to the land of the Steel Guard, where the skill had been perfected. As the massive wave continued to spread, flooding the mountains and trees, Arun stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide with shock. He had clearly overdone it this time. Ahead of him, there was a mountain of debris. The blonde frowned, realizing who was likely responsible for this. Hafiel, a first-class knight, whose style it was to leave destruction in his wake. Arun's thoughts shifted to the battle between swords. How a sword imbued with blue light could effortlessly cut through a blade of purple light. His chi sword, in comparison, seemed insignificant, its aura nothing more than a pale imitation of true power. The young man stood, sword in hand, back turned to Suk-hyun, holding a book. He pondered whether the sword techniques of the combat system could truly surpass those of the greatest knights in the country. His father excluded, of course. He folded his arms, casting a displeased glance to the side. Why did his father ignore him so often? It was a constant source of frustration. Then, a realization struck him. His brows furrowed, and he examined his palms, feeling a growing sense of determination. Maybe he had been wrong all along. It was better for him to focus on perfecting his own skills. After all, they were his now. With a slight smile, he stretched his shoulders. Perhaps it was time to test the other techniques. Arun sat cross-legged, fingers crossed, his body surrounded by a soft blue glow that made his hair sway. He muttered to himself, "This is a heavenly, divine technique." In comparison, the breath of steel, the internal cultivation technique, feels almost outdated. Meanwhile, the guy wielded a sword, its blue glow pulsing with energy. This is the Xiantian sword technique, he thought. I can't complain. It's exactly what I hoped for. Gun dashed through the forest, using footwork that shifted like the wind, yet something fell off. The combat system was more complicated than he realized. A powerful blow from his fist shattered the ground beneath him, sending stone fragments flying. The breaking fist of despair. It's perfect, he thought, his concentration sharpening. He unclenched his fingers and focused. Golden Wheel is probably the weakest of these skills, but it reveals pressure points which could be useful. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wiped it away. His thoughts drifted. All 5 techniques seemed to fit well with continental martial arts, but a nagging doubt remained. Am I wasting my mana on internal cultivation? He wondered. His hand clenched, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. No, I can't think about that right now. Martial arts draw too much attention. It's not the time for that. A small smile crept across his face. For now, he imagined himself in a meditative state, a blue fire blazing near his heart, surrounded by a red glow. The internal cultivation of Dantian, mana of the heart, could prove useful in certain situations. He scratched his head, a bit unsure. I need to train harder, twice as much as before. Arun chuckled softly, fingers resting on his chin. These 2 techniques are so different. Can I master both? They use the same points, after all. He reached out, determination burning in his eyes. I have to try. With that, he closed his eyes, focusing intently. A brilliant, shining ball appeared in the darkness, surrounded by shimmering sparks. Not there yet, he thought. A weightless, radiant glow appeared above his palm. As he spoke a command, the silver aura solidified, revealing a vast, white castle beneath a clear sky. He stepped through the grand doors and ascended a staircase, the air thick with questions and doubts. No matter how much I think about it, he mused, there are more questions than answers. Revenge, contentment, perhaps those are the best outcomes. As he reached the top of the stairs, he was interrupted by a servant, who approached with urgency. My lord, the master has been looking for you since morning, the servant said, his voice tinged with concern. The young man raised an eyebrow. Father, the servant nodded, and with a hint of pity, explained that his father had been searching for him all day. He's asked you to come to his office. Curious, the young man followed the servant to his father's study. The door creaked open, revealing his father at the desk, and beside him stood a man with long purple hair, holding a folder. The young man's heart skipped a beat. The Cowloy is here too, he thought, surprise flashing across his mind. The Cowloy, a formidable figure, exuded an air of calm authority. While not a knight, his swordsmanship was legendary. The young man considered how his father's right-hand man, Haffel, stood tall in the open, while the Cowloy was more of a shadow, silent and calculating. His father, Levadon, looked at him without emotion. I've been wondering where you've been. It seems you've been training since morning. The young man, with a quiet nod, confirmed his father's observation. I need to work hard if I'm to avoid disgracing the name of the Steel Guard. Levadon gave a rare smile, a flicker of approval in his eyes. I like your attitude. The young man couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. His father, with a heroic rank that could make anyone tremble, had never looked so imposing. But now, as the young man studied him, he realized the gaze didn't carry the same weight of fear it once did. Levadon set down a large triangular table, the top adorned with a pyramid structure. At the pinnacle was the interdimensional rank, followed by the Fui Emperor. Below that, the myths, the legends, and then the heroic rank, the rank his father held. Beneath it, the awakened rank, and finally the general classes from 1st to 9th. The young man stared at the table, his mind racing. I never thought I'd hit such an obstacle, he thought. But somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling of standing before an immense wall, one that seemed impossible to overcome. The so-called Wailing Wall, the divide between the awakened and heroic ranks, was a chasm that many knights had fallen into in despair. The young man stood before it, the weight of its existence pressing down on him. It was a wall that seemed beyond his comprehension. Levadon sat on his intricately carved throne, his sword resting in his hands. At the base of the blade stood a tiny figure. Pardon. He looked up, his gaze locked with his father's. The sight of him, so much taller than before, filled him with quiet pride. Pardon smiled slightly, feeling the gravity of the moment. "You look incredibly tall now," he said, half in disbelief. His father's response came quickly. "Is this what you expected, my son? You didn't think it would be this hard, did you?" Pardon raised an eyebrow in surprise. "But didn't you say there were countless paths to choose from? So why does it feel like I've hit a dead end?" Levadin's gaze sharpened as he observed his son carefully. "Training at first dawn? It's not like you." Pardon, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood confidently. "There are many paths, but why must I choose only one? I've chosen several at once." Levadon nodded, a quiet approval in his eyes. "Killing two birds with one stone isn't so easy." He paused, eyes narrowing. Both swordsmanship and trade? Pardon's expression shifted, his mind racing. His father had never shown much interest in market dealings before. "How did you know?" he asked, taken aback. Levadin's eyes gleamed with knowing, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned forward, his voice soft but firm. "Killing two birds with one stone. You should understand by now that nothing comes without sacrifice." Pardon fell silent, processing his father's words. The quiet stillness was broken when his father pressed him further. "Why are you hiding such talent, my son? Why keep it secret?" Pardon paused before answering. "Secrets are only truly secrets until they're revealed, but I prefer to keep them until the time is right." Levadon closed his eyes in thought, a deep grunt escaping him. "I understand." Folding his hands across his chest, he looked at his son with quiet intensity. "That's enough praise. Surprises are one thing. Disappointments are another." The words stung, and Pardon's heart sank. Levadin's gaze darkened, and he asked, his voice heavy with expectation, "Do you know what mistake you've made?" A crest materialized behind Pardon, the Steel Guard's crest. His mind raced. "I used the Steel Guard's name for trading," he admitted reluctantly. Levadin's eyes narrowed. "And you didn't think that person's reputation was tied to our name? You should have known what kind of people you were dealing with." Pardon, stunned, found himself taken aback by the gravity of his father's statement. Levadin's words were deliberate and cold, and he seemed almost disappointed. Looking down, Levadon sighed, muttering, "Tomorrow, or perhaps today, you'll meet Yolaf yourself." Pardon's heart skipped a beat. He knew that meeting Yolaf was a pivotal moment, one that could alter the course of everything. "You can contact Yolaf, right?" Levadon asked sharply, as if testing him. "Of course, I'll arrange something for tomorrow," Pardon replied, his voice betraying just a hint of nervousness. Levadon closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "Good. And in 3 days, you'll be heading to the Knightly Academy. Are you ready?" Pardon nodded without hesitation. "I'm ready. The butler is already making the arrangements." Levadon gestured with his hand, a calm command. "Is there anything else? Do you need anything before you leave?" Pardon's mind whirred with countless thoughts, but he pushed them aside, forcing a smile. "No, father. Your concern is enough." Levadon closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath. "Then go and rest. In just a few days, you've become a completely different person." Pardon stood to leave, his mind racing as he walked to the door. As he reached for the handle, he paused, clutching his chest. He was still reeling from the weight of his father's expectations. But just as he was about to exit, the door swung open. He turned to find the Cowloy, standing in the doorway. "Can we talk?" Cowloy asked, his expression serious. Pardon followed him into the wide corridor, his mind buzzing. What could he want to talk about now, he wondered. He could tell it was something important, maybe something he hadn't expected. Cowloy looked at him, his gaze penetrating. "How did you find out about Darren's connection with Damien?" Pardon's heart skipped. So that's what this is about, he thought. He'd known this conversation was coming. Someone had ratted him out to his father, and now Cowloy was fishing for answers. Turning his eyes away, Pardon replied coolly, "I figured it out myself." Cowloy blinked, clearly surprised. "What? You guessed." Pardon shrugged nonchalantly. If something significant happens around their level of power, it's always a big client. Merchants will do anything to secure deals. I simply threw a bait, and your sister took it. Cowloy's expression shifted into one of realization. So that's how it happened. Pardon gave him a small smile. "Is there anything else you want to ask, Cowloy?" Cowloy, taken aback by his nonchalance, closed his eyes and nodded. "That will be all." With that, Pardon turned and walked away, his thoughts still swirling. "Now, I need to contact Yolaf." He moved down the corridor, stealing a glance back at Cowloy. The Cowloy was still standing there, watching him, but Pardon couldn't help but wonder what he was truly thinking. The blonde paused. A small problem had arisen, one that needed to be dealt with quickly. As he walked down the corridor, his mind was set. There was something he needed to do, something for the academy, and something for his family. It was risky, but this was the path he had to follow. As he moved forward, he thought, you never know what might come next, so it's better to start making moves now. His system window popped up, displaying the affiliate market. The data on internal cultivation for the year caught his attention. Sacred Heart Seed, 400 coins. The Seed, 370 coins. Bamboo Mountain Insect, 355 coins. Quatin School, 350 coins. Insect, 345 coins. His eyes blazed with a fire of anger as he stared at the screen. What are they thinking, he muttered. These prices are outrageous. No wonder nobody likes the affiliate market. The system's red information box flickered. It revealed that the price for 1 year of internal cultivation was 300 coins, but it wasn't actively being sold right now. The blonde sighed, sitting on the bed, his thoughts turning over the numbers. 3,000 coins for a year of cultivation? That's the entire salary of a first-class knight. He found it hard to believe such a steep price. It made no sense. He thought back to the time when people used to master cultivation techniques by training on their own. Those days seemed far behind. The year of internal cultivation, as they called it, wasn't just about spending a year. It was about actual training, not just paying a price. The system screen flickered again, displaying a man in traditional robes. He seemed to represent the era when regular martial artists had to master cultivation through their own effort. How long has it been since the price was set this high? He wondered. A figure like Suk-hyun, the one who set the rules, probably never had to deal with such inflated costs. The blonde snapped back to reality. I need to find a better deal, he thought, tapping the screen to search for cheaper options. A few offers popped up. A huge anniversary discount, 299 coins. Internal snow mountain cultivation for 299 coins. A reliable internal cultivation for 298 coins. Fresh cultivation, less than a week old, for 295 coins. He stared at the offers, narrowing his eyes. Then, one caught his attention. A seller claiming her husband and children were starving and in need of funds. She offered internal cultivation for just 250 coins per year. This is the one, he thought, despite the cost. He selected the option, tapping the purchase button. The system confirmed the purchase, showing that he'd bought 10 years of internal cultivation for 2,070 coins. A small cashback of 310.50 coins followed. As he stared at the blue flame-illuminated bottle in his hand, he considered his options. It would probably be better to buy fermented cultivations or potions, but I don't have time for that now. Sighing, he placed a blue flask on the bed in front of him. Should I try absorbing it now? Closing his eyes, he let the energy from the flask wash over him. The blue light of the internal cultivation began to spread as he hovered, legs crossed, in a meditation pose. As the wind stirred around him and the curtains fluttered, blue smoke spiraled up from the narrow neck of the flask. Suddenly, the room was filled with radiant blue rays. The papers on the table fluttered and fell to the floor as a wave of energy enveloped him. When he finally opened his eyes, a red glow emanated from one of them, and he couldn't help but smile. I did it, he thought with satisfaction. 60 years of internal cultivation. His fist clenched. 63 years, to be exact. And that's nearly nothing in System 1. But for me, it's huge. A notification window popped up. His heart skipped a beat as the message read. New achievement unlocked. It seemed his 60 years of cultivation had earned him additional rewards. 5 extra years of cultivation as a gift. He read the message thoughtfully. Achievements required to move to the next level. Spiritual status increase. Martial arts sellers, or those who have shed their skin or mastered spatial martial arts, are martial artists. He considered the task. The spiritual status increase was the key, and one way to unlock it was by selling 30 martial arts and acquiring 15 martial arts in return. He exhaled, mulling over his options. In his previous life, he had barely scraped by, reaching System 2 purely by chance. But this time was different. He had a plan. This time, I'll target spiritual status specifically. He smiled. In just 2 weeks, he had surpassed his previous self. His finger hovered over the system menu. The next move will be crucial. Time to buy something else, he thought. He rested his chin in his hand, eyes scanning the screen, and muttered that they were definitely on the partner market. Expensive, sure, but these were only available here. His eyes widened suddenly. I found it, he said, his voice tightening with excitement. On the screen, there were 2 slugs, one light, one dark. They were the yin and yang bugs. The system window displayed information about the creatures. The yin and yang bugs, 2 parasites with incredible compatibility. Their souls, thoughts, emotions, even life and death were entwined. If used correctly, they could control a target. He read it over carefully, thinking it was best to understand everything before making a move. He didn't want to mess this up. He opened another window, one with the avatar of a man with a creepy smile. The blood demon Reverend's black magic room. He pressed the send request button, tapping his chin as he asked, "Are you online? I need to ask something." Moments later, a message popped up. Arun has joined the chat. The blood demon reverend immediately replied, asking what he wanted. The guy hesitated, then typed, I want to know more about the yin and yang bugs. What exactly are they? A man with long red hair replied, they're not a product, they're living organisms. The guy scratched his chin, confused. Wait, I thought they were listed under products, he asked, apologizing out loud. The man, lounging on a carved bench, responded, you don't get it, do you? Yin and yang symbolize loneliness. The guy blinked, trying to process. What do you mean by that? The red-haired man grinned sourly. These parasites cause some interesting effects in the human body. A very entertaining pair, he said, almost with a laugh. You ever wonder what's the worst thing you can hear from your enemy? He gave a twisted grin. The guy stared at the screen, disgusted. What kind of nonsense was this? You're sick, he thought, but said nothing. The blood demon reverend chuckled. No, you don't understand. Let me exp Laskin, he said, grinning madly. He paused for effect, his next words dripping with excitement. Imagine, the moment you hear those words, your heart freezes. You lose all faith and question the very meaning of life. The guy frowned. You're serious? He asked. The red-haired man confirmed, his voice dark. The yin and yang bugs will twist even the most honest person into something sad and greedy. Those who seek revenge, their parents will become like cattle. The guy sat back, his mind racing. The blood demon reverend's words echoed in his head. What was this guy saying? A message box popped up, filled with the man's mocking laughter. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The guy's eyes flickered. His eye of foresight skill activated. A new message from the system flashed before him. The blood demon reverend's profile appeared. Nick, blood demon reverend, a black magic expert from the third world of Murim. His rank? Level 2. Spiritual status? The fallen. The transaction amount? 54,000. A chill ran down the guy's spine. Something about this man didn't sit right. The system popped up a report. Apparently, this man had been obsessed with black magic since childhood, which had drastically warped his personality. The next window displayed a summary of his background. Founder of the Blood Demon sect, a man who sacrificed his own followers in the name of dark arts. He was considered the greatest enemy of the Murim world, a true embodiment of evil. In his mind, he pictured a red-haired man laughing greedily, crackling red lightning wrapped around his arm. What is this? Some twisted god of cruelty. A demon hiding behind a human face? As he read through the profile, it hit him. In his world, this man would be seen as a notorious black magician, or worse, someone serving the devil himself. The man glanced over with a sorry grin. Isn't it obvious? He asked. That wicked smile somehow made him trust the guy even more. You're right, he replied out loud. The man's grin faded as he warned, wouldn't recommend using bugs on your loved ones. That caught him off guard. Why not? They take hold too deep. Side effects are inevitable, the man said with a sigh. Every time, someone ends up begging us to remove them, especially guys trying to win over some girl. You wouldn't believe how tired we are of those complainants. Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh. So, they're permanent? Pretty much. Use them wisely, the man replied. Perfect. Even better than I imagined, he thought, his mind already racing with ideas. He glanced away, thinking if that's the case, let's see who ends up with these bugs. Not far off, a silver-haired young man stood holding a ball. When called by name, Javis turned around, surprised to see him approaching with a glass in hand and a smile. The knight gave a polite bow. Good afternoon. Just finished training? He asked. Yeah, just wrapped up. Captain Half really pushed us today. Everyone's exhausted. A quick glance confirmed it. Several knights slumped on the steps, barely moving. But you, he said, grinning, don't even look winded. No wonder you're the ace of the knights. Javis smiled. You're too kind. Handing over the glass, he said, here, you must be thirsty after all that. Javis blinked in surprise as he accepted it. Thank you, but why? They'd barely spoken before, yet here was the Lord's son himself, offering him a drink. With a polite nod, Javis thought, no point causing trouble with him. Peering into the glass, Javis frowned. The liquid inside was dark gray and unsettling. What even is this? Should I drink it? Looking up, he met his gaze, bright, wide-eyed, smiling like he just handed over treasure. Why does it feel so suffocating? Javis thought. I can't exactly say no, can I? Suppressing his doubts, he downed the drink in one gulp. Instantly, his face twisted. That was disgusting. So, he asked eagerly, how was it? Made that just for you. With a strained smile, Javis forced out, really great. Feel healthier already. Fantastic, he beamed, reaching for the glass. Mind if I take that back? Of course. Thank you, Javis said, handing it over. Watching the empty glass, he thought, perfect. Javis gave him a courteous bow. Appreciate the thought. Still smiling, he asked, really? You're sure? Caught off guard, Javis glanced away. Sure. Then, could I ask you for a favor? He asked casually. Kindness for kindness, right? Javis blinked. A favor? With an awkward laugh, he added, I'm listening. But in his mind, he thought, seriously? He could have just asked, didn't need to poison me first. Scratching his head, the blonde mumbled, maybe not the best place to discuss it. Jarvis sighed. Above the castle, the sky stretched clear and blue, clouds drifting lazily by. Later, deep in the forest, Jarvis looked at him, puzzled. Wait, you want me to create an aura? They stood among the trees, the air quiet around them. If you follow the steps, you can do it, right? He asked. With a small smile, he clasped his hands. I'd really like to see your aura. Jarvis exhaled slowly. So that's why he gave me that drink. What a strange kid. He usually wasn't one to show off his aura, but he did owe him. Drawing his sword, Jarvis warned, better step back. He planted the blade into the ground, closed his eyes, and lowered his head. A beat of silence. Then his eyes snapped open. The air around him shifted, turning a smoky gray as his sword lit up in blue, swirling with radiant energy. Arun shielded himself with one hand as the wind picked up around them. Beside him, the young man stood with his sword drawn, and Arun couldn't help but think. This was exactly what he expected from the Ace of the Knights. He studied him carefully. Sure, the color, density, and quality of the aura couldn't hold a candle to his brother's, but still, it was nothing to scoff at. Not that he felt threatened. Everything was going just the way he wanted. A sorry smile crept across his face. Perfect. Eyes sparkling, grin wide, Arun said, exactly what I was hoping to see. Jarvis, looking a bit embarrassed, sheathed his sword. You're too kind. Compared to the Count, or even the Captain, I'm nothing special. He paused, his mind drifting back to the moment he first awakened his aura. Still standing among the trees, Jarvis glanced over. There are plenty of aura users out there. Why me? Arun smiled. Simple. You're the youngest. Raising a finger, he asked, how old were you when you awakened your aura? Must have taken, 5 years? Even if you were faster than most, maybe under 10 years. Jarvis blinked in surprise. Placing a hand over his chest, Arun closed his eyes. That feeling of breaking through a wall, pushing past your limits, there aren't many who understand that. Jarvis chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess, but do we really have to come all the way out here for this? You don't have to hide your obsession with auras, you know. Arun didn't answer right away. He seemed caught off guard. Jarvis smiled to himself. Maybe it's just a kid thing. They see things differently. Before he could finish the thought, Arun clapped his hands loudly. Jarvis flinched. Arun grinned. Finally got it, didn't you? He leaned in, his gaze sharp and calculating. Finally caught you, huh? Jarvis stared back, completely lost. Wait, what? What is going on? Is this even the same guy? Something shifted. That calm, harmless energy Arun had before, gone. Facing him directly, Arun said, overcoming walls? Surpassing yourself? Please, what do you think will happen if everyone finds out about you? Jarvis blinked. What are you talking about? With a wicked grin, Arun answered, your little secret. Your personality. Jarvis glanced away. My personality? Arun's smile widened. So, how's the weather down south? The words hit like a slap. Jarvis froze. Wait, what? Are you saying I'm an Imperial spy? He laughed nervously. No, you've got the wrong idea. Spy? That's a bit much, don't you think? Arun tilted his head, amused. Why do people always react like this when the pressure's on? Staring him down, he added, relax. I didn't call you a spy. I called you Jarvis Durical. Jarvis's face drained of color. No, the mission, it's over. Frozen in place, mind spinning, Jarvis felt the weight of the trap close in. With that same unsettling smile, Arun said, see, I told you to be ashamed if word got out. Brought you out here for a reason, after all, and yet you still thought you were just dealing with some clueless kid? Jarvis clenched his jaw. This was all planned? From the start? Jarvis turned away, his voice steady. That's enough, he said. Even I have the pride of a knight. If you actually had proof, we wouldn't be standing here like this. The blonde watched him without a word, calm and unreadable. Jarvis continued. If I'd really been a spy, the Count or the Captain would have handled it by now. With a faint smile, Arun asked, so you're admitting it? No, Jarvis shot back. What I'm saying is, you're lucky I'm not. If I were, you wouldn't be walking out of this forest. Arun's gaze sharpened. Is that a threat? Jarvis shook his head. Not at all. Just saying, you got careless. Laughing it off, Arun waved a hand. Maybe. After all, only I know who you really are. His eyes lingered on Jarvis. The space between them filled with an unsettling silence. So, Arun said quietly, there's nothing stopping me from killing you right here, is there? Jarvis studied him, unable to tell if he was bluffing or just insane. Either way, it didn't matter. Turning away, Jarvis figured there was no need to drag this out. He already knew his name. That was more than enough. But before he could take a step, Arun struck. Jarvis froze. His sword came up fast, but the moment passed even faster. He blinked, stunned. Where did he go? Eyes darting around, sword ready, Jarvis tried to make sense of it. He was sure. He knew. His blade had connected. Then he felt it. Movement. Jarvis spun, just barely blocking a sudden, razor-sharp strike. Arun grinned, his expression twisted and sharp. Jarvis grit his teeth, the force of the blow sending him flying back. He landed hard, looking up, shaken. Is this Sora? His eyes locked on Arun, who now stood confidently, sword in hand, glowing with blue light that pulsed and flickered. Jarvis's heart sank. His own sword, cracked and useless. With a mocking smile, Arun taunted, Really? You got caught from behind? How exactly did you become a spy? Jarvis dropped to one knee, scowling to himself. Unbelievable. He'd never paid much attention to the youngest son of the Steel Guard. Even after the rumors about him hiding his talent, Jarvis hadn't cared. The island was packed with geniuses. One more didn't mean anything. But this was different. 16 years old, and that aura? He pictured Arun standing proud beneath the family crest, and a thought sent a chill down his spine. So the blood of Lazakin and Levadon really did awaken in him. With a scowl, Jarvis tossed his broken sword aside. This is bad. Real bad. Now wasn't the time to recover. Now was the time to survive. Clenching his fists, Jarvis forced himself to his feet. My life's on the line now. Arun watched him closely. Enough swords, he said calmly. Let's settle this with fists. With a smirk, he tossed his sword to the side. Jarvis blinked in disbelief. Is he serious? Arun held out a hand and grinned. Come on, this is getting fun. Grinding his teeth, Jarvis glanced down at his fists. No sword, just aura. How'd it come to this? Shouting, he charged forward, fists clenched tight, lightning sparking across his knuckles. Arun stood firm, exhaled slowly, then shifted into a fighting stance, his expression cool and focused. Jarvis raised his fist, bolts of electricity crackling to life. And just like that, the real fight began. Jarvis charged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist swung with force, lightning crackling, but Arun didn't flinch. With sharp focus, Arun activated his World Breaker ability. A blinding blue light exploded across the hills, cutting through the dust and shaking the ground. When the air finally cleared, a figure stood in the middle of the destruction. Arun, perfectly balanced in his stance, a deep crater carved beneath him from the sheer impact of his blow. Letting out a slow breath, Arun thought to himself, better than I expected. Off to the side, Jarvis coughed up blood, half buried in the dirt. He growled under his breath. What the hell? How'd he hide this much power? As Arun approached, Jarvis glared up at him, mind racing. You really gave yourself internal injuries, Arun said calmly. How's your mana core holding up? Jarvis tried to push himself upright, only to cough again. Don't force it, Arun added. This time, you're not getting out of this. Jarvis clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. But one look at the figure standing over him made it clear this wasn't a fight he could win. The gap between them was obvious. Gripping his arm, Jarvis thought bitterly, this is it, it's over. Still, he managed to ask, who tipped you off? Inspector? Security agency? Which little puppy spilled it? To his surprise, Arun laughed softly. You don't seem to understand how this works. Standing over him, he continued. This island's famous for one thing, being the land of Levadon, the one who stopped the Empire. It's not some research facility. It's not a military post. So why is the information department so interested? Must have plenty of free time. He narrowed his gaze. So tell me, what exactly were you hoping to accomplish here by slipping a spy in his steel guard? Jarvis stayed quiet, a faint smirk on his lips. Arun shook his head. Look at you. They couldn't have picked someone better? If you're going to send someone into enemy territory, shouldn't you at least pick someone worth the trouble? His eyes scanned Jarvis carefully. A spy and a knight, and with aura too. This isn't some rookie. This is an A-class, maybe even S-class. If someone like him had been sent, that meant only one thing. The Empire was taking Steel Guard serious sorry. Sitting there in silence makes you look even more suspicious, you know, Arun said. But Jarvis just met his gaze and said nothing. You do realize, Arun continued, you're just a pawn to them. Replaceable. Do you really think the Emperor is going to care what happens to you out here? Jarvis scoffed. Doesn't matter. Even if he doesn't, so what? Arun tilted his head. That attitude's only going to make things worse for you. But Jarvis straightened up, expression hard. Do whatever you want. Rip off my nails. Break my arms. Makes no difference. Rolling his eyes, Arun waved a hand. Come on, what do you take me for? A savage? Torturing a trained spy is pointless. He glanced down at the small bottle in his hand, turning it between his fingers. So, what do we do with you now? He mused aloud. Inside the jar, a small black beetle crawled slowly along the bottom. Jarvis stared at it, stunned. Wait, is that a larva? The blonde let out a weary sigh. Careful saying that. Some people might snap if they hear these are yin and yang bugs, he warned. Unfazed, the man continued. That's right. What you got in you now, Azine? The one you swallowed? Yo. Jarvis froze, eyes wide. Wait, who did I just eat? He stammered, the memory flashing back to him, staring into his drink earlier, thinking it looked harmless. You really don't remember? The man asked with a smirk. You said it seemed safe enough. Suddenly, Jarvis doubled over, vomiting hard. Relax, the blonde said, waving him off. It's too late anyway. He tapped his temple. That thing's probably already crawled into your brain. Wiping his mouth, Jarvis spun around. What the hell does that mean? The man casually gestured toward the two bugs. Een and Young Bug share everything. Feelings, pain, all of it. Young's already freaking out over Een. Eyes closed, he pointed toward Jarvis. If Een dies, Young goes wild. It'll tear through your brain until you're both dead. Jarvis dropped to one knee, staring in disbelief. You really expect me to buy this crap? I've never even heard of bugs like that. The man pulled out a long, slender needle. Words won't cut it. Better to experience it yourself. He flicked the needle toward a jar. Jarvis blinked. A needle. The needle slid through the cork and tapped a pale beetle inside. Instantly, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through the back of Jarvis's head. He screamed like lightning had ripped through his skull. The man watched calmly. Oh, that's just a young beetle. Yin's worse. And you? You be the worst of all. Jarvis collapsed on a bench, trembling. It'd be a real mess if the host died on us, the man said lazily. So let me teach you a few survival tips. Jarvis clenched his jaw, his body racked with agony. The man continued, recalling his instructions. First, give him a little poke. To you, it'll feel like getting stabbed by 1,000 spears. A red-haired man appeared, grinning darkly. Step 2, he added. Toss him into cold water. Your whole body locks up like you're buried in snow. Can't even breathe. Worse than freezing naked on a mountain. Jarvis lay on the ground, shivering as if snow piled over him. And step 3. The redhead pointed toward fire. Get him nice and close to the flames. Feels like you're roasting alive. Flesh melting off. All in your head, but trust me, it's real enough. He held up 3 fingers, grinning wickedly. There are more steps, but those? Pure nightmare fuel. These 3 will do the job. Arun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. And honestly, I believe him. He seemed pretty damn sure of himself. Jarvis, shaking but determined, dropped to his knees. I'm Agent Durrell of the Empire's Intelligence Division, he shouted. Arun stepped closer, calm as ever. Then tell me, why is the Empire so interested in Steelguard? What's your mission? Jarvis glanced up. The Empire's worried about the second Layskin. Only the Peiwei Emperor stands above him. He introduced 3 knights, swords raised high against the shadowy backdrop of the crowned emperor. With mythic ranks lost to history, legendary rank was believed to be the peak of mastery. A knight wielding an enormous sword faced down a wave of charging horsemen. But it was the man who shattered that belief. The knight who stopped the Empire from conquering an entire continent. Navarro Guard, Heart of Steel, Levadon. He stood tall, arms crossed. And then there was his son, a heroic rank knight. Arun interrupted, shaking his head. Yeah, I've heard all this before. Heroic rank? Sure, that's impressive. But the Empire's not losing sleep over it. Jarvis gave him a look. True, the Empire's got a few heroic ranks. Even a legendary one. But that's not what matters. He gestured casually. Think about it. A heroic ranked son of a mythical ranked father? You think that's a coincidence? Arun watched him closely as Jarvis continued. Of course not. People have been thinking the same thing. The answer must be Steelguard blood. He pointed out Lazakin, then Levadon, and finally, Arun. The blonde stood by quietly. So, this is what the Emperor predicted? Jarvis lowered his head. Silent. That silence spoke volumes. So then, Arun asked, what's the spy's take on all this? Jarvis thought for a moment. Among his grandkids, Kieran's the standout. Reaching second rank at his age? That's no small feat. Looking toward the youth, he added, if he ever reaches his grandfather's level, or even his father's. The blonde cut him off. Impossible. Jarvis nodded. Yeah, honestly, I'd be happy if he makes it to awakened rank. Power's in the blood, sure, but it thins with every generation. The spy chimed in, his voice suddenly eager. That's what I thought too, until today. Pan glanced down at him sharply. The spy leaned forward, gripping the ground. Just think about it. He inherited more from Lazakin than anyone. Kept it hidden well. Arun frowned. That wasn't just wrong, it was completely backwards. Strength didn't weaken through generations. In his mind, he pictured himself standing over a red book, digital notifications floating around him. His aura? That came from the dimensional transaction book. It had nothing to do with bloodlines or this investigation. What mattered now was that the Empire's eyes were still locked on them. And if his father could disappear, he looked toward the looming white castle near the mountains. That was the fall of Steelguard. The family crest, cracked and broken. It all began with his father's disappearance. A shadow in the night. The hero vanished. leaving behind the greatest mystery in Navarro's history. In his past life, he never found the truth. And now, it wasn't just surveillance. The Empire's real goal was to stop a second Laziken from rising. Arun frowned. He hadn't seen that coming. Maybe this really was a whole new story beginning. A sudden scream echoed. Levadon clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight. Seated among towering pillars, deep in meditation, the pain struck again. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Blood. When had this started? The headaches hit whenever he trained. He studied the blood stain on his glove. This wasn't normal. Rest didn't help. The pain never faded. Was there an enemy lurking inside him? Or worse, a demon of the mind? A voice called out to him. Levadon opened his eyes. Enter, he commanded. A long-haired man stepped in, bowing. Forgive the interruption, my lord, but you need to hear this. Levadon rose to his feet. What's happened? The man hesitated. Your youngest son. He brought someone back. Levadon's brow furrowed. Is that a problem? Calloy's face was pale. It's because of who he brought with him. Levadon stared. An imperial spy. The White Palace loomed among the clouds. On the grand steps, the lord and his warden stood side by side. Below them knelt Arun, draped in a white cloak. Beside him lay another man, motionless on the ground. Family members gathered, whispering in shock. Javis lay there, covered in blood. Levadon looked down and declared, he's dead. His son bowed low. I tried to save him, but it was too late. Levadon shook his head. No need to apologize. Go get treated. The young man nodded. I'm fine. Then Levadon's gaze sharpened. Explain this. Turning toward the hooded man, sitting quietly nearby, the son spoke. This is Yulaf, the Mona Stone merchant. Still seated, the hooded figure kept his eyes closed. Levadon's expression darkened. So, the wardens heard of him. Without rising from his knee, Arun looked up at his father. I flew to Leyte, met with Yulaf, told him everything. And then, he added, we came back together. Something fell off. One of the men whispered, strange. Why follow the merchant all the way out here for this? The young man shrugged. I used it as a chance to lure the spy somewhere quiet, then asked who he really was. He glanced over at Javis' lifeless body. After that, I drew my sword. Towering over him, the man asked, and how did you know he was a spy? Without a word, the guy handed over a folded sheet of paper. The blonde signaled to the butler, who quickly brought the envelope to Levadon. Levadon studied it in silence, humming thoughtfully as everyone around held their breath, watching closely. Finally, after a long pause, he looked up. This is my son said. I believe this knight was a spy. Kieran gasped. Wait, is that true? What's written on it? He stared at his father in shock. You didn't know? Levadon kept his gaze steady. It's some kind of code. The Imperial Information Department uses this often. I've seen it a few times. Still in disbelief, Kieran reached out. But what if it's just a copy? Levadon shot him a sharp look, and Kieran immediately went quiet. Levadon turned his attention back to the elder nearby. Doesn't seem like you want this getting back to the Empire. Kieran quickly shook his head. Of course not. The Empire's a threat that needs to be handled. Levadon's eyes narrowed. Is that truly why? Absolutely, Kieran insisted. Levadon's thoughts drifted to his eldest son as the palace grew quiet. Everyone waited, listening. In moments like this, there are always people who cling to hope, thinking things will work out, just because they always have. But leaders can't think like that. Waiting for rain just because it didn't fall today. Levadon said, that's fine if you're a pawn, but a leader prepares for drought. He fixed his gaze on Kieran. Understand? Kieran let out a breath and lowered his head. Yes, I understand. From the stairs, one of the men nodded at Arun. Well done. Arun shrugged. Caught it by accident, really. Kieran heard the doctor being called and clenched his teeth, anger simmering. Furrowing his brow, Kieran glared at Arun, silently cursing him. Nearby, someone shot him a side glance. A bit much, don't you think? Later, Arun sat on a bed, leaning back against the pillows, his face pale with shock. I knew they'd keep me here, he muttered, but still didn't expect this. He forced a small, bitter smile as the man in the white cloak commented. All this for a scratch? You're getting the full treatment. Feeling better? He asked. But Arun's expression darkened, remembering the servant who'd brought him a tray of colorful potions, announcing, your father ordered full tests after every meal. They really were being thorough. Arun couldn't help but think, for someone with aura who healed far faster than a regular person, this was definitely overkill. With a slightly smug glance, Arun looked over at the man. So, how much longer is this going to drag on? What a pathetic sight. Yulaf shot him a glance. Is it really that bad? Arun gestured lazily. Go check the mirror yourself. The man in the white cape touched his own cheek, tugging at the skin. I was the one who said not to take it off. As he removed the mask, Javis ran a hand through his silver hair. Happy now, he muttered. Arun pressed his hands against the blanket. Forget that. Tell me what my father said. Anything happen? The knight glanced toward Levadon. The lord only asked a few ordinary questions. Honestly, it felt like he didn't care much about Yolaf at all. Staring at the leather mask in his hands, the knight admired the craftsmanship. Can't believe even the lord fell for this. He ran his finger over the edges, and the wig figured it out from the scar. When Arun asked him to take care of the mask, the knight frowned. Why? Can't you just make another? Arun smirked, eyes glinting. You think the same face of an entire nation is that easy to recreate? Javis blinked, fear creeping into his expression. What are you saying? Staring at the mask, his hands trembled. The mask slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. His face darkened. Wait, this is... Arun shot him a sharp look. Be careful with that. It's my lifeline. Cold sweat formed on the knight's forehead as he cast a narrow, uneasy glance at Arun. Just who is this guy? Where did he get these kind of skills? But for now, that didn't matter. Javis turned back toward Arun. Mind if I ask you something? Arun stayed calm. Go ahead. Leaning forward, hands resting on his knees, the knight asked, Why keep hiding your abilities? Arun casually waved his hand. What's the point of showing off? I'm just a 5th grader, and people already act like I'm a problem. He met Javis' gaze. Even the sharpest chisel can only carve so much before the stone cracks. If I go all out, my class won't just break, it'll shatter. He looked straight at the man on the bed. I'm Lazikin's descendant, the Real Steel Guard. I don't think anyone would argue if I revealed everything. A silence filled the room as Arun and Javis locked eyes. Arun narrowed his gaze and muttered under his breath, Stop acting like a fool. Javis froze, totally thrown off. Still glaring, Arun asked, Or did you want me turning into some walking billboard, screaming for the Empire's attention? Waving his hand dismissively, Javis stammered, And no, that's not what I meant. Arun scoffed, squeezing the jar with the larvae between his fingers. Still don't get it? You're already in my hands. A pale slug slid slowly along the bottom of the jar. Sweat trickled down Javis' face as he stared. Arun pointed at the jar with a grin. Want to take it from me? Javis' face turned ashen. He scowled. You really think I'd fall for your tricks twice? That's not it, he muttered. I shouldn't have even asked. Reluctantly, he held out a document with both hands. When Arun asked if he'd written the report, Javis nodded. Exactly as you instructed. Arun unfolded the paper and began reading. The special agent report detailed Steel Guard's current state. Levadon and the clan showed no major changes, with Levadon suspected of hiding his rank. Kieran was listed as a regular Class 2 fighter with the potential for Class 1. There was also mention of a young man with dark gray hair, Jason Steelguard, in his 34th year, now studying his body. And as for Arun, the report flatly declared he showed no signs of progress. A complete non-entity. Arun sat on the bed, holding the paper in his hands, pausing on the next line. The communications manager, Gilbert, had died from unknown causes. Security levels were now heightened. Javis noticed Arun's reaction. That's not bad, right? Arun glanced away, his expression faintly disappointed. He smacked his palm lightly. Non-entity? Bit harsh. He allowed a slow breath. This report's insanely biased. It's actually kind of insulting. Hearing that, Javis immediately panicked, waving his hands. No, I swear I don't think that about you at all. I only wrote it that way because you told me to make you seem as worthless as possible. Arun let out a heavy sigh, frowning. Why are you apologizing? Makes you look suspicious, he said flatly. Javis bit his lip, clearly frustrated. Was he trying too hard to play innocent? With a wave of his hand, Arun dismissed it calmly. Hide the lie inside the truth. If you're too obvious, you'll pay for it. He shut his eyes and crossed his arms, while Javis quickly added, I'll fix the report. I'll put you at around 6th or 7th grade. Arun opened his eyes and shot him a look. And how exactly are you contacting them without a communications manager? Javis met his gaze. I know someone over at Acadio. Arun rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. Looks like we're going on a trip soon. Then, closing his eyes, he added, Go on. Just try not to get caught. The spy nodded and rose from his chair. Arun watched him leave, following his steps with a sideways glance until the sound of footsteps faded. Arms still crossed. He turned his gaze away, wondering if Javis would make a decent double agent. The Empire's moves needed watching. Someone had to figure out what they were planning. But then, the image of that silver-haired man flashed in his mind. If Javis dared to work with the Empire again, well, there was always the bug. Killing him wouldn't be hard. A sudden noise from behind the door caught his attention. Levadon stepped in, hair tousled, and looked toward him. How are you feeling? Arun blinked wide-eyed. Father? What are you doing here? Swinging his feet to the floor, he started to rise, but Levadon gestured for him to stay put. Don't get up. I'm fine, Arun said with a grin. Levadon glanced down, his expression faintly troubled. You really okay? Waving it off, Arun kept smiling. Thanks to you. They've given me potions and everything. I feel a lot better. still smiling. He rested his hands in front of him. Levedon nodded. Good. I was starting to think I might need to delay the trip. No need, Arun assured him. You got a long journey ahead. I'm really fine. Levedon closed his eyes, quietly agreeing. Arun looked up, puzzled by the rare visit. For a moment, neither of them said a word. Arun watched his father closely, lips slightly parted. Had Levedon ever come to check on him like this in his past life? Looking at the faint wrinkles beneath his father's eyes, he realized it had never happened. They'd never had moments like this. Pressing his lips together, his expression dimmed. He still wasn't used to it. Then, with no warning, Levedon crossed his arms and sat down beside him on the bed. Arun flinched, startled. What was happening? He hadn't even done anything wrong, but it felt like he was about to get scolded. Arun cast a nervous glance at his father's calm face, unsure how to react. What was he supposed to do in a moment like this? Breaking the silence, Levedon finally spoke, his voice low as he stared at the floor. We found where the spy was hiding. Arun blinked, surprised they had moved that fast. Levedon nodded slightly. We searched through the night. Took longer than expected. Turned out he was posing as a Lehite merchant. He sighed. We'll need to tighten security. Arun glanced at his father, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. Compared to the man he remembered from his past life, this Levedon felt like a completely different person. Back then, he never seemed to notice the Empire's gaze. Now, he was fully aware. Still seated beside him, Levedon added, It's thanks to you. Arun tilted his head, confused. That's not true. Levedon looked down. Even so, you need to be careful. Just because you did something great doesn't mean I'm willing to lose my son over some spy. Arun's mind flashed with images of his father from both his past and present life. Once he had been cold, distant, and strict. But now, was this really the same man? As the thought sank in, his heart skipped. Faces of his siblings crossed his mind. He remembered the collapse of Steelguard. Everyone who was there, except his father. Hands resting on his knees, Arun quietly pieced it together. The disappearance of a hero, just 2 years from now. At the time, he'd been at the academy. The only memories he had of his father came from his childhood. Watching Levedon's serious expression, Arun realized maybe, just maybe, he'd misunderstood him all along. Levedon, arms crossed, looked straight ahead. Judging by how you've been acting, I thought everything would be fine at the capital. But still, stay alert. Arun glanced at him sadly. If anything, his father was the one who needed to be careful. Levedon turned slightly and caught his son's gaze. Startled, Arun quickly looked away and shook his head. What is it? Levedon asked. Did you hurt yourself? Arun laughed it off. No, just listening carefully. He flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up. I got the message. Levedon exhaled, closing his eyes. Silence filled the room again. Arun leaned forward, gripping his knees. For a moment, he nearly let his emotions slip and blurt out everything. About the future, the fall of Steelguard, his father's disappearance. But what good would that do? His father would just think he'd lost his mind. No, if anyone was going to change things, he'd do it with his own hands. The door creaked open, light spilling into the room. Levedon stood by the entrance. You got an hour to look around. Arun stood, smiling. Thanks. Levedon smirked. You really like that vault so much? If you want something, just ask, he added. As Arun stepped inside, he glanced back, noticing the faint disappointment on his father's face. Why did he look like that? Then it hit him. Of course. If the Navaronites were offered the same chance, they'd all ask for one thing. To be the apprentice of a heroic ranked knight. Arun glanced at Levedon, who stood quietly with his eyes closed. He must have been expecting that request. But instead, Arun grinned and waved. I don't need gold. Just want to have a look around. Scratching his cheek, he glanced off to the side, thinking how strange it felt. He already knew everything here from his past life. Almost made him feel like every word he spoke was a lie. Levedon chuckled softly as he stepped away. That's good. Arun watched him go and, in his mind, apologized. At the door, Levedon turned. I'll wait outside. Take your time. Arun nodded. I'll be quick. With that, he turned toward the vault, his eyes sweeping over the endless shelves stretching across the vast room. As he walked through the narrow corridors, Arun thought to himself how long it had been since he'd set foot in this place. Passing by stacks of coins and crates of emergency supplies, he recalled that the outer storage mostly held things meant for sudden needs. Nothing too special. But deeper inside, in an internal vault, that's where the rare treasures were kept. Glancing to his left, he frowned. Just because something was rare didn't mean it was valuable. Letting out a sigh, he muttered, they could have at least given me something better than this. His eyes landed on a silver shield, trimmed in red and gold, with 2 blue stones embedded at its center. The commander's shield, a magical relic said to boost the morale of an entire army. A gift from the king himself. Arun rested his hand on his belt, staring at the shield sitting on the table. Why would a magic-ranked knight need something like this? Even those at legendary or heroic rank wouldn't find much use for it. Pursing his lips, he figured the king must have had his reasons for such a gift. And judging by the shield's presence here, those reasons probably weren't good. They were meant to protect the king's interests, not his sword, but his shield. Arun imagined a shadowy figure standing silently near the relic. When the king's true motives came to light, his grandfather had hidden the shield away here. Another image flashed in his mind, a man standing atop a hill, sword raised high, victorious. His grandfather, a mythical ranked knight who could have taken control of the entire Navarro kingdom if he wanted to. But instead, he stayed neutral. Hands in his pockets, Arun gazed at the glittering shield. For all the titles and honors his grandfather had earned, these so-called awards didn't even come close to reflecting what he achieved. With a sharp turn, Arun muttered, "And we can't even sell this thing. Not when it's a royal gift." But despite that, real treasures were hidden here. On one wall hung a black shield marked with a bird emblem. Below it, a kimono rested on display, and on the table in front of it lay his sword. Arun's gaze sharpened. Grandfather's gear. He studied the sword, its narrow blade paired with a red and yellow engraved hilt. The dark sky, his grandfather's most trusted companion. Suddenly, Arun's eyes widened. His left eye glowed red as he thought about his inventory. Scanning the stone walls and piles of boxes around him, a system notification popped up showing his level 1 inventory was already 763 out of 1,000 full. Scratching his chin, Arun frowned. Feels wrong putting a sword like this into some basic inventory. Still, he reached for the upgrade option. Guess it's time to level this up anyway. The system prompted him. Upgrade for 200 coins? Smirking, Arun crossed his arms. Pocket change after the last trade. He confirmed the upgrade. The vault leveled up, and the next prompt appeared. 500 coins. No problem, he agreed. But then came the next price, 1,200 coins. Arun jolted. What? That's ridiculous. Resting his chin on his hand, he shut his eyes. Even if I have that much, no reason to burn through it. Level 3 is fine for now. The ground level room of his inventory improved, now featuring a table, a chair, and a large wooden door. A notification chimed. Capacity increased to 4,000 units. Interior upgraded. Old wooden door and cool stone floor added. Arun opened his eyes and stared blankly at the musty, underwhelming space. For the money I just spent, this is garbage, he muttered. I'm gonna need thousands of coins if I want this place to look decent. Stepping forward, he picked up his grandfather's sword. Let's see something. As soon as he placed the sword into his inventory, a red notification appeared, detailing the Dark Sky sword. A heavy blade forged from eternal dark steel, crafted by a master blacksmith over 100 days. Unbreakable, even by enhanced aura. Within the steel lies the will and spirit of its creator. Arun's eye glowed, red again, as a grin spread across his face. Just as I thought, he gripped the hilt tightly, running his fingers along the blade. This is on a whole different level from the system's weapons. With a quiet chuckle, he added, Guess grandfather was a martial arts master in more ways than one. Looking at the blade, Arun smirked. So this was with grandfather since childhood. Guess that means our ancestor was involved in spatial trade from start. With a quiet chuckle, he placed the sword back on its stand, satisfied that his curiosity was finally put to rest. Closing his eyes, Arun smiled to himself, until his expression darkened and his eyes shot open. Wait, I don't have time for this, he blurted out, realizing how distracted he'd gotten. Moving quickly down the rows of towering shelves, he reminded himself why he was here in the first place. He needed to find the book of measurement transactions. It had to be here. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Countless hands reaching for the glowing red book. There could only be one spatial trader from Earth 1342. If that book ever landed in the wrong hands, especially those close to him, history could repeat itself. If the book truly existed, a faint red glow flickered around his silhouette as he clenched his jaw. He needed to find it first. Scanning the shelves, Arun rubbed his chin. Is it really here somewhere? Hands on his hips, he narrowed his eyes. The book wasn't anywhere in sight. He moved forward slowly, peering through each row. Maybe it's hidden somewhere unusual. Dropping into a squat, he checked the lower cabinets, searching every corner. If I remember right, in my past life. Sliding down to the floor, he looked under one of the shelves. Still nothing, he muttered. But then his eyes widened. What's that? Gritting his teeth, he stretched his arm under the cabinet, straining to reach whatever was tucked deep inside. Just a little more. With a heavy exhale, he finally sat back, holding his find in his hands. It wasn't a book. Arun froze, staring at the black egg resting in his palms, glinting faintly under the light with white reflections. An ostrich egg? No, it felt more like metal. Resting his chin on his hand, elbow on his knee, he frowned. Definitely not what I'm looking for. Lowering the egg back down, he shoved it under the shelf. Better to leave it where I found it. Brushing off his clothes, he stood. Either way, this only confirmed it. The book of transactions wasn't in the internal storage. With a smug grin, he thought to himself, of course. Only I have it. Hands resting on his belt, he shifted his focus. Now, the real question was how he'd ended up back in the past, and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system to begin with. Looking ahead, his gaze darkened. Since his return, only one explanation had come to mind. A single image appeared, a deep blue, violet-carved bookmark with a delicate tassel dangling from the end. The bookmark of wish. Arun remembered sitting in that chair, his shirt drenched in blood, wondering what it was he wished for before he died. The image of his wounded, slumped figure flashed through his mind. The pain had been unbearable, the memory hazy. But if he had to guess, he was sure he wished for another chance. Maybe he'd even wished to monopolize spatial trade. Resting his chin on his hand, Arun thought about the bookmark. It only granted one wish. But if that were the case, why did the pieces of his memory not add up? He pressed his lips together, closing his eyes to think it over. After a while, he sighed and tapped the back of his ear. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to figure it out now. It was clear the book wasn't here. With a faint smile, he rubbed the back of his neck. Would have been a disaster if I just left it sitting around without realizing. Shrugging off the thought, he figured he'd grab something else before leaving. As he strolled through the vault, scanning the shelves, he kept thinking over what was worth taking. No reason to limit himself. Stopping in front of his grandfather's sword, Dark Sky, he crossed his arms and tilted his head. Should I really take this? A few seconds passed before he shook his head, waving his hands. Nah, that's overkill. Looking around, he pictured the different artifacts stored here. Stuff that used to seem incredible now just felt unnecessary. Turning to a row of books, he wondered if grabbing his grandfather's notes might be a smarter move. But before he could decide, a soft clink caught his attention. The black egg rolled out from under the cabinet, bumping gently into the tip of his shoe. Arun's eyes widened. Didn't I put this back? Puzzled, he picked it up again, inspecting the smooth surface. Pretty sure it doesn't have legs. Then the thought hit him. Maybe it did. This was his grandfather's vault. The greatest spatial merchant in history. Weird things were bound to happen here. Staring at the egg in his hands, Arun wondered if it was something from another dimension. At that moment, his left eye flashed red. Without hesitation, he placed the egg into his inventory to check its details. But the system came back blank. No data. Arun frowned, glancing around the vault. Siri, you sorry? You couldn't show me anything. Staring at the red icon, he wondered if the lack of info meant the egg came from a higher dimension, beyond his current level. Lifting it to eye level, he studied it closely. Definitely not from the second or third system. Guess now I'm stuck figuring out what this thing even is. As lightning flashed across his left eye, his eye of providence activated. The red glow reflected in his wide eyes. And in that moment, he finally understood what the egg really was. Later, as Arun passed a group of servants, he heard the whispers. He remembered that day, just like in his past life, when he left for the academy. One of the men quietly muttered, "Guess we're finally free now." The others snickered. Two women exchanged sharp glances. People like him never change. One scoffed. Steel Guard would be better off without him. The other added. Back then, he remembered how they all stared at him like it was a celebration, like his leaving was a gift. And yet now, those same halls were lined with servants watching him go, with worried faces. "Please, take care of yourself," someone said softly. Arun glanced over the crowd of people, stunned. So different from last time. Smiling wide, he waved back. Thanks for the concern. Thinking back to how things used to be, he couldn't help but reflect on how, just weeks ago, they all hated him. Now he was Steel Guard's hope. A soft smile lingered on his lips. For once, he felt proud. As he looked to the side, his sister Karen approached. "You excited to leave?" she asked gently. Arun let out a quiet laugh. "I'll be back for the holidays." While the others loaded the cart, the two of them stood off to the side. "Promise you'll write when you get there," Karen said. Before he could answer, she started rattling off instructions. "If you visit the foreign islands, remember to take care of yourself. Eat properly. Don't throw your laundry everywhere. Wash your food. Be polite to your friends." And Arun just stood there, blinking as she kept going. She asked if he understood everything. The blonde quietly nodded, eyes cast downward. The girl gave a small smile, saying she believed he'd be just fine, but that didn't stop her from worrying. She wondered aloud if it was because he was the youngest. Before he could answer, Run extended his palm. His sister gently placed a small pouch, tied with golden thread, into his hand. Looking down at it with a puzzled expression, he asked, "What's this?" Karen raised a finger with a playful grin. "Just a little gift." He laughed nervously, wondering why he'd need money at the academy. Meeting her gaze, she explained she'd heard it might come in handy. Still unsure, Run tilted his head and smiled awkwardly, turning the pouch over in his hand. I mean, I got a decent allowance, but I guess if I ever exchanged all my coins into gold, I might end up looking like one of those knights. They stood there for a moment, facing each other. Then, realizing what she meant, he thanked her and promised he'd put it to good use. She brushed it off like it was nothing. Then something clicked. His eyes widened. Wait, that was strange. His sister shouldn't have spare money lying around. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek as confusion set in. Clutching the pouch, he glanced at Karen, calm as ever, and that's when he noticed. The large red stone on her gold chain, the ruby pendant she always wore, was gone. Outside, a black carriage with golden trim waited. Inside, a small bag sat on the sofa. Run stared at it silently from across the seat. There was nothing stopping her from selling that ruby. It wasn't some family heirloom or anything passed down from their mother. Leaning back with his arms crossed, he muttered that he knew just how much she cared about him. Maybe she felt pressured. He pictured her standing before the family crest. Steel Guard didn't have a master anymore, so she stepped up. Maybe she felt it was her duty. Run let out a heavy sigh. Those were his burdens to carry, not hers. Looking ahead, he pushed the thoughts aside. There was no time to dwell on it. He had to stay focused. Before leaving, he activated login number 1. A red scroll appeared in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, system windows popped up. Plus 30 coins. Plus 22 coins from Siakyan. Run frowned, reading the notification with clear irritation. He immediately fired off a message in the chat. You think this is a joke? Siakyan responded, confused. What are you talking about? Run glared at the chat. I told you. There's no time. Get done. Now. Siakyan scrambled to reply. I'm working on it. Run exhaled sharply and scowled. Oh sure. You seem real busy. On the other end, Siakyan nervously laughed it off. Arun asked if he had managed to find himself a useful idiot yet. Run groaned, listening as Siakyan stumbled over his words, calling it a misunderstanding. Just an automatic exchange, that's all. Then he blurted out, Wait, are scammers using this? Someone's trying to pull something, aren't they? Siakyan went pale. Okay, please chill. He quickly started calculating new rates. -1%, -2%. Run cut him off at -3%. Yeah, let's stick with that. Siakyan scratched his head awkwardly. Right, it's just, I got a sudden call from a client. But hey, I didn't forget about you. I kept my eyes on the register the whole time. Run shot back, unimpressed. We've been over this. Lifting his hand, the red scroll appeared once again. Don't play games with me. A new system window blinked to life. Interest rates updated. From 80% versus 20% to 83% versus 17%. Siakyan rubbed his face, clearly frustrated. Run added coldly. When I say do something, you drop everything and do it. Siakyan groaned. Yeah, got it. I'll check again right now. Satisfied, Run glanced down at the contract. Everything was in place. With the exchange center backing it, the deal was rock solid. Then his eyes drifted to the Secret Service contract. Merchant Siakyan, now officially acting as his client and supplier. In his mind, Run called it what it really was, a spatial contract. He pictured himself holding the slave contract scroll in front of Siakyan, grinning darkly, in exchange for protection, and keeping certain secrets from some very dangerous people. Siakyan had agreed to follow his orders and hand over 80% of all profits for the next 100 years. Basically, he signed himself up to be Run's servant for a full century. Run chuckled to himself. Jewelry, riches. Siakyan had already tasted the good life. And now, even if Run took 80% of the profits, Siakyan wouldn't dare quit. A regular paycheck just wouldn't cut it anymore. With a sorry grin, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking how Siakyan was like a never-melting candy, one he could keep squeezing for profit forever. Then a message popped up. Siakyan reported he'd finally gotten what they needed. Run closed his eyes and smirked. See, that didn't take long. You could have done it any time. Siakyan quickly apologized. Propping his head on his hand, Run decided to check it out. A system window appeared, displaying an image of a book titled Evangeline's Breath. The description read, Evangeline, a sword master from Earth 3884, created this technique. After conquering the world, she rejected traditional martial arts designed for male bodies and developed her own style for women. And during its creation, she discovered something incredible. Run raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What exactly did she find? But the explanation stopped there. Activating the Eye of Providence, he searched for more info. Nothing. Leaning closer to the window, he scowled. Even with that, he couldn't dig any deeper. Opening the chat, he messaged Siakyan. Did you at least find what we needed? Swordmaster from Earth 3884 or not? That doesn't guarantee it'll work. Adjusting his glasses, Siakyan replied with a grin. I read through the book too. But tell me, didn't you say you needed someone at 3rd level? Run blinked. Are you insane? Who's the 3rd level? Looking surprised, Siakyan answered. Well, if someone can't use sword chi, aren't they probably third level? Silence. Run sighed, holding back his frustration. Shut up. My internal energy is third level. Tears of disbelief almost welled up as he sat there thinking. Whose fault is this anyway? Clasping his hands together, he reminded himself to stay calm. Risking his life over this wasn't worth it. Finally, he muttered, theoretically, it's one of the top martial arts. Run then asked, what about stability? That's the key. Siakian nodded. It's soft and flexible. The risk of internal injury is low. Arms crossed. Run listened as Siakian continued, explaining how hard it was to find something better right now. Is that so? Run asked. Siakian raised his hand. Yeah, and by the way, why'd you go with the O system? If you're looking for methods designed for women's internal energy, I've got a couple. Run shut his eyes. That's not your concern. What about the others? Calmly, Siakian replied. Still waiting. Found some sellers, but no replies yet. Send them to me when they do. Of course, Siakian said awkwardly, folding his hands. Then he tried to steer the conversation back to interest rates. Arun ignored him and left the room. Siakian glared at the system window and muttered an insult under his breath. Meanwhile, Arun held the book in his hands, smirking to himself. Keeping Siakian around was the right call. He was useful. Palafing through the pages, he nodded. Not bad. Great translation. Solid martial arts text. Closing the book, he made up his mind. Karen spotted it and asked, surprised, is that for me? Standing across from her, Arun held the book out. I figured it'd be more useful to you. She blinked. You bought this for me? You really didn't have to. With a soft smile, he replied, it might seem random now, but trust me. There's a reason I'm giving it to you. And what's that? She asked. You'll understand once you read it. Just please give it a try. Karen smiled warmly, closing her eyes. I will. Thank you. Watching her, Arun thought to himself that she had real talent, probably even more than he ever did. He imagined Karen clad in armor, sword in hand. If she mastered Iron Breath, maybe Steel Guard wouldn't fall. But becoming a special knight wasn't exactly easy. Karen stood quietly, gazing ahead. Arun, watching her, felt certain of one thing. His sister wouldn't waste her potential. And when the time came, whether it was martial arts, supreme mana stones, or anything else, he could give her everything. But for now, it wasn't the right moment. Smiling to himself, he clapped his hands together, then suddenly remembered something important. Turning to the crowd, he locked eyes with Karen. She looked at him puzzled. Arun pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then pillared his hand and pointed at her. Even though he was leaving, his message was clear. I'm still watching you. Then, just to drive it home, he made a slicing motion across his throat, throwing in a threatening glare. Don't do anything stupid. Darren went pale as the cavalry flanked the carriage, another one following closely behind. From his seat, Arun glanced out, thinking how, in his past life, the road to the academy felt like marching straight into hell. But now, everything was different. He thought of his father, his brother, his sisters. The people who once despised him now treated him well. Even Kalilo and the others. For the first time, he felt like the world was finally looking at him with respect. In his mind, he pictured his past self standing back to back with who he was today. This is what separates me from who I used to be. A scarlet flame flickered to life in his eye, and with it, he decided he'd keep making that gap even wider. Just then, a message came in from Siakian. The seller finally replied. Siakian informed him. Arun crossed his arms. Are they still selling? Yeah, Siakian confirmed. Thought we should talk details. Arun glanced at the system window. Good. Connect me. As the link established, he smirked to himself. Finally, some real progress. Lifting his hand, a black egg appeared, resting in his palm. The system window identified it as a Bulgasari egg. A faint image of a beast with glowing eyes shimmered in the air. Arun studied it with interest. At birth, it was barely worth noticing, weak, harmless. But as it grew, an unstoppable force, a metal-devouring monster capable of natural disasters. Yet despite its strength, a fully trained Bulgasari was known for unmatched loyalty. Arun smirked. A living catastrophe, and now it belongs to me. Just then, a new file popped up. Siakian had sent over details on someone named Henry. Arun opened the file, eyebrows raising as he read through it. Henry, Animus from System 4. 4th level trader. Spirit status. Wonderful warrior. Current funds. 418 coins. Arun tilted his head, intrigued. What's a System 4 guy doing on Channel 1? Hand on his chin, he dug a little deeper, pulling up the Exchange Center report. Ranked 3,827. Regular competitor. Obsessed with tournaments. And apparently blowing all his winnings on gambling. Arun smirked. This might be even easier than he thought. Without hesitation, he hit the call button. A chat window popped up. Hello, Arun greeted. Henry leaned back, bare-chested and holding a horn in his hand. Finally, so you're the guy from System 1 who wants the taming guide. Arun smiled. That's me. Mind showing me the item? Henry lifted the horn. Give me a second. An information window blinked to life. Parts 214, 227 detected. The description read that this was no ordinary manual. It belonged to a tamer who was said to be more monstrous than the beasts themselves. The book held the secrets and tricks of Emperor Grandbid, and as Arun scanned the titles of the parts, he spotted them. 214, Hypnosis of the Cyclops. 215, Bulgasari. 216, Ghost Crow. Without hesitation, Arun said he wanted to buy Part 215. Henry glanced back at the chat, unimpressed. Did you not hear me? I already told my slave, I'm not selling just one part. Arun yawned. So, you try to unload all 14 parts at once. With a smug grin, Henry confirmed, exactly. 2,000 coins. Arun nearly laughed. 2,000? Just for an egg-hatching guide? Henry, surprised by the rejection, leaned over his table. Come on, this book is what made the Emperor of Beasts who he was. You're getting it cheap. Arun smirked. Don't give me that. Those books were written after he became emperor. Henry looked away, chuckling in frustration. Arun rested his hands on his knees. 150 coins for Part 215. That's 8 coins more than it's worth. Henry raised his hand, pointing at the book. Use your head. The full 666-part collection is valued at over 300,000 coins. Arun scoffed. Yeah, when it's complete. This is just a handful of parts. Henry frowned. 14 volumes in a row make it a premium class item. Arun leaned back, tapping his chin. Maybe Henry was right about one thing. Finding this in System 1 wouldn't be easy. But that didn't mean Arun was going to let himself get played. With a wicked grin, he tossed out an offer. Tell you what, I'll take a copy of Part 215 for 100 coins. Henry looked horrified. Did you just say copy? Are you out of your mind? Throwing his hands up, Henry shouted. You can't just pirate licensed items. Do you have any idea how much blood and sweat the author put into creating this? Arun scratched his neck. What's with the sudden lecture? Then his eyes caught something, a small symbol on the window. The copyright mark. His expression stiffened. Oh, right. Copyrights on books were directly managed by the Exchange Center. Get caught selling or copying marked materials? Banned. Permanently. All coins wiped out. No wonder Henry reacted like that. Feeling a bit guilty, Arun apologized. Didn't notice the tag. Henry pointed sharply at the chat. Be careful. They're cracking down hard on that stuff. Arun covered his face for a moment, sighing. So much for copying. Dropping his hand, he offered 200 coins for Part 215. Last offer. Be smart about this. Henry went quiet. Arun shrugged. Or don't. I really don't care. Then, without waiting, he closed the chat. Smirking, he leaned back. Now, let's see who's more desperate. Right on cue, Henry sent a chat invite. Arun chuckled. Knew it. Henry's reply came in, sounding defeated. 200 still too low. How about 250? Arun stayed calm. Think clearly. That's my final offer. Henry clutched his book in frustration. If I break up the set, the whole value drops. Arun tilted his head. So, you selling or not? Grinding his teeth, Henry finally gave in. Fine. 200. Arun grinned to himself. Just like he thought. Henry barely had 400 coins left, desperate enough to crawl into System 1, trying to recover his gambling losses. What choice did he have? 3 system windows popped up. 180 coins spent on Part 215. 27 coins received back as cashback. Copyright notice. Acquired knowledge can only be used within the Exchange Center or absorbed. Arun smiled. Time to see what the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. The part opened, revealing the details. Bulgasari, a werewolf classified as a regional threat, but with proper training, capable of reaching national, continental, maybe even planetary threat levels. Difficulty: hatching, A rank. Taming, A rank. Training, C rank for ease, S rank for potential. Arun stared at the page, stunned. Planetary level. He glanced down at the egg resting beside him. All this time, he'd been carrying it around without a second thought. Now, realizing what it might become, he looked at it with a spark of excitement. A planetary level beast, huh? The egg shimmered under the sunlight. Suddenly, Arun flinched, a chill running through him. This is seriously terrifying. Before he could collect his thoughts, a system window popped up above him. Absorption of the book complete. Looking over the notifications, Arun thought to himself, yeah, they didn't call him the Emperor of Beasts for nothing. This knowledge is worth every coin. A small smile tugged at his lips. And this? Hatching the egg is only the beginning. Daytime and nighttime methods, completely different. And for someone in System 1, raising a Bulgasari would be next to impossible. Staring at the egg, he pictured DNA strands twisting together. Since Bulgasari was an incomplete creature, it couldn't hatch on its own. It needed genetic material from another organism, saliva, mucus, blood, anything like that. Arun imagined a massive iceberg floating in the dark. From the start, it's all about potential. The stronger the genetic material, the more powerful the Bulgasari would become. Hand over his mouth, Arun repeated it in his mind. What I need is a beast with a strong body. Then it hit him. Beast. Images of creatures flashed through his mind. Beasts existed even in systems 0 and 1. Though here, people usually call them spirits. He opened the store with a grin. Nothing goes to waste. They're all for sale anyway. Skimming the descriptions, he muttered to himself, human, earthly, heavenly, and celestial. But what do I even pick? Then a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked. Actually, he knew just the person to ask. Opening the chat, Arun messaged Siakyan. You know much about beast materials? Yeah, Siakyan replied. Why? What do you need? Arun hesitated, then asked, almost nervously, you don't think I'm about to make you tame a beast without any cultivation, do you? Siakyan let out a sigh of relief. Good. For a second there, I thought you lost your mind. Leaning closer, Arun pressed on. So how much do you actually know? Siakyan shrugged. Enough to get by. Arun sent over a file. Take a look. Tell me what you think. Evaluate it how? Siakyan asked. Combat power, Arun answered. High healing ability doesn't mean high strength. Siakyan opened the file and whistled. Wow, you got a good list here. Scrolling through, he added, yeah, healing doesn't mean much in a fight. For example, he pulled up a huge turtle. The blood of a 10,000-year-old iron-mouthed turtle. Great for cultivation. But at the end of the day, it's just an old turtle. Then, with a grin, Siakyan held up another entry. Now, the blood of a bloody fire dragon or the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear. That's a whole different story. Arun's curiosity piqued. So which of those two is stronger? What's the better pick? A photo popped up. A massive, flaming serpent coiled through the sky. Siakyan didn't hesitate. Definitely the bloody fire dragon. You're looking at a snake that's been trained for thousands of years and eventually became a dragon. You don't pass that up. Arun chuckled to himself. Yeah, a dragon is a dragon. Arun listened carefully as Siakyan explained that the big bear was nothing compared to the dragon. Curious, Arun asked how martial arts users even manage to hunt such creatures. Siakyan shifted awkwardly. There are some incredible people out there. Arun scratched his neck a little annoyed. Yeah, that's probably true. Siakyan quickly raised his hands, trying to cut him off as Arun thanked him and said he was ready to buy the dragon's blood. Before he could finish, Siakyan rushed to say something. By the way, I bought Evangeline's breath with my own money. I know we signed a contract, but Arun cut him off with a grin. What? Hurting your wallet? Siakyan paled and scratched the back of his head. No, I didn't mean it like that. Arun leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. So how much did the book cost? 300 coins, Siakyan admitted, raising his hands defensively. Arun's eyes widened. Why so much? I was in a hurry, didn't have time to negotiate. Arun smirked. You sure you're not lying again? You know I already checked the price. Siakyan groaned. I wouldn't dare. I'd be dead if I tried to lie to you now. Arun opened their contract with a satisfied nod. For your honesty, I'll reward you. The interest rate reset to its previous value. With a smile, Arun asked, So, we're even now? Siakyan looked down sadly. Yeah, I guess. Arun crossed his arms, still smiling. I'll call if I need you. When Siakyan didn't reply, Arun added, and if you don't answer within 10 minutes, you get a warning. Got it, Siakyan mumbled. Arun exited the chat, raised his finger to the system window, and confirmed his choice. Bloodfire Dragon. With a tap, a small bottle appeared in his hand, filled with just 10 milliliters of dragon blood. Turning his gaze to the egg, Arun wondered if it would still work after sitting in storage for 10 years. He poured a couple of drops onto the shell. The liquid hissed and sizzled, evaporating on contact. Arun raised the bottle, surprised. Feels like pouring oil on a hot pan. Then something caught his eye. The egg began to glow, pulsing with a scarlet light. Arun watched, thrilled. It worked. No wonder they call it a beast. It survived all these years, hidden away in oblivion. Staring at the egg, Arun couldn't help but wonder how it ended up in his grandfather's vault. Did he trade with someone from System 4? Displeased, he turned away. Not like I ever knew much about him, anyway. Suddenly, the egg let out a sound. Arun spun back, startled. But the egg quieted again, and he let out a breath of relief. Guess it likes the blood. Crossing his arms, satisfied, he knew there was nothing left to do now but wait. The carriage rolled past a quiet lake, high mountains rising in the distance. Not a sound came from inside. The air shifted, the hair on Arun's head gently lifting. Settling into a lotus position, hands on his knees, he began to meditate as energy swirled around him. But something broke his focus. A soft sound. The egg was moving. Aruin's eyes snapped open. Is it time? Cracks spread across the shell, smoke leaking out. He leaned in, heart pounding. Here it comes. He pictured a monstrous beast with glowing eyes, a legend straight from System 4, a planetary-level terror, a living disaster, the mighty Bulgasari. But when the shell broke, out popped a tiny creature with big, sparkling eyes. Aruin blinked in shock, then burst out laughing. You're actually kind of cute. The little creature squeaked happily. Aruin couldn't help but smile wide, his face flushing. With a grin, he made a small cut across his skin with his sword, leaving a shallow mark. Guess we're doing this properly. The blonde casually pulled the sword from his injured hand, blood seeping from the fresh wound. Instantly, the creature's attention shifted. Without hesitation, the young man extended his bleeding hand toward the beast. After all, Bulgasari don't produce milk. They nourish their young with their own blood. Scooping the animal into his arms, he watched it drink with quiet satisfaction. Blood left an imprint on these creatures. Once they tasted it, they'd forever recognize it as their own. As the pet eagerly licked at the wound, the young man figured this would help curb its aggression. Feeding it his blood now meant easier control later. Off to the side, the iron steel guard quietly observed. His eyes followed the Bulgasari as it continued drinking, his expression calm. At first. But as the creature kept going, he finally stepped in. That's enough, he said, voice firm. The young master chuckled awkwardly, gripping the creature by the scruff. Guess I'll pass out if this keeps up. I really need to figure out a better feeding plan. Can't be bleeding all over the place every time. As the thought passed, he leaned back, shutting his eyes. A name. It needed a name. Moments later, his eyes snapped open with sudden inspiration. He looked at the beast. How about? Sorry. The creature blinked at him, clearly unimpressed. With a displeased squeak, it left the name hanging in the air. The young man tilted his head. What? You don't like it? Nearby, Javis pointed at the young master's hand. What happened to you? The blonde lifted his bandaged arm with a shrug. Nothing serious. Javis frowned. Nothing serious? You're bleeding. Still unfazed, the young man replied. Got bored on the carriage. Ended up cutting myself messing around with the sword. An awkward pause filled the space. Javis let out a sigh. Yeah, right. After what you pulled earlier. There's no way I'm buying that. The young master smirked to himself. Maybe I should put a little more effort into lying. Javis rested his hand on his sword hilt, glancing over. Seriously, though, be more careful. I'm responsible for keeping you safe, you know. A short distance away, men were lighting fires and unloading supplies for a quick meal. The blonde turned to check on them. So, after we eat, we keep moving till sunset? Javis nodded, then gestured toward the carriage. Hey, grab what you need from there. Without waiting for a reply, he started toward the carriage. But halfway there, his steps slowed. Something rustled in the bushes. His gaze snapped to the side, hand gripping his sword, ready to draw. Before he could move, another hand landed on his, firm, stopping him. It was the iron steel guard. Calm and steady, he met Javis' confused glare. Relax, the blonde said, his voice low. It's fine. Javis frowned, not convinced in the slightest. Whatever the blonde thought was fine, he definitely wasn't seeing it. A sudden rustle from the bushes caught the man's attention. Before he could react, Sari leapt into his arms, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. The little creature settled comfortably, clearly pleased with itself. Watching with curiosity, the servant tilted his head. What is that thing? A weasel. The blonde rested his good hand atop the pet's head. It's mine, he said simply. Facing him, the green-haired servant raised a brow. Since when do you have a pet? Long enough, the blonde replied, feigning disappointment. And here I thought you were paying attention to me. He shot Javis a sarcastic look. Tell me, were you even watching us? Caught off guard, Javis froze, unable to answer. The young man glanced at Sari, who was nuzzling against him. Go on, say hello, he encouraged, introducing the pet to the servant. Sari's eyes sparkled as it looked over at Javis. The sight made the usually gruff man soften. Blushing, he stretched out a hand, hoping to pet the creature. Seeing the chance, the blonde smirked, curious to see how this would play out. As soon as Javis' hand touched Sari's head, the creature's expression soured. Displeased, it glared before pulling away. Javis recoiled immediately. Guess he hates me, he muttered. The blonde shrugged. Not surprising. You did almost point a sword at him. Javis groaned, throwing up his hands. Yeah, I get it. With a sigh, he turned to leave. I'll bring food once it's ready. But behind him, Sari's anger lingered, the fire in its eyes unmistakable. Bulgasari weren't just temperamental. They grew stronger by devouring metal and could shift forms. A powerful companion, but dangerous if left unchecked. If Sari ever lost control, keeping it close would be impossible. Raising his hand, the young man let the pet climb onto his arm. They exchanged a knowing look. Yeah, the blood had been worth it. Above them, gray skies stretched over distant mountains and endless green forests. Their journey continued along the coastal road. Inside the carriage, the young master sat with arms crossed, his mind drifting. According to the Emperor's theory, a Bulgasari's strength came from the energy it absorbed in its youth. His thoughts shifted to the blood-fire dragon with its green scales. Solving the first part of the equation had been possible by selecting the right components. But to crack the next stage, he'd need an elixir. Meanwhile, Sari gnawed on something noisily beside him. The young man glanced over, then froze. Tears welled up as he realized what the creature was eating. "You little, that was my bamboo life pill," he thought bitterly. The same one given to him by the mountain bamboo sect leader. The one worth 150 coins. The one he'd been saving. Dropping his head into his hand, he sighed. Back to square one. With only 53 days left before the mana crystal, he needed to pick his next product carefully. His mind raced through the possibilities. Balance was everything. Whatever he chose had to sell high and fast. The answer hit him. His eyes snapped open, and he shot to his feet. "I've got it." This time, the product would involve internal cultivation, a rare commodity, always in demand, and worth a fortune. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he watched the numbers on his panel rise, the red board flashing confirmation of the exchange and his growing profits. Perfect, he mused. Buy for 250, sell for more, and pocket the difference. In his mind, coins rained from the sky. He pictured himself laughing, arms wide as gold poured down. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. But reality struck when the red board lit up again, this time with restrictions. Sales locked for 500 days. A full year. Groaning, he looked away. So much for easy riches. A new notification appeared, congratulating him on achieving the King of Gold title. A small comfort, but it helped. Crossing his arms, he smirked. Guess it's time to raise prices. Item after item filled his inventory, the notifications stacking up as he bought elixirs and materials. With no sales limit on those, the plan was simple: sell fast, earn big. Leaning forward, the blonde grinned as the final exchange screen popped up. This was only the beginning. The man turned his attention to his pet, calling its name. Sari responded right away, earning a grin from his master. Without hesitation, the guy showered the little creature with a handful of multicolored elixirs. Sparkles lit up in Sari's eyes, as if he'd just been transported to paradise. Iron Steel Guard pointed to his own mouth, opening wide. Sari mimicked him perfectly, repeating the gesture. Carefully, the young man held Sari's mouth open between his fingers, inspecting its fangs. Everything seemed to be developing just as it should. Sari sat back, looking quite pleased with himself. In just a few short days, he had already changed a lot. His fur color was tied to the blood of his first feed, and now that his fangs had fully grown, his baby stage was officially over. With a long breath, the blonde leaned back and closed his eyes. The pet had reached its limit. There was no need for more elixirs. The days of endless feeding were done. He mentally reviewed his expenses, a third spent on Sari, another third reinvested in the exchange, and the rest on his own cultivation and supplies. Reaching toward a familiar blue slip of paper, he held what was called the second circle of daytime healing magic. Smiling, he tore it in half without hesitation. Above him, a glowing blue magic symbol appeared, swirling in the air as fragments of the paper floated down. Magic surged around the sigil, growing stronger by the second. Touching his forehead smugly, he whispered, "If chi, breathing is good for the soul, nothing beats this for the body." The people nearby watched in awe. Someone raised a glass of alcohol, reminiscing that the young master was once known as the social star Navarro. Scratching the back of his head, the blonde shrugged off the memory. Didn't last long anyway. Pressing his hands to his cheeks, he grinned. Looks mattered after all. Whatever else happened in this life, he was going to make sure he stayed sharp. Just then, a voice called out from the carriage. Michael had arrived. The blonde glanced left. "What's going on?" From horseback, the man answered. "Half a day left to our destination. Jarvis wanted to know if you'd like to rest." The blonde shook his head. "No need. Keep moving. We'll rest when we arrive." Peering out the carriage window, he watched the sun dipping toward the horizon. Time had flown while he was busy trading. Without wasting a moment, he reopened his book, ready to continue. As the sun's last light bathed the city of Acadio, the group finally arrived. Before them stood a lavish 3-story mansion, leaving the others in awe. Standing beside Jarvis, the blonde admired the sight. "Bit much for us, isn't it?" Jarvis asked quietly. The young man turned to him. "This? Please, we earn this." Before Jarvis could mention a hotel, the blonde cut him off. "Rest first. Look after everyone." While the others chatted, Jarvis hesitated. "While my family think." Without missing a beat, the blonde tossed him a coin pouch. "Take care of them. Get everyone cleaned up." Jarvis opened the pouch, eyes wide. 200? This is more than enough. The blonde gave him a knowing smile. Consider it gratitude. Let them enjoy themselves too. We're not here to play around. As Jarvis gestured toward some tables, he explained the plan. Left a mark near the castle walls. We'll know if anyone tries something. The blonde folded his arms. Good. Then we wait. Nightfall draped the city, and the group wasted no time celebrating. Mugs clashed together, laughter filled the air, and the feast began. Away from the chaos, the main group sat quietly, observing. But it wasn't long before the others tried dragging Jarvis into the party. Come on, try the local drinks, someone urged. Jarvis held up a glass of water, declining politely. But the group wasn't taking no for an answer. Meanwhile, the blonde watched from his seat. When the captain finally caved to a single glass, the young master shot him a deadly glare. You drink, you die, he warned flatly. Jarvis nearly turned blue from fear. Scrambling for words, the captain nervously declined any more offers. The men laughed, teasing him with fake pride. Come on, one glass turns to two, two turns to three. Don't let the captain fool you. In the end, they wandered off, joking all the way home. Jarvis sat back, shaking his head. Not worth dying over a drink, he thought. Just as he relaxed, a girl rushed by, nearly colliding with him, her tray full of drinks wobbling dangerously. The girl, flustered, quickly apologized to the captain. He gave her a calm glance and told her to be careful, so she wouldn't hurt herself. Once she hurried off, he returned to his seat beside the blonde, quietly sipping his water while the young master observed him in silence. After a moment, the blonde called out, raising his glass and tilting his head. Lost something? He asked, watching Jarvis dig through his pocket. With a slight smile, Jarvis pulled out what he'd been looking for. First time someone's ever bumped into me on purpose, he muttered, glancing away. Dark clouds blanketed the night sky, the last bits of light fading from the alleys between the buildings. In one of those narrow streets, the blonde and his escort moved together, the young master unfolding a map as they walked. We need to memorize the layout. Divide the city into sections, he instructed, pointing at the markings. One mark stood out, a large T. Trevor, the blonde said. The contact I told you about. Facing him, Jarvis gave a nod. Everything's on track. He's reliable. Worked with him before. Should go smoothly. And you're meeting him alone? The blonde asked. Jarvis waved it off. Always do. But the young man frowned. Then I'm coming too. I'll keep out of sight. Jarvis shook his head. Too risky. Too many eyes in this city. If anyone sees us together, it could cause problems. The blonde paused, considering his words. He knew Jarvis was right. The real question was whether the man could be trusted. As they walked, he thought back to the journey so far. Nights around the fire, shared tasks. They had grown close. But trust? That was something else. Report, the blonde said suddenly. Jarvis blinked, surprised. What? Don't believe me. It's not that, the blonde replied coolly. Surely you understand. Jarvis let out a breath, raising his hands as if shielding his face. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. I've got nothing to hide. The blonde stared at him in silence for a moment. Offended, Jarvis kept his hands up. I know my place. No point getting offended. The blonde's gaze lingered on him. Jarvis looked serious. My life matters, you know. I'm not eager to end up in some mess over doubts, he added. Finally, the young master handed him the report. Go. Jarvis gave a respectful nod and turned away. Watching him leave, the blonde wondered if anyone could ever really be trusted. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll bound with a red ribbon. Tearing it open, he activated the third circle of transparency magic. Magic swirled around him as his body slowly vanished, becoming fully invisible. Looking down at his own hands, or rather, the space where they should be, he smiled. Better than expected. Light body next time, he thought. Then he'd truly become untouchable. Moving silently across the rooftops, he drifted above the streets, passing over glowing windows and shadowy alleys. Stopping on a rooftop, he crouched low, observing the city below. His eyes found Jarvis, moving naturally, never standing out, like a man used to disappearing into any crowd. But trailing behind him were three men in identical uniforms. The blonde smirked. Good thing I stayed out of sight. Unbothered, Jarvis continued, heading for a house with lit windows. He knocked. A man peeked out cautiously, glanced around, then let him in. From his perch above, the blonde watched it all unfold. Everything was going just as planned. He closed his eyes for a moment, debating whether to activate another skill. 100-step perception. Curiosity won out. Listening closely, the conversations inside seemed ordinary at first. But it didn't take long for him to realize it was all an act. Then came the real exchange. His eyes shot open as the true dialogue finally reached his ears. Inside, by the fire, the real business had begun. Trevor sat across from the captain, eyes narrowing in curiosity. So, why'd you end up as a bodyguard? Without missing a beat, Jarvis delivered the news. Gilbert's dead. The room fell silent. Trevor's eyes widened. What? How? Jarvis kept his tone steady. What do you think? Illness? Accident? Trevor rubbed his forehead, then dropped his hand. And you? You all right? Closing his eyes briefly, Jarvis nodded. I owe him my life. Trevor crossed his arms, head lowered. Guess he kept quiet till the end, but then something clicked. His expression darkened. Wait, the academy's all the way in the capital. Pretty far from here, huh? He locked eyes with Jarvis, suspicion creeping into his voice. His subordinates tensed up, glancing at Jarvis with quiet hostility. Hidden above them, the blonde watching from the rooftop felt the tension spike. Jarvis, though, stayed perfectly calm. What? You having fun with these questions? He asked, eyes narrowing. Trevor and his men exchanged glances, confused by the sudden shift. But then Trevor cracked a grin, laughing loudly. Relax. Just a joke, all right? No need to get worked up. Waving his hands, he flashed an easy smile. Sorry about Gilbert. But hey, that's just how life goes. Overhead, the blonde let out a slow breath, resting his chin on his hand. So far, so good. Trevor's mood seemed genuine enough. Leaning on the table, Trevor turned back to Jarvis. So how'd you manage to get here? Anyone onto you? Jarvis shrugged. Used the kid. Paid a visit to Acadio. Made it work. On the rooftop, the blonde grimaced. Seriously? Could you make it sound any dumber? Trevor chuckled. Well, what can you do? Jarvis placed a folded sheet on the table. Here, this needs encrypting and sent to the Empire. The man with burgundy hair gave a lazy smile. Anything else? Nope, Jarvis replied without looking back. With that, he turned and headed toward the door. Watching from above, the blonde thought to himself, so that's the life of a spy. Nothing but business, no time for anything else. As Jarvis disappeared into the night, the blonde nodded to himself. Passed the test. Nice work. But just as he shifted to leave, a voice from below froze him in place. Strange, isn't it? The agent lives and the messenger dies. The blonde's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me this is about to fall apart. Trevor glanced back at his assistant. What are you getting at? You think Jarvis switched sides? The man shrugged. Hey, anything's possible. Plus, wasn't he demoted? Jarvis' defense came immediately. That's not the kind of guy to turn on us. Another chimed in. He'd rather die than drag his family into trouble. But the assistant scoffed. You never really know people. Trevor shot him a glare. What? You got a problem with him now? Something else you're not telling me. The assistant fumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. Trevor waved him off. Enough. Get back to work. Up on the roof, the blonde kept his eyes on Jarvis as he disappeared into the shadows. In the end, it's not up to us. Whatever happens next, that's for the higher-ups. With the night fully settled over the city, the blonde finally deactivated his spell. His body glowed faintly red before becoming visible again. Looking down at his hand, he smirked. Invisibility and 100-step perception, worth every coin. As he strolled down the stone road, his mind already drifted to future plans. Definitely using those again. But then loud voices broke through the quiet. Don't you people understand how hierarchy works? Someone shouted angrily. Shut up, another bark back. The blonde stopped, frowning toward the noise. A fight? At this hour? Spotting a crowd gathering in the shadows, he sighed. Really? In the middle of the night? A group of furious men stood with clenched fists, shouting angrily and demanding how a mere barren knight dared to challenge them. In the middle of it, a dark-haired knight surrounded by his comrades scoffed and motioned toward his opponent. Complain to the Marquis if you want. I just serve him, he sneered. From his spot above, the blonde's eyes widened slightly. His men, they were clearly drunk. Another group of men shouted back, irritated. Enough of your nonsense already. But the knight leading the group folded his arms and shot back. I'm not finished. If it weren't for Steelguard, your precious Marquis wouldn't even exist. Those words made the blonde stiffen. His lips parted as the realization hit. Marquis Albret. As the name echoed in his mind, his expression darkened, the shock running deep. One of the opposing men bared his teeth, fists trembling with rage. You think I can talk to northerners like you? You're insane. He lunged forward, shouting that he'd show the village slave what real dignity meant. The knight didn't back down. With furrowed brows, he rushed forward, yelling for his men to defend the honor of Steelguard. In an instant, the two sides clashed, fists flying. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. What exactly is going on here? Everyone froze. Heads turned toward a man in a crisp blue uniform and red cape, a sword resting on his belt. One of the men gasped. It's the second captain. Up on the rooftop, the blonde's hands trembled as his eyes locked onto the man. His breath caught, memories flooding back, blood, pain, and that room filled with torture devices. Bound to a chair, drenched in his own blood, he'd thought it was the end. And now, standing behind the second captain, was the very person responsible. Albret, the young man with shoulder-length, ash-colored hair, stood with his usual indifferent expression. The blonde's rage flared like a wildfire. A grin spread across his face as his thoughts darkened. Didn't expect to see you here. The air around him seemed to thicken, his fists tightening as his anger boiled. For a moment, he debated ending it right there, tearing Albret apart, slow and painful. But no, not now. Not like this. Forcing himself to breathe, the blonde smirked. Patience. There will be time to return every bit of pain you gave me. On the ground, the second captain, Kunz Albret, stepped forward. His towering presence made the knights shrink back in fear. You were told not to cause trouble, he said in a low voice. The men immediately dropped their heads and shouted apologies, swearing it wouldn't happen again. Kunz Albret shifted his gaze to the dark-haired knight, who stiffened under the glare. I'm second Captain Dirika, under Marquis Albret, he said coldly. Where are you from? Sweat beaded on the knight's forehead. Steelguard, he answered. Kunz Albret frowned. And what's Steelguard doing in Acadio? The knight hesitated, and the men behind him looked ready to disappear. Before he could respond, footsteps echoed through the street. Everyone turned to see the blonde approaching, his stride steady and full of confidence. Kunz Albret's brows knit together. The man's gaze was calm but sharp, like a blade. A small smile tugged at the blonde's lips as he caught the growing surprise on their faces. Perfect, he thought. Just as it should be. Kunz Albret squinted. Who are you supposed to be? The blonde stopped, meeting his gaze. I'm Arun, he answered coolly, his voice carrying clearly. For a second, Kunz Albret's eyes flicked toward Albret, as if looking for confirmation. Albret only let out a quiet breath. A single bead of sweat rolled down Kunz Albret's face. Now that a family member had shown up, things just got a lot more complicated. Looking back at the blonde, Dirika asked, So, are you the one they say you are? The blonde's grin widened. Yes, I am. Standing among his knights, the blonde glanced toward the commotion and spoke up. I overheard someone asking why Steelguard is here, he said casually. Is there a reason we can't be in Acadio? The man on the other side looked startled, stammering. And no, that's not what I meant. Arun shrugged, closing his eyes and spreading his arms. We're just passing through on our way to the academy. Thought I'd take a look at Navarro's second city. Then, without warning, his gaze sharpened as he turned toward the second captain. But what about you? Why is Albret here? Gyo, standing in front of his master, stepped in with a respectful bow. Same reason. Just passing through. He lowered his head and added softly, and I'd like to apologize for any earlier trouble. Albret, overhearing this, scoffed and shot Gyo a glare. Apologize? For what? They started it, he snapped, jabbing his finger towards Steelguard. Kunz Albret watched from the side, uneasy. He knew Steelguard wasn't a group that could be pushed around with titles alone. Crossing them meant there'd be consequences. Glancing at the sky, Kunz Albret cleared his throat. It's getting late. Maybe we wrap this up and head back. But Arun raised a brow, unimpressed. Why should we leave? Kunz Albret glanced at Albret, who stood with his hands on his hips, looking just as irritated. Albret huffed. Maybe it's best we continue this tomorrow. Arun waved his hand dismissively. No need to wait. His voice dropped into a colder tone. But before we go any further, do any of you even know what happened here? Albret sighed, brushing him off. Doesn't matter. Baron or not, you're beneath a Marquis. At those words, the Steel Guard knights stiffened. Arun chuckled softly, closing his eyes for a moment. So, what you're saying is, because your title is higher, you're automatically right? Albret grinned. Finally, you understand. Guess I have to spell everything out for Northerners. Arun's smile widened, his tone turning playful. You're full of nonsense. Albret's face flushed red with anger. He pointed sharply at Arun. Take that back. Now, apologize. Gyo, still calm, spoke quietly. We'd apologize if we were actually wrong. Arun turned his attention to one of the Marquis's men. You, what happened here? The man glanced nervously between the two sides, sweat beading down his face. After a pause, he lifted his hand and admitted, It started with Steelguard. They shouted first. Then the fight broke out. Albret immediately jumped forward, demanding, You heard that. Now kneel and apologize. But Arun held up a hand. Calm down. You're not a kid anymore. Let's hear from both sides. He turned to one of his own men, Mihail. Is that true? Mihail lowered his head. Yes, but they mocked us first. Arun's eyes narrowed. Mocked you how? Mihail clenched his fists, recalling the words. They asked how much longer we'd ride on Leyskin's glory. Said we acted too proud, like we were more important than we are. Lowering his head further, Mihail added, I apologize for the disturbance, but I'm not sorry for standing up to that. Then louder he declared, if we just sat there and took it, we wouldn't deserve to call ourselves Steelguard. Arun stayed quiet, his lips pressed into a thin line. Turning back to the Marquis's group, he called out, Is that true? The man stammered, waving his hands. WL, not exactly. I mean, Kunz Albret whipped his head around, glaring at the man in disbelief. One idiot, he thought, grinding his teeth. Arun sighed, his expression darkening. So it's true after all. Mihail looked up, surprised as Arun met his gaze. Lift your head, Arun said. You did well. The knights looked at him with quiet pride, their master's words lifting their spirits. With a smirk, Arun threw his cloak back over his shoulder. As someone who carries the heart of steel, the Marquis's squad watched him closely, their eyes wide. Albret and Kunz Albret stood frozen, unsure of what was coming next, standing firm among his knights. The blonde's expression turned cold and resolute. Without hesitation, he pulled back his cloak to reveal the black crest of the steel guard on his shoulder. I can't ignore what just happened, he declared, his voice steady and clear. He proudly tapped the emblem. Steel Guard has always protected Navarro. We protect it now, and we'll keep protecting it. Behind him, his knights straightened, holding their heads high as their lord spoke. And for those who mock us, Arun's gaze hardened as he looked straight at the stunned Kunz Albret and the scowling Albret. We'll make sure they remember us, in blood, if necessary. With his piercing stare locked on them, Arun asked, So, do you still think we're nothing? The Marquis's men shifted uncomfortably, glancing at each other with unease. Albret's expression darkened, his glare fixed on Arun. Kunz Albret furrowed his brow, glancing between his master and the blonde. Is this guy really just a kid? He wondered. At first, he thought Arun was just throwing around his family's name. But now, watching him stand his ground with such ease and presence, Kunz Albret couldn't deny it. This really is Steel Guard blood. The air turned tense and silent. Albret clenched his teeth, frustration written all over his face. Kunz Albret, realizing where this was headed, acted fast. Without warning, Kunz Albret spun around and punched one of his own knights straight in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone froze. Then another knight hit the dirt, and another. In a matter of moments, Kunz Albret had knocked out his own men, leaving them groaning on the ground as the rest watched in shock. Without even looking back, Kunz Albret spoke sharply. Great job ruining Albret's name. The beaten knights struggled to kneel, clutching their bruised faces. Forgive us, they cried, bowing their heads low. Still glaring, Kunz Albret snapped. Don't apologize to me. Tell the young master you embarrassed him. The terrified knights turned their attention to Albret, immediately lowering their heads and shouting apologies. Arun watched the scene unfold with narrowed eyes. So he wasn't bluffing after all, he thought. He could see what Kunz Albret was doing, turning the whole situation into a petty squabble between knights, smoothing things over without dragging Albret's name deeper into the mud. It was smart, clean, effective. Arun studied Kunz Albret's composed face. He's retreating without losing face. Clever. Durin, standing quietly nearby, stared at Kunz Albret's back. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. Albret, red-faced and fuming, suddenly spun on his heel. I'm going to bed, he snapped, storming off in irritation. Arun's lips curled into a Sylvia grin. He wasn't sure if he'd gained anything from this, but seeing Albret sulk like that was reward enough. Then, just as Albret was marching away, Arun called out, I'd accept your apology, by the way. Albret froze in his tracks. Slowly, his furious face twisted back toward Arun, veins bulging at his temple. Arun met his glare with a satisfied, confident smile. With an angry grunt, Albret turned back around and stormed off again. Everyone quietly watched him leave. A moment later, Kunz Albret lowered his head and Wordle Sylvia followed, his men trailing behind. Right then, Javis finally arrived, glancing around at the tense faces. Whoa, what's going on here? He asked, giving an awkward smile. Did I miss something funny? He flinched as everyone immediately turned their irritated glares toward him. Raising a hand, Javis stammered, sorry? Not sure for what, but sorry. As the city settled, under a bright blue sky, Albret sat at a table, picking at his meal with clear annoyance. Cutting a piece of meat, he glanced over at Kunz Albret. That brat, wasn't he supposed to be the worst of the worst? Kunz Albret, standing beside him, nodded slightly. That's what they say. Compared to his father, the sons of Steel Guard are nothing special. The youngest can't even match his brothers. Or so the rumors go. Albret scoffed, waving his fork mid-bite. Rumors, huh? Feels like they've been overhyping his sharp tongue, just because we haven't seen his sword yet. Kunz Albret stayed silent, head slightly lowered, eyes closed. He wasn't so sure anymore. Albert shot him a sideways glance, clearly unimpressed. Why'd you have the knights apologize like that? He asked. Without even bothering to open his eyes, Dirica answered coolly. Backing off was the smart move. Besides, some people are still terrified of Steel Guard. Albert froze, a bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. Dirica kept going, warning that dragging things out any longer might end up angering the Lord. Albert rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then ordered the second captain to keep an eye on Dirica. Sure, we had no choice but to retreat, he admitted, but I made sure he paid for yesterday's humiliation. One of the men waved his hand dismissively, turning to Dirica with an irritated glare. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a single steel guard rat around. Where they run off to? A man standing to the side, his hand resting on his sword, answered. They left early this morning. I suggested we travel together since we're all heading to the capital, but they refused. Said they couldn't risk being late. Albert's eyebrows shot up. And why exactly were you making decisions no one asked you to? He snapped. Sounds like you wanted them gone. The second captain stayed calm. There's nothing unusual about boosting our defenses. Protecting the Marquis is the top priority. Albert leaned back, feeling unsettled. That's way too arrogant. With that, he set his utensils down. I'm done. Lost my appetite. Nightfall blanketed the city. The Marquis was sound asleep, snoring loudly, limbs sprawled across the bed. Nearby, 2 large windows stood bare, without curtains. A faint creak echoed as one shutter quietly swung open. Still snoring with his mouth wide open, Albert stirred awake, only to feel an invisible grip clamping down on his face. Panic surged through him as muffled sounds escaped his throat. A hand held him down, and then he saw him. Arun hovered over Albert like a shadow, his expression wild, his eyes glowing an eerie yellow. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Albert grabbed at Arun's hand, trying to figure out what he was even doing here. His mind raced. How was he this strong? Arun's lips twisted into a grin. Just figuring out the best way to get my revenge. Leaning closer in the dark room, he added in a cold voice, I wanted to wake you up, so you could watch yourself fall apart. Albert stared back, his heart pounding. Arun's grin widened. You get what I'm saying, right? His eyes burned into Albert's, never blinking. When I saw you that night, I almost changed my mind. Albert remembered how Arun had turned around back then, veins bulging with rage. Arun scoffed, his gaze fixed on Albert. Your face was dripping with envy. Funny, looks like nothing's changed. Memories flickered through Arun's mind. Albert lounging on his throne, barking orders, vowing to hunt down Steel Guard and take everything they owned. Now, Arun stared at him, whispering almost gleefully, looks like tonight's your last. Back then, Arun had blocked 2 swords and demanded to know why Albert was doing all this. Albert had just smirked, resting his head on his hand. You seriously don't get it. Reclining on his throne, legs crossed, he flashed a grin. I've hated you since the moment we met. Arun had frozen, confused. Albert just laughed. I couldn't stand your name. Looking down from his throne, he added, that's the only reason I took your land. Then, with a dismissive glance, Albert admitted, the Baron? No better than me. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, sure, you've mastered steel breath. But me? I'm good too. People just hate me for how I look. Arun's eyes had gone wide in disbelief as Albert kept going. Meanwhile, everyone greets you with a smile. Albert leaned forward, his smile turning manic. But there's nothing about you that's better than me. You're broken. Pathetic. Arun had stood there, silent, listening as Albert labeled him a failed lord with no land. Albert, basking in his own arrogance, spread his arms wide. But me? I'm the great Marquis of Albert. Staring Arun down, he whispered, and I finally won. Now, crammed into this dark room, Arun sat on Albert's bed, his hand pressed firmly over Albert's mouth. Albert thrashed, muffled noises filling the space as he desperately tried to figure out what this madman wanted. Arun's cold, wide eyes never left his. And in that moment, Albert knew. This wasn't a threat. The Baron was dead serious. Albert's trembling hands clutched the intruder's wrist, desperate and shaking. But the blonde only grinned, satisfied, as he slowly lifted his hand from Albert's face. Gasping for air, Albert threw his head back, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, Dirica, help! But nothing came out. Frozen in shock, a bead of sweat slid down his cheek as he struggled to understand what had just happened. Arun gave a casual wave. Pressure points, he explained with a smirk. Hit the right spot, and your voice? Gone. Won't come back till I decide. Albert's lips quivered, his wide, panicked eyes filled with bursting red veins. He couldn't speak, couldn't even scream. Still seated on the bed, Albert stared at him, dumbfounded. Arun's grin stretched wider, his gaze taking on that same unsettling madness. Shame, really. I'd love to hang that terrified face of yours in a frame. Albert shuddered. His mind raced. Guards were stationed right outside, and Dirica was just next door. How? Arun's sudden idea snapped into place. Albert's eyes darted to the blanket. Snatching it in one swift motion, he hurled it at Arun and bolted out of bed. Heart pounding, he dashed toward the door, arm outstretched, his mouth wide open in silent panic. But before he could even touch the handle, Arun was already there. Aruin's sharp punch landed squarely in Albert's stomach. He doubled over, coughing, saliva spilling from his lips as he staggered back. Aruin loomed above him, cold and ruthless. Albert collapsed to his knees, groaning in pain. His body shook as he clenched his teeth, more spit dribbling down his chin. Desperate, he dragged himself across the floor, inching toward the exit. Aruin watched from above, almost amused. Then, with barely any effort, Aruin struck 3 precise points across Albert's back and neck. Albert froze on the spot. It felt like he'd sunk into wet cement, completely trapped. His limbs wouldn't budge. Aruin leaned down, grabbed him by the collar of his nightshirt, and hissed, "Stop squirming. It'll only get worse if you don't." Looking down at him, Aruin added calmly, "Play along, and maybe nothing bad happens." Albert's mind spun. None of this made sense. Dragging him like a rag doll, Aruin hauled him across the room and shoved him into a chair by the desk. Albert managed to gape in confusion, but before he could process anything else, Aruin tapped him on the back. Albert blinked, feeling his muscles release. He hesitated, cautiously lifting his right hand. It moved. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, without a word, Aruin placed a blank sheet of paper in front of him and slid over a pen. "Right," Aruin ordered, his voice steady. Albert clenched his jaw, shooting him a glare full of hatred. Still, Aruin just waited completely calm. Albert sat there, unmoving, hands resting flat on the table. Did this lunatic really think he'd obey? Albert knew the truth. If he obeyed, death was waiting right after. Their eyes locked, both faces dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Then, with a swift motion, the blonde sword sliced through the air. Albert didn't even have time to react. He stared blankly as scarlet droplets splattered beside him. Aruin stood tall, his blade dripping with fresh blood. And in the middle of the room, a severed hand hit the floor. Albert blinked, struggling to process what just happened. Slowly, his gaze shifted. There it was, his own hand, lying lifeless on the ground. A scream tore from his throat, raw and silent. Aruin loomed over him again, voice low and cold. "Pick up the pen." Albert collapsed, clutching his severed arm, his body shaking as silent cries ripped through him. Looking down without a hint of sympathy, Aruin scolded, "I told you not to make this difficult. Why are you still testing me?" Tears streamed down Albert's face as he glared upward, pure hatred burning in his swollen, red eyes. But the moment Aruin's sword hovered closer, white energy swirling around the blade, Albert flinched. His breath hitched. Was that an aura? The glowing blade pressed nearer, and Albert panicked as Aruin raised it again, ready to take his right foot next. Albert shot his remaining hand up in surrender, face pale and pathetic, silently begging for a chance. Aruin stepped back, letting him scramble up from the floor. Dragging a chair over, Albert sank into it, his trembling fingers wrapping around the pen. Bending over the blank page, he dared to ask, "W? What do you want me to write?" Aruin lowered his sword, eyeing him indifferently. "Don't get blood on the paper." Albert swallowed hard. "If even one drop lands," Aruin added coldly, "your head's next." Sweat poured down Albert's face as he nodded weakly. Hovering close, sword in hand, Aruin began to dictate. Albert scribbled each word in shaky strokes, writing a letter to his own father, from his miserable, broken self. Tears blurred his vision, but his mind raced for comfort. "It's fine," he told himself. "A prosthetic will fix the arm. The servants will handle the rest. Just stay alive, stay alive." Another tear fell as he clenched his jaw, remembering how he'd fallen from his chair when his hand was sliced off. What a scene that must have been. Surely Dirika, his top knight, with the light brown hair and beard, would realize something wasn't right. Somewhere nearby, the soft scratching of the pen filled the tense silence. And still, Aruin stood over him, sword resting casually behind his back, watching. Albert wrote, line after line, his heart pounding. But the closer he got to the end, the heavier the silence felt. Gritting his teeth, Albert frowned. Why hasn't Dirika done anything? And just like that, he realized he was already on the last sentence. Albert shot a cautious glance at the man looming beside him, who carefully watched every stroke of his pen. His heart pounded, brows furrowed. Albert thought desperately. Maybe he could buy some time, spill a bit of ink, scribble something wrong, anything to delay this nightmare. But before he could even try, Aruin's face crept in close, his smile twisted and wild. I've heard every thought you've had, Aruin whispered, eyes flashing dangerously. Why bother stalling? Albert's face drained of all color. Pressed against the table, trembling, he glanced at the page. Finish the last sentence, Aruin ordered. With shaking hands, Albert forced himself to keep writing, the sound of the pen dragging across the paper, filling the air. When it was done, Aruin snatched the letter up, skimming it with a grin. Albert watched him warily, nerves fraying. His body was weakening fast from the blood loss. If Dirika didn't figure out something was wrong soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Then, without warning, Albert felt a strange sensation in his throat. Eyes wide, he clutched at his neck, coughing hard. A sudden realization hit him. His voice had returned. Arun twirled the sword lazily in his hand, looking amused. What's wrong? You don't seem very grateful. You can talk now. Albert shot him a glare, jaw clenched, veins bulging as rage flooded through him. Leaping from his chair, he threw his head back and shouted, Dirika, there's an intruder. Arun tilted his head with a grin, completely unfazed. Really? That's your big move. Albert's shout echoed, but nothing happened. Confused, he looked at Arun, searching his face for any sign of fear. But Arun just stood there, grinning wider. Come on, Arun said mockingly. Louder. Is it all you've got? Panic rose in Albert's throat. Why wasn't anyone coming? Arun shrugged. You didn't actually think I wouldn't plan for this? The air shimmered. Albert's eyes darted around as the truth hit him. The entire room was glowing faintly blue, covered in a magical seal of intricate circles and sharp triangles. A silent scroll, Arun explained, set up the moment I walked in. Nothing leaves this room. No sound. No movement. Nothing. Albert's whole body shook as his mouth fell open in shock. Why? Why did you get my voice back then? He stammered. Arun held up the letter with a smirk. Would you have written this if you thought you were already dead? Albert collapsed, his body hitting the floor like dead weight. Staring blankly into the room, his mind spiraled. Arun stepped closer, voice calm but sharp as a blade. Hard to accept, isn't it? You lost. Steel Guard won, and it's all your fault. Albert's breath quickened as he looked up, completely lost. What? What did I even do? He stuttered. Arun raised his sword, the glow of his aura swirling around him like smoke. It's that pathetic inferiority complex of yours, Arun said coldly. Albert threw up his hand in a desperate plea. Please, don't do this, he begged. I swear, I'll never forget this night. Albert clung desperately to Arun's leg, looking up with tear-filled eyes. My family's loaded. I can give you anything. Just say the word, he pleaded. Arun stared down at him, eyes burning with revenge. You never should have killed me. Albert's sobs grew louder. Please stop, he begged. But Arun's eyes glowed red. He swung his sword in one swift motion, his black cloak rising behind him like a shadow. Albert's mouth hung open, his eyes wide, bloodshot and bulging. Arun turned slowly, almost curious, as the room fell silent. On the floor, dark hair spread out like a fan next to splattered drops of blood. Albert's body lay lifeless, separated from his head. Calmly putting his sword away, Arun glanced down and said, That's the best expression you've ever made. I congratulate you, but I've got other things to handle. Albert's severed head rested on its side, pupils small, red veins glaring across his eyes. A red flame flickered in Arun's gaze as a small brown jar dropped into his palm. Inside, bone acid shimmered, a liquid that dissolved flesh on contact. Popping the lid open, Arun poured the yellowish fluid over the remains. The acid hissed as it melted through the body, white pajamas hissing with smoke. This needs to look like you vanished, not died, Arun thought to himself, watching until nothing was left. With the job nearly done, his mind drifted to the red-haired man's wild laughter. Even thinking about it made Arun uneasy. But still, thanks to him, taking revenge on Albert had been almost too easy. Shaking off the thought, Arun smirked. Now was time to clean up the last details. Opening his inventory, he stashed away the leftover pajamas. The Steel Guards were days right away by now. Won't be back anytime soon, he figured. He rummaged through the drawers, pausing when his eyes landed on a black and gold hilted magic sword. So, Albert's family might start pointing fingers, but my alibi's airtight. Dusting off his hands, Arun nodded to himself. Perfect. Time to leave. He tossed 4 scrolls into the air. Red streams of energy wrapped around him as the scrolls activated. Stealth, speed, invisibility, and time compression all kicking in at once. Now fully hidden, he glanced around the empty room. The made bed, closed drawers, and untouched desk made it seem like no one had ever been there. Everything's set, Arun whispered, grinning. And just like that, he disappeared. Left behind on the desk was a letter written to Albert's father. In it, Albert claimed he'd thought long and hard and decided he couldn't lead the family. He feared their downfall and confessed he planned to disappear and live a new life far from his responsibilities. The letter ended with a request, don't come looking for him. Back in the dark room, nothing stirred. Meanwhile, beneath the bright sun, a luxurious black and gold carriage rolled through the trees, red flags fluttering as it passed. Inside, a peach-colored cat meowed softly, sensing the tension. Arun lay sprawled on the sofa, exhausted. Across from him, Sari sat quietly, her gaze low. Arun tilted his head, disappointment heavy on his mind. Revenge. It's done, he thought. Shouldn't I feel something? Instead of satisfaction, there was only emptiness. His mind flashed back to the terror on Albert's severed face. Sure, it felt good. Joyful even. But right after came the weight of it all. Would it have felt different if he dragged it out? Made Albert suffer just like he'd suffered? Stretching out across the seat, Erwin shook his head. No, this was the moment. I couldn't have asked for better. Memories of his former self, drowning in regret, flashed through his mind. All those mistakes from his past life. There were too many to count. Closing his eyes, he tried to calm the storm inside. When he opened them again, he raised his hands, staring at his palms. What am I even doing? He muttered. Then, with a sharp clap, he covered his face. Sorry, he whispered, noticing the startled cat beside him. His thoughts drifted again, back to his family's fall. Arrows, swords, red flags torn to shreds. Albert hadn't been the only problem. The real damage came from his father's disappearance. The red-eyed tiger that tore through their ranks, and the steel guard captain from the northern front, leading a pack of wolfhounds with fangs like blades. A hungry pack, with eyes glowing in the dark. Albert was just one of them, shaking himself out of it. Erwin exhaled deeply. Blue flames flickered in his eyes as he refocused. Enough, he thought. There's still a long road ahead. Erwin opened the book of interdimensional transactions and was immediately greeted by a string of notifications confirming coin deposits. Jewelry and precious metals really do sell for a fortune, he muttered, smirking. Figures. This family's got gold rotting in their vaults. Glancing at the blue system window, he sighed. One last thing to take care of. Displayed on the screen was Albert's magic sword, a multi-purpose weapon, complete with stats and a description. Erwin frowned. Seriously? They even slapped his name on it. How obnoxious. Just as he was scrolling, a message popped up. Someone had offered 500 coins for the sword. Scratching his chin, Erwin considered it. Not bad at all. Despite belonging to a lower circle, the sword was solid. The black and gold hilt, the runes on the blade, wasn't some cheap, disposable trinket. Knights could easily turn the tide of battle with something like this. Staring at the glowing blue screen, Erwin thought back to Dirika, the knight with short brown hair and a beard. Could he beat him now? Javis once said only a select few knights surpassed Dirika. Leaning on his hand, Erwin figured that his current power was more than enough to handle first-class knights. By most standards, he was already at the top of his tier. As the heir to the mystical blade, with second-level mana circulating around his heart, and a year into a 60-year cultivation path, he made insane progress for his age. Still, he knew better than to test himself against an elite knight just yet. Tilting his head, a new thought crossed his mind. What if I just kept the sword? But almost immediately, he dismissed the idea with an awkward smile. Carrying around something this recognizable would only raise suspicions. Nope, better to sell. Erwin reached toward the screen to respond to the buyer, but paused midway. An idea sparked. Instead of accepting the offer, he pulled the sword out of his inventory and held it in his hands. Turning toward Sari, the small creature's ears perked up. With a grin, Erwin asked, Hey, you curious what this thing's really worth? Under the clear blue sky, rocks stacked high around them as Sari happily gnawed on the sword's edge. Erwin chuckled softly. Look at you, chomping away. You know how many coins you're chewing through with every bite. Still, he got serious. 500 coins sounds like a lot, he thought. But compared to what I've already poured into raising you, that's pocket change. As he watched Sari devour the sword, Erwin considered the beast's potential. The Beast Emperor had classified Bulgasari into 5 stages. At the lowest stage, it could absorb some metals. At low, it could handle more types and partially shift form. At medium, it could consume almost all metals in any form. At high, it could absorb not just metals, but the magic and abilities within them, transforming into countless forms. And at the highest level, its growth would explode, reproducing anything it consumed. Crossing his arms, Erwin smiled. Sari's not stopping at basic metals, so he's at least medium or better. And if he hits the top, imagine how many coins he'd churn out from what he's eaten. Suddenly, Erwin blinked in surprise. Sari stood on his hind legs, big round eyes sparkling. Erwin's mouth dropped. Wait, you finished the whole thing? Raising a finger, Erwin asked, So, did you absorb the magic? Or are you just purring because you're full? Sari lifted his front paws and meowed loudly. Erwin clenched his fists, grinning. Oh, so you're feeling confident now? Let's see what you've got. Lifting his hands, palms out, Erwin warned, And hey, no lightning strikes. You blow up the carriage. We're in trouble. Sari meowed back, eyes narrowing in focus. Closing his eyes, he pressed his paws to his chest, his tiny body shaking as energy gathered. Erwin watched, anticipation building. Then, Sari's eyes flashed open. Raising his paws, a shimmering purple barrier spread out, surrounding him like a bubble of energy. Erwin's face lit up with excitement. He actually did it, he shouted, fist pumping the air. The little beast had pulled it off, a real, functioning shield. That meant its potential was at least top tier. He pressed his lips together, swallowed hard, and raised his fist. Sari perked up from under the magic shield, his face slightly flushed. With a grin, Arun lifted his hand and asked if Sari could take the form of the sword he'd once devoured. In an instant, the sword's blade gleamed brilliantly. A notification popped up, confirming the news. Bulgasari had fully evolved into its final form. Now a sword it had completely absorbed. Congrats, Arun muttered, eyeing it with admiration. Max potential, huh? Just then, a long red tail swung into view. Arun blinked, glancing around. Where did that tail come from? Lying before him, the sword looked normal, except for the red tail replacing its hilt. Confused, he stared, and then, as if on cue, a small red creature appeared on the carriage seat beside him. Startled, Arun looked from the pet to the tail and back, puzzled by the connection. With a chuckle, he raised his hand to his mouth and complimented the beast. Nicely done, he said, holding up a single finger. First time pulling this off, huh? Maybe you'll nail it on the next try. Determined, the creature clenched its tiny paws into fists. In a blink, the sword, with its signature red tail, appeared once again on the seat. Arun balled his fists. All right, still only your second attempt. Don't sweat it. The tail flicked back into sight. Arun's smile started to strain. All right, okay, one more time. Let's really try this. Once again, sword. Once again, tail. Eyes wide, Arun sighed. This is seriously the last time. The beast morphed again, sword form intact, tail still present. Then, looking as confused as ever, the creature glanced back at him, clearly just as lost. Bulgasari shared the same expression. Arun stared. What level even is this? Higher than high. They both just sat there, silently facing each other, neither one understanding what was happening. Sari dropped his head into his paws, clearly defeated. Trying to lighten the mood, Arun forced a smile. Hey, don't get down. You're doing great. You even managed to absorb the sword's magic, remember? Sari peeked up at him, eyes watery. Arun turned away, deep in thought. Come on, man. Cheer him up before he really loses it. Then it hit him. Eyes flashing, he snapped his fingers. Of course. With absolute confidence, he pointed straight at Sari. You're top tier. Highest class. Number one, no question. Thumbs up. Big grin. So quit sulking. You're the best out there. For a second, Sari just stared. Then, with a huge smile, he beamed and closed his eyes in relief. Arun struck a dramatic pose. Come on, let's see that smile. Show the world who's number one. Sari copied his stance perfectly. Finally, Arun felt like he could breathe again. He'd honestly been terrified the whole thing might fall apart. Thinking back to the dark egg he'd picked, he remembered rejecting everything else in that secret vault just to choose Sari. Sure, the Eye of Providence had helped guide him, but in reality, it had been a total gamble. Now, seeing the little beast spinning happily on the seat, he figured the bet had paid off. Maybe the painting wasn't perfect, but it still turned out pretty damn good. With fiery red eyes, Arun looked ahead. Things feel different now, and that's a good sign. A system alert popped up, current coin balance, 10,083. He smirked. 5 digits already. That was no small feat at this stage. If it's going this well, he muttered, why stop now? Surrounded by floating red system windows, Arun reviewed his purchases. Heavenly level big recovery pills, 3 of them. Heavenly level taking pills, check. Human looking snow ginseng, got it. Skipping earth level stuff entirely and diving straight into the heavenly tier. Now, that was progress. No need to hesitate. He tapped the download button. Meanwhile, in the city of Mid-I-Am, morning sunlight poured over tidy houses. At a lively tavern, a sign with a beer mug and cutlery swung gently in a breeze. Inside, people cloaked in travel gear filled the tables. One man leaned in. The force route's brutal, but we're nearly at the capital gate. Across from him, a dark-haired man nodded. Work hard now, and it'll pay off later. True that, the guy with the beer mug agreed. Then the dark-haired one asked, Hey, what's the young master been up to? He holed up in his room the second we got here. A man at the next table chimed in. Probably nervous. Tomorrow's the big day at Thero's place. The brunette scoffed. Seriously? The other gestured. Think about it. Didn't you notice how tense he looked? The squad at the table kept the conversation going, laughing as they mentioned how, despite looking wise beyond his years, the young master still seemed hung up on the academy. Honestly, it makes sense, one of them nodded. It's an academy after all. Someone chimed in. But with his abilities, does he really need to worry about something like that? Hares and the brunette sitting beside him shook their heads at the same time. Nah, not a chance. They glanced at each other in surprise. Wait, why do you say that? The brunette asked, raising an eyebrow. I fought him officially, and I fought him unofficially, Hares replied with a smirk. A small argument broke out at the table. So what? One guy shrugged, waiting for the other to explain himself. You think I'm weak or something? The man shot back. Why would I think that? Came the casual reply. The brunette added, Hey, I saw the young master throw the first punch. Oh, so you get what I mean, right? Hares asked, What else is there to get? The guy shrugged again, staying quiet this time. Wait, you're not saying the young master and the commander? No way. The man cut him off before he could finish. The guy looked like he wanted to argue, but held back. Forget it, the commander said with a shrug. I'm just in that kind of mood today. Hares lifted his mug. Enough of this. Let's drop the nonsense and drink. Cheers to that. The other agreed, raising his glass. As the mugs clinked, one of them sighed, wondering if the young master's mood had something to do with the academy. Something about the whole thing just felt off. Upstairs, behind the doors leading to the rooms, Arun sat on the bed with a dark look on his face. Surrounded by glowing red notifications, he ran his hands through his hair. Why aren't the elixirs selling? Sari was sprawled out on the other end of the bed, belly up, clearly just as out of it. Arun scrolled through the updates. Time kept passing, but nothing was changing. Could it be the price? Each heavenly level elixir cost about 2,000 coins. Yeah, pricey, but even then he'd set his price a full 100 coins lower than a market average. And yet, not a single order. Not one. Arun's eyes glowed red as the thought struck him. This isn't just weird. This is seriously messed up. No matter how much he checked, there wasn't a single seller offering these cheaper than him. And his system was updating the listings every hour like clockwork. Then his gaze drifted to the review section. And that's when it all made sense. Dozens of reviews, all slamming his shop. Spiral Ghost, don't buy these. Total ripoff. Yeochi Octu, spent a month's salary. Zero effect. Total disappointment. Simple hell. Worst heavenly level elixir I've ever had. Min Jiangshik, scam alert. Liquor Maniac, absolutely trash quality. Ham Taegil, sellers of fraud. Arun stared at the screen, jaw clenched. What the hell? I haven't sold a single one. How are they leaving reviews? He rubbed his chin, piecing it together. He'd heard about stuff like this before. Groups trying to sway public opinion with fake reviews. Images of smug, laughing figures flashed through his mind. Part-time haters. Curious, he checked out the reviewers' profiles. Sure enough, Spiral Ghost, employee at Taisen Medicine Center. Yeochi Octu, pharmacist at Chonggang Medicine Center. Min Jiangshik, administrator at Great Bear Medicine Center. Ham Taegil, Taoist from Chongjin Temple. Simple Hell, massage master at White Cloud Hall. Arun leaned back, taking all in. Every single one of them was connected to major, first-level affiliate stores. As if picturing them all lined up, glaring at him, he realized exactly what was happening. The 5 top elixir producers from across Myram had decided to gang up on him. Arun ran a hand down his face. Why now? It wasn't like he'd only just started selling elixirs. He'd been doing this for a while, and no one cared before. Did I cross some invisible line? Scratching his cheek, he figured it out. Up until now, he'd only sold smaller stuff. Wages, deposits, nothing major. So they left him alone. But the moment some little nobody started selling heavenly level goods, yeah, that couldn't slide. In his mind, he pictured greedy hands reaching out from all directions, trying to crush him before he became a real threat. Arun scratched the back of his head, laughing under his breath. This is new. I've never been this pissed before. Sure, they acted all high and mighty on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were throwing dirt like anyone else, trying to shut him down before he could get off the ground. Classic. The system flashed a new update. Current coin balance, minus 2,379. Arun grinned wickedly, clasping his hands together. All right then, he muttered. Challenge accepted. If they wanted to throw filth his way, he'd gladly mix up the dirtiest slop he could find and toss it right back at them. With a wide, slightly unhinged smile, he thought darkly, they'd definitely messed with the wrong guy this time. Meanwhile, the sun lit up the red buildings of the medicine centers. Inside, chaos broke out. What is wrong with this lunatic? He actually dared to complain about us? Shouted the man from Taisen Medicine Center. Across from him, a man in a traditional suit from Chonggang Medical Center threw up his hands. Forget the noise. Tell me what we're doing about it, instead of wasting time. It's like we've been bitten by a mad dog, muttered the man from Chongjin Taoist Temple, holding out his palm as if to stop the argument. Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? It was becoming obvious. They'd hired part-time trolls to ruin Arun's business. The system chat window blinked to life. Taisen Medicine Center messaged Chonggang. You're not pinning this on me, are you? We all agreed on this together. Chonggang replied. Hey, I wasn't expecting anyone to actually complain. Over in the corner, a bald man from Great Bear Medicine Center sighed, resting his head on his hand. Doesn't matter to me. I'm in. The man from White Cloud Hall sighed deeply. Same here, but this isn't what we originally agreed on. Voices started rising. How could this even happen? One of them snapped. We've already gone this far. We better figure out how to clean this up. A man in a blue suit growled. What's wrong with you people? If we fight now, nobody wins. We've got an MK meeting coming up. We need a plan fast. I'll handle that punk myself, someone declared, slamming a fist on the table. The rest of you just follow my lead. I'll show that nobody from the lower system exactly how things work around here. Suddenly, the group chat lit up. Taisa Medicine Center, White Cloud Hall, Chongjin Taoist Temple, Great Bear Medicine Center, Chonggang Medical Center, all have joined the chat. Messages poured in. Why is he wasting everyone's time? Why bother with some nobody? He actually called us together? What's he planning? Arun lounged on his bed, arms folded, smirking as he watched them pile into the chat. Someone finally asked, all right, we're all here. So what exactly are you trying to do? You gonna take responsibility for calling us out, kid? Arun's grin widened. Kid? Who says I'm younger than you? That immediately set one of them off. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm 67. How old are you? Arun looked away and sighed. Wow, that's your flex? Your age? Seriously? The old man exploded. Another scoffed. What do you expect from someone in the lower system? Total lack of manners. Guy's probably too broke to know any better. Another added gloomily. Someone else muttered. What a mess. This is just pathetic. Arun shook his head with a quiet chuckle. Oh, I see how it is. All of you ganging up on me at once? How touching. Then, without warning, he activated a command. A crossed-out speaker symbol appeared on the chat. Complete silence mode activated. Everyone froze as the chat locked down. Stunned, they stared at their screens. Arun sat back calmly. Huh, so this is part of the Myo AM system's controls. A new window appeared. A pink-haired man with long ears materialized among the system panels. I'm the Myo AM channel master, he announced. We're here today to address the accusations raised by a certain individual at the Arun Exchange. His gaze swept over the group. This meeting is for formal discussion only. Sarcasm, insults, or profanity will not be tolerated. One of the old men winced but stayed quiet. Arun smiled faintly. The channel master added, and if silence mode is triggered again, any violators will lose their right to speak. Are we clear? Silence mode lifted. The bullhorn icon flashed, and the chat resumed. Yes, understood. We got it. Let's get this over with. We're busy people. The channel master asked if anyone wanted to respond to the accusations. Tayson Medicine Center was first to speak. I'll say this much. We did use part-time workers. The man scowled, waving his hand. But come on. I've heard this complaint 100 times. I'm sick of it. Arun exhaled slowly. Typical. Jumping over their own heads and then crying when they get burned. If your goods were really high quality, Taysan sneered, would you have ratings like that? Look, things work differently here in the first system. Quality is everything. Quality is trust. Arun couldn't help but grin. And instead of crying over a few bad reviews, maybe you should focus on making your product better. This is what a real merchant looks like, Arun said with a grin as a new file popped up in the chat, titled Transaction Records from Arun. The others stared at him, surprised. Still smiling, Arun invited them to take a look. The sales history was crystal clear. No heavenly level elixirs had been sold. The records were completely empty. One by one, the chat participants chimed in. This is serious. Yeah, not a single sale. Arun leaned back, arms folded, eyes on the open chat. So, let me get this straight, he said smoothly. People who never even bought anything are complaining about the quality of my products. If those aren't part-time trolls, then who are they? T scoffed. How do we even know that's a real document? The channel master, Myo AM, clasped his hands together. I checked the history myself. The document's legit. T frowned. Well, in that case, maybe there were part-time workers involved. But can you prove we're the ones behind them? Arun didn't blink. Myo AM can confirm that too. Myo AM shook his head. Suspicion alone won't cut it. We can't expose private info from other exchanges. Arun waved it off. Relax. I'm only asking you to check if those users are tied to certain organizations. Myo AM's face darkened. That's impossible. Customer data is protected. That's non-negotiable. Donon sneered. So what now? We just sit back and do nothing? Let these guys keep piling on fake reviews. Myo AM shrugged. Hey, I just run the channel. Justice isn't really in my job description. The rival merchants exchanged smug looks, satisfied with how things were going. Arun pictured cracks splintering through the air around him. So that's how it is, he thought angrily. The channel master's playing along with them. They're all in on this. It wasn't just random businesses competing. This was a full-blown cartel. Arun pictured it all. Everyone around the table, stacks of gold and priceless loot in front of them. Deals being made with grins and handshakes. Myo AM had the partner stores wrapped around his finger. They gave him perks, and he made sure nothing ever rocked the boat. Arun jabbed a finger into his chest, frustrated. Even knowing how the game's rigged, I still expected someone to play straight. What a joke. In the group chat, Myo AM spoke up. Anyone got anything else? Nope. All good. Busy here. Let's finish up. Mio AM gave a small smile. All right then, we're done. Hold on, Arun cut in. You're really ending it like this? No follow-up? No proof. Mio AM looked unimpressed. Yeah? So what if you're suspicious? Arun's grin turned sharp. And what if I got evidence? The room fell dead quiet. Tae-san scoffed. Seriously? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull now? Drop the act. Arun didn't say a word. He dropped a file into the chat. Take a look, he said coolly. After this, let's see if you still have the nerve to talk down to me. Everyone moved closer to their screens. Even Mio AM went still the moment he saw the file's title. Arun spoke like it was nothing. These are the transactions from the accounts behind the fake reviews. They're all linked to your centers. Taisei Medicine, Chonggang Medical, Great Bear, Chongjin Taoist Temple, White Cloud Hall. Should I keep going? Taisen lost it. That's fake. Where do you even dig this up? Arun didn't flinch. What do you think, Mio AM? Look fake to you. Mio AM scanned the data, his eyes racing, sweat starting to form. How the hell does he have this? Where did this even come from? Arun tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Going mute again. Mio AM waved his hands frantically. And no, it's not that. Exchange records are locked by the system. They can't be altered. Silence. The 5 merchant reps didn't say a word. The truth sank in. This wasn't some bluff. It was real. Arun leaned back, cool and steady. So now that this is out there, I'd say things just got a lot more serious. Mio AM forced a strained smile. Why, yes. That's right. The accusations are true. The top elixir companies have been hiring part-timers to flood the system with fake reviews. Tae-san exploded. So what the hell's Mio AM been doing? Pocketing bribes? Before the shouting could spiral, Mio AM slapped silence mode. A muted speaker icon lit up on screen. All voices cut off. Great Bear Medicine Center slammed a hand on the table, mouthing, "What the hell are you doing?" Chongjin Taoist Temple raised a hand sheepishly. I didn't even say anything. Arun held up a finger, amused. Easy now. Why's everyone so worked up? Mio AM looked over, still trying to hold a smile. Arun asked, quick thing, part-time trolling. That breaks exchange rules, doesn't it? Mio AM nodded. Correct. And the punishment? Mio AM responded steadily. First offense means 30-day trading suspension. Same goes for any exchange that placed the order. Arun grinned, satisfied. That's more than enough. Mio AM nodded. In that case, we'll process the reports from the Arun exchange. The chat fell into stunned silence as the 5 major companies listened in disbelief. They'd been caught red-handed using part-time trolls, and now a full month-long suspension was looming over them. But before the final blow landed, Arun leaned in with a Sylvia smile. Or maybe we come to an agreement, he suggested casually. I'm not exactly dying to see justice served, either. Mio AM blinked in surprise. An agreement? Arun smiled behind folded fingers. Come on, for someone running an exchange, aren't profits the most important thing? He turned to the 5 guests. So what's it going to be? You wanting to push for punishment? Or are you ready to pay compensation and keep your businesses running? Baldy's face darkened. 30 days? That's a long time. Longhair frowned. The losses would be massive. The man in the traditional suit grimaced. I really don't want to give anything to this guy, but if we can settle for a fair price, maybe it's worth it. Arun glanced at Mio AM. Lift the silence mode. Let's hear their answer. Snapping out his thoughts, Mio AM nodded. Ah, yes. The system chimed. Silence mode lifted. Chat resumed. Immediately, one of the merchants exploded. So this is your true goal. What a scam, he shouted. You started all this just to squeeze us for compensation. Arun tilted his head, still smiling. If you're so against it, then I assume you're happy with the 30-day suspension? The man sneered. Suspend us if you want. You really think we won't sell a single thing without dimensional trading? My medical center sits on top of a mountain, packed with customers. 1 month is nothing. Just wait and see. Arun rested his cheek on his palm. All right, good luck with that. What about the rest of you? Feel the same way. One merchant smirked to himself. Does he really think this little trick will shake us? We're the biggest elixir producers around for a reason. But to his surprise, the others disagreed. I'm not siding with him. Yeah, I'm thinking differently. Honestly, I applaud his confidence, but count me out. The mountain man's jaw dropped. He stared at them, fuming. Traitors. Baldy spoke up. We're not saying we'll pay without question. What's the amount? The man in the suit agreed. Yeah, name your price first. Arun's red eye glowed faintly. I can't calculate the exact damage they'd suffer from a suspension, he thought. Too high, and they'll just refuse. Too low, and they'll take it as a joke. He imagined them with fake, pained expressions, pretending to be hurt while laughing behind his back. But not this time. Not over his dead body. Leaning into the chat, Arun's smile turned sharp. You got all wrong, he said. It's not about losing elixir sales. The real damage? You trashed my name. You smeared me as a seller of garbage goods. And that's what really pisses me off. His smile widened. If I just let this slide, I won't be able to sleep at night. Someone's getting punished. One of the merchants typed. So what are you planning? You change your tune pretty fast. Arun tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. Every company's monthly income is different. There's no sense in setting one fixed price. Then he smirked. Here's how we'll settle this. I'll forgive only 3 companies. The other 2, full punishment. The chat lit up. What? Wait, one of us already refused. Then that means only 1 spot left. Arun folded his arms, wicked grin in place. Welcome to the auction, he announced. Lowest bidder wins. Unlimited bids. Whoever offers the least compensation gets their trade suspension card. Baldy nearly pillared the table. What is this nonsense? Longhair glared at Mio AM. Hey, is this even allowed? Mio AM looked genuinely thrown off. With my authority as channel master, I could shut this down, but if I step in now, I might end up in an even worse mess. For now, the safest play was to sit back and watch. The merchants gaped at him, and Mio AM, he just stayed quiet. In truth, there was no issue with the method. How they settled things was entirely up to the applicant. With a satisfied smile, Arun spread his hands. Perfect. Let's get started then. After all, we're all busy people. The traders were stunned. Who's placing the first bid? Arun asked, his grin widening. And just like that, the numbers started pouring in. 1,005, 2,000, 3,000. Arun watched the chat light up, his smile growing as the offers climbed. So predictable, he thought. They came together for profit, but for the right price, they'll gladly tear each other apart. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on the screen. This is a good start. Even if the numbers only rose a little at a time, it was exactly what he wanted. He even pumped his fists like a cheerleader. Come on, keep it going. 8,000. Mustache Man shouted. 8,500. Longhair added. 8,800, barked the Taoist. 9,000. Baldy chimed in, clearly not wanting to be left behind. Arun chuckled, watching the bid stack higher and higher. They're getting close to the real losses they'd face from a full suspension. And the climb continued. 9,200. 9,250. 9,300. 9,350. Then silence. Arun's grin faltered for a second. Did they just stop? Is that it? The Taoist scowled and blurted out. 9,360. One of the others pointed at him. If you're going to push it, might as well hit 10,000. Longhair groaned. If we go that high, we're all dead. Just stop already. The Taoist shot back. Suspend my activities? Are you out of your mind? Absolutely not. Baldy snorted. Aren't you a Taoist? What's with the greed? Shouldn't you be living the simple life? Mustache Man jumped in. Seriously, no possessions, no attachments, right? The Taoist snapped. Oh, please. If wealth is so terrible, hand yours over. Name one merchant who isn't greedy. Chaos erupted. You're a scammer. You're a quack doctor filling your belly on the backs of believers. Arun scratched his cheek, a bit thrown off. Wow, first time I've heard them swear like this. These guys are really something. Still, he smirked. The cracks are showing. And once cracks appear in a cartel, it's only a matter of time before it all falls apart. And sure enough, the fighting only escalated. The Taoist jabbed a finger at the others. Fine, 10,000. Satisfied now, the doctor gawked. You're trying to kill us all. Baldy sighed. 10,010. Can't fall behind now. Longhair whipped around. Why would you even raise it again? The doctor rubbed his temples. This is madness. Complete insanity. I'm out. Forget it. I'll just take the 1-month suspension. Not worth it. Mio AM, watching it all unfold, nodded. Looks like a decision's been made. The exchanges that will suspend their activities are. But before he could finish, someone raised the bid again. 12,000. The whole chat froze. And Arun? He couldn't have been happier. From the corner of the chat, the man from Taysom Medicine Center spoke up, his tone grim. 12,000 coins, he declared. Arun raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden spike. Even Mio Am's mouth hung open in shock. The rest of the group stared in disbelief. Why the sudden bid? Someone asked. The man sighed, closing his eyes. I thought it through. It's the only smart move. I can't risk the hit to our monthly income. Shutting down would wreck our position. The time and cost to recover would be brutal. A settlement is better. He sat back, arms folded. The decision was final. Longhair paled. That means I'm next to be shut down? He hesitated, then asked, wait, can we still jump in? Is the auction still open? Arun grinned wide. Sure, nothing changes. If you want back in, just outbid him. Whoever pays the most keeps trading. Simple. Longhair froze. The numbers were already too high. He'd been struggling once it passed 9,000. But now, over 12,000? That was madness. Arun clapped his hands together. Looks like we have our result. Mio AM quickly stepped in. In that case, I hereby announce a 30-day suspension for White Cloud Hall and Chonggang Medical Center. The losing merchants groaned, clearly devastated. All channels will block your trades for the next month. Mio AM continued. and I suggest you be extra careful moving forward. Penalties stack up fast. The system pinged. White Cloud Hall and Chongqing Medical Center have left the chat. Arun smiled, glancing at the others. Well, looks like the ones who needed to leave are gone. The rest of you, time to pay up, right? The Taoist exhaled slowly, eyes shut. 10,000 coins received from Chongjin Taoist Temple. Baldy groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. 11,000 coins received from Great Bear Medicine Center. T-Medicine Center glared daggers through the screen. 12,000 coins received from Tayson Medicine Center. He clenched his jaw. You made a huge mistake today, Arun. I won't forget this. Arun shrugged. As you wish. Leaning forward, he added with a smirk. But hey, since we're all being honest, here's a little free advice. Instead of wasting time on cheap tricks, maybe try improving your products. Then, with a laugh, he added, wasn't it you who said this is how real merchants behave? T turned red with rage, fists clenched tight. One by one, the remaining participants left the chat, leaving Arun alone. He let out a satisfied breath. Ran off fast enough. Bet that taste of defeat's gonna linger. He tapped the red window in front of him. Time to log off, too. But just before he could, Myo-M's voice cut through. Arun, got a minute? Arun paused, surprised. What's this about? Then his thoughts darkened. Wait, could it be? Did he figure something out? Myo-M images flashed in his mind. A red book, forbidden knowledge, the unsettling idea that even transferring coins legally might not protect him here. He glanced toward the system notifications. Myo-AM, master of Channel 1 system. No extra details. His eye of insight couldn't peek beyond that. Meanwhile, his own profile was locked tight behind the information asymmetry shield. Still, Arun stayed on guard. If this is about that report, I'd better tread carefully. He gestured toward the screen. I'm listening. Myo-AM closed his eyes. You know, you're kind of looking down on me, aren't you? Arun smiled lightly. I'm just doing what's convenient. Myo-AM opened his eyes. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. Arun leaned forward, interested. Go ahead. With an awkward chuckle, Myo-AM clapped his hands. So, you're the inspector, right? Arun blinked. Wait, what? It was impossible to play dumb now. Myo-AM had figured it out. With an embarrassed smile, the channel master went on. Look, I've been considerate of the exchanges entering local markets. Just try to keep things smooth. Even if I took a little something on the side, it's not like one guy can eat that much, right? Arun listened, half amused as Myo-AM awkwardly explained himself, laughing nervously the whole time. And you get where I'm going with this, right? Myo-AM added, his grin forced. Arun sat in silence, putting the pieces together. Auditor, manager, report, boss. His eyes widened slightly. Is that what this is? He smirked. Oh, I get it now. You're scared. The trap had snapped shut. Well, you had to hand it to the channel masters. At least they had good taste. After all, what he was smelling now wasn't trouble. It was pure opportunity. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Arun grinned to himself. A crisis is just opportunity in disguise, right? Honestly, he couldn't think of a more fitting phrase for the moment. The image of those 5 furious traders flashed through his mind. He'd gone head-to-head with the biggest manufacturers in the first system and came out on top. Meanwhile, Myo-AM sat there looking awkward, hands folded neatly. Arun smirked. The guy actually thinks I'm some kind of inspector. Should I even bother filing a complaint? He swung his legs off the bed, deep in thought. The VIP privileges he'd unlocked felt like hitting the jackpot. The system window reminded him. Maximum level privileges activated. Inventory expansion. Flow recognition. Promotion support. Master price discounts. Zero commission. Endless perks stacked up like treasures. And yet, there was always that lingering thought in the back of his mind. What if they take it all away? Would filing some petty complaint make someone upstairs second-guess, giving him this power? The thought gnawed at him. But with a grin, Arun leaned back, hands behind his head. Refusing honey just because you're scared of bees? Stupid. The system pinged again. Current balance, 29,631 coins. Not bad at all. He cleared his debts, and now he was just shy of 30,000. He pictured his family crest and chests overflowing with gold. Crazy to make a steel guard's yearly earnings in a single night. Scooping up the rewards like honey, he couldn't help but smile wide. Then, jolting upright, his eyes sparkled. Easy money like this. Maybe I should try my luck again? The carriage rumbled along through the trees. Arun sitting inside with his arms folded, scrolling through a flood of messages. Of course, he sighed, swiping them away. I post one ad about buying internal cultivation techniques, and they all pile in with garbage. Resting his head on his hand, he groaned. Maybe I should have changed my profile to first system before asking. Who's going to take me seriously with zero system plastered on my info? With a huff, he dismissed the notifications. Forget this. Better to search on my own. He folded his arms and brought up a search window. First class sellers only. Price cap at 10,000 coins. His red eyes scanned the results. Just because I got cash doesn't mean I'm throwing it around. In his mind, he pictured himself draped in a long cloak, walking alone. Truth is, things had gotten a little tricky lately. Even though he could still absorb energy, something was off. His combat strength wasn't improving like before. Clenching his teeth, red rays flared between his fingers. Saturation phase. His cultivation had maxed out what his current 8-star celestial technique could handle. Arun imagined standing atop a mountain, looking out at peaks even taller than his own. Sure, he could boost his level and expand his internal power, but scaling that wall wasn't something you just brute force. One step at a time, slowly, steadily, like walking through darkness, leaving faint footprints behind. Yeah, it felt just like back in the days before measurement transactions. He pictured an hourglass full of shimmering gold dust. Measurement transactions save time, a beautiful shortcut, as long as your wallet was fat enough. Looking over the list of techniques, his eyes landed on a few. 8-star Psychic Northern Lights technique. 7-star Blood Magic technique. 7-star Spiritual Yang technique. I've got a decent shortlist, he muttered. But better double check with an expert. He sent the document to Suk-hyun for review. Moments later, Suk-hyun's reply popped up. Good picks. High-level techniques too, he said, raising a finger in his profile image. But ditch the magic one. Arun frowned. What? Extraction, Suk-hyun replied. Internal standardization policy. The more tainted the energy, the greater the loss during purification. Suk-hyun shrugged. But that's not the only reason. The bigger problem is what it does to you. Absorbing magic power drains your capabilities. Arun crossed his arms, deep in thought. So, the deeper I dive into magic, the harder it gets to keep up with martial arts. Exactly, Suk-hyun confirmed. In Arun's mind, he pictured a single drop of black ink swirling in clear water. Once the purity's gone, good luck cleaning it up. Pointing his finger, Suk-hyun spoke seriously. Times have changed. With interdimensional trade open, we're not limited like before. These days, anyone can learn and master martial arts. Arun nodded thoughtfully, picturing the long-haired warriors of old. Yeah, with all the options now, is there really any point in chasing techniques that come with obvious weaknesses? The same doubt crept in. Suk-hyun kept going, waving his arms. And don't forget, using magic drains your mana. It's a dead end when it comes to pushing your achievements higher. Arun leaned back in the carriage, absorbing it all. So, if I want to aim higher, I should stick to pure martial arts. With that, he opened the red system window, scrolling through his options. All right, no more magic techniques, he decided. His gaze landed on Psychic 8 Stars, a martial art that extracted spiritual energy from a body. Out. Then he pictured golden lightning crackling from his sword. Sure, it sounded fun to blast someone with lightning instead of iron. But if some random knight started throwing around lightning strikes, the whole continent would be on high alert. Even magical swordsmen didn't get away with that for long. Besides, seeing an 8-star martial art on a 7-star page? Yeah, the ceiling was way too low. Now only 2 remained. Northern Lights technique. The forgotten secret of an ancient clan. Spiritual Yang technique. Focused on extreme mental clarity. Smiling, Arun skimmed the details and decided, I'll take Spiritual Yang. Suk-hyun blinked in shock. Wait, what? Arun looked up. What's the problem? With a sheepish grin, Suk-hyun gestured with his hands. Nothing really. Just that if it were me, I'd have gone the other way. Oh yeah. Arun raised a brow. And why's that? The Northern Lights technique is pure martial arts at its finest. Way beyond what any heavenly cultivation technique can offer. Arun waved his hand, surprised. You're saying it's better than heavenly techniques? Absolutely, Suk-hyun replied. Heavenly cultivation is known for quick gains and easy control, but it's just a basic technique from the Heavenly Sword Castle. If you want something on another level, Northern Lights is it. Arun paused, considering it. Maybe he had a point, but then he smiled. Nah, I'm sticking with Spiritual Yang. The description says secret records are included. Sounds like a bonus to me. Suk-hyun's jaw dropped. You're picking it for the secret records? Seriously? I can give you those. They're just sitting in the library. I'll copy them for you. Arun's eyes lit up. Wait, the Northern Lights technique comes with secret records too? The fire in his red gaze flared. Under those terms, Northern Lights was clearly the better deal. In his mind, he saw himself meditating under a cool, light blue aura. Below that, the heavy, dark red energy of Spiritual Yang loomed. Sure, Spiritual Yang boosted intelligence, but once you took that road, you'd never even catch a glimpse of the darker, deeper peaks of Earth's energy. If both techniques cost the same, the choice was obvious. Go with the one that gave him more in the long run. Still, something about Suk-hyun's sudden enthusiasm fell off. Why was this guy trying so hard to sway him? Arun narrowed his eyes. Hey, what's your deal? Why are you pushing Northern Lights so hard? Suk-hyun froze. W what? Me? Nothing. Arun wasn't buying it. If you want to cut the profits, you'd better give me the truth. Sukhyun broke. His shoulders trembled as he bent low, forehead pressing to the ground. Then, with a loud thud, his palms smacked the floor. Arun blinked. Huh? What's this about? Why are you acting like I'm about to kill you? Sukhyun sobbed, wiping his face. I know you signed a contract, and you won't hurt me, but surviving isn't the same as living. Tears streamed down his face as he looked up desperately. Please, just help me out this once. I swear, I'll serve you with all my heart forever. Arun stared in shock. Is this guy begging me over martial art? Through the window of his mind, he pictured the distant mountains. On the rooftop of a building stood a man with long, dark hair, holding a long pole as the world spun in chaos around him, all for the love of martial arts. And in the middle of it all, someone quietly stood holding out a box of dumplings. Choi, that's his name. Next to him, Kim steps forward holding out a plate, quietly asking for coins. The boys dash around, faces flushed, while an old man with a hunchback shuffles by. No one here is ordinary. Even the weakest among them carry at least one or two minor talents. They stand ready, each one like a predator waiting for the right moment. Over by the corner, the dumpling seller balances stacks of boxes in both hands without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Sukhyun sits off to the side, completely drained. His mind drifts, wondering what life must be like for a first-class warrior who's been reduced to nothing more than a novice in a place like this. But honestly, he doesn't need to wonder. The answer is clear enough without anyone saying a word. Suddenly, the man with glasses breaks the tension. He practically transforms into a chihuahua, bursting into tears. I've got no excuses left, he wails. One wrong move, and my wife's gonna kill me. Seated calmly, the hero rests his chin on his hand. He sizes up the situation easily. Looking down, he mutters, if I extract now, my status takes a hit. Why should I accept that loss? Across from him, the man in the cap plops down onto the floor and nods in agreement. That's when the hero opens his book, flapping through the pages until he lands on the Northern Lights technique. It's similar to celestial cultivation. He explains, same path, same purpose. There might be some losses at first, sure, but they'll pay for themselves in no time. Sukhyun sighs. If I hand over the secret records, the Lord's power will skyrocket even higher. The gentleman listens carefully, and yeah, the logic checks out. But somehow, this all feels way too heavy for what should be a simple deal. There's no reason to just fall in line behind this guy. The hero slides his hand out to the side, thinking a little risk never hurt anyone. Meanwhile, the man with glasses is convinced the hero has no clue what's really going on inside his head. But then, the hero leans in, his confidence growing. I've known you longer than you realize, he says. The man in the cap blinks in shock. The hero smirks. Feeling a bit uneasy now? It's not so easy to act untouchable when someone from a lower system sees through you, is it? The man is rattled. The Lord's face lights up with a wild, fiery grin. Sukhyun's just been waiting for you to slip, he says. The man in the cap slumps even further, mumbling under his breath. What's that? The hero asks, pretending not to hear. The man quickly waves it off. No, you're mistaken. I never crossed the line. I know exactly what happens to people who do. The hero raises an eyebrow. Just checking. But from the looks of it, the man's telling the truth. There's been a misunderstanding, the man insists. I'm serious. Completely sincere. The hero lets out a small sigh. Exactly the answer I expected, he says. But don't worry. I'll act like I didn't hear anything. That mercy alone nearly crushes the man. Thank you, he whispers. The hero leans back, lost in thought. Then it clicks. With a sharp gaze, he lays out his idea. If this is an exchange, he says, there's no room for emotions. Let's keep it strictly business. Stick to the basics, the hero said flatly. The man, his face pale, hesitated. W, what exactly are you getting at? The hero casually brushed his hand to the side, sitting up straighter. Think about it. If the celestial cultivation technique costs 8 stars, that's around 5 minutes, maybe 6,000 coins. He tilted his head. Shouldn't we start by talking price? Feeling more energized, he raised a finger in the air. So, if you're looking to get back your internal energy cultivation technique, bring me an offer that's actually worth my time. I'll give you 1 day. Sukhyun blinked in shock. 1 day. The hero, striking a proud pose, smirked. What else did you expect? You claimed to be loyal to the Lord, didn't you? The scene shifts. Before us stands the Albert family estate. Inside, Derek kneels before a grand table. A gray-haired man sits back in his chair, his fingers heavy with rings. For a long moment, he says nothing. Finally, he speaks. Why did he run away from home? Looking down, the brunette replies quietly. Perhaps he was too proud. I'm not sure the young master made the right choice leaving. The head of the family taps the table, his gaze sharp. I saw the letter. It's clearly in my son's handwriting. Still staring at the floor, the servant shakes his head. Even so, Just because it's his handwriting doesn't mean we can trust what it says. Darian narrows his eyes. You think he's been threatened? The servant swallows hard but stays silent, sweat gathering at his brow. The head leans on his fist. Greedy. My eldest was too greedy. Took everything for himself and tossed the rest aside. That's not what I meant, the servant mumbles. He bows even lower. If he really ran away, there would have been signs. Some kind of trace. But no one saw him leave. None of the servants noticed him preparing for a trip that day. The Marquis slowly moves his fist from his chin. Then what? Someone helped him? Or worse, kidnapped him? But then Darian lifts his gaze, his voice darker. Or maybe someone seeking revenge. At that, Darian freezes, his eyes widening. Revenge? What are you talking about? The servant lowers his head further, bracing himself. From the side, we see them both. The servant speaks carefully. 4 days ago, at the arcade, a vase shattered. Someone yelled if our men even had brains, or if they were just for decoration. The Marquis's rage flares instantly. I understand now, he roars. No wonder our knights are called a useless pack of fools. Having no pride, if they wanted to pick a fight, why involve the steel guard of all people? The servant bows his head, ashamed. Forgive us. But the head of the house shoots to his feet, finger pointing, his fury reaching its peak. Why am I even paying that pathetic knight squad? He shouts. If they think someone is worth our attention, then fine. It's time they stay out of it and leave him be. In a fit of rage, the Marquis kicked over a vase filled with scrolls. If we keep dragging this out, it's only going to get worse, he shouted, hurling objects across the room. Breathing heavily, he finally dropped onto the table, muttering curses under his breath. Without even looking at his servant, he asked, so, the younger steel guard, is he still full of surprises? The servant, still hiding his face, nodded. Yes, completely different from what the reports said. Then, hesitating, he nervously presented the steel guard family crest. Honestly, he might be the true successor to Leyskin. The Marquis's face twisted with sarcasm. A heart of steel protecting the Navarro. Huh? If we hadn't kept up the supply, that heart would have stopped beating long ago. He stepped closer to the family's coat of arms and scoffed. And who do we have to thank for that? The servant gave a quick nod. Darian leaned back, thoughtful. Still, odd that Steel Guard showed up in KDO. Strange timing. Then, turning away, he added, I might have gone too far saying it was revenge. They don't really have a reason to target us. Dirica, still kneeling, spoke quietly. That's true, but the whole situation feels off. A memory flickered of the moment the protagonist cast a cold glare. Maybe it wasn't even their knights who provoked him. But the second he left, the young master vanished. The servant recalled standing near the gate, watching the Murim. Something about it all felt connected. The Marquise's gaze sharpened. There's more to this. I'm sure of it. He studied his servant. You look haunted. The servant straightened, a spark of resolve in his eyes. Raising a hand, the Marquise ordered, investigate. Do whatever it takes to find my son. Then he added sternly, but don't make any reckless moves. Our enemy is Steelguard, after all. With deadly seriousness, the knight nodded. Understood. I'll stake my life on it. The scene shifts to a city tucked high in the mountains, its architecture reminiscent of ancient China. Down narrow alleys, a man sprints, gasping for breath. Around the corner he goes, thoughts racing. This is insane. Absolutely insane. What am I even doing? Panic floods his face, the man with glasses clutching his chest as he runs. It's already gone too far. There's no turning back now, he thinks, his heart pounding. But still, he pushes forward. This is it. This is the right move. Meanwhile, the hero sits quietly, practicing his smile. A perfect grin. 32 teeth. Covering his mouth with his hand, he thinks, don't laugh. Just hold it in. But it's no use. The more he thinks about it, the harder it is to stay serious. Moments later, a notification arrives. He's obtained the Lost Soul's Celestial Sword Technique, a legendary secret from Skyball Castle. Before him stands a man with long hair, towel draped over his shoulders. We're drilling in the fifth world now, the hero muses. This martial art ranks among the top 3 sword techniques. An ascension-level skill, holding the secrets to ultimate mastery. Anyone who perfects it would stand shoulder to shoulder with the great sword masters. Trying to stifle his grin, the hero marvels. The #1 official technique, the one that made Heavenly Sword Castle what it is today, he thinks. And now, it's his. He can't help but smile. In his hands is the martial art of ball control, a technique so well known in Murim's fifth world that even babies recognize it. Across from him, the man in the cap scowls in disbelief. I risked my life for this, he says bitterly. The hero raises a hand. Not bad. I price it at about 5,000 coins. The seller box. What? Are you kidding? This is rare. You won't find it anywhere else. The hero rubs his chin, thinking. Fair point. Stuff like this doesn't just show up. If you get the chance to own something like this, he thought, you pay whatever it takes. Later, as they ride in the carriage, the hero looked over, intrigued. You really went all out. You've proven your loyalty, he said. Leaning his chin on his hand, the hero added, the celestial cultivation technique's been extracted. I'll hand it over once I get the Northern Lights technique. Seo-kyun, clearly excited, replied, I'm hoping to finish by tomorrow night. The hero, delighted, agreed. Good. Let me know as soon as it's done. Then came a new notification. User has left the session. The hero chuckled to himself. Seems like someone's eager to make reckless moves, he thought. Totally different from the careful process of reworking the chaos cultivation technique. Lowering his head slightly, he whispered, well, that's done. A fresh set of purchase notifications popped up before him. The system flashed a message. The 7-star Northern Lights technique, a secret art passed down by the forgotten Shantian. Along with it came 2 bonus skills, weed removal and Tai energy healing, perfect for cleansing the body of unwanted energy. The hero couldn't hold back a laugh. Achievements too? Not bad. A new title popped up, King of Gold. To earn it, spend 75,000 coins in the system. The reward? A cool 5,000 coins back. Smiling to himself, the hero glanced to the side. Feels like after that cash auction, things have finally settled down. But then, old memories crept back, the ones where he struggled to handle the crushing weight of advanced techniques. The Northern Lights technique was a tier above celestial cultivation. If I push too hard again, he thought, I'll end up bedridden for weeks. A bit of doubt lingered. This was going to take time, no doubt. But there wasn't really another option. Divided absorption was his only path forward. With a sigh, the hero admitted to himself, I still don't know the method for cultivating internal strength. The energy in my lower abdomen is just dead weight right now. For now, he'd have to rely on the mana in his heart, and hope a few quiet days would help. A voice broke his thoughts. Sir, we're almost there. It was Michael. The hero perked up. Got it. How much longer? Huge castles and sprawling estates started appearing on the horizon. We'll be in Theros soon, the knight reported. Leaning back in his carriage, the hero gave orders. Sir Davis and I will head straight to the academy. You and your squad get some rest at the inn. The knight nodded. Understood. With a grin, the hero raised his finger dramatically and said, let's wrap this up. Moments later, the massive gates of the Royal Knight Academy came into view. Crossing his arms, the hero looked up and thought, back here, after 15 years. Beside him, Hares admired the grand structure towering above them. No surprise this place looks so incredible. It is the academy that produced Lane Steelguard himself. After all, the hero glanced over. First time seeing it. Yeah, always wanted to visit, but duty called me elsewhere, Hares said. With a grin, he added, still, thanks to you, I finally made it. The hero, looking a bit worn, tilted his head. So, how's it compare to the Imperial Academy? Hares smirked. Honestly, not that impressive. I mean, the scale alone. The hero shot him a sharp look. Quickly throwing up his hands, Hares backtracked. Just a casual observation. I really do think the Royal Academy is majestic. With an awkward laugh, he gestured toward the castle. This place is the pride of the Empire. More than that, it's the symbol of our knightly power. That kind of meaning? Worth more than the entire Imperial Academy combined. The hero chuckled softly. Good to know you're not a spy. Still, talking like that's an art form in itself. Trying to shift the mood, Hares scanned the courtyard. So, where's the admissions committee? The hero wasn't exactly impressed by the topic change, but let it slide. The afternoon sun bathed the castle walls in a warm glow. Inside one of the offices, a man leaned back at a desk, stretching. Just then, Aruin approached the tall man. Peering at him closely, the spy asked, is this where we find the admissions committee? The bald man let out a slow breath, nodded, and asked for their letters of recommendation. They handed him the envelope, but as soon as his eyes caught the Steelguard family seal, he froze. For a moment, he just stared, then quickly straightened up. If you're really from that household, he said with sudden formality, it's an honor to have you here. He wasted no time rambling on, mentioning how he personally handled the applications of their 2 older brothers. Guess it's true what they say. Blood runs deep, he added with a smile. But neither of them reacted. They simply looked at him, thinking the same thing. He's never even seen us before. Still grinning, the man from the committee asked how the count was doing and whether they'd earned any achievements lately. Next, we see the young master's father, a respected figure representing Navarro. But despite his accomplishments, he lived under the shadow of his grandfather, who had risen to an even higher rank. People always ask the same thing. Why hasn't he reached legendary yet? The hero sighed to himself. Forget legendary. None of us, including my brothers and me, have even made it to heroic. Not even awakened. The man beside him caught the shift in his gaze and raised his hands apologetically. My mistake, he said, eyebrows raised. That was out of line. With this letter of recommendation, you're all set. He motioned toward the next building. Head over there. You'll find a small training ground waiting. The spies exchanged confused glances. Didn't the entrance exam wrap up months ago? One of them asked. The bald man chuckled, raising his hands. Steel guard or not, we don't hand out special treatment. This is just the entry test. The academy doesn't bend the rules for anyone. The hero smirked. And special selection, that's not a privilege. The man from the committee raised a finger and shook his head. Not at all. It just means you won't fail. But the group placements? Those are earned. No exceptions. The green-haired man stepped forward. So what's the test? An instructor, standing nearby with arms crossed, looked them over with a sneer. First up, leave a handprint on the back of that stone wall, he said, pointing. No smashing. No showing off your strength. Just control your mana. Push the stone from within. Then his face darkened, his tone dropping low. And unless you want the lowest score here, do it properly. The hero smiled lightly. What's it take to get the highest score? The instructor paused. Most rich kids barely spoke to him without wrinkling their noses. These two, different. When the redhead flashed a grin, the instructor thought, interesting. This one might be worth watching. Leading them to the stones, the instructor shrugged. There's no clear limit. Just give it everything you've got. The hero nodded. Got it. I'll do my best. With a confident smile, he turned to face the wall. In my last life, I didn't even know what this test meant, he thought. He stretched out his hand. Depth shows mana output. Brightness shows control. Glancing over the wall, he studied the other prints. At first, they all looked the same. Then one stood out clear, defined, almost perfect. Not bad. Who left that one? Ghostly, smoky images of other competitors drifted through his mind. The instructor snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey, why are you just standing there? Get on with it. Right, the hero replied calmly. Off to the side, the spy watched his master and wondered if he was feeling nervous. But this task, for someone like him, it was child's play. The hero placed his palm against the stone. Deep breath, eyes closed, silence. A ripple of energy spread out, swirling like a quiet storm. When it was over, smoke drifted in the air. Red Nose, watching closely, blinked. Is he really from Steel Guard? Looking at the wall, the trace was strange. It wasn't sharp or blurred. Not deep, not shallow. Just balanced. One after another, these brothers were full of surprises. Crossing his arms with a frown, the instructor called it. 5 points. Aruin's eyes widened. Is that the highest? The instructor let out a slow breath, his brow furrowing deeper. No, that's 5 out of 10. The spies paled at the score. Wooden swords clashed. The instructor blocked strike after strike from the boys. Her fencing's odd too, he thought. No natural talent, but trying hard to look like a master at everything else. Breathing lightly, the hero kept attacking. The redhead deflected the final blows and called it. That's enough. The hero tensed slightly as the instructor's voice rang out. Cadet 73. With a casual toss, the redhead threw the practice ball over his shoulder. My mana control's decent too. Nothing special, just middle class. Once again, the sun dipped softly against the castle walls. Close behind, the green-haired man stormed after his master. Middle class? Seriously? If that's the case, doesn't that throw off everything we've been planning? What about graduating early? I was counting on finishing in 2 years. He caught up to the hero, who replied calmly. I told him I was around rank 6 or 7. First, I need to match that. The spy's expression shifted. Master, you're incredible. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back this long. How much longer do you plan to hide your true strength? Lowering his gaze, the hero answered quietly. Until I'm sure we can handle the Empire. That answer made the spy's heart skip a beat. Watching his master's back, he realized this wasn't just talk. The potential here, it was on the same level as the legendary grandfather they were always compared to. For a moment, he pictured it. Mr. Supreme riding out in full armor, family banner in hand. Maybe, just maybe, the family could wrap the Empire around its finger again. The hero noticed a long stare and smiled slightly. What's with that look? Flustered, the spy quickly waved it off. And nothing like that. It's just, at this age, it's normal to get fired up thinking about big achievements. With a knowing grin, the Lord replied, well, you better keep that energy. The next 2 years won't give you a moment's rest. The green-haired man imagined himself standing atop a yin-yang symbol, shrouded in mist. His master's words echoed in his mind. Keep me updated on the Empire and the family, and hold down the Steel Guard strongholds. Do that well, and in 2 years, you'll finally be free to live for yourself. With newfound determination, he looked up. Understood. Leave it to me. The hero smiled warmly. I'm counting on it. He handed over a pouch of coins, catching the spy off guard. Rest up with the night squad. Take it easy and come back safe. Surprised, the spy asked. You're not coming with us? The entrance ceremony's not until tomorrow. Shaking his head gently, the Lord answered. I can't waste time on parties and rest days. I'm cutting this semester in half. The spy sighed. Everyone's going to be so disappointed. But the hero just exhaled. We won't be apart forever. Just enjoy your break while you've got it. With a deep bow, the spy accepted the pouch. Understood. Thank you, sir. I wish you great success and good health. Slowly, he turned and walked down the steps, expression blank. Watching him go, the hero thought, this is all I can do for now. The real collapse of the family begins in 2 years. The sun warmed his back as he glanced toward the family crest. Back at the night academy, once again, hands in his pockets, he stared up at the sky, wondering, should I really give my all this time? The next day, the new semester began. As the students filled the classroom, the academy's notorious training program, Hell Race, kicked off. Hey, a voice called out to the hero. It was Dmitri Toleberman, his neighbor. Raising a finger, Dmitri announced, first class is a fixed match. It's all about internal rankings. The hero barely glanced at him. Yeah, I know. But in his mind, he remembered how much this part used to irritate him. Last time, I was stuck at the bottom of the lower class. Unbothered, Dmitri kept talking loudly. This is what makes the academy so special. Anyone can challenge anyone, and you can't turn down a duel. Ever. He went on with way too much excitement. 3 matches max per opponent. Win 2 out of 3, and you take their spot in the rankings. The hero lowered his head slightly. This guy, no matter how hard I try, I can't remember anything important about him. He's just background noise. For 2 straight days now, Dmitri hadn't stopped talking. And now, he was even explaining the most basic rules to everyone nearby. By the way, Dmitri added loudly, cadets who don't know about this stuff? Total suckers. The hero, simmering just below the boiling point, couldn't believe how badly he'd messed up choosing this roommate. And to make matters worse, where on earth was the instructor? Maybe his arrival would finally shut up this nonstop chatterbox. Right on cue, Circle burst into the game room with a loud entrance, demanding to know what all the noise was about. The hero let out a slow breath, relieved. Finally, with a sharp glare at the students, Circle ordered everyone to their seats. Instantly, the room turned into chaos as students scrambled to sit down. Within moments, silence fell like a heavy curtain. Taking his place behind the podium, the instructor raised his voice, declaring that from this moment forward, he was in charge. As for who he really was, well, they'd figure that out soon enough. His gaze hardened. Before anything else, they were going to fight. He scanned a room and laid down the rules. A full-on tournament, no holding back. Every student would compete. Opponents would be assigned by lot. And anyone thinking this was just a warm-up, forget it. Lose the first round, and your ranking drops like a stone. With a serious look, he asked if they all understood. The class shouted back in unison, yes. Satisfied, the instructor pointed skyward and ordered everyone to the training ground. Before long, the wooden swords were out. One student landed a punch straight into another's stomach, sending him to his knees. Victorious, the attacker raised his sword high, celebrating as the instructor coolly announced Holland as the winner. Next up, numbers 33 and 34. Dragging his feet, the hero slowly made his way to the stage, exhaustion written all over him. His ever-chatty roommate tossed out some half-hearted encouragement. Watching them, the instructor couldn't help but think how unlucky Arun was. Then came the hero's opponent, a cocky, blue-haired guy, tossing his sword over his shoulder with a grin that said he owned the place. The instructor kept observing. Franz had decent overall skills, but his swordsmanship? Top tier. If he managed to get his mana control up to par, he'd be upper-class material without question. As for the hero, smack in the middle. Nothing special. Average through and through. But a hero's bloodline stuck at that level. That didn't sit right. Sizing them both up, the instructor predicted an absolute disaster was about to unfold. And with a bored expression, he waited for the inevitable. The fight began. The hero deflected strike after strike, struggling to keep up. Watching from the sidelines, a red-haired student noted how well the hero held back the heavy attacks. But finding an opening to counter? That was another story. The hero, meanwhile, was mentally spiraling. This was a disaster. He thought middle-class fighters would at least put up some kind of challenge, but these people were beyond weak. Swinging his sword overhead, frustration crept in. They're not just bad, they're hopeless. Still, with a blank stare, he kept blocking blow after blow, realizing that even pretending they were equals was exhausting. But somehow, someway, he needed to win and make it look like pure luck. Franz, now visibly irritated, called him out. What are you dodging for? Take this head on. Grinning at the opportunity, the hero locked onto his chance. As the opponent unleashed a powerful overhead strike, the hero slipped to the side with ease. Franz froze, shocked. Why are you dodging? The hero just smiled, glancing back over his shoulder. The Lord swung his sword, landing a clean strike on his opponent's knee. From the sidelines, the instructor's eyes widened slightly. That was a solid hit, clean and precise. Maybe this guy was aiming higher than expected. The opponent collapsed, clutching his knee and letting out a dramatic scream. The hero blinked, thrown off by the reaction. Was this guy serious? He hadn't even used a drop of mana in that swing. It had to be an act. Arms crossed, the instructor calmly announced Arun as the winner. Flat on the ground, Franz glared up, cursing under his breath. Don't get cocky. It's not over yet. The hero raised an eyebrow. 6th rank, talking tough to a 1st rank? Now that was something. As he stepped off the stage, the hero sighed. Dealing with low-rank challengers was getting old fast. Better to hold steady in the middle ranks. No need to stand out, just win the next round and call it a day. Round 3? Not even worth the trouble. Turning back to the stage, he wondered who was up next. The next match was set. Varen Darius versus Dmitry Toleberman. Facing off, the difference between them was obvious. Varen, the taller redhead, practically towered over Dmitry. From the start, the outcome was clear. With a swift swing, Varen's blade smashed into Dmitry's hand. The smaller fighter cried out, clutching his wrist. But Varen wasn't done. Blow after blow rained down, leaving Dmitry scrambling and screaming for a break that never came. Finally, the instructor called a match, declaring Varen the winner. But Varen didn't stop. With a smug grin, he kept going, kneeing Dmitry and striking him over and over, ignoring the call. Then, in an instant, the instructor's hand clamped down on Varen's sword, stopping him cold. Lowering his gaze, clearly annoyed, the instructor asked if this was some kind of joke. Feigning innocence, Varen twirled his sword and mumbled an apology, claiming he'd just gotten a little too into the fight. But his glare said otherwise. This is training, the instructor warned. Not a death match. That's your first and only warning. Varen just shrugged it off with a smirk. Got it. As Dmitry limped off toward the infirmary, the redhead's attention shifted. He spotted the hero watching quietly from the sidelines. Strutting over, Varen clapped a hand on the hero's shoulder. Relax. I won't mess up that pretty face too bad, he said with a wicked grin. One hit and you're done. The hero didn't respond, just stared back without a word. Laughing to himself, Varen walked off, making sure everyone heard him. Look at that. He's already scared stiff. From the corner of his eye, the hero noticed his beaten roommate glancing his way. He looked back, then turned away sharply. For a brief moment, memories he thought he'd buried surfaced. His own past self, just as weak, just as helpless. Standing there in silence, the hero watched Varen laughing with his friends. This wasn't about his roommate anymore. No, this was something else. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, someone like Varen deserved a proper wake-up call. The second round kicked off with the redhead squaring off against the young master. Without wasting a second, Varen lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of wild swings. But the hero sidestepped them all with ease. Smirking, the hero waited for his opening. And the moment it came, he struck clean through the gap in Varen's defense. Varen scowled, grinding his teeth. You're really starting to piss me off, he snapped, raising his sword high and slamming it down with everything he had. But the hero was already gone, slipping behind him in a flash. With a wicked grin, the hero gave Varen a playful smack on the backside with his sword. Furious, Varen spun around, clutching the spot where he was hit. What is this, a joke to you? He growled. The hero simply nodded. Thanks for the compliment. Varen wasn't laughing. Lifting his sword behind his head, he glared. Let's see how long those little tricks of yours hold up. But before he could finish, the hero drove the hilt of his sword straight into Varen's stomach. The whole arena froze. The students stood in shock, some with jaws dropped, others grinding their teeth. Varen hit the ground, gasping for air, elbows on the floor, clutching his stomach. The hero, still standing over him, coolly added, Maybe I should have let you finish talking. But you were wide open. The instructor blinked, struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. Had Arun really just taken down Varen? And with barely any effort, from where he stood, it didn't look like a hard-fought victory. No, it looked like Arun had just been toying with him. Winner, Arun, the instructor announced. But Varen wasn't done. Still hunched over, he barked out, Wait, let me keep fighting. This little coward is just hiding behind cheap tricks. Looking desperate, he turned to the instructor. I demand a rematch. The instructor sighed. Are you kidding me? You can't challenge the same person twice in a row. Put in your request next week. Varen was seething, turning his glare back to Arun. He snarled. What's your name? Who do you think you are? Knocking me down the ranks. Mark my words, we'll settle this. You'll see who gets the last laugh. Unbothered, the hero looked away. Sure, knock yourself out. But Varen wasn't finished. With fire in his eyes, he shouted, I'm the son of Count Darius. Remember that name? A soft chuckle rang out. Then the instructor straight up laughed. Varen whipped around. You laughing at my family? The instructor waved him off. Relax. I wouldn't dare mock the Count's family. But thinking you could make a name for yourself by stepping over the Steel Guard family? That's what's funny. The entire crowd erupted. Wait, Steel Guard? Is that real? Did he say the Steel Guard family? The room buzzed as whispers turned to full-on shock. The instructor confirmed it with a nod. That's right. Aruin's from a hero family. But compared to yours? Different league entirely. Varen froze, speechless. He looked back at Aruin, baffled. Why didn't you say something? Aruin shrugged. You didn't ask. Behind him, the faint image of his family's crest seemed to linger in the air as he casually tossed his sword over his shoulder and walked off. As night settled over the academy, Aruin's bed was already empty. His roommate, still getting dressed, glanced at the space beside him. Where'd he sneak off to this early? Straightening his tie, the blonde thought back on the day. Losing in the first round had stung, but honestly, it had been the push he needed. For all his quirks, Aruin wasn't such a bad guy. Remembering how miserable he'd felt hiding under his blanket, the blonde realized something. At least Aruin hadn't let defeat keep him down. With a small smile, he scratched his head. Maybe it was time to get serious, too. From the bed, a cat meowed softly. Don't worry, I'll feed you before I go, the blonde said, placing a dish down. We'll play when I'm back. Somewhere outside the academy, under the night sky, the forest stretched across the Rocky Mountain. On day one, cadets were expected to climb it. They called it the Hell Race, a brutal ascent through heavy fog, steep cliffs, and wild overgrowth. But there was Aruin, tearing up the path like it was nothing, kicking up dust behind him. For some reason, this climb felt easy, and with a small grin, he kept going. Not a drop of sweat clung to him. To anyone watching, it looked like Aruin was just jogging across flat ground, not climbing a mountain. The sight left his roommate stunned, mouth slightly open in disbelief. But Aruin came to an abrupt stop, knees bending as he noticed someone standing near a tree up ahead. It was the blue-haired guy from his first match. Aruin blinked. He hadn't expected to run into him here. Before Aruin could say anything, the guy spoke up. I've been waiting for you. Aruin tilted his head. Waiting? For me. Franz, clearly excited, gestured for him to follow. Come with me. It's about Dmitri. Still watching him carefully, Aruin replied flatly. He's just my roommate. Franz didn't seem to hear him. With a frantic wave of his arms, he explained, there was a rock slide. We need to help him. Aruin frowned. In a case like that, shouldn't they be calling an instructor? But then Franz added something that made Aruin pause. Even while hurt, Dmitri kept asking for you. The comment made Aruin's stomach twist. Was this guy messing with him? And the way Franz said it. Yeah, this smelled like a setup. Aruin thought for a moment. If he turned down the request, it'd just create more problems. These guys wouldn't let it go. With the sky darkening to a deep purple, Aruin decided it was better to deal with this now. Lead the way, he said. They entered the dense forest, trees packed tightly on all sides. Franz smirked to himself as they walked. Hook, line, and sinker. When they finally arrived, Aruin spotted Dmitri on the ground, trembling. And standing over him was Varen, looking smug as ever. Nice work, Varen told Franz. Leave the rest to me. Varen turned his gaze to Aruin. It's over for you. Aruin looked down at Dmitri, pinned to the dirt and shaking. So, Varen sneered, what does it feel watching your buddy get treated like this? Aruin kept his expression steady. Just one question, he said, eyes locked on Varen. As the group continued taunting Dmitri, Aruin couldn't help but wonder. Something about yesterday must have really rattled Varen to make him pull something like this. But the mention of yesterday was all it took. Varen's face twisted in rage. Don't act clueless. I dropped in the rankings because of you. And what did you do? Pulled one cheap trick and then backed out of the next round like a coward. Aruin glanced away. And now you're here acting like you don't care? What a joke. But Varen wasn't finished. He smirked. Let me guess. You fought me out of pity for Dmitri, right? Aruin just sighed. Then, casually, he said, you'd probably feel more confident if you had 5 people backing you up. That wiped the smirk right off Varen's face. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. How did Aruin know they'd planned to gang up on him? Aruin looked him over. If you're going to hide backup, try to do a better job next time. Right on cue, more of Varen's guys stepped out from behind the trees. As they crept closer, Aruin turned to Varen and asked, are you ready for what happens if you lay a hand on me? Varen snorted. I'm not scared of your so-called family. My older brothers know your brother pretty well. They say you're nothing special. Hands in his pockets, Aruin narrowed his eyes. So, Jason was still here at the academy. But whether his own brother cared or not didn't matter right now. Varen, full of confidence, kept talking. Jason called you some nobody. Said we could do whatever we want to you. So yeah, you're finished. Aruin stared at him, unbothered. Varen felt a chill run down his spine. And by the way, Aruin added, considering how badly I beat you yesterday, you should probably still be in bed. Varen spat on the ground. Don't worry. You'll be the one lying down soon enough. Get him. The others rushed in, surrounding Aruin from all sides. Aruin closed his eyes for a moment, let out a breath, then looked up sharply. In the blink of an eye, he delivered sharp, precise slaps to each of them. so fast and hard they dropped instantly, groaning and dazed on the ground. Varen and Dmitri just stood there, stunned, mouths wide open, unable to believe what they'd just seen. Standing among the bodies scattered on the ground, Arun turned his attention to Varen. With a calm tilt of his head, he told him, "Looks like the only place left for you is a coffin." Red with rage, Varen lunged forward, fists clenched, demanding that Arun shut his mouth. But just as his punch powered through the air, packed with mana, Arun stopped it cold. One hand steady as stone. Varen froze, wide-eyed, someone his size, throwing everything he had into that hit. And Arun caught it like nothing. A slight twist of Arun's grip and crack. Varen screamed, clutching his hand in agony. Looking down at him, Arun sighed. Disappointing. That's all the mana you've got. Without a second thought, Arun flicked his wrist, Ella wrenching Varen backward. He hit the ground hard, a red mark glowing on his forehead as smoke curled up from the impact. Dmitri, watching from the side, shifted uncomfortably, unsure what to do or say. Arun glanced over at him. "Forget all of this ever happened," he said with a sharp grin. The rest of the group kept sneaking glances at Arun, their nerves shot. After what they just witnessed, life in the middle class suddenly felt much easier. Later, sitting beside a still shaken Dmitri, Arun couldn't help but think about how far below his level this place really was. The Academy's middle class wasn't challenging anymore. Maybe it was time to step up. But even the upper class didn't seem that different. Leaning his head on his hand, Arun figured the real priority was graduating as fast as possible. And for that, he needed to restore his Tai energy. Just then, a system message popped up. Weed removal complete. The Heavenly Radiance technique was now his. Arun smiled. Perfect timing. As night blanketed the capital, the city lights flickered, casting long shadows across the streets. Above it all, Arun stood silently on a rooftop, watching from beneath a dark cloak. This side of the city, the darker side, was where he belonged tonight. For true freedom at the Academy, there was one person he needed to find. And just like that, Arun spotted him. A figure in a cloak passed by the city's main residence. Arun recognized him instantly. He'd watched this man long enough to know him from a mile away. Same posture, same stride. Instructor Zirkle. A smile crept across Arun's face. Now things could finally move forward. Zirkle, meanwhile, walked quickly past the mansion, head low, his thoughts heavy. He didn't know how much longer he'd be stuck like this. But something made him stop. A chill ran down his spine. He spun around. That's when he saw him. A man in a black cloak, standing silently in the crowd. Dark energy hung around him, heavy and cold. And then gone. Zirkle's pulse spiked. Had that man been watching him? His instinct screamed danger. Without a second thought, Zirkle turned and ran, his cloak whipping behind him. But after only a few steps, he felt it again. The pressure. The same man now blocked his path, standing tall and calm, like he'd been waiting there all along. Zirkle wiped the sweat from his brow. "What do you want?" he asked cautiously. The stranger tilted his head. "You? A role model? Please, more like a regular at the bar. What would people think if they knew about that waitress you're obsessed with?" Zirkle flinched. How could this guy possibly know about that? Before Zirkle could react, the man spoke again. "Tell you what, let's just call this a fateful meeting." Zirkle narrowed his eyes, trying to sense the man's energy. There was nothing. Who was this guy? How much did he really know? Frustration bubbling over. Zirkle lunged himself forward, fist aimed straight for the stranger's head. But the man ducked, smooth and effortless. Another attack, dodged. Again missed. Zirkle gritted his teeth. This wasn't just some random guy. And if this dragged on, it wasn't going to end well. Blue flames burst from his palm. Dust swirled around him as he charged forward, ready to end this. In the heart of the city, Zirkle, already frustrated, threw his fist straight at the mysterious figure's face. The blow ripped through the air, kicking up dust and covering the street in a thick fog. But as the dust settled, Zirkle's eyes widened. The man was still standing. Not a scratch on him. Lowering his head slightly, Arun calmly admitted, "That was quite the hit." Then, almost like a passing thought, he added, "Second class, huh? You're right on the edge of first." Hearing that, Zirkle instinctively took a step back. His hair was disheveled from the clash, and reality sank in. Whoever this man was, he was first class and no ordinary passerby. Trying to regain control, Zirkle demanded, "Who are you?" But Arun only smirked and asked, "Would the name Sylvia ring any bells?" At that, beads of sweat ran down Zirkle's face. The stranger knew. Zirkle cautiously stepped closer. "You're with a Knight of Verification, aren't you?" "Relax," Arun replied, his tone light. "I'm not here to expose you. In fact, I'd rather help you keep your little secret." Zirkle blinked, confused. What was this man playing at? Before he could process it, voices rang out nearby. Guards were searching the area, suspecting an explosion. Arun glanced at a nearby building with a sign featuring a beer mug. "Let's move." Moments later, They were sitting on a bed inside a modest hotel. So, Sylvia, is she the daughter of your first love? Arun asked. Zirkle nodded. Yeah, but it's not like that. Not really. With a sigh, Zirkle explained how life had been cruel. How everything he'd done was for the daughter of someone he once loved. Someone he wasn't even related to. Staring at the floor, he admitted that Sylvia hated her work. Still, she seemed a little happier during the few hours they could spend together each week. Leaning on his knees, Arun figured Zirkle had already poured a mountain of gold into that place. You should just buy her freedom, Arun suggested. If you're going to keep this up, why not end it properly? Zirkle exhaled, shaking his head. 10,000 gold. I can't afford that on an instructor's pay. Raising an eyebrow, Arun asked, then why not just crush her boss's business? Shouldn't be hard for a night. But Zirkle looked up with a heavy expression. The Black Snake runs that place, he said. They're behind half the crime in Theros. Even the guards won't touch them. Hearing that, Arun scanned the room, piecing together the truth. What he'd heard before didn't match this version of events. Looking at Zirkle slouched over in defeat, Arun realized he had misunderstood. This wasn't weakness. This wasn't scandal. This was love. And for a moment, it almost moved him. Maybe pressure wasn't the way to handle this. Instead, a grin crept across his face. Fine. He'd do Zirkle a favor and leave him owing a debt. Zirkle's head shot up when Arun mentioned helping. What's the catch? Zirkle asked cautiously. Arun tilted his head and, with a small gesture of his fingers, replied, Simple. You just have to agree to a deal. Zirkle shot to his feet. What kind of deal? Under the cloak, Arun smiled. Ever heard of someone named Arun? Zirkle's face paled. Sweat rolled down his cheek. That's my cadet. Realization hit him hard. This man was connected to the Steel Guard. Maybe even sent by the Levadon master himself. Zirkle lowered his head. Levadon wouldn't do something like this. But at this point, it didn't matter who sent him. Nothing good came from this. And then came the final blow. Arun's performance is monitored by other instructors, Zirkle added bitterly. Even if I wanted to help, it wouldn't change his overall evaluation. But Arun's gaze sharpened. That's not what I'm asking, he said. All I want is for you to make sure he's comfortable while he's here. Zirkle leaned against a shelf, rubbing his temples. You're not the first to ask me something like that, he muttered. Zirkle scowled as the stranger spoke, his frustration boiling over. Bribing instructors from noble families happens all the time, but don't think I'm one of them, he snapped. Falsifying grades isn't in my vocabulary. Arun let out a slow breath and raised his hand. Relax. I'm not asking you to tamper with my scores. I just want the freedom to move around the academy without interference. That's all. Zirkle blinked, stunned, but his shock only grew when the man added, and in return, I'll handle Sylvia's rescue. Head bowed. The cloaked figure continued, voice steady. She walks free the moment I get mine. Zirkle narrowed his eyes, confused. You're planning an escape for her? When he realized this was her best shot at slipping away from Black Mamba's grip, Zirkle stared at the floor. Could it actually work? She won't even need to leave Theros. Zirkle muttered under his breath, as if trying to convince himself. But his thoughts drifted back to the same argument. Grades aren't something I can mess with, he warned. Arun's patience finally cracked. His voice sharpened. How many times do I have to say it? I don't care about my grades. Then, with a glance at his hand, Arun smirked. Fine. Looks like the time's up. Zirkle watched, puzzled, as the man slowly traced the letter A in the air. And then, with one swift motion, the mask came off. Zirkle's jaw dropped. There, sitting on the bed, was Arun himself. It was him all along. Zirkle couldn't believe it. His mind raced. Magic? Perfect aura control? Arun simply nodded, confirming the unspoken thoughts. He admitted he'd always been faster than the others. Zirkle ran a hand through his hair, realizing exactly what this meant. This kid wasn't just some overachiever. He was a first-class talent at 16. A genius who could make history. Imagining the potential, Zirkle could practically see Arun lighting up the academy with power most students couldn't even dream of. Highest score? Arun asked, smirking. Zirkle nodded without hesitation. Without question. With a casual wave of his hands, Arun asked, So why would I need you to rig anything? Zirkle let out a weak laugh. Right. No need. Raising a finger, Arun added, One thing, though. I want permission to skip class from time to time. Zirkle studied him carefully before nodding. That I can do. Then his face turned serious. But tell me, how do you know so much about Sylvia? And why keep all this hidden? A Sylvia grin spread across Arun's face. You sure you want to know? You might lose sleep over it. Zirkle leaned back, wiping sweat from his forehead. Maybe it was better not to ask. Arun stood, his voice steady. Think it over. Then give me your answer. Are you ready to make a deal? Outside, under the glow of the full moon, the plan was already in motion. In the center of the city, a man sat at a table surrounded by guards. Leaning on one arm, he glanced at Arun. So, You're here to take Sylvia? Behind him, the girl in the green dress stood silently. I'm here to take her right now. Arun replied without hesitation. The leader of Black Mamba yanked Sylvia closer by the collar. You know this guy? Before she could answer, Arun cut in. Zirkle sent me to get her out. Sylvia gave a small nod. He visits often. Arun bowed his head. Good name he's got, huh? But deep down, Arun cringed at himself, remembering how she'd asked for his name, and he just blurted out the first thing that popped into his head. The leader, unimpressed, sneered. If you want her, bring me 10,000 gold. A heavy thud silenced the room. A massive bag landed on the table. Everyone stared. Sylvia looked uneasy. Arun smiled calmly. Exactly 10,000 gold. Count it. The man checked the bag. It was packed full of coins. Shaking his head, he scoffed. Didn't think anyone would actually show up with this much. Turning back toward his guards, he waved them off. Take her. She's yours. But just as Arun moved to leave, the man grabbed his chin, forcing him to pause. You're in such a hurry, the leader said with a smug grin. Don't leave before hearing me out. Arun turned his head slightly. I gave what you asked for. Problem. The man leaned in, his voice low. Relax. I was just testing you. Gotta filter out the ones who can't pay up. Can't afford to deal with small fry. Resting his elbows on the table, he gave Arun a final grin. The head of Black Mamba leaned back, eyeing Arun carefully. Think it through. How much do you figure Sylvia makes from my business in a year? Arun glanced at the girl, who stood quietly, staring at the floor. In a normal tavern? Maybe 8,000 gold, he replied. The head smirked. Exactly. But here, she pulls in closer to 12,000. Now tell me, why would I give up a girl bringing me that much in just 1 year? Without waiting for an answer, the man leaned forward, his grin widening. I'm thinking 10 years. That's how long I can keep her working. And when she gets too old, I'll just hand her off as some rich fool's concubine. Sylvia's face paled. She bit her lip, eyes fixed on the floor as the man continued. Over those years, she'll earn me around 140,000 gold, the head said proudly. But hey, I'm generous, so I'll let her go for 130,000. Final offer. He stared at Arun, waiting for his reaction. But Arun said nothing. The heavy bag of gold he'd brought toppled over, coins spilling across the carpet. Take your change and get out, the man sneered. Arun remained quiet, crouching to gather the fallen coins. His hands moved slowly, methodically. Then, without looking up, he spoke. I'll show you some generosity, too. The head frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Still kneeling, Arun answered. You can take the gold and end this now, or you can fight me. The man let out a dry laugh. Really? You think I'm just going to let you walk in here and call the shots? Arun ran a coin between his fingers, glancing up. Funny. Criminals always think the world follows their rules. The head's grin faded. So what? You're here to teach me a lesson now. Arun's gaze hardened. That's right. I'm not exactly a nice guy either. Sylvia watched in shock as Arun slowly stood. Stay behind me, he told her, his voice calm. The head, now visibly annoyed, flicked his hand toward one of the guards. Take care of him before my blood pressure spikes. But before the guard could even move, blood splattered across the head's face. The guard collapsed behind the desk. A single gold coin lodged in his skull. The room fell silent. Everyone froze, unable to process what had just happened. Arun tossed another coin into the air, catching it effortless. Sylvia. You should have just taken the 10,000. The head, stunned, wiped the blood from his cheek. What? What are you doing? Arun didn't bother answering. One by one, he flicked coins through the air, and one by one, every guard in the room dropped before they even knew what hit them. The head of the black snake shot up from his desk as one of his subordinates came crashing toward him. Furious, he drew his blade, convinced the man had lost his mind. A dark aura surged around him, hellfire. With it, he planned to send the intruder straight to the underworld. But before he could strike, Arun acted. A sharp pain shot through the leader's arm, forcing him to drop his weapon. Clutching his hand, he stared in disbelief. Why couldn't he move it? He barely had time to process before the man before him, eyes blazing with dark magic, prepared to attack again. Lowering his head, the Black Snake's leader suddenly opened his mouth, responding to the main character in the language of the underworld. If this man truly understood, then perhaps there was more to him than met the eye. But before he could speak further, a sinister smile flickered across Pilaf's face. Without warning, he slammed a fist into the leader's cheek, sending him flying backward. Looks like one hit wasn't enough to make you understand, Pilaf muttered. The leader groaned as his face hit the cold floor, but Pilaf was already closing in. Struggling to push himself up, the head of the black snake heard the main character's voice cut through the tension. Humans really are complicated creatures. Blood trickled from his mouth. 2 front teeth knocked loose from the blow. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to return the pain twice over. Keela, watching from the sidelines, leaned against the wall, his expression unreadable. The leader spat blood and sneered. How much will you pay to take me out? Silence. He scoffed. Fine, I'll triple it. His words hung in the air. The offer was tempting. 3 times the pay just to switch sides. His mouth fell open slightly in shock. He was willing to pay that much, but Pilaf only grinned. Make it 4 times and tell me who hired you. The leader hesitated, tilting his head. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Squatting where he had fallen, he weighed his options. Pilaf studied him, then smirked. I could even put in a good word for you in our organization. Resting his chin on his hand, the leader finally spoke. First, I need to get the order. Then we'll talk. Pilaf's expression twisted. He had come without an official order? Then why was he here? Realization dawned on the Black Snake's leader. His eyes widened in shock as the protagonist reminded him of his true reason for being there, Sylvia. The main character loomed over him. You should have taken the chance when you had it, Pilaf warned. A dangerous glow filled his eyes, one turning completely red. He stepped forward to stop the man, but suddenly blood sprayed across the office. Sylvia stood frozen by the door, her lips parted in shock. Pilaf barely acknowledged the crimson streaks marking the walls. The leader turned to the blonde girl, his glare enough to silence whatever words she had been about to say. I'm sorry you had to witness something this brutal, the protagonist said, glancing at her. But after hearing his words, I couldn't hold back. Sylvia, blue eyes wide with confusion, tilted her head. Who are you? She stood among the lifeless bodies of the guards, still unable to comprehend how he had done all this alone. One man against them all. The fear in the leader's face was unmistakable. Sylvia's breath caught as he stammered out. Oh, you're the one sent by Zirkle? Pilaf extended a hand toward her, offering a smile. I came to give you freedom. The 2-story mansion stood under the moonlit sky, its windows glowing softly in the night. Inside, a wooden table overflowed with gold coins, spilling across its surface in a shimmering pile. The employee's breath hitched to the sheer amount of wealth before him. A man in a black cloak stood nearby. I want to rent the entire top floor, he stated calmly. And bring dinner, just for the girl. The employee's face lit up. Of course, I'll take care of everything. No one, not even a mouse, will get through to you. With that assurance, the main character and the girl ascended to the top floor. Stopping at her door, he spoke gently. I'll be in the room across from you. Get some rest. Sylvia, standing in the doorway, gave a small nod. Good night, Pilaf. Left alone in the corridor, Pilaf's thoughts drifted back. He had erased all traces of their presence, using dissolving acid before they left, ensuring no one could track them. At least for tonight, they were safe. His gaze lingered on the girl's door for a moment before turning away. Inside his room, Arun removed his mask, setting it carefully on the bed. Meanwhile, in her own space, the blonde sat in a lotus position, focusing on the Zyral aura. Using the bottom-up method, she channeled Tai energy into the gold coins, just as Arun had done earlier. It was the same technique that had allowed him to move undetected, using the 1,000-dimensional footwork to reach the mansion unnoticed. As Arun released his skills freely, a realization struck him. He had been missing a crucial foundation in his understanding of the Northern Lights technique. Sitting in deep concentration, he pondered over the connection between the heavenly cultivation technique and the Northern Lights. Both techniques shared the same origins, yet the celestial cultivation method had a key principle that the Northern Lights lacked. His task was clear. He needed to bridge the gap between them. Morning sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating the hotel room. Arun remained in the same position, eyes shut in deep meditation. As his understanding fell into place, he let out a slow breath. A slight smile crossed his lips. Finally, all the scattered pieces had come together. Rising to his feet, he reached for his blade. With steady hands, he cleared the space around him before planting the seed of the Northern Lights technique, which held the power of 7 stars. His head lowered in surprise as the sword in his grip began to glow, a brilliant blue flame flickering along the edge. Everything he had worked toward had finally taken shape. In his hands, he now held the only superior rank of humanity, a level that the founding emperor had achieved at 17 years and 89 days. But Arun had surpassed even that. He had reached this rank at just 16 years and 225 days, setting a new immortal record. He tightened his grip around the sword, lightning crackling from its core. A notification window materialized before him. Lightning Sword, a weapon crafted with a lightning-struck wooden hilt and a wrought iron blade. Embedded with a natural lightning core, it radiates energy even at rest. Strengthens further when infused with inner strength. Arun's eyes gleamed as he examined the blade. No unnecessary embellishments, just raw, refined power. A true magical weapon. Another notification window appeared. Purchase complete. Lightning Sword, white heavy checkmark. Cast Iron Ghost Bullets, X20, white heavy checkmark. Empty Domination, Secret Records, white heavy checkmark. Distortion technique, 5 stars, white heavy check mark. A smirk tugged at Aruin's lips. This was only the beginning. Aruin chuckled to himself. It's been a while since I shopped like this, he mused, watching the red notification windows flicker before him. Tossing the sword lightly in his hands, he scanned the details. The cast iron ghost bullets, a power source for sorcery. The path of domination, a set of exalted laws tailored for those at the awakening rank. Then, a new window appeared, detailing the distortion technique, a skill that fine-tunes the muscles and bones of the face using internal Tai energy, allowing the user to take on any desired appearance. Aruin sighed. Impulse purchase, he admitted, spreading his arms with an awkward smile. Looking away, he let out a small chuckle. Still might come in handy. Changing my face manually is a pain. With that rationalized, he rolled his shoulder, stretching his arm while smirking sarcastically. Might as well put this new ability to the test. Meanwhile, in her dimly lit room, Sylvia sat on the bed, staring blankly ahead. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow over her, but her mind was elsewhere. She barely noticed the sound at the door until it repeated. "It's me," came a familiar voice from the other side. Sylvia hesitated before finally opening the door, only to freeze in horror. A young man with blue hair stood before her. Her eyes widened in shock. Who was this? Her breath caught as panic set in. Without thinking, she tried to slam the door shut. The stranger reacted quickly, wedging his foot into the doorway. He gritted his teeth as a sharp pain shot up his leg, his narrowed eyes reflecting a hint of frustration. "It's me, Pilaf," he said, his voice firm but slightly strained. Still bewildered, Sylvia glanced down at his foot, then back at his face. The young man pointed to himself, his expression softening just slightly. "This is my real face," he explained. "Last time, I used transformation magic. I couldn't risk being recognized." Sylvia's brows furrowed. Slowly, her breathing steadied. I thought you were one of the red snakes," she admitted, looking away in embarrassment. She let out a deep sigh, her exhaustion finally showing. Pilaf studied her for a moment before speaking. "You look tired. Did you sleep at all?" Sylvia shook her head. "I couldn't. I was too anxious." Pilaf leaned against the doorway, one hand on the knob, the other holding a wooden bucket. Without a word, he extended it toward her. Sylvia blinked in surprise. "What's this? Take it." She hesitated before cautiously accepting the bucket. Inside, she found a brush, scissors, and a comb, accessories meant for grooming in disguise. "You can't walk around the city looking like this," Pilaf stated simply. Sylvia's lips parted slightly as she stared at the items in her hands. She looked up at him, confusion still lingering in her eyes. "But you said no one should come near you." Pilaf smirked. "I told that to the owner of this place, not you." As Sylvia processed his words, Pilaf stepped behind her, carefully fastening a pendant around her neck. Almost instantly, her hair began to shift, its length and color transforming before her eyes. Zirkle, watching the change unfold, blinked in astonishment, his mouth opening slightly in silent bewilderment. Their escape had only just begun. As the group stared at him, Zirkle blinked in confusion, glancing around the room. He hesitated, then quickly bowed his head. "Sorry, I must be in the wrong room." Sylvia let out a soft laugh, closing her eyes as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's really me, Zirkle," she assured him. Zirkle's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a step back, taking in Sylvia's transformed appearance. This didn't look like the girl he knew. It felt as if he were looking at a completely different person. Sylvia placed a hand on her hip, tilting her head slightly. "I just dyed and cut my hair, that's all." A small smile played on her lips as she flicked a strand to the side. Still stunned, Zirkle struggled to reconcile what he was seeing. His expression remained frozen in shock. Pilaf chuckled. "That's just the magic of disguise." Sylvia's fingers brushed against the pendant around her neck. She held it up slightly, her curiosity piqued. Pilaf nodded. "That pendant is a magical artifact. With it, you won't have to worry about being tracked by the black snake." Zirkle remained silent, still trying to process everything. Where had Pilaf even gotten something like this? Had he also changed his own appearance? Suddenly, a strange movement beneath Zirkle's shirt caught their attention. Pilaf and Sylvia stared, puzzled, as something beneath the fabric wriggled furiously. The lump grew more pronounced, pressing outward. Then, rip! Zirkle's shirt tore open, and something leapt out. Sylvia let out a terrified shriek, pressing her hands to her face as her eyes widened in shock. The small creature dashed straight into Pilaf's arms, looking slightly upset, but Pilaf only grinned, recognizing it instantly. "Sorry," he murmured, smiling fondly. The little creature wasted no time. It scrambled up Pilaf's shoulder and perched itself on his head, its tiny fangs peeking out as it surveyed the room. Pilaf let out a laugh, thoroughly amused by Sari's antics. I'm surprised you didn't come home last night without warning, he teased. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Zirkle were still too stunned to speak. Neither had any idea what was happening. Pilaf, still smiling, looked down at Sari, who gazed up at him with a hint of concern. Even with his altered appearance, Sari had recognized him instantly. Sylvia, finally recovering from her shock, leaned in slightly, eyes filled with curiosity. Who is this? Pilaf chuckled. Sorry, say hello. This is Sylvia. Sari studied the new guest carefully, tilting his head as if trying to read her mood. Then, suddenly, he flashed a wide, toothy grin and placed a paw near his mouth in greeting. Sylvia and Zirkle both froze. Their hearts practically melted. The tiny creature's charm struck them like lightning, making them stare at him with sheer adoration. Sari wasted no time. He leapt from Pilaf's arms straight into Sylvia's, where she eagerly caught him, her enthusiasm shining through. Pilaf smirked. Go ahead, play with him for a while. Sylvia ran her fingers gently through Sari's fur, stroking his head as he purred contentedly. While they bonded, Pilaf turned to Zirkle, his expression shifting to something more serious. Raising an eyebrow, he locked eyes with him. So, what did you want to ask me? Zirkle straightened, lowering his eyebrows as he met Pilaf's gaze. I signed you up for a private training session. Pilaf's eyes narrowed slightly. His mind immediately pictured a silhouette of a man wielding a sword. The training is held in a specialized facility, one designed for prodigies, Zirkle explained. Pilaf studied him for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. He considered the opportunity carefully. This could serve as a convenient excuse for a number of things. How long? Pilaf asked, his voice measured. Zirkle hesitated for a second before raising his hand slightly. His mouth opened, and he glanced at Pilaf, preparing to answer. Zirkle looked at the protagonist and finally answered. Until the next full moon. Pilaf's eyebrows lifted slightly. That soon, Zirkle raised his hands, his own eyes widening. The number of days the middle class can access training at one time is pretty limited, but according to the rules, class training can be taken up to 3 times. Pilaf exhaled sharply, lowering his eyebrows in frustration. Tisish, nothing we can do about that. He crossed his arms, already considering other options. After a brief pause, he turned and began walking toward the closet nearby. For now, we'll work with what we've got, he said, motioning for Zirkle to make an exact calculation. Zirkle watched as Pilaf pulled open a shelf, his movements deliberate. Then, just as Zirkle's curiosity peaked, Pilaf suddenly turned to glance over his shoulder, his lips curling into a Sylvia grin. Meanwhile, Sylvia sat comfortably on the sofa, absent-mindedly stroking Sari's chin as he purred in contentment. With a firm pull, Pilaf yanked out a massive bag filled with gold coins and dropped it in front of her. This is your share, he said casually. Sylvia's jaw nearly hit the floor. W what? Zirkle, equally stunned, stared at the overflowing bag of gold, his eyes wide in disbelief. Pilaf simply closed his eyes and smiled smugly. Consider it compensation for your exploitation, he added. When I covered our tracks, I also happened to empty their safe. Sylvia shook her head, still in shock. This is way too much. Ignoring her hesitation, Pilaf grabbed another hefty bag and extended it toward Zirkle, whose mouth opened slightly in confusion. I can't accept this, Zirkle muttered. Pilaf's grin widened maliciously. Think of it as getting back every single coin you ever spent at the Black Snake's establishments. Zirkle hesitated before finally taking the bag, feeling its weight in his hands. Even now, he struggled to process everything. The chains that had once bound him, the burdens he thought he would carry for a lifetime, had been shattered in just 24 hours. His fingers clenched slightly around the bag as his expression turned serious. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I will repay you by any means necessary. Then, without hesitation, Zirkle bowed deeply before Pilaf, closing his eyes in solemn gratitude. No matter what it takes. Pilaf's smirk softened into a satisfied smile. I look forward to working together, then. Turning away, he shifted his gaze towards Sylvia, who was still seated with Sari curled in her lap. What about you, Sylvia? He asked. Any thoughts on what you'll do next? Sylvia looked up at him, her brows slightly raised. Honestly, this all happened so suddenly, I haven't even had time to think about it. Pilaf narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing off to the side with a smirk. Then, looking back at her, he raised his hand with a confident smile. Why not help me out for a while? Sylvia blinked. Pilaf placed a hand on his hip, tilting his head slightly. I'm offering you a job, officially. Let's do some business together. In the distance, at an unknown location, a pair of men stood in front of an empty wall safe, their expressions grim. One of them clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, I had a feeling something was off. He must have pushed back the bribe payment because he planned to pull a stunt like this. The second man clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. The game had changed. One of the men admitted that, to some extent, he could understand Kamazan. After all, after defeating his older brother and absorbing the boss, Kamazan often had no choice but to resort to blackmail and robbery. Meanwhile, a man with spiky hair was staring intently at a broken safe, his expression serious. This was VES from the Black Snake. VES stated firmly that Hybe wasn't the one who broke into the safe. Another man with short hair, clearly displeased, furrowed his brows. It was Titan, also from the Black Snake. He scoffed at VES, accusing him of acting all reasonable again. But one glance was enough to tell. Someone had grabbed all the gold and left behind half a destroyed safe door. VES pointed out that the safe wasn't open with a key. The door had been completely smashed through. Titan's eyes widened as he smacked a fist into his palm. Then, it could be one of my subordinates, he suggested. VES slid his hands into his trouser pockets, studying the wreckage while Titan stroked his chin in thought. Is there anyone among your men who could slice through iron this precisely? VES asked, his gaze sharpening. A flicker of anger crossed V's face as he narrowed his eyes at the ruined safe. There was no doubt in his mind. An aura had been present here. Turning away, he cast a sideways glance while Titan watched him closely. But why would someone with that kind of power rob Hybe? Titan questioned. VES ignored the question and started inspecting the room, running his fingers along shelves and cabinets. Then something caught his eye, a faint glint from underneath a cabinet. His instincts told him something was off. The room was too clean, too deliberate. He crouched down and spotted an object tucked under the furniture. His eyes darkened as he picked it up, a single gold coin. Holding it between his fingers, he turned back to Titan, his expression unreadable. Hybe was definitely attacked, VES confirmed. And there was someone else here, someone we don't know. Titan's eyes widened in confusion. What do you mean? V's fingers curled tightly around the coin. Tell me, Titan, how many aura users do you know who can kill with a simple flick of a gold coin? His voice was cold, deliberate. And more importantly, how do they even find this place? Titan's mind raced, but he had no answers. It doesn't matter who they are, VS finally said, his voice laced with restrained fury. The gold coin gleamed his grip as his hand clenched into a fist. What matters is that they dared to challenge us. A surge of white aura burst from VES, and 3 blue buds materialized before him. Elsewhere, Dharma Raven sat in deep meditation, his energy pulsing. He focused on expanding his control over Tai energy, pouring an entire 1,000-level elixir into the process. If he could harness 100 years' worth of energy, he could finally awaken the Northern Lights technique. The blue buds began to bloom. Sitting cross-legged, Dharma Raven radiated white energy, his brow furrowing as he concentrated. But after a moment, he scowled, displeased. This was his limit for now. The surrounding energy faded, and he slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he rested a hand on his knee, exhaling deeply. For now, this will do, he muttered. He had hoped to reach the peak stage of Thipe development instantly, but that was nothing more than greed. Walking to the window, he stretched, letting the sunlight spill over him. Despite his unfinished progress, he had met some of his goals. A little rest wouldn't hurt. Outside, a grand mansion stood under the golden light, a small fountain glistening in the front yard. Dharma Raven knew he would have to remain in the form of Pilaf longer than expected, so he made a decision. He would buy this mansion. 50,000 gold coins. A fair price. Looking out at the lush garden below, he felt satisfied with his choice. Gazebos were scattered across the greenery, adding to its charm. It was money well spent. Then his gaze shifted. Something caught his attention. Sylvia. She was in the garden, playing with Sari. He had been observing her for days, and the more he watched, the more he realized she was far more capable than he had assumed. Later, inside the office, she stood among stacks of books, reviewing papers with precision. Dharma Raven noted that not only had she flawlessly completed every task assigned to her, but she was also well-educated, fluent in reading and writing, and trained in etiquette. A silhouette of Sylvia against the backdrop of the castle flashed through his mind. Could she be from a fallen aristocratic family? He didn't ask. It wasn't his place. His gut told him that pressing the matter might bring up painful memories. His thoughts drifted for a moment to a scene from his past life. A distant memory of himself standing before a young man on a throne. It felt oddly familiar. Turning away from the window, Dharma Raven closed his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. There was no need to interfere in her affairs. He had only 10 days left of close training. A blue book materialized in his hand, and he smiled, determination returning. Not a single minute could be wasted. I need mid-level comprehension of the Mana Stone flow, he said. A system window flickered into existence. Flow comprehension, Mana Stone. Level, average. Price, 25 coins. Exchange level, Rare. Dharma Raven's eyes widened as his mouth fell slightly open in surprise. The main character smirked as he imagined Hearthstone, arms crossed, standing within a ring of mana stones. He chuckled to himself and said, "You've grown, I'll give you that." No matter how much the Alliance pushed its overpriced policies, he was confident the market price would settle at 20 coins. With a mischievous grin, he rubbed his chin and glanced at the system window. Turns out, he was even craftier than he had thought. His smirk widened, baring his teeth slightly as his eyes narrowed. "It's time to cast a bait," he murmured. Without hesitation, he published his offer, mana stones for 20 coins. And to make things even more interesting, he added a bold, treating description, taking jabs at other merchants, including Hearthstone himself. The reaction was immediate. Buyers flooded in, ecstatic at the deal. Paying 25 coins for a stone? Ridiculous, they exclaimed. Recognizing the seller, whispers spread. He must have some kind of deal with the Alliance. Limited stock. We can't miss this chance, others muttered urgently. As notifications of purchases began appearing in rapid succession, the protagonist casually broke off a small piece of cake with his fork, chewing contentedly. Just as he expected, the perfect moment to sell. Then, another notification popped up. Hearthstone had sent him a message. The main character raised an eyebrow. "That was fast," he mused, extending a hand to open the conversation. Hearthstone's face appeared, his brows deeply furrowed, mouth open in exasperation. "What are you up to this time?" he demanded. Feigning innocence, the protagonist smiled and raised a hand. "Good to see you too," he said smoothly. A smirk tugged at his lips as he glanced at Hearthstone's frustration. "Business is booming," he continued. "Thanks to that, I've been able to sell mana stones, which cost no more than 4 coins, for 20. Hearthstone's eyes widened. It finally clicked. "You're that same shameless scoundrel," he shouted. The protagonist leaned against his hand, eyes closed, a sweet, almost trainting smile on his face. "How the hell did you pull this off?" Hearthstone demanded. The protagonist simply chuckled. Trade secret. That only fueled Hearthstone's rage. His face twisted with anger as he let out a string of curses, furious at the blatant trickery. Still unfazed, the protagonist waved a hand dismissively. "Relax, I'm not here to fight. No grudges, no bad blood." Then he raised a single finger, his smile turning Sylvia. "I'm just here to make 10,000 coins and be on my way." Hearthstone's fist clenched as his fury boiled over. "You think I'll just sit back and let you ruin our reputation with your stunts?" he roared, thrusting his hand forward in frustration. The protagonist simply grinned. The game was only beginning. Hearthstone scoffed, crossing his arms. "This is the perfect reason to file a formal complaint." The main character exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Oh boy, he thought. Maybe he had gone a little too far with his advertising. "I'll make it official soon," Hearthstone added with a smug grin. The protagonist glanced away, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. Of course, he hadn't done all this without a plan. Meanwhile, the channel manager sat at his desk, watching the open dialogue window with an amused smile. He had already imposed trading restrictions on mana stones for the main character, just as requested. "You're in good hands," the channel manager assured him. "I have a junior comrade among the Zero Systems channel masters. I'll entrust this to him. Going forward, we'll make sure you get more comfortable conditions in the Zero System." The protagonist smirked at the dialogue window, lazily throwing his hands behind his head. "I owe you one," he said. The channel manager chuckled, closing his eyes briefly. "There's no such thing as debt between us," he replied. "If you keep saying that, I might start feeling hurt." He then opened his eyes, smiling in mild confusion. Ever heard the saying, "A greeting deserves a response"? Lying on his bed, arms folded behind his head, the protagonist chuckled. "Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't doubt it one bit." The channel manager nodded. "From now on, you can always count on me." That memory faded, and the protagonist's eyes sharpened. Raising his hand, he clenched it into a fist, a Sylvia grin tugging at his lips. "Good luck, Hearthstone. You're going to need it." With that, he shifted his gaze back to the system window, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Now, what kind of gift should I send him?" Just as he was mulling over ideas, a new message notification popped up. His brows arched slightly. Was it the official protest already? But no. The sender? Jade-faced golden dragon. Go Gumuhui. The message was brief. "I'd like to speak with you for a moment. I have an offer for a part-time job." The protagonist blinked, taken aback. A part-time job? His first thought was that this must be a direct approach from one of the 5 major elixir manufacturers. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the message. "Eye of Providence. Activate." As the ability triggered, his pupils glowed faintly, scanning through the details. His eyes widened slightly, lips parting in mild shock. Who is this guy? Jade-faced golden dragon. Go Gumuhui. A name that carried weight. An influential man whose origins were a complete mystery to him. In his mind, The protagonist envisioned a battle-hardened warrior standing with a sword in hand, exuding an aura of power and authority. He smirked slightly. Then, a transaction report summary appeared. Nickname, Jade-Faced Golden Dragon. Real name, Go Gumuhui. Species, human. Access point, first system, fifth world of Murim. Transaction level, first soul phase. Current coins, 50,000. The protagonist's expression darkened in thought. A trade guild owner, and the only grandson of King Jogyunum. He let out a low whistle. Even the legendary Golden Dragon would envy Go Gumuhui's wealth. And the jade-faced beauties? They practically worshipped him. Beauty and riches combined. The protagonist muttered with a smirk. But his amusement was short-lived. His expression turned serious. If even a figure like him is taking an interest, then things might be getting far more complicated than I anticipated. The protagonist scanned the report, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Even with just a brief summary, Dharma Raven could tell. The person in question was truly exceptional. Arun studied the document thoughtfully, resting his fingers against his lips. It was clear that his parents' revenge had some connection to part-time workers. Just then, a message came in from Jianwei. He mentioned a dispute over the hourly rate and hinted at sending another note soon, promising that the final terms would be favorable for the protagonist. Arun furrowed his brows, staring at the proposal. Something about the way Jianwei was handling this felt unnecessarily vague. But even without all the details, Arun could already tell. This was a man who lived without regrets. A smirk crept onto his face as he made up his mind. If Jianwei wanted to play games, he would play along. Night had fallen, the sky outside stretching dark and endless over the mansion, speckled with stars. Inside, Arun stood in the middle of his room, a cup of tea in hand. For hours had passed since he received the note. He had taken his time. There was no rush. Now, he could finally respond. Summoning the system window, he scanned the interface with a focused gaze before logging in. Without delay, he sent a message to Jianwei, casually mentioning that he had just checked his mail and was curious about the reason for contact. Almost instantly, Jianwei replied. Arun's grip tightened slightly on the cup, so he really was in a hurry. On the other side, Jianwei hesitated, raising his hands slightly as if unsure how to proceed. Arun wasted no time. He asked directly, what did Jianwei hear about the part-time job? Jianwei hesitated again, his response coming with an apology. He admitted that he had rushed into this without much preparation, asking for understanding. Arun set his cup down on the saucer, his expression unreadable as he continued reading. Then, Jianwei revealed a key piece of information. He had heard about a recent conflict with an elixir merchant. Apparently, the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center had been seriously offended. Arun's lips curled into an amused smile. So, they were well acquainted with the head of the center. He casually remarked that Young must have had quite the loose tongue. Unable to handle things alone, he had dragged Arun into the situation. Jianwei, caught off guard, quickly clarified. He and the head of Yang had only crossed paths a couple of times and were nothing more than acquaintances. This story had simply spread from person to person until it landed in his hands. Arun's eyes flickered with thought as he studied the system window, his expression growing more serious. Arun brushed off the topic, telling Zhou Jianwei that it wasn't all that important before shifting the conversation. So, what exactly do you need from me? He asked. Jianwei's expression darkened as he lowered his eyebrows. After a brief pause, he finally revealed what was on his mind. He had heard that Arun possessed 10 reporting tickets. Arun's brows shot up in surprise before a Sylvia smirk played on his lips. So, the channel manager's words held some weight after all. He hadn't expected anyone to believe such nonsense. Looking away, he rested his chin on his hand, an amused grin creeping across his face as he recalled the image of the channel manager. If he played along with that so-called legend, he had nothing to lose. His gaze narrowed, amusement flickering in his eyes as he decided to stir the pot a little more. Jianwei exhaled in relief, his eyes widening slightly. Meanwhile, Arun turned his attention back to him. And how exactly did you find out about this? He asked. I never mentioned it to anyone. Jianwei hesitated, but he couldn't deny that Arun had a point. He let out a short chuckle. Let's just say, sometimes I find the right people to ask. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point. So, do you still have those 10 tickets? Arun studied Jianwei's reaction, a faint smile tugging at his lips before he finally answered. I had them, but I already used them. Jianwei's expression fell instantly. His shoulders slumped, and for a moment, he simply stared at the screen in disbelief. I see, he muttered. Well, I suppose there's nothing to be done about it. Despite his obvious disappointment, he still thanked Arun for taking the time to listen, knowing he had a busy schedule. Jianwei let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temple as he covered one eye, still struggling to process the situation. But before he could dwell on it, Arun added, I never said I had 10 tickets, but I do still have the right to submit reports. His arms crossed over his chest as he watched Jianwei's reaction closely. Immediately, Jianwei snapped to attention. How many do you have left? Arun responded casually, 5. I used the other 5 to track down some part-time workers. Jianwei's eyes widened slightly as he read the message, then narrowed with suspicion. Are you being serious? There's no reason for me to lie, Arun replied smoothly. For a moment, Jianwei was silent. Then, without warning, he let out a low chuckle, which quickly grew into full-blown laughter. His mouth curled into a wicked grin, his teeth flashing as his entire body shook with laughter. Arun's eyes widened slightly. What was with this reaction? Jianwei was practically radiating bloodlust. As the laughter echoed through the chat, Jianwei's grin stretched wider, his eyes shutting for a moment as he took in the sheer excitement of it all. Finally, he said, voice thick with emotion, at long last, I have my chance. Those scoundrels, they'll burn in hell where they belong. Even heaven has turned against them. Arun stared at the screen, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been speaking with a calm and composed man. Now, it was as if he was facing a bloodthirsty demon. Then, as if realizing how far he had gone, Jianwei suddenly stiffened. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he quickly composed himself. Apologies, he typed, his tone much more controlled. I got a little carried away. Arun exhaled, shaking his head slightly. It's fine, he replied. I've met all kinds of people. Just then, Jianwei sent over a visual, 3 shadowy figures standing under a sky streaked with lightning. A sense of deep-seated hatred radiated from the image. There are some people in this world, Jianwei said, his gaze darkening, whom I refuse to share the same sky with. His brows furrowed as he looked at the chat, his expression filled with raw determination. The ones who killed my parents. A heavy silence followed. Jianwei clenched his fists. I've lived my entire life with nothing but the thought of revenge, he admitted. And now, finally, I see a glimmer of hope. Arun placed a hand over his chest, his gaze fixed on the dialogue. It was clear now, Jianwei wanted the right to submit reports, meaning his enemies were those involved in the exchange. Jianwei furrowed his brows, his lips parting slightly in frustration. There's one person I suspect the most, he admitted. Arun raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he processed the information. Jianwei, catching his reaction, nodded slightly in understanding. I see where you're coming from, Arun said after a moment, but I can't hand over my right to submit reports. Jianwei exhaled, but didn't push back. That's fine, he replied. As long as I get the contents of those reports, that's enough. Arun leaned forward slightly, pressing his fingers to his chin as he considered the proposal. Then Jianwei made his offer. I want to buy 5 of them, for 50,000 coins. Arun's brows lowered, his lips pressing into a thin line as he weighed the deal. The way Jianwei spoke, calm, unwavering, made one thing clear. He wasn't just from an ordinary rich family. A thought crossed Arun's mind. The image of the mighty Gyunum, a man rumored to be a legend in the world of trade. He had never heard of Jianwei in his previous life, which only meant one thing. There was no record of him on the exchange. That meant he wasn't actively engaged in transactions. A slow, sarcastic smile formed on Arun's lips. From the way Jianwei had casually offered 50,000 coins, it was obvious that was his entire balance. And he must have believed that sum was more than enough. Time to make his move. Arun's response appeared on the screen. Is that all you can offer? Jianwei blinked in surprise, raising a hand slightly, his mouth parting in disbelief. Meanwhile, Arun grinned wickedly. 50,000 coins, Jianwei repeated, his tone firmer this time. That's more than 200 gold. That kind of wealth would last 3 generations. He narrowed his eyes. I also know you made 30,000 coins just by using the report 5 times. I'd say my offer is more than fair. Arun let out a quiet chuckle, baring his teeth in a wide smirk as he raised his palm. You think I only made 30,000? He said, amusement dripping from his words. Let me correct you. The notification window flickered in the dimly lit room as deep night settled outside. The actual amount I earned from 5 tickets, Arun continued, was precisely 332,010 coins. And that's just the surface of it. Jianwei froze. Arun's voice remained casual as he leaned back. By forcing 2 of the top 5 elixir companies to halt operations for an entire month, I strengthened my position in the elixir market. If you factor in the earnings that came from that shift, let's just say 30,000 coins barely scratches the surface. His smirk deepened, his brows knitting together slightly as he added. Of course, I can't say it was solely thanks to the report, but its existence gave me the leverage I needed. Jianwei's eyes widened, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Arun's voice dropped lower. Depending on who uses the report, its value changes drastically. A sudden image flashed through his mind. Himself, gripping his sword, eyes burning with rage. I know the weight of revenge, he said, his voice carrying an edge of something unspoken. There are emotions that words can't express. His head tilted slightly, his gaze darkening as he stared at the screen. Then he asked a question that made Jianwei freeze in place. Is revenge really worth only 50,000 coins? A wicked smile spread across Aruin's face, his eyes glinting with amusement. Across from him, Jianwei sat frozen, horror flickering in his gaze as Aruin's words hit him like a blow. If that's the case, Aruin mused, his tone deceptively light, then all that talk about dedicating your life to revenge was just a lie? Jianwei's expression twisted with fury. His teeth clenched, his brows furrowed, and he pressed a hand to his chest as if steadying himself. That's not true, he snapped. I've been waiting for this day, longer than you could ever imagine. A slow, satisfied smirk tugged at Aruin's lips. That's exactly the reaction I was expecting, but he still needs a little more prodding. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning striking his mind, a sensation of unease surged through Aruin. His smirk faded instantly. He turned sharply toward the window, his gaze growing serious. The night outside was dark and still, but something felt off. Without hesitation, he cut the conversation short. We'll continue this later. I have something urgent to take care of. Jianwei blinked, startled by the abrupt shift. Wait. But before he could say another word, Aruin swiped his hand across the dialogue window, closing it instantly. With a flick of his wrist, a sword wreathed in crackling blue lightning materialized in his grasp. His sharp gaze swept outside. The energy in the air had shifted. Something was coming. Beyond the mansion's walls, several rooms were still illuminated, casting flickering glows into the night. But amidst the silence, shadows lurked. A group of men stood gathered near the mansion's entrance, their expressions dark and displeased. You're sure this is the place? One of them asked, narrowing his eyes. The scout nodded grimly. Checked multiple times. He's here. A taller, more menacing figure stepped forward, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Behind him, more figures loomed, an entire squad of warriors clad in dark gear. The invasion starts now, the leader sneered. With that, the Black Snake squad stormed the mansion, their movements swift and calculated. Their plan was simple: catch him off guard, overwhelm him before he had time to react. As they slipped through the darkened corridors, a faint glow seeped from under a distant door. Their leader raised a hand, signaling for silence. I'll check first, he murmured. Like a shadow, he crept toward the door, barely making a sound. He peered through the narrow crack, his lips twisting in contempt. He has no idea we're here. Confident in his advantage, he reached for the handle, ready to strike. But the moment the door budged, crack! A blinding bolt of blue lightning erupted from within, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The squad leader barely had time to react before the energy slammed into him, sending him flying back into the corridor. His body convulsed violently as electricity surged through him. He crashed to the ground, smoke rising from his charred uniform. The remaining warriors froze, their eyes wide with shock. Their leader lay motionless, his limbs twitching from the aftershock. What the hell was that? One of them blurted, gripping his sword with trembling hands. The rest of the squad hesitated, suddenly unsure. They had expected resistance, but this? Before they could gather their thoughts, the door burst open. A wave of energy surged through the air as Aruin stepped out, his sword crackling with blue lightning. His stance was low, his gaze sharp, and his entire body radiated raw, unrestrained power. The squad members instinctively tensed, gripping their weapons tighter. They had walked into an ambush, and now it was clear he had been expecting them. The leader's fallen body still smoked on the ground, and yet, despite the clear warning, the remaining warriors clenched their swords, anger flaring in their eyes. They had no choice now. If it was a fight Aruin wanted, they would give it to him. Aruin smirked sarcastically, unfazed by the swarm of enemies surrounding him. Then, with deafening speed, he charged forward, his entire body radiating a crackling storm of blue lightning. The air itself trembled as his sword sliced through the crowd, sending arcs of electricity surging through the battlefield. With eyes flashing like lightning, Aruin moved like a phantom, weaving through the squad of fighters with lethal precision. One warrior swung his blade, desperate to strike, but he was too slow. Aruin caught the man's wrist mid-swing. A surge of electric energy coursed through the fighter's body. His teeth clenched, veins bulging as pain overtook him. The sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as his muscles locked up in agony. A scream tore from his throat as the lightning ravaged him, his body convulsing violently. Smoke curled from his scorched uniform, his lifeless eyes staring upward as his body went limp. Aruin scoffed, looking down at him with utter contempt. What's wrong? He asked mockingly. Does it hurt? He tilted his head, voice dripping with cruel amusement. Answer me, and I'll make sure your death is quick. No unnecessary suffering. Then his gaze sharpened. Who sent you? Raising a hand to his chest, he pointed at himself first. Then, in an instant, his form flickered, his hair turning a striking shade of blue. He shifted into the likeness of Pilaf and pointed to himself once more. Were you after this? Outside the mansion, a vibrant blue light exploded from the windows, spilling onto the dark street like an eerie beacon. From a distance, Vess and Titan watched, their faces twisting in confusion. Something wasn't right. This wasn't going according to plan. Vess scowled deeply, fists clenching at his sides. This isn't what we planned, he muttered under his breath. Titan, standing beside him, looked equally bewildered. Could he have been expecting us? Vess remained silent for a moment, processing the situation. Then, realization dawned on him. His eyes darkened. That bastard, he has an aura. That changed everything. There was no point in underestimating him anymore. Gritting his teeth, Vess straightened, his presence commanding. We go in, all of us. Titan hesitated, but one look at Vess's expression told him there was no other choice. Move, Vess ordered. Without another word, he strode forward, lifting his arm as a signal for the squad to follow. This time, we take him down in one strike. The massive gates of the mansion groaned as they slowly opened. A blinding blue light poured from inside, illuminating the corridor in an eerie glow. The Black Snake squad, led by Vess and Titan, pushed forward, stepping cautiously into the darkened halls. Vess's eyes darted to the side, scanning his surroundings warily. The rest of the squad moved with tense precision, gripping their weapons tightly. A chilling silence filled the space. Vess exhaled sharply, his instincts on high alert. Stay sharp, he warned. We have no idea where he'll strike from. Suddenly, one of the soldiers stiffened, pointing a trembling finger toward the stairs. There, movement! All eyes snapped forward. A figure emerged from the shadows at the top of the grand staircase. Pilaf stood there with an easy, almost lazy stance, his sword resting casually over his shoulder. His sharp gaze swept over the intruders, his lips curling into an amused smirk. Well, he drawled, his voice laced with mockery. That's a lot of people to take on, just one man. His smirk widened. And here I was, wondering why you'd bother with such a direct assault. It makes even less sense now. Titan's eyes widened as he stared up at him. His voice came out in a confused whisper. Who are you? Pilaf chuckled, placing one hand on his belt as he leaned slightly to one side, his sword still balanced over his shoulder. Oh, he mused, feigning innocence. Hearing something like that, anyone would think I was the one sneaking into someone else's house. His eyes darkened with a dangerous glint. Not the other way around. Vess frowned slightly, his gaze locked onto Pilaf. His voice was sharp, demanding, Did you kill Hape? Pilaf studied his uninvited guess carefully before responding, his tone indifferent. So that guy was called Big Brother Hape, huh? Vess's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. So it's confirmed. The leader of the Black Snake squad clenched his fists before pointing his sword straight at Pilaf. His voice rang through the hall. Take him down. The order was instant. The squad lunged forward, their blades gleaming under the flickering blue light. But Pilaf remained unfazed, casually unsheathing his sword as a smirk played on his lips. You're impatient, he remarked, his voice carrying an amused edge. Fine, we'll skip the introductions. Titan moved first, launching himself high into the air, his massive sword slicing downward in a brutal arc. Pilaf, still wearing his usual careless expression, sidestepped effortless Sylvia, dodging the strike within human speed. The force of Titan's missed attack shattered part of the stairs, sending debris flying. As the battle raged across the stairway, Pilaf's eyes flashed with intrigue. Not bad, he thought, watching Titan's movements. A shame someone with this level of skill is wasting it on a criminal organization instead of something worthwhile. Before he could reflect further, two more fighters flanked him from behind, their swords slashing toward him in perfect sync. Pilaf reacted instantly. He lifted his leg, twisting his body midair as both blades sliced through the space he had just occupied. His counterattack was swift. Drawing his sword, he let loose a surge of electric energy, sending a cascade of blue lightning straight into his attackers. Sparks erupted as the fighters staggered back, their bodies convulsing under the sharp, electrified blows. They barely had time to react before they collapsed to the ground, their limbs twitching from the residual shock. Titan, seeing his allies fall, grit his teeth and raised his sword defensively, using it as a shield against the lightning crackling around Pilaf. His eyes burned with bloodlust, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, Vess watched from below, his expression a mask of anger and disbelief. He's toying with them. His frustration mounted as he took in the scene. The warriors he brought were elite. Not only that, but Titan, the leader of their advanced division, was fighting at full force. And yet, they were losing. To one man. Vess's fingers tightened around a parchment scroll in his hand. He did not want to use it. Not yet. But at this rate, lifting his hand to his face, he let out a sharp whistle. The sound cut through the battlefield. Titan's body tensed. His head snapped toward Vess, confusion flickering in his gaze. The remaining fighters, bloodied and exhausted, stiffened in alarm. They knew that signal. The leader of the Black Snake squad grinned darkly. He tore the glowing parchment in half. Pilaf's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected this. Vess stood in the center of the room, his aura shifting. A brilliant blue glow surged from his hands, forming a large, intricate magic circle in front of him. The symbols within the circle pulsed with energy. Pilaf's muscles tensed. Magic. Raising his arms outward, Vess activated his spell. Ice Blast. A surge of frost erupted from the circle, sending jagged shards of blue energy hurtling toward Pilaf. Pilaf's expression darkened. He could feel the sheer force of the attack. The shards hurtled toward him at terrifying speed, aiming to pierce and freeze everything in their path. Move! Vess barked. His squad scattered. Titan turned sharply, realization hitting him like a brick. His voice boomed across the hall. Get to cover. There's going to be an explosion. Without hesitation, the Black Snake squad dug behind the stone pillars lining the hall, bracing themselves for the impact. Pilaf's eyes flicked between the incoming attack and the retreating fighters. His lips curled into a frown. Cowards. The ice shard struck, converging in midair before solidifying into jagged, spear-like formations. In an instant, they expanded, forming a deadly dome of frozen spikes, designed to trap and annihilate anything inside. The temperature in the room plummeted. A deep, unnatural silence followed. Vess remained still, watching the frozen dome with unblinking eyes. That should have done it. But something inside him whispered. It wasn't over yet. A powerful blast of icy wind surged through the corridor, freezing everything in its path. The once grand halls of the mansion were now encased in ice, the cold air clinging to every surface. Frost coated the walls, and the corridor itself had become a frozen wasteland. Vess crouched behind a stone pillar, turning toward Titan, who stood nearby. Titan exhaled, watching the aftermath of the attack. That was incredible, he muttered, still feeling the chilling effects. Then, he glanced at Vess and smirked. That scroll cost 1,000 coins. Are you sure it was worth using it like this? Vess tilted his head slightly, a sarcastic smile tugging at his lips. Of course it's a pity, he admitted. That kind of large-scale magic should have been used on an actual battlefield. His expression darkened. But when facing an enemy with an aura, we can't afford to hold back. Just as he finished speaking, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Something was wrong. His thoughts froze as a voice cut through the icy silence. Well, Pilaf's tired voice echoed, his silhouette barely visible through the freezing mist. Are you guys planning to cover the cost of repairs? The mist cleared slightly, revealing Pilaf standing amid the destruction, his body releasing faint trails of icy steam. His expression was unimpressed. If anything, he looked annoyed. Titan whipped around, eyes wide in shock. What? Vess's breath hitched, his own gaze locked onto their enemy. How? That attack should have obliterated everything in its radius. The frozen mansion was proof of its devastating power. Pilaf had been at the very center of the explosion. There was no way he should still be standing. Yet there he was, mocking them. A slow grin spread across Pilaf's face as a faint blue aura flickered around him. TSK, I knew my aura's upper limit was high, he mused, but blocking magic and self-defense at the same time? Not bad. Then he reached up and ruffled his bangs. His fingers ran through the strands before pausing. His hair was slightly frozen. His eyes narrowed in irritation. Damn. He sighed, shaking his head. So, I couldn't nullify all the cold energy, huh? He lifted his hand, noting how the ice had clung to part of his shirt and hair. For a moment, he simply stared at it. Then, his face twisted in rage. A loud, furious scream erupted from him, his voice shaking the very walls of the mansion. Do you have any idea how much time I spend taking care of my hair? Lightning exploded around him, crackling wildly as his fury surged. His entire body radiated a deadly, electric blue glow, and the sheer force of his anger sent shockwaves through the frozen corridor. With a sudden burst of power, Pilaf shot into the air, his sword crackling with energy. The moment he raised it, bolts of electricity tore through the mansion, illuminating the night in blinding flashes. Titan and Vess stood frozen in place, their mouths agape. Is he seriously mad about his hair? Titan whispered in disbelief. The Black Snake squad was stunned. Out of all the things that could have enraged him, this was what pushed him over the edge. Not the ambush, Not the ice magic, his hair. But before anyone could react, a torrent of lightning descended upon them. Boom! The entire mansion trembled as devastating energy engulfed the battlefield. Titan and Vess barely had time to scream before they were consumed by the onslaught. When the dust settled, the two lay sprawled across the frozen floor, smoke rising from their bodies. Their scorched forms twitched slightly, their expressions frozen in pure shock. Pilaf landed gracefully, exhaling sharply as he surveyed the aftermath. His long bangs fell over his eyes, shadowing his face. His sword still hummed with residual electricity. His gaze flicked downward. Vess and Titan lay lifeless at his feet, their bodies unmoving. Pilaf clicked his tongue. If I hadn't held back, I would have taken the entire mansion down with him. His expression turned unreadable as he glanced at the remains of the Black Snake Squad. Bodies littered the frozen floor, their numbers significantly reduced. And yet, there aren't as many corpses as there should be. Pilaf's eyes narrowed slightly. Some of them escaped. His sharp gaze darted to the far end of the corridor, an open door. Instantly, his instincts flared. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed toward it. If they're still here, they're hiding in that room, and he wasn't about to let them get away. Pilaf burst into the room, his body angled for an attack, sword at the ready. But the moment he landed, his eyes widened in shock. The massive chamber was littered with bodies. The remaining warriors dead. Pilaf's grip on his sword tightened as he took in the scene. These weren't his kills. He scanned the lifeless corpses, his gaze quickly honing in on the most disturbing detail. Each warrior had a gaping hole in their chest. A cold sweat formed on his brow. This wasn't done by his sword. His mind raced. Who could have done this? Before he could process further, a noise echoed from the far end of the corridor. Clack! The distinct sound of hooves. Pilaf snapped his head toward the source of the sound. There, in the dimly lit hallway, stood a shadowy figure. A unicorn. Immediately, his senses went on high alert. His sword crackled to life, blue lightning sparking around him as he took a defensive stance. The figure stepped forward, its silhouette fully coming into view. Pilaf's breath hitched. The creature's sleek, muscular form gleamed under the faint light. A deep, crimson-colored unicorn strode toward him, its cloven hooves clicking against the floor in measured steps. Then, recognition dawned. Sorry, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The unicorn smirked, before tossing its silky mane in satisfaction. Pilaf stood frozen for a moment before breaking into an amused chuckle. So that's what happened. He pointed at the fallen warriors, his expression curious. Don't tell me you did this? Sorry, still in unicorn form, gave a smug nod. Before Pilaf could react, the door behind them suddenly swung open. Mr. Pilaf. Sylvia hurried inside, her voice tinged with urgency. But the moment her eyes landed on the unicorn beside him, she stopped dead in her tracks. Is that? Pilaf, still grinning, patted Sari's side with pride. Yep, this is Sari. Looks a little different, huh? Sylvia clutched her chest, struggling to process what she was seeing. Sari transformed. Sari flicked his tail, tilting his head mockingly, as if enjoying her reaction. Pilaf laughed, crossing his arms. Let's just say carrying around an ordinary Martin was getting boring. His grin widened mischievously. Better get used to this. You'll be seeing the great Sari phenomenon more often. Sylvia blinked in disbelief, then sighed, finally accepting the absurdity of it all. But her face quickly tensed as she remembered something. Wait, that loud noise earlier. Her gaze shifted to the mutilated bodies scattered across the floor. Her breath caught in her throat. What happened here? Her hands clenched at her chest, panic creeping into her voice. Was it she swallowed? The Black Snake Squad. Pilaf nodded casually, stepping forward. Yeah, but don't worry, he said smoothly. I already dealt with them. Sylvia still looked uneasy, but she exhaled in relief. Pilaf studied her expression, then nodded, satisfied. Either way, I'm glad you're safe. He rested a hand on Sari's mane before looking her in the eye. For now, stay in your room with Sari. Sylvia hesitated, but eventually nodded. Then, Pilaf turned away, his expression darkening. Raising a finger to his lips, he smirked coldly. I still have questions. His sharp gaze flickered toward the unconscious bodies left in the room. His voice carried a dangerous edge. It's time for an interrogation. Suddenly, a weak, shuddering gasp broke the silence. Vess, lying among the fallen, his body barely functional, began to stir. His eyelids fluttered open. Then, as the reality of his situation hit him all at once, he let out a panic scream. Vess slowly regained full consciousness. His body ached as he lay against the cold floor, his back pressed against the wall. A sharp breath escaped him as he instinctively checked himself for injuries, dreading what he might find. His stomach intact. Relief flickered in his eyes for a split second before rage quickly replaced it. his teeth bared in frustration. But as he attempted to move, his face twisted in confusion. His arms, his legs wouldn't respond. A shadow loomed over him. Pilaf approached with a malicious grin, dragging a chair behind him. The sound of its wooden legs scraping against the floor sent an ominous shiver through the air. He set it down right in front of Vess. "Ah, you're awake," Pilaf mused, resting his hands casually on the back of the chair. "How are you feeling?" Vess's face contorted in fury. "You bastard," he snarled, his voice hoarse with anger. "What the hell did you do to me?" Pilaf only grinned wider. "Oh." He looked away for a moment, feigning deep thought. "Shouldn't you be thanking me for letting you live?" Before Vess could retort, a cough sounded from nearby. Titan stirred. His eyes flickered open as he sucked in a sharp breath, his body jerking slightly. But the moment he tried to move, his face paled. Nothing. His limbs refused to obey him. Panic flared in his eyes. His breath quickened. "What is this?" His voice came out strained as his body remained frozen. He turned his head sharply, locking eyes with Vess. Vess exhaled sharply, looking at his struggling subordinate. "Don't waste your energy," he muttered. "It's some kind of magic. We're trapped." Pilaf clapped his hands together. The sound echoed mockingly through the silent room. Well, he said with exaggerated amusement. "I hate to interrupt such a touching moment," his smirk widened, "but I think it's about time we properly introduced ourselves." With that, he spun the chair around and sat down, resting his elbows on his knees. A slow, sarcastic smile crept onto his lips. "The name's Pilaf." His eyes gleamed as he studied their expressions. "Not that it matters. I already know you're not going to tell me anything useful." He sighed dramatically. "So, rather than waste my time," his smile twisted into something far more sinister, "I'll just make you talk." Vess and Titan froze as his voice darkened. Pilaf leaned forward, his grin widening. "You see, I have the power to bring you back to life. Over and over." His voice dipped lower. "Or, I could burn you alive and then bring you back just to do it again." His laughter rang through the room. Low, taunting, merciless. "I could play with you all night if I wanted." Sweat dripped down Vess and Titan's faces. Their pupils shrank in sheer horror as the reality of their situation sank in. Pilaf smirked with satisfaction. Then, at last, they cracked. With stiff voices, they gave their names. Pilaf's grin widened further. "Now that," he said smoothly, leaning back in his chair, "is an excellent start to our conversation." Raising a hand to his face, he lazily twirled a strand of his own hair, mocking their fear. "Now then," he continued, "let's talk about your plan." He studied them closely. "This wasn't the kind of mission your boss would personally oversee, was it?" He tilted his head. "So, that must mean you're not exactly high up in the ranks." Vess's expression darkened. He shut his eyes, his face twisting with silent contempt. Then, with a sigh, he finally spoke. "We're not high up at all." Pilaf raised an eyebrow. Vess exhaled sharply before opening his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. "Do you think the higher-ups, our actual leaders, would risk their lives playing hunting dog? Would they personally fight someone with an aura?" Pilaf's smirk faltered. For the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. He crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. "Were they saying?" Vess scoffed. "We weren't here on some grand mission. We were discarded." Titan nodded grimly. "Thrown away," he muttered bitterly. "The new boss didn't need us anymore." Pilaf's gaze sharpened. He watched the two men closely as they sat motionless on the floor, their voices laced with resentment. Sorry, who had been observing from nearby, frowned slightly. Pilaf tapped his fingers against the arm of the chair, thinking, these two were strong, third-class fighters, easily. The men they brought with them? Fourth class. A group of this level wouldn't just be tossed aside so carelessly. Unless there was something bigger at play. Pilaf's eyes darkened. Discarded? He murmured. He studied them for a long moment, then slowly grinned. Well then, his voice was laced with amusement and deadly curiosity. Tell me everything you know. Pilaf raised a hand in front of him, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked that, by this logic, their organization should have at least been recognized as a royal order of knighthood. VES lowered his head, a wave of frustration washing over him, and admitted that if Pilaf's theory was correct, at least they had an explanation for how they ended up in this mess. Intrigued, Pilaf listened as VES laid it all out. Kamazan, their boss, was nothing more than a scheming lowlife. He had a habit of throwing talented people into impossible situations just because they didn't align with his agenda. As Pilaf settled into his chair, something clicked in his mind. His eyes lit up with understanding. So, this Kamazan guy was their new boss? He leaned forward, curiosity sparking in his voice, and asked if they were at odds with him because they had chosen the wrong side. Titan hesitated for a moment before confirming that. More or less, that was exactly the case. Pilaf's expression darkened. He shot them a look of pure disdain and laid out the harsh truth. These guys were nothing but pawns. If they won, great. If they lost, no one would shed a tear. He leaned back in his chair, watching them carefully as he continued. Their so-called boss, Kamazan, would benefit whether they died or returned victorious with the stolen money. Either way, they were just pieces on a board, easily sacrificed. Spreading his fingers in the air, Pilaf studied them, his curiosity only growing. Then, he cut to the chase. How had they managed to track him down? VES shut his eyes, organizing his thoughts before explaining. When everyone had pinned the murder on other organizations, he had noticed a small but crucial detail. On that very day, one of the waitresses had vanished. Keeping his eyes closed, he continued. If someone had taken the girl and escaped, there were only two logical possibilities. Either they had left the capital together, or they were hiding nearby. As VES pieced together his deductions, Pilaf listened intently. The moment VES mentioned scouting possible escape routes and even real estate transactions, Pilaf's mind clicked. So, they had traced everything back to this mansion? His gaze sharpened as he leaned in slightly. They were talking about Sylvia, weren't they? But how had they been able to recognize her? Without opening his eyes, VES answered. Even if someone changed their appearance and voice, it was nearly impossible to erase ingrained habits and mannerisms. Sylvia had been a key figure in their establishment. He had spent enough time observing her know. Pilaf's fingers idly brushed against his chin as he studied VES with newfound respect. This guy was no ordinary thug. He was meticulous, sharp, far too insightful for someone in the criminal underworld. His gaze flickered toward VES, who seemed uncertain, then to Titan, who looked uneasy. It became clear. One of them was the brains, the strategist who planned everything. The other? Pure muscle, the one who tore through obstacles. Not a bad duo. A Sylvia, almost mischievous glint flashed in Pilaf's eyes as he regarded them. These two, they could be useful. The tension in the room thickened as Pilaf's silhouette loomed over them. He settled back into his chair, now fully in control. Well, he mused, drawing out the moment. I've got all the answers I need. His gaze darkened as he leaned forward slightly, relishing the sight of VES and Titan frozen in place. The question now was simple. What to do with them? Pilaf leaned back, his tone casual yet cold. Killing them, he said, would be the simplest and most logical choice. V's face darkened. Offended, he shot back, demanding to know what their deaths would even accomplish. Keela, watching them with a smirk, responded with mocking amusement. At the very least, it would bring him some peace of mind. Not that it truly mattered. He knew full well that eliminating them wouldn't get him any compensation for the damage done to his mansion. Titan's expression hardened as he imagined the reach of his organization, the shadowy emblem of a black snake looming in his mind. His voice was firm as he reminded Pilaf that, outcasts or not, their group wouldn't turn a blind eye to this. Their network stretched across the entire capital. There wasn't a single place that wouldn't support them. VES tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto Pilaf. Are you ready to handle the consequences of provoking the Black Snake organization? He asked, his voice steady. Pilaf's fingers brushed against his chin as he mulled over V's words. They had a point. While their organization didn't pose a major threat to him personally, ignoring the potential fallout wasn't a risk he was eager to take. Still seated across from VES and Titan, both still immobilized by magic, Pilaf exhaled slowly, weighing his options. The way he saw it, they wanted to live, and he wanted to secure his future without lingering headaches. There had to be a way for all three of them to walk away with what they wanted. VES tensed, his head lowering as confusion flashed across his face. Titan glanced at him, frozen in place. Could this actually be the best way out of their predicament? Titan, growing uneasy, urged VES to focus. They had no other options. If they couldn't find a way to turn the situation in their favor, they were done for. Pilaf's lips curled into a slight grin as he tapped his chin. Then, raising his palm in front of his face, he studied the two carefully. He still had one option. The moment the words left his mouth, the remaining fighters stiffened, their eyes widening in shock. Horror flickered in their expressions as Pilaf revealed his plan. He wanted to take down Kamazan. The chilling weight of his words filled the air. Pilaf sat on the stairs, the room thick with icy tension as Titan and VES laid out the strategy for their men. VES, his voice firm, repeated their objective. Pilaf would be allowed to seize the Black Mamba. Raising a finger to his face, he turned to Titan. Their mission had already failed, and he asked his friend a pointed question. If they couldn't take Pilaf down the first time, what made them think they could do it again? The entire squad of fighters froze, their eyes going wide. Pilaf had clearly overheard them, and for a brief moment, his gaze turned unsettlingly predatory. A cold dread settled over the group. The men exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware that if they refused to carry out Pilaf's orders, they wouldn't just fail, they would die right then and there. Sharp exhales filled the room as the fighters hesitated. Capturing the Black Mamba? That was easier said than done. VS and Titan, their eyes closed, maintained unnerving composure. Difficult, Titan muttered. No, it's impossible. Even if they rallied every last ally they had, it wouldn't be enough. One of the fighters scoffed, raising a hand. His voice was laced with doubt as he questioned why they should even trust Pilaf's word in the first place. V's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. Have you already forgotten? He snapped. He brought us back when we were as good as dead. His voice dropped, cold and final. You might not trust him, but tell me, do you have any better options? Silence. There was no answer, because in truth they had none. VES raised his hand, his voice steady as he addressed the group. They had seen it with their own eyes. He had endured the ice explosion barehanded. That fact alone made them hesitate, uncertainty flashing across their faces. Standing beside Titan, VES continued as their men stood opposite them, listening intently. His words might seem unexpected, but he laid it out clearly. Pilaf was the first to offer them a real opportunity. And if they turn it down now, there wouldn't be another chance. Tilting his head, VES studied the men before him, his expression darkening. He asked them to consider. If they were lucky, this could be their chance to break free from the way they had always been treated. But if Kamazan remained in power, they would continue to be nothing more than disposable pawns. The fighters shifted uneasily, absorbing their leader's words. VES pressed on, warning them that Kamazan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them quietly, erasing them from the picture the moment it suited him. Titan suddenly clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. We've already died once, he declared. Since we were given a second chance, why not use it for something big? Despite his conviction, the squad looked at each other with uncertainty. Dying here or dying there, what difference did it make? From the sidelines, Pilaf watched with admiration as VES and Titan worked to rally their men. Their teamwork, their cohesion, it was impressive. Just as he thought that, one of the fighters suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening as doubt crept in. Could he really risk his life for someone he barely knew? Titan and VES remained silent, their gazes sharp as they let the question sink in. It was a fair argument, but just as the tension thickened, the same fighter took a deep breath, then clenched his fist. His hesitation vanished as he shouted with conviction. He would take that risk. His newfound resolve rippled through the group. Turning to his comrades, he urged them to do the same. This man saved us, he reminded them. VES and Titan were absolutely right. They had originally been sent to capture someone with completely unknown abilities, essentially a death sentence. So what was the real difference here? Another fighter, looking at the situation from a different angle, spoke up. They were the key players in this operation. As long as they were standing, Kamazan's so-called rule was meaningless. He could only be a leader if they allowed him to be. Inspired by their own words, the squad erupted in agreement. Their determination surged as they faced VES and Titan, their decision clear. Pilaf, still watching from the sidelines, observed the shift in energy. Then, as the squad settled into their decision, VES turned back to him. Their gazes met, and after a brief moment of silence, VES gave him a slow, firm nod. Pilaf's expression lit up with excitement. Raising his hand, he declared, Tonight, the boss of Kamazan, ruler of Theoros, will be replaced. That night, darkness blanketed the city. Inside his lavish palace, Kamazan swirled a glass of wine in his hand, taking a slow sip. His eyes flickered with confusion when news reached him. Pilaf had been captured. Beside him, his white-haired assistant paled, his voice urgent as he confirmed the report. Pilaf was being held on the first floor of their very own palace. Kamazan's grip tightened around his glass. His lips curled into a sneer as the realization settled in. The squad he had thrown into a hopeless situation, those lowly, insignificant cockroaches, had actually turned against him. These men, they should have been crushed. They should have been long gone. And yet, they were still here, defying fate. Kamazan swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on his assistant. What's the condition of that Pilaf guy? He asked lazily. His assistant smirked. He's on the verge of death, he replied, clearly satisfied. A bloody mess. Kamazan narrowed his eyes. If VES and Titan, two men he had cast out, had managed to capture this so-called owner of an aura, then Pilaf must have been no stronger than a mere third-rank fighter. That made him nothing more than an insect. He set his wine down, his voice turning sharp. Chain him up. Restraints, handcuffs, bind him so tight he won't be able to breathe. Then bring him to me. His assistant bowed slightly. Understood. I'll take a few skilled men with me, just in case. Do it, Kamazan said dismissively, raising his glass once more as his assistant turned and left the room. Taking a slow sip, Kamazan gazed off to the side, his arrogance palpable. No matter how things played out, these fools would all end up dead. If Pilaf had been caught so easily, then he was nothing but a weakling. The clanking of iron echoed through the dimly lit corridor. Pilaf, shackled and drained, trudged forward. His wrists were bound tightly in thick chains, and exhaustion weighed down his every step. Flanking him on either side, Titan and VES escorted their captive straight into the office of their detestable boss. Inside, Kamazan sat comfortably behind his grand desk, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction as he took in the sight before him. His fighters stood around the room, their gazes locked onto the new arrival. His assistant stood nearby, watching closely. Kamazan's lips curled slightly. "I don't recognize your face," he said, tilting his head. "Where exactly do you come from?" Silence lingered for a moment before Pilaf, standing between the two formidable fighters, let out a small sigh. His face was weary, but his voice remained steady as he said his name. Kamazan's expression darkened in an instant. His voice turned sharp, demanding, "Where is the stolen money?" Pilaf, still bound in iron, raised his tired gaze and exhaled. "You shouldn't consider that money yours," he stated calmly. "It belongs to Hape." A cold tension filled the room. Then, with a defiant glint in his eye, Pilaf smirked and added, "So, until he comes to collect it, it's still mine." Kamazan's jaw clenched. His glare turned lethal. "You're a delusional fool," he spat. Lifting a hand, he gestured toward the insignia of the Black Snake organization behind him. His voice rang with authority. "That money belongs to this organization, and this organization belongs to me." Titan and VES stood still, unmoving beside Pilaf. Kamazan's gaze flicked to VES, his voice laced with suspicion. "VES, where's the money you were supposed to bring?" VES gave a single, slow shake of his head. Kamazan's face twisted with rage. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" he snapped. "Why are you shaking your head like some lunatic?" His patience snapped. He slammed his palm against the desk, the sharp sound echoing through the room. "Stand at attention, VES. Speak properly when addressing your boss." A small grin played on V's lips. His voice was casual, almost mocking. "I never do anything pointless," he mused. "And there's no point in having a conversation with a corpse." Kamazan's expression froze. His mind barely processed the words before he barked. "What did you just say?" VES glanced away, his indifference cutting deeper than any insult. The fighters in the room exchanged uneasy glances, realization dawning upon them. This was it. The plan was already in motion. Pilaf closed his eyes, his expression unreadable. VES stood firm, his gaze shifting ever so slightly as he silently acknowledged the inevitable. No one in this room was leaving alive. Despite his battered appearance, Pilaf smirked. "That's great news," he muttered. Then, in an instant, his entire body pulsed with raw magical energy. With a swift motion, he shattered the handcuffs, binding his wrists. The heavy chains followed, snapping apart like brittle twigs. As he stepped forward, unbound and completely free, his gaze darkened with contempt. Around the room, the fighters stood frozen, their jaws slack with shock. How had he broken free so easily? Kamazan, still seated, stiffened as a cold sweat ran down his back. His fingers tightened around his wine glass, his mind racing. Pilaf's eyes locked onto him, his aura surging with murderous intent. "If you want to live," he growled, "get out. Now." The warning was for VES and Titan. Then, all hell broke loose. With a powerful swing, Pilaf lashed out with the broken chain still dangling from his wrist. It cut through the air like a blade, tearing a brown-haired man clean in half. Blood sprayed violently across the room. Another man barely had time to react before he was struck down, his body crumpling in a pool of red. A dark-haired fighter let out a tortured scream as the chain slashed deep into his chest. Pilaf moved like storm. The blonde fighter wielded the chain Mercil Sylvia, striking down enemies left and right. With a sharp pull, he sent it whipping through the air, cutting through flesh and bone. Bodies collapsed around him. No one had a chance to fight back. A sharp gasp cut through the chaos. Kamazan's eyes widened in disbelief. A man with a bandaged left, I watched the massacre unfold, his instincts screaming that something was very wrong. From the start, he had sensed something off about this aura. But now, seeing the destruction, his stomach twisted with unease. Without hesitation, he lunged at Pilaf from behind, dagger in hand. Pilaf's eyes flickered with alarm. Kamazan, watching from a distance, grinned wickedly. This was a chance, but Pilaf was faster. Just as the blade neared his back, he dodged, spinning out of reach. His gaze locked onto the chains, still wrapped around his arm. The next second, they were around his attacker's neck. The man gasped, his hands clawing desperately at the metal constricting his throat. Pilaf's smile turned eerie, almost deranged. He watched the man's frantic struggle with a twisted amusement. "You know," he murmured, tightening the chains, "thanks to you, I'll be able to absorb the Black Mamba." Kamazan's face drained of color. Breathless, he stammered, W8. Pilaf didn't listen. With a sharp tug, the chain snapped tighter. A final, choked gurgle left the man's lips before he went still. Silence. The two men still standing in the room, VS and Titan, stood in stunned disbelief. Pilaf exhaled slowly, wiping blood from his face as he surveyed the room of corpses around him. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent. Then, as if sensing something, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Come in, he called out. A presence hesitated outside before stepping in. Pilaf tossed aside a bloody towel and leaned forward. What's the situation downstairs? The new arrival swallowed before answering. Everyone still loyal to Kamazan has been taken care of. The rest, the undecided ones, we've got them locked up. Pilaf nodded approvingly. Good. Finish everything before sunset. His subordinate hesitated, but nodded quickly. Understood. Pilaf leaned forward, resting an elbow on his knee, his mind already moving to the next step. Brel's gambling establishments, the trade association, and the smuggling network, he mused aloud. None of them matter much. One of his men hesitated before speaking. The smuggling network is still sticking to the previous boss, he admitted. But Titan used to be one of them. If he speaks to them, we might be able to sway them to our side. Pilaf stroked his chin, considering the possibility. And the trade association? His subordinate shifted uncomfortably. They never liked Kamazan. A slow smirk formed on Pilaf's lips. Perfect. The unreasonable demand for repayment had dragged on for too long. That's already been handled, the young man said with a smirk. Half of them are already on our side. Despite the reassurance, one of his subordinates gestured anxiously. Our biggest issue isn't gathering support. It's justifying our actions. Without that, this will be seen as outright treason. Pilaf let out a sarcastic chuckle. Justification? That's easy. We make one up. Leaning back in a chair, he stretched his arms over his head, completely at ease. Spread the word. Kamazan was the one behind Hape's murder. He hired the owner of the Aura to do his dirty work, and we uncovered the truth during our investigation. He dropped his hands casually. Let them draw their swords over it. His subordinate blinked in surprise before nodding. That actually makes sense. If we go with this, we can get Brel on our side. Pilaf's smile widened. Exactly. And once that happens, the gambling dens will be isolated. They'll have no choice but to wave the white flag. A muscular, dark-haired man raised a hand hesitantly. But do you really think the other organizations will buy that story? Pilaf shot him a sharp glance. Tell me, how do you think I was caught? The subordinate hesitated. That's right, Pilaf continued, his voice edged with amusement. Rumors. I bet someone's already out there spreading false stories, pinning the blame on me for what happened in Brel. So why wouldn't our story be just as believable? Murmurs of realization rippled through the group. He had a point. Pilaf stood, his expression confident. You too, he said, pointing at two men. You'll take the lead in negotiating with the other organizations. Stepping forward, he placed a firm hand on one man's shoulder. Use this opportunity wisely. Shape public opinion in the crime-ridden districts. The people want a villain to blame. Give them one. His voice was steady, but his eyes gleamed with intent. The men exchanged glances before grinning. We'll make it happen. Pilaf nodded in satisfaction, then turned away, slipping a hand into his pocket. I'll be waiting for your report at the mansion. With that, he strolled off, drying his damp hair with a towel as he headed toward his quarters. As he walked, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of riot had erupted in the dead of night. Regardless, it didn't matter. He had secured the Black Mamba. Now, it was time to move on to the next step. Reaching for the book, he used it to check for any updates from the Golden Dragon. He sent a simple message. Can we talk? The response came almost instantly. Pilaf's brow lifted in surprise. That fast. He hadn't expected such urgency. Whoever was on the other side was burning with impatience. Then came the real shock. His contact informed him that his grandfather, the king of trade himself, would be speaking to him directly. Pilaf stiffened. That's not a good sign. The red communication panel flashed before him. It wasn't that he had no idea what to expect. It was who he was dealing with. Joe Gunham. The name alone carried weight. This man wasn't just a merchant. He was the trade king, a legend in the business world. And more importantly, he never handled interdimensional transactions personally. That meant Pilaf had no way of gathering information about him with his ability. Frowning, Pilaf closed his eyes for a moment, picturing the man. What does he want? Moments later, a calm but authoritative voice filled the communication channel. I assume you know who I am, the old man said smoothly. Pilaf exhaled, opening his eyes. Your reputation speaks for itself, he replied coolly. You're famous across the world. On the other end, Joe Gunham sat composed, his aged features betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, next to him, his grandson shifted uneasily in his seat. Pilaf leaned forward slightly, his tone unwavering. I've already started my investigation. and I don't think you'll like what I found. He mentioned that he was familiar with the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. At this, Joe Gyunum lowered his head, acknowledging that it wasn't bad. He had spent his entire life avoiding interdimensional dealings, yet he never imagined that someone from the Zero System would know of him. Seated with his hands resting on his knees, he listened as his grandson stood at the control panel, calling him a trader, an expert in both buying and selling. From his perspective, the young man's request seemed outrageous. The blonde-haired youth leaned over in his chair, scanning the messages on the screen. It stated that when factoring in the 32,000 coins he earned from resolving the conflict, his total balance exceeded 50,000 coins. The young man confirmed this with a nod. Joe Gyunum narrowed his eyes slightly and explained that heavenly-level elixirs were expensive because their production costs were no small matter. He then asked if the young man had truly earned 20,000 gold coins in such a short time. Watching him closely, he emphasized the difficulty of amassing such wealth. Even the head of the Great Mountain couldn't do it so easily. His grandson tensed slightly as Joe Gyunum continued. Even though he had no experience with interdimensional trade, he could tell that the young man had gone too far. Meanwhile, the blonde froze, staring at his balance. 52,131 coins. He had accounted for everything perfectly, leaving no room for argument. The old man let out a slow breath when the youth pointed out that he had underestimated the value of 5 tickets. He admitted his mistake. The long-haired brunette glanced at the floor, deep in thought. His grandfather, however, was more intrigued by something else. His grandson's belief that the cost of revenge was only 50,000 coins. Touching his chin, the young man mused, "You're right. How can I even put a price on avenging my parents?" Joe Gyunum clenched his fist, his response cold and decisive. "I'm a merchant. Even revenge must be calculated as a transaction. And for 50,000 coins, I'd say the price is fair." The young man sat at the table, lost in thought. His grandfather was difficult to anger and always assessed situations with a clear mind. But this time, the blonde smirked. The so-called king of trade had made a miscalculation. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he invited him to a game of chess. Sitting back calmly, the young man, also a merchant, studied his grandfather. Perhaps the old man saw 50,000 coins as a reasonable amount, but to him, it was a mere starting point. He needed to make the king of trade see it from his perspective, one he wouldn't regret. Joe Gyunum eyed him warily. "Regret? And what exactly might I regret?" The blonde intertwined his fingers, recalling an old saying, "Children bury their parents in the ground, but parents bury their children in their hearts." He then asked, "If my revenge fails, how will you spend the rest of your years?" His voice was steady as he declared, "A merchant must take revenge as a merchant." Can you truly find solace in those words? Joe Gyunum's expression stiffened. His grandson's words struck deeper than expected, leaving him momentarily speechless. The young man smiled, victorious. With the arrival of the king of trade into the conversation, one thing had become clear. This wasn't just about him. Revenge wasn't an individual pursuit. It was the unfulfilled wish of an entire family. And in the end, the ones who would regret it wouldn't be him. Joe Gyunum closed his eyes, lost in thought, while the young man confidently wrote his message. He was the only one who could provide what they needed. Despite his reluctance, the old man finally asked what his terms were. The young man clenched his fist, a victorious smile playing on his lips. He had pushed just hard enough to turn the tide in his favor. All it took was persistence. Folding his hands together like a strategist planning his next move, he knew this wasn't about wealth or possessions. His true aim was trust. Joe Gyunum stroked his beard, studying the blonde-haired youth. At first glance, he had seemed like just another profit-hungry merchant. But now, curiosity kept him listening, even as the young man continued to push for more. Turning to his grandson, he instructed him to relay his words. The grandson nodded and listened intently as Joe Gyunum dictated. "The Gold Trade Association does not engage in dimensional trade. I will not establish a new business just for the sake of report tickets. That is my decision." Closing his eyes, Joe Gyunum considered the situation. This stock trader is far too greedy. He had already been offered a heavenly level deal. Why couldn't he just be satisfied with that? Instead, he had the audacity to propose an exclusive trading contract with the Gold Association. If they entered the dimensional trade, it would send shockwaves through the entire market. He imagined mountains of gold coins raining down, realizing just how ambitious this young man was. He wanted to be the sole intermediary, profiting from every transaction. It was an outrageous display of boldness. His grandson observed him carefully before speaking again. "The stock trader has made a different offer. He's asking for a condition to be met in exchange for a certain action." Joe Gyunum remained silent, signaling for him to continue. Raising 2 fingers, the grandson hesitated before announcing, "He wants an investment of 200,000 coins." The old man's eyes widened. How much? The long-haired youth quickly explained. He's willing to pay the entire amount back, with interest. He's not asking for a handout. The king of trade frowned. And why should I trust him? His grandson, clearly nervous, added, he's only asking you to sign a contract that guarantees the exchange. Joe Gyunum raised his hand, his expression unreadable. What kind of trading ability does this boy have? Blindly investing everything could lead to ruin. Before he could finish his thought, his grandson's eyes widened in shock as he pointed to the screen. The blonde sat back confidently. I know how to eliminate that risk. Joe Gyunum's patience wore thin. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, countless red notification windows flashed before them, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, client negotiation. The young man closed his eyes, wincing. The knowledge surged into his mind as if it had been forcibly implanted. Then just as quickly, it settled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a slow breath. It's done. He opened his eyes and then asked, does this mean the person I acquired this knowledge from can no longer use it? Joe Gyunum's expression turned serious. That knowledge belonged to one of my subordinates, someone who was there when I took my first steps in trading. A shiver ran through the room. Arun, standing nearby, swallowed hard before murmuring, at the very least, he should be thanked. The old man closed his eyes and with a sense of peace, spoke calmly. There's no need for that, he said. I kept him here against his will, when all he wanted was to return to his village and raise his grandchildren. The two merchants sat across from each other, the conversation taking a more solemn turn. With a hint of regret, the gray-haired man continued. Now he'll finally be able to do just that. It's a shame he will become just another villager. But if his abilities live on in other dimensions, then I can only be grateful for it. He reassured them that he would always take care of his people and that his former subordinate would never be left with feelings of regret. The young man nodded in agreement, then gestured slightly as he clarified, the trade association doesn't engage in dimensional trade. So, how did you manage to organize the shipment? Just then, a notification appeared in front of him. There were no restrictions on individual transactions. That meant such deals were possible, as long as the association's name wasn't used. A smirk crossed his face as he touched his chin, pleased with the insight he had gained directly from the king of trade himself. The transaction agreement and his updated balance were displayed before him. Joe Gyunum closed his eyes and said firmly, I have fulfilled every demand. I've even made concessions. Now, you are bound by your promise to assist my grandson. The blonde nodded. I'll provide the goods needed for revenge over the next 3 years. Joe Gyunum frowned slightly, still trying to understand how he, once the king of trade, had ended up negotiating such terms with a mere stock trader. Finally, the old man stood under the watchful gaze of his grandson. In that case, we have an agreement. If the contract is used wisely, it will be of great benefit to you. The blonde smiled. I look forward to working together again. Joe Gyunum didn't respond. He simply turned and walked away. As he left, the long-haired youth stood and watched him go. One day, a good day will come for us, he murmured. The grandson wasted no time, immediately preparing a list of necessary supplies. A notification popped up, pinning the list to his screen. He stared at the numerous open windows before him, noticing something unusual. Every single one of the 5 requested items originated from the 5th world of Murim. They all had one thing in common. Resting his cheek in his hand, he read through the details. Their phase belongs to transcendental martial arts. His mind conjured up the silhouettes of his future opponents. He couldn't help but remember that Joe Jiamwi had reached the same level. Could he really stand against them? His finger hovered over the attached file. With a deep breath, he sent the report. Check it, he said. Moments later, he received a strange response. You're joking. The young man frowned. Joe Jiamwi seemed irritated, as if he had been cut off from finishing his thoughts. Was something missing? Or was there another condition at play? His customer's expression darkened. Admit it. Did you fabricate this data? The blonde's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he listened. At that moment, the head of the great mountain echoed the same doubts. The grandson of the king of trade fell silent, shoulders sinking as another notification arrived. The report cannot be falsified. A tense silence filled the air. The young man's thoughts raced. Something wasn't right. He asked if an enemy was among the targets. The long-haired youth, responding through messages, confirmed there were 2. His jaw tightened in frustration. Then the real culprit is still missing. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he typed again. Did you make any changes? The blonde, calm and unwavering, replied, My answer remains the same. Joe Jiamwi clenched his jaw. With no further words, he ended the conversation. A notification popped up. The customer has left the chat. The blonde leaned back on his sofa, staring at the screen. Anger, expectation. Emotions like these were rarely transmitted through messages. Yet he could feel the frustration seeping through. He frowned. 2 enemies among the 5. Digging deeper into the intel, he noticed a strange connection. They all had something in common. He stroked his chin and thought, could they have played a role in the massacre? His gaze landed on a symbol, a snake drawn on the hexagon. Elsewhere, a group of men stood in front of the same symbol, their faces shadowed with disbelief. One of them muttered, the nightmare of Theoros. What nonsense! His partner, smiling, nodded in agreement. Titan placed a hand on the table and smirked. You should take this spot. You're good with paperwork. Me? I only know how to use force. Raising his hand, he gestured with a grin. If I sit in that office, I'd be no different from the furniture. Bloodshed chuckled. Thanks for the offer. The dark-haired man turned serious. Have you learned anything? His expression darkened as he replied. I was told that neither healers nor magicians would dare interfere, unless it was someone they had never seen before. If that's the case, there's no point in even trying. Titan raised a brow. So, you just gonna let it go? A slow nod. Titan hesitated. You work here too. You've suffered just as much. Just then, another voice interrupted. Pilaf held up 2 glasses, a mischievous glint in his eye. Come on, let's drink to our teamwork. The liquid inside the glasses looked questionable, but he insisted. To the bottom. Despite their unease, the men drank. The moment it went down, they winced, cursing Pilaf through gritted teeth. The sun shone brightly over the city. Inside a grand mansion, Titan sat with his arms crossed, staring at the men before him. How are you feeling? He asked. Their expression soured. Worse than expected, because we have no idea what you'll demand. Titan smirked. Is that why you're so tense? Planning to seize control of the organization with your own hands. He leaned forward, fingers interlaced. Relax. I'm a reasonable man. His words took them by surprise. I have no interest in criminal activities, he continued. I'll even give you more freedom in combat. His partners exchanged uncertain glances. Titan pulled out a white envelope and placed it on the table. These are my terms. Follow them, and you won't share the fate of the previous leader. BAS picked up the envelope and unfolded the paper inside. His eyes widened. Beetles, he muttered. Titan's smirk widened as he watched their reaction. Then came the next set of terms. His identity would remain undisclosed, and he would receive a percentage of the organization's profits. They stiffened, reading between the lines. These sound more like threats than conditions, one of them murmured. BAS gripped the paper tightly. But they're acceptable. Despite their fear, they tried to convince themselves it was a fair deal. Pilaf, still smiling, repeated, I told you, I'm reasonable. They weren't entirely convinced. BAS frowned. This isn't the worst outcome. Then, turning to Titan, he asked, what exactly is this trading company, Pilaf? Titan crossed his arms. My personal company. The room fell silent. BAS blinked. Wait, you're a merchant? A smug grin. A single tap of his finger. 50 years of experience. They exchanged stunned glances. An almost cloudless night hung over the fortress. A massive, dimly lit room stood empty, until the door creaked open for a brief moment, then shut just as quickly. The blonde stepped inside. With security this weak, was invisibility even necessary? Still, he knew the risks. If I'm caught, I'm expelled on the spot. Lowering himself to the floor, he exhaled. In just 15 days, he had accomplished more than most would in a lifetime. His eyes drifted shut. Superior rank. He recalled the king of trade, the deal they had made. His trading company, now fully under his control. BAS, now leading the Black Mamba in his place. Sitting in the darkness, he reflected on it all. Even amid all this, he hadn't abandoned his studies. The possibilities, they're endless. A small smile crept onto his face. Dimensional trade exists to reshape reality itself. Feeling more confident than ever, he made up his mind. It was time to request another closed training session. Circle let out a breath of relief when he saw him return. You're right on time, he said. The young man met his gaze with a knowing smile. I was planning to visit you anyway. Just as he was about to bring up the closed training session, he was interrupted. There's a serious problem. The blonde turned, surprised. What is it? Zeril spread his arms. A prosecutor from the Knights Corps is here. He wants to speak with you. His expression shifted from confusion to shock. What? He turned to his coach for an explanation. The man's face was tense. I told him to come back another time, he admitted. Any idea what this could be about? The blonde shook his head. None. The coach stroked his chin, deep in thought. This isn't about something minor, his eyes darkened as he added. And he didn't come alone. The young man's breath hitched. Who? Then came the name. Dirika. His face turned serious in an instant. He knew exactly what this meant. In a dimly lit dungeon corridor, 2 guards stood at the entrance of a holding room. Inside, the blonde sat alone at a wooden table, a candle flickering in the darkness. He tapped his fingers against the surface, deep in thought. They have no grounds to arrest me. There's no evidence, no real accusation. Still, his gut told him something was off. He scowled. If I can't prove my alibi, this could get messy. The heavy door creaked open. A man stepped inside, his boots echoing against the stone floor. Arun Lutz. The blonde looked up. That's me. The man gave a short nod. Genitz, commander of the Knights Corps. Arun's brows furrowed. May I ask why? Genitz cut him off. Don't be alarmed. I just have a few questions. He pulled out a chair and sat across from him, clasping his fingers together in a way that made it clear. This wasn't a casual chat. Shall we begin? The candlelight flickered between them. Genitz leaned forward. We still haven't found him. Arun's eyes narrowed. Found who? A pause. Then realization struck. Gennett's reaction confirmed it. He was surprised that Arun genuinely didn't know. Arun leaned back, gaze sharp. Arun disappeared? The commander exhaled, rubbing his temples. Yes, the steel guard left yesterday, and between midnight and dawn, he vanished. Gennett's piercing blue eyes locked onto him. Don't you find it strange? He's been missing from the academy for some time now. Arun frowned. We were in different classes. I never interacted with him. The dungeon's silence stretched between them. The candle on the table flickered, casting long shadows against the stone walls. Genitz watched him carefully. Arun shrugged. He always did as he pleased. I assumed he returned to Albert's residence. The commander hummed, eyes closing briefly as if processing his words. Across the room, Arun watched with confusion, unable to piece together what was happening. Genitz finally pushed back from the table. That's all for now. Arun's brows knitted together. That was it. Then why bring him all the way here? He expected more. As if reading his mind, Genitz lifted a hand. You're not free to go just yet. Arun tensed. There's someone else who wants to speak with you. Genitz turned toward the door. At that exact moment, it creaked open. Arun's sharp gaze fixated on the man stepping inside. Dirika. So, the real interrogation begins now. The bearded knight entered, his expression hard as stone. He studied Arun for a moment before speaking. It's been a long time. Arun noted the tension in his face, drawn, tired. Genitz leaned against the wall, silently observing. Dirika finally spoke. Under these circumstances, that was unavoidable. The knight moved closer, eyes locked onto Arun's. Why did you do it? Arun's eyes widened. No build-up, no formalities, just straight to the accusation. He kept his voice level. What exactly are you talking about? Dirika exhaled sharply. Young Master Run vanished without a trace. Arun's jaw tightened. The day before, Dirika continued. There was a fight between the knights. Arun lowered his gaze as Dirika's voice rose in frustration. Don't you think it's a little too convenient? So that's their angle. Dirika crossed his arms. You were there. That alone is enough to make you suspicious. A heavy silence fell. Dirika's expression shifted, as if recalling something he had replayed in his mind thousands of times. At first, I thought he left on his own. But if that were the case, we would have found him. His voice dropped. It's been over a month. Genitz, still leaning against the wall, said nothing. Dirika pressed on. If this was a kidnapping for ransom, we would have received demands by now. But we haven't. The dungeon's dim light flickered against the knight's sharp features as he leaned over the table. This wasn't an escape. It wasn't a kidnapping. There are no traces, no demands. His voice hardened. When all impossible possibilities are erased, only the truth remains. His eyes bore into Arun's. And I believe you had both the motive and the opportunity to make him disappear. Genitz observed the dissatisfied knight before glancing at the young man before him. Arun Lutz, the son of a noble accountant and a descendant of a hero. Show him respect, Genitz instructed. The knight tensed before begrudgingly offering an apology. Arun turned to the commander, his gaze sharp. Does Dirika even have the authority to interrogate me? He's not a prosecutor. Genitz met his eyes and replied calmly. He's here on Dorian's request. I ask that you be understanding. Arun shifted his gaze to Dirika, who looked back at the commander. Genitz then addressed the blonde directly. If you have any objections, we can end this here. Arun shook his head. No, I'm curious as well. With that, he raised his hand and spoke. Then tell me, what's my motive? He leaned forward. We live in a world where people get killed just for looking at someone the wrong way. His eyes narrowed at Dirika. Do you have anything beyond speculation? Any evidence at all? Dirika's expression darkened. The night the young master disappeared, the Steel Guard security detachment stopped in a village, a mere day's travel from the academy. Lifting his gloved hand, he continued. Everything pointed to Run heading there, no matter the circumstances. Arun exhaled. That's because sleeping out in the open is uncomfortable. Simple as that. Genitz, standing behind Dirika, smirked slightly. He's not wrong. Sleeping on the ground is miserable. Even I'd choose a bed if I had the option. Dirika frowned, but didn't argue. Fine, let's move on. He crossed his arms. The villagers confirmed the security detachment stayed there from night until morning. Gennett's gaze hardened. That alone isn't enough to convict anyone. There are too many similar cases. Dirika nodded, but added, there was a crucial inconsistency in their testimonies. Turning to Rin, he said, one of the squad members used a private room and never left until dawn. His gaze settled on Arun. Eyewitnesses claim it was you. Arun hunched slightly, lowering his head. He came prepared. For a brief second, he considered applauding him. But even with this, wasn't enough to pin anything on him. Janet's, leaning against the wall, finally spoke. Let's say Run returned to the academy, then disappeared again. What then? Dirika turned to him. That's exactly what happened. The commander sighed, crossing his arms. Run was a middle-class cadet. Even he wouldn't have been able to pull this off alone. Janet's sharp gaze met Dirika's. You tested this theory, didn't you? Dirika nodded, barely managed to replicate it. The commander turned away, rubbing his temples. So it's possible, but you still don't know how he bypassed the guards. Dirika frowned. The academy's outer walls are low. If someone planned it right, getting in and out unnoticed after midnight wouldn't be difficult. Janet's closed his eyes. Then you're saying Run even managed to fool Khan's subordinates? Dirika gave him a pointed look. That's my belief. Janet's exhaled, shaking his head. Dirika, you're chasing speculation. He straightened. Take a break. You're getting too caught up in this. Dirika stood, turning to Arun. Why didn't you just ask for a favor? Arun raised a brow. What? Dirika shoved the table aside, his eyes burning with suspicion. I need to check something. Sitting back down, he stared Arun down. You're hiding something? Arun looked at him, unimpressed. Hiding what exactly? Dirika's eyes flickered with intensity. You're 16, yet there's no way you're just a regular cadet. Arun remained silent. The knight's brows furrowed. Ever since our first meeting, I could feel something from you. Janet's expression hardened. Dirika's voice grew sharper. You should be at first rank. Janet's breath hitched. Is he really accusing Arun of that? To him, Dirika's accusations against the Steel Guard family were already ridiculous. But now this? Blue eyes flickered toward the knight. Janet sighed, finally speaking. This could turn into a conflict between noble houses. Dirika remained unfazed. Janet's tone turned colder. Mana isn't something you can just place into another body. At that moment, Arun stood and bowed slightly before the commander. Then check me. Janet's and Dirika both froze. But first, Arun continued, lifting his gaze. Let's get one thing clear. His voice sharpened. You've insulted me by accusing me of being involved in Khan's disappearance. Dirika clenched his fists. Arun locked eyes with him. What will you do if you find out I had nothing to do with it? Dirika scoffed. Then do what you want. A grin spread across Arun's face. Then let's get this over with. The two men held their gaze, neither backing down. Dirika activated his ability. For a tense moment, silence filled the room. Then, slowly, the knight's expression changed. His shoulders drooped slightly. He let out a breath and stepped back. Arun watched him closely. Dirika ran a hand through his hair. He's fourth rank. A heavy silence settled over the room. Janet's exhaled. Then that settles it. Dirika said nothing. He only clenched his fists in frustration. Arun simply smirked. Checkmate. A bead of sweat ran down Dirika's tense face. His anger was evident. He couldn't comprehend where Arun's excess mana had disappeared. Meanwhile, Arun watched as Dirika's eyes widened in shock. You'll never find it, Arun stated calmly. Not unless you understand the existence of the first system and the martial arts techniques unique to it. Dirika's gaze locked onto him, but Arun remained unfazed. His rank 1 mana was hidden, sealed within specific blood vessels, existing in a space beyond ordinary perception. He stood before the knight with quiet confidence. The 100-year-old internal energy, Thype, stored in the lower abdomen. It's nothing compared to the mana of the heart. As Dirika infused mana into Arun's body, Janet's observed closely, monitoring every reaction. The two men stared at each other, their hands slowly parting. Janet's finally spoke. Well, what's the result? With his back turned to the commander, Dirika exhaled. His rank is 4th class, close to 3rd. Janet's brows lifted in surprise. A freshman, already reaching that level. He turned to Arun, eyes sharp with curiosity. Then tell me, how did you manage to get into the middle class of the academy? Arun's lips curled slightly. I've recently achieved a few milestones. Janet's crossed his arms, admitting I was already surprised that a freshman in middle school had a close practice. Glancing at Arun, who stood relaxed near the wall, the commander added, I hope your father will be proud of you. Then, with a nod of approval, he advised, keep pushing forward. Arun simply stared back, unreadable. Meanwhile, Dirika finally lowered his head. His voice was steady but filled with regret. I was wrong. Still, he remained rooted in place, staring at Arun as if struggling to fully accept his mistake. Janet's broke the silence. He only acted this way because he was desperate. Arun exhaled. Now that the suspicions were cleared, The weight in the room had lifted. Standing before Dirika, he watched as the knight bowed deeply. "I'm ashamed," Dirika admitted, his voice tight with guilt. "I let my emotions cloud my judgment. I acted as if I'd been possessed." Arun clenched his fist slightly. Enough with the apologies already. Dirika, still lowering his head, continued. "I only hope I can find Run, even though I don't know him well." Janet sighed before grabbing Arun's collar. "Well then, time for you to get to class." Arun smirked. Finally, Dirika straightened and, for the first time since their encounter, gave him a look of genuine gratitude. "Thank you for your cooperation." With that, Arun stepped out of the interrogation room. A Sylvia grin tugged at his lips. Behind him, Dirika and Janet followed, exiting the dungeon together. This case is completely closed now. Back at the academy, Demitri sulked, arms crossed, his expression full of exaggerated offense. "How dare you do this to me?" he accused. Arun, leaning on his arm, raised a brow. "Do what?" His friend flailed his arms dramatically, while their seatmate let out a long, exhausted sigh. "You left for closed training without saying a single word." Demitri huffed. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Arun blinked, then shrugged. "You could have just asked Instructor Zyril." Dimitri's eyes welled up with tears, and then, right in front of the entire class, he burst into full-blown sobs. Arun stiffened in embarrassment. Why does this always happen to me? He claimed he hadn't slept all night, waiting for his neighbor. The classroom erupted into hushed whispers as all eyes locked onto the protagonist. No one could comprehend how an ordinary middle-class student had managed to secure a spot in an exclusive training session. One student speculated that Arun must have used his family's influence to gain special privileges, but most found that impossible within the academy's strict system. Overhearing the chatter, a blonde-haired student let out a deep sigh. Just then, a blue-haired young man approached Arun from behind, calling his name. Arun turned to face him, curious about who had addressed him. Recognition flickered in his mind. This was the same student who had stood out during the entrance exams. A warrior whose skills set him apart from the rest. Someone who had never once fallen from the academy's top ranks until graduation. And now, standing before him was none other than Cassian Tross. Sitting beside a stunned Dimitri, the blonde observed the unexpected exchange. Why was someone like Cassian speaking to Arun? Without hesitation, Cassian met Arun's gaze and issued a challenge to a duel. The entire room fell silent. Mouths hung open in shock. Students in the back rows leaned in, eager to catch every word. Why would the academy's top student challenge someone from the intermediate class? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Arun, unfazed, simply turned away. "Not interested," he said flatly. Cassian frowned. "Why not?" Arun met his intense stare and repeated, "I just don't want to." That answer clearly wasn't good enough. Leaning forward, Cassian placed a hand on his knee. "Why are you avoiding it? You know the rules. You can't refuse." Arun rested his hand on the back of a chair. That rule exists to prevent the top-ranking students from obsessing over their position. Cassian lowered his head slightly before responding. "I have just as much right to use that rule." Arun scoffed. That rule wasn't meant to feed someone's ego or justify crushing others in battle. He gestured dismissively. "Why don't you challenge someone on your level instead?" At that moment, the classroom door opened, and the duel instructor stepped inside. "I've already approved the match," he announced. Arun exhaled heavily. He had no say in the matter now. The decision had already been made for him. With murmurs about the closed training spreading, there was no way out of this. Resigned, he asked, "When's the fight?" Cassian's expression didn't waver. Right now, Arun shot him a displeased look while the rest of the class gasped in disbelief. Pushing himself up from his chair, he leaned forward against the table, his expression unreadable. This wouldn't take long, one way or another. The students who weren't participating left the classroom, heads low, while the curious ones stayed behind, whispering among themselves. A duel between the academy's top freshman and someone ranked 72nd? It seemed absurd, but knowing Cassian's talent, they couldn't resist the chance to witness his skills firsthand. As the students gathered in the duel hall, the two opponents stood on opposite sides, armed with copper swords. Their instructor, Zirkle, observed from a distance. Arun's piercing gaze unsettled the man, making him shift uncomfortably. Unable to meet his eyes, the instructor murmured, "I'm sorry, Hun. I had no choice." Arun let out a frustrated sigh, before turning sharply to Cassian. "Why are you doing this?" The surrounding students leaned in, eager to hear the response. Cassian's eyes were cold as he replied, "You, a freshman, were allowed into a training session that no one else has ever been permitted to attend." Arun's gaze remained steady as Cassian continued. "You set an impossible record. It's been just a week since you entered the academy, yet you were granted something that even I was denied." For the first time, a flicker of realization crossed Arun's mind. Was that the reason? Did Cassian feel that his rightful place had been stolen? Cassian's fists clenched, his hand trembling with barely restrained frustration. That's not it, he muttered, as if denying an accusation Arun hadn't voiced. I just want to know how someone like you got into that training session. Lifting his sword, Arun smirked. That's your argument? He shook his head. Training room assignments are based on potential, not rank. Cassian hesitated for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Arun continued. And thanks to that special training, I broke through the barrier that was holding me back. That's its purpose, isn't it? Cassian remained silent. Arun's tone was steady. Do you really think you should be first in everything just because you enter the academy with the highest grades? Silence fell over the duel hall as the match was about to begin. Cassian's frown deepened. He didn't understand what this blonde guy was talking about. Watching the frustrated student, Arun couldn't help but feel he was overreacting to such a minor provocation. Despite Cassian's brilliance in his past life, Arun realized that, at the end of the day, he was still just a kid. The freshman gripped his copper sword tightly. When he admitted he had hit a wall in his development, a smirk crossed Arun's face. Looking at the determined student, he hoped Cassian would push forward, work harder, and eventually break through his limits. Cassian, however, snapped, "Don't go too far." He was done with words. He wanted proof. He needed to see for himself how strong Arun had become. He knew the middle-class student had improved, but how much? With that thought, Cassian swung his weapon, standing tall in front of Arun. To him, the idea that someone like Arun had been allowed into a closed training session was outrageous. Their swords clashed, eyes locked in focus. As Cassian began using his abilities, gasps rippled through the onlookers. The sheer speed of his attacks was astonishing. Arun dodged, barely managing to create distance between them. His opponent was a real genius. There was no doubt about that. Then, in a flash, Cassian leaped into the air, sword poised to strike. Arun's mind flickered back to his past life. He remembered this very boy, who carried himself with unwavering pride until the end of his days. Arun studied him closely. Throughout his life, he had faced many powerful foes, and today, Cassian had chosen an opponent far beyond his reach. Raising his copper sword defensively, Arun watched as the blue-haired student charged forward. In Cassian's eyes, Arun was nothing more than an insignificant obstacle in his path. But when he struck, Arun deflected the blow effortlessness. A bead of sweat rolled down Cassian's face. Frustrated, he demanded, "How long are you going to keep defending?" Arun simply frowned, observing his opponent. Cassian was clearly irritated that he hadn't been able to end this in a single strike. Lifting his sword, Arun pondered the situation. He couldn't defeat Cassian, at least not in the eyes of the academy. His rank was too low. Should he allow himself to lose and be shattered, or aim for a draw? Then something caught his eye. His gaze flicked to the cracked wall behind him, where a deep mark had been left by Cassian's last attack. A realization hit him. Cassian's mana control was still flawed. He unleashed power perfectly, but lacked precision. Cassian attacked again, swinging his sword with renewed force. Arun dodged at the last second, narrowly avoiding the strike. He soared to the side, landing smoothly, eyes locked onto his breathless opponent. Lowering his sword, Arun clenched his fists. Cassian's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Resting his sword over his shoulder, Arun spoke calmly. A true knight controls strength with gentleness, overcomes weight with lightness, and counters speed with slowness. Cassian's gaze sharpened. The surrounding students murmured. Many had heard these words before. It was a common philosophy, but most believed that power and speed were the keys to victory. Arun lowered his head slightly. Cassian, still confused, asked, "And what's the rest of the lesson?" Arun gave him a measured look. "There's nothing more. That's all my father said." Cassian's brows furrowed. Was Arun talking about Levadon? Arun tightened his grip on his sword once again. He didn't need to say more. He showed me with his actions. Suddenly, Arun extended his sword straight toward Cassian's face. The tip hovered just inches away, stopping with perfect control. The blue-haired student's eyes widened in shock. Anger flared in him instantly. With all his strength, he smacked Arun's sword away, his expression darkening. "You're toying with me," he accused. But something was off. Holding his weapon, Cassian realized he hadn't felt the impact of his strike. Had he truly hit Arun's sword? He had been certain of it. A slow smirk formed on Arun's face. Pointing his sword at his stunned opponent, he locked eyes with him. Cassian's teeth clenched in fury. He lunged forward, attacking with everything he had. But at that same second, Arun raised his hand, shifting his sword aside effortlessly. Sylvia. Cassian's mouth fell open slightly in disbelief. Throwing his copper sword over his shoulder, Arun asked, "So, how did you like the show?" Cassian stood frozen, imagining Arun standing above him in victory. His pride screamed at him. Was he still unqualified? A wicked grin tugged at Arun's lips. Meanwhile, the instructor, Zirkle, watched the stunned expressions around him. Raising his hand, he loudly announced, "The match is over. It's a draw." The entire hall erupted in protest. Students shouted in frustration, demanding the fight continue. Zirkle's face darkened, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. "Silence," he barked. "The duel is over. Return to class." The students grumbled, still buzzing with excitement. One student suggested, "Maybe they become friends after this?" A brunette beside him scoffed. "Friends?" Cassian looks like he still doesn't understand what just happened. As the students slowly exited the hall, Cassian remained in place, his head lowered, shoulders tense. Arun deserved that closed training session. His fight against the academy's top freshman had ended in a draw, and that was proof enough. The instructor approached Cassian, who stood motionless, lost in thought. Standing beside Zirkle, Arun watched as Cassian walked away. A small smile played on his lips as he turned to the worried instructor. "Well, that duel ended nicely, don't you think?" Zirkle eyed him skeptically. "Is this how you plan to finish it?" As Arun leaned in, the instructor sighed. "Don't you think you went a little too far? This kind of technique is beyond even an instructor's control." Grinning, Arun acknowledged the truth in his words. "It's like leaving the door of a special rank wide open after already mastering everything inside," he mused. Introducing his sword once again, Arun continued, "I only demonstrated the tip of the iceberg. The magic I used, the Dream of Darkness technique, is an 8-star ability. First-class enlightenment or even higher." Zirkle raised his hand, visibly concerned. A student aiming for second grade shouldn't be messing around with techniques far beyond their level. Closing his eyes, Arun admitted, "I did it on purpose." Zirkle's expression remained blank, but his thoughts raced. If Arun was planning to keep his abilities hidden, he could have easily lost instead of pushing things this far. Arun smirked. "I just wanted to annoy Cassian a little, without actually losing to him." Lifting his head, Arun shifted topics. "I need to leave the academy after class today. Can you prepare a pass for me?" Zirkle's confusion deepened. "Why did you even enroll in the academy if you keep running off?" He sighed. "Where are you going this time?" As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky burned orange, but the workers showed no signs of stopping. They moved massive wooden crates with practiced efficiency. Arun crossed his arms, taking in the bustling scene. "Is all this really mine?" he wondered aloud. Among the workers, a man turned toward him, a slightly awkward but clearly pleased expression on his face. He was Pilaf's deputy, and the moment he saw the head of the trading company, his grin widened. Noticing his enthusiasm, Arun asked, "Any problems?" Marcus, the deputy, shook his head, holding a stack of documents. "None at all. Everything's running smoothly." Pilafing through the papers, Marcus added, "Actually, you came at the perfect time. We need your approval on a decision." Arun took the documents, scanning the details. 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 clerks. He looked up. "Double it." Marcus stiffened. "Double? But we don't need that many employees." Arun handed the tablet back. "Even twice this amount won't be enough in the long run. As we strike more deals, we'll need more staff." Marcus's jaw nearly dropped. The sheer scale of Arun's ambition left him speechless. Arun chuckled at his reaction. "Honestly, I was considering increasing the staff fourfold, but there's no need to rush just yet." Raising a finger, he declared, "From now on, we have a lot to accomplish. In a few years, Pilaf Trading Company will be the largest in Theros." Standing beside him, Marcus still looked hesitant. Arun glanced at him, then continued, "The first step is growth. We need to expand. Call in the carpenters. I want renovations on the old building and an expansion for the warehouse." Marcus blinked, processing the request. "But we just set up our business. There's still plenty of space in the warehouse." Arun raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just tell me about your long-term plans?" Marcus flinched, recalling their earlier conversation. "You mean the scaling strategy?" "Exactly." Arun gestured toward the crates. "How do you think customers will see us if we're operating out of a rundown building?" He turned back to Marcus. "Don't cut corners trying to save money. Spend what's necessary." A drop of sweat trickled down Marcus's temple as he nodded. "Understood. I'll handle the arrangements." Arun studied him for a moment. Though Marcus had the diligence and practical skills necessary for his position, he was overly cautious, hesitant in making bold decisions. Bowing his head slightly, Arun considered something important. Marcus was trustworthy, and when it came to choosing leaders, trust mattered above all else. With a slight smile, Arun asked, "Where's the secretary?" The office desk was buried under stacks of books, documents scattered in every direction. A knock on the door echoed through the room. A young woman peeked out from behind the towering books, her eyes lighting up when she saw who it was. Standing in the doorway, Arun smirked. Any complaints? The secretary and her ever-present cat were both clearly thrilled at his visit. At that very moment, Sari leaped into Arun's arms, her red fur brushing against his chest as she purred excitedly. The cat licked his face without hesitation, making Arun chuckle. We were only apart for a day, he reminded her. Noticing the secretary's slightly flustered expression, Arun turned his attention to her. Have I given you too much work? He asked. You've had to handle all the accounting, and keep an eye on Sari. Touching her chin thoughtfully, the secretary shook her head. Not all. I'm happy to help. Under your leadership, everything has been easy to manage. Arun absent-mindedly stroked the cat, now perched on his arm, his expression pleased. You're handling things even better than I expected, he admitted. But let me know immediately if any problems come up. The secretary nodded before giving him an update. The workshop order has been completed. That caught Arun off guard. Already? That was fast. With a small smile, the secretary added, the order was personally picked up this afternoon and taken to the backyard. Arun raised an eyebrow. You really didn't have to go through all that trouble. I could have picked it up myself. The secretary seemed surprised by his response. Where exactly do you plan to use it? She asked curiousness. Still petting Sari, Arun gave her a knowing smirk. I ordered it for a cat. Out in the backyard, a luxurious carriage stood in the open air, its craftsmanship exquisite. Holding the delighted cat in his arms, Arun grinned. Now you can enjoy exclusive meals, made just for you. Sari's eyes sparkled as she blushed in excitement before immediately leaping out of his grasp. She rushed toward the carriage, her tail swishing as she took in the sight of her new possession. Watching her, Arun chuckled. I suppose this is what would happen if a person saw a carriage made entirely of sweets. He leaned against a bench, amused. She won't eat it in one go. It's way too big. Settling down, Arun's expression turned thoughtful. By now, there should be some kind of update. It was time to check the mail. His eyes gleamed red as he accessed the system. A translucent red screen flickered to life in front of him. New system update. Partner store management menu unlocked. Arun smirked. So, it actually worked. This store was more than just an asset. It had a variety of functions that made it the perfect place to invest the coins he had earned from the King of Trade. Compared to this, the money he had poured into Pilaf Trading Company felt like mere pocket change. Another red system screen popped up. Entry fee. 1 million coins required. The amount was staggering, but Arun didn't hesitate. It's worth every coin. His mind flashed to Myo-Am, the slightly awkward yet incredibly skilled channel master. She was an invaluable connection, one he planned to take full advantage of while he still could. Turning his gaze back to the screen, Arun considered his next step. First things first, the store name. Currently, it was called All Kinds of Miram Goods, a place where customers could buy anything they needed in one stop. Resting his chin in his hand, Arun frowned. That's a bit too flashy, isn't it? He spread his arms out in amusement. Well, it does match my concept. But then, leaning forward, he recalled something crucial. Partner stores are specialized. With a limited number of available slots, he couldn't afford to be careless. Arun scoffed, finding it a bit over the top that the man spread his arms so dramatically, considering his current situation. As he mulled it over, the protagonist recalled that partner stores typically focus on one specialized field due to space limitations. However, he knew those niches were already crowded with first system representatives. Tapping his chin, he realized he couldn't sell high-quality products in bulk through some clever loophole. After all, he wasn't a manufacturer, just an intermediary. But as he envisioned himself surrounded by stacks of money, an idea took root. Instead of specializing, his store's biggest advantage would be variety. While scanning his warehouse through the system, Arun noted that many products weren't in stock yet. He felt uneasy about calling it an organization or store when his inventory was still so limited. Determined to fix this, he sent out an invitation for a meeting and decided that his first priority was replenishing his stock of martial arts records. Just as the message was sent, a reply popped up. Siekyun, practically glowing with excitement, reported that things were going great. Thanks to the protagonist's help, he had slowly started gathering and accumulating internal energy. Arun, however, was unimpressed. He waved off Siekyun's enthusiasm, stating bluntly that he wasn't interested in that. His concern was the security of the library, which had recently been reinforced. Standing in his office, Siekyun grinned. He explained that security had been tightened so much that even taking a single volume was a challenge now, and he expected this level of protection to continue for some time. Resting his chin on his hand, Arun mused about providing Siekyun with a reliable business partner. Siekyun, puzzled, asked what he meant, but Arun only smirked. There was no reason to explain further. After all, with the security so tight, there wasn't much Siekyun could do about it. But instead of being discouraged, Siekyun burst into laughter. He reminded Arun that just because security was tight didn't mean it was impenetrable. After all, he was still a living legend, A man who had survived, risking his life at the Heavenly Sword Castle. Sitting on a bench, Arun narrowed his eyes. Seokyun was talking too much. Without wasting time, he asked if there was a way to bypass security. Seokyun's eyes widened as Arun made an offer, 3,000 coins a month. At that moment, Seokyun realized that in just 1 year, he could recover half of his past internal energy. He clenched his fists, excitement surging through him. Looking straight at Arun, he asked who his business partner would be. Arun, seated in front of the glowing red system screen, gave a simple answer, his partner's store. Seokyun's face lit up with joy. This wasn't just some passing opportunity. This was real money, money that wouldn't just disappear in a thin air. Eagerly, he asked for the store's name. Arun folded his arms, a satisfied smirk on his lips. All kinds of Murim goods. Arun's store. Hearing this, Seokyun's face flushed with embarrassment. He shifted uncomfortably before letting out a chuckle. Arun's expression darkened. Laugh, and I'll end you. Clearing his throat, Seokyun turned serious. He warned Arun that opening a partner store wasn't that simple. He'd have to pass an extremely rigorous test first. Arun lowered his gaze for a moment, then shrugged. I'll handle it. Without missing a beat, he told Seokyun to prepare martial arts tapes priced at 10% below the average market cost. A bead of sweat rolled down Seokyun's face. That was a huge discount. That's a bit much, he muttered. I'd barely make any profit. Arun arched a brow. Is the problem that you have too many recordings left, or not enough? With a confident smirk, Arun remarked that among the stock traders eager to strike a deal, he had deliberately chosen the dumbest one. Perfect for his plan. After all, he believed it was far better to sell goods quickly at a discount than to sit around waiting for some miracle. Seokyun's eyes widened as he listened. He had to admit, the logic made sense. Volume mattered more than individual profit margins. Leaning on his knees, Arun instructed Seokyun to prepare the martial arts notes. Now that everything was settled, Seokyun nodded, saying he'd handle it. Without hesitation, Arun pressed the button to end the call. A grin spread across his face. Understanding the martial arts records had been a major step forward. Folding his arms, he decided it was time to replenish the rest of his stock. As night fell over the academy, Arun made his way down the wooden stairs, a small smile lingering on his lips. The trip had been short, but undeniably productive. A yellow notification window flickered before him, proudly displaying all kinds of Murim goods, Arun's store, selling all kinds of items. Buy elixirs here, magic stones there, martial arts records on this side, and weapons on the other. Aren't you tired of running around? Get everything you need in one place at the Arun store. Right after, a red notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. King of Trade. Spent 25,000 coins in the first system channel. Reward, 15,000 coins. Arun chuckled, satisfied. He had officially launched his partner store, stocked the shelves, and even strengthened key connections. Progress was coming together smoothly. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he realized that Sari's ability to transform, once a matter of doubt, had now been confirmed. A red carriage stood in the square just outside the building. Arun pointed at it in surprise. Incredible, he murmured. The pet had accounted for every detail, down to the smallest intricacies. Stepping closer, he studied the carriage deep in thought. The reason the magic sword's transformations hadn't been perfect before was likely because Sari had still been too young. Looking back, the last transformation into a unicorn hadn't been a fluke after all. Crossing his arms, Arun smirked. Now, he was completely convinced Sari was a Bulgasel of the highest level. Pushing open the door to his room, the blonde warrior considered the various applications of Sari's abilities. Beyond combat, there were countless possibilities. From now on, feeding Sari a variety of things could unlock even more potential. Stepping inside, Arun blinked in surprise. The room was empty. He quickly concluded that Dmitri must have gone off for training. Smiling to himself, he shut the door and sighed. Perfect timing, he muttered. He had been eager to check on the progress of the partner store. Just then, his eyes flickered red as a system message appeared. Incoming call request. Golden Dragon with the Jade Rod, Joe Giamwi. Arun raised an eyebrow. So, he finally made up his mind. Settling onto his bed, he opened the chat window. Joe Giamwi. It's been a while. Arun responded with a simple question. So, did you get your thoughts in order? There was a brief pause before Joe Giamwi replied. Yes. After much deliberation, I finally made my decision. His long hair shadowing his face, the man clenched his teeth, eyes burning with barely contained fury. Even if I can't have complete revenge, I'm ready to go through with it. Arun remained unfazed. You made the right call. Joe Giamwi closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. Still, it took me a long time to come to this conclusion. Sitting on a bench, head bowed, he admitted, I despise them both, but not nearly as much as the one truly responsible for everything. His voice dropped, heavy with calculation. If I eliminate them now, the real culprit will immediately become aware of my presence and the fact that I seek revenge. The man frowned deeply. If the real culprit goes into hiding, you'll lose your chance at revenge forever. Aruin's red eye gleamed as he fixed his gaze on him. You think they're still in contact after all this time? Jianmui's expression darkened. They're masters. Even after decades, news has a way of reaching them. Aruin smirked, lightly tapping his chin. Makes sense. After all, they share a special bond. Accomplices in the Nanzhou bloodshed. Jianmui's eyes widened in shock. He froze, his voice barely a whisper. You know about that? The blonde responded calmly, only in general terms. But in his mind, he recalled sending Xieqian to Nanzhou. It had taken a lot of effort to dig up even fragments of information about that incident. The Nanzhou bloodshed. Scattered bodies lay near the stairs. Lifeless forms sprawled across the cold stone platform, their blood staining the ground. It was one of the darkest tragedies in the history of dimensional transactions, a horrifying abuse of the system's core function, the ability to transfer internal energy. That day, hundreds of people had their energy drained completely, leaving them to die where they stood. Aruin exhaled slowly. Among those victims were Jianmui's parents. Suddenly, a notification caught his eye. Messages from Jianmui. I was planning to wait a little longer, track down the true mastermind, then take down the entire gang at once. But his next message carried a sharper edge. When I finally found them, I realized I couldn't wait any longer. Aruin could almost feel the rage radiating through the screen. Jianmui clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. The moment I tracked them down, the anger consumed me. I wanted them to suffer, to feel what I felt. Aruin, still seated on the bed, nodded. You're thinking in the right direction. He reminded Jianmui of their agreement. If you need anything, I'll support you. Just reach out. A pause. Then he added with a smirk. Consider me your personal contact if you ever need a vent. Jianmui was visibly taken aback. After a moment, he bowed slightly. Thank you, truly. A system message followed shortly after. Jade-faced golden dragon. Zhou Jianmui has left the conversation. Aruin leaned back, fingers grazing his chin. Revenge, huh? Both of Jianmui's enemies were at their peak. If he struck now, retaliation would be swift. But that wasn't Aruin's problem. This was Jianmui's battle to fight. Aruin had his own role to play. He flicked open the menu in front of him, curiosity sparking in his mind. How were people reacting to his partner's store? As soon as he checked, his eyes widened. A slow, surprised grin spread across his face. Unbelievable. Opening a retail store with a diverse selection instead of specializing had caused an explosive reaction, far beyond what he had expected. Across the first system channel, voices rang out in excitement. This is insane. Everything's here, and it's actually good quality. Finally, no more running all over the place trying to find what I need. One customer laughed in relief. And the best part? I don't have to deal with those shady sellers who try to scam you at every turn. Another, scanning the prices, blinked in shock. Wait, these prices are actually decent. A long-haired man, deep in thought, raised a finger. Well, they're a bit high, he admitted. But compared to other partner stores, they're way more reasonable. More messages flooded in. How many promotions are running right now? I still have coins left. Should I stock up? Thanks for the coupon. This store is a lifesaver. Aruin sat by the stairs, resting his head on his hand. Things were going so, well, it was almost terrifying. Scratching his cheek with a grin, Aruin muttered, At this rate, everything's going to sell out in a week. No need to worry about leftover stock. It would all be gone before that even became a concern. Sitting in front of the glowing notification window, he considered his next move. His minimum goal was to reach heroic rank and gain access to the second system of dimensional transactions. Originally, he had set a timeline of 2 years, but at this pace, he could already take the next step. Just then, footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs. Aruin's ears sharpened. That energy, it was familiar. He listened for a moment before turning slightly, a smirk forming on his lips. So we meet like this, huh? A voice followed. Still as lazy as ever, I see. The man came to a stop behind him, eyeing him critically. Why are you just sitting around at this hour? Aruin turned fully, still smiling. I should be asking you that. You sure got here fast. Only a month had passed since his enrollment in the academy, and already, so much had happened. His visitor, however, was anything but amused. Clenching his teeth, he spoke coldly. If you had just stayed quiet, we wouldn't have had to meet at all this year. Aruin stood up leisurely, shrugging. Wow, such touching brotherly affection. It almost brings me to tears. Then, tilting his head, he added, Don't you think so, big brother? Jason, the second son and third child of the Count, a fourth-class knight, stared at him with sharp eyes. His expression was unreadable as he examined Aruin. What the hell happened to you? Arun blinked. Huh, what are you talking about? Jason's frown deepened. You. I was sure you'd be stuck in the lower class, but instead, you're middle class. Even ranking 72nd? How is that possible? Arun let out a slow exhale. Is it really that shocking? Jason's expression hardened. Of course it is. We're talking about you. Arun didn't respond right away. Deep down, he knew this reaction was inevitable. Jason only remembered him as he was in their past life. With a calm voice, Arun asked, Is that why you're so on edge? Jason's brows furrowed. What the hell are you getting at? The irritation in his voice was clear, but Arun wasn't fazed. He studied Jason's tense expression, quietly piecing things together. Looking back, Jason himself had failed to meet their father's expectations. Even Kieran, who had graduated as a second-class knight, often heard regretful sighs directed at him. And Jason? He had only reached 4th rank, a fact that followed him like a shadow. Arun pictured his brother sitting alone, head bowed in frustration. In his past life, Arun had simply lacked any talent. But Jason had been completely broken the moment he realized he couldn't surpass the wall separating ordinary knights from aura masters. Jason's gaze darkened as he stared at him. Even now, a faint trace of anxiety lurked behind his sharp eyes. Ironically, Jason had been the one to ignore him the most. And yet, at the same time, he had watched him the most warily. Arun imagined Jason and Kieran standing behind him. For his entire life, Jason had probably thought, I'll never be able to defeat Kieran. But if I just work hard enough, I can at least secure a middle position. Then no one will blame me too much. As long as I can be better than Arun, that's enough. Jason's expression remained grim. Meanwhile, Arun's gaze was calm, indifferent. He hadn't known any of this back then. But now, standing here, looking at Jason, he saw it clearly. Jason was pathetic. There Jason stood, halfway up the stairs leading from the tower, while Arun remained below, looking up at him. With a deep breath, Arun closed his eyes for a moment, then exhaled. I doubt you came all this way just to have a heartwarming reunion with your little brother. His voice was dry, cutting. Opening his eyes again, he locked gazes with Jason. So, if you've got something to say, just say it. Jason remained silent, his eyes locked onto Arun in disbelief. After a moment, his expression hardened. The fight with Cassian, how did it go? Arun raised a brow. What kind of question is that? He replied casually. It was all just a matter of calculation. Jason scoffed, his voice laced with frustration. Calculation? Don't mess with me. A fight with Cassian could never end in a draw. Arun studied his brother's reaction carefully before tilting his head. You're saying you wouldn't have been able to do that. Jason clenched his jaw. That's not the point. How the hell can someone ranked 72nd fight the top-ranked first year to a draw? Arun shrugged. There's always a way. Jason narrowed his eyes. That's exactly why Thane wants to see you. Arun's expression sharpened. Thane. His brother's face darkened. Thane Carlson. Arun's eyes flickered in recognition. That idiot, he muttered, exhaling. If he's got something to say, he should come to me himself. Why send you? Jason stiffened, glancing around nervously before pressing a finger to his lips. Watch your tongue, he warned. Arun raised an eyebrow at his brother's sudden caution. What? Are you afraid someone might hear us? He sighed. Fine. Where am I supposed to meet him? Jason's frown deepened. What do you think you're going dressed like that? He scoffed. You really think Thane Carlson would meet you in person? Without another word, Jason pulled out an envelope sealed with wax and tossed it at Arun's feet. Be there in the evening. The address is inside. Arun eyed the envelope, unimpressed. Before he could say anything, Jason added, Do you even own a formal suit? You'll need it. Picking up the envelope, Arun smirked. And here I thought you were offering me a grand honor. He flipped the letter over in his hands. But all you're giving me is an invitation to a puppet show. Jason's expression darkened. Why do you get more annoying with every word? He snapped. Turning on his heel, he waved a hand dismissively. Just don't mess this up. Arun watched as his brother disappeared up the stairs. Then, glancing down at the red-sealed envelope, he let out a quiet chuckle. Maybe I should go. On the wax seal, a bold number 21 was pressed into the crimson surface. Arun smirked. There are people I'll have to deal with sooner or later, and others I actually want to meet. That symbol, a triangle enclosed in a red circle, belonged to Club 21, Theoro Academy's unofficial high society club. With only 21 members, the club was exclusively for students from high-ranking noble families. Arun imagined the elite socialites that would be gathered there. The finely dressed ladies surrounding men with wine glasses in hand, their conversations woven with strategic alliances and lifelong ambitions. In the grand ballroom, young women in elegant gowns twirled lace fans, while noble heirs, clad in tailored suits, sipped their drinks and laughed over whispered negotiations. Arun thought to himself, in short, this is where they gather the so-called rising stars of the current generation. The ones everyone has pinned their hopes on. The room buzzed with conversation until a sharp sound of footsteps echoed through the ballroom. White boots clicked against the polished floor. The atmosphere shifted. Conversations quieted. Heads turned in surprise as eyes followed the newcomer. Arun stepped inside. His gaze remained indifferent, his posture poised. Clad in a dark tailcoat, his presence alone stirred a ripple through the crowd. Whispers spread. Who is that? I've never seen him before. Is he a freshman? I don't remember any first years standing out like this. A few exchanged glances before someone muttered hesitantly. I thought Cashian was the best of the first years. Was this guy really better than him? Arun smirked. Well, this is going to be interesting. A few murmurs rippled through the room. He looks good, but something's off. It lacks polish. Actually, it's kind of cute. Arun smirked to himself. Their reactions were only natural. After all, standing before them was someone wearing the tag of a Navarro high society star, yet unfamiliar to their circle. Bathed in the soft glow of the ballroom lights, the blonde practically shone in his tailored suit, his smile one of quiet amusement. Then something caught his eye. At the far end of the room, a girl in a lavender dress stood near the corner, her posture graceful yet deliberate. As their gazes met, she flirtatiously smiled, running delicate fingers through her long, flowing hair. Arun's eyes narrowed slightly. Selena Lepevre. He had completely forgotten she was also part Club 21. Without hesitation, he turned away. Selena's smile faltered. A flash of surprise crossed her face. Her companion scoffed. Did he just ignore you? A short-haired girl beside her crossed her arms. Disgusting. Who does he think he is? Selena's eyes darkened. He dared to humiliate her like this? Her mind raced. Does he think that just because he has a pretty face, he can get away with this? Arun, now facing away, chuckled to himself. In his past life, he had been completely captivated by Selena's beauty, blind to her true nature. But not this time. There was no benefit in getting involved with her. The smartest move was to avoid her altogether. Before he could take another step, two red-haired twins suddenly blocked his path. Arun, one of them called out. He glanced at them, and the brothers looked offended. What do you mean, Aunt? The older of the two glared at him. You must be insane if you don't know who's on top and who's on bottom. Arun instantly recognized them. Hillen and Duran Darius. Hillen, the eldest son of the Darius family, crossed his arms with a scowl. Duran, the second son, huffed in frustration. It's all because of Varen. That bastard beat me up, and now even this guy dares to ignore us. Arun took a moment to observe them closely. Varen's older brothers. Now that he looked at them, the resemblance was obvious. So Varen must have gone whining to them about getting beaten. Arun let out a slow breath, considering his options. Too many eyes in this room. Causing a scene wouldn't be ideal. The twins stared him down. He remained calm, contemplating whether he should just politely ask them to step aside. A voice cut through the tension. That's enough. The entire room fell silent. Jason. The twins turned in surprise, along with everyone else. Arun glanced at his brother. Oh, just when I was thinking about you, you show up. Hillen scoffed. What do you mean, enough? Are you protecting your so-called younger brother now? Duran smirked. Didn't you say you didn't even consider him family? What's this? Brotherly affection out of nowhere. Jason let out a deep sigh, but didn't say a word. Arun studied his brother's unreadable expression. Finally, Jason spoke cold and firm. I'm not protecting him. He's here by Thane's invitation. The twins blinked in confusion. For a moment, they hesitated. Then, exchanging glances, they backed off. Without another word, they deliberately turned away from Arun, making a show of dismissing him before disappearing into the crowd. Arun watched them leave before shifting his gaze back to his brother, who stood with his back turned. Well, he asked casually, where's Thane? Jason didn't turn. Inside. Alone. Arun exhaled, looking away briefly. What's he trying to pull? Acting like some future Duke too good to mingle with commoners. Jason whirled around, his eyes flashing with irritation. Watch your mouth, he warned. In the short time we haven't seen each other, you've completely lost your sense of fear. Arun followed after him, unfazed. Relax, he said, glancing around. It's just us. Who else will be listening? Jason didn't even turn as he spoke. Whoever needs to hear will hear. Just keep quiet and follow me. Arun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. The Darius twins. Jason. They all seemed terrified of Thane. And honestly, he could understand why. Behind that man stood the legacy of an elite noble family, an unmatched mastery of the sword, and a cold, commanding presence. Arun pictured a young man seated on a high-backed chair, his face obscured in shadow. His presence alone sent shivers down the spines of not just students, but even the academy's teachers. In his previous life, Arun had avoided crossing paths with this man at all costs. But now, he was truly curious. How would Thane look to him in this life? Aruin followed Jason in silence, recalling that 3 nobles in Navarro Academy stood above the rest, grouped under similar monikers. The first, a tall man with brown hair draped in a white cape, Levadan, the Steel Guard. The second, a blond man in a red jacket, golden stripes on his shoulders, Dorian Albert, the Ardent Marquis. And the third, a young man with blue hair, cold and untouchable, Luther Carlson, the Cool Duke. These 3 were known as the 3 major lords of Navarro Academy. They weren't just powerful students. They embodied the might of Navarro's aristocratic elite, the kind of nobles whose influence extended beyond national borders. But among them, Luther Carlson stood at the peak. He wasn't just powerful, he was absolute. His influence spread through every corner of the academy. Aruin's eyes flickered as he spotted him. A blue-haired young man lounging on a sofa, one leg casually propped on the back of a kneeling servant who remained perfectly still on the floor. Thane Carlson. Aruin's expression didn't change, but his eyes dipped slightly to the person beneath Luther's boot. A student, bowing low, his back used as a footrest. Luther barely acknowledged Aruin at first. Then, with half-lidded eyes, he glanced up, his lips curling into a lazy smirk. HM, so you're finally here. Leaning back against the sofa, his gaze flickered over Aruin's figure, assessing him. Your appearance isn't bad, he murmured, but you're not tall enough. His eyes gleamed with amusement. Ah, well, you're still young. You might grow. Aruin remained calm, lips parting slightly as if in thought. Maybe. Why does this guy immediately feel the need to evaluate me? An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Luther's smirk faltered slightly. He raised an eyebrow. What? Jason, standing beside Aruin, bared his teeth slightly, gritting his words in a whisper. Stop talking back. Aruin exhaled lightly, his indifferent gaze dropping back down, to the student still on the floor, head lowered, not daring to move. His fingers twitched slightly. A familiar sight. Again, Aruin's eyes darkened. Is their leader even sane? Luther, unfazed, allowed a quiet chuckle. I have to say, he mused, I'm quite surprised. He turned his gaze toward Jason. You've been hiding a pearl all this time, haven't you? Aruin met his gaze, expression blank. What pearl? Luther's lips curled in amusement. No sandbanks in the north. Aruin's face remained impassive. Luther chuckled, clearly entertained. You're funny. Beside them, Levadan, the Steel Guard, stiffened when his name was suddenly mentioned. Luther turned to him, smirking. You're not nervous, are you? His eyes gleamed. Now that your younger brother is looking better than you? Levadan's brow twitched in irritation. Excuse me. He jabbed a finger at himself. Him. Better than me? Luther rested an elbow on his knee, his expression mocking. If one fool calls another a fool, doesn't that just mean you should carry your little brother around as decoration? Jason's mouth fell slightly open, his eyes widening in shock. Before anyone could respond, Luther let out a tired sigh, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. This is getting tedious. His gaze dropped toward the student beneath him, as if only now remembering his existence. Without warning, he shoved his boot against the boy's back. Get lost, he ordered, voice completely devoid of emotion. I don't need a footrest anymore. The boy flinched, letting out a quiet, muffled whimper, but didn't dare protest. Aruin's eyes remained cold, his gaze locked onto the pathetic scene before him. This place really hasn't changed. Aruin watched as the servant slowly pushed himself up from the floor, his fingers briefly rubbing at his chin. The young man's pink eyes flickered toward the Baron for a moment before lowering again. With his lips pressed into a thin line, Aruin observed him silently. Hunched over, the servant hurried toward the exit, his steps stiff and quiet. Jason followed him with his gaze, but said nothing. Aruin turned his head slightly, watching the reactions of the banquet attendees. Low murmurs spread through the room. Well, thanks to the new guy showing up, at least he got let off early today. He must be relieved. Relieved? Someone scoffed. If he's willing to live his entire life as a lackey, he might as well cut out his own tongue now and save himself the suffering. Aruin's gaze darkened slightly. Luther Carlson let out a soft chuckle. You don't approve? Aruin turned his attention back to the blue-haired noble who sat lazily on the sofa. Luther smirked. You think I'm going too far? Leaning forward slightly, he added, My way of dealing with people is like handling a footstool. Nothing more. His tone was light, but the weight behind his words was undeniable. Aruin met his gaze with an indifferent expression. To some extent, yes. Luther's smirk widened, but his eyes remained cold. And yet, he mused, reclining further into the sofa, your opinion on the matter doesn't concern me in the slightest. His voice remained calm, but there was a slight shift in the air. His gaze sharpened. But since we're talking about perspectives, Luther continued, his smirk fading, let me ask you this. His face darkened. His eyes narrowed with clear dissatisfaction. Why do you refuse to show me the proper respect? Jason, standing just behind Ruin, visibly tensed. Ruin, on the other hand, remained completely calm. Unfazed, he tilted his head slightly. Is this just the cultural standard around here? Luther blinked once. What? Rolling his eyes slightly, Ruin waved a hand. The way you and the Darius brothers behave. It seems to be a running theme. Then, his gaze grew sharper. And despite being a third-year student, you don't even show the slightest bit of courtesy to Jason, who outranks you in seniority. Luther's eyes flickered. Ruin folded his arms. So, naturally, I decided to follow that same standard. A brief silence settled over the room. Jason's face paled in horror. Luther's brow furrowed in confusion. Then, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the sofa. Luther leaned forward, shoulders shaking as he laughed, an almost amused disbelief in his voice. Huh, so you've got a sharp tongue too? He grinned, wiping at the corner of his mouth. The more I look at you, the more useful I think you'll be. His sharp blue eyes locked onto Ruin. I just hope, Luther mused, his smile widening, that your skills are as good as your wit. Ruin said nothing, his expression unreadable. But in his head, he noted something. He's only now bringing up abilities. Is he seriously thinking about testing me? Luther raised a hand, casually gesturing toward himself. Word is, you had a duel with Cassian. Ruin didn't react. Luther gave a slight wave, as if dismissing the topic. And after that, he's been like this. Ruin's gaze flickered toward the far side of the banquet hall. Sitting alone on a small sofa, his back slightly slouched, was Cassian. His once sharp gaze was distant, his chin resting against his hand, as if staring into nothing. Luther smirked. Everyone knows about it. His voice was mocking, playful. But they're all dying to know. Ruin remained silent, watching his whispers spread through the room. Luther leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice just enough to make it sound conspiratorial. They say, maybe it was because of the colic of thrown phrases. His smirk widened. Or maybe there's another reason entirely. Ruin simply closed his eyes. Luther let out a slow, exaggerated sigh. You're all fools, he muttered. Then, with a lazy smirk, he added, winning or losing, that doesn't matter in the slightest. Ruin's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, Luther continued, leaning back against the sofa. The words of the steel-blooded count. Now, those actually hold meaning. Hearing that, Ruin's lips curled slightly. So, he took the bait after all. Did I throw out a line for a carp, only to hook a crucian instead? It seemed that Luther was more interested in this so-called secret than he let on. Ruin mentally pictured Luther Carlson in his academy uniform, Navarro Academy's third-year ace, one of its top students, a man surrounded by status and power. But before he could entertain that thought further, Luther's voice cut through his musings. Tell me, the Duke drawled, his sharp eyes locking onto Ruin. Have you heard anything else? Ruin said nothing at first. Luther pressed on, his tone almost conversational. I'm at a crossroads, he admitted, fingers drumming against the sofa's backrest. But after hearing the steel earl's words, I thought maybe they could serve as my guide. Ruin smirked. So that's how he's playing it. He watched as Luther sprawled further into the sofa, his demeanor relaxed, yet his words careful and calculated. If you've got something else, Luther added smoothly, I might even owe you one. Ruin's smirk deepened. Even when asking for help, this guy acted as if it were an act of generosity on his part. Even now, when he's the one seeking something from me, he speaks as if he's doing me a favor. Ruin mused, should I do to him what I did to Cassian? After all, mysteries always seemed more enticing when they felt just out of reach, like a labyrinth that only pulled you in deeper. Finally, Ruin spoke. There was one more thing. Luther leaned forward slightly. Go on. Ruin shifted his gaze slightly to the side, his tone measured. A knight who has reached great heights controls strength with gentleness. Luther listened intently. Ruin continued. They overcome heaviness with lightness, speed with slowness. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, Cassian was the one who said that. With a quiet breath, he raised his hand, spreading his fingers slightly. And lastly, his voice dropped lower, the fullness within the emptiness. Luther's expression froze. A few nobles nearby exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. What does that even mean? One of them muttered. Ruin smiled, his confidence unwavering. It means, he explained, to pretend there's nothing, even when there is. To be full, yet appear empty. His gaze sharpened slightly. When you hide your true worth, you blend in better than anyone else. Jason's eyes widened slightly. Luther, for the first time, looked genuinely intrigued. He let out a quiet chuckle, nodding to himself. Huh, now it makes sense. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee. Feels like something just clicked into place. Arun exhaled slowly, shaking his head slightly. Here we go again. Luther's ego was unshakable. He probably thought he was on his way to becoming the next founding emperor just from hearing a few phrases. If enlightenment were that easy, I wouldn't have had to suffer through everything myself. Jason, still processing, finally spoke. Wait, why are you telling him something different from what you told me? Arun raised an eyebrow. Luther grinned, eyes narrowing. Oh, the third son seems to know more than the second. His voice held a teasing edge. Now tell me, who should we be excluding here? Jason visibly tensed, struggling to respond. His face darkened, his body stiff. He had no idea how to answer. Luther watched him for a moment, then laughed a low, entertained sound. Honestly, he mused, the only useful person in your family is Kieran. Jason's breath hitched. Luther leaned back, smirking slyly. Before, I was just joking when I said you should start getting nervous. He tilted his head slightly. But now, I actually mean it. The room tensed. With an amused sigh, Luther tapped his boot lightly against the floor. Well, I must say, I like you, Arun. Then, without missing a beat, but I can't let you into Club 21. Arun's gaze didn't waver. Oh, Luther leaned forward. All seats are taken. That's our symbol. We can't just add another member. His voice dropped slightly. But I'd hate to just let you walk away. Turning slightly, he glanced at Jason. What do you think? He asked smoothly. Jason stiffened. His face darkened as his gaze darted toward Arun in silent disbelief. The Duke of Thero's Academy had just offered to make room for his younger brother. Jason flailed his arms in frustration, his face twisted in disbelief. You're seriously saying this now? Luther exhaled heavily, shaking his head. A smirk played on his lips. Jason, let's be honest, you bring nothing to the table besides the big name of the Steelguard family. Jason's expression stiffened, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Luther leaned back, his smirk widening. I don't exactly need two of you around. Arun watched in silence as his older brother hesitated, clearly thrown off balance. Luther raised an eyebrow before adding nonchalantly, Don't take it too hard. Thanks to Layskin, Nim, you still get to enjoy the benefits of the club in peace. He shrugged. You should be grateful. Jason's body tensed, but he forced out a small, hesitant thanks. His voice was barely above a whisper. Luther turned his gaze back to Arun. Now, Baron, his eyes gleamed with something unreadable. Would you be willing to fulfill a small request of mine? Jason, desperate to keep things civil, laughed nervously, waving his hand. Of course, anything you need. Luther's smile darkened. He slowly extended his hand toward them. I just had a thought. His voice was smooth, but carried an unmistakable edge. Why don't we have a little duel? Jason's eyes widened in horror. Wait here. Arun remained still, his expression unreadable. Luther's smirk turned predatory. He could see Jason trembling. Relax. It's just a trivial little match. His voice dropped lower, almost teasing. We'll just measure our strength a little. A simple test. Before Jason could react. Crack. Luther's fist slammed into Jason's face. Jason let out a choked cry, his body flying sideways. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the floor. A stunned silence filled the room. The nobles gathered around, eyes wide with excitement. Luther flexed his fingers, his smirk widening as he admired his own unshaken fist. So this is how you overcome speed, by slowing down. Arun, watching the scene with an impassive expression, thought to himself, he's not testing anything. He's just showing off the difference in their abilities. Jason groaned, slowly pushing himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Luther placed a hand on his hip. Come on now, he teased. Surely, you could do better than that. Laughter rippled through the crowd. One noble sneered. Looks like we found tonight's punching bag. Another scoffed. He's just a parasite. Without his family name, he's nothing. A nearby noble chuckled. I knew this would happen. Jason's fingers curled into a fist, his face burning with humiliation. Luther smirked, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't tell me that's all you've got. He gestured lazily at himself. Come on, hit me. Jason gritted his teeth, his breath ragged. Then, with a loud cry, he charged, his fists clenched tight. He swung, but Luther stepped back effortlessly, dodging with minimal movement. Luther watched him carefully, amusement in his voice. So this is what you call control through gentleness. Jason stumbled sideways, his breathing labored. Wham! Luther closed the distance in an instant, driving his elbow into Jason's jaw. Jason's head snapped back. Luther chuckled. Overcoming heaviness with lightness, right? Jason crashed to the floor again, clutching his face. He let out a shaky breath. Damn, that's harder than I thought. Crack. Luther struck him again, this time hitting his cheekbone with sharp precision. Would it be easier like this? Jason barely had time to process the pain when... Smack! Another hit, this time from Luther's friend, who delivered a sharp strike to his other cheek. Luther mused, maybe this way's better. Jason staggered, his vision blurring. Before he could react, Luther grabbed him sharply, twisting his arm behind his back. Arun observed without expression, while the rest of the nobles watched with thinly veiled amusement. Jason's back hit a table, sending goblets and plates clattering to the floor. Luther took a step forward, shaking his head. Seriously? I only hit you a couple of times, and you're already struggling? Then, with a slow smirk, he raised a hand. A red aura flickered to life around his fingertips. Get up. His voice was smooth, but demanding. You're finally starting to understand those enlightened words, aren't you? Jason staggered to his feet, his entire body trembling. But his eyes were blazing with fury. Luther's smirk faltered slightly. Oh, then, a figure appeared between them in an instant. Arun. The entire room froze. Gasps filled the air. Luther stared at him, eyes flashing in surprise. Cassian and Selena, who had been watching from the sidelines, exchanged wide-eyed glances. The nobles whispered among themselves. Arun stood calmly, his posture relaxed, but his intentions clear. That's enough, he said, his voice unwavering. Luther's smirk returned, but this time it didn't reach his eyes. The air in the room grew tense. For the first time tonight, the tides had shifted. Luther smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He tilted his head, staring at Arun with something between curiosity and irritation. Did you really just say that to me? Arun met his gaze with calm confidence. How could you even call this a duel? He replied smoothly. All I see is one-sided humiliation. Luther took a step closer, casually waving a hand. And isn't that part of the process? He smirked. Shouldn't one seek enlightenment step by step, without hesitation? Arun chuckled, shaking his head. If breaking past a wall was as easy as taking a few meaningless hits, even a cow could master aura. Luther's expression stiffened. His brow furrowed slightly, a wrinkle forming on the bridge of his nose. It's been a long time since anyone has spoken to me like this, he muttered, voice laced with irritation. Even with his usual air of arrogance, a trace of annoyance crept in. Lowering his head slightly, hands resting on his hips, Luther's voice dropped into a near whisper. Do you really think anyone from the Steel Guard family could pose a problem for me? Arun said nothing. Luther's sharp gaze flickered toward him. Without your grandfather's legacy, what are you? The question hung in the air. Luther turned to the nobles around him. Tell me, are you curious about the answer? A few people in the crowd chuckled knowingly. Someone scoffed. The Steel Guard? They're nothing but Northern Hillen Billies clinging to past glory. They have neither education nor skill. Arun took in their reactions, his face remaining calm. But his blood boiled. He could picture his grandfather, standing tall, sword in hand, once revered as a hero. That legacy had long since faded. His family was no longer the Steel Guard they once were. Jason, still hunched over from the blows, looked up, eyes darting toward Arun, only to see his younger brother extending a hand. Jason's breath hitched. For a moment, hesitation flickered in his eyes. His lips parted, then closed again. Slowly, Jason lowered his head. His jaw clenched. Then, he reached forward, gripping his brother's hand. Luther, standing with his hands on his belt, grinned. You're just leaving? He mocked. Jason rubbed his bruised face, but didn't respond. Arun turned slightly, his gaze steady. Do we need your permission to go? Luther let out a low chuckle. I didn't mean it like that. His smirk deepened, but his eyes sharpened. You're free to leave, he said smoothly. But remember this. His voice took on a predatory edge. I always settle my debts. Luther's piercing gaze flicked between the two brothers. And after tonight, you both owe me. Jason stiffened beside Arun. Arun, however, simply smirked. If we're talking about charity, then there's no need to repay it, he said coolly. I don't accept handouts. Luther's expression briefly faltered. His mouth parted slightly, his blue eyes darkening. Charity, he repeated, almost disbelievingly. Arun's face remained calm, but firm. His aura thickened. Didn't you get exactly what you wanted? He asked, voice unwavering. You wanted the Steel Blood Count's enlightenment, didn't you? For the first time, Luther was at a loss for words. Arun let out a slow breath, shaking his head. Even if you understand the concept, that doesn't mean you can grasp its true essence. With that, Arun turned his back on him. Jason followed without a word. Luther stood motionless, watching him go. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Unbelievable. The nobles around him laughed along, some clapping, others whispering among themselves. One of them sneered. If they were shaking in fear, they should have just said so. But Arun and Jason didn't react. They walked straight out of the banquet hall, ignoring the jeers behind them. Jason kept his head lowered, but Arun, a wicked smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Let them laugh now. Soon a lot will change. As they strode through the academy grounds, the cold night air wrapped around them. The darkness felt thick, the path illuminated only by the dim academy lanterns. Neither brother spoke. Finally, Jason clenched his fists, his bruised face twisting with frustration. His voice shook with anger. This is all because of you. Arun stopped, glancing over his shoulder. Jason trembled, his breath ragged. Then, his voice rose into a Kaplan shout. Because of you, I'm going to be kicked out of the club. His voice cracked. They'll make me a pariah, an outcast in my own class. His arms shook at his sides, his pride completely shattered. Arun sighed quietly, turning to fully face him. Jason. His older brother glared, waiting for his response. Arun's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. Jason's expression froze. For a moment, he looked like he hadn't heard him properly. Arun's smirk widened. This is exactly what you needed. Arun met his brother's Kaplan glare with an expression of complete indifference. Jason was shaking with rage, his fists clenched at his sides. Arun held his gaze, his voice calm. Are you really that afraid of Luther? Jason's face twisted. He suddenly leaned forward, eyes wide, his voice booming with frustration. Of course I am, he bellowed. He doesn't care about Steelguard or anyone else. Arun studied his brother's shaking frame. Jason was panicking, but more than that, he was cornered. Arun exhaled. Then tell me this. He tilted his head slightly, his voice quieter now, more cutting. Why do you think our family ended up like this? Jason's breath caught. His expression shifted, confusion flashing across his features. What? Arun watched him closely. Jason's lips parted slightly, trying to form a response, but nothing came out. He froze completely when Arun answered for him. This happened because of us. Jason flinched. Arun's gaze sharpened. If Kieran had been in our place, he never would have been treated like this. A single bead of sweat rolled down Jason's face. He stared at Arun, unable to deny it. Arun lowered his gaze slightly, observing his brother's expression. Jason had thought the same thing. Even if he didn't say it out loud, it was written all over his face. For a moment, Jason stood frozen, his mind racing. Arun could tell he was struggling. For years, Jason had clung to excuses. He had witnessed everything, yet always found a way to justify it. But now, the reality was crushing him. Jason's lips pressed into a thin line, his face shifting from confusion to anger. His gaze hardened, disgust flashing in his eyes. Arun let out a long exhale, shaking his head slightly. He had no more patience. Stuffing his hand into his pocket, he turned away, his footsteps slow but deliberate. Jason's eyes snapped up. Wait, where are you going? Arun didn't stop. I had some doubts about this. His voice was steady, resolute. But thanks to you, I've made up my mind. Jason blinked, completely lost. What? Raising a hand in frustration, he demanded, Why are you going back? Without looking back, Arun smirked. You already know the answer. Then, he finally glanced over his shoulder, his eyes dark and piercing. No matter how much we pretend not to know each other, you're still my brother. Jason's breath caught in his throat. His entire body went rigid, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Arun's voice remained cold as he continued. But with the things you've done and the things you've said, Jason's entire body tensed as Arun's gaze bore into him. You've done more harm to the Steelguard family than anyone else. Then, without another word, Arun walked away. Jason just stood there, eyes wide, unable to move. Back at the banquet hall, two red-haired figures stepped into Arun's path. Hillen and Duran blocked his way, their expressions twisted with irritation. Why the hell are you back? Hillen sneered. Duran scoffed. Did you forget something? Arun's eyes darkened as he let out an exasperated sigh. What is with you two? He muttered. Why do you always get in my way? The twins bristled at his words, their faces twisting in anger. Do you even know who you're talking to? Hillen shouted. Luther, who had been quietly sipping his drink, glanced over with mild interest. At the mention of Steelguard, his lips curled into a smirk. Lazily, he lifted his glass. Do whatever you want with them. The Darius twins grinned. Arun, however, merely tilted his head, an amused glint in his eyes. Hillen crossed his arms. Where's Jason? Duran snorted. Didn't want to show his face after getting humiliated? Arun met their smug expressions and simply smiled. You mean, he said, he didn't tell you anything? The twins froze. For a moment, their grins faltered. Then, heard you used cheap tricks in that duel, Hillen sneered. Duran laughed. Guess you're just as pathetic as him. Arun closed his eyes, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. When he reopened them, the mockery vanished from the twins' faces. Before they could react, thud. Hillen's body jerked violently, his breath catching in his throat. At the same time, Duran doubled over, a sharp gasp escaping him. Arun had struck them both, his fists buried deep in their stomachs. The entire banquet hall fell silent. The twins' faces paled as their bodies went rigid with shock. Their lips parted in silent screams, their bodies trembling as they collapsed to the floor. Arun slowly retracted his fists, his expression cool and satisfied. He glanced down at them. You only ended up like this because your brother stayed quiet. Luther, who had been casually watching, finally leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Cassian and the other nobles stared in stunned silence. Then, with a calm yet sharp gaze, Arun looked directly at the Duke. A smirk formed on his lips. How about it, Luther? His voice was smooth, unwavering. Care for a duel? Luther stood frozen, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. Hillen and Duran lay motionless on the floor, their faces pale with shock, their bodies still reeling from the blows Arun had just delivered. Luther's lips parted slightly. What? Arun met his gaze with a calm, amused expression. Then, raising a hand, he beckoned Luther forward with a single, taunting motion. Come on, Arun said, his smirk deepening. I said it's just a trivial duel, didn't I? A ripple of unease spread through the banquet hall. The nobles exchanged nervous glances. Is he seriously provoking the Duke? One whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. Another swallowed hard. This guy had a draw with Cassian. Is that why he suddenly thinks he's invincible? But the Darius brothers are from a high noble lineage, and he just took them down with one hit each. No one could make sense of what was happening. Behind Luther, several guests stared, waiting for his reaction. If he accepted the duel, what did he gain? Nothing. But if he refused, his reputation would take a devastating hit. Luther hunched forward slightly, his jaw tightening. Then, in a low, irritated voice, he spoke. I thought you were strong, he muttered. But you're just a complete idiot. His gaze turned sharp, his pupils contracting with anger. Do you even understand how society works? Arun sighed, waving a hand dismissively. What are you muttering about? His golden eyes gleamed with amusement. When I spoke with Jason, he didn't make any excuses. Luther's fingers twitched. His face darkened. His pride was cracking. Teeth clenched. He suddenly exploded in fury. Fine, he snarled. You want to be beaten into the ground? I'll gladly grant your wish. A murmur spread through the crowd as Luther Carlson, Duke of Theoro Academy, accepted the challenge. Arun grinned. Beckoning him again with his finger, he smirked. Go on. Attack first. Luther's aura spiked, his eyes burning with rage. You really have a death wish, don't you? His voice dripped with menace. Fine. I'll make sure you regret this. His fists clenched, his muscles tensed. Then, with a Kaplan shout, he lunged forward. His punch swung hard and fast. A strike meant to end the fight instantly. But the moment his fist was supposed to land, Arun wasn't there. Luther's eyes widened in shock as his punch struck nothing but air. He froze mid-motion, his head snapping left and right, searching. Where'd he go? A low voice whispered behind him. I'm right here. Luther whipped around, swinging williamly. But again, he hit nothing. His breath hitched as his opponent vanished again. His back stiffened. Panic flickered in his eyes. Then, a voice chuckled softly behind him. What's wrong? Arun teased. Is your vision failing you? Luther jerked around again, but his punch once again met only air. Arun stood behind him, hands casually in his pockets, smirking like he was toying with a child. The banquet hall was silent. No one moved. No one breathed. This wasn't just skill. This was absolute dominance. Arun exhaled slowly. I was waiting for you to match my rhythm, he said casually. Only then would I bother demonstrating anything. Luther's body trembled with rage. His fingers clenched into tight fists, his aura flaring violently. You little bastard. His entire body shook with fury. A powerful magical aura began to swirl around him, the air distorting from sheer force. You, he hissed, his voice turning dangerously low. I've been holding back. His pupils contracted as the bridge of his nose wrinkled in anger. But since you're begging for it, his entire body tensed. I'll tear you apart. Before he could unleash his power, bam, in the blink of an eye, Arun was already right in front of him. A fist crashed into Luther's face. His body jerked violently, his head snapping to the side as a deep red mark bloomed across his cheek. Gasps filled the air. Every noble stood frozen, mouths slightly open, unable to comprehend what they had just seen. Selena and Cassian sat stunned, their eyes locked onto the scene unfolding before them. Luther touched his burning cheek, his breathing ragged. Impossible. Arun had moved so fast, he hadn't even seen it happen. But before he could process it, bam, another strike landed on his other cheek. Then another, and another. Arun's hands snapped left and right, slapping Luther's face back and forth without pause. Each blow echoed through the banquet hall, like thunder rolling through the air. Luther stumbled, his vision spinning, his body unable to keep up. Arun's voice was calm, almost bored. You starting to understand now? Wham! A final heavy palm strike sent Luther flying. His body crashed backward, slamming into the same table Jason had fallen onto earlier. The room remained silent. Luther struggled to get up, his entire body shaking from shock, humiliation, and something he hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. Arun stood over him, his golden eyes glowing coldly. This wasn't just a duel. It was an execution. Luther let out a quiet, choked whimper, his body trembling. Arun stood over him, his hands still raised in the air, his breath slow and steady. The entire banquet hall was silent. No one moved. No one dared to move. Luther's William, fearful eyes locked onto Arun's face. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as realization sank in. Arun smirked, his voice dripping with satisfaction. You look confused. Luther stiffened. Arun tilted his head, his golden eyes glowing with amusement. Should I hit you a few more times? His smirk widened. Maybe then you'll finally feel something. Luther gritted his teeth, rage boiling underneath his humiliation. Arun's steel guard. The name echoed in his mind as he stared at the blonde freshman before him, grinning like a predator that had just cornered its prey. Was he always like this? Had he been a hawk hiding its talons this entire time? Slowly, Luther pushed himself up, wiping his bloodied face with the back of his hand. His jaw clenched. His pride burned. This guy, does he really think he can humiliate me and get away with it? Then, kill him. Luther's voice rang out across the hall. William, Kaplan, and Harton. He turned toward his lackeys, eyes blazing with madness. I don't want a single piece of him left intact, he roared. The crowd parted instantly. A massive, towering man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Two more appeared from the opposite side of the hall, their faces twisted with amusement. The three of them blocked Arun's path, towering over him. One sneered, rolling his shoulders. So, this is the lunatic who thought he could stir up trouble here. Another chuckled. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. The third tilted his head, smirking. And it looks like today's the day. Arun sighed dramatically, shaking his head. So what happened to our one-on-one fight, Duke? He smirked. Are you really so embarrassed that you need 3 men to do your dirty work? The three froze for a moment, his words striking a nerve. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Some nobles exchanged amused glances. Is the Duke really sending 3 men after him? Heh, what an ugly look for Theoro Academy's pride. Luther's eye twitched violently. Arun's smirk grew. Good, let him stew in it. For a moment, he considered letting it go. Then, his golden eyes flicked toward the 3 men standing before him. Or maybe this is even better. His pulse quickened. Laughter bubbled inside him. If you want to fight, then let's make it big. Arun shifted his weight, eyeing the 3 men circling him. These guys, he mused, are supposed to be the future knights of the royal family, right? One of the large men clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Arun smirked. Good. I wanted to see what the best of the upper class looked like. The massive man let out a Kaplan roar, swinging his fist straight for Arun's head, who vanished. The punch slammed through empty air. The brute's brow furrowed in confusion, until a sharp, bone-rattling impact slammed into the side of his head. Bam! Arun's boot connected cleanly, sending him crashing to the floor. The hall fell into stunned silence. The fallen brute lay motionless, his breath shallow. Sweat dripped down his pale face. A beat later, thud, his body collapsed completely. Cassian and Selena stared in utter disbelief. Luther's expression twisted in horror. The nobles exchanged stunned glances. What the hell just happened? Did he just take down one of the Duke's men in a single hit? Arun straightened, looking down at the man with disdain. That was pathetic. The other 2 lackeys hesitated, glancing at each other. Luther, however, was frozen in place. Arun turned to him, his expression cold and unreadable. Luther's breath hitched. He took a step back. What the hell is this guy? Then, Forrest. Luther's voice cracked with urgency as he turned sharply, shouting toward the back of the hall. The room shifted as a tall figure finally stepped forward. Long purple hair swayed as the man moved effortlessly through the crowd. He wore a wide grin, his gaze sharp and entertained. The man tilted his head slightly, watching Arun with interest. That was quite the spectacle. His violet eyes glittered. I take it you're trying to reach the second-class threshold as fast as possible. Arun's gaze flickered. This guy has a good eye. His smirk didn't waver. He had purposely restrained himself, only using enough force to be at the edge of second-class rank, because killing was not allowed here. Forrest stepped forward, his aura unshaken, his movements calm and measured. Luther gritted his teeth. What the hell are you waiting for? Forrest merely chuckled. Relax, Duke, he said smoothly. I was just enjoying the show. His sharp gaze flicked back to Arun. With abilities like that, his lips curled into a smirk. I suppose a little arrogance is allowed. Forrest let out a low chuckle, his smile widening. Still, we should hold back a little, at least until we've all graduated from the academy. Aruin's gaze flickered up at him. He scoffed, says the ones who attacked first. Forrest, who towered over Aruin by several heads, tilted his head, examining him with gleaming curiosity. You're better than Cassian, he admitted. You've got a strong family, outstanding abilities. His pupils contracted slightly, taking on a crazed glint. And most importantly, you're recklessly confident. As he spoke, his hands tensed, his teeth bared, and suddenly, a storm-like red aura erupted from his body. The banquet hall descended into chaos. Gasps and screams filled the room as nobles scrambled backward in panic. That red aura. Luther, still nursing his bruised face, let out a satisfied smirk. This time, he thought, he won't get away without injuries. Aruin observed the burning red aura, his expression remaining unreadable. So this is what I have to work with. Forrest raised his hand, his grin turning manic. Aruin's eyes narrowed slightly. The infamous red moonlight orbs. His lips curled up in interest. This should be fun. Forrest's expression twisted. You're still laughing? He stood abruptly, eyes William. Let's see you laugh after this. He swung his arm sharply, unleashing spinning crimson orbs from his aura. The banquet hall erupted into pure chaos. Guests screamed, stumbling over one another as they fled toward the exits. I don't want to get hit by that. Run, run. The red orbs swarmed toward Aruin, closing in from all sides. Yet he stood his ground, arms raised, effortlessly blocking each attack. Forrest sneered. Even you can't hold out forever. You may be strong, but no one withstands the red moonlight. Aruin remained calm, his expression unmoved. His thoughts churned. Disappointing. He had expected more from Theoro Academy's so-called elites. If he used internal energy, he could shut this down in an instant. But if he beat an aura user without using aura himself, that would shake them to their core. His golden eyes darkened as he made his decision. Forrest, still grinning wildly, lunged, his right hand raised for a finishing blow. It's over. The moment his fist came down. Crack. Forrest's right arm snapped backward at an unnatural angle. A sickening scream tore through the hall. The nobles froze in horror. Selena and Cassian sat wide-eyed, their mouths slightly open in silent shock. Luther's face twitched, his lower jaw dropping slightly. He couldn't comprehend it. A freshman had just shattered Forrest's arm with a single counter. Forrest collapsed to the floor, clutching his twisted limb, his screams echoing through the stunned banquet hall. Aruin merely glanced down at him, then brushed off his sleeve. Stop overreacting, he muttered. It's just aura. Your bones will be fine in a week. Forrest twisted in agony, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, a heavy, oppressive silence filled the room. Aruin turned his gaze toward the nobles still standing frozen, their expressions stricken with fear. His smirk faded. His eyes gleamed coldly, his voice dropping into a low, commanding growl. Stop staring. The entire room flinched. For a second, no one moved. Then, like a spell had been broken, all at once, the nobles averted their gazes, pretending to look anywhere but at him. Aruin exhaled slowly. Good. Then, a slow clap echoed through the hall. Luther, sitting on the edge of his chair, was clapping, his expression still twisted with disbelief. Even after watching it happen right in front of me, he admitted, grinning faintly. I still can't believe it. His eyes flickered, his voice laced with something between awe and resentment. A freshman using aura at this level. Luther let out a low, exasperated chuckle. Truly incredible. Luther continued clapping, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he looked at Aruin. Well, he mused. If someone like you can defeat Forrest, then perhaps the Steel Guard family still has some firepower left after all. Aruin shot him a narrow glance. Why are you suddenly talking to me like that? Luther simply smiled, waving his hands in an exaggerated manner. I'm just impressed, that's all. Then, lowering his voice slightly, he added, let's end this pointless psychological war, shall we? He extended his open palm toward Aruin, his grin widening. This time, I'll make an exception, he declared smoothly. Luther's voice was calm, inviting, yet there was something undeniably calculating behind his words. His sharp, fox-like eyes gleamed with amusement. Forrest was right, he continued. If you had waited just 2 more years, your era would have begun. Aruin's expression remained flat. What nonsense are you talking about? He asked, his tone laced with boredom. And why would I even consider this? Luther chuckled, still holding out his hand. Because, he said, the world exists outside this academy. He gestured toward the gathered nobles, his voice filled with undeniable confidence. These people, he continued, aren't just students. They're the future rulers, politicians, and leaders of Navarro. His grin widened. Think carefully, Aruin. What's truly best for you? A tense silence filled the room. The nobles watched, some eager, some curious. Selena and Cassian, standing off to the side, observed quietly, their expressions unreadable. Luther, his grin unwavering, waited. Arun exhaled through his nose and smirked, rubbing his finger under his nose as if trying to stifle a laugh. That's hilarious. The moment the words left his mouth, murmurs erupted through the crowd. Luther's eyes slightly widened. What did you just say? Arun exhaled lightly, shaking his head. I said you're funny. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement, and boring at the same time. A tense silence fell over the hall. Luther's expression darkened. Arun stretched lazily and added, but I suppose that's not a bad thing for you. Luther's jaw clenched, his smile faltering. Despite the mercy shown to you. Arun cut him off instantly, his voice smooth and sharp. Mercy? He tilted his head, his smirk deepening. You're talking about mercy? His tone was almost amused. This, he continued, is coming from a guy who clings to his father's pant leg. Luther's teeth audibly ground together. Ew. Arun smiled pleasantly, but his golden eyes gleamed coldly. You must have nothing else to boast about besides your position and your family name. Luther's aura flared violently. With a sudden snarl, he reached into his coat, and a knife flashed in his grip. The banquet hall gasped in shock. Some nobles stood frozen, their mouths slightly open. Luther's voice trembled with fury. Shut your damn mouth. And then he lunged. The blade swung toward Arun's throat. But before it could land, Arun didn't move. Instead, his fingers twitched, and in an instant, the knife flew from Luther's grip. It spun midair before clattering onto the marble floor with a deafening clang. Luther barely had time to process it, before Arun's hand shot forward, gripping him by the throat. Luther choked, his eyes bulging in horror. The nobles gasped again, some stepping backward instinctively. Selena's lips parted slightly, her fingers tightening around her fan. Cassian's expression shifted, a rare flicker of genuine shock crossing his features. Luther's fingers scrambled at Arun's wrist, his breath ragged. Why you? He wheezed, voice hoarse. Arun leaned in slightly, his expression calm but deadly. You won't get away with this, Luther gasped. I swear. Arun's grip tightened slightly, cutting him off. His voice dropped to a low whisper. You've always thought you were special, haven't you? Luther's pupils dilated in alarm. Arun lowered his voice even further, so only Luther could hear. But to me, he tilted his head. You're nothing more than a pathetic fool. Luther's face contorted, his pride cracking before everyone's eyes. Arun finally released him, letting him fall several feet away onto the ground. Luther landed hard, his body slumping against the cold floor. And then he stopped moving. His body lay limp, completely unconscious. A heavy silence filled the hall. Every noble stood frozen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Selena was speechless. Cassian's mouth had slightly parted, as if unable to form words. Arun dusted off his sleeve, utterly unfazed. Thane, in a calm and steady voice, he spoke. You built a fortress called Club 21. He turned his gaze to the remaining nobles, his golden eyes piercing. But at the end of the day, he said, your fortress is nothing more than a sandcastle. Luther's fingers twitched slightly, his unconscious mind barely registering the words. The nobles stared at Arun in shock. Arun slowly turned away, stepping over Luther's motionless body. And just like that, the era of Theoro Academy had changed. Arun turned his gaze toward the crowd, his expression cold and unwavering. You all, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. Don't make the mistake of causing me problems. The banquet guests immediately looked away, their faces pale, their bodies rigid with tension. But Arun wasn't done. His golden eyes gleamed dangerously as he took a step closer, his presence looming over them like a predator circling its prey. I'm waiting for an answer. A ripple of fear spread through the room. Some nobles stammered incoherently, their voices barely above a whisper. Others glanced at the floor, too afraid to speak at all. We won't, someone mumbled weakly. Arun let the silence hang for a moment, his piercing gaze sweeping over the trembling crowd. Cassian sat frozen, his expression unreadable. Selena, watching from the sidelines, let out a soft chuckle, a small smile playing on her lips. Without another word, Arun exhaled and turned, slowly stepping away from the crowd. Outside, the academy grounds were bathed in the warm glow of lanterns. The towering buildings stood tall against the night sky, their windows flickering with light. Arun pushed open the heavy doors and strode forward, his thoughts elsewhere. Thane! His eyes flickered toward a familiar figure in the distance. Jason, his older brother, was walking away, his posture rigid, his pace uneven. Arun narrowed his eyes. Jason hesitated, his shoulders tensing, as if he could feel Arun's gaze on him. Thane, Slowly, he turned back, his expression uncertain. There was a vent mumbling in the air, barely audible. Arun tilted his head. Are you really going to pretend you didn't see anything? Jason flinched. Arun took a step forward, his eyes locking onto him. Even though we both know the truth. Jason's lips parted slightly, his breath uneven. His words faltered. Arun simply watched him, waiting. A tense silence stretched between them. Thane, Jason lowered his head slightly, his fists clenching at his sides. Arun's voice softened, but it carried a sharp edge. You could have just walked away. Jason hesitated. Thane muttered, I couldn't. Arun's gaze hardened. Why not? He took another step forward. Or is it because you're afraid that once you fall out of favor with Thane, your life will become unbearable? Jason flinched again, looking away. Arun let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head. So, getting beaten down wasn't enough? Now you've come to ask for forgiveness too. Jason gritted his teeth. That's not. Arun suddenly smiled. You've changed. Jason's eyes widened slightly. What? Arun's smile didn't fade. The Jason I knew, his golden gaze darkened slightly, would never throw away his pride. Jason's expression twisted. And what would you know? His voice rose slightly. Do you think I enjoy this? Do you think I bow my head to junior students because I like it? Arun's gaze didn't waver. I understand better than anyone else. A vehement memory surfaced in his mind. Thane, his greedy hands twitching, his influence spreading like a parasite. The steel guard, once untouchable, now sinking deeper under his control. Jason had been nothing more than a scapegoat, a convenient tool to take the fall. Arun exhaled, the weight of it all settling in his chest. Jason, jaw clenched, finally snapped. The one who changed isn't me. It's him. His hand shot up, his voice thick with frustration. Do you even know what you're doing? How the hell did you use Aura? Arun's smirk returned. Just a little training in secret. Jason's face twisted. Don't give me that nonsense. Arun let out a soft chuckle, glancing off to the side. Believe it or not, it's the truth. Jason fell silent, his blue eyes narrowing. Thane, after a long pause, he muttered, I'll ask you one thing. His voice was quieter now, almost hesitant. What? Arun arched a brow. Why what? Jason clenched his fists. Why did you do this? Arun simply stared at him. Jason's voice grew heavier. You couldn't have not known. You knew exactly what would happen. You knew you'd turn Thane against you. His shoulders tensed. So why? Why go this far? Arun exhaled slowly, his voice lowering. Jason stiffened. How do we end up like this? His older brother didn't respond. Arun let the silence stretch. Thane quietly, he added, You've always treated me with hostility. Jason's eyes flickered, memories rushing back. Words he'd spoken before, cutting and cruel. You're a disgrace. I don't even consider you my brother. He had said those things so easily. Arun met his gaze, unwavering. Even so, he exhaled, his voice quieter now. You're still my older brother. Jason's breath hitched. Arun's gaze softened slightly. Because blood isn't water. Thane, he lowered his head, closing his eyes briefly. If someone's going to hit me, his voice was calm, unwavering. Thane, it should have been you. Jason's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. His chest ached, a strange, unfamiliar weight settling there. For the first time in a long time, he didn't know what to say. Then, Jason clenched his teeth, eyes burning with emotion. Can I really hit you? Arun glanced at him and let out a soft laugh. Go ahead. Jason hesitated. Just not too hard, all right? Arun exhaled slowly, an easy smile tugging at his lips. The elder glanced at the floor, let out a soft smile, and thanked him. Meanwhile, Arun frowned, his mind racing. Was Jason losing it? He couldn't make sense of his behavior, and now it was downright unsettling. The elder brother spread his hand wide. So what now? He asked. You're not the type to back down without a fight, and neither is Forrest. No way he's letting this humiliation slide. Mick smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Oh, I got a plan, he said. But I'm not telling you just yet. Blue-eyed raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why not? What, you scared I go snitching? The hero lowered his head, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Tell me, he said, what's the point of watching a play if you already know how it ends? His brother blinked, caught off guard. Why are you suddenly talking about plays? Then, after a moment, he shrugged. But yeah, that'd be pretty boring. Exactly, the protagonist replied. Then, without another word, the Lord turned and walked away. Just sit back and enjoy the show, he called over his shoulder. Suddenly, a Kaplan shout rang out. Someone was yelling that a certain group was nothing but useless nobodies. Plates clattered to the floor, crashing and scattering in all directions. A guy with striking blue hair was seething. 3 of you 3, and none of you could win. His fists clenched as he glared at them. And now you expect me to just let you into my circle? After that disgrace. The defeated group averted their gazes. One of them shut his eyes in shame. The blue-haired guy turned to the surrounding crowd. "And the rest of you," he sneered, "just standing there doing nothing. If anyone dares stir the pot, we stand together and put them in their place. Or are you all just going to suck your thumbs?" Silence. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, sweat beading on their foreheads as they looked away. A man with purple hair and a bandaged hand stepped forward. "Boss, calm down." "Shut up," the leader snapped, turning on him with a sharp glare. "You weren't any better out there." The bandaged man's jaw tightened, anger flickering in his eyes. "Even as the best in the stream, I've got nothing to be ashamed of." The tension crackled between them as they locked eyes, both seething. Then, after a moment, the leader exhaled, reining himself in. "How's your hand?" The injured man glanced down, his anger dimming slightly. "It's manageable." They exchanged looks, and TNT finally asked, "Was that bastard really that strong?" The bandaged man scoffed. "I was just careless." TNT shook his head. "Carelessness is a weakness, too." Violet frowned, his brows knitting together. "That guy, he has an aura, a strong one. He kept it hidden the whole time. Even with that flawless attack, he's only at the early stages of second grade. But next time, I'll take him down." The leader studied him for a moment. "Good," he said, "because if you don't, we'll have no choice but to call in the senior students, and that would be humiliating." Then, turning back to the crowd, he pointed a firm finger. "You all know what happened here. But let's be clear, no one says a word." He held up a treasure in his hand, his grip tight. "If word gets out, I will find out who talked. Mark my words." The hero watched from afar, taking in every word. They were making sure no one would speak, not to friends, family, or even distant relatives. This was a matter to be handled within their own circle. Arun, resting his chin on his hand, smirked to himself. All because of their pride, he mused. And yet, everything is playing out exactly as I planned. From a rooftop's edge, he observed the building below, his mind working. For now, they would all keep their mouths shut. That much was certain. There was nothing to worry about for now. Then, shifting his gaze, he thought it's time. Time to move forward. Time to face the real purpose of this visit, the 21 clubs. The scene changed. Simple four-story houses lined the streets, some windows glowing faintly in the night. A man stood beneath one of the buildings, shrouded in a long coat. He trembled, gripping a knife in his hands. A tear slid down his cheek before he choked back a sob, pointing the blade toward himself. But just as he was about to act, a voice cut through the silence. He wanted to make a bet. A boy with short, cropped blue hair turned at the voice. His eyes widened as he recognized the hero standing there. The protagonist offered a slight smile, crossing his arms. "You won't be able to do it," he said confidently. The boy, trembling, stared at him in shock. You were just here a moment ago." Before he could finish, the protagonist interrupted, stepping forward. "Steelguard," he introduced himself smoothly. "Do you remember me?" Hugh hesitated, the name striking a chord. "Steelguard," he muttered. Leaning against the wall, the Lord tilted his head. "Tell me, is this suicide or just self-torture?" The hero's unwavering confidence sent a chain through Hugh. "Whatever it is, I understand," the protagonist continued. "Your older brother went too far. And even though you have different mothers, yeah, I'd say he really overdid it this time." Hugh's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that?" The hero, now serious, locked eyes with him. "There isn't a single cadet who doesn't know your brothers," he stated. Then, seeing Hugh's disbelief, he added, "But that's not what surprised you, is it? You're wondering how I knew you were an illegitimate son, something you've never told anyone." Hugh was stunned. Cold sweat formed at his temples. The hero smirked. "Don't worry, I won't say a word." But inside, he thought of course I knew. It's all thanks to my knowledge of the future. Hugh shivered slightly, but remained silent, his thoughts racing. The hero extended his hand. "Either way, you shouldn't be standing like that. You're not going to stab yourself, so hand over the dagger." Hugh gritted his teeth, his grip tightening. Then, in one swift motion, he raised the dagger high above his head, aiming for his own stomach. His eyes squeezed shut, but before the blade could land, a firm hand caught his wrist. Hugh's eyes snapped open in shock. In an instant, the protagonist had closed the distance, gripping his arm tightly. A small smile played on his lips. "Honestly, I'm a little surprised," the hero admitted. "I didn't think you'd actually go through with it." Hugh, slightly irritated, jerked his arm. "Let go." Chief Junior Steelguard lowered his gaze slightly, peering up at Hugh from beneath his brows. "Your older brother is too strong," he said. "That's a problem. But you being too weak? That's a problem too. Wouldn't it be better if things were balanced?" Hugh blinked, startled. "What are you talking about?" The two locked eyes, silence stretching between them. The hero exhaled. "Just looking at you. I can tell. You've got a temper," he said. Hugh lowered his head slightly. "Let me go." The hero's grip remained firm. "And if I do, you'll just try again, won't you?" He tilted his head. Tell me, if I release your hand, will you try to cut yourself again? Hugh clenched his jaw, his glare sharp. But the hero only met his gaze with a calm, steady look. The tension slowly eased. Hugh's shoulders relaxed just slightly. Then, in a low voice, he muttered, "I won't." The protagonist nodded. He let go. Hugh lowered his eyes to the dagger's reflection. His own tear-streaked face stared back at him. His breath hitched, and before he knew it, the knife slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. His hands clenched into fists. His shoulders shook. Then, in a broken voice, he sobbed, "I don't want to die." The Lord watched him carefully. "Then live," he said simply. "No need to cry so much over it." But Hugh's tears only flowed harder. "Even if I live, I'll be no different from a dead man," he choked out. The protagonist frowned slightly, uncertain. That bastard Thane really is a piece of work, he thought. He's an expert at breaking people. Hugh didn't look up. He remained hunched over, trapped in his own misery. The hero sighed, thinking, if I want to fix this, I got my work cut out for me. Still, he studied the boy. "Your family. They probably treat you more kindly, don't they?" Hugh flinched but turned his head slightly. "My father never belittled me," he admitted quietly. The protagonist gave him a knowing look. "Sounds like something the Duke would do," he mused. "Cold to everyone equally, so no one can claim favoritism." The Lord shoved his hands into his pockets. "Is that why you hate him so much?" Hugh hesitated before mumbling, "Maybe." But then, his expression darkened. "Back at the Carlson residence, I had to keep my head down. But when we got to the academy, things changed. A cruel memory surfaced, the image of his older brother towering over him, forcing him to the ground. The younger brother humiliated, the older one ruling like a king. A kingdom of his own," Hugh muttered. "And I'm the prisoner." The protagonist studied him. "Ever thought of running away?" Hugh lowered his gaze, silent. Then, finally, he whispered, "I'd have done it already if I were considered a person." A weight settled over him. He felt the crushing reality of everything. His brother's torment, the way people pointed fingers at him as if he were less than human. "And my father," Hugh muttered, "he'll abandon me too." The hero exhaled. "So, that's why Thane torments you," he muttered. "He already knows everything." Hugh's face was hollow with realization. He said nothing, only nodding slightly. The protagonist watched him for a long moment. Then, with certainty, he said, "You're too young to die." Hugh's head snapped up, eyes wide. "What?" The Lord smirked slightly and gave him a thumbs up. "Since we've met," he said, "I'll help you." The descendant of Steelguard met his gaze and called him by name. Then, with unwavering certainty, he declared, "I'll make you the head of the Carlson house." The word struck the failed suicide like a bolt of lightning. He stood frozen, staring at the hero in disbelief. "What?" he whispered, his voice unsteady. As they faced each other, Hugh's mind raced. "What exactly are you trying to help me with?" he asked, his voice laced with doubt. The protagonist remained calm. "I meant what I said." Hugh swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. "Stop talking nonsense," he muttered, taking slow steps backward. His voice was firm, but his hands trembled. "Even if you're serious, so what? Your words are nothing but fantasy." And yet, just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped. A pause. "Thane," slowly, he turned back around. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for saving me." A beat passed before he added, "I'll repay this debt. I swear it." The short-haired boy hesitated for a moment. Thane bent slightly and asked, "But you're not a duke. So how exactly do you plan to help me?" For a brief second, it seemed like he wanted to believe. The protagonist exhaled. Thane smirked slightly. "Well, first of all, I won't be a duke." Hugh scoffed. "Thane, this is even more ridiculous." The hero turned slightly to the side, his expression unreadable. "I'd love for you to laugh when you realize it was me who made it happen." Hugh narrowed his eyes. "What are you even talking about?" The protagonist didn't answer. Instead, he turned and began walking away. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," he said over his shoulder. "So find out for yourself. Look into what happened while you were gone." Hugh stood there, frozen. The hero continued down the dimly lit street, his voice drifting back. "Find me when you're ready." Hugh remained rooted in place, watching the fading silhouette. His mind was a storm of confusion, disbelief, and curiosity. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice. He would become a duke. A vision flashed in his mind. Years from now, sitting on a throne, addressing a hall of nobles. He thought of Thane, of his inevitable fate. In a few years, the man would die from an incurable disease. And when that happened, he would have to step up and take over the Carlson family. The protagonist, now smiling slightly, mused to himself. "All I need to do is give things a little push." A grand castle loomed in the night, lights flickering in some of its windows. Inside the dormitory, most students were fast asleep, but one was still awake. Lying on his bed, arms folded behind his head, the hero stared at the ceiling. His thoughts spun endlessly. Club 21's entire purpose is to forge bonds with cadets destined for greatness. The more he thought about it, the more tempting the idea became. But then his lindt smile faded slightly. Still, the chances of success aren't even 50%. That was unacceptable. He sat up, eyes sharp with determination. I need to be more selective. Not just Hugh. There are plenty of other students with the potential to rise. He imagined them, one by one. People who, despite their current standings, were destined for greatness. The future Duke. A failed nobody who would one day control a magic tower. A man who would become a legendary official. They were scattered, waiting to be gathered, waiting for someone to recognize their potential. The hero exhaled, standing up. I've been too careless about this academy. The trading company he was building, his growing influence in the underworld, it was all helpful, but the cadets here aren't just students. They're the future of the nation itself. A vision formed in his mind. A group of talented individuals standing by the academy's walls. I need to collect these diamonds and make them mine. A sly grin crept onto his face. He glanced to the side, already planning his next move. But first, I need to make my name known. The next morning, golden sunlight washed over the academy. Students bustled through the halls, but as soon as the hero stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. Whispers spread through the crowd. Some students turned, eyes widening. Who's that? One murmured. Another student blinked in recognition. Wait, isn't that the guy who fought Cassian? Gasps followed. The very cadets who had witnessed that battle widened their eyes as they saw him now, standing in their class. The protagonist swept his gaze over the room. He could already tell the atmosphere in the upper class was more intense. Fierce. He took a slow step forward. Immediately, he was blocked. A bald cadet, arms crossed, stared him down. What business do you have here? He demanded. You're from the middle class. Why are you here? The protagonist sighed internally. Another gatekeeper. Wherever he went, someone always felt the need to stand in his way. The bald cadet's expression hardened. I asked you a question, he barked. The protagonist, unfazed, met his eyes. What's your name? The bald man scoffed, clearly annoyed. But before he could answer, the hero smirked. Actually, forget it. Your name doesn't matter. A flicker of irritation crossed the cadet's face. Tell me, the protagonist continued. What's your ranking? The bald cadet stiffened slightly. I'm ranked 30th, he admitted. The hero chuckled, his smirk widening. Ah, so you're the weakest of the top class students. A vein popped in the bald cadet's forehead. You, unbothered, the protagonist studied him. If he's 30th, that means he's at the bottom of the top class. If I defeat him, I'll move up automatically. He almost felt bad for the guy. Almost. His eyes swept the room. Now, who's a more worthwhile target? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Cassian. Cassian flinched slightly under the hero's gaze. The protagonist considered it. If I take him down, I'll attract too much attention. That wasn't ideal. He needed to move carefully. Turning his head, he spotted something. No, someone far more interesting. And he smirked. Now that is a better option. The hero turned his head as calmly as ever, his gaze settling on a dark-haired figure. Max Jr., he called out. You're in second place, right? Max frowned, clearly not expecting to be singled out. And what if I am? What does that have to do with you? The Lord casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Nothing, really, he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. I just think you're pathetic. A heavy silence fell over the class. Max's eyes darkened with rage. What did you just say? His voice was sharp, aggressive, but the hero didn't flinch. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and asked, Tell me, how do you feel about fighting someone from a different rank? Gasps echoed through the room. Even the top-ranked student stiffened. Max clenched his jaw. Thane sneered. A duel? Fine. Right here, right now. The class erupted into whispers. Cassian, standing among them, looked anything but pleased. The duel was brutal. Their wooden swords clashed in a flurry of precise strikes. Max fought with all his strength, but the hero barely seemed phased. Blow after blow, Max struggled to keep up. Thane, a clear swing. Stop. The instructor's shout cut through the tension. The protagonist halted his strike instantly, but the blade of his wooden sword hovered dangerously close to Max's neck. For a moment, no one moved. Thane, a triumphant smile played on the hero's lips. Two duelists stood opposite each other, one standing tall, victorious, the other frozen in place, feeling the sharp edge of defeat. The red-haired instructor took a deep breath and declared, Victory goes to Aruin's Steel Guard. The class exploded into whispers. This is insane. He was only ranked 72nd. That wasn't just a win. He completely outclassed him. I didn't even see what happened. Among the murmuring crowd, a blue-haired student remained silent, watching intently. His eyes narrowed. Just what is the true nature of this guy? Meanwhile, Max stood motionless, his stunned expression mirroring that of the crowd. Aruin, however, simply looked down at him with a knowing smirk. The whispers continued. Everyone knew what would happen next. The protagonist had just secured his place in the upper class. And Thane, realization struck. The one in 30th place, he'll be dropped into the middle class. The bald cadet stiffened. He had been so smug just moments ago, but now, his own words from earlier replayed in his head. You're not suitable. His stomach twisted. If he lost his upper class position, he'd lose everything. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand. Wait, he called out desperately. 2 wins. 2 victories are needed to move up a class. A flicker of hope returned to his face. I still have a chance. No one loses twice, right? The instructor turned to him, unimpressed. Were you blinded during the fight? He asked dryly. The bald cadet faltered. The instructor crossed his arms. After what we just saw, do you honestly believe Max could win in a rematch? The bald cadet swallowed hard. But Max is strong. He's ferocious. The instructor's expression didn't change. There's a gap between them that no amount of training will close. And just like that, the bald cadet's last hope crumbled. He stared at Arun, who remained standing over Max, completely unfazed. His future in the upper class had just been ripped away. Meanwhile, the instructor watched Arun carefully. The Steel Guard family still has gunpowder in its flasks. A mental image formed in his mind. Arun, standing in front of his family's legendary armory. So, the youngest one carries their true power. And maybe, just maybe, that was for the best. The moment Arun stepped outside, he was met with a huge crowd. He raised an eyebrow. What's with all the people? He asked. You all heard about the duel? Before he could get an answer, his attention shifted. A familiar figure leaned against a column in the distance. Phew, Arun wasted no time. He approached with a smirk. Didn't think you'd come so soon, he remarked. How'd you know I was here? He glanced around. And what about the rest of them? Hugh lowered his head slightly. They came because of you. At first, Arun gave him a questioning look, but then, Club 21 stepped forward. Arun exhaled. If you're so curious, why don't we go inside, he suggested. No point standing out here. Hugh averted his gaze. They probably already knew the outcome, he muttered. Thane, leaning in slightly, he lowered his voice. I heard something, he whispered. They told me that you're the owner of an aura. Arun's eyes flickered with amusement. You figured that out pretty quickly, he said. Is that why you came looking for me? Hugh hesitated before answering. I haven't fully thought through your offer yet. Arun turned away slightly, crossing his arms. Not the best place to have this conversation, he noted. Thane, tilting his head toward a quieter area, he said, Follow me. I know a spot where no one will bother us. A high wall, a staircase leading down to the water, a small pier. The two stood there, away from prying eyes. Hugh was the first to speak. I heard what happened yesterday, he said. What's your plan? Your older brother won't ignore this. Arun, looking as relaxed as ever, stretched his arm out slightly. Does that make you happy? He asked. Hugh's eyes lit up. He hesitated, Thane, a wide smile. Then he laughed, loudly. Happy? I'm incredibly happy, he declared. He shook his head in disbelief. You even managed to grab Thane by the collar. You have no idea how much I wanted to be there. Arun blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Hugh went on, practically glowing with excitement. And you humiliated him, ignored him, right in front of everyone. I should have been there. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he suddenly grabbed Arun's hands, shaking them firmly. Thank you, he said earnestly. I'll never forget this. Arun raised an eyebrow. This family really is something else. He wasn't even this grateful for having his life saved. No, what mattered to him was that his brother was finally put in his place. After a moment, Hugh calmed down. His expression grew more serious. But I'd be a fool to think you've already won, he admitted. Thane is a madman. Spreading his arms slightly, he added, Once he even tried to poison me. Arun's eyes sharpened. And what happened after that? Hugh let out a bitter chuckle. Thane, looking down, he muttered, I was 5 years old at the time. The protagonist blinked in disbelief. Your older brother really has no filter. Huh? He's completely insane. Thane, with a casual but piercing look, he added, So, you're still afraid of him, aren't you? Hugh hesitated before nodding. Of course I'm afraid, he admitted. But even so, I still came here to meet you. His voice was steady, but his hand trembled slightly as he stretched it forward. Tell me, he said cautiously. Back then, were you serious? Arun smirked. About making you the next duke? He folded his arms. Thane shrugged. Obviously, Hugh's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly raised a finger to his lips, urging him to lower his voice. Keep it down, he hissed. If someone hears you, I'll be laughed out of existence. The protagonist shot him a calm, almost amused look. Why so nervous? He asked. It's not like we're at a riot meeting or something. Hugh exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Because it's ridiculous, he muttered. Someone like me, how could I possibly? But before he could finish, Arun cut him off, raising a finger. Naturally, it won't be easy, he said, especially for someone who spends his time beating himself up instead of fighting back. Maybe we should break it down step by step. Hugh's shoulders tensed, his gaze dropping to the ground. Erwin didn't hold back. First, you have no legitimacy. You're an illegitimate child. Hugh flinched. Second, your fencing skills are nowhere near your older brother's. Another hit. Third, you have no charisma, no leadership, and no reputation. Each statement cut deeper than the last. Hugh clenched his fists. Erwin tilted his head slightly. That leaves one possibility. Maybe your father favors you. But before Hugh could even think of an answer, Erwin smirked. Yeah, probably not. Hugh let out a bitter laugh. You're right, he admitted. That's exactly how it is. He threw his arms out in frustration. That's why I don't understand how I'm supposed to even think about taking the Carlson title. The protagonist shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at him coolly. Of course, you couldn't do it alone, he said. That's why I'm laying the groundwork for you. Hugh's expression twisted in confusion. What do you mean? Erwin smiled, moving his hand in a sweeping motion. Think of it like investing in undervalued stocks, he said. That's how business works. You bet on something with hidden potential and watch it grow. Hugh blinked. Stocks. Erwin nodded. And the first thing that needs fixing? He pointed at him. Your rotten mindset. Hugh was taken aback. My mindset? The protagonist's expression didn't waver. Think about it, he said. Even if you keep avoiding conflict, even if you submit and endure what happens next. Hugh swallowed hard. If my brother finds out I'm working with you, I'll be finished, he said, his voice uncertain. Erwin exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. And if you don't? He glanced sideways. What? You plan to spend your whole life as an obedient dog. Hugh flinched, lowering his head. At least things won't get any worse, he muttered. Erwin scoffed. You think so? His gaze sharpened as he pictured Thane, arms crossed, a cloak billowing behind him, standing atop the academy like he owned it. Your brother will graduate with flying colors, cementing his place as the Carlson heir, Erwin continued. And when that happens, where will that leave you? Hugh bit his lip, his throat tightening. Erwin's voice lowered. You'll be nothing more than an ant beneath his feet. And when you look back on your life, all you'll have are regrets. Hugh's breath hitched. The protagonist took a step closer. A few years from now, he said, you'll be thinking, what if I had taken a risk? What if things had turned out differently? His words landed like a hammer. Hugh clenched his teeth. He was already scared, but now he was terrified. Because deep down, he knew Erwin was right. If he kept running, if he kept giving in, he'd always be nothing. His hands curled into fists. You're right, he growled. Up until now, all I've done is run away. His voice rose. That's why I became such a useless nobody. Erwin's lips curved into a soft smile. Hugh squeezed his hands tighter, his blood pumping with something he hadn't felt in a long time. Determination. For the first time, he wanted to fight back. His head snapped up. His eyes burned with resolve. Tell me what to do, he said. I'll do whatever it takes. Erwin raised a calm hand. First, he said, you wait. Hugh blinked. Wait? For what? Erwin gave him a knowing look. Because you just learned something important, he said. You can't take on Club 21 alone. Hugh's mind raced. Club 21. The protagonist's gaze drifted, scanning their surroundings. No, he thought. Not just Club 21. The families behind them. Hugh threw his hands up in frustration. Thane, what do I do? Erwin's eyes gleamed. You form your own club. Hugh froze. What? Erwin raised a finger. A club under the banner of the Steelguard family. In his mind, he envisioned it. A powerful group filled with carefully chosen individuals, rising in influence. He smirked. I'll send you the details soon, he said. I already have a full list of potential candidates. Hugh swallowed, his heart pounding. For the first time, it felt possible. And maybe, just maybe, he had a shot at winning. The sun shone brightly over the academy, casting sharp shadows on the courtyard where 3 students stood, grinning maliciously. Hey, I heard Barion lost again, one of them sneered. That's 64 losses and 0 wins. Think he'll manage to win once before he graduates. Barion stood silently, his eyes lowered, absorbing their taunts with a strained expression. Another student scoffed. Please, he won't even make it to graduation. At this rate, he'll drop out first. Or maybe, another chimed in laughing, he'll rack up 100 losses before then. That'd be impressive in its own way. One of them clapped Barion on the shoulder, a mocking grin on his face. Good luck in a lower class, he jeered. Barion remained motionless, his mind spinning from the barrage of insults. Honestly, the academy should stop accepting commoners, someone muttered. Even the instructor who recommended him has given up. And let's not forget his biggest problem, another student added. He's afraid of swords. That comment hit hard. Barion's eyes widened slightly, his fists clenching at his sides. A fencing cadet terrified of swords. The boy laughed. No wonder everyone who had faith in him gave up. He's useless. If he gets kicked out, he'll go right back to the streets, another student murmured. He was an orphan, after all. Barion's breath hitched. His grip on his uniform tightened. I can't go back like that. His thoughts were interrupted. Bar on. His head snapped up. Turning around, he saw someone approaching. His gaze calm, his stride unhurried. A ruined steel guard. Behind him stood Hugh, watching silently. The protagonist smiled slightly and extended a hand. Good timing, he said. I was just looking for you. Bar blinked, startled. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. He couldn't believe it. Why is he looking for me? He glanced around, half expecting some cruel joke. But Arun's expression remained steady. Somehow, before he even realized it, Bar found himself following him. They gathered around a table. Bar sat among unfamiliar faces, still confused about what kind of meeting this was. At the center of the table, Arun sat with an air of quiet confidence. Hugh glanced at the protagonist, raising a hand slightly. Is anyone else coming? He asked. Arun shook his head. Everyone's here. Fane, his lips curled into a smirk. He studied the group in front of him. The so-called failures, the overlooked, the misfits, and thought, ugly ducklings, huh? His smirk deepened. Soon, there'll be swans that shake the entire nation. Barayan and another student, Mita, sat in tense silence, watching as the protagonist introduced them one by one. You too, Arun said, are knights who will define the next generation. Radio, another cadet at the table, looked indifferent, arms crossed as he listened. Arun gestured toward him. And this is the youngest mayor in history, Benjamin. The Academy will one day call him a genius. Benjamin remained silent, his expression unreadable. Across from him sat Davin, his arms folded as he stared straight ahead, his cold gaze unwavering. Arun envisioned him atop a horse, leading troops into battle. Davin, he continued, the invincible warlord who will rewrite military strategy itself. Davin didn't react, but his presence alone was commanding. The protagonist leaned forward slightly, his gaze shifting. You, he said, locking eyes with Benjamin and Davin, are geniuses the Academy failed to recognize. Neither responded, but they listened. Then, Arun turned to another student, a smirk playing on his lips. And you, he said, are the most interesting of them all. Sharple sat at the table, scribbling in his book, seemingly detached from the conversation. A wandering magical prodigy, Arun introduced. The second son of the Klaus family. A dissenter of the Count House of Klaus. At that, Hugh's eyes widened slightly. Arun smiled wickedly. Hugh hesitated before speaking. Arun, he said, addressing the protagonist. Shouldn't you say something now that we're all here? Arun laced his fingers together, glancing at them from under his brows. His smirk never faded. I'm sure you've all heard bits and pieces, he said smoothly. So let's make it clear. A pause. I'm forming a club, he announced. A prestigious one. One that will rival Club 21 in every way. The room was silent. Serious expressions formed across their faces. Arun leaned back. Each of you, he continued, is a butterfly waiting to emerge from its cocoon. His gaze sharpened, and I'm willing to bet that soon you'll be soaring higher than anyone else. Then he revealed an emblem. Purple wings spread elegantly across its design. Our club, he declared, will be called Soar. A moment of silence. Then Barayan hesitantly raised his hand. Arun turned to him, his expression unreadable. Barayan hesitated. For what I'm hearing, it sounds like a good idea, he admitted, but I'm not sure it'll actually work. Arun's smirk widened slightly. That's fine, he said. I have plenty of confidence to make up for yours. Barayan looked down, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I have too many flaws, he muttered. No skills, no family backing. The room grew quiet. The others watched him intently. Barayan exhaled shakily. None of us have really proven ourselves, he added. He lifted his hands slightly, his voice rising in frustration. I'm not trying to bring everyone down, he insisted. But let's be real. What do I even have to offer? Benjamin closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. That's not an unfair statement, he muttered. Then, opening his eyes again, he glanced at the protagonist. Club 21 is made up of the elite, Benjamin noted. When people hear Soar, they won't think of prestige. They'll think of... He trailed off, but the meaning was clear. The overlooked, the discarded, the ones who had already failed. Hugh frowned, clearly irritated. But Arun? Arun just smiled, because to him, that meant they had something to prove. The room was silent as Benjamin finished speaking. He leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. Honestly, all I see here is an opportunity to build connections with Steelguard and the Carlson family. Nothing more. Arun's eyes narrowed, his irritation barely concealed. Is that really the only thing making you so insecure? He asked coolly. Because the club has no advantages? Benjamin remained indifferent, his mouth slightly open. Is there a point in dwelling on that? Arun exhaled slowly, crossing his fingers and resting his chin on them. Then, with a smirk, he spoke. Fine, Let me show you a clear advantage. The group sat in silence, some exchanging glances, others watching Arun intently. Then he called out, "You can come in now." The door creaked open slightly. A figure stepped inside with a confident, wide smile. Marcus. The moment he entered, he greeted them warmly. "Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Marcus, deputy head of the Pilloff Trading Company." A flicker of surprise passed through the gathered cadets. Marcus took a seat, stretching his arms out slightly. "We're just a small company," he said lightly. "But thanks to recent market conditions, business has been booming." A grin spread across his face. "I've even held gold bars in my own hands." Then his expression sharpened. "But let's get to the point." He turned to the cadets and announced, "I'd like to offer regular sponsorship to students." The room fell into stunned silence. One after another, their mouths fell open in disbelief. Barion stared, completely perplexed. "Why?" he muttered. "Why would you financially support cadets like us?" Marcus chuckled. "That's an easy one." Behind him, an emblem flickered into view, the emblem of SOAR. "It's simple," Marcus explained. "Our company operates under his leadership." He gestured toward Arun, and SOAR is his creation as well. Arun turned his gaze to the group. "Well," he asked, his voice calm, "are you satisfied now?" He leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his hands, his smirk widening. "And that's just the beginning of what I can offer you." The night sky stretched endlessly above the academy, stars twinkling in its vast expanse. Inside his dorm, Arun sat on his bed, eyes closed in thought. The club is settled. Now all that's left. A vent glow appeared in the air before him, system windows flickering into view. He reached out, his fingers grazing the interface. Time to acquire that little thing. A notification popped up. "The sun god has sent you a message." Arun's eyes widened slightly. The message appeared before him. "Sun god, I heard you're looking to buy the art of rebirth. It won't come cheap." Arun's smirk returned. "Finally, I found it." But then, as if sensing his excitement, another message appeared. "Sun god, I hate people who flaunt their accomplishments just to impress me." Arun's face remained impassive as he read it. The sun god, however, looked slightly irritated on the other side of the system. "Arun, I have no intention of doing that." "Sun god, good. Then let's talk business. My price is 150,000 coins. Arun's eyes flickered with surprise. Then he grimaced slightly. "That's steep." The sun god scowled. "Sun god, if there's one thing I hate more than anything, it's people whining about prices after I name them." Arun pursed his lips, suppressing a sigh. He checked his funds. Damn, his balance sat at a miserable 60,000 coins, nowhere near enough. And even if he liquidated every new privilege he had, he'd still be short by over 45,000. A deep frown settled on his face. His gaze flickered to another system window, one describing the art of rebirth. A rare technique that transforms the body into a superhuman state, optimizing it completely for martial arts. Arun exhaled, eyes sharp. This is one of the best items available in the first system. And right now, he needed it. His thoughts drifted back to his transaction level. Second soul phase, one who wields a divine weapon. "I own a divine weapon." Images flashed in his mind. Powerful warriors in battle stances, their weapons gleaming in the light. To truly reach the highest level, I need this. His mind then conjured another image, one of the sun god himself. A towering figure, draped in golden robes, looking down upon everything with a twisted, amused smile. Arun clenched his fist. The sun god's voice rang out again. "Sun god, where did the eager buyer go? I hate waiting." Arun glanced at the dialogue window. "Arun, give me a moment." He tapped his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. Why is someone who calls himself equal to God so broke? That was the real question. This is the first time I've seen someone trying to make a deal with no money in their own account. Arun navigated the system window, opening the transaction logs. Time for a deeper look. His mind replayed a famous scene, a battle between two titans. The sun god, Li Jiam, clashing against the ice warrior of the northern sea, Seol Jinwook. Their battle had lasted 50 years. He pictured Li Jiam, body crackling with golden energy, standing victorious in the aftermath of their fight, his lips curled in triumph. But something wasn't right. Another image flickered in Arun's mind. Li Jiam, hunched over, shrouded in an icy aura, his body barely holding together. The extreme ice energy from that battle. It was destroying his blood vessels. Arun's gaze darkened. So that's it. Li Jiam had put everything on the line for a single battle. A bigger picture started forming. Arun sighed, staring at his balance. "I'm missing more than 90,000 coins. Even with his best efforts, he still needed at least 45,000 more. He exhaled slowly, tapping his fingers against his chin. "If I want to reach the level of an awakened one, I need this technique." Before he could think further, another message flashed. "Sun God, what are you thinking so hard about?" Arun blinked. Sun God, tell me, what do you think I hate the most? Arun squinted at the message, slightly taken aback. Arun, no idea. Lee Jiam suddenly looked stunned, his usual smirk faltering for just a second. Then, Arun smirked himself. Arun, actually, I do know. Sun God, oh. The protagonist leaned back, grinning. Arun, you hate repeating yourself. Lee Jiam's expression stiffened. He narrowed his eyes, watching the protagonist through the system interface. Did he just guess? Or did he actually know? Arun, still smirking, raised a single hand. And with an almost sarcastic edge to his voice, he asked, Tell me, Sun God, do you also hate it when people hit back? At number 5, bullseye. Jiam tilted his head slightly, eyes fixed on the dialogue window. He didn't waste words. If there was no deal, he was walking away. The protagonist hesitated, then smirked, resting his hand on his leg. All right, he said, let's make a deal. It was all or nothing. He had to seize this chance. Arun's gaze sharpened. I need to extract the ice energy from my body as soon as possible. Jiam's eyes widened. He pulled his hand away from his face, staring at the system dialogue, bewildered. The protagonist met his shock with a sarcastic smile. Jiam's mind raced. Who is this guy? How does he know so much? Thun cut through the silence. Tell me, Jiam, is there anyone in the first system who wouldn't know about the battle between two titans? Jiam clenched his fist, his confusion deepening. Of course, everyone knows about it, he muttered. There were countless witnesses, but something about this didn't add up. His brows furrowed as a realization struck him. How did you learn about the ice energy? The protagonist chuckled, raising a hand. Rumor has it that the Sun Palace is now an ice fortress. Some even say it's colder than the North Sea Ice Palace. Jiam stiffened. The Sun Palace. Frozen over? He exhaled sharply and eyed Arun. You've been listening in on people's conversations, haven't you? Arun bared his teeth in a wicked grin, his eyes flashing. And I also know you're in no position to double the price. Jiam's face darkened as he stared at the dialogue window, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiled knowingly. The situation was dire, so much so that Jiam was actually considering selling the precious art of rebirth. Arun smirked. You're completely consumed by that ice energy, aren't you? Jiam's fury boiled over. Teeth bared, he shot back. If I wanted to purge it completely, I need a high-grade base essence or several heaven-tier elixirs. The protagonist's grin only widened. And tell me, Jiam, do you have enough coin? Jiam's eyes blazed. His mouth tightened in frustration. Arun glanced at the dialogue window, amused. So, even the mighty Sun Palace is struggling for money? Jiam's patience snapped. Who do you think you are, running your mouth like this? The protagonist remained unfazed, smiling slightly. Temper, temper. You get riled up over the smallest things. Jiam was seething, fists clenched. Thun shook his head. You walk around every day with your head held high, treating those who make deals with you as subordinates. But you're mistaken. Power, status, honor, these things transcend dimensions. They mean nothing here. Jiam stared at the dialogue, stunned. Ice energy crackled around him. The protagonist's voice was calm, but firm. If you truly stand equal to a god, able to cross space itself, tell me, Jiam, who really holds the advantage here, the seller or the buyer? Floating above him, Arun gazed down from an invisible throne. In a deal like this, the one with the least options is the weakest. So tell me, who would regret walking away more? Jiam ground his teeth. What are you hinting at? Are you saying I would regret it? The protagonist's smirk deepened. Jiam was panicking now. Let's be real, the protagonist said smoothly. I won't die without the art of rebirth. But you? You're teetering on the edge of life and death. Jiam's mouth opened slightly in realization. The protagonist turned away from the dialogue window, laughing, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Jiam exhaled in frustration. Fine, I admit it. That damned ice energy must have frozen my brain. A system dialogue popped up. Jiam has apologized. Jiam's expression soured. What do you want from me? Raising his palm, he hesitated. I've never lowered my prices before, but I'll cut it down by 10,000 coins. The protagonist raised a single finger. That won't be necessary. Jiam blinked in confusion. Arun's voice was light, but his words hit like a hammer. Isn't it ridiculous to value the life of the sun god at a mere 150,000 coins? Jiam swallowed hard. The protagonist leaned in slightly. Here's what we'll do. You need a way to rid yourself of the ice energy. I need a rebirth technique. So let's satisfy each other's desires. He closed his eyes and flashed a bright, almost taunting smile. So tell me, Jiam, how can I help you? Night draped over the academy. Arun stood with his arms crossed, staring at the system window. Item used. Sponge effect applied. Loading art of rebirth. 1%. How long is this going to take, he muttered. He had already spent days weeding through obstacles. Suddenly, A jolt of energy struck him. His eyes widened. A strange sensation prickled inside his mouth. He reached up, running his tongue along his teeth, then froze. Glancing at his palm, his eyes went wide. A tooth. He just lost a tooth. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. It's already started. Lightning surged through the protagonist's body, crackling violently, as if it were trying to tear him apart from the inside. His mouth opened wide in a silent scream, the pain beyond anything he had ever imagined. Teeth clenched, eyes william with agony. He felt his entire being breaking down. What kind of pain is this? It was as if every bone and muscle in his body had been pulipurized into mush. With a choked gasp, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach. Even his internal organs weren't spared from this torment. His mind reeled. Is this what Jayam went through? He could have at least warned me. His forehead pressed against the cold floor as he groaned through gritted teeth. Loading Art of Rebirth. 35%. Then it got worse. His hair started falling out in clumps, his skin peeling away like old parchment. Loading. 47%. The pain intensified, his vision blurring. He clenched his teeth so tightly it felt like his jaw would snap. If I pass out from this, I might not wake up again. Loading. 63%. With one final, agonized gasp, he arched his back, arms spread wide, before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Morning sunlight bathed the academy as the protagonist walked through the courtyard. Students turned to stare, whispering among themselves. Isn't that the freshman who shot up to 70th place in just one fight? He looks different. There was no mistaking it. He had changed. The energy radiating from him now was completely different from before. He strode forward, eyes closed, a satisfied smirk on his lips as he soaked in their reactions. Some cadets gaped openly. It's like he's an entirely new person. He opened his eyes, hands buried casually in his pockets, and grinned to himself. Of course it's different. Even I feel like I'm in a brand new body. Flashes of his relentless training flickered through his mind. His sword slicing through the air, every stance sharpened to perfection. Last night, he had pushed himself to the limit, testing his newfound strength. Now he understood. So this is how natural geniuses see the world. Before, it took 10 times the effort to achieve 10 times the impact. Now, one move, 10 times the effect. The efficiency was mind-blowing, a 20-fold increase. He exhaled, shaking his head slightly. If I had been born with this body, everything would have been so much easier. But fate had never been kind to him. A malicious grin tugged at his lips. At least now, those so-called geniuses will finally know what it feels like to be on the losing side. The sky stretched clear and blue above the mansion. Inside his room, the protagonist sat cross-legged on the sofa, bathed in a soft blue aura. Eyes closed, he took a slow, deep breath, then exhaled, feeling a rush of relief. He had done it. Achievement unlocked. Internal cultivation absorption, 120 years. Reward, plus 10 years of internal cultivation. A contented smile played on his lips as he read the system notification. With this, he had finally cleared the last requirement to rank up in transaction actions. Rank increased. You have reached level 2. New access, second system channel unlocked. His eyes flickered with intrigue. A new channel? But even as excitement bubbled up, a bitter thought crossed his mind. The first system had already been full of struggles. What kind of nightmares awaited him in the second? His brows knitted together as another notification popped up. New privilege unlocked. VIP perk. Heart tone. The protagonist's eyes narrowed slightly. Heart tone allows you to perceive the psychological state of anyone you speak to. All their hidden thoughts and intentions will be revealed. His lips curled in amusement. Another overpowered privilege, like reading minds. He swiped the system window away. I'll test it later. Right now, I have something far more important to do. A new screen appeared before him, displaying the 0, 1st, and 2nd system channels. He raised his hand, hovering over the button for the 2nd system. Then, with a decisive motion, he pressed it. Before the protagonist's eyes, the red scroll transformed into a white book covered in intricate inscriptions. A slow, wicked grin spread across his face as he arched a brow. Well, it's been a while, 2nd system. Above the grand castle, a massive magical circle pulsed with brilliant blue light, radiating energy across the sky. The protagonist crossed his arms, gazing at the glowing system notification. So this is the start of magical education. A collection of magical nations, a magical world. A message appeared before him. Notification. Your entry into the 2nd system has been confirmed. A special gift has been delivered to your inventory. Wishing you unlimited profits in your trade. His grin widened. They're handing out coupons again. Another system alert popped up. New items acquired. Ancient mana enhancement pendant. Manacle engraving. Introduction to hermeneutics. Lightning fast massager. He blinked. Wait, what? A lightning-fast massager? His brow furrowed. How did something like this end up in the second system? Curious, he accessed his inventory, a massive steel-reinforced vault with climate-controlled storage. The current capacity read, storage capacity, 763/8000, level 6. He extended a finger, selecting the newly acquired items. System descriptions flashed before him. Ancient mana enhancement pendant, a relic that amplifies magical power. He nodded. No surprises there. Manacle engraving. First ring forms around the heart. Additional rings can be layered for enhanced magical flow. His eyes glinted with interest. This is similar to the process of internal energy core formation. Not bad. Introduction to Hermeneutics, a foundational text on the science of magic interpretation. He smirked. This will be useful for mastering the basics. Then his gaze landed on the last item. Lightning-fast massager, a panacea that claims to cure everything. His expression twisted in disbelief. This is complete nonsense. Intrigued, he tapped read more. An image unfolded. A crazed-looking inventor named Antelo grinning manically while holding up the device. In front of him, an angry mob of healer wizards raised their fists in fury. The description continued. Developed by Antelo, a genius or madman in magical engineering. This Manhua allegedly cures 15,000 ailments and enhances overall well-being. However, it was met with fierce opposition from healer wizards who feared losing their livelihood. As a result, mass production was shut down. This item can now only be found in interdimensional trade channels, sold by a handful of daring entrepreneurs. The protagonist rubbed his neck, his lips twitching. Yeah, this is absolute nonsense. Still, he tapped his finger thoughtfully against his chin. Then again, interdimensional trade isn't bound by common sense. And this is the second system we're talking about. For now, he decided to set it aside. There were more important things to deal with. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged in a meditative position. A white aura surrounded him, forming a shimmering ring above his head. As the energy settled, the protagonist contemplated the nature of magical power. Knights store mana in their hearts to strengthen their bodies. Wizards, on the other hand, form a mana ring around the heart to enhance their spellcasting. But there is a fundamental problem. A mana heart interferes with the formation of a mana ring, and a mana ring disrupts the accumulation of a mana heart. Balancing both was an incredibly delicate process, requiring 5 times the effort of mastering just one. A feat so difficult that in 100 years, maybe one person would ever succeed. A magical swordmaster. A radiant light enveloped the protagonist as he envisioned himself, sword in hand, standing tall in his newfound power. Notification absorption complete, engraving installed. A slow, wicked grin spread across Thun's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So, I've finally qualified as a magical swordmaster. But as he examined his hand, a flicker of doubt crept in. With a mere single mana ring, could he really call himself that? It felt lacking. Clenching his fist, he dissolved the magic energy ball in his palm. I need to level up. Fast. He turned his attention to the marketplace, where cards displaying magical item offers filled the system window. As he skimmed the listings, an image formed in his mind. Scholars and researchers sitting around tables, bottles scattered about, deep in discussion. Most second system users were academics, obsessed with magic and its mysteries. But among them, there were dimension traders, wizards known for their keen social skills. Then, a particular listing caught his eye. 3 circles in an extended mana circuit for sale. His lips curled into a smile. Now this is a deal worth considering. A system dialog window popped up. You have shown interest in a listing. Contacting seller. Almost instantly, a reply came through. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. That was fast. He must have been waiting for a buyer. Curious, he pulled up the seller's information. The protagonist smirked. So he's a theorist rather than a practitioner. Huh? Activating his heart tone privilege, he focused on the dialogue window, allowing white energy to flow around him. At that moment, a new image formed. Sherlin sat at a table, arms crossed, eyes downcast as he stared at the system screen. His words came through, laced with bitterness. You must have figured it out from my listing. I'm done with magic. A heavy sigh. I can't afford to sell these items individually. I need to get rid of everything. The protagonist frowned slightly, his mouth parting in mild surprise. So this privilege lets me see his emotions too? He exhaled sharply, annoyed. What useless privilege. Anyone with a brain could tell this guy is depressed. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm. The ad only mentioned selling mana rings and circuits. So why is he suddenly giving up on magic entirely? Sherlin, looking exhausted, glanced at the system window with dull indifference. I was just planning to sell those items, he admitted. But I've decided to sell all my knowledge too. I haven't updated the listing yet. The protagonist tapped his chin thoughtfully. His knowledge? He hesitated. He wasn't about to waste money on something useless. Then his eyes widened as he glimpsed Sherlin's inner thoughts. He's throwing away 10 years of his life's work, just for money? The protagonist sat still, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his privilege to work this well. Raising his hand toward the dialogue window, he shook his head in disbelief. Maybe I should test this ability more later. I'll ask again, he said finally. What exactly are you selling? Sherlin let out a long, tired sigh. His gaze sharpened. Magical knowledge. The protagonist's jaw dropped slightly. Sherlin continued, his tone heavy. Advanced runes, mid-level illusionary techniques, things like that. The protagonist's lips curled into a slow grin. So, the privilege is legit after all. He chuckled to himself. Most VIP perks feel like scams, but this one's basically a shield against deception. In his mind, he pictured himself clad in a golden shield and a crimson cloak, the words heart-tone privilege engraved on the metal. A system notification popped up. Sherlin sighed in relief, scratching the back of his head. Thanks to you, I can finally get my life together. The protagonist smirked at the dialogue window. I'm satisfied with the deal too. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Sherlin has left the conversation. As the system closed, the protagonist's expression turned serious. He furrowed his brows, gaze fixed on the floor. Hard tone, it's a privilege worth keeping. Just because this is the second system, it doesn't mean there aren't liars here. His mind flashed to an image of Siekyun, the infamous deceiver from the first system, standing beside a cloaked figure. If the first system had Siekyun, then the second system was bound to have its own snake. His jaw tightened, and when that person shows up, his fingers curled into fists. I'll pierce his soul with the eyes of providence and the heart tone. Evening fell, painting the sky in deep purples as the protagonist strolled through the academy's corridors, a satisfied smirk on his face. This weekend had been insanely productive. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself floating in a vast magical blue space, his power radiating outward. He was no longer just some novice. Now, he is true three-ring wizard. He practically skipped down the corridor, his mind racing with plans. First, he'd finish his morning training. Fame, he'd begin refining his new strength. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A voice called out, "Well, aren't you in a good mood, training so early in the morning with such enthusiasm?" The protagonist turned. Selena stood in the corridor, her back resting against the wall. She closed her eyes and smiled, her entire presence radiating warmth. "Do you have a moment?" She stepped forward, the soft scent of flowers lingering in the air. The protagonist rolled up his sleeves, sliding his hands into his pockets. "What do you want to talk about?" Selena's smile deepened. "Anything." The way she trembled slightly with excitement. The way she shone against the backdrop of blooming flowers. Something was off. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. She had been waiting for him. He exhaled sharply, tilting his head. Today she was acting too perfect. Neat. Radiant. Controlled. No one could guess what was on her mind. A wry smirk tugged at his lips. "So, is this the fashionable way to start a conversation now?" Selena tilted her head, explaining a delicate hand on her chest, her expression unreadable. She blinked at him, feigning innocence. "What do you mean?" Selena tilted her head, pretending not to understand. "What do you mean?" The protagonist's eyes glinted with amusement as he slowly pronounced her full name. Selena Lepure. Her expression wavered. A slow, sarcastic smile spread across his lips. "I'm talking about your true nature." The moment the words left his mouth, Selena's entire demeanor shifted. Her playful mask cracked, and for a split second, she looked at him with pure, unfiltered anticipation, as if she was eager to see how much he had figured out. The protagonist let out an ironic chuckle. "Guess I might be losing my touch." Selena grabbed her head dramatically and laughed, but it was sharp, mocking. "I never expected an ordinary freshman to catch on so quickly," she admitted. "So tell me, how exactly did you figure out?" The protagonist didn't answer right away. How could I not know? In his past life, he had fallen into her trap. An image of Selena flashed through his mind. Stunning, elegant, exuding pure feminine charm. She was like a drug, impossible to resist. A flawless pedigree, beauty beyond compare, and formidable talent as a knight. But beneath it all, she was calculating. A master at manipulating hearts. He had spent years ensnared in her web, desperately trying to break free. It had been a most shameful chapter of his life. Selena, sensing his silence, smirked. "Oh, no answer." She covered her mouth and let out a low, mocking chuckle. "I get it. You don't even know yourself." The protagonist remained still, hands in his pockets, staring at her with cold indifference. Selena crossed her arms and pointed a playful finger at him. "Maybe it's because we're alike." When he didn't react, she pressed on. "No. Fame, tell me. What are you planning to do with all those hidden talents of yours? Her words rolled off like honey, but the protagonist wasn't biting. She wasn't here just for idle chatter. Did Thane send you to investigate my club? He asked, voice calm. Selena grinned. If Thane wanted to know something, he'd handle it himself. I wouldn't follow his orders. She stepped closer, her arms still crossed. I came for something else. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as she boldly closed the distance between them. I wanted to take my time getting to know you, she admitted, her lips curling mischievously. But let's be honest, why waste time? Her fingertips brushed his shoulder. Why don't we skip the games and just start dating? The protagonist turned away without hesitation. His contempt was evident. Selena's smile vanished. His lack of interest, his absolute rejection, was an insult she wasn't used to. Frustrated, she raised her hands. Wait, hold on. At least tell me why you're turning me down. When he kept walking, she placed a hand on her chest, standing tall. Do you even understand what you're rejecting? She asked, voice sharp. I'm Selena Lee Pure. If you dated me, everyone would envy you. The protagonist rolled his eyes. Not interested. Selena clenched her fists. Kaplan. This isn't over, she shouted after him. I'll make sure you crawl back to me on your knees. He waved her off lazily. She can do whatever she wants. I don't care. But his club's name. How did she know about it? His expression darkened. Had there been a leak? Later, the protagonist sat at a large table with his club members. The atmosphere was tense. Hugh, sitting beside him, raised his hand hesitantly. I might have let it slip, Hugh admitted. The protagonist's gaze sharpened. Hugh swallowed, lowering his head. I was talking to Thane about leaving Club 21, and I mentioned the name of our club. At the time, the member list had already been finalized. So, he kept pressing me for more details, and I gave in. A heavy silence fell over the room. The protagonist stood. Come with me. Hugh tensed, Thane nodded. Outside, under the shade of thick, dense trees, the two of them sat on a bench. The protagonist exhaled. Why? He finally asked. Hugh immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. I should have kept my mouth shut. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly. Thane looked at Hugh with an unexpectedly calm expression. That's not the problem. Hugh blinked in confusion. There was no secret in sharing the club's name or its members, the protagonist explained. Hugh looked completely lost. Thane, what's the issue? The protagonist slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed. There's no higher name in Navarro than the royal surname Carlson. Hugh stiffened. The protagonist's voice was firm. Since you're a Carlson, act like one. Hugh flinched, shoulders slumping. He sat on the edge of the bench, hands gripping the seat. His voice was barely above a whisper. It doesn't mean anything. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Hugh continued, voice raw. My name doesn't change the fact that I have no skills. No talent. If you take away my surname, I'm just a nobody. The protagonist studied him for a moment. Thane, with a sharp wave of his hand, he dismissed the thought. He knew Hugh wasn't ready to face reality, but that didn't mean he would give up on him. First things first, I need to handle his equipment. His gaze turned intense. He looked up confused. The protagonist smirked slightly. Let's start there. The protagonist extended his hand toward Hugh. Give me your hand, he said. Hugh hesitated, confused. What? No time for questions, the protagonist replied, voice firm. Just do it. Reluctantly, Hugh reached out. The protagonist pulled a gold ring with a deep red stone from his pocket and placed it in Hugh's palm. Hugh blinked. What is this? A ring of courage. Without a second thought, Hugh slid the ring onto his finger. A strange sensation washed over him. The doubt, fear, and embarrassment that had been gnawing at his mind suddenly faded into the background. The protagonist studied Hugh carefully, noting the way his expression shifted into something steadier, more composed. How do you feel? Hugh flexed his fingers, a hint of confusion in his voice. My soul feels calmer. The protagonist smirked slightly, lowering his gaze as he sat beside Hugh on the bench. Hugh frowned. But what's going to happen now? The protagonist shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much. He stood up. Come on, we're heading back. As they walked through the dimly lit corridor, the soft flicker of fire lamps casting their shadows against the walls, the protagonist reflected on the situation. He knew Hugh couldn't be forced to change. If he pushed too hard, it would only make things worse. Instead, he had to guide him, slowly but surely. Just as they approached the office door, hushed voices reached their ears. Gossip. The protagonist's sharp hearing picked up the mocking tone in their words. Honestly, Hugh turned out to be unbelievably clueless, one voice snickered. Inside, Davin lounged in a chair while Benjamin leaned against the wall beside him. Benjamin smirked. Davin's right. If anything, Hugh's not just weak, he's slow. Davin nodded. Exactly. It's not just his lack of character. I'm starting to think the problem might be his intelligence. He tapped his finger against his chin thoughtfully. What does a cold-blooded duke end up with his son like that? Benjamin chuckled. Maybe all the talent and brains went to his older brother instead. The moment he said that, Hugh's body tensed beside the protagonist. Thane, in an instant, Hugh snapped. With a sharp grab, he fisted Benjamin's collar and slammed him against the shelves. Benjamin's smirk disappeared as he shrunk under Hugh's Kaplan glare. Teeth clenched, voice seething, Hugh growled, "Say that again." Benjamin swallowed hard. "HU." Hugh's grip tightened. "Repeat what you just said about my brother." The protagonist, standing off to the side, observed the scene with mild amusement. Well, that was fast. He had expected Hugh to develop courage over time, not explode in rage the moment his brother was mentioned. The key to Hugh's transformation had been right in front of him all along. It wasn't confidence. It wasn't fearlessness. It was his brother, his rivalry, his resentment, his frustration. The protagonist smirked. "If I use this correctly, the ring of courage will be even more effective than I thought." Later that evening, Hugh sat on the floor, head hanging low, his anger completely drained. Tears stung the corners of his eyes. "I lost control," he whispered. "What if they all leave the club because of me?" The protagonist, seated on the bench nearby, looked at him with unwavering calm. "You're overthinking it," he said. Hugh hesitated. "But Benjamin and Davin already apologized for their words." The protagonist continued. "And you apologize for losing your temper. That's the end of it." Hugh's shoulders sagged as he exhaled heavily, relief mixing with exhaustion. But Thane, his eyes suddenly widened. His gaze darted to the ring on his finger. "Wait." His voice trembled. This feeling, his fingers trembled as he lifted his hand, staring at the red stone ring. "The moment I put this on, I felt different," he muttered. His mind reeled. "I've never been this angry before. Not once in my life." For the first time, fear flickered in Hugh's eyes. The protagonist leaned back, smirking as he observed Hugh's realization. "Oh, and what's wrong with that?" Hugh's head snapped up. "What do you mean? This isn't me." The protagonist's smirk only grew. "Maybe that's the problem." Hugh's breath hitched. The protagonist gestured toward the other club members, who all sat watching, still shaken by his outburst. "Look at them," the protagonist said, his tone slow and deliberate. "Look at their faces, their expressions. See how they react when you act like this." Hugh, still sweating from his adrenaline rush, turned toward them. They were confused, nervous, wary. He swallowed. The protagonist chuckled. "If you're struggling with what happened, then treat your opponent the same way you treat your older brother." Hugh stood with his back to the protagonist, shoulders trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fists. His voice, though shaky, carried determination. "Maybe you're right." Thane, anger flared in his eyes once more. He straightened his posture. "I'll do my best," he declared, "because I'm a Carlson, and I'll live up to my last name." The protagonist's smirk turned into a genuine grin. "That's more like it." Back at the club, the protagonist sat at the head of a large table, his gaze sweeping over his gathered members. "Even though things got a little rough today," he said, voice steady, "let's leave the past where it belongs." He leaned forward slightly. "We're here for each other. That won't change." "Agreed," Sharple and Benjamin, visibly inspired, were the first to nod eagerly. "Yes, sir." The protagonist glanced at Barayan and Mita, who still seemed surprised by the sudden shift in energy. He smirked. "What about you two?" Before they could answer, he placed 2 bags on the table. Immediately, a foul stench spread through the room. The guys recoiled. What the hell is that smell?" The protagonist leaned back casually. "Medicine." He pointed at the bags. "Take 1 pill after every workout." The group stared at him in horror. "What exactly is in those?" The protagonist grinned. "Wouldn't you like to know?" The protagonist opened a bag, revealing blue bamboo pills nestled inside. "These are for fatigue relief," he explained. Ma and Barayan immediately recoiled at the sight. Their expressions twisted in disgust. "Wait, we're supposed to eat that?" Barayan asked, eyes narrowing. The protagonist rolled his eyes. "Obviously. Just take it. It's good for your body." Reluctantly, they picked up the pills, examining them like they might bite back. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to Benjamin and Davin. Without a word, he tossed 2 small tokens onto the table. The 2 guys looked down and instantly froze. Their eyes widened in shock as they snatched the tokens off the table. "These are passes to the Royal Library?" Davin exclaimed, gripping his token tightly. Benjamin stammered. How can you just give us something this valuable?" The protagonist leaned back, smirking. "If even the Royal Library doesn't have the books you need, I've already arranged for the Flip Trading Company to handle special requests." The 2 of them gawked at him. "I'll get you any book that can be imported," he added smoothly. Then his gaze shifted to the side. Sharple sat there, visibly restless, shifting in his seat as he waited anxiously. The protagonist interlocked his fingers, tilting his head as he gave Sharple an amused look. "Why are you staring at me like that?" he asked. "Do you have something to say?" Sharple hesitated before glancing down, lightly touching his cheek with his fingertip. Well, I also wanted to read some books from the library, he mumbled. So can I get a pass too? The protagonist kept his fingers crossed, his grin widening slightly. There's no issue with that, he replied. But do you really need one? Sharple's eyes darted to the side, and he murmured something under his breath. The 14th magic tower. The protagonist's smirk deepened. Oh, don't worry about that, he said cheerfully. I'm going to introduce you to a very good mentor. Sharple followed the protagonist through the tower's entrance, his curiosity evident. A man in a black cloak stood waiting for them. The moment Sharple laid eyes on him, he froze in place. This is your mentor, the protagonist said casually. Sharple's breath caught in his throat. Wait, his voice trembled. Say his name again. The protagonist smiled playfully. Kendall Lisker. Sharple's mind went blank. Kendall Lisker, the youngest wielder of 6 rings and the top candidate for the position of Archmage. A legendary figure, a man who stood on the brink of surpassing all others. For a moment, the world around him faded, and in his mind, he saw Kendall standing tall against a backdrop of swirling magic circles in a vast dark void. This can't be real. Meanwhile, Kendall, seemingly unfazed, lifted a single hand, and with a flick of his fingers, a small white teapot floated into the air. Steam curled upward as the pot tilted on its own, pouring hot tea into a delicate porcelain cup. Kendall's sharp gaze landed on the two of them. You're joking, he said flatly. The protagonist simply smiled, enjoying the moment. Kendall took a slow sip of his tea. Then, he glanced at Sharple again, his expression unreadable. A direct descendant of the Klaus family wants to study magic, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Sharple frowned. And what's so strange about that? Kendall raised a single hand, his brows lifting slightly. How could it be anything else? He replied coolly. A direct descendant of that family, seeking to study magic under me? The protagonist finally stepped into the conversation, lifting his hand and spreading his fingers. My request wasn't for you to take him as a disciple, he clarified. I only want him to have access to the Magic Tower's resources. Sharple, still reeling from shock, glanced toward the protagonist. The protagonist, however, was watching him closely, eyes gleaming with excitement. This guy has been wasting 20 years of his life. But even with wasted potential, Sharple's talent was undeniable. If he started training properly, if he had the right environment, he could achieve something unbelievable. He could become the youngest Archmage in history. A vision flashed in the protagonist's mind. Sharple, floating effortlessly in midair, a radiant blue aura swirling around him, power pulsing at his fingertips. By the time the sun had set, Kendall stood before them, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He let out a slow exhale. The Magic Tower is a sanctuary of knowledge, he said, a beacon of wisdom. He narrowed his eyes at Sharple. It doesn't open its doors to just anyone. The air around them grew heavy. I need to make sure he's worthy of stepping inside. The next morning, in his private office, Kendall sat at his desk, fingers steepled together. He glanced at Sharple before turning his attention to the protagonist. Since you're the one vouching for him, he said, I'll give him a chance. Then his eyes darkened slightly. But first, I'm going to test him. Kendall stood, gesturing toward the door. I need you to step outside. The protagonist smirked. He knew Kendall was serious about this. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with an easy smile. All right, Uncle. Sharple, sitting beside him, turned with a startled expression. Uncle, his stunned gaze darted between Kendall and the protagonist. Kendall gave a subtle smirk. You didn't know? The protagonist simply chuckled. Sharple looked like he had just stepped into an entirely different reality. And frankly, that was exactly how it should be. The protagonist stood over Sharple, a confident smile playing on his lips as he placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. This is your chance, he said. Give it your best shot. Sharple's eyes burned with determination. He couldn't let his leader down. With that, the protagonist left the office, his mind already drifting toward what he could do to pass the time. As he strolled down the corridor, a frustrated outburst caught his attention. He turned his head. A blue-haired mage sat at a cluttered table, head in his hands, groaning in exasperation. A scroll full of complex diagrams lay open before him. I don't get it, the mage muttered to himself. Where's the mistake? From the dark circles under his eyes, it was clear that he hadn't left this spot in days. The protagonist stopped, watching curiously as the student gripped his temples, muttering, If I mess up again, our mentor is going to kill us. The protagonist tilted his head. This isn't even a difficult formula. He stepped forward, reaching out to tap the student's shoulder, but the mage noticed him first. The student jerked upright, hands slamming onto the table as he spun around. What do you want? He asked, his tone tired but wary. The protagonist gestured to the scroll. Let me take a look at your magic circle. The student gave him a suspicious glance, his exhaustion evident. I saw you speaking with Mentor Kindle earlier, he said, rubbing his eyes. Are you a wizard? The protagonist chuckled, flashing an amused grin. Not exactly, he admitted. Just someone with basic magical knowledge. The student raised an eyebrow and motioned to the others in the room. I'm the senior mage here, he said. The second most important person in this lab. His voice carried a hint of irony. And you, some random outsider, think you can solve something that stumped me? The protagonist smirked. Try increasing the t-value and removing all the excessive variables. The formula will correct itself. The student froze. For a moment, he just stared at the protagonist. Then, his expression darkened. You think you're better than me? Huh? He snapped, his tone suddenly hostile. The protagonist blinked in surprise. The mage stood abruptly, his chair screeching against the floor. I won't tolerate some outsider making a fool out of me just because you know Mentor Kindle. The protagonist sighed internally. So that's how it is. This guy wasn't upset because of the formula. He was just too proud to accept help. The protagonist gave him a small, carefree wave. My mistake. Didn't mean to offend you, he said lightly before turning away. As he walked across the lab, he couldn't help but wonder, how does someone with 4 rings struggle with something this simple? His steps slowed. A thought struck him. Maybe he should solve these problems himself. A smirk tugged at his lips. Now, that was an idea. The protagonist positioned himself behind a bookshelf, flipping through wizard exam papers. The difficulty? High. The time limit? 90 minutes. Perfect. He scanned the first problem. Identify the incorrect mana circuit and correct the flow path. He flipped to the next. Analyze the given magic circles and note all structural flaws. The protagonist let out a quiet chuckle, resting his chin on his hand. Too easy. Seated at a desk, he picked up a pen and got to work. As he scribbled down corrections, he grew more convinced. The mages of the second system didn't perceive power the same way as the continent's magicians. Suddenly, a shout of frustration rang across the lab. The protagonist glanced up. The senior mage from earlier was standing, his face red with anger. What the hell are you doing? He barked. The entire lab turned toward them. The mage jabbed a finger at the protagonist. Kaplan, you said you weren't a magician. So how the hell are you solving these equations? At that moment, Kindle and Sharple emerged from the office. Both of them froze, eyebrows raising as they took in the scene. What's going on here? Kindle asked, his voice calm but firm. The senior mage, Raphael, gritted his teeth, fists clenching. This guy, Raphael seethed, pointing at the protagonist, has been running around acting like he's some genius, solving equations like it's a joke. Kindle frowned, and Raphael's eye twitched. And he's mocking us. He's enjoying humiliating me. Kindle sighed, rubbing his temples. He turned to the protagonist. Did you actually correct the magic formulas? The protagonist smirked. Of course. A beat of silence. Raphael's mouth snapped shut. He suddenly looked very, very unsure of himself. Kindle exhaled through his nose. Raphael, the senior mage, stiffened. Kindle's eyes darkened. If you don't even have the responsibility to check your own mistakes, maybe you don't belong in this lab. The room fell silent. Raphael's face flushed red, his fingers tightening into fists. That's going too far, he muttered. Then, louder. You're going too far, Mentor. The room held its breath. Kindle's expression remained cold. Raphael clenched his jaw. His voice broke off. For the first time, he realized how many people were watching. And worse, he realized he had nothing to say in his defense. The protagonist watched with mild amusement. This just got interesting. The breaking point. Raphael gritted his teeth, his breathing ragged as he tried to explain himself. Mentor, look at me. His voice shook with frustration. Kindle remained impassive, his gaze cold. I haven't been home in a week, Raphael continued, his eyes William. I haven't slept, eaten, or even washed properly because of this research. And now you. His voice cracked as he spread his arms wide, his appearance bordering on inhuman. Sunken eyes, disheveled robes, hands trembling from exhaustion. The protagonist stood off to the side, watching with raised eyebrows. Raphael let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. If you push someone to their limit, then you better be ready to take responsibility for them. He slammed a fist against his chest. And instead, you just pick some brilliant prodigy and throw a leadership position at him. Kindle's expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of hesitation. Raphael saw it and pounced. Don't tell me you think it's fair, he snarled. Kindle, regaining his composure, sighed heavily. If you're talking about a ruin, then you're mistaken, he said smoothly. He's not a magician. Raphael snapped his head up. Lies, he spat. Fuming, he grabbed a nearby scroll and shoved it toward Kindle. Then explain this, he demanded. The scroll contained a complex magical formula, a perfected mana circuit, written in flawless detail. Kendall's eyes narrowed as he inspected it. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then his expression shifted. Who wrote this? He asked, voice calm but sharp. Raphael jerked a thumb toward Arun, his face contorted in anger. He did. Kendall's gaze snapped to Arun, studying him carefully. For the first time, uncertainty flickered in the mentor's usually unreadable expression. Raphael let out a bitter scoff. You're still going to claim he's not a magician? Kendall's fingers tapped against his chin as he studied the work more closely. The formula was flawless. Even an experienced mage would struggle with this. Yet the handwriting was confident, effortless. Raphael wasn't done. He stormed over to another table, snatching up a pile of exam papers. These, he barked, are the hardest magical tests we have. The difficulty is insane, 90 minutes per paper. He slammed them down in front of Kendall. And that guy, Raphael's finger stabbed toward Arun, finished them all in 5 minutes. Without a single mistake. Kendall inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. He turned to Raphael. Do you know Arun's surname? Raphael's anger faltered. What? Kendall's voice was dangerously calm. The Steel Guard clan, he said simply. Raphael stiffened. His mind raced as he tried to recall. And then it hit him. His eyes went wide in horror. The Steel Heart bloodline. Images flashed in his mind. The head of the Steel Guard family, sword in hand, a man whose very presence crushed lesser warriors. Raphael felt his stomach drop. He turned back toward Arun in utter disbelief. Kendall's expression remained unreadable. Well, he asked. Raphael stood paralyzed, his hands clenched into fists. He had no response. Kendall's gaze hardened. Now tell me, he said coldly. Do you still need more proof? The weight of those words crushed Raphael. His shoulders slumped, his expression crumbling into despair. Lightning crackled around his fingers as frustration and shame boiled inside him. But he had nothing left to say. Kendall sighed, turning toward Arun and Sharple. My apologies for his behavior, he said smoothly. Everyone here is overworked. The pressure is intense. Arun simply shrugged, unfazed. He extended his hand toward Sharple. Speaking of which, he said with amusement, how'd your test go? Sharple and Kendall exchanged glances. Then, at the same time, they smiled. With a flick of his wrist, Sharple pulled out a golden library pass. He held it up with a proud grin. Guess I passed, he said lightly. The protagonist grinned back. Well done. Meanwhile, across the city, night had fallen, but the lights of the academy still burned brightly. A sickening thud echoed through the dimly lit hall. A young man hit the floor hard, coughing blood. Above him, Thane stood, his fists still clenched. His expression was twisted in fury. How dare you lose to a worthless brat like Bar-Ion? He snarled. The beaten subordinate trembled, his gray hair damp with sweat. I didn't know he'd overcome his fear of swords, he stammered. Thane's eye twitched. He exhaled sharply, pressing his boot against the fallen boy's face, forcing him deeper into the cold floor. It doesn't matter, Thane muttered. Win or lose, we are Club 21. A deep scowl etched itself onto his face. He turned to the others. We are winners, he stated. This academy watches us, admires us. That is how it's always been. That is how it must remain. The room remained deathly silent. Then, Thane slowly raised a hand. A malicious glint flickered in his eyes. We're going to crush this sore club. His voice was calm, but ice cold. And we're going to make it look effortless. He turned toward Jason, his expression dark. Jason. Jason straightened immediately. Yes. I want you to challenge them to a series of fights. Thane's lips curled into a savage grin. And make sure we get an unconditional victory. The city streets, midnight. Beneath the stone arches of a quiet bridge, Jason waited. His hands were in his pockets, his stance relaxed. But his eyes were sharp, calculating. The city never truly slept. Dim lanterns flickered along the streets, casting long, eerie shadows over the cobbled roads. Tonight, things would be set into motion. Jason smirked to himself. Let's see how Sword Club handles this. A brotherhood on opposing sides. Jason sighed deeply, closing his eyes as he crossed his arms. Are you seriously sighing like that? Arun's teasing voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Jason's eyes snapped open, caught off guard. Still keeping his arms crossed, he turned to his younger brother. And what if I am? Arun leaned against the bridge wall, watching him with that ever-present smirk. Have things been rough for you lately? He asked casually. Jason let out a dry chuckle. Stupid question. Of course it's been rough. He glanced sideways, a shadow passing over his face. Before, people just didn't treat me with much warmth, Jason admitted. But now, they look at me like I'm some spy. Arun studied his brother, remaining silent for a moment. Then, with an amused tilt of his head, he said, everything's going according to plan. Jason let out a short huff of laughter, his sarcastic smile returning. That's so. Then his smirk faded. They've challenged our club to a series of fights, Jason said, finally cutting to the point. He hesitated, then turned to his brother. Are you sure about this? I mean, are you really fine with it? His voice was quieter this time, carrying something almost like concern. He wasn't just asking about the club. He was asking about him. Arun's gaze softened for a split second. Jason, he said, you're right. About everything. Jason exhaled through his nose, glancing at the ground. Then I guess there's nothing to worry about. Arun pushed himself off the bridge wall. I need to get ready for the fight. We'll talk later. Jason hesitated, then said, take care of yourself. Arun smirked. You too. Jason watched as his brother walked away. A wry chuckle escaped him. Damn, relying on my younger brother now? What a ridiculous situation. Yet somehow, he smiled. Maybe this arrangement isn't so bad after all. The storm before the fight. The next morning, the sun blazed brightly over the academy. Inside a large, spacious office, Arun stood before his club members, a smirk tugging at his lips. The room, however, was filled with murmurs of disbelief. This has to be a joke, one of them muttered. This can't be happening, another added. Arun chuckled. Oh, it's happening. He leaned back in a chair, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched their reactions. Barayan was the first to shoot up from his seat, his voice rising in alarm. This is insane. We can't put the club on the line like this. Davin clenched his fists. There's no reason to go this far. Benjamin slumped in his chair, his expression pained. I don't want our club to just disappear. The tension in the room grew thick. Then, Hugh slammed his hands on the table. Enough. His voice carried firm authority, cutting through the panic. Everyone turned to him. Hugh took a deep breath, then looked at their leader. Arun wouldn't do this without a reason. Arun grinned, watching as Hugh, who had once been so unsure of himself, stood his ground. Well said. Hugh hesitated. But, just to confirm, he said carefully, when exactly is this series of fights happening? A year from now, right? He turned to Arun, expecting a reasonable answer. Instead, Arun simply lifted a hand, 5 fingers raised. Hugh blinked. 5 months? Arun closed his eyes and laughed. Nope. 5 days. Silence. Fame. Chaos. 5 days. Hugh and Cheryl screamed in unison. Benjamin looked stunned, while Davin nearly fell out of his chair. Arun, unfazed, rested his chin in his hand, watching their hysterics with an air of amusement. I don't see what the big deal is, he said smoothly. Wouldn't it be better to deal with problems as soon as possible? Hugh snapped. Better? You're talking crazy, leader. Across the city, word spread fast. At Club 21, Thane and his subordinates sat in stunned silence. He actually accepted? Someone muttered. Thane narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a smirk. That cunning bastard. The arena, day of the battle. The training area overflowed with spectators. The crowd murmured, eyes darting between the two clubs. Look at the sore club, preparing so seriously, one student commented. Who's betting how much? Another whispered. But soon, the whispers faded, because seated in the stands were figures of unimaginable power and influence. Why are there so many nobles here? A student muttered. They're big names, another added. People everyone knows. Even among Thane's elite, there was nervous tension. Ferris shifted uncomfortably beside Thane. Something about this feels off. Thane lowered his gaze. It doesn't matter. He clenched his fists. They wanted to be humiliated in front of everyone. So let's make sure they are. The first match, Hugh stood with his club, tension in his posture. He turned toward Arun, his voice tight with unease. Leader, are you sure this is going to be okay? Relax, Arun said smoothly. Everything's going according to plan. Meanwhile, Kendall stepped forward, raising a hand. Ladies and gentlemen, he called out, his voice booming across the arena. Welcome to the event you've all been waiting for. He grinned, pointing dramatically at himself. I, Kendall Lisker of the 14th Magic Tower, will be your commentator today. The audience erupted in murmurs. Wait, a 6-ring magician is the commentator. Kendall gestured toward his assistant. And my co-host for this event is none other than Melotanian, commander of the 2nd Imperial Knight Division. The arena fell into stunned silence. This isn't even a royal tournament, someone whispered. How did they get involved? At last, the two clubs stood face to face in the arena. Kendall lifted his hand. The first match begins now. A figure stepped forward, raising a wooden sword in greeting. From Club 21. There, he grinned at the crowd. From Sword Club, a figure with blue hair frowned deeply. The opponent? Hugh's older brother. Hugh's breath hitched. His hands trembled. I can't. His brother's gaze locked onto him, eyes cold and unreadable. You didn't come here of your own free will, did you? Hugh froze. Then, a single word. Calm, quiet, but sharp as a blade. To what? Hugh's heart stopped. Brother against brother. There frowned, extending an offer to his younger brother. You still have a chance, he said coolly. Come back to Club 21. I won't hold a grudge, and there won't be any punishment. Things will go back to how they were. His younger brother, Hugh, stared at him, processing the words. For a moment, he almost believed them. Thane, a memory surfaced, the weight of his brother's boot pressing down on his back, using him as nothing more than a footrest. His grip on the sword tightened. His expression darkened. Slowly, he raised the tip of his blade, his gaze cold and unwavering. Go to hell. Their smirk faltered. Raising his hand in mock acknowledgement, he then snapped it downward, signaling the fight to begin. Hugh launched himself forward, and in an instant, the battle between brothers erupted. They clashed violently, each attack filled with raw force and unspoken emotions. Hugh swung, his heart pounding in disbelief. Was this really happening? Their voice cut through his thoughts. You think you can stand against me? With a sharp swing, he struck Hugh hard, forcing him backward. Hugh staggered, clutching his stomach as pain shot through him. Standing over him, their victorious smirk returned. You should have known your place, he sneered. Hugh groaned, his body trembling from the impact. His brother's voice came again, this time taunting. Well, are you going to admit defeat? Because if you stay silent, I'll take it as a loss. Hugh's breath hitched. Thane, his teeth clenched. His eyes burned with determination. A sudden, Kaplan scream tore from his throat as he charged forward. There's eyes widened in surprise at his brother's sudden burst of energy. Thane! A fist connected with his face. The audience gasped. They stumbled backward, barely managing to keep his footing. The two stood opposite each other, eyes locked in silent challenge. Hugh wiped the blood from his knuckles, his breath ragged but victorious. Finally, he had landed a hit. There touched his nose, feeling the warm trickle of blood. His lips curled in fury. You think you're walking out of here on your own 2 feet, he growled. But before he could retaliate, Hugh raised his hand. I forfeit. The arena fell silent. The instructor stiffened. What? Their expression froze in shock. You what? He repeated. But the instructor had no choice but to grant the request. Hugh turned away, leaving the arena with a satisfied smirk. There stood there, bleeding, humiliated, confused. A wave of realization crashed over him. He'd been played. As he turned, his gaze fell upon the sore club's section, and at the front, a blonde-haired figure grinning smugly. Their face twisted in rage. This was planned from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Hugh sat down next to Arun, letting out a breath. Thanks for the opportunity, he murmured. Arun simply smirked. There's no need to thank me, he said. You were the one who decided to break free. With a snap of his fingers, Arun turned to the others. Next match. Let's go. The 4th match begins. As the next fighter stepped forward, the sunlight glared off the arena floor. Barayan slung his sword over his shoulder, gripping it with both hands as he strode into the ring. The instructor's hand dropped. The fight began. Immediately, the two combatants lunged at each other. The clash of metal rang through the air, the audience watching wide-eyed. This is insane, one of the commentators muttered. This feels like the first fight of the day, not the 4th. Swords collided with force, neither side giving an inch. Mita, watching from the stands, narrowed his eyes. This is ridiculous, he murmured. Sure, a second year can improve, but this much? There's no way. In the ring, they were struggling to keep up. He grimaced, barely holding back the relentless attacks coming his way. How is he this strong? Meanwhile, Barayan kept pushing forward, refusing to let up. His opponent's stance wavered. And then, there slipped. A golden opportunity. Barayan swung his sword with all his might. Crack! There was scent flying across the arena. The crowd gasped. Eyes wide with shock, they hit the ground, unable to move. Pain throbbed through his entire body, his mind blanking from the sheer force of the blow. Standing over him, Barayan wiped the sweat from his brow. It was over. But the downed opponent shook violently, his expression twisting in pain and fury. Then, he pulled something from his pocket. A small, shimmering bead. The moment it hit his palm, his energy spiked unnaturally. Barayan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What the hell are you doing? There forced himself to his feet, his sword shaking in his grasp. I won't lose, he muttered. Barayan inhaled deeply, a slight regret flashing in his gaze. Then, his face hardened. Damn it, he muttered. This fight wasn't over yet. The battle escalates. With a mocking grin, they scoffed. If you weren't just a homeless orphan, I might have considered inviting you to Club 21. Barayan's eyes widened for a split second, stunned by the insult. Then, he straightened up, and in the next instant, he vanished. Before there could react, Barayan reappeared right in front of him, swinging with brutal force. Crack! There flew backward, skidding across the ground. His body tensed, barely managing to stop himself as he clenched his teeth, struggling to absorb the force of the attack. He glanced up, just in time to see Barayan rushing him again, his movements sharp and unrelenting. They scowled. You're just a small bug. He braced himself, gripping his sword tightly. Varian's next strike crashed down like a hammer. There raised his sword to block it, but the shockwave alone sent him staggering back, his feet dragging deep into the ground. What the hell? Even with his enhanced mana flow, Varian's strength was overwhelming. His grip tightened. His body ached, but he couldn't afford to show weakness. Barion didn't let up. With a sharp step forward, he lunged, swinging in a downward arc. There barely managed to intercept the attack with his palm, the force reverberating up his arm. Feign, another strike. Feign, another. Each one felt heavier than the last. Boom! The impact sent their sliding backward, his breath heavy. How was this even possible? He had trained relentlessly, honed his skills to near perfection. Yet this guy had closed the gap in such a short time? It was impossible. Barion leaned into his stance, eyes locked on his opponent. Feign, with one final step forward, he swung with everything he had. Slam! There coughed up blood, his body collapsing onto one knee. The audience gasped. A suffocating silence fell over the arena. There forced himself up, legs shaking beneath him. He refused to fall. Across the arena, Arun sat watching, his smirk barely hidden. Barion had endured months of training, pushing himself to the absolute limit. And now it showed. Even Club 21's members stared in disbelief. A white aura radiated from Barion, its intensity growing stronger by the second. The spectators murmured in confusion and awe. What is that? Their face drained of color. Barion, despite his injuries, his exhaustion, still stood, unshaken. They staggered forward, eyes burning with frustration and disbelief. He barely managed a few more steps. Feign! He collapsed. The crowd erupted into chaos. Mita shot up from his seat. Instructors, get him to the healers now. The medical team rushed into the arena, carefully planing there on a stretcher. Behind them, a sea of spectators watched in stunned silence. Their eyes fluttered open just slightly, and the first thing he saw was the blonde-haired leader of the Takeoff Club, grinning, mocking him. No way. Realization hit him like a freight train. This was a setup from the start. The final match approaches. As the medical team cleared the field, a figure stepped into the arena. The leader of Takeoff Club. He and Arun locked eyes. One, filled with anger and frustration. The other, calm, amused. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he growled. So this was your plan, all along? Sending my younger brother in against me? Arun simply shrugged. Didn't take a genius to guess you'd go first. His brows twitched. You calculated this? All 4 victories. Arun smirked. I just figured you'd crack under the pressure. His expression twisted. His opponent grinned, shifting into his stance. There's only one problem with that theory. They gripped his sword. I'm still standing. The final fight begins. The instructor stepped forward about to give the signal. Then Arun did something unexpected. He raised his sword and threw it to the ground. A hush fell over the arena. Even the instructor looked confused. Are you sure? Arun simply nodded. They stared at him in utter disbelief. You're not serious? A slow, dangerous grin spread across Arun's face. Out of courtesy, I thought we'd settle this with our fists. Feign, his eyes darkened. And honestly, he cracked his knuckles. This way, I can beat you even longer. The air shifted. The tension thickened. Their instincts screamed at him to back away. But before he could react, crack! Arun's fist connected with his jaw. There stumbled, his head snapping back from the force. The audience gasped as blood splattered onto the dirt. Arun didn't stop. Another hit. Lightning fast. Another. Another. Their body trembled, his hands twitching at his sides. He wanted to retaliate, but his body refused to move. A shock ran through him. What's happening to me? Arun's malicious grin widened. There's only one thing left for you to do now, he said mockingly. Get beaten half to death. The fight ends in brutality. Fists collided against flesh. Their mind reeled from the pain. No, this isn't how it's supposed to go. The blows came faster, stronger. His body jerked violently, but every time he tried to fall, Arun forced him back up. Like a puppet, like a warning. Arun's fist glowed with power. The final hit sent their crashing to the ground. He didn't get back up. The audience fell silent. 2 men watched from the stands. One cloaked in black with dark green hair, the other with short purple hair and a red vest. The man with the cloak smirked. This is an invaluable victory for the Soar Club, he murmured. His gaze drifted toward the field. And I do hope this tension lasts until the very end. As he spoke, the next opponent stepped into the ring. A figure with long blue hair, wielding a wooden sword. Kendall's voice boomed across the arena. Next up, Cassian. Arun smirked. The battle wasn't over yet. The breaking point. Cassian stood frozen, breathing heavily, his wooden sword trembling in his grip. He gritted his teeth, frustration written all over his face. I can't even get a centimeter closer, he muttered. Arun watched him with amusement, tilting his head slightly. You've grown, he said, lowering his sword. This time, you actually felt the difference in power, didn't you? Cassian exhaled sharply, lowering his head. Yeah, he admitted. His gaze drifted downward, his shoulders slumping. Fane, without another word, he turned and walked out of the arena. The crowd erupted into shocked murmurs. Kendall blinked, looking genuinely puzzled. What's this? He asked, turning toward the cadet. Are you seriously refusing to fight? From the stands, Vermin's Kaplan voice cut through the noise. Cassian, what the hell do you think you're doing? Cassian ignored him. His own team stared in disbelief as he returned to them, his head still lowered. Vermin grabbed him by the shoulder. What happened to the strategy? He hissed. You had a chance to wear him down. How could you throw that away? Cassian didn't react for a long moment. Then, finally he spoke. You'll understand soon enough. His voice was eerily calm. As he walked away, his mind replayed the fight, the weight of Aruin's presence, the overwhelming force behind every movement. That strategy? It wouldn't have worked. Not against him. Kendall, watching Cassian's retreating form, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This is unexpected, he mused. Everyone here is baffled by his decision. He glanced at Aruin, then sighed. First Hurton, and now Vice Captain Radial. Both of them admitted defeat without putting up a proper fight. It's obvious Club 21's goal is to exhaust Aruin before the final match. Beside him, Mida crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Interesting, Kendall said, looking at him. What do you think, Mida? Doesn't this seem pathetic? Mida closed his eyes for a moment before replying. There are times, he said slowly, when pride must be set aside for the sake of victory. His gaze sharpened as he glanced back toward the arena. But, he added, whether or not this method actually works is another story. Kendall frowned. What are you saying? Mida exhaled. You'll understand soon enough. At that moment, a voice boomed through the arena. The Sword Club has just claimed its 4th victory. A buzz of anticipation rippled through the crowd. The final match was about to begin. Vermin stood at the edge of the arena, a small red pill in his palm. His jaw clenched, his fingers tightened. Then, in one motion, he swallowed it. A shiver ran through his body. A storm gathered in his gaze. That arrogant bastard. I'm going to crush him. The final showdown. Vermin stood across from Aruin, gripping a wooden sword in each hand. The strongest among the remaining students, a voice announced. The one standing at the peak of the academy, aside from the seniors who are off on their night training. Vermin's gaze burned with fury. This was inevitable, he muttered. You and me in the finals. Aruin lifted a hand, waving dismissively. Looks like your wrist healed up just fine, he said, smirking. Vermin's expression darkened. Enjoy that smug grin while you can, he spat. I'll be wiping it off your face soon. Suddenly, a red aura ignited around his swords. Mida's eyes widened slightly. A red aura, he murmured. I've only seen it in books. To witness it firsthand is... Then, without warning, the ground trembled. A blinding, silly aura erupted around Aruin's blade. For a moment, silence. Then, all at once, gasps echoed throughout the stands. Mida and Kendall both shot to their feet. Kendall's face contorted in disbelief. Is he an aura user? The audience erupted in chaos. Even Club 21's members were stunned. I knew he had an aura, one whispered, eyes wide in admiration, but I never expected it to be this strong. Vermin clenched his jaw, eyes flickering with uncertainty. Then, he charged. Red and silly energy exploded against each other, sending shockwaves across the arena. Their blades clashed again and again, each strike sending sparks into the air. Sweat dripped down Vermin's face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Why can't I move him even a single inch? Vermin's frustration boiled over. He raised both swords and swung wildly. Aruin blocked effortlessly, their weapons trembling under the force of their collision. Fane! A single line of blood dripped from Vermin's nose. Aruin's smirk deepened. Now you've finally lost. Vermin's eyes flickered. He tried to deny it, but deep down, he knew. It's over. Aruin tilted his head. You know, he said smoothly, I started suspecting something when you fought Bar-Ion. Vermin's breath hitched. Aruin's smirk vanished. His gaze hardened. But I dismissed it, because even when you're desperate to win, he stepped forward. There's a line you shouldn't cross. The entire arena fell silent. Aruin's eyes gleamed coldly. For example, his voice dropped into something dangerously sharp. You shouldn't take banned substances. The blood dripping from Vermin's nose intensified. The crowd stirred in confusion. Vermin's entire body stiffened. Fane, panic. W, what are you talking about? He barked. Shut the hell up. Aruin remained unmoved. You really think I wouldn't notice? His tone was almost mocking. If you miscalculate the dosage, the side effects are permanent. Vermin lost it. With a Kaplan roar, he lunged, swinging his sword with reckless abandon. But Aruin moved first. He sidestepped with effortless grace. And then, crack, A single, devastating punch sent Vermin flying. The arena exploded into noise. From the stands, the man with dark green hair smirked, rubbing his chin. Now this, he murmured, is a match worth watching. Kendall turned toward him, suspicious. What exactly are you planning? The man only smiled, because on the battlefield, the fight was far from over. The final blow. Aruin's expression darkened, his displeasure clear. This fight is meaningless, he muttered. With a casual wave of his hand, Vermin was sent flying backward, landing roughly. Vermin gritted his blood-stained teeth, struggling to steady himself. Above him, a silly streak cut through the air. Vermin's eyes widened in fear as Aruin descended from above, his blade glowing with blinding intensity. A cold, merciless voice followed. You need to learn to admit when you've lost. Then, boom, a violent explosion rocked the arena. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the battlefield, swallowing both fighters whole. The spectators gasped, shielding their faces from the debris. Kendall cleared his throat, trying to regain composure, while Mita stood, unmoving, arms crossed, watching the arena with keen interest. Then, the dust began to settle. Kendall's jaw dropped. The crowd fell into stunned silence. There, lying motionless on the ground, was Vermin, eyes rolled back, blood streaking down his face. And standing above him, smoke curling around his form, was Aruin, his sword still radiating a silly aura. Kendall stuttered. I think we have our winner. The realization hit the crowd all at once. Then, thunderous cheers erupted. Fists punched the air, voices shouted in triumph. The nobles in the stands, dressed in their regal suits, grinned in approval, raising their glasses in celebration. Sir Club did it. They're unstoppable. On the battlefield, Aruin barely reacted, his eyes locked onto Vermin's unconscious form. The moment Kendall officially declared his victory, his club rushed forward. Barion threw an arm around him, his laughter ringing through the air. The entire Soar club gathered, cheering, congratulating, celebrating. As they did, a solemn voice echoed across the arena. The Soar Club is now the official winner of the series of fights. The aftermath. Later, in a quiet room, Aruin stood in front of Vermin, who sat slumped on a bed, his injuries still fresh. Planing a hand over his chest, Aruin spoke. Club 21 is officially disbanded. Vermin's fingers curled into fists, but he remained silent. No member is allowed to join any other private organization within the Academy, Aruin continued. And any acts of retaliation against the Soar Club are strictly forbidden. His voice lowered slightly, his tone firm. As proof of my authority, I swear on my mana as a witness to uphold these conditions. A soft glow pulsed around him, sealing the oath. Vermin let out a bitter chuckle. Satisfied, Aruin smirked. Now that everything's settled, yes. His eyes glinted. There's no room for trust between us. After all, Vermin's expression hardened. You're a walking thorn in my side. Aruin turned to leave, his footsteps echoing against the floor. He paused at the doorway. As promised, I won't reveal your use of illegal drugs. Vermin scowled, but Aruin simply waved a hand in mock farewell. Let's just make sure we never cross paths again. With that, he was gone. An uninvited guest. As Aruin left the room, he felt a presence. His brows furrowed in confusion. Who? He hadn't invited anyone. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, it's been a long time. Aruin turned sharply. A man stood before him, arms crossed, smiling. Genitz. Genitz nodded, his smile never faltering. You look surprised. Aruin narrowed his eyes. I don't remember inviting you. Genitz simply laughed. That's because you didn't. He gestured toward the battle-worn arena. But when I heard there was going to be a match of the century, I couldn't exactly ignore it. Now, could I? Genitz's gaze shifted, landing on Barion beside Aruin. He let out an amused hum. The birth of not one, but two aura users. His expression turned serious. No, he corrected himself. This wasn't just a birth. It was an open demonstration. His sharp eyes locked onto Aruin's. This is a miracle, don't you think? A student who was just a fourth-class knight not long ago. He tilted his head. And now, suddenly, an aura user. The room grew tense. Aruin remained calm, watching as Genitz processed the situation. After a moment, Genitz smirked. But I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small shield, its engraved emblem gleaming in the dim light. The breath of steel, he said, a method of mana concentration that works wonders. He raised a brow. As a first-class knight, you should know aura isn't something you create. It's given. Genitz's gaze darkened with suspicion. So tell me, Aruin, what changed? Aruin smirked. Urgency. Genitz blinked. Urgency. A desperate desire to protect the people I care about. Aruin answered simply. Genitz folded his arms, eyes narrowing. A desperate desire, huh? He tapped his chin. I suppose the audience wouldn't have known but your entire club survival was on the line for these fights. He exhaled. Even so, the word despair doesn't quite suit you. Arun tilted his head. What? Janet's voice lowered slightly. You're too composed. For a moment, silence. Janet stared at him, as if searching for an answer. Then he scoffed. Were you hiding your abilities all this time? Arun chuckled. That's even more ridiculous. Janet's thought back to when Arun shook hands with the knight. His brows furrowed. That wasn't normal. To deceive someone of Sir Dirika's level, he muttered, you'd have to be at least a special rank. A pause. Janet's eyes widened. No, if he reached a special rank at this age, then he would have broken the record of the founding emperor himself. Arun smirked. Guess what you're thinking? He lifted a hand, fingers flexing slightly. But I'm only class 2. Janet's exhaled, shaking his head. That doesn't change how suspicious all of this looks. He studied Arun carefully. A 4th class knight suddenly becoming an aura user. And you didn't invite me to the fights? Arun lifted a brow. Come on, he said smoothly. Everyone knows how busy the prosecutor's nightly detachment is. He grinned. And you, Janet's, are its commander. He shrugged. I didn't want to bother you over something so trivial. Janet's expression didn't change. Then, he lifted a single finger. Even the way you phrase things sounds suspicious. Arun simply laughed. At that moment, Kendall stormed into the room. There you are. Janet's turned, his smirk returning. Well, it seems I'm popular today. An unexpected arrival. Janet's let out a satisfied breath, stretching his arms. I have to admit, that was an entertaining series of fights. Kendall chuckled, looking rather pleased. I'm flattered, he said with a smirk. But more than anything, I'm just glad we discovered such rare talent. At that moment, everyone's eyes drifted toward the hooded figure standing beside Kendall. Janet's smirk faltered slightly. His gaze sharpened as he examined the cloaked figure. And who might this be? He asked, voice tinged with curiosity. Then, a pair of piercing purple eyes stared at him from beneath the hood. Janet's entire body froze. For a split second, his breath caught in his throat. Recognition flashed in his eyes. He immediately placed a hand to his chest, bowed slightly, and spoke with an uncharacteristic tone of respect. Lady Sierra. Arun's brows knitted together in confusion. Who? Kendall turned to him and motioned toward the figure. You should show some respect as well, he advised. This is Sierra Felgas, the 14th head of the Magic Tower and the only archmage of the 7 rings in Navarro. Equals a small gasp rippled through the remaining spectators. Even nobles would not dare show her any disrespect. For a brief moment, Arun imagined the stories about her. A woman wrapped in blazing aura, eyes cold and merciless. The Mad Maiden of the South. Then, the hood lowered, revealing a woman with silky hair, violet eyes, and an utterly indifferent expression. Arun immediately placed a hand to his chest and bowed. It is a great honor to meet you, he said. Sierra simply crossed her arms, eyeing him with vague interest. Kendall coughed loudly, drawing attention back to himself. Janet's glanced at him, then, rather abruptly, began stepping away. Well, as much as I'd love to stay and chat, he said casually, I have some urgent business to attend to. Kendall raised an eyebrow. How convenient. Good travels, he added dryly. Janet's waved over his shoulder, but Arun wasn't about to let him go that easily. He stepped forward, watching him closely. What exactly was your business here? Janet stopped, then turned slightly, his smirk returning. Nothing too pressing, he said. Just something about a certain magic circle. At those words, Arun's eyes narrowed slightly. Kendall folded his arms. Do you remember giving Raphael advice? Arun raised an eyebrow. That's over and done with, he said dismissively. It was just a minor issue. Janet chuckled. You say that, but he raised a single gloved hand, a faintly glowing magic circle appearing on his fingertip. The study of magic circles is never a matter of chance. Arun's breath hitched slightly. Above him, a hazy image appeared, a cloaked figure with a crimson pattern wrapped around one eye. Janet's voice lowered slightly. Tell me, Arun, have you ever heard of the gift of the beautiful eye? For a brief moment, silence. A golden magic circle flashed through Arun's mind, hands forming a precise triangle, energy flowing seamlessly. A technique said to be capable of seeing the brevity and efficiency of all magic formulas. Arun's expression darkened slightly. I don't have anything like that. It's just, he thought back to his knowledge from the second system. Interdimensional trade. That's all it is. A conversation in a carriage. The wooden wheels clattered against the road as the carriage moved swiftly through the streets. Inside, Arun sat awkwardly, facing Sierra and Kendall. He let out a small sigh, glancing at the scenery outside. How'd I even end up in this carriage? He recalled their words. Let's continue this conversation somewhere quieter. And now here I am. His thoughts were interrupted when Sierra suddenly spoke. You look rather restless, she noted. Arun glanced at her. What do you mean? Sierra raised a hand to her face, studying him with a sly smile. Whenever I reveal my identity, people always look at me the same way you're looking at me right now. Arun felt a wave of relief. He quickly nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Inside, however, his curiosity deepened. She's over 50 years old, but she looks barely 30. Sierra chuckled, then raised a small, glowing magic circle before her. Her violet eyes gleamed with excitement. My heart hasn't fluttered like this in a long time, she admitted. Her fingers traced the runes, admiration clear in her gaze. This magic circle, it's so creative, so elegant. Then, with a mischievous smile, she reached into her cloak. She pulled out a small, red crystal. Let's test something, she said. If you can find the inefficient section in this spell, you can have this. She held up the crystal. Arun's gaze remained indifferent. I already know what that is. Sierra raised an eyebrow. Do you? Arun simply nodded. It's literally a product from my store. Of course, I know what it is. Sierra studied him. That's all. He paused. Then, deciding to amuse her, he added, well, it has a nice color. Sierra let out a soft laugh. Strange. Her fingers twirled the crystal between them. 100 out of 100 knights who see this crystal immediately burn with greed. Arun barely reacted. Why would I care? It's worth, what, 200 coins? I have over 100 of them. Still, he studied the magic circle carefully. Finally, he pointed at several areas. There, Kendall's eyes widened. Amazing. His tone held genuine shock. I only found one inaccuracy. You found 4. Sierra's expression remained unreadable. Then, she spoke calmly. There are no 4 inaccuracies. A beat of silence. Kendall blinked. What do you mean? Sierra's expression hardened slightly. There are not 4 mistakes. Her slender finger tapped against the circle. This part, though it reduces efficiency, is crucial for activation. Arun's eyes narrowed slightly. Kendall missed it. But I did too. Sierra's violet gaze bore into him. You may have talent, but you still have much to learn. She leaned back, arms crossed. Shall we continue? A battle of wits. Arun remained calm, expression unreadable. Even if that section serves a purpose, he said smoothly, its inefficiency remains unchanged. If something can be improved, there's no point in leaving it the way it is. Sierra raised her hand, and a glowing pencil appeared between her fingers. Then correct it, she said, her violet eyes gleaming with anticipation. Taking the pencil, Arun studied the circle carefully, making subtle adjustments where necessary. Continental magic theory is so outdated, he mused. And yet, there are still 7 archmages? He handed the pencil back, his expression composed. This should work better. Sierra examined the altered circle, her eyes widening slightly. Amazing. Her tone held genuine admiration. The gift of the beautiful is truly hidden within you. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed 2 red crystals toward Arun. He caught them instinctively, feeling a small rush of satisfaction. Saved 400 coins. Not bad. Before he could fully process it, Sierra conjured another magic circle, her anticipation only growing. She smirked. If you're such a prodigy, then improve this one too. Arun let out a short sigh, stroking the kitten on his lap. I thought we came here for a quiet conversation, he said flatly. So, what exactly do you want from me? Sierra blinked, then smiled gently. There's logic in that, she admitted. As expected, you really are gifted. Her expression grew more serious. Multiple magic circles hovered around her, swirling like celestial orbits. I have a problem, she said. One I've been working on for a long time. But I've hit a limit. Her gaze locked onto him. I need the help of someone with your talent. Then, her lips curled into a smirk. If you agree, she leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I will become your guardian. Silence. For the first time, Arun was visibly stunned. Even Kendall looked startled, his hands rising awkwardly. Haha, now, he said nervously. My nephew has chosen the path of the sword. I don't think there's any need for him to change his. Sierra's expression darkened instantly. Her gaze snapped toward Kendall. And why is that? A cold, biting edge laced her tone. Because he's from the Steelguard family? She challenged. Her voice rose slightly, each word laced with undeniable authority. So, just because the people born into that family excel in fencing, they should all ignore magic? Kendall hesitated, clearly caught off guard. Sierra's eyes flashed dangerously. I don't recall blinking an eye when his father brought the entire knightly band with him, she continued. And if it had been his grandfather returning safe and sound, then maybe, just maybe, I would have been a little nervous. The air in the carriage grew heavy. Arun sat there, feeling like the atmosphere had suddenly shifted into something that felt less like a conversation and more like a kidnapping. Wait, are we actually heading to the magic tower? His mind raced. He pictured the massive, sprawling fortress, a place filled with endless mana. A wizard's paradise. A swordsman's prison. Once I set foot there, I'll never be able to leave on my own. They'll keep me locked away, working on magic formulas forever. With an awkward smile, he raised his hand. Let's all calm down, he said lightly. Sierra narrowed her eyes. The issue isn't that I dislike your offer, Arun continued smoothly, shooting a quick glance at his uncle. And my uncle wasn't completely rejecting it either. Kendall looked over at him, slightly relieved. Sierra, however, wasn't convinced. Equals, you're from the Steel Guard family, correct? She said. So then tell me, what's stopping you? Arun exhaled slowly. It's not that simple, he admitted. He imagined the family crest, the shield, the castle, the heavy burden of the name Steel Guard. Living as part of that family isn't easy, he muttered. There are high expectations, constant pressure, and even if I manage to surpass every challenge in the end, it's still just a thorny path of humiliation wrapped in the illusion of family honor. Sierra tilted her head slightly, studying him with keen interest. And she pressed. Arun looked her straight in the eye. I won't deny it, he said. Having the Archmage of the Seven Rings as my patron would be an incredible opportunity. Sierra's lips curved slightly. But you already know, don't you? He continued. The bigger the tree, the wider its shadow. Her eyes flickered with amusement. The sunlight doesn't reach beneath it, Arun added, and grass can't grow in its shade. Sierra's smile widened. Are you saying my prestige would stifle you? For the first time, a genuine laugh left her lips. She placed a hand to her face, her violet eyes glinting with delight. Well, she mused. No matter how extraordinary you may be, you're still quite the humble one, aren't you? She sighed dramatically, then gave him a playful smirk. All right, Arun, she said smoothly. What do you want? She leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her palm. Because let me make one thing clear. Her voice lowered. Sierra Felgas, Guardian of Navarro, does not take people under her wing for free. The tension shifted. Arun hesitated. What should he even ask for? I don't know, he admitted. I'm a noble. It's not like I'm lacking anything. He folded his arms, deep in thought. Give me some time to think about it. Sierra's expression didn't change. Then she grinned. 10 minutes. Arun stared at her. What? Sierra smiled sweetly. I'll give you 10 minutes. Arun let out a nervous chuckle. You do realize my entire life is at stake here? He muttered. He let out a long sigh, then rubbed his temple. Fine, he said. Give me some time alone to think this through. In exchange, I'll improve that formula you showed me earlier. Sierra's eyes gleamed. Interesting. She held up 2 fingers. Improve it, and I'll give you 2 hours. Her lips curled into a smirk. You have my word. A desperate escape. Arun swallowed hard. I have to get away from her. The image of their battle flashed through his mind, and he knew, if it came down to it, he'd have to fight his way out. He stepped out of the carriage, exhaling slowly. Through the open window, Sierra leaned against the frame, watching him with amusement. You're a prodigy, she said. I'll be waiting for you here. Her violet eyes gleamed as she added. Choose an appropriate place to return, or else. Arun forced a casual smile, nodding. Of course, he said smoothly. A promise made to the head of the magic tower isn't something to take lightly. Sierra Smirkev. The coachman flicked the reins, but Arun moved away step by step, keeping the carriage in his peripheral vision. Only when he was far enough did he allow himself a breath of relief. He stroked his pets, flying low across the rooftops, his mind racing. I bought myself 2 hours. I have to find a way to shake off that crazy woman. On the bustling streets below, men moved wooden crates, carrying supplies for merchants. With a grin, Arun perched on a windowsill, waving down at Marcus. The man's eyes widened in shock. What the? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be? Before Marcus could finish, Arun cut in smoothly. The fights are over, he said lightly, stepping down from the ledge with his pet still in his arms. We crushed them, just like we planned. Marcus huffed, crossing his arms. You're exaggerating. Arun smirked. Don't be so modest. You did well. The man raised his hands in surprise as Arun pulled out a sealed letter, handing it to him. I need you to take care of something for me. Marcus eyed the letter. There's a carriage waiting at the crossroads near the market. Deliver this there in exactly 2 hours. Marcus frowned. And you? Arun grinned, stepping back toward the windowsill. I'll stop by later. With a carefree wave, he leaped out the window and vanished. The sun hugged brightly over the 2-story building where Arun now sat. Before him, a dream Mac rested on the table. With a sly smile, Arun leaned back, his fingers drumming against the armrest. I found her weak point. Now all I have to do is make a deal that completely shifts the situation in my favor. One by one, system windows popped up. Acquired internal energy rescuer. Spirit 20 enhancement pills. Thunderbomb X10. Lightning Strike 200 milliliters. Divine Elixir. Books on dragon studies, memory technologies, and general theory of truth. He sat on the sofa, studying the system alerts while mentally forming his next move. The challenge is set. The Terroros William Hillen S. stretched under the golden rays of the setting sun. Breathing heavily, Arun wiped sweat from his chin. Barely made it in time. The carriage still stood where he had left it. Inside, Sierra sat fuming, her hand trembling as she gripped the letter. Her violet eyes scanned the words again, her anger bubbling with every sentence. No matter how much I consider it, the path of magic is not for me. My grandfather reached the mythical rank, missing only the legendary. I thought I made it clear which path I intend to take. Sierra's grip tightened. Then she read the next lines. No matter how powerful an archmage is, they only truly matter within the magic tower. If you disagree, then prove me wrong. I'll be waiting in the William Hillen S beyond the capital. But if you're not confident in your abilities, then feel free to return to your tower. A vein twitched in Sierra's forehead. Her aura flared violently. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she reached the final line. Oh, and since you apparently can't look over 30, maybe we should just switch to informal speech? After all, if the age gap is so small, being too polite feels a bit unnecessary. Crack. The letter crumpled in her trembling fists. That yellow-haired brat. A purple light exploded from the carriage. In an instant, she was gone. The William Hillen S. A duel begins. High above the rugged mountains, Sierra hovered in the air, scanning the area. Where are you hiding? Her Kaplan voice echoed over the Hillen S. Come out now while I'm still being nice. She scowled at the uneven landscape, muttering under her breath. Every time I cross these damn mountains by carriage, I think about how inconvenient this road is. Her fingers twitched. Maybe it's about time I just flattened the whole thing. Then, a voice rang inside her head. Hey, Archmage. Sierra's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a messaging spell? Stay on a mountainside for 7 hours. Stop looking around and come down from the sky for once. Her teeth clenched. This isn't a messaging spell. Down below, Arun winced, covering his ears. Relax, will you? And no, it's not magic. He smirked. It's something called a whole tone, but forget it. If it makes you feel better, just pretend it's a spell. Sierra whipped around, eyes blazing. What did you just say? Her gaze locked onto the source of the voice. Below, Arun stood with a grin, waving at her. Sierra's eyes burned with fury. With a burst of speed, she descended like a comet. Boom! A shockwave exploded outward as she landed. Dust swirled violently, her silhouette emerging through the haze. Her voice was calm, too calm. I'm not just angry, you know. Her eyes glowed dangerously. I'm shaking with anger, from head to toe. Then, a slow, manic smile crept across her lips. But I have to admit, I'm intrigued. She studied him, curiosity flickering in her violet gaze. What exactly do you believe in to have gone this insane? Arun raised his hands in mock surrender. I have no idea. Then, his expression sharpened. Without warning, he drew his sword. Sierra's brows lifted slightly. Oh, Arun exhaled slowly, the sword humming with power in his grip. Maybe I'll figure it out. His eyes flashed. After a little testing, Sierra's smile widened. She raised both hands, mana crackling around her. How fun. Then, the battle began. A clash of power, the unstoppable force versus the unshaken will. Sierra's breath hitched. Her mana flow was unstable. She looked down in disbelief. The energy between her hands was chaotic, refusing to circulate properly. What the hell is happening? Across from her, Arun's gaze sharpened. Now's my chance. Heavenly Sword, initial stage, soul chain. A blinding arc of lightning surged from his blade, tearing through the air. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, shearing through the treetops behind Sierra in a clean, fiery line. The severed trees burst into flames. Smoke billowed into the sky. Sierra's violet eyes widened as she snapped her hands up, a purple barrier forming just in time. The force of the strike reverberated against the shield, cracks forming along its surface. Arun landed lightly, watching her reaction with a nervous smile. Not bad. Even with all my preparations, she still managed to complete a defensive spell at the last second. Sierra's hands trembled slightly as she lowered them. Her anger was palpable. Through clenched teeth, she seethed. You just did something even your father couldn't. Crack. Her barrier shattered. A thin wound appeared on her arm. Arun's smirk faltered. Oh, crap. Sierra bent forward slightly, her eyes glowing. Lightning crackled from her fingertips. Her lips curled into a snarl. I'll erase you. Whoosh. A storm of fireballs ignited the air, swirling in a vortex of searing destruction. More and more burning spheres materialized, forming a massive storm of flames. From above, Sierra loomed over the inferno, hands raised. Not only did you think you could play with me, but you actually dared to injure me." Her voice thundered over the roaring flames. Unforgivable. With a sweeping motion, she carved a glowing magic circle into the air. A firestorm erupted. In the blink of an eye, the entire landscape was engulfed in crimson flames. A burning wasteland. Arun moved swiftly, weaving through the raging inferno, his mind racing. "This is insane." Glancing at the scroll in his hand, he exhaled in relief. "Good thing I have this. Otherwise, I'd be—" A flaming column crashed down beside him. The heat was unbearable. He vaulted behind the treetops, pressing himself against the blackened bark, eyes narrowing as he glanced up. Sierra hovered high above, her presence absolute. "She's got the aerial advantage. I need to do something about that first." Looking up, he muttered to himself, "Looks like this fight is heading skyward." The sky's battlefield, a game of strategy. A familiar system window flickered before him. His inventory, capacity 2, 763/8000. The room was stocked with steel gates, specialized storage compartments, and precise climate control systems. Arun extended his hand, scanning his arsenal. Above, Sierra hovered, her sharp eyes scanning the burning forest. "Come out, you little rat." Her voice rang through the sky. Then, she froze. Something was moving toward her. Fast. Her pupils shrank. 2 system warnings blinked in front of her. Warning: unknown flying object approaching at high speed. Supermassive energy detected. Sierra's breath caught. If it were just a simple flight spell, she wouldn't have reacted. But this was different. Clang. She turned, just in time to see him. Floating midair, clad in metallic armor, his entire body encased in a high-tech, battle-grade suit. Her brows furrowed. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked, voice laced with suspicion. "And what is that armor?" Arun stopped just short of her, arms crossed, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "Oh," he tilted his head. Even the archmage is surprised. Then, he lifted his hand, and flip her off. Sierra's eye twitched. A slow, eerie giggle escaped her lips. Then, her manic grin returned. "So that's your answer?" She raised her hands, magic crackling between her fingers. "In that case," her voice dropped to a murmur barely above a whisper, "I'll just have to extract the answers myself." Whoosh! A network of lightning expanded from her fingertips. Sierra floated opposite Arun, holding the glowing web of destruction, ready to lash out. But then, the magic fizzled out. The attack never even reached half the distance. Sierra's eyes widened. The magic circle flickered. The lightning disappeared. She furrowed her brows, pouring more mana into the spell. For a brief second, the attack reformed, almost hitting him. Then, gone again. Sierra stared, mouth slightly open. "What the hell?" She looked down at her hands, her body trembling in shock. Her spells were failing. Arun simply watched, his arms folded. Sierra gritted her teeth, swinging her arms wildly, attempting to summon another spell. Nothing. Arun sighed, shaking his head. "Lightning's a no-go, huh?" He glanced at his armor, turning his hand over as energy flickered beneath the plating. "Looks like the performance checks out." A glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. This armor, obtained from the second system, is no ordinary gear. He pictured 3 warriors standing in formation, battle-ready. Even the weakest wizard in this armor would have physical abilities on par with top-tier warriors from the first system. The image in his head shifted, a glowing sphere, and with built-in magic amplification, multicasting, and anti-spell disruption. This is the strongest combat weapon in existence. A smirk tugged at his lips. "I never bought this armor to fight with. But hey, why not?" He lifted his arm slightly. A sword materialized in his grasp. "Well, things have escalated this far." His grip tightened. "Then let's finish this properly." With a mighty swing, Arun sent a shockwave blasting toward Sierra. A second later, he vanished. Sierra's eyes darted around, searching for his next move. Slash! A gleam of silly streaked through the sky. She gritted her teeth, barrier up, mind racing. This isn't magic. This is something else entirely. But then, cracks formed her shield. Sierra bit her lip, forcing more mana into it. Her violet eyes narrowed in deadly focus. "This," she muttered, "is a curse. A mage's conviction, and a warrior's defiance." Sierra couldn't understand how things had come to this. She remembered Kendall, seated across from her, smiling knowingly as he raised a hand. "I found him," he had said, "the owner of the gift of the beautiful eye." At the time, her heart had pounded with excitement. She had imagined the young man, standing behind sheets of magical formulas, his silhouette cast against the backdrop of a coat of arms. Yes, he was from the Steel Guard family, but his rare ability, his potential, was undeniable. And more than anything, she had thought, "Finally, someone who can help me complete what I alone cannot." Sierra crossed her arms tightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. What? Then, her gaze snapped to him, her voice rising with fury. Why are you doing this to me? The image of the magic tower, encircled by a glowing blue magic circle, burned in her mind. I only wanted to complete the spell, she shouted. Is that so wrong? Arun remained silent, gripping his blade as air currents spiraled around it. Sierra's breath hitched. Do we really have to fight to the death? For the first time, she sounded uncertain. Arun finally spoke, his voice low and unwavering. You still don't understand what you did wrong, do you? Sierra blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? He lifted his hand, pointing at himself. This, he said, my gift of the beautiful eye. His eyes burned into hers, a mix of anger and defiance. Why? He asked coldly. Should I complete your magic spells? Your desire isn't my concern. Sierra stiffened. She lowered her hands slightly, voice almost hesitant. You're fighting me over something so trivial? Then, her expression darkened. If you had any objections, you could have just said so in the carriage. Arun let out a short, sharp laugh, throwing up his hands. Oh, really? His voice dripped with sarcasm. And if I had said something, would you have listened? His smile vanished, replaced by cold fury. If I had refused, would you have just let me walk away? Sierra's throat tightened. Before she could reply, boom! A jet exploded from Arun's boots, sending him rocketing toward her at blinding speed. His sword flashed in a deadly arc. Sierra's barrier snapped up instinctively, her hands trembling. No, this isn't. She clenched her teeth, denying the reality before her. I'm Sierra Felgas, the seventh archmage of this great continent, an invincible legend. And yet, I was losing. A golden aura surged around her, her mind racing. No, this situation was unacceptable. If I have to go this far, then I will. High above, Arun halted midair, staring at her with growing unease. The light around her. Something's off. Sierra lowered her head, her body trembling as she whispered, Maybe I'm allowed to do this. Arun's brows furrowed. What? Before he could finish, his armor malfunctioned. His hand twitched. The energy readings flickered erratically. What? What's happening? Then, a massive energy sphere shot toward him. Arun's stomach dropped. His dispel wasn't working. A free fall into the inferno. The streets of Terraros were bathed in golden light, the sun setting over the rooftops. A young woman sat at a wooden table, scribbling figures onto parchment. All sold out last week, she muttered, tapping the pen against her chin. Only 20 left in stock. She flipped through her records. Her mind drifted to Marcus. He had given her sorry before leaving. Her expression tightened with worry. Is everything okay? She whispered. She glanced over her shoulder, calling softly. Sorry. Silence. Her heart pounded. She turned fully. The pillow on the floor was empty. Sorry. The forest beyond the capital was a sea of flames. Above it, a lone figure plummeted from the sky. The fall of a warrior. Arun screamed, his eyes wide in terror. His systems were dead. His display had stopped functioning. A wave of heat slammed into him from below as he fell toward the blazing forest. The magic of the 7 rings. She used it. This wasn't supposed to happen. The dream machine had confirmed that she had been defeated before. Then why? Why didn't she use it when she fought the head of the 5th magic tower? Sweat dripped down his face, mixing with the blood on his cheek. No, this isn't right. The 14th archmage had no restrictions. Then why? Why hadn't she gone beyond the magic of the 6 rings until now? Below, the forest raged in a massive inferno. Arun's stomach twisted. If I hit the ground, I'm dead. A shadow moved in the distance. Then, a pair of glowing red eyes locked onto him. Something was coming, and fast. The guy hesitated, squeezing his eyes shut, unsure of what was about to happen. Instead of the long fall he expected, he suddenly landed on something red. A strong grip caught the back of his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. He should have been in free fall for a while longer. So what just happened? His eyes snapped open in shock. Before him stood a massive creature, its presence exuding raw power. The beast looked pleased with itself, as if relieved it had arrived in time. Confused, the blonde turned his head, searching for the source of the voice addressing him. A familiar greeting made him freeze. Bowing his head, he finally realized the one who had saved him was a snake. But not just any snake. This red-scaled creature, spitting fire, was enormous. Its body was covered in blood-colored scales, flickering with flames. The sight alone was enough to leave him speechless. Then it clicked. This wasn't just any creature. He knew this beast. Sitting atop the fiery serpent's head, the blonde stared at it in disbelief. Wait, is that... he muttered, still processing what he was seeing. The flames around the creature died down, and as it smiled, recognition struck him like lightning. His eyes widened. You're that cat. Arun waved his hand in bewilderment. How could things have turned out like this? You've transformed into a gigantic, fire-breathing monster, and you can talk now? The creature studied him for a moment before shrugging. I don't get it either, it admitted. I just want to sleep, and when I woke up, this happened. Images flashed in Arun's mind. His pet cat, curled up comfortably on a blue pillow, napping without a care. Who would have thought that laziness would lead to this kind of awakening? He reached out, running a hand over the massive serpent scales. Well, you sure got big, he teased. But before he could say anything else, the beast suddenly surged forward, making Arun lose his balance and fall backward. Hey, at least warn me first. Sitting firmly atop the creature's head, he focused on the situation at hand. There was no time to waste. All right, let's move. We can't just sit here talking. Commanding the serpent, Arun maneuvered skillfully, dodging an incoming strike. His sharp instincts kicked in as he realized they would have been in serious trouble if not for the protective barrier. He shot a glance at the flames surrounding his hands. Weird. Why don't I feel any heat? His companion chuckled. Because you're my master. The flames won't burn you. Arun exhaled, watching as the creature stretched, its massive form filling the entire forest. He thought back to what he knew. This wasn't just an ordinary beast. It was a creature from the trade between dimensions. That alone meant normal logic didn't apply here. Then something caught his eye, making him freeze. Standing tall before him was a woman, her clothes tattered, her presence commanding. His breath hitched. He wasn't prepared for this. And then, shock turned into disbelief. The head of the 14th tower had transformed into an elderly woman. Arun's lips curled into a grin. So that's why you're using the magic of the 7 rings. He couldn't hold back his laughter, his shoulders shaking. You just wanted to look younger, didn't you? The woman's face darkened as she snapped. Stop laughing. But Arun was already doubled over, tears streaming down his face. This is priceless, he gasped between chuckles. She huffed, clearly irritated. I had no choice. I've been under a lot of stress lately, and I couldn't maintain the restrictions on my magic. Wiping his eyes, Arun finally composed himself. All right, I get it. Anti-aging magic is serious business. But his expression turned serious as he gestured behind them. Let's continue this discussion downstairs. There's something I need to talk to you about. A flicker of flame surrounded the woman as she narrowed her eyes. If you think I'll let you walk away after seeing me like this, you're mistaken. Arun straightened, fully aware of the challenge being issued. She was prepared to fight him to the death. He called out to his beast. The fire serpent coiled around the startled Sierra, flames licking at the air as Arun clenched his fist. The Archmage's mana isn't limitless, he reminded her with a smirk. Are you sure you want to do this? A single bead of sweat rolled down the woman's face. The sky burned with the hues of sunset, and the trees around them cracked and splintered under the sheer force of the flames. Then, Arun tossed her something, a black cloak. Sierra blinked, caught off guard. What's this for? He tilted his head. Your clothes are ruined. She hesitated before wrapping the cloak around herself. Why are you suddenly being considerate? Arun smirked. Because the fight's over. Sierra studied him closely. He had almost attacked her just moments ago, yet now he seemed so relaxed. His words confirmed what she already suspected. He had no intention of exposing her secret, just as he didn't want his own abilities revealed. She exhaled, still processing everything. This was the same young man who had reached the awakened rank at an unbelievably young age. Her eyes lingered on him, realization dawning. He had awakened even earlier than the founding emperor. Did you get your abilities from Rahan? She finally asked. Arun didn't answer right away. Instead, his gaze drifted to the sleeping creature on his shoulder. His once small, lazy cat, now an enormous, fire-wielding serpent, was curled up fast asleep. With a quiet chuckle, he turned back to Sierra. Let's just say, things don't always go as expected. Realizing there were still too many unanswered questions between them, the main character suggested they lay everything out on the table. The woman frowned. What table? She asked, confused. The blonde smirked. I meant that we should talk. There's no reason to keep fighting when we're on equal footing now. He extended a hand toward her, watching her reaction closely. Al-Sari, observing the exchange, was just as surprised. Without hesitation, the blonde proposed they start negotiations. Meanwhile, inside the 14th magic tower, scattered papers covered a wooden table, their symbols glowing vently. A bearded instructor leaned against a bookshelf, eyes flickering with concern. Too much time had passed. He feared something had gone wrong. Then a voice broke his thoughts. The head has returned. His eyes widened in shock. As soon as the doors swung open, he saw Arun walking into the office with the tower's leader beside him. Relief washed over him, and he hurried forward. Master, you're finally back. The woman met his gaze with a serious expression. Has anything happened in my absence? The instructor studied her calm demeanor. Whatever had gone on, It seemed they had resolved it without issue. No, everything is fine, he assured her. But then his eyes landed on the young man standing behind her, a blonde with an unreadable expression. The teacher furrowed his brows. And who is this? The head didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned the doorknob, motioning for the blonde to enter. He'll be staying here, she stated simply. The guy stepped into the room, his back pressed lightly against the doorframe. You can use this space. It has everything you need, the woman continued. Lowering her head slightly, she added, no one can reach the top floor of the tower without my permission, so you have nothing to worry about. As soon as she left, Arun reached up, peeling away the mask from his face. His features shifted effortlessly, returning to his original appearance. From beneath his cloak, Sari peeked out, staring in astonishment. You always surprise me when you do that, the girl admitted. A transformation spell, and you don't even need magic rings? Arun chuckled. The head is capable of similar tricks, he pointed out. Raising a finger with a playful smirk, he added, but to master it completely, you need at least 10 years of training, and more than just mana. The girl huffed. Forget it. The room was dimly lit, torches flickering with a bright flame. The woman turned toward the door. You can train here as much as you like, she said before leaving him alone. Arun watched her go, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Next to his bed, a large window revealed a breathtaking view of the starry sky. He took in his surroundings, nodding in approval. Not a bad place to spend the night, he murmured. Meanwhile, Sari had already climbed onto the bed, curling up comfortably. Then, something new appeared, a glowing pink contract on the wall. Arun glanced at it, recalling their earlier negotiations. In exchange for helping Sierra with her research on reverse-aging magic, she had signed a deal with him. The agreement ensured a steady supply of magical items between the Magic Tower and his trading company. Looking at the towering structure of the 14th Magic Tower, Arun reflected on the challenges he had faced in other places, the Steel Guard Castle, the Academy. There, he had to constantly hide. But now, he finally had a place where he could focus entirely on interdimensional trade. His eyes glowed with a deep blue flame. A system prompt appeared before him. Access granted, second system unlocked. Wasting no time, Arun delved into his work, navigating the system diligently. He remembered why he had chosen closed training, to prepare for the final revenge tied to his past life. A name surfaced in his mind, a man in a green cloak. As Sari drifted into sleep, Arun's thoughts shifted. He had grown close to someone with access to rare magic armor. Now that their business relationship was stable, Arun had one goal in mind. His inventory had already reached level 6, expanding to a capacity of 8,000 units. He scrolled through the profile data, his mind calculating his next moves. I have to reach the bottom, no matter what it takes. Days later, a system message appeared. Transaction complete. Arun checked his balance. Another 10,000 gold earned from daily sales. The sheer amount of wealth at his disposal made him pause for a moment. In both the Zero and Fur systems, he had already built a solid reputation, ensuring a stable flow of transactions. But here, in the second system, he was still new, and he had only just begun. Starting from scratch wasn't easy, but one of his newly acquired statuses was proving to be incredibly useful. Holding his chin in thought, the main character assessed his progress. He was still far from reaching Shylock's level of financial mastery. A quick glance at his account balance showed 330,000 coins, the same as the last time he checked. Clicking on the trade icon, he decided to put a magic scroll up for sale. There had to be some valuable listings on the stock exchange. Just as he was scanning the offers, a notification popped up. New message received. Arun's eyes widened. Someone was requesting a direct deal. A drop of sweat ran down his face as another system window appeared before him. The channel master of the second system wants to speak with you. His brows furrowed. The channel master? Inspecting the sender's profile, he wondered if this person was truly in charge of the channel. Why contact me? I haven't caused any trouble here. Just then, Sari crept closer, calling for his master. Give me a second, Arun muttered, still fixated on the system message. He needed to figure this out. So, why reach out to me so suddenly? Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, SAM scowled at the scattered documents around him, irritation flickering in his eyes. This brat has no manners, he grumbled. Arun had ignored countless messages, yet he immediately responded to the channel master. Unbelievable. His annoyance peaked as a response finally appeared on his screen. Without wasting a second, he sent back a Kaplan reply. Arun's face darkened. Why is this guy shouting at me? What are you even talking about? He typed back, confused. This is the first time I've received a message from you. SAEAM scoffed, sticking a finger in his ear. Yeah? What about the time you saw a message from the channel master and completely ignored mine? Arun blinked. Oh, Grabbing his chin, he suddenly realized SAEAM had to introduce himself as the channel master just to get a response from him. Flashes of memory resurfaced. He had received messages warning him to keep a low profile before the battle with Sierra. At the time, he'd been too busy to pay much attention. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck, Arun sighed. So those messages were from the channel master? He quickly apologized. I didn't realize. I'm still adjusting to the second system. Then, another notification caught his eye. User Mio M has been removed from their position. Arun froze. Wait, what? A flood of thoughts rushed through his mind. He knew Mio Am, the former channel master of the first system. Outwardly, the guy acted like a fair and upright figure, someone who ran the channel by the book. But in reality, Arun had seen through him long ago. Mio M was a greedy businessman. The guy had built his fortune by taking bribes from merchants in exchange for special privileges. Arun himself had once benefited from that corrupt system, back when Mio M mistakenly thought he was an auditor. Now, though, the consequences had finally caught up. If you leave too many loose ends behind, someone is bound to pull on one. That's exactly what happened. Mio Am's downfall had been inevitable. Still, why was this suddenly his problem? Arun couldn't understand why SAEAM was making such a fuss over it. Meanwhile, SAEAM slammed his fists on the table. His frustration was boiling over. The channel master of the first system told me everything. Arun exhaled sharply. Great, here we go. SAEAM's tone was sharp as he accused Arun of being just another self-serving auditor. He had used Mio Am for his own benefit and then discarded him. Now, pressing his finger on the system interface, SAEAM decided he would do the same to Arun. You should do your job properly, he sneered. A true monitoring agent works with integrity. Arun's eyes flickered with understanding. So that was the angle SAEAM was taking. His mind pictured a frustrated man, Shirlene, struggling to make sense of the situation. A devilish smirk curled at SAEAM's lips as he reminded Arun of his supposed crime, using a shady company to employ part-time workers, a move that disrupted the market. Meanwhile, Arun sat quietly in his room, absorbing the accusations. So I'm finished too, huh? He recalled the exhausted, blue-haired figure of Shirlene. Did public opinion really turn against me over part-time hires? He wasn't sure if Shirlene had ever contacted him after that deal, considering it happened during his transition to the second system. Without wasting time, Arun shot him a message. What do you have to say about that company hiring part-timers? A response came swiftly. I was told things would improve. Arun's eyes darkened as he stared at the screen. I don't care what they do with their lives, but why do they have to drag me into this mess? Shirlene, clearly flustered, spread his fingers in frustration. I never tried to involve you in any of my affairs. Arun studied the system display carefully. Something's off. He could sense there was more to this than Shirlene was admitting. Fine. If he wouldn't talk, Arun would find out the truth himself. Activating one of his privileges, a system window flickered to life, displaying his opponent's psychological state in real time. Arun leaned back, arms crossed. Let's see what you're really thinking. SAEAM, stroking his chin, declared that Shirlene's connection to Arun was undeniable. After all, Arun had been the one funding most of his ventures. A nearby man with a beard scoffed. Did you work part-time in the Mana Stone and magic items trade too? Shirlene hesitated, a drop of sweat trickling down his face. Yes, I helped him, he admitted. But why does SAEAM keep dragging me into this? The bearded man suddenly slammed his fists on the table, making Arun's screen flicker. So, you admit it. You use part-time workers to crush the competition. SAEAM barked. A smirk tugged at Shirlene's lips. And what if I did? Arun's eyes widened. Thanks to his ability, he could now see SAEAM's true emotions. He exhaled and activated the second effect of his privilege. Heart tone, a skill that revealed everything his target was trying to hide. The system responded immediately. All hidden motives will now be displayed. Sitting on his bed, Arun's gaze sharpened. Now, let's see what you're really up to. SAEAM was fuming. Why can't Shirlene just admit he's a fraud? He had spent years training him, molding him into something useful. And now, he was just another liability. Arun's smirk widened. So that's it. You're trying to push me into the same trap you set from Yoam. Meanwhile, SAEAM was turning blue with frustration. This brat knows. Arun's fingers danced over his system interface. Tell me, I said, how many accusations have you lined up against me? A tense silence filled the chat. SAEAM frowned at the screen. Arun chuckled. Got him. He decided to sit back and watch. There was no need to rush. Let the man stew in his own fear. Then, he turned to Shirlene. Step out of the chat for a moment. Shirlene hesitated. There was something unnerving about how calmly Arun said it. But after a few seconds, he obeyed. The moment he left, a system notification appeared. User magic was my everything has left the chat. Arun exhaled. Now let's talk for real. SAEAM's shoulders slumped. He could feel the weight of Aruin's presence pressing down on him. You wouldn't be able to explain yourself even if you had 10 mouths, Aruin taunted. Saem, sweating, raised his hands in a pleading gesture. Let's be serious here. I just want to talk. Through the open window, the bright moon cast a soft glow over the room. Aruin's mind raced. The gift I received when entering the second system. That had come from Saem. He folded his arms, narrowing his eyes. Was that a warning? A way to get me to back off? Saem awkwardly raised a finger. I only gave you that gift to win you over, he admitted, his voice filled with hesitation. Aruin raised a brow. That's what this is about. Saem let out a nervous chuckle, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Do you know how long it took me to find a lightning-fast massager you'd actually like? Aruin blinked. What? Not that you'd ever appreciate the sarcasm, Saem muttered. Aruin's expression shifted, his mind piecing together the real situation. So that's how it is. Unlike normal users, the channel master only made moves when he felt threatened. And right now, Saem was afraid. Their conversation continued, but Aruin had already figured it out. Saem wasn't looking for an ally. He was trying to cover his own tracks. Aruin leaned back, his gaze sharp. You try to take revenge from Yo and by bribing me as I enter the second system. Saem flinched. You care more about protecting yourself than any sense of loyalty, Aruin continued. His mind raced through the system records. There was a discrepancy in the reports, one that senior management had noticed. Saem frowned. Wait, are you saying the mid-level agent in the second system is already investigating? Aruin smirked. Oh, are you talking about the administrator? His fingers flew over the search bar. Let's see who this person really is. A few moments later, his expression darkened. He's not in the database. And yet, he was active in the second system. Aruin's eyes narrowed. Saem, can channel masters track users? The man hesitated. That's not his nickname anymore, he finally admitted. And it's not his real name either. Saem rubbed his temples, feeling a headache forming. A codename? A hidden identity? His mind raced. If that agent doesn't officially exist, then I have to eliminate him before he eliminates me. Meanwhile, Aruin chuckled. He could see the gears turning in Saem's head. So, Aruin said, resting his chin on his hand. Curious why I'm even having this conversation with you. Saem crossed his arms. I don't get it. Why are you helping me? Aruin got comfortable on his bed, his smirk widening. Because you're of no use to me. Aruin leaned forward, his fingers tapping lightly against his chin. Tell me, Saem, where exactly can you use an auditor whose identity is hidden? Saem's anger had been boiling over, but at that question, he paused. Aruin smirked. Relax. I need to find a way to survive too. A system notification popped up. Conversation completed. Leaning back on his bed, Aruin stretched his arms, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. That went better than expected. A slow grin spread across his face. He had redirected Saem's fury perfectly. The man's focus was now elsewhere, leaving Aruin free to move as he pleased. Not bad. Even though the attack had come out of nowhere, he had handled it well. From under the blanket, a soft, rhythmic purring could be heard. Aruin blinked. Wait. His expression stiffened. I completely forgot about sorry. Tugging the blanket open, he braced himself for what he might find. Aruin spotted a distressed cat and quickly began to explain himself, apologizing and saying he had urgent matters to handle. But the man looked frozen in place, completely stunned, when Sari suddenly blurted out how much he despised his master for not resolving things sooner. The cat stared blankly as the blonde knelt beside him. A single tear slid down the man's cheek. He hadn't expected to hear that from Sari. Alarmed, the cat leapt out of bed and began frantically apologizing to its master. Sari paused, wondering if maybe he had taken things too far. Just then, the main character turned his head. The creature beside him warned that something massive and terrifying was inside the tower. The torch nearby flared with intensity. The cat clung to its master's leg as they stood before a door pulsing with mana. Aruin folded his arms, glanced up, and remembered. This room was strictly off-limits. The Archmage himself had forbidden anyone from entering. Sari asked, Is that thing behind that door? The door, slightly ajar, hummed with energy. Aruin noted that Sierra would never have left it open on purpose. The cat gripped Aruin's leg, eyes begging. Aruin admitted his mistake, and it dawned on him. This all happened because of Sari. He imagined a furious Sierra strangling him on the spot. Turning to the cat, he warned, I already got a warning once. If this gets out, I'm toast. Cautiously approaching the door, he stretched out his hand. As he got closer, waves of raw mana wrapped around him. Smiling faintly, he peered through the gap, thinking, one quick look won't hurt, right? His pupils widened. Inside, a grand feast was laid out. Sierra sat eating, her expression clearly irritated. Arun shifted awkwardly, the room thick with tension. Clutching a kitchen knife, Sierra told him flatly, "Spit it out. Don't wait for the right moment." Sweat beaded on his forehead. She'd already figured everything out. Sierra was colder than usual, withdrawn. Arun suddenly leaned forward, planting his hands on the table. He held up Sari and said, "Look at this little guy. Isn't he cute? Come on, calm down." But Sierra wasn't having it. "When are you going to stop avoiding the question?" she said, bowing her head. "Just tell me, what did you see?" Still holding the cat, Arun knew there was no more dodging. "Inside that room," he began, "I saw the majestic beholder, the being behind the mana that powers the entire magic tower." She froze. "So, you saw everything. What did it say to you?" Sari clutched a glowing cube as Arun continued. "The mages have used it for centuries, and it said if I help it escape, it'll give up its forbidden power." Sierra, chewing on a piece of steak, replied calmly, "That thing is just a vessel, an artificial body that regulates mana flow." Arun pictured mana rising from the earth. Sierra went on, "Did you know all magic towers are built in dragon craters? Across the continent." He nodded. "I've heard the Emperor once said that the energy in dragon blood was nature's greatest weapon. The mana orb lit up, shining white. But dragon blood's still too powerful for humans," Sierra added. "That's why the beholder exists, to remind us of our limits." Arun rested his chin in his hand, thinking. He was starting to get curious about this forbidden power. So it really is just a device that controls mana? Sierra dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Arun cautiously asked, "So you're not mad anymore?" She smirked. "I was planning to punch you." She grew serious again. Beholder's voice has magical influence. Anyone who hears it without mental protection ends up controlled. That's why every encounter ends in chaos. "But you're fine," she said, puzzled. "Why?" Sitting across from her, Arun asked softly, "Can I meet Beholder again?" Sierra narrowed her eyes. "Why? What do you plan to do?" As she waited for his answer, Sari had already dozed off, curled up in his master's arm. Arun chuckled, admitting he found it amusing watching the creature pretend to be something it wasn't. Placing the cat on his shoulder, he turned and said, "Actually, I've got another fun idea." Suddenly, a tile appeared beneath his feet. He raised his hand in greeting. Hovering over a vast abyss was the Beholder, a floating, one-eyed creature, glowing in shades of pink and blue. Hands casually tucked in his pockets, Arun looked up with a grin. The Beholder stared back, frustrated. Once again, it had failed to take control of him. It couldn't understand why, especially since the blonde wasn't using any kind of mental protection spell. Sari looked on wide-eyed. With a smirk, Arun reminded the Beholder that it had failed just yesterday too. "Still can't take me, huh?" he said. All along, Arun had been using the Northern Lights technique, a pinnacle of spiritual martial arts. The Beholder lowered its eye when Arun calmly revealed the truth. It was nothing more than a control system. "I'm just repeating Sierra's words," he added, spreading his arms. "I am a majestic beholder," the creature boomed. "Yeah," Arun nodded. "Let's cut the act." He started navigating through the system, scanning for something. Then he added, "You know the mana from the dragon's blood? It's bleeding out, losing control." As the mana began spiraling, the beholder started absorbing it in panic. That's when Arun stepped forward, holding a specialized device designed to absorb mana. He held it up to the beholder's eye. "Look," he said, "I wouldn't have spent a fortune on a mana stone maker if I didn't plan to use it." The device kicked into action, draining the mana directly from the beholder. "Might as well consume it all," Arun added casually. The creature screamed, thrashing in place as the last of the mana was pulled away. All across the room, multicolored mana stones sparkled on the table. Surveying the treasure trove, Arun figured the beholder's reserves would be drained in no time. Sari picked up a red crystal, inspecting it with curiosity. Arun's thoughts turned to his plan. He needed three things: a hefty amount of starting capital, users to do the labor, and a channel master to oversee the entire operation. Looking around the room full of valuable mana stones, he realized something. He'd struck gold. He already had Shirlene managing a team of part-timers. And somehow, he'd even gotten Ness to help. Jackpot! A grin crept across his face. The shelves were packed with top-tier ingredients. All that remained was tying up one last loose end. He thought of the man in the green cloak. "I will get my revenge on Miriam," he muttered. Meanwhile, over in the magical empire of Lanesia, a bright sign lit up on one of the towers. Nearby, knights rushed to assist a fallen comrade, but an unknown figure in a green cloak stopped them. "Don't touch him," he commanded, clutching a book that emitted a glowing panel. "This adds up to 3 million gold a month, with interest on the unpaid balance," he said coolly. 10 years should cover it, assuming labor costs are deducted. The knights held the beaten man by his arms as he kept shouting. He couldn't believe that someone from the Empire's most powerful guild could just act however they pleased. Closing his pink book with a snap, the man declared loudly, "They're con artists. trying to swindle me. A nearby mage offered a quick apology. Miriam, one hand still in his pocket, admitted things weren't going as smoothly as he'd hoped. As the executive director of the Rochester Mages Guild, he oversaw interdimensional trade, but today, he wasn't feeling on top of things. Leaving the cursing man behind with the knights, Miriam calmly said he had work to attend to. Just then, a glowing screen materialized from his magic book. Leaning on the table, he blinked in surprise. It was a message from Ruin with some good news. The Rochester Mages Guild had invited him to join a conversation. A system notification popped up right after you received 5,000 gold coins from Ruin. Resting his chin on his hand, Miriam was genuinely caught off guard. He hadn't expected such a payout. A few days ago, Arun had bought magic armor from him, and it turned out to be extremely useful. What threw him off even more was Arun's next question: have you thought about investing? Miriam stared at the screen. Why is he bringing this up now? He muttered, pressing his fist gently on the table. Arun quickly added that he wasn't pressuring him, just floating an idea. Miriam pictured a poor man sitting with an empty box. In his mind, investing felt like throwing money into a black hole, no matter how trustworthy the person seemed. But then he glanced at Arun's profile photo and remembered something the blonde had bought 3rd-gen magic armor and hadn't haggled once. That meant something. On a whim, Miriam tapped the screen and decided to invest 1,000 gold. Looking back, he realized he hadn't taken Arun seriously at all that day. Now, as he saw the results, a smile slowly formed on his face. Meanwhile, Arun, thinking Miriam had gone quiet because the returns were underwhelming, messaged again. But Miriam was stunned. His investment had grown 5 times over. Even Arun admitted he hadn't expected that outcome. Miriam was speechless. He imagined gold coins flying in circles around the tower. Then came another message. The Rochester Guild is pulling in tens of thousands of coins a day, Arun wrote. That truly shocked him. Furrowing his brow, Miriam realized even a small amount of money becomes precious when it's your personal savings. Sure, the investment wasn't massive, but the profit was over 500%. He stared seriously at the screen. If I had known, he thought, I would have put in everything. Then he asked Arun a simple question. How much did you make? Arun replied humbly, not that much. A single drop of sweat slid down Miriam's face when the answer came, around 100,000 gold coins. Miriam, draped in his green cloak, practically deflated. But then Arun added, I barely kept any of it. I made sure to take care of my people. That last part hit Miriam differently. He frowned, thinking it through. Without the right connections, hitting a jackpot like that was impossible. Just then, Arun revealed a glowing blue mana crystal. Miriam remembered how nervous he'd been the first time he listened to Arun's explanation. Back then, Arun had told him to buy up mana stones while prices were low, then sell them off once the market bounced back. Now, holding his shin, Miriam couldn't help but admit everything had unfolded exactly as Arun predicted. The mana stones that once sold for 30 coins were now back up to 200 gold each. Staring at the wall, Miriam tried to make sense of it all. How had Arun pulled this off? He suspected there was someone powerful backing him. Maybe the channel master himself. Tilting his head, he wondered if the mysterious figure from before had played a role. Clutching his face, he thought even harder. What if Arun is actually above the channel master? Breaking the silence, Miriam asked bluntly, why did you suggest investing to me? Arun replied without hesitation, I was just trying to raise the funds I needed. Miriam flailed his arms, visibly frustrated. You're talking like 1,000 coins is pocket change. Arun shrugged with a hint of regret. I just needed a small amount to start with. A drop of sweat slid down Miriam's face as he realized he might have overreacted. Then, a new message popped up on the screen. Arun was still speaking to him. Sitting in his office, Miriam read the message carefully. Arun wrote that he had a knack for spotting profitable investments, but he always played it safe. He added that he'd honestly be disappointed if Miriam chose not to partner with him. Clenching his fist, Miriam felt a jolt of motivation. When Arun called the first investment a test, a smile tugged at the mage's lips. Then Arun sent one more message, with a devilish grin in his profile picture. So, ready to play big? Seeing that, Miriam felt a spark ignite. He was in. Meanwhile, Arun calmly stroked Sari in his arms, pleased with how easily he'd tricked the magician. Suddenly, his screen flooded with messages, users offering mana stones. He had tanked the market price of high-grade stones by simply changing his username and using the information distortion function. Equals as Miriam stared at the screen, deep in thought, Arun recalled how he'd faked his identity as the channel master by mimicking his voice. That move alone had sealed the deal. Miriam now fully trusted him. A message from A came through. How'd it go? Arun smirked. As soon as he smelled money, Miriam agreed, without a second thought. Watching the system screen, Charlene looked uneasy. He suspected the magician was tracking them. From his point of view, Arun, as a middle manager, should have used force to crack down on shady practices. But Arun just smiled. Even watchdogs can be tempted, he said. Charlene, the blue-haired agent, turned pale when Arun casually asked, "Are you really in a position to talk about corruption when you're running an illegal part-time agency?" Charlene burst out laughing, realizing too late that maybe he should have used a silencing spell on himself back when he was selling illegal magic. Rubbing his beard, Same chimed in. "So, are we moving to phase 2? They had lured Miriam in by driving the price down. Now, pointing at the screen with 2 fingers, Arun said, "Next, we reverse it. We hike the price." He turned to Charlene. "Any ideas on how to make that happen?" A mischievous grin appeared on Charlene's face. "Watching from the sidelines is getting boring. It's our time to shine." Their plan was to spread rumors about the price spike using their network of part-time workers. Just as the strategy went into motion, a flag bearing an eagle flapped in the wind. Miriam walked confidently into the building, hands in his pockets. He was greeted by a man with a wave and a grin. "Someone's in a good mood today." The magician raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that really how I look from the outside?" Arun nodded without hesitation. "Exactly like that." Grabbing his chin in thought, the man figured it must be related to interdimensional trade, because he was sure Miriam couldn't have risen that far based on magical talent alone. A bead of sweat ran down his tense face. Still, he was confident. The guildmaster was going to love everything he'd done. Lai crossed his arms and gave him a menacing glare. But the green-haired man already knew he was falling behind. After all, Miriam was a 7th-level magician. As the man walked past, Miriam decided to ignore him for now. His focus was on Arun. With Arun's help, he'd become rich, filthy rich. He pictured himself on a golden throne, dreaming of becoming a multimillionaire. Just then, a new message popped up from Arun. "Everything's going according to plan." Miriam waved his hand with a satisfied smirk. "I've been looking into Laftel too," he said, flipping through articles. An item description window popped open in front of him. A yellow stone appeared. Laftel 100 G80 coins. "The price is 8 times higher than it was at launch," someone noted. Miriam glanced at the chat window, smiling as someone blamed him for the surge. "Me? I didn't do anything," he replied, feigning innocence. In truth, he still wasn't sure what exactly had caused the original price drop of the premium goods, but driving up the value? That had always come naturally. He imagined a gleaming white castle with brown rooftops. Nearby, a slab of stone, Laftel, stood tall. This material was key to crafting magical armor, produced only in Launesia. Highly restricted and top secret, Laftel was what had allowed the Empire to amass its staggering wealth. His thoughts shifted to cracked armor, surrounded by countless reaching hands. Demand was rising fast, because the production methods of high-tier weapons, especially the core components, were never made public. Players were dying to get their hands on Laftel. Eventually, it became the most expensive resource in the entire second system, even when salvaged from discarded armor. Miriam's sly smile returned as he scanned through new user messages. The Rochester Magic Guild was already weighing its options. Movers called the conditions promising, while another simply asked, "Is this really worth chasing?" But Miriam had already seen the path forward. If rumors start flying that there's been a halt in Laftel production within the Empire, he thought, and then I step into the spotlight as a guild representative with direct links to a supplier and a partner shop. He pictured it clearly investors dazzled by gold, practically forced to trust him. Elsewhere, a hooded figure sat at a table, a chat window glowing before him. Arun had messaged, "How much did you put in this time?" The man replied, "If I deduct the debt from the 5,000 I earned earlier, it comes out to 30,000 coins. Miriam furrowed his brow as the next message arrived. Arun wrote, "After subtracting what you owe me from your profit, 240,000 coins. Your take is 170,000. Miriam's eyes widened. 170,000, he echoed, stunned. Another message slid into view from Arun. "That's not all." Still reeling, Miriam typed back, "Wait, what?" His jaw dropped as he read the next line. Based on the current demand trend, the message said, "Profits could multiply by 50 times. That means you're looking at 1,100,000 coins." Miriam repeated it in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper. 1,100,000 coins. He instinctively covered his mouth in shock as he read the message in front of him. It said the final profit wouldn't actually hit a full million because the 45x gain belonged to Arun. The green-haired man quickly asked, "If I sell too much, am I going to hit a sales cap?" But the response surprised him even more. With his hands folded in front of him, he read the message. No need to worry. Soon, the supply will be practically unlimited. His eyes widened. Unlimited? What kind of setup ignores even the sales limit? He muttered aloud. "Can I at least find out what the total investment was?" Miriam stared, stunned, as another message appeared. I can't give details, Arun wrote, but let's just say it's an 8-digit figure. That image hit hard. Miriam pictured an enormous mountain of gold coins. Even 1 million was already life-changing. With that kind of wealth, you could live in pure luxury for 3 years or 30. Turning away, he gazed out the window and spotted Lou surrounded by a crowd of cheering people. I want to be like him, they shouted joyfully. But Miriam frowned. That wasn't enough. With a sly grin, he imagined building a high tower of his own. No, he thought, I need 5 million, no 6. That's what it would take to seize control of the guild. Just then, a message popped up from Arun. What are you thinking about so hard? Startled, Miriam smiled awkwardly. Oh, nothing. Just a passing thought. He opened the guild's internal dashboard. The Rochester Magic Guild's visible balance was 44,637 coins, but he knew their total assets were over 450,000. Tapping his chin, he ran the numbers in his head. If I take those funds, liquidate the inventory in the warehouse, I could hit between 1.2 and 1.4 million coins. Then the real scheme hit him. If I pull out 40x profits before everyone does, then repay just the initial investment, I'll walk away with around 6 million. He pictured himself dressed in a sharp suit, wine glass in hand. Sure, it would completely destroy Arun's plan. But if someone asked, wouldn't you be satisfied with 1 million and the title of rich man? He smirked, imagining himself stretching a hand over the magic tower like a conqueror. I'd say, no, I want more. He wanted to be the hand that ruled the world of magic, to leave a name written in history. Still grinning, he glanced at the open chat window and thought eventually one of us will stab the other in the back. That's what makes interdimensional stock trading so thrilling. A system message popped up. Rochester Magic Guild has deposited 180,000 coins into Sword 21's account. Arun stared at the message, stunned. His hand flew up to his mouth. This is insane, he thought. The notification added, current nickname, Sword 21. Misrepresentation privileges active. He pictured the mountain of gold again. The strategy was simple buy Laftel at the regular price. Sell it when the market skyrockets. And now, judging by how things were going, the estimated profit wasn't just decent, it was massive. Several 100,000 coins at minimum. Then another alert hit. Current balance, 1,323,438 coins. Arun's eyes went wide. This went way beyond what I expected. Sitting on his bed, he pointed at the menu. With a flick of his finger, he activated the distortion feature. His new nickname? Portia. With a faint smile, Arun muttered, people never change. He reflected on the sheer scale of it all, an 8-figure investment. Coins were pouring into the channel, the trend only climbing. He introduced Seokyun, and finally, Miriam. In his mind, the image of a blood-stained chair formed, red smears trailing across the floor. He couldn't stop questioning himself, was it really worth going this far? Just because of the resentment I carried from past life? Arun's eye gleamed as he stared forward. The doubt gnawed at him. If they'd been given a choice like I was, would everything have turned out differently? A new alert popped up. Rochester Magic Guild has deposited 300,000 into Portia's account. He thought to himself, the answer to that question is coming soon. Elsewhere, a young man dashed along a city sidewalk, yelling that they couldn't let him get far and to search everyone. Crouched in a tight alley between buildings, Miriam cursed under his breath. How did this even happen? He remembered how his jaw had dropped when he saw the numbers. Rochester Magic Guild. Laftel minus 1,518 kilograms. Current loss is 1,360,000 coins. Return rate minus 90.7%. The shock hit hard. No matter how you look at it, this drop is catastrophic. Sitting atop black trash bags, he buried his face in his hands. I should have never touched guild funds. Even if I had to invest, I never should have touched the warehouse inventory. Lowering his hands, he froze at the sound of someone shouting, "Over here!" I found him. He turned sharply and bolted. In a green raincoat, Miriam sprinted through the alleys, mind racing. They're not giving me a second to breathe. But then, thud, he crashed into someone and stumbled to the ground. Holding his aching head, he groaned. Seriously? I'm running like a lunatic and still crash into someone. He opened his eyes and froze. 3 men stood before him, clubs in hand. The one in the center grinned and said, "Long time no see, loser." The dark-haired man with the scar smirked as Miriam stammered. "How did you end up here?" "Easy," the man replied. "We came to collect your debt for that magic armor." He stepped closer, sneering. "What other ending did you expect? Begging for money you were never meant to touch." Miriam stared in horror. They knew everything. He had lost so much and couldn't even cover 1% of the damage, even after retrieving the magic ring. Backpedaling with his arms up, he pleaded, "All right, I'll pay. I swear I'll pay. Just let me go. It's better for you if I stay alive, right?" But the thug raised an eyebrow and asked, "What makes you think that? Your debt's already been handed off to the guild." Lying on the ground, Miriam's face turned pale. The man looked down coldly. No point pretending anymore. Meanwhile, a wooden table rattled faintly. Arun stared into a round crystal ball resting on a velvet pillow, silently watching Miriam's beating play out. He muttered, "This version of him really does look like me back then." Miriam's swollen face filled the orb. He sat there, broken. Arun thought to himself, "It's over." For him, the options are clear: either die here to pay for it all, or drag out a pitiful life as a ruined beggar. He uncovered the crystal ball, pressing his palm against it, squeezing slightly. "It's ready," he thought. This might finally bring all personal grudges to an end. His silhouette stood stark against the dim background. Reflecting in profile, Arun recalled those early days when he first stepped onto the path of revenge. Back then, the THRYL and excitement had left him breathless. But now, there was only bitterness. The deeper he went, the more disgust he felt. Maybe the real issue was that his heart had never truly rested. He kept chasing stronger highs, more intense moments. But the more he chased, the more unhinged he became. He pictured Miriam once again, surrounded by golden coins, smiling proudly and saying he'd be satisfied with just 1,000,000. But what if? Arun wondered. What if Miriam hadn't gotten greedy? What if he'd stopped there? Silence. Just an empty stone floor and 3 ants scurrying across it. Arun smirked to himself. Of course, knowing his personality, there was a 99% chance he would have kept going anyway. But what if that 1% had changed everything? He intertwined his fingers, smiling faintly. Looking back now, he could see how reckless it all was. But either way, the revenge was already done. A system notification flashed. Current balance, 1,713,468 coins. Arun imagined his family crest rising behind him. As he opened the menu and his glowing eye scanned it, he told himself, "Now, the only thing left is to stop the fall of my family." More notifications appeared. Mana stones purchased. Magic armor acquired. Magic items bought. Surrounded by floating system windows and mountains of gold, he realized just how drastically things had changed. What had started as a ripple in interdimensional trade had turned into a tidal wave. The disgrace of the family, once dismissed by everyone just months ago, was now a titan. The true third genius of Steelguard. Elsewhere, Sierra stared in shock at the piece of paper in her hand. Sari stood beside her, holding the device near the bright, one-eyed flame. Sam was equally stunned, reading a formal notice. MKS was found to have acted in violation of its duties. A ruling was issued demanding full return of illicit profits and immediate suspension of further activity. And from that moment on, signs of change began appearing everywhere. Small shifts in decisions, quiet turns in daily life, all stacking up into something much larger. At his desk, Arun yawned and covered his mouth. Oddly enough, despite everything, his daily life hadn't changed that drastically. He glanced across the wide auditorium of the academy. Sitting at a round table with his club members, he swung his sword casually. Later, standing alone, Arun touched his face thoughtfully. His days were filled with lectures, club training, and behind-the-scenes interdimensional trade, always hidden from prying eyes. And just like that, a year had passed since he entered the academy. Now a new school year had begun. Suddenly, intense flashes of light burst beyond the walls, like explosions. The crowd gasped, taken by surprise. By a lone piece of shattered stone, a boy sat calmly. "What is this?" someone asked. Arun smiled, resting his sword on his shoulder. "What? Did you really think there wouldn't be a twist?" Standing tall among arched stone columns, he heard the final verdict echo across the arena. The winner of the duel, Arun. In the distance, a magnificent white building with blue roofs towered above. Elsewhere, a man's hands trembled as he read the letter in disbelief. Or a user. "Arun Steelguard?" He repeated under his breath, crushing the paper in his fist. With a clenched jaw, Dirka muttered, "I need to head to the capital." The streets bustled near rows of 3-story buildings, where voices buzzed about the latest news. 2 years later, in the heart of Theros. Sighing heavily, Arun moved his pen across the page. He was now 17. Sitting at his desk, he grumbled, "Paperwork is going to kill me." Looking over at the 2 towering stacks of documents, he asked himself again why. Why? He ever agreed to serve as CEO. The Arun trading companies had grown into powerhouses, so large no one could afford to ignore them anymore. Arun imagined men in suits, sipping wine, casting sideways glances his way. From now on, all necessary supplies for their organizations would be sourced through the Pilaf Trading Company. In a quiet alley, a man with a snake tattoo on his back handed off a box to another figure. The Pilaf Merchant Association had achieved steady, consistent growth, thanks to ongoing trade with the massive criminal syndicate, Black Snake. Somewhere else, a young man sat writing diligently. In front of him lay stacks of blue, round pills, anti-fatigue capsules, widely used in the first system. Meanwhile, a woman clutched her cheeks in delight as she looked at a red, round box. It was the famous cream for beauties, the top skincare product crafted by artisans of the first system. The Aruan Merchant Association had struck gold through rare interdimensional item trade with the Zero system. Naturally, since Aruan owned both companies, he rose to the top, becoming CEO of the newly combined business empire. In a lively market square, a smiling girl picked apples from a stall. Back at headquarters, Aruan stood proudly before a towering stack of paperwork, visibly satisfied with his booming business. Then the door creaked open. An embarrassed girl entered, her face flushed as she covered her mouth. She was holding a watering can, its contents already spilling over the rim. Aruan blinked and asked, "Sylvia?" The girl let out a small yelp of surprise. Water overflowed from the flower pot and dripped onto the table. The little sprout drooped from the weight. "You're overwatering again," Aruan said with a chuckle. Sylvia panicked, quickly apologizing. She grabbed a cloth and began wiping the mess. Aruan watched, smiling. "It's fine," he said warmly. "Just didn't expect you to take even this part of the job so seriously." She continued wiping around the flower pot. That's when he casually asked, "Maybe this is work for a deputy, not a secretary?" Sylvia quickly refused, flustered. No, I just like tending to flowers." But deep down, she thought to herself, "This way, I can take care of Mr. Pilaf. No, I mean Mr. Ruin." Blushing furiously, she stood quietly beside the flower pots before suddenly excusing herself and darting out of the room. Aruan scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. Well, her face, her reaction, her gestures, he thought. Even a fool would get the message. He posed with his fingers, eyes gleaming with mock confidence. But if she's falling for me too hard, she might just land herself in trouble. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling out, "CEO?" Surprised, Aruan looked up. A man burst into the room, wide-eyed and breathless. "What's going on?" Aruan asked. Marcus, pale with panic, cried out, "Something huge has happened. The guards just arrested members of Black Snake." Aruan frowned. "So, it's a criminal syndicate. Arrests happen all the time." But Marcus frantically waved his hand. "No, this time's different. This wasn't a routine sweep. It was a secret arrest." Aruan's expression sharpened. He imagined stern-faced officials moving behind the scenes. Marcus continued. Not just low-level grunts. This time, even VES and Titan were taken into custody. A carriage rattled down a stone-paved road, drawn by two sleek horses. Inside, Aruan sat across from a man, resting his chin in thought. If the top leaders were caught, he mused, then this isn't just a random crackdown. Something serious is going on. They passed buildings and towers rising tall in Theros, the capital of Navarro and the crown jewel of the nation. Below them, the shadow of the tallest tower stretched long. Aruan's eyes narrowed. Behind the beauty, the color, and the luxury of the capital lies a web of darkness, hidden in every alley and corner. The bandits bared their teeth, glaring sharply. Aruan, watching them closely, thought to himself, criminal groups are like weeds. Even when uprooted, they grow back. That's why maintaining public order through surveillance and control is far more effective than chasing them down one by one. A man in a VES discreetly handed a bag to a nervous-looking officer. Aruan observed quietly, noting these connections run deep. People don't even realize when they've crossed the line. One moment they're on the outside, and before they know it, they're already in the same boat as the underworld. Try to wipe out criminal organizations entirely? Impossible. Black Snake wasn't just a gang. It was a sprawling network woven tightly into every layer of society. So when raids happened, it always started with the foot soldiers at the bottom. Across from him in the carriage, Marcus spoke up. Maybe the two bosses are having some kind of internal conflict? Aruan shook his head. I doubt they go that far. He imagined the dark silhouettes of the Black Snake leaders, predators lurking in shadow, grinning with sharp, silent confidence. Still, he thought, you never really know what's going through the minds of underworld players. Even a single impulsive move can spiral into disaster. He pictured Titan and muttered, with him? Yeah, it's possible, but not VES. He's too logical. From the beginning, Aruan had accounted for that. That's exactly why he made them co-leaders, balance and control. You had the right instincts, the deputy noted. Marcus, a bit uneasy, fidgeted with his fingers and sighed. I just hope nothing serious has happened. Aruan folded his arms, closing his eyes for a moment. I hope so too. But first, we need to figure out exactly what's going on. The carriage rolled through the city streets. Out the window, the sky reflected in the glass as stone buildings passed by. They stopped in front of a large building engraved with the image of a scale. Two guards stood at the entrance. We're here, Aruan said. One of the men rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I think I know someone on the inside. Marcus nodded. I know the chief of the guard. A flicker of blue light pulsed in Arun's palm. His hair shifted to a vibrant blue. A scar marked his face. He had transformed. Now fully disguised as Pilaf, he smiled. Then it won't be hard for us to get in. Inside, VES and Titan sat silently behind bars, hands cuffed, watching as the figure stepped forward. Visa's eyes widened, stunned. The blue-haired man stood outside the cell. Master, they shouted in unison, rushing to the bars. I knew you'd come for us, VES said, gripping the metal tightly. Titan looked up with hope. Did you come to bust us out? But Arun's expression was serious. I'm not sure I can get you out, at least not yet. The two men froze in confusion. Just then, Ruin introduced the deputy, who was speaking with a dignified man with a large mustache, clearly someone of high rank. Marcus had just finished a talk with the chief of the guard and returned with news. It's not just the city guards involved, he said. The Night Corps is part of this too. Arun's eyes burned with fury. His tongue felt sharp like a blade, like a serpent's. What exactly did you do behind my back, he hissed. The two bosses stood frozen behind the bars, caught off guard by the intensity in his voice. Arun stared through them, thinking without a doubt. They'd crossed the line. In the beginning, working with those guys had been a huge boost for his business. The profits helped him get off the ground. But now that his company had grown stronger, those transactions barely made a dent in overall sales. Worse, continuing to deal with them could become a liability, especially if there was any underworld connection. And if the Nightly Corps got involved, that would be a disaster. It was time to slowly cut ties. When he confronted them, one man immediately snapped back, insisting they had done nothing wrong. Arun was caught off guard. VES chimed in, saying the accusation was completely baseless. It didn't add up. Titan backed him up, saying this all started because of Andrade Blue. He had asked for confirmation, and Titan said yes. At their very first meeting, Andrade had used an ice explosion scroll. Did Arun remember? He did, but he couldn't see the connection. VES explained that the scroll had been purchased from Andrade's lair. They'd wasted their money in the end, but regardless, that created a link to someone dangerous. Arun pictured a smirking figure surrounded by eerie red symbols. The image gave him pause. Arun, clearly shaken, asked what this Andrade guy had actually done. VES waved a hand, saying he didn't know much. He'd only overheard bits of it during the interrogation. But the real issue was that guy had listed their names in the order queue. Titan clenched his teeth, furious. He said it was suffocating to be accused like this. They'd done countless deals together and never had problems, so why stab him in the back now? Thun looked at them closely. The tremble in their voices, the way their breath hitched, it felt like they were telling the truth. He asked if maybe they had unknowingly done something to provoke Andrade's wrath. VES quickly denied it. He insisted their relationship with Andrade had always been neutral at worst, even friendly, which made this betrayal even more outrageous. The man nodded slowly, agreeing. Arun rubbed his chin, thinking hard. If this wasn't personal, then it boiled down to two possibilities. Either Andrade was dodging blame, or someone was targeting Blacksnake on purpose. His mind flashed to the image of a shadowy stranger. Outside, sunlight bounced off the windows and rooftops as Marcus and Arun strolled down the street. Arun, deep in thought, hoped this whole thing was just someone trying to pass the buck. But something nagged at him. That phrase, forbidden experiment. It usually referred to cruel, anti-human magical experiments. The consequences for that kind of thing weren't just serious. They were brutal. He flexed his blood-streaked fingers as they moved through the quiet street. If this situation was truly set up, if the evidence had been faked, then Blacksnake could be dragged down completely. Just then, a group of people approached. Arun froze. He recognized the man leading them. Marcus noticed. What's wrong? He asked. Arun spun around. Did you see that guy? He asked the assistant. The assistant looked confused. Oh, Arun pointed. That man in front. The one walking through the archway. Remember his face. He's the commander of the prosecutor's Night Corps. Arun clenched his fists, his steps firm. He marched ahead, thinking so Zenith's, the mad dog, has arrived at the city guard apartment. Suddenly, everything clicked. The real target wasn't just Black Snake. It was his entire trading company. No, this was aimed at him. The children stared at him with wide, gleaming eyes, tiny fists clenched with determination. The armored man stood silent, helmet hiding his face. A nun peeked from around the corner, watching the guards surrounded by a crowd of kids. So this was the slum they'd told him about, the place where Raid was hiding. He kept his gaze forward, calm. A place like this couldn't offer any real safety. And if it wasn't the guards, but the prosecutor's Night Corps involved, that changed everything. His mind flashed with the image of Zenith's, the inspector who just wouldn't stop digging, even after the match series that had settled the fate of the clubs. Duran had built an airtight defense, but now, because of this incident, trading house employees were getting arrested. Pressure was mounting around everyone close to him. Through the doorway, Guards were dragging out people with their hands bound. Marcus and Sylvia stood just ahead, watching it unfold. The guy thought if he wanted real answers, he needed to go to the source, the one who started all this. The blonde man tore a slip of paper, revealing a circular symbol that sparked with red flashes. He activated an invisibility spell, combined with a stealth enchantment from the third magic ring. He was sure there was something hidden in that area, and the perimeter was being heavily guarded. The crowd in the square didn't even notice as Arun leapt toward the rooftop, his body nearly transparent. He moved swiftly across the tiles, thinking it had been a while since he used this combo, stealth magic and light steps to slip past defenses. What were the Night Corps hiding here? Surrounded by a reddish mist, he narrowed his eyes. He reached a building and stopped, hit by a foul, unmistakable smell. Something was seriously wrong. Pulling aside a thick curtain, the blonde stepped inside and froze. His face went pale, nose stinging. A red haze clung to the room, thick with the stench of blood. Bodies lay scattered on the floor, face down in crimson puddles. Arun clenched his jaw. He had a hunch the moment he heard the words "forbidden experiment." But this was a massacre. He stepped further in. The room was filled with corpses, grotesquely mutilated. Organs were scattered beside them like trash. These weren't just magical experiments. These were human experiments. Cruel, deliberate. He looked down at the silver bracelet on his wrist, the one Sierra had given him. He needed to talk to her about this. Outside, near the buildings, he stared at the glowing pink symbol radiating from the bracelet. Just then, Sierra descended. She sighed. "Why do you always drag a busy person away from her work?" "What do you mean, always?" Arun shot back. He asked if it was really thanks to him that the reverse aging spell had been completed. The silver-haired girl in the wide hat replied, "You could have just said you missed me, you know." She wasn't just anyone. She was the head of the 14th Magic Tower. Sierra sat, perched on her hat. Arun raised an eyebrow. "What's with the hat? It doesn't suit you at all." Sierra looked away. "No matter what I try, I can't restore my natural hair color. So I hide it." "Sorry," the little creature shouted, throwing itself into Arun's arms as he smiled. Sierra curled up in the blonde's palms, nuzzling his finger affectionately. On asked how things were going. He'd even let the little creature play with the ego controller earlier. "Yeah," Sierra chirped. "I tore it into tiny pieces." The blonde smiled, thinking to himself that ever since Klaus' intensive training ended, Sierra had started crafting mana stones on his own and even dropped by the magic tower now and then in his name. Sierra stood with arms folded, eyeing the affectionate scene. "Unbelievable. I still haven't been able to win this creature over. He keeps baring his teeth at me." The blonde simply shrugged. "Makes sense. There's a bond between us. Something special." With a sigh, Sierra changed the topic. "All right, what did you call me here for? And what is that smell?" He turned away, pointing ahead. "Follow me. There's something I want you to see with your beautiful eye." Sierra raised an eyebrow and covered her nose. "You brought me here to use the beautiful eye? Really?" Her eyes lit up, glowing with a bright pink shimmer. Moments later, her expression darkened. This is pure insanity." They stood in a room drenched in blood, the air heavy and foul. The man gestured around them. "So, what's your take?" "It's exactly as you thought," she said. "This isn't an experiment. It's a summoning ritual." His hand tightened near a blood pool. A chill ran down his spine. Sierra continued. "And not just any summoning. This was an attempt to call forth something twisted, something cruel." With Sierra perched on his shoulder, Durin furrowed his brow. "Then this is a devil summoning ritual?" A vivid image flashed in his mind, a monstrous grin lurking in the shadows. Among all forbidden acts across the continent, summoning a devil stood at the top. More reviled than war crimes, even treason. It was the ultimate betrayal of humanity itself, and those who committed it faced the harshest punishments imaginable. Sierra pinched her nose. That term, devil, technically refers to a form of evil from another dimension. But still, why is the prosecutor's Night Corps involved? Devil summoning falls under the Magic Tower's jurisdiction. Durin looked at her sharply. "Because I think this whole case is about me. Zenith's using this incident to go after me personally." "Zenith's?" Sierra echoed. She raised her index finger as if recalling his file. "That guy may have racked up his share of enemies over the last 2 years," she said, "but he's not the type to forge evidence." Then her eyes narrowed. "Tell me honestly, have you ever tried to summon a real demon?" Durin flared up. "Why would I ever do something like that?" He paused, took a breath, and calmed down. Sierra, more relaxed now, smiled slightly and said it was all right. He wasn't surprised by her suspicion. He understood. In his mind, he pictured Zenith again, with the looming shadow of Andrade behind him. Zenith wasn't one to act without ironclad proof, which meant somewhere out there, he must be hiding the original witness. Breaking the silence, he asked, "Can you use 7th ring magic safely now? Can you track traces of evil?" "If someone has touched true evil," Sierra said, "a mark is left behind." A kind of scent that lingers, impossible to wash off. She looked out toward the buildings. But if I cast that kind of high-level spell here, it'll draw attention immediately. Don't worry about that, came the reply. She blinked in surprise. A blazing red carriage stood beside him, its wheels wreathed in flames. He nodded toward it. It'll be enough if we raise it just outside the capital. A small stone house stood quietly. 2 guards were stationed out front. One of them let out a lazy yawn. Suddenly, his eyes widened. An intruder. They both reached for their swords, shouting in alarm. But the narrow street between the buildings was empty. One of them turned to his partner, confused. Why are you yelling? There's no one. A sharp blow cut him off mid-sentence. He collapsed. The second guard didn't last much longer. On stood behind their fallen bodies, arms outstretched. Compared to the exterior defenses, he muttered, the inside's laughably weak. Above them, a carriage floated in midair. A rope lowered from it. Clearly, these guards had no clue the real strike would come from above. From the carriage, a voice spoke the one who performed the devil summoning ritual was inside that house. On nodded. Got it. The door creaked open. Arun stepped in. Finally, he said, we meet. A beaten man sat slumped in a chair, blindfolded and bruised. One of his swollen eyes cracked open at the sound. Who are you? He croaked. The blonde stepped forward. More important than who I am is what you've done. You're the type who brings disaster just by running your mouth. The man asked weakly, are you with Black Snake? No, Arun replied. Try again. The bow man went quiet, then slowly guessed, steel guard. Arun folded his arms and gave a small nod. Andrade's face twisted in disbelief. The general director of the United Trading House here? That's right, the blonde said, a faint smile on his lips. I have a lot of questions. But first, let's rough you up a bit. A lamp swayed overhead. Andrade coughed, his face contorting. Wait, just listen. I have no grudge against you. Arun raised an eyebrow. Really? Andrade looked up, panicked. The reason I blamed Black Snake, it wasn't personal. I was poisoned by that bastard. They told me if I gave false testimony, they'd hand over the antidote. I had no choice. Arun's eyes narrowed. Zenith's, a voice from behind answered, no. That was me. He turned, and there stood a man, arms crossed, eyes cold. Andrade confirmed it. Yes, it was him. That bastard. The blonde's expression hardened. He thought the Albert family had finally settled down. Out loud, he said, I didn't know you joined the prosecutor's night corps. The man leaned against the doorway, staring him down. My name is Dirika, he said. Dirika's glare didn't waver. Arun didn't speak. He just stared back. Andrade, still bound and furious, gritted his teeth. The blonde silently wondered why it was quieter inside than outside. The locking mechanism had triggered the moment he came in. That was no accident. He looked at Dirika. What are you after? Is this about the disappearance incident? I thought we already cleared that up. Why drag me into this now, falsifying evidence? Dirika's voice exploded with rage. You dare ask why? He stepped forward, eyes blazing. It's a knight's duty to avenge the death of his lord. Back then, I was right to act. Andrade squirmed in the chair, struggling with his bindings. Arun's voice cut through. You used Andrade to forge a false testimony, didn't you? Dirika growled, his voice low and angry. Yes, I did. And the one standing in front of me now, you've gone even further. The blonde smiled, broad, unapologetic. Dirika scowled. Why are you laughing? Arun shrugged. Because you just gave me exactly what I needed. Dirika stared, confused, and the guy raised his hand. A glowing blue orb floated toward the ceiling. Dirika's eyes widened. That's you really? No need to guess. Arun cut in calmly. I already recorded everything. He caught the orb back in his palm and continued. If word gets out that the testimony was fake, the poison will come up too. And when that happens, you and Andrade will be walking straight to death row, side by side. Dirika's expression darkened. He cursed under his breath, furious. He should have stayed cool, calculated like a boa constrictor. But now, a fight was inevitable. He clenched his fists, thinking bitterly. Arun's strength was on another level. Not even his mana-measuring techniques worked on him. He remembered shaking the guy's hand once and realizing he couldn't win this one-on-one. Just then, a guard burst in through the door. What's going on? He asked, shocked. Why are the sentries outside unconscious? He was about to say more, but stopped when he heard his name called. Gayan. Arun turned, stunned. The guards outside spun around at the sound of scream. They rushed into the room, only to see Dirika kneeling beside the downed guard, gripping his limp body and shouting, Wake up! You can't leave your wife and kids behind. Blood stained Gayan's chest and mouth. The other guards stared in horror. What happened? Dirika looked up grimly. The intruder killed him. Arun, still holding the glowing orb, stood frozen. A bloody knife lay on the ground near his feet. He stared at Dirika, thinking this guy was insane. So obsessed with revenge, he was willing to stage a murder and blame it on him. even knowing the orb could expose the truth. And yet, he had the guts to go through with it. Arun turned to the guards. Maybe you should hear me out first. But they weren't listening. Shut up, one shouted. How dare you do this to our comrade? With blades drawn, the guards charged at the blonde. No mercy. Arun didn't move. Completely calm. Dirika stepped forward. Gain's body hit the ground behind him. He thought, with a cold edge, that this would fuel the squad's fury and rally their morale. Drawing his sword, now crackling with blue lightning, he looked over the group. A few of them were aura users, skilled enough to support an all-out assault. Confident in his advantage, Dirika surged forward. Blood hit the floor in an instant. The man froze, sword still in hand, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his fellow guards. This can't be real, he whispered. Thun stood unfazed, casually slinging his blood-stained sword over his shoulder. Dirika stared in disbelief. He's playing with us like puppets. The blonde's expression was deadly serious. Why are you so surprised, he asked. Didn't you keep claiming this is who I was? Dirika stammered. I knew you were a criminal, but even I didn't think it would go this far. He looked around, desperate. He needed something, anything to turn the tide. That's when he felt movement behind him. He turned and saw a broken chair, ropes snapped and hanging loose. Andrade was gone. Damn it, he roared, but it was too late. Andrade lunged, wild-eyed and furious. You were all too busy fighting each other to remember me, he shouted. Idiots! He struck, fast and brutal. His hand tore into the guard's chest. Blood splattered across the room. Both Dirika and Arun were stunned. Andrade sat crouched over the fallen body, fist still embedded in the man's chest, blood dripping between his fingers. His face twisted into a mad grin. I call upon the Great One, the Wanderer beyond this world. I, your humble servant, Andrade cried. Offer a great sacrifice. His voice rang through the small house. Darkness cracked open. Black lightning flared, pulsing with violet light. The bodies of the man and woman began to float, caught in a swirling purple glow. More black flashes struck, lifting several others off the ground. A wave of ominous, purple-black energy surged through the air, and from it emerged black hair. A chilling laugh echoed. A monstrous figure appeared, its skin glowing purple, eyes black and soulless, teeth sharp and gleaming. Clawed fingers clenched into a fist as the demon let out a sinister chuckle. I accept your offering, it growled, and I appreciate your sincerity. A shiver ran through the room. Dirika's eyes shot open, his entire body trembling. What is this power? Andrade stood, surrounded by a black aura tinted with a violet glow. Dirika's heart sank. No doubt about it. That's a devil. The creature turned its gaze, purple irises glowing inside jet black eyes. A sword clattered to the floor. A scream tore through the air. Dirika writhed on the ground, his leg bent unnaturally, completely shattered. The demonic Andrade sneered. That fool, not even worth my interest. Gain blinked, startled, as the creature casually turned to him. But you, it said, licking its lips, look like a tasty morsel for someone from such a lowly world. The blonde raised his head. What did you just call me? The purple demon moved closer, unfazed. What's strange? Wretched things deserve wretched names. The guy stayed calm, voice steady. Why is it, he asked, that every otherworldly scoundrel acts like this? His sword glowed in his hand, always thinking they can devour whatever they want. It's disgusting. The demon chuckled, eyes narrowing. Why the hostility? I actually like you. Thun didn't flinch. His eyes drifted past the monster to the corpses behind it. He spoke coldly. I saw what your little follower did. I'm not here to make friends. He dropped into a low stance, power crackling around him. You're just another parasite, hiding in a stolen body. In a flash, Arun dashed forward, sword gleaming. Let me give you a proper welcome. His blade tore through the demon's body in a rapid series of strikes, each movement leaving glowing trails through the air. Dirika watched in horror, trembling. That technique, aura blade? He thought. That's no ordinary aura. It's heroic rank. Light shimmered around the blonde's body. On the floor, broken pieces scattered, flesh, stone, or something in between. Then one piece began to twitch. Everyone froze. A dark sphere of energy formed, purple and red, pulsing alive. The demon's form reassembled, piece by piece. Arun narrowed his eyes. This is the kind of evil people don't even dare call by name. A demon from another dimension. It opened its black eyes again. Even when it's possessing a body, its true nature is spiritual. A mental entity. That's why, no matter how many times its host is destroyed, it can keep rebuilding as long as there's evil energy to feed on. The creature stood again, twisted and monstrous, shrouded in its eerie black-purple aura. It grinned wide, legs bent backward unnaturally, an abomination barely held together. The blonde raised an eyebrow. You reconstructed your whole body, but everything's facing the wrong direction. The demon snarled. It's none of your business. I can do what I want with my body. With a crazed roar, it charged. Arun leapt back, hands raised, blocking the strike midair, his expression unreadable. The thirst for battle burned in the demon's eyes. Once again, the creature lunged, clawed hands outstretched. But in an instant, a brilliant blue streak flashed across its body. In the center of it all, the blonde, wrapped in a silver aura, landed silently. Behind him, the demon's body split cleanly down the middle. Chunks of flesh splattered across the floor. A black eyeball with a glowing pink iris rolled among them. The bloody pieces twitched. The eyeball began to shift, wriggling until it embedded itself back into the meat. The mangled mass pulsed, trying to reform. From within the pile, a scream rang out. I'll kill you. The blonde stared at it, annoyed. At this rate, he thought it'll just keep pulling itself back together forever. His eye flickered, the flame of the system awakening. Please tell me I'm logged in. A system window popped up in front of a dark-haired man, the azure-eyed black demon. The sorcerer pressed his palms together, grinning. Didn't you say you weren't interested in evil spirit sorcery? Durin quickly sent a message. Something just happened. I've changed my mind. The blonde blinked, a bit thrown off. Of course. Bullseye shows up the moment something goes sideways. The message continued, looks like a high-level evil spirit has appeared in your area. Arun pictured him instantly. Icy blue eyes, 2 black dots beneath the left one, and a tattoo inked along his eyelid. Whenever I talk to this guy, Arun thought, it's like he's reading me. His insight cuts deep, like he sees right through me. It reminded him of using the inner thoughts privilege, though it wasn't magic. Just a feeling. But his profile, which Arun had once viewed through the Eye of Providence, made everything clear. Name Azure, the Black Demon. Origin Dark Magic Kingdom of Tefer. Title 8th Circle Black Mage. Specialization Evil Spirit Sorcery. Status so infamous, the entire continent trembles at his name. If he were a knight, Arun mused, he'd be ranked mythical without question. His mastery of dark magic had reached the absolute peak. Now, the screen displayed Azure again, fingers steepled, his nails painted red. He gave Arun a sly look. He didn't respond. So I was right, wasn't I? In theory, Azure continued. This should be a paid consultation, but since we've known each other for a few days, I'll give you this one for free. The blonde let out a dry chuckle. He's a lot kinder than he looks. Then Azure asked, Want me to teach you how to perform exorcisms? Arun hesitated. A grotesque pile of flesh flashed through his mind. The demon's eyeball embedded in it, unblinking. I didn't think it was that strong, he admitted, but it keeps reviving. Is it because it's from another world? Azure placed his hands on the desk, leaning in with curiosity. Sounds like possession, he said. A demon like that uses its host body as a shell. It'll keep regenerating until it drains all the soul power that summoned it here. The blonde sighed, his eye twitching with irritation, especially when Azure casually added, So just kill it until it dies. Even a total idiot could have figured that out, he thought. He looked up again at the grotesque heap of meat. Now it had 2 eyeballs, both in the wrong places. Arun could tell the demon's regeneration had clearly slowed compared to before. But letting it die easily, that wasn't an option. Not after everything. He glanced at the blood-soaked floor, the lifeless bodies strewn around. This wasn't just about one creature. It was about the twisted pleasure of a mental being from another world and the greed of a black magician. Dozens of innocent lives had been lost for that. He clenched his jaw, fury rising. Then he looked up. Tell me, is there a way to turn that thing into a slave? The azure-eyed black demon raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you're willing to dabble in necromancy now? Yeah, Arun replied without hesitation. If something that dangerous can be controlled, then it's worth turning into a weapon. Laurel raised a palm, red nails gleaming, gold rings glinting under the system light. Exactly what I've been telling you from start. Why does everyone assume black magic equals evil? He sighed, then smirked. Since you're a loyal customer, and I like your line of thinking, I'll cut you a deal. A system window popped open. A glowing icon appeared, Book of Acquired Knowledge, with the ability to command evil spirits. Beside it, a second icon, soul-absorbing mirror, currently empty. Arun tapped the button. Trade complete. You're short 2,000 coins now, Laurel muttered. Then he added, if you're calm enough to make deals mid-battle, then this isn't a top-tier spirit. Just stall it while you absorb the knowledge. Arun nodded, eyes focused on the message. Absorbing knowledge. You can now command evil spirits. Good, he thought. Thanks to my max rank privilege, Sponge, I can memorize it all instantly. Across the room, the mangled body began to reform. Looks like he's almost done regenerating, Arun said calmly. The demon pointed at him, seething. You dare mock me? If I descended with my full power, you wouldn't last a second. The blonde raised a brow. Then do it. Show me. Standing on bloodstained ground, the demon scratched his head awkwardly. Well, it'll take time. I'm still reuniting with my true body. I can wait, Aruin said, expression unreadable. The demon paused, genuinely confused. Are you serious? I mean, you talk a big game, Aruin added. Now I'm curious. Let's see what your real body looks like. The demon hesitated. He could feel it. His current vessel was running out of juice. But his pride wouldn't let him retreat now. Fine, he thought, lifting his hand. Let's do this. He began the transformation. Flesh tore apart. Purple flames burst into the air. The hose head jerked back, mouth wide, violet energy pouring out like a storm. Muscles swelled. Veins bulged. Two massive red horns pierced through his forehead. The creature had changed. Now a towering, horned demon with pointed ears and glowing crimson eyes. You'll regret this, it roared, voice shaking the walls. You shouldn't have let me unleash my true form. But behind him, unseen, stood the blonde. Sword raised, silver aura flaring. He swung. Blue lightning erupted, soul-obliterating heavenly sword, the third technique. Glowing lines of energy exploded across the demon's body, tearing it apart mid-transformation. Roaring, the bloody demon opened his mouth full of fangs. Coward, he screamed. Attacking during a transformation wasn't part of the deal. Reaching beneath his black cloak, he grabbed hold of something. A silver bracelet inset with a purple gem. Aruin scoffed. Cowardice? That's rich, coming from a parasite who survives by stealing other people's bodies. He raised his hand, pulling a mirror from beneath his cloak. With a sharp motion, he flashed it toward the demon. A violent pulse surged through the air. The demon's form began to unravel. No, and no, it shrieked, struggling as it was sucked into the mirror, its body tearing apart. Gayan watched with a grin while the last wisps of violet energy spiraled into the mirror surface. Silence followed. The blonde stood there, steady. So that's how it works, he thought. By forcing him to fully reveal his form through training and necromancy, I left him wide open for the capture. Mental entities from other dimensions, like this one, take the form of condensed violet energy. For them to manifest, they must channel their full soul force into this world, just like that demon with horns and burning red eyes had done. Once manifested, they could be completely absorbed. Inside the mirror, the demon pounded its fist against the glass, furious. This is nonsense. How could some low-world wretch use necromancy against me? Aruin stared at the imprisoned monster and gave a wicked smile. That's what happens when arrogance goes unchecked. Bam, bam. The demon kept slamming the mirror surface. You think this is over? I'll rip the skin off your body. I'll display your corpse for your friends, your family, even your lover. Aruin ignored the threats. Whistling, he turned away. Is it just me? Or do I hear barking? A metallic hiss echoed as a space opened before him. A storage zone behind a steel sliding door. Inside was a level 8 inventory unit shelves stacked to the ceiling. A brick wall at the end with a wide window, a heated and cooled area, and a compact logistics dock for loading. He placed the mirror carefully on a wooden shelf. Perfect spot for you, he muttered. His eye flared with silver light. A system window appeared in front of him. On screen, a tiny icon of the mirror with the demon trapped inside. The text read, if you're a necromancer, this item belongs in your arsenal. Experienced necromancers can bind spirits within their mental space, but this space is limited. This mirror provides additional storage, but its true value lies in control and manifestation. A must-have for any beginner necromancer. Aruin scratched his chin. Andalusia shards? He muttered, reading on. Are those, like evil desires or something? Opening a chat window with the azure-eyed black demon, he typed L. Laurel's eyes went wide the moment he saw the next message. What's the 17th fragment of Andalusia? Wait, are you saying it actually said that? He replied instantly. Aruin raised a hand toward the screen. Why are you asking? Isn't Andalusia important in the other world? He typed again the soul power doesn't even exceed 14 units. He recalled the ominous black-purple mass of energy that had been the demon's true form. Laurel responded. The fragments aren't anything that legendary, but before Andalusia shattered, yeah, he was a pretty big deal. Then came another message. Laurel blushing in his profile image. Hey, how about selling me those fragments? Name your price. I'll pay anything. But before Aruin could answer, a new system message popped up. You have left the conversation. Elsewhere, Laurel sat still in his chair, hand to his chest, staring blankly at the screen. Shocked, speechless. Then, a voice broke through the silence. What are you doing? Aruin turned. Sierra landed in front of him. Silver hair, pink eyes, dark cloak, and hat flowing behind her. A man's body lay on the ground nearby. Caught off guard, he asked, Wait, did you see? But Sierra looked confused. See what? He calmed down, thinking must be the inventory's hidden function. She couldn't sense the necromancy at all. Not far away, armor and fallen knights were scattered through the forest clearing. He looked at her. So, how'd everything go? Are the knights safe? Sierra nodded. While you were fighting, Sierra crossed her arms, hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. Why'd you have to fight in here? She huffed. I've had to fly up and down non-stop just to clean up after you. Arun responded flatly. Even if we were on the outskirts, someone could have spotted you. He raised his hand, his expression turning serious. And besides, he added, even if that thing wasn't top tier, it was still dangerous enough that most people couldn't handle it. Better to send you away than have to silence any witnesses later. Sierra rested her chin on her hand, nodding. All right, that actually makes sense. Her mind flashed back to the sight of Arun standing alone, his aura glowing, sword drawn. Even though she only caught a glimpse, it was undeniable. That power, that aura, it was heroic rank. He's still so young, she thought. But even now, he's reached that level. For a moment, she imagined the faces of powerful old men. Forces that even Arun couldn't take on yet. She clenched her fists. I need to protect him, no matter what. Her thoughts were interrupted as Arun asked, what happened to Dirika? She looked up. He's dead. Arun's eyes widened. He died? From his legs being broken? He recalled the way Dirika's limbs had twisted in the wrong direction. That shouldn't be possible. Even with corruption, he wouldn't just die from that. Then Arun froze, his breath caught. Something clicked in his mind. Sierra crossed her arms and looked away. He's the one who tried to trap you, she said coldly. Throwing his arms out, Arun barked. Are you out of your mind? You killed a member of the prosecutor's night corps. He knew you had heroic level power, she snapped back. You know, there was no way we could let him live after that. Arun stared down at his hands in silence. She was right, and he knew it. Even if I did overreact, I knew how this would end. There was no guarantee Dirika could be controlled. In that case, eliminating him was the only option. His mind drifted to the man, short brown hair, a beard, red and blue uniform. If things had been different, if we didn't hate each other, Dirika would have still been alive. He would have stayed a proud vice captain of the Albert Knight Order. Is this what people mean when they say revenge only breeds more revenge? He exhaled slowly. The weight sat heavy on his chest. Sierra looked at him, surprised, as he spoke softly. You were right. There was no other way. She blinked, confused. You're usually full of sarcastic jabs. What's gotten into you? But then her face turned serious. Look, I don't know everything that's going on, she said, but you don't need to worry about the fallout. The Magic Tower is getting involved in this now, and I'm the head of the tower. She nudged the demon's lifeless body with her foot. As far as anyone's concerned, this entire mess is the fault of some otherworldly evil. That's where all the blame goes. Arun paused, staring down at the body. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, he muttered, it's still hard to believe someone actually summoned a demon. Sierra glanced at him, then smiled mischievously. Well, looks like you're getting a new nickname now. Blushing slightly, she looked away. It's a bit silly, but elsewhere, at the top of the Prosecutor Knight Corps headquarters, a white flag trimmed in red fluttered in the breeze. At its center, a black crest showed two swords crossed over a shield. Arun walked past a line of men in dark suits. He wore a white shirt, hands tucked casually into the pockets of his black pants. He didn't look back once. The men around him glanced at each other, whispering. Not only was he, scene ends. He's the youngest in the unit, and somehow also a demon slayer. One guy scoffed, asking if collecting titles was his hobby. On top of that, he's from a prestigious family and already runs a merchant association. Is there anything this guy can't do? Someone muttered. The dark-haired man wasn't impressed. Even if he's loaded with talent, the title still goes to the eldest son. Not necessarily, the other replied coolly. You never know how things will turn out. Hearing the chatter behind him, the blonde turned and smirked. So now, he had the Demon Slayer title too. Standing outside the White Captain's office, he let out a sigh. Lately, he found himself envying people like them. Inside, a man with brown hair stood frozen over an open box. His office was simple. Wooden drawers, framed documents, a round carpet, and a desk. Zeniths had been packing when Arun walked in. Why are you here? He asked, confused. Arun didn't waste a second. I came the moment I heard. Are you really resigning? Zenith looked down at the box and nodded. I still can't believe it came to this. Watching him silently pack, Arun frowned. Despite everything, he actually felt sorry. A memory flashed. Sierra standing over a knight's bloody body, her leg twisted unnaturally. Arun remembered the investigation papers, scribbled and frantic. Everyone hated Zeniths at the time, but according to Sierra, the knight had left while stating Zeniths wasn't involved. Her investigation, along with the internal review, had cleared him. No fabricated testimony. No conspiracy. The blonde's eyes darkened as he recalled a man dropping to his knees before him, apologizing through gritted teeth. I was wrong about you. About Dirika too. Zeniths, still ashamed, muttered. I don't know what got into me. I didn't think Dio would go that far. Arun remembered looking at him, disappointed, not in hatred, but in sheer disbelief. You really lost your standing, he had thought. As the leader, you've fallen hard. And yet, it didn't feel like Zenith came crawling back just to save himself. Box in hand, Zenith turned to leave without a word. But Arun stopped him. Wait, he said firmly. This guy, he had done nothing but carry out his duty. Resigning now? It was too soon. Allies like Zenith's were rare, especially ones who stood firm by your side. Turning back, Arun locked eyes with him. If you think this is what it means to take responsibility, you're dead wrong. Zenith's blink caught off guard. What do you mean? Dirka crossed the line, Arun said. He betrayed his oath as a knight. Someone died. A demon was summoned. And if we hadn't uncovered the forged evidence, more innocence would have followed. Zenith lowered his gaze. There's no excuse for what happened. I'm just glad the video sphere wasn't made public. At least the prosecutorial Night Corps' reputation remains intact. Arms folded, Arun shot him a look. That's not praise. Let me ask you this. Are you resigning just to ease your guilt? When Zenith shook his head, Arun didn't let up. Then stop running. Take responsibility properly. Don't abandon ship just because it's sinking. Zenith stared, box still in hand. His expression was a mix of confusion and shock. I started all this, he murmured. Investigating Black Mamba, probing the trading company, trying to bring the gentleman down. He trailed off, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Looking down, he realized with a shiver that maybe everything had gone wrong from the very start. The whole investigation had no solid ground to begin with. But even so, just starting it had already dealt a heavy blow to Arun. No one expected things to spiral this far, turning into some twisted game of revenge. Raising a hand, Arun asked plainly, wasn't this whole thing orchestrated by Dirka alone? Then why take the fall for it? Zenith looked up, firm and unwavering. I'm no coward. If I draw a sword, I'm ready to be struck by one too. This is me owning up to it. That answer caught Arun off guard. To his surprise, there was something noble in Zenith's resolve. But that didn't mean he could just stand there and let him make a mistake. If Zenith was set on taking responsibility, then Arun had no choice but to challenge him with a trick of his own. With his back turned and arms folded, he asked seriously, are you disappointed in yourself? Arun's voice hardened. That relentless drive that pushes you to go after anyone, no matter their rank or the risks. That's why they call you Mad Dog. But even so, you've never attacked without reason. Zenith's eyes widened. You came at me because you believed I killed Kuntz, didn't you? Zenith opened his mouth slightly, stunned. It all just hit at once. He muttered, remembering everything. His family's bitter rivalry with Arun's, the documents showing Arun's incredible feats at the academy, running a merchant guild in 2 years, taking over a criminal syndicate. It all seemed too perfect, like he had lived this life before. Setting the box down, Zenith watched as Arun said his relationship with Black Mamba was purely business. Even if that's true, Zenith replied, I still couldn't tell if you were capable of murder or not. Turning to face him, Zenith added, if you really had the intent to kill, you'd have done it cleanly, left no trace. It would have looked like the man just vanished or fled from his family. Arun's expression darkened, eyes narrowed in quiet frustration. That's absurd, he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Zenith closed his eyes and bowed his head. I'm sorry, but Arun shook his head. Don't apologize. Unlike Dirka, what you did was exactly what an inspector is supposed to do. Zenith flinched, eyes wide in shock. So, keep taking responsibility, Arun said calmly. You've never made a misstep in an investigation before. Don't let Dirka's mess make you give up. Zenith stared at him in disbelief. I don't want the Mad Dog lying down quietly, Arun said with a faint smile. You only feel alive when you've got someone to sink your teeth into. Raising his hand, he added, so instead of stepping down, stay in the fight. Keep digging. Make sure the innocent stays safe and the real culprits don't slip through again. Zenith stood frozen, speechless. What kind of man is this? His mind drifted to darker nights, the ones where he sat stripped of everything, while silhouettes stood over him, cursing him, vowing to flay him alive and feast on his flesh with soy sauce. They swore they'd track him down and curse his bloodline forever. Nobles and knights never forget, he thought. They always come back for double revenge. But in all his 20 years of service as a knight, this was the first time he'd met someone like Arun, someone who, despite being the victim, simply let it go and told him to keep investigating. Looking at the blonde, arms crossed, calm, and almost glowing with quiet confidence, Zenith wondered just what kind of person Arun truly was. 17 years old, and carrying himself like this? Meanwhile, in the city, a wooden chariot rolled through the streets, pulled by 2 horses. People bustled along the sidewalks as a gray-haired driver guided them forward. Inside the chariot, Axe exhaled heavily. Man, I'm exhausted from all that talking, he muttered. Still, ended well. He recalled the dark-haired man's intense stare. The moment he said, Arun would have made it look like he disappeared or ran away. Axe frowned, realizing how deep that line of thinking had gone. Across from him, Marcus asked, So, how'd it go? Arun gave a small nod. No need to worry. It took some effort, but I convinced him. Smiling faintly, he added, Let's be honest, Zenith didn't really want to quit. A guy who gets that much satisfaction from dragging the truth into the light can't just walk away. Marcus shivered at the memory. Sitting across from Zenith's during his own interrogation, he'd felt it firsthand. That man was ruthless, relentless. Even when you were innocent, he tore through you like you were hiding the world's biggest secret. His heart was pounding. Marcus raised a hand and asked, Did you talk to him about Raihan? Arun shook his head. Not yet. Lifting his hand slightly, he added, Zenith's only just started keeping an eye on me. If I go asking for favors right away, he'll figure me out in an instant. Marcus raised both hands in exasperation. Still, you can't just ignore those bastards. If the supplies headed for the royal court get intercepted, we're in serious trouble. Crossing his arms, Arun nodded thoughtfully. Even the royal court's part-timers are paying attention. I've learned a lot about Raihan lately, but for now, it's better to wait. Just then, the coachman turned and called out they'd arrived. As the carriage came to a stop, Arun stepped out. At that exact moment, Sari leaped into his arms. The little creature sat in his palms, holding a white sheet of paper between its teeth. Arun took it, eyebrows lifting as he recognized the style. Over the past 2 years, he'd gotten quite a few letters like this. A white envelope sealed with red wax, marked with a single letter J. A message from Jarvis. Elsewhere, Jarvis sat in a bright, spacious office, a wooden desk in front of him. The seal on the envelope had already been torn. In his hands, Arun read the neatly folded report. It was just another one of Jarvis's regular updates. Concise, encrypted, always to the point. He made sure Arun could grasp the situation, even from a distance. Arun's thoughts drifted to a celebration years ago. Congratulations to the youngest cadet to earn Karsam. His name on that banner. Those stares full of suspicion. All came rushing back as he read Jarvis's warning. You're starting to stand out, the letter said. Graduating early wasn't enough. You had to get Karsam, too. The Imperial Intelligence Service had started watching him more closely. On top of that, there were whispers that the FOH organization would soon be shaken up. He had to stay sharp. Then came the business report. Mentions of Yilaf Company appeared. Boxes of stones flashed through his memory as he read about stable sales. Following his master's advice, Jarvis had started taking subcontract work from Damien Trading Company. Arun smirked, imagining his sister's annoyed face. Thanks to Mrs. Darren's stubborn persistence, profits were looking steady for the coming months. He muttered, I gave Jarvis these orders 100 years ago, but even half-hearted, he still followed through. He decided to go easy on him, just this once. His eyes returned to the paper, scanning the next encrypted section. No notable changes in the VIP's personal environment. VIP, the code name for his father, Lehite. An image of a man on horseback appeared in his mind. According to the letter, his father had recently left for Trentsum, alone. No escorts, no clear reason. Because of that, Jarvis couldn't track what the trip was for. Arun's brows furrowed. Trentsum? Why Trentsum, not Lehite? There had to be something there. He turned the page and froze. Eyes wide, he read the next line. His father had gone to attend a banquet. A specific one. The steel guard crest flashed in his mind, a shield with a gray cross. And in the center, an eagle with wings outstretched. Guardians of the North. Despite their power, the Steel Guard family had never meddled in politics. Over time, they become the symbol of unwavering loyalty. Even though they had enough strength to seize the throne, they never did. That tradition began when Levadon, after receiving the commander's shield from the previous king, stepped away from the political arena and returned to the family's castle. It became a way of life for the Steel Guard bloodline. And now, his father was on his way there. Staring down at the letter, Arun read on. Arun thought about his father, how he had always followed his grandfather's wishes. He never showed his face in high society unless absolutely necessary. And yet, he still graduated from the academy with Karsam honors and became the star of the autumn banquet. Placing a hand on his chest, Arun felt his heartbeat quicken, from being the family's useless youngest son to becoming their pride. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Marcus? He guessed. Without moving, he created a small flame in his palm and calmly burned the letter. Ever since this whole mess began, Marcus had offered to assign an escort, probably being overly cautious again. Come in, Arun called. A pale young man with brown hair, peeking through his fringe, stepped carefully into the room. It was Jenkins. He approached the desk where Arun sat, hands folded, face unreadable. What is it now? Arun asked, watching the guy's tense posture. Jenkins hesitated. I have a report, he stammered. Arun closed his eyes as the man started mumbling. trying to explain something about the Raihan trading house and missing goods. Jenkins flailed, trying to make his point, but he was too worked up. Arun decided to settle him down first. He placed a firm hand on Jenkins' shoulder. A soft silver aura radiated from his palm, spreading into the man's body, tying manifestation divine art. Jenkins blinked, startled by the energy flowing through him. When Arun opened his eyes, the silver glow faded. Feel better now? Jenkins nodded, calmer. A little, but I think it's better if you see it for yourself. They arrived at the warehouse, where a small crowd had gathered around piles of wooden crates and bags left open in the sun. Raina, her short brown hair tucked neatly under bangs, studied a yellow object in her hand, chin resting on her fingers. Behind her, voices clashed in heated discussion. She flinched, eyes wide when someone whispered, "He's here." A girl in a white shirt and blue skirt rushed toward them. The staff quickly bowed to Marcus and the others, grateful that Arun had shown up. Pointing at the bags, one of the workers said, "That's what we're talking about." Green powder spilled from one bag, while another had yellow, round pills rolling out onto the floor. Arun frowned, scratching his chin. Something about them felt familiar. He remembered pink jars of cream, purple pills, and suddenly it hit him. These look a lot like our blue pills and beauty cream. A man in a red suit behind him raised his hands, visibly annoyed. Right? I have no words. These are green pills and some cheap knockoff cream. Turning to Jenkins, Arun asked, "Where did all this come from?" Jenkins explained, "During a routine check of trade records, we found the shipments were delivered to the wrong address." He introduced the workers who had been caught selling the items. "It looks like the Raihan Trading Company is passing these off as their new products," Jenkins continued. "But they only sell in small amounts, probably to avoid detection." Hand on his chin, Arun narrowed his eyes. "So, counterfeit goods already? These bastards dared to copy our product." From behind, someone said, "The situation isn't ideal, but maybe we shouldn't be too worried." Jenkins examined one of the green pills in his hand. "It's not that this pill doesn't do anything. It helps when you're tired. But if our blue pill is like high-altitude whole leaf tea, then this is just cheap, crushed leftovers." Raina raised her finger, still slick with cream. "Same with the moisturizer. Sure, it softens the skin, but it's nowhere near as effective as our formula." The brunette smirked. "No matter how polished they make these fakes look, they're still second-rate copies." A nearby staff member added, "The quality gap is too big. Even if they gave them away for free, no one would use them." Someone muttered, "Has Raihan completely lost its edge in business?" Despite their laughter, Arun remained still. Then he spoke, voice cold and serious. "What's so funny?" Everyone froze. "Even if it's just a cheap copy," he said, "this isn't something to laugh about." He turned to Jenkins. "How much do our blue pills sell for?" Jenkins straightened up. 2 gold and 50 silver coins per unit. "And the green ones?" "About 80 silver." Arun's gaze sharpened. "So our product costs over 3 times more." Jenkins suddenly went pale. "Wait, this is just like..." "Yes," Arun cut in. "Just like when we tanked the potion industry." Jenkins remembered. Glass bottles filled with blue liquid. The potions Raihan trading once specialized in. Expensive, compact, easy to transport, but ultimately flawed. They couldn't heal external injuries. And compared to the blue pill, they lost on every front: price, effectiveness, practicality. A man in a red VES turned to the director. "So what you're saying is, if fake blue pills hit the market, then they might actually push us out of the market," someone muttered. Arun didn't hesitate. "That's exactly what Raihan's after. Even if they can't shut us down completely, they're trying to create a reality where that becomes possible." The workers looked at him, confused. "Our blue pills and beauty creams are already the hottest trend among the capital's aristocrats," he said, lifting a hand. "And trends usually trickle down from nobles to commoners." He pointed out the obvious. "Let's say I'm a middle-class man in the capital. Everyone's talking about the blue pill, but at 2 gold and 50 silver, that hurts the wallet. But these green pills," he said, tapping a bag, "only 80 silver. I could buy them without blinking. My wife and daughters, they'd go for the cheaper beauty cream." Standing before the quiet crowd, Arun continued, "We're not a merchant house just for nobles. Our clients are everyone in Navarro. All of them." His fists clenched. "And yet, they think it's fine to rip off our products and profit from our hard work." His gaze swept over the workers. "Tell me, does Raihan see us as a threat?" Marcus replied without hesitation. "Definitely. If this had dragged on any longer, they would have taken over even more supply lines." The bearded man nearby looked stunned as Arun continued. "Then the next step is obvious. We meet them face to face." As he turned to leave, he added calmly, "We're moving out now." Walking away, Arun thought to himself. There was another reason he'd started paying attention to the Raihan Trading Company lately. High above, a chariot glided through the sky, wrapped in purple magical energy. Sierra sat with eyes closed, arms extended, carefully holding a glowing purple seal in front of her. Across from her, Arun sat with his arms folded. If you scan the capital, can you find Andrade? Sierra nodded. Yes, but the range is massive. It won't be easy. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Pink irises shining in shock. Arun leaned forward. What is it? She stared at him surprised. I found him. Thun gave a crooked grin. So, they really stayed behind. Try to use me, huh? Guess it didn't work out. An hour later, a two-horse carriage moved across the land under the glowing sky. The sun was setting, painting the hills in pink and gold. Inside the carriage, Arun and Meryl sat across from each other in silence. His arms were folded, Sari curled comfortably on his shoulders. He glanced at the red-haired girl. Judging by Sari's relaxed posture, she didn't dislike him. Breaking the silence, Meryl suddenly spoke. I wanted to ask you something. Her long red hair was tied in a high ponytail with a ribbon. She looked irritated but determined. Why did you pick me as your bodyguard? She asked. There were two other candidates who were clearly more qualified. Outside, the carriage wheels turned steadily as evening settled in. The pink sky slowly darkened. Earlier, Vic had stood beside Marcus, arms crossed with Sari perched on his shoulder. Who are they? He asked. Marcus answered, they're the applicants for the night detachment we're forming. The one I mentioned before. There were three candidates, a fiery red-haired girl, a tall and rugged man with stubble, an older, flabby man who looked well past his prime. Marcus added, Arun will need to assign their positions and responsibilities. The blonde looked over them, brows furrowed slightly. From left to right, mid-level, low-level, and another low-level second class. Two were older. The girl was clearly the youngest. He turned to her. How old are you? 22. She answered without hesitation. Younger than Kieran, he noted silently. She stood at attention, waiting for his verdict. And the bearded man stepped forward. Meryl didn't attend the academy. That caught Arun off guard. What? He said, surprised. The red-haired woman stood calmly, not a flicker of emotion on her face. Meanwhile, RMC's voice chimed in from the side, thinking aloud. He pointed directly at the candidates. Then it's decided. One of them takes commander, the other vice commander of the nightly detachment under the trading house. His assistant looked stunned. Wait, then, who's handling the escort? Arun raised an eyebrow. Isn't there still one more person? The question hit the redhead like a bolt. She stared at him wide-eyed, caught completely off guard. As Arun stepped into the carriage, he gave a soft smile. Marcus quickly moved up beside him, lowering his voice. But in terms of skill, Sir T-Char YL and Sir Alfonso would be the better choice. Arun didn't hesitate. That's fine. I only agreed to have an escort because you kept pushing for it anyway. There were still murmurs, staff quietly urging him to at least explain why he'd chosen her. Leaning back against the wall of the carriage, Arun closed his eyes. That is the reason. She stood there, serious as ever. That's not a reason. You're just setting the mood. He cracked a sarcastic smile. She's got a sharp tongue. I like that. Still, he knew full well. He wouldn't have made the decision without cause. A golden crest shimmered in his mind, the Tariff family emblem. If a girl from a noble bloodline was applying to be a knight for a trading company, then it meant only one thing: fallen nobility. Arms crossed, head tilted slightly, he asked her, You're the eldest daughter, aren't you? She kept her serious expression and nodded. Then you're carrying a lot, he added. She glanced down, silent. Both of them lowered their gaze. Arun could feel it, that quiet, invisible weight pressing down. That urgency hiding beneath stillness. The kind of pressure that steals the air from your lungs. He understood it. He'd felt it himself. But that wasn't why he chose her. Not because they were kindred spirits. The carriage rattled along the dirt road. As it slowed, Arun turned to his companion. Sari perched on his shoulder. They'd arrived. He looked at the little creature. Sari, stay in the carriage. Sari tilted her head, clearly confused. He gently stroked her head. Your presence softens the atmosphere. But this isn't a peace talk. She gave a small whimper, then nodded. Turning to Meryl, he asked, You ready? She took her sword in hand and nodded firmly. They stepped out. Before them stood a towering castle, its golden windows gleaming in the setting sun. Arun stared up at it. Majestic. As they slowly walked forward, he thought to himself, well, no surprise. This is Theoros, the capital of trade, and Rayhan's been skimming the profits off this city for decades. They passed through the grand entrance. He knew they'd been spotted already. Sure enough, someone came forward. Welcome, the greeter said. Here for a visit? Yes, they replied. And you are? The man asked, extending both arms. He had green hair and a polite but cautious air about him. I'm Zimmer. I handle welcoming guests. So, do you have an appointment? Or is this a friendly drop-in? No, Arun said flatly. It's neither. Zimmer blinked, surprised. Then what? Tell the head of the Raihan Trading Company to get out here. Now, Zimmer froze. Just the tone of the request alone made him break into a sweat. Then Arun's expression turned sharp, eyes like knives. Zimmer didn't wait another second. "P, please hold on." He turned and sprinted off, shouting as he ran. His mind was reeling. That blonde guy. I've seen him before. He burst through the hallway, yelling for the company head. Behind the office door, voices began to stir. Is that Steel Guard? The question hung in the air as a nervous staffer bowed low before his boss. "There's no doubt," he said shakily. "It's him." The man seated in the luxurious chair leaned forward slightly. "So, the demon slayer himself decided to show up." With a shadowed gaze, he added coldly, "Let him in." In the center of the room stood a light green base displayed atop a pedestal, drawing quiet admiration from those nearby. One noble stroked his chin, puzzled by the artifact's origin. Behind him sat the head of the company, reclining with his head resting on his fist. Arun stepped forward and glanced at the item. "You could sell that one piece and build an entire building," he remarked. But the head of the trading company didn't smile. "You're not here to admire my collection," he said flatly. "So why are you here?" A bald man, maybe in his 30s, scowled from across the room. "You didn't even bother to greet me." Arun turned slightly, meeting his gaze over his shoulder. Didn't think it counted as rude. Just took a moment to process the stench. He casually tossed a bag onto the table. "I could have forced you to crawl barefoot and beg for forgiveness. Instead, I came here in person. That's more mercy than you deserve." The owner raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. From the back, workers began bringing in boxes filled with green pills and other goods. "Oh, those," he said lightly. "Our latest product line. Not bad, right? Effective and affordable." But Arun's face hardened. "Are you seriously going to act like you don't know why I'm here?" The man feigned innocence. You want to place an order or something?" That pushed Arun's patience. "Don't play dumb. You know exactly why I'm here." The man shrugged with a smug grin. "Even if I gave these away to other trading companies for free, I wouldn't give a single crate to yours." Arun narrowed his eyes. "So you do know how to dodge questions." The man leaned in. "Or maybe you just gone soft in the head. And by the way, your tone's been really starting to irritate me." He smirked. "Show some respect to your senior in the trade." The three of them faced off across the room. Arun replied coolly, "A man who doesn't follow even basic moral standards doesn't deserve to be called senior." He added, "Seems like greed's all that drives you." The man only laughed. "Exactly. Greed is why I eat so well and live even better." Arun stood tall, brow furrowed. "Then I guess you've never heard. Greed unchecked leads straight to ruin." He thought to himself, if he'd just shown an ounce of restraint, maybe I wouldn't have noticed. But the green pills and cream? That was a direct challenge. His voice sharpened. "You cross the line. You copy my products. That's war." The bald man chuckled, unfazed, and lifted a hand. "I was going to tell you something, too." He leaned back, grinning. Word's been spreading in trading circles. A new predator's appeared, goes by the name Arun Steel Guard. Supposedly, he's here to shatter the old foundations and steal all of TSK's money. Arun's gaze narrowed. A phrase from a document flashed in his memory. Zimmer continued gleefully, "They say that every few years, someone new stirs things up, but it's all noise. Eventually, it dies down." He steepled his fingers and rested his chin on them. "You've got noble blood, sure, but it's gone to your head. You're arrogant, impulsive, and way too emotional." He let out a mocking sigh. "You came all this way, and now you're stuck. What are you going to do?" Meryl stood silently beside Arun, a deep frown on her face. The head kept going. "You're all about appearances. Brought a pretty bodyguard to look good, didn't you? But if this is the kind of man running a trading company, it'll all collapse in a couple of years." Without warning, the hero grabbed the vase by the neck. Still calm, he kept speaking. "Maybe you should just hand over all company operations to Sulphur Marcus and enjoy your unearned fortune in peace." Then he hurled the vase straight at the bald man with blinding speed. The man barely reacted in time. His head snapped to the side just before impact, the vase whizzing past his face. But the hero wasn't finished. His fist clenched tightly as the vase flew onward, now glowing with energy. The older man caught it midair, his hands trembling. A pulse of purple aura flared around him. "Are you insane?" he roared. "Do you have any idea what this costs?" The young master's eyes darkened. Literally. His pupils turned pitch black. Necromancer's eye. "I figured as much," he muttered, eyes flashing before returning to normal. He locked eyes with the man across from him. "You called me arrogant. Just another noble clinging to bloodlines," he said. "But this confidence wasn't handed to me. I earned it." He stepped forward. "And I already have ways to stop your product theft. Many." The old man clutched the vase to his cheek, visibly shaken. The hero continued, voice firm. "You said I brought a bodyguard, just for show? That I lead a trading house without understanding people." He turned, gaze sharp. "Then you know nothing about her." The word struck deep. Raihan flinched. With his voice as serious as stone, Arun went on. "Most aristocrats would chase status through marriage. But she chose another path, one filled with thorns. She's building her own future, for herself and for her family. The red-haired woman froze, eyes wide. Then he looked at her and asked, almost softly, "Tell me, how could anyone not respect that?" Her heart skipped. "That's why he chose me," she thought. But before she could speak, Arun placed both hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her toward the exit. "I've answered your question. Now go wait in the carriage." She blinked, stunned. "But my duty—" "It's fine," he said, expression unreadable. "I need to exchange a few private words with the head." He closed the door firmly behind her. The bald man shot up from his seat. "What do you think you're doing?" Arun turned back calmly. "I figured it's better if we talk alone." With a smirk, he added, "Why don't you have your guard stand down? Let's keep this fair." The old man tensed. "What guards?" Arun's gaze slowly drifted to the ceiling. "You really gonna play dumb? Or should I ask the one hiding up there if he knows your secret?" He grinned wide, drawing out each word you. "R. A demon. Summoner." That did it. The man leapt from his chair in panic. "Get him! Now!" Just then, a ceiling panel burst open. Someone dove out, cloaked in a hood, blade in hand. The assassin flew straight at Arun, knife gleaming. But the hero didn't flinch. His eyes locked onto the attacker, cold and calculating. The blade slashed through the air, but Arun twisted aside with barely an inch to spare. Again, the assassin attacked, fast, silent, and deadly. His movements were sharp, precise. Concealment? Top tier. Speed? Like lightning. If I didn't know about the ambush, Arun thought, I'd be dead. The assassin lunged again. This time, Arun extended his palm. A burst of blue light exploded from his hand as he struck with pinpoint force. The guard was thrown back, barely landing on his feet, skidding across the floor as he tried to recover. Arun took a stance, arms crossed, legs firm. Dark moon technique. Aura wrapped around his arms like liquid shadow. Once again, he charged straight at the blonde warrior, who was already set in his stance. Just as he swung his blade, the attack was stopped, caught mid-air by the man's bare palm. With both sides now fueling their attacks with raw energy, a fierce clash erupted. Blades and fists moved in a blur, each strike faster than the last. But the protagonist, calm and focused, blocked every blow with just his hands. Then, an opening. The Lord spotted a gap in his opponent's defense. One precise strike, and the enemy dropped instantly. A guard watching from below muttered to himself. Sure, the young man might have been the youngest to ever pass the Carson assessment, but he lacked real-world combat experience. Aura or no aura, he was still green. The enemy's blade closed in, aiming for the young master's neck. But at the last second, it dropped to the ground. The hooded figure froze, trembling, stunned. My hands, they just... But he never finished. The Lord had already closed the distance, winding up for a crushing blow. The servant collapsed to the ground. The blonde stood silently, his aura-charged hand glowing faintly. The strength of the Dark Moon technique lies in its endurance. The longer the fight, the more energy floods into your bloodstream. Pan glanced at his glowing hand and muttered, Not exactly a weapon, but maybe I underestimated it. The castle's owner had been observing everything and was stunned. But instead of commenting, he asked how Pan moved that fast, how he'd pulled it off in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, he pictured the servant in his mind. Even if he wasn't great at reading people, he knew this bodyguard had top-tier stealth and ambush skills. And then it hit him. Only a knight of high rank could possibly defeat someone like that. The bald man, clearly rattled, pointed straight at Pan. You've been hiding your power. Pan didn't flinch. Calmly, he raised his finger and said, Looks like you've been hiding a bit of darkness yourself. The castle owner lowered his head. The title Demon Slayer had always stirred unease in him, but he never believed Pan had come to actually kill him. Still, rage began spilling from his mouth like venom. Suddenly, his form shifted. A dark, purple mist swallowed him as his body transformed. Horns sprouted, his skin turned a deep violet, his eyes black as night. A full-fledged demon stood in his place. It's impossible, the demon hissed. Even magic didn't detect me. How did you know? He lunged forward, but Pan was ready. With just 2 aura-charged fingers, he hit him square in the throat using the Dark Moon's blocking technique. Durin stood tall over him, still holding his glowing fingers in place. You rely too much on brute strength, he said. Maybe try learning some real techniques. The demon dropped to his knees. Blood poured from his mouth. He looked up and spat. You think you're safe now? How dare you attack me and Ryan like this? But Pan calmly raised both hands. Small orbs of energy formed between his palms. I think I'll be just fine. He unleashed a flurry of blue waves. The blast sent the demon crashing backward. We cut to the horizon, where the sun sets. His screams echo across the sky. Bloodied and crawling, the creature begged for mercy. But the blond man only looked down at him. You summoned the devil yourself. Why fear death now? The Lord stroked his chin thoughtfully. The demon, barely conscious, whispered, "One more hit, and I'll die." That gave Pan pause. He wasn't lying. His regeneration was weaker than Andrade's. Was this some kind of rare fusion between human and demon? One without full corruption? The demon lay there, pathetic and broken. The blonde activated his necromancer's eyes and examined him closely. Even with slowed healing, his ego was still intact. Pan locked eyes with him. His soul power read at 600. A steel guard descendant, watching nearby, noticed right away. 3-digit soul power? Poor camouflage. A detection spell could have revealed him easily. Pan kept his gaze fixed. He thought, people bound to demonic spirits, they're hunted everywhere. That's why hiding your energy is everything. Pan looked down at the demon and asked, "What do you think would happen if the world found out that Raihan?" The same guild leader idolized by small, mid, and large guilds alike, the man who supposedly built a tower out of gold bars, was actually a devil summoner. Then he added with a smirk, or maybe if he bribed the entire bureaucracy, the truth would never see the light of day. Still sprawled on the floor, the demon groaned. "You think you're any different? Just because the Steel Guard family has your back, you think you can walk away clean?" He tried to sneer, but the pain was too much. "If I go down, I'll drag you with me." But before he could finish, he froze. His eyes widened. The blonde had taken out a corked flask, small, unassuming, but instantly recognized by the demon. From a tiny container, the dark spirit of the 17th fragment of Andalusia burst forth. The soul-absorbing flask had been empty until now. Its master, standing calmly, said, "You've been idle long enough. Time to put in some work." The spirit inside, radiating a soul power of 14, fixated hungrily on the demon, whose soul power still read at 600. Pan looked at the spirit and nodded. "You see that bastard? Handle him for me." The spirit licked its lips, eyes gleaming. Looks delicious." The demon's voice turned desperate. "Wait, just wait." And in that moment, Pan recalled the warlock with the icy blue eyes, L'Oreal. It was just like she predicted after the Andrade incident run had forged a contract with the dark-haired one, the very spirit hunter obsessed with collecting all the Andalusia fragments. If Mick ever decided to put one of those fragments on the market, Tun would be the first to show up, with rare tips and powerful items in hand, all for the trade. Pan's eyes glinted in the shadows, violet and sharp. He remembered the warlock's most crucial warning: when a spirit senses someone with greater spiritual power, they submit like beaten dogs. And if one's unlucky enough to be caught by a high-level necromancer, they're leashed for life. And right now, that demon on the ground, he wasn't a demon anymore, just a dog waiting to be collared. The spirit in the bottle began draining his soul power. Slowly. First 600, then down to 350, then 300, 250, 200. Raihan gritted his teeth, trembling. Then, through clenched jaws, he roared out, "Master!" Pan raised an eyebrow, visibly surprised. "What did you just call me?" The horned creature looked up, defiant but defeated. "You own my soul, my body. That makes you my master, whether you like it or not. I belong to you now." Pan stared at him in silence. The demon, "No." The servant pleaded again, "Please stop." The blonde scoffed. "Funny how fast your loyalty flipped." Then he turned to the spirit. "If you don't want to end up sealed back in that tight little mirror again, you'd better stop and get back in a bottle." The spirit scowled, disappointed. "I was just starting to enjoy myself." But after a pause, it sighed and slowly retreated back into the flask. Its soul power had risen to 170. Pan did the math in his head. The spirit had devoured around 500 units of soul power. But somehow, its own strength had only gone up by 300. The spirit's absorption rate was brutal. Ragged slammed his forehead to the ground, practically worshipping his new master. "Thank you," he muttered. But Pan just frowned. "Are you really the same guy from a few minutes ago? You were ready to lick my boots." As if to prove the point, the demon-turned servant crawled a little closer. Pan narrowed his eyes. "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, the dark-eyed creature grabbed his shoe and stuck out his tongue. "If you command it, I'll do it." Pan jerked back. "Get away from me." Some time passed. The blonde now sat calmly, sipping tea from a luxurious set. Across from him, the bald man had returned to his former human appearance. He leaned forward slightly, gesturing to the teacup. "Try this. It's the most popular tea in the Empire." Pan took a sip. The aroma's amazing. His gaze stayed sharp, watching the man carefully. "So," he said, "tell me, why summon a devil? To live longer. Stay healthy," the man replied without hesitation. "Money can't cure incurable diseases." Pan nodded slowly, then asked, "And how many lives did you sacrifice to buy yourself more time?" That question hit like ice. The man's confidence wavered. He avoided eye contact, voice trembling. "About 10. That number caught Pan off guard. 10. He frowned, thinking. Fewer than Andrade, but in the end, he's no different. Still, if he's useful, I'll use him. The bald man, Sensing the shift in mood, try to change the topic. We're going to stop selling green pills and beauty creams soon. Pan raised an eyebrow. Why? Those were selling well, weren't they? They're flying off the shelves, the man confirmed, especially with the commoners. Exactly. Making something that popular takes real effort, Pan replied, leaning forward. You're a talented merchant. The bald man beamed, eyes closing with satisfaction. You flatter me. But even as he smiled, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. He stood, looked at his new master, and asked carefully, Wait, are you suggesting I continue selling our products? Pan nodded, then slid a document across the table with a grin sharp enough to cut steel. It was a loyalty agreement, straight from the Aruan and Raihan trading houses. You admitted to copying our products and making money off them. So now, you'll need to pay up. The bald man froze, panicked, scratching his cheek nervously. What kind of amount are we talking about? About 20%, Pan replied coolly. The man blinked. You mean 20% of the profit? Pan leaned in, eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? Then he clarified, and the meaning behind that 20 hit like a sledgehammer. The old man stared in disbelief. Wait, what? He bit his finger nervously, calculating fast. In his mind, he pictured one of the green pills next to a stack of silver coins. Each pill sold for 80 silvers, with a profit margin of about 25. So, if Pan was asking for 20% of that, it would be doable. But if he meant 20% of total sales, that would leave him with just 9 silver coins per pill. His blood boiled. At that rate, he might as well switch to selling something else entirely. And in that moment, he genuinely felt like he wasn't the villain here. Aruan was. Frustrated, he stared at Pan. What exactly do you dislike about me? Pan didn't answer. He just calmly pulled the bottle out again. The old man's face went pale. Wait, no need for that. Don't release that brat. He scrambled for the contract, signed it in a flash, and sealed it with a bloody thumbprint. Pan looked down at the agreement, satisfied. Meanwhile, the old man looked completely crushed. His face twisted in disappointment, tears just barely held back. One goal down, Pan thought, turning slightly to glance at the crumpled figure still slumped by the wall. So, he asked, what should we do with him? The bald man scratched the back of his head. Is he even alive? Because if he's not, we might have a problem. Pan nodded. He's breathing. Then why were you asking me like I care? The man shot back, then quickly backtracked. Not that I'm close with him, or anything. But Pan narrowed his eyes. He recalled how the guy had been stuffed under the ceiling, hiding like a rat. If they really were friends, he thought, he wouldn't have forced him up there. Out loud, he asked, what's the real issue? Is it because he's too smart? More nervous scratching. The bald man, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head. That's not it. Then, more quietly, he admitted, Chris, he's someone Albret introduced me to. Pan's eyes widened. Albret, he repeated. He stood up abruptly, stunned. Wait, you mean the hot-blooded Marquis? The bald man nodded. Pan gripped his chin deep in thought. The servant, now fully obedient, cautiously asked, do you have a problem with him? But Pan was too busy turning over possibilities in his head. I didn't expect this. Why is the Marquis of Dorian suddenly part of this mess? His thoughts drifted to what Albret looked like, and everything started connecting. The green pills, the beauty creams, the whisper campaign about counterfeit goods. After that whole ordeal, the Aruan Trading Company walked away with a fortune. No maintenance, no overhead. Just pure profit. Naturally, the rumors began to swirl. Some claimed they overheard the CEO yelling at Raihan, forcing him to admit fault and repay every coin. Others believed they'd just struck a quiet deal behind the scenes. But no one ever guessed the truth. The fact that Raihan couldn't even touch the Aruan Trading Company, that alone sent shockwaves through the merchant world. Inside the company, morale was sky high. Staff members raised their fists to the sky, celebrating in unison. Behind a tall, closed wooden door, the scene was quieter. The protagonist removed the dream machine from his head, a complex magical device that allowed him to dive into dreams and extract hidden information, even from someone's subconscious. It could uncover plans, secrets, even glimpses of the future. He set the device gently on the table beside him and let out a long breath. I never expected it. The Marquis of Dorian, an investor in Raihan. Thoughts began racing through his mind. Rumors he used to brush off suddenly made sense. Claims that the Raihan trading house was actually being positioned as the successor to the powerful Albret family. And then, there it was, confirmation that a 30,000 gold coin investment had been made to back either the young Marquis Albret or Raihan himself. The Golden Demon was now emerging as a real power in the political world. With full support from the Marquis, the tides had shifted. Pan leaned back, his eyes narrowing. At first glance, it looks like they picked Raihan. But in truth, it's the Marquis pulling all the strings behind the scenes. And that wasn't all. Even Luther Carlson, one of the Empire's 3 main lords, was heading toward the capital. In a separate scene, We see him fast asleep, arms crossed, inside a slowly moving carriage. Pan muttered, I get it now, my father and Dorian's connection is clear. But there was still something nagging at him. Could he also be involved? Back in his office, surrounded by piles of books and documents, Pan grabbed his head, frustrated. Ever since the incident with Dirika, the name of her killer kept resurfacing in his mind, refusing to be forgotten. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Maybe I need a distraction? Something to take the edge off, he muttered. And just like that, he tapped into the interdimensional trade network. Advertisements from countless systems flooded his view. Some looked useful, some were suspiciously cheap, and others seemed downright impossible. Rare and bizarre items appeared in real time. And for a moment, he hovered between indecision and impulse. A notification popped up, purchase complete. The items he'd selected were far from ordinary. A deadly poison, the art of dragon poisoning, contradictions, the power of self-defense, overcoming inner cultivation, and shadowless secrecy. His eyes glowed crimson. I now possess 360 years worth of internal Kai. He was locked in, completely focused. No distractions. He smiled slightly. This is the beauty of spatial trading, fierce haggling, unpredictable outcomes. But it's perfect when you realize you're buying twice in one move. With that kind of cultivation time stacked, even if he reached his ultimate peak and broke every known limit, he'd never be short on Kai energy again. Then came the next phase, knowledge absorption. He decided to start with martial arts. A smooth, black fabric unfurled before him. He picked it up, examining it closely. It was a combat cape, Kipo's battle cape. This wasn't just for defense. The cape could shift instantly in a void mode, transporting parts of its coverage into another dimension. Pan lifted the cape by its edge, then activated it with a single command. In that instant, the fabric shimmered and transformed, taking on the appearance of a vast, cosmic sky. Pan wasn't particularly impressed at first. The cape just looked a little darker. But then, as he opened his eyes wider and studied it more closely, something clicked. His fingers sank slightly into the fabric. He held his hand toward it again. It felt like it was being pulled into endless space. If someone attacks me while I'm wearing this, he murmured, they won't even have time to blink. He took the cape off, holding it in front of him, examining it with more appreciation now. Yeah, this is perfect. In this world, wearing magical armor often raised eyebrows. It brought too much attention. But a cape like this? It flew under the radar. A subtle replacement. Effective. Smart. Too expensive for me normally, he admitted. But then again, with a balance of 5,832,513 coins sitting in his account, saving money wasn't exactly a concern anymore. Just then, a strange system notification appeared, blinking persistently. Someone was messaging him. A lot. He glanced at the feed and raised a brow. Now that's some persistence. He sighed. Honestly, if it weren't for this guy, I'd have made way more money by now. With a groan, he finally accepted the incoming call. The screen lit up. Alpha scan. The familiar face appeared and smirked. You finally picked up. Ignoring me as usual, but not today. Pan leaned back. Been busy. Alpha scan, easily recognized by his long ears, spread his arms. Busy? What could you possibly be doing? He added, your partner's store is running itself. And let's be real, it hasn't exactly been crushing sales lately. Then, with a sly tone, he continued, people are starting to say you've lost your original spark. Pan narrowed his eyes. That rumor's one I started myself. Alpha Scan chuckled. So you admit it. Pan scowled. He's always been irritating. That familiar feeling returned. Memories from 2 years ago, after the cataclysm at Laftel. He remembered receiving a letter. He'd scratched his chin, puzzled by it. Looking to buy something he'd asked back then. The cat-like sender had simply replied, nah, nothing urgent these days. Just figure I'd share some info. Pan had sat on the edge of his bed, asking about an information exchange. But the message had turned serious. AlphaScan told him flatly. CMSAEAM had been kicked out of interdimensional trade. Pan froze. What? How? The other simply held up his clawed hand. Don't play dumb. You know exactly how. Then came the accusation. You planned it all. Price manipulation from the start. He pulled up a graph, showing the spike, then the sudden drop. A textbook manipulation play. You tugged every string. Got him banned, he said. Then, with a smirk, he added, but no one guessed your real target was the Rochester Magics Guild. That caught Pan completely off guard. He stared at the screen. Who even are you? The other man grinned, calm and proud. Let's just say, I'm someone very interested in you. Then came the list. He was the one who triggered the Mona Stone crisis in the Zero system. He brought 2 of the 5 main elixir guilds in the first system to a standstill. He personally influenced the dismissal of Miriam and Sirica. And just recently, he bankrupted one of the biggest guilds in operation. As he listed the guilds, Pan saw flashes of their leaders in his mind. But then the mysterious figure added, quietly but deliberately, still, The man on the other side of the screen smiled coolly. Relax. Sure, there have been a few violations here and there, but nothing serious enough to get you kicked out of interdimensional trade. So I left them out of the report. That immediately put Pan on edge. Wait, report. His eyes widened. Don't tell me. But the long-eared man cut him off, still grinning. That's right. Your guess is spot on. He placed a hand dramatically over his chest. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm the one behind all those rumors. The one watching from the shadows. An official auditor of interdimensional trade. Pan's brow twitched. Great. Another annoying clown shows up. But before he could say it aloud, the auditor added smugly. I bet you're thinking I'm just another pest. But hey, I'm certified in using heart tone lore too. Pan's temper flared. So he really is the real deal. And here I thought he was just pretending for some kind of petty revenge. Turns out this guy had manipulated others just to set him up. And now, an actual oversight agent was knocking on his door. What do you want? Pan asked bluntly. The man's grin widened. Relax. I'm not here to make trouble. I just wanted to offer you a job. There's a vacant position I think you'd be perfect for. Pan immediately folded his arms. Not interested. I've got enough on my plate. Why don't you go deal with your own mess? The auditor extended a hand. I'm dealing with it. That's why I need your help, with the T Division. On the screen, a stack of dossiers appeared. Former CMs, 5 of them. 3 had already been permanently expelled from the trade system. Truthfully, he added, you've got talent. Pan scoffed. Talent in monitoring? The man shook his head. No, talent for causing problems. Pan's expression darkened. Arms crossed tighter, eyes sharp. Are you being sarcastic right now? Not at all. I'm serious, he replied smoothly. You've pissed off so many CMs, they've started restricting your sales. Mona stones are piling up in your warehouse. The scene shifted to reveal rows upon rows of dusty crates filled with unsold Mona stones. And it's been ages since you ran a discount, he added. Pan sighed. Yeah, that's all true. Then what's the issue? The auditor asked, raising a brow. You're acting cold. Pan shot back. Don't waste my time. But the man didn't back off. Hey, you won't be doing it for free. Every task you complete earns you COR, quest points. You'll need those. A new system prompt lit up before Pan's eyes. Quest activated. Objective. Sell 10 high-quality Mona stones via the designated channel. Reward. 100 coins plus 200 COR. The format was similar to System 1 quests, but clearly adapted for System 2 conditions. Pan rubbed his chin, calculating. The quests don't mean much on their own, but they're essential if I want access to System 3. Right now, though, he was losing more than he was gaining. He glanced at the man on the screen. Even so, I'm not doing this. What do you even expect me to use those points for? The cat-like figure tapped his chin, thinking. Then, almost instantly, he replied, How about this? I'll supply the exact number of COR points you're missing to enter the third system. A golden chime echoed in Pan's mind. His thoughts sharpened. Are you saying I'll get 1,800 COR points right now? The man threw his arms wide. Easily. That's within my reach. He smiled with eager eyes. So, are you still going to refuse me this time? Pan's heart skipped. He tried to focus on Alfaskin's profile screen, but each time he looked, the data flickered, shifting into gibberish. His unease grew with every failed attempt. What is this guy hiding? He clenched his jaw. No matter where I look, I can't see a single piece of real information about him. The profile kept changing. No matter how many times he checked, the information never stayed the same. Still, the persistent auditor pushed again, asking with a grin, Are you really going to turn down the chance to earn 18,000 QP points? Pan placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. Just one look at those numbers is enough to know this is a solid offer. It would take me 2 whole years to rack up the 30,000 total QP points on my own, and this would get me halfway there in one go. Even so, he hesitated. I don't know. Depends on what exactly you want me to do. The red-haired man grinned. Don't worry. It's nothing. Really, just a trivial task. A notification popped up displaying the assignment. Be friendly with fellow traders during spatial transactions. Pan froze. Out of all things, that's exactly what I'm worst at. Still, he reluctantly agreed. The redhead smiled slyly. You made the right call. It's time you started playing in the big leagues. He promised to send more details later, then ended the call. Left alone, Pan leaned back, hand on his chin, deep in thought. System 3. He searched through all the memories from his past life, but no matter how far he dug, there was nothing, no solid information about the third system. A towering stone gate appeared before him in his mind's eye. The entry requirement might be steep, tons of QP points, but that's not the real issue. The real challenge is reaching the final phase of the soul stage in System 2. He pointed to the system interface, focusing on Phase 2. Currently, it had 3 unique soul stages. If you excluded this servant of evil, that still left 2 brutal paths. He who stands before the door of truth, the master of magical engineering. Both were insanely difficult in their own right. With Pan's experience, hitting the required trading volume wouldn't be the issue. The problem was the mandatory conditions for advancement. Unlike Phase 1 and early Phase 2, where the difficulty ramped up gradually, the last step hit like a wall. The requirements? Complete 5 transactions involving unique magical knowledge, or complete 5 trades involving unique magical items. Pan scowled, arms crossed. What kind of system is this? Frustrated, he realized he had no choice but to ask someone who'd already made it in. We shift to a crumbling ruin. Spirits drift through the air. A figure in a red cape stands among them. Nearby, the blue-eyed warlock steps into the third system. When Pan asked for answers, the warlock gave him a vague response. It's not easy to explain. Pan flared up. Is it really that hard to just tell me what kind of dimension it is? She calmly replied. Information about System 3 can't be shared with users still in lower-level systems. The warlock took a slow sip from a long pipe. That's not the issue. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, this drink is incredible. Pan stared, baffled. What are you even talking about? Forget it, the warlock said with a dismissive wave, then asked, why are you so focused on getting into System 3 anyway? Pan exhaled and admitted, I just want to get closer. One step at a time. The warlock leaned back, folding comfortably into a chair. It's worth it, if you can get in. Then he glanced over and asked, do you even have enough coin for level 8 rings? I've got the coin, Pan replied. The problem is they're basically never on sale. The warlock nodded. Exactly. I wouldn't sell mine either. But don't give up. Keep looking. Pan's patience snapped. All you do is dodge the question. You're just wasting my time. He stood. I'll figure it out on my own. But just before he could leave, the warlock offered him something unexpected. A small gift. The warlock handed him a book, Mid-Level Ghost Disguise. This is so you don't feel like your time was wasted, he said casually. Pan blinked. After a gesture like that, it felt awkward to press him with more questions. He tucked the book away and left without another word. As he walked down the corridor, thoughts of System 3 still swirled in his mind. But something interrupted him. He spotted a familiar figure standing nearby. Hey, he called out. She jolted at the sound of her name, spinning around to face him. Her eyes widened when she saw it was him. Pan frowned. Why are you standing out here? I assigned you a room. Shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot, she replied shyly. I'm your bodyguard. I need to stay ready in case something happens. That made him chuckle softly. If anything did happen, he said, you'd probably just freeze up in confusion. She blinked in surprise at the teasing, unsure how to respond. Then, almost flustered, she held out a book toward him. Sorry, she said. I got caught up reading the training manual you gave me. Pan took a glance at the book. It was a mana breathing technique, one suited perfectly for her. He remembered. It was something he picked up through his Zero System channel. And she wasn't just reading it. She was already progressing. She's talented, he thought. Even reached 2nd grade without ever attending the academy. He pictured her relentless training. Her main problem, he knew, wasn't motivation. It was bad foundational methods passed down through her family. She'd hit a wall. This new breathing technique was the key to breaking through it. Then it hit him. That's why I picked her. The other 2 candidates were in it for a paycheck. But she wanted growth. Desperately. With a smile, he closed his eyes and raised his hands. All right. No need to be so stiff. Your form's looking good. Take your time. Train hard and lift your family up. She beamed, eyes shining. Thank you. I swear I'll repay your kindness. Pan internally sighed. Having her around might become a bit of a headache. But before he could finish the thought, she stepped closer. Also, you have a guest. A guest? He echoed, confused. Ooh, she glanced toward the hall. He's been waiting in your room. When Pan entered, a figure launched at him. Sorry, crashing into his chest with a full-speed hug. He hadn't been expecting that. Sorry, he said, catching her. Still in his arms, she explained. As you asked, I've been watching the main roads. But then, I caught a scent I recognized. Pan broke into a wide smile. So that means... He looked out the window. No doubts left. Thero's escort had arrived. From the fortress walls, wagons and riders moved steadily beneath flags bearing the Steel Guard family crest. He and his companions stood at the high gate, watching the distant caravan. Is it them? He wondered aloud, tension creeping in. They were supposed to reunite soon. But old thoughts returned, being abandoned in his previous life, never knowing what true fatherly affection felt like. He imagined an old memory, him sitting on a bed beside his father, talking in low voices. Back then, his father had seemed like an unshakable wall. Suddenly, a knight among the arriving group spotted him. Without hesitation, he broke into a sprint toward Pan. It's been a long time, he shouted. The knight who knelt before him turned out to be Jarvis. He dropped to one knee and said how relieved he was to see him safe and sound. The guy looked completely drained. The blonde quickly told him to stand. After all, the other knights were watching. But Jarvis blurted out that he was only following the orders of the knight in front of him. Then, with arms spread wide, he said it had only been a few months, but the kid had shot up. Soon he'd be taller than him. Still, his face looked tired and worn. He asked if the journey had been rough. With a soft smile, the young knight said the route had been fine. He'd been busy, sure, but he kept everything running on schedule. The young master glanced at him, eyes full of quiet understanding. Of course, it was hard. Jarvis wasn't just a knight of the Steel Guard second class at night. He also lived as an Yulaf merchant. Suddenly, someone from the knights came rushing up to the scene. He called out loudly, demanding to know what was going on. Said Jarvis had run off so suddenly. He thought they were under attack. But then he spotted the young master and stopped mid-sentence. He walked up to the green-haired man, muttering that they'd talk later. Together, they made their way toward the carriages. Someone nearby mentioned they hadn't expected the young master to personally come out and greet them. As the group gathered, many offered their greetings, and he returned each one, asking how they'd been. Then a slight shift came over him. With a more serious tone, he asked, "Is my father in the carriage?" But before anyone could answer, his eyes widened. His father was stepping out. He froze. His father, with a quiet voice, said it seemed like his son was a bit nervous to see him after all this time. The hero quickly lowered his head and replied, by the book, that he wasn't. But deep down, he knew this reunion carried weight, something only he truly understood. He bowed deeply. "Your son greets you," he said. His father looked him over, then asked about the creature around his neck. Without missing a beat, the young master gave its name and explained he found the animal in the capital and decided to raise it. The elder nodded. It did seem like a clever little thing. Then, a voice rang out from the crowd. A ruin. A girl dashed over and threw her arms around him. It was his sister, Karen. She looked at him with sad eyes and asked if things had been lonely all this time away from home. She also congratulated him on receiving Carson. He smiled faintly. Her voice hadn't changed, still warm, still piercing. Karen looked almost exactly the same. But then he quipped that actually, it wasn't hard at all. After all, he didn't have to listen to her nag every day. Karen blinked, stunned, until he added it was just a joke. She rolled her eyes and turned to the little animal, scooping it up and hugging it tight. "Its fur is so soft," she said, cuddling it. Their father watched quietly, arms folded, smiling to himself. Just then, the main character turned around, noticing someone else. A girl stood by the carriage, Darren's sister. Her hair was neatly done, and she looked completely out of place. He hadn't expected her. She leaned casually against the carriage and asked, "What's with that look? Like you've seen something you'd rather not." Scratching his head, he said he was just surprised. She hated society events, banquets, receptions, all of it. So why was she here? With a serious tone, she answered, "It's not about the banquet. I came to broaden my horizons." That caught him off guard. "Broaden your horizons?" She stepped into the shade beside the carriage and said someone once told her, "You only open your eyes when you start moving to higher places." He immediately knew who she meant. He shot a glare towards someone nearby, elbowed Jarvis, and yanked him aside. Once they were out of earshot, he leaned in close and whispered sharply, "Why did you bring Darren here? What about the trade guild?" Jarvis leaned in and said quietly that all his subordinates were trustworthy, and for now, work would continue without any issues. Still, the blonde whispered back, pointing out that most of the leaders were gone. Jarvis, worn out and on edge, responded in a low voice. He didn't have a choice. He was starting to think the lady was growing suspicious. They tried to keep their conversation discreet, voices hushed. A visual flashed. Jarvis split in half, one side showing him, the other representing Yulaf. He admitted her suspicions had started to center around the idea that he might actually be a merchant. He explained that while he was away, the Scandinavian persona couldn't appear at the Steel Guard's residence. It would have made things obvious. The young master agreed. His sister wasn't the type to fall for something so shallow. Just then, Sari showed off, balancing on one hand, catching everyone's attention. But the young master continued, reflecting that maybe none of this would have happened if he hadn't come to the capital. Still, even Yulaf was now absent from the guild. The green-haired one stepped in closer and mentioned something, then asked for help. He needed the young master to assist him in pulling off a performance. Soon after, a group gathered in front of the Aruan trading house. Darren stood with arms folded, clearly annoyed, while a flustered Jarvis hovered behind her. She grumbled that she hadn't even unpacked her luggage yet, and already he was dragging her out. Jarvis quickly replied that the young master just wanted to give her a tour of the place. Turning to him with a sharp look, she asked since when he took orders from Aruan so easily. Jarvis was caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Darren remembered how, back when they first crossed paths, he'd acted odd, like something had changed. She noted that he was one of the first to run toward Aruan that day. It was strange, seeing her old friend like this. But Jarvis snapped, shouting that they weren't friends and she was talking nonsense. Watching from the window, Arun saw his sister call Javis a fool. He pressed his lips together, knowing she had no idea who Javis really was, that he was Yulaf. On the table next to him sat a leather mask and a small blue pill. A knight couldn't be in two places at once, which is why all of this had to stay hidden. He turned his head slightly, speaking to no one in particular. Anyway, everything's ready. Now I just need to make my move. Suddenly, Dorian showed up with a tall man sporting a ponytail. Arun asked why he came now. The man responded by checking if he was feeling well. Then, snapping at his attendant, he demanded a proper greeting. Chris's bodyguard, standing beside him, bowed his head and greeted Arun. Arun got up from his seat and asked if the shadow bodyguard could walk alongside them. Dorian replied that it was even better that way. Chris had been trained by the Marquis, and no one knew what he really looked like. The man with the scar on his head grinned when asked if he'd be meeting with the Marquis. He said yes, but that these meetings didn't involve sharing actual intel. According to him, Traer was nothing more than a money bag. Arun crossed his arms, clearly unimpressed. He muttered that the introduction was dragging on too long and asked if Dorian had come all this way with actual news. Dorian smirked, complimenting the director's sharp instincts. The young master looked down, picturing the Marquis Albret as he listened to the report. The Marquis and Duke Carlson had met in secret, and Dorian suspected they were plotting something. Arun thought to himself, already dealt with the son, but now the father was becoming a bigger threat. He recalled the fabricated Dirika evidence incident and began to wonder if the Marquis hadn't acted alone after all. As faces flashed in his mind, Arun began to suspect that even the former deputy commander of the Knightly Order might have been part of the scheme. The knights from the prosecutorial corps were squeezing the Arun trading house from every angle. And to top it off, even the Dorian Guild merchant was feeding from the same trough. In his mind, Arun pictured the smug face of Marquis Albret, towering over his trading house like a looming shadow. If he hadn't uncovered the truth behind all this, Albret might have already taken everything from him. But it was too soon to say the conspiracy had ended. Not yet. With his hand on his chin, Arun pondered his real problem. The Marquis already had massive wealth in the south. Was this whole scheme just a business expansion into the capital? Or was it revenge for a past slight? He remembered the flask filled with a strange green liquid. If he wanted to use it right, he needed to find out the real reason behind Albret's moves. Nearby, the man with the scar scratched his cheek, glancing away awkwardly. When Aaron asked what exactly Albret had said about him, Dorian answered vaguely, saying only that the young man was too brave and too persistent. Arms crossed, Arun gave him a sharp look. Don't lie. He probably just called me an annoying little fool. Dorian laughed a little, admitting the Marquis was actually furious. Not just because he couldn't see eye to eye with the Duke, but also because even Zenith had backed down. Arun sat back in his chair. Anything else? Dorian shook his head. That's all I heard. Arun touched his chin again, lowering his gaze in thought. Since the Marquis wasn't giving him any information, he dismissed the merchant. Outside, workers were loading crates onto carts. Dorian stepped onto the carriage, gripping the doorframe. Gritting his teeth, he muttered bitterly, it wasn't enough for him to shove me up against the wall. Now he wants to clip my wings, too. Chris stood nearby, mouth slightly open, watching him. After a pause, he asked, want to hear what I think? He reflected on the last 10 years. Not once had the man he followed shared any real intel, or even asked for his opinion. As the carriage door slammed, Raihan finally replied, we're in the same boat now. He asked Chris directly, should they stay loyal to Marquis Albret or side with Arun? Chris lowered his gaze, remembering the black larvae, that cursed thing and the nightmare that followed after swallowing it. Even if it meant enduring brutal training, he'd never want to go through that again. Ryan watched him, arms folded, as Chris added quietly. Irun said there's no way to remove the bug. We're stuck. But Ryan wasn't convinced. That's thinking too simply. A twisted image flashed in his mind of Arun, grinning like a maniac, tongue out, wild eyes gleaming. He muttered, Arun's even worse than the Marquis. If we stick with him for convenience, we'll just become his playthings. He went on, I'm old. About maybe a few years left. But Chris, you'll be under his thumb a lot longer. Chris glanced at him, thoughtful. The bard touched his chin and said what they were both thinking. Then we need to find a way to break free. Ryan nodded. If we're going to escape, it has to be now. As he turned to the window, something caught his eye. We need something that'll really piss Arun off, he said. Then he spotted her, Sylvia. She stood nearby, scribbling notes with a calm smile on her face. He noted how beautiful she was, but something else drew his attention. A faint trace of mana. Very subtle, but there. A magician from the upper world? His eyes darkened. That couldn't be. That tribe was far too proud, far too elite to leave someone behind here. And yet, looking at that smiling girl, a flicker of bright blue light shimmered around Sylvia, barely noticeable, unless you were looking for it. Dorian turned away from the sight, a dark grin tugging at his lips. He muttered to himself that maybe, just maybe, the heavens hadn't turned their backs on him after all. Not if something like this showed up during the attack. Chris glanced at him. You have a plan? Dorian's grin widened, eyes glinting. Oh, we're heading straight to meet with Marquis Dorian. Right now, the full moon hung high in the night sky. Arun walked through the streets, calm and confident. A small smile played on his lips as he remembered the scene he'd orchestrated, appearing as Yulaf with Javis at his side, right in front of Darren's sister. The whole performance? It worked like a charm. He looked up, recalling his sister's troubled expression and the confused look on the knight's face. There was a strange tension in the air between them, an invisible current. He wondered, was the champion thinking the same thing he was? Suddenly, a voice called out. Arun turned, surprised to see a familiar figure walking toward him. Even though he didn't dislike Javis, the idea of seeing an Imperial spy as his brother-in-law, that felt a little too weird. Word spread quickly. As soon as people noticed Arun, a small crowd gathered. About 10 guys surrounded him, grinning from ear to ear. Hey, so the rumors were true. Your trading business really took off. Wait, how'd you afford a mansion while still in the academy? Amazing. You've achieved so much so young. You're really something, man. Arun held his jacket casually over his shoulder, offering them a small smile. The voices were familiar, painfully so. He couldn't help but compare it to the cold silence at the Steelgar residence. The difference in reactions over the last 2 years was night and day. Among them, a short-haired guy with black hair, Fry, smiled at him. Arun asked where his father was. He's resting, Fry replied. Karen's training right now. A flash of white light split the air. Karen, her long blonde hair flying, swung her sword and cleanly sliced through a thick tree trunk. Breathing heavily, she paused, the remains of the log crashing down beside her. A familiar voice called out, asking if she was done already. I wanted to watch. Waving as he approached, Arun stepped into the training area, where chopped trunks lay scattered like fallen soldiers. Karen turned around, surprised. I heard you were busy. He nodded. I was, but I caught your training. He added with a nod. Keep practicing like that, and you're guaranteed a second-class rank. Karen looked a little disappointed. I was hoping to polish my skills more, to surprise you. Durin raised a finger with a smile. Karen lit up, remembering the book he had given her. She said the more she read it, the more it resonated. It just sinks in, she said. Then she asked where he even found something like that. It was sitting in a dusty old bookstore, he replied casually. Karen blinked. Wait, a hidden treasure like that, just lying around. She lowered her gaze with a warm smile, hugging her sword close. Arun said softly, to someone without a trained eye, even a jewel looks like just a stone. I don't know how it ended up there, but finding something truly valuable in a pile of junk? That's rare. Karen nodded, agreeing. It's hard to judge the worth of technique at first glance. Arun's expression shifted slightly, surprised, as Karen added something else. This one's different. It's designed for women. You even studied its nuances for me, didn't you? That caught him off guard. Optimized for women? She looked down at the purple-covered book, and Arun asked if she brought it with her. She nodded. Every time I read it, I feel something new awaken inside me. Taking the book into his hands, Arun flipped through it using advanced speed reading. His eyes widened. He muttered internally, it's real. Most martial arts were created with a male body in mind. But this one? It was crafted to enhance female strength and movement. Karen looked up at him, surprised by the expression on his face. And Arun realized his sister had reached class 4, just by practicing on her own. Arun's eyes stayed locked on the book, flipping pages as realization dawned. This wasn't just some basic mana breathing method. It was more than wings. It was an engine. Karen caught the look on his face and tilted her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Before he could answer, she suddenly froze, eyes wide, when he asked if she'd maybe expected help from their father. She quickly shook her head. No, I never told him. Arun stared at her. So she made it this far entirely on her own. That technique really was a perfect fit for her. Still holding the book, he asked, confused, then why didn't you tell me? Karen smiled and said softly, I wanted to surprise you with my aura. She looked down and added that she didn't think their father would have approved. Learning a breathing technique from an unknown source? That wasn't exactly something he'd endorse. Before Arun could respond, both of them turned their heads, surprised. A voice cut in. Your thinking's off. Levidan walked up to them, arms crossed, smiling calmly. I believe you chose the right path, he said. Karen spun to face him. You knew. I could not know, he replied. You made a bold and important decision. Her eyes widened. Levidan stepped closer and added, when we return to the estate, I'll fully support you. He placed a firm hand on her shoulder as she stammered. You don't have to, but he interrupted her gently. Don't say that. Nonsense. Any day now, this family will welcome its first 4th grade aura user. Arun closed the book, rubbing the back of his head. His father turned to him, smiling. I can see my youngest has done well. Arun laughed lightly and replied, compared to Karen's progress and your support, what I've done is nothing. But in his mind, he thought, this is the Jan continent, a patriarchal society. Investing in a daughter is usually seen as giving away your family's wealth once she marries. Still, Levadon smiled knowingly. They say trouble never comes alone, but no one warned me the same goes for good fortune. Resting his palm on his sword, he said firmly, Karen will become an aura user soon. Arun's eyes widened as his father suddenly raised the tip of his sword, stopping just before his son's face. And you, he added with a grin, graduated the academy with a Carson grade. He narrowed his eyes, clearly amused. They won't stop asking how I raised children like you, just by managing things from the sidelines. It's almost embarrassing. Arun's smirk turned sharp. So, what? You came to see for yourself. Levadon frowned slightly. Better to witness it once than to hear about it 100 times. With that, he pointed the sword right at Arun's throat, bathed in the silver moonlight. I want to see how much you've grown. Arun's lips curled into a wide grin. The excitement in his chest swelled. Looking over at Karen, he asked, mind if I borrow your sword? Karen nodded, handing it over without hesitation. Thanks, he said, gripping it firmly. I'll take good care of it and return it in perfect condition. Raising the sword in front of him, he smiled and asked, so, you really want to spar with me? Levadon lowered his own blade, letting a light aura shimmer faintly around it. I'll keep it simple. Basic aura only. And with that, he dashed forward. Let's begin. Their swords clashed, steel ringing out in the quiet night. Arun's aura surged along his blade, scattering dust around them. He didn't back down for a second, matching his father's strike for strike, blocking every blow as their duel intensified. Levadon grinned mid-swing, clearly impressed. You're moving well. Arun scoffed, sword raised. You're just flattering me. He launched an overhead strike, but Levadon crouched and slipped under the blade with ease. Karen watched from the side, hands covering her mouth in shock. All she could see were flashes, bursts of aura clashing in the air like lightning. At first, she tried tracking their movements, but the speed was overwhelming. She quickly lost sight of their attacks completely. This is real, she whispered. You can't follow the movements of a special class knight with your eyes alone. Arun held his position with laser focus as Karen, wide-eyed, murmured, he's doing great. Even if Dad's not going all out, I didn't think he'd last this long. Suddenly, her expression changed. Levadon surged forward, blade in hand, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Arun didn't back down. He charged too, sword raised high. The moment their auras collided, a massive white flash engulfed them. Karen, face pale, rushed into the fog. Arun, for a moment, she feared the worst. Maybe their father had miscalculated. But then a familiar voice echoed through the dust. I'm fine, Arun said, stepping out of the haze, blonde hair tousled but standing tall. Her relief was short-lived. She turned toward her father and froze. Levadon was down on one knee, leaning heavily on his sword. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stared down at his hand, face grim. Karen gasped. Father, he didn't meet her eyes. I'm fine, he muttered. She clutched her face in panic while Arun's expression darkened, eyebrows pulling together. His father's next words made it worse. You've proven yourself. A true master of the sword. You earned that Carson grade through your own effort. Arun's jaw dropped. You're not fine. Gripping his sword tightly, he looked down confused and angry. How? He wasn't even using full aura. His thoughts spiraled. Why didn't I see it sooner? When they told him Levadon had arrived in a carriage, it should have clicked. His father always rode on horseback. Always. That was his creed. A knight rides with his men. But he'd shown up in a carriage? Arun's heart sank. Then he remembered something else. His father had recently visited Trensom, a sacred place where priests live and divine magic flows. Levadon had always avoided that place until now. Sweat rolled down Arun's cheek as a heavy realization settled in. There's something he's hiding. Something serious. He looked at Levadon, coughing blood, struggling to stay upright, while Karen hovered nearby, clearly shaken. And in that moment, Arun knew. His father was facing a serious health issue. Later, in the mansion's bedroom, Levadon sat quietly on the bed, fingers resting on his chin. I'm glad I left command of the knights to Captain Hapahel, he said softly. His two daughters stood by the bedside, giggling over old memories, their laughter gently filling the room. Karen glanced at the captain's somber expression and softly said it really was a relief. Darren, standing beside her, added with a surprised smile, I never thought I'd see a giant like him shedding tears. The room fell silent. Inside the spacious chamber were their father, both sisters, and Arun. The blonde stood quietly, lips pressed together, eyes shadowed with guilt. Even though his father was trying to lighten the mood with a joke, it only made things worse. Looking at the worn-out man sitting on the bed, hands slightly raised, Arun wondered if it would have been better if his father had just opened up, or even complained a little. But Levadon simply said he was fine, just needed rest. Darren immediately waved her arms, upset. You were coughing up blood? How is that fine? Again, the man insisted he was okay. Karen gently placed a hand on her sister's shoulder, her own expression heavy. After Levadon said they could all go, Karen turned to Darren and softly suggested they step outside. Once the room emptied, Levadon looked at his son, eyes steady. He could tell by Arun's tense expression there was something on his mind. You've got something to say? Arun nodded slowly. He remembered stoic face. Even if the others didn't notice, there's no way you could hide this from your right hand. Levadon confirmed it. Only Alloy knows. I didn't tell the others. They'd worry too much. Arun, still staring down at the floor, shook his head. No, I'm not just curious. He raised his gaze. I have one more question. He asked about the symptoms and what might have caused the illness in the first place. Levadon leaned back slightly, remembering his visits to the healers and the pilgrimage to Trentham. I've seen the best priests and healers, he said. None of them could do anything. Just then, Arun's left eye glowed red. A message flashed across his vision. Takeover complete. I think I've got a different opinion now, he said. Levadon gave him a puzzled look, but paused when Arun stepped forward and asked for his hand to check his veins. You're as stubborn as ever, Levadon muttered. Arun took his father's palm gently, saying he was going to channel some of his own mana into him. Do what you want, Levadon replied. Arun closed his eyes. His energy flowed out, scanning deep within his father's body. And what he saw made his heart drop. Red clusters, blood clots, scattered throughout. Any strain could trigger internal damage. Levadon's eyes widened, jaw slightly slack, as Arun explained. Your mana flow is completely disrupted. My guess. You've been living like this for nearly 2 years. Still holding his father's hand, Arun raised his finger and continued. It probably started as mild discomfort, but little by little, it got harder to control your mana, until eventually you lost the ability to use it properly. Levadon let out a soft breath. You're right. Then with a hint of sarcasm, he added, What? They teach healing at the academy now. Arun didn't answer. Instead, he placed a small medicine capsule in his father's palm. Levadon looked at it. What's this? A restoration pill, Arun said. Heals internal injuries immediately. Levadon examined it curiously, unsure, but Arun met his eyes. Trust me, you won't find anything better for this. With a slight smile, Levadon popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Almost instantly, a calm washed over his face. He placed a hand over his chest and closed his eyes. It's been so long. I've forgotten what this felt like. He smiled faintly. None of the other potions helped. But this worked. Arun looked to the side, his lips tight. Despite his condition, Levadon had traveled all the way to the capital. In his mind, Arun pictured his father, standing tall with arms crossed, the family crest glowing behind him like a silent vow. No matter what anyone said, Arun knew exactly who his father was. A cold-blooded count. Someone who'd long stepped away from central politics. A man who had never once left the Steel Guard residence. And yet, as he recalled the warmth in his father's face while hugging Karen, he saw something else. Even a man like that had a parent's heart, one that still burned with pride and a desire to praise his children. Faint glimmers appeared in Arun's vision, memories and emotions overlapping. In his past life, he'd never even considered it. Never imagined that beneath the stoic exterior, his father had hot blood running through his veins, just like anyone else. He lifted his hand and wiped his tears away with his sleeve. I don't know what you'll think of me in the future, he said quietly. Whether it's disappointment or doubt. Levadon cleared his throat, fist near his mouth, as Arun spoke with conviction. But I swear, I'll get you back on your feet. Levadon shook his head slowly. The medicine helped, but this illness isn't something simple. He closed his eyes, heavy with exhaustion. Arun pressed forward. The mana flows are tangled. If we can unravel them. But Levadon cut him off. That's only a symptom, not the cause. Arun froze. His eyes widened, mouth slightly open. What's killing me, Levadon said flatly, is the demonic heart. Arun blinked. A dumbfounded smile tugged at his lips as the weight of the words sank in. You're serious? He stammered. In his mind, a terrifying image formed. A massive burgundy snake, its fangs sunk into a human leg. Twisting, devouring. The demonic heart. It was like a knotted mass deep inside the chest. The hidden curse of many powerful masters. A lurking enemy that crushed them the moment they tried to break through the wall to the next level. Looking at his father, worn but proud, sitting on the bed, Arun understood what that meant. He was on the brink of legendary rank. Levadon nodded. To fix this, I need someone at legendary rank. With your talent, it'll take you maybe 20 years. Aruin's mouth parted in shock. 20 years? But, Levadon added, once you reach it, you'd be able to untangle the knot. Aruin's voice was steady. Then, what if I found someone who's already reached legendary rank? Could they help? Levadon's eyes dropped. If you're thinking of asking Dran, he warned, drop it now. Aruin imagined a man, tall, broad-shouldered, with silver hair, leaning casually on his sword. Dragon Lever, the only known legendary knight in Navarro. But even with his status, Aruin knew Dragon hated the Steel Guard. Hated them with his whole soul. No one knew why. But even in his old age, the fire in him still burned hot. Aruin closed his hand into a fist and pressed it to the glowing red screen before him. Don't worry about Dran, he said. The person I'm thinking of would be more upset than he would. Levadon's brow furrowed. In your left eye, why is it glowing red? Aruin's face hardened. Because I've already decided. Levadon's lips parted slightly, eyes wide with realization. Aruin looked toward the screen. No matter what it takes. I'll heal him, even if I have to pull off an interdimensional trade. He reached his hand out. A red shimmer spread through the air, and behind him, a tall figure emerged. Flaming red hair, blazing like wildfire. Aruin smiled. This is the sun god, Li Jiam. He pointed to the red screen and looked at his father. I want you to meet him. Levadon raised an eyebrow, mouth slightly open. The sun god, on the other end. Li Jiam sat at a large desk, scratching his chin, surrounded by bookshelves that stretched to the ceiling. If you're summoning me, then it must be serious, he said. So what's going on? Aruin nervously raised the corners of his lips and began to explain. But before he could finish, a loud, furious cry echoed through Li Jiam's study. Li Jiam clenched his teeth, eyes blazing with anger. Are you kidding me? You summoned me for this. His voice thundered with disbelief as he slammed a hand against his chest. I'm speechless. You disturbed me over something like that? Arms crossed. Aruin calmly read the message on screen. Li Jiam wasn't willing to share his enlightenment. I'm not asking you to, Aruin replied. I just need a hint. Something to help raise my rank. You can manage that, right? Li Jiam's face turned red as he beat his chest again. You're crossing the line. Aruin smiled coolly and touched his index finger to his thumb, mimicking a coin. I'm not asking for free help. I'll pay. 500 coins per question. I know you've been tight on funds. The corners of Aruin's mouth pulled into a sly grin when the system chimed in. User is interested in the offer. The heart always reveals the truth, he thought. Li Jiam rubbed his chin, clearly tempted. His cheeks flushed. Finally, he smiled and closed his eyes. Since we're connected, I'll agree. For 1,000 coins per question. Aruin nodded. Deal. Levadon stared at his son, confused. What are you even doing right now? Don't look at me like that, Aruin said. I know I seem crazy from the outside, but I'm not. I made a deal. Spent 18,000 coins. Bought a 10,000-year-old ginseng and even got a 2,700 coin cashback. Later, peeking out into the hallway, Aruin spotted Meryl standing there with Sari perched on her head. Holding the door, he called out, Meryl, whatever happens in here, no matter how long it takes, do not let anyone in. Meryl stood straight, confident. Even if it cost me my life, I won't let anyone through. She hesitated, then looked up as Sari pressed a paw to his temple like a miniature law enforcer. Aruin smiled at the sight. If he's with you, he said, you'll be fine. Then he closed the door. Hand on the handle, he stood still for a moment, lowering his gaze. His heart was heavy, but he had made all the preparations. Now, it was just a matter of time. As he raised his head, his left eye glowed red again. I'm going to bring you back, father, he thought. 3 days passed. With each one, the skies turned more transparent, the air cooler. The harvest season had arrived. Fruits dropped heavy from the trees, and golden fields were thick with ripened grain. A man stood atop a tall wooden box, holding a foaming wooden mug high above his head. To all of humanity, he shouted. Around him, the crowd raised their own drinks and cheered. It was the start of the traditional autumn feast festival. In this season, people gave thanks to the gods of earth and weather, honoring them with towering statues. Across Navarro, common folk enjoyed the festivities outdoors, laughing and drinking under the open sky. Nobles, meanwhile, celebrated indoors in tailored formal wear, sipping wine and mingling among themselves. The most elegant gathering of all took place in a massive palace, its towers capped with vivid orange rooftops. Inside, a concierge in a purple cape and cap, Chamberlain, smiled warmly as he took the hand of guest. Everything this year has been arranged just the way you wanted, he said. The man he was speaking to? None other than Dei's Navarro, King of Navarro. With arms crossed, Dei's Navarro scan hall. Not bad, he said flatly. The concierge, clearly relieved, smiled wider as the king raised a finger and pointed toward the chandelier. That, "I like," he said. It was the only reaction the ruler gave, but it was enough. The concierge bowed deeply, thankful the king had acknowledged even that. Day-Eyes Navarro moved to his throne and took his seat. With a wave of his hand, he signaled. The formal reception had begun. "Understand everything," he said quietly. Inside the grand banquet hall, guests were seated at round tables arranged with careful precision, each one placed according to the guest's relation to the Navarro royal family. One man, an ordinary guest, made his way down the red carpet toward the king. Seating and introductions followed the strict hierarchy of honor, beginning with those of the lowest rank. A short man with messy dark hair and a faint mustache gave his respectful greeting to the king. Then came a count with tousled, reddish hair. He yawned, tired, covering his mouth with a gloved hand. As another guest copied the motion, he glanced sideways toward Chamberlain and asked, "When will the Earl of Steelgar be called?" Chamberlain responded calmly, "He should be next." A knight in polished armor stepped forward, resting a hand near his mouth as the king spoke, mentioning how it had already been 10 years since they'd last met. The knight called out loudly, declaring that he was next in line. Some of the younger guests in the hall let out awkward sighs. Just then, two elegantly dressed young women entered the room, draped in rich festive gowns. The knight's voice rang out again, presenting Lady Karen and Lady Darren, daughters of the House of Steelguard. As they walked gracefully down the red carpet, quiet murmurs spread through the hall. People whispered about how Count Levedon had clearly raised not just his sons well, but his daughters too. Their poise and beauty left many stunned. Darren brushed the hem of her deep purple dress, then stepped forward and curtsied from a distance. "The daughters of the House of Steelguard greet His Majesty the King," she announced. King Day-Eyes Navarro rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Only the daughters?" he asked. Karen stiffened. A bead of sweat slid down her cheek. A petitioner nearby reminded the room that Count Levedon had originally stated he would attend the banquet. The king had looked forward to seeing the three legends together again. Karen lifted her eyes. "Due to certain circumstances, our father couldn't attend." The king's expression shifted slightly. "Is it a health issue?" Chamberlain stepped in, voice firm. "Please answer honestly." Darren leaned in, whispering uneasily to Karen. "Right now, I wish we just stayed home." Karen lowered her gaze, mind racing. She hadn't expected to be questioned about her father the moment they walked in. "If I lie, it could create problems. But if I tell the truth, the whole hall will know about his condition." She clenched her jaw. "There's no way out of this," she whispered to herself. The king raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin in thought. "He caught a cold?" The heart of steel. Looking down at them from the raised platform, King Navarro's tone was skeptical. "How could that happen?" Karen answered calmly. "Even one with a dragon's resilience isn't immune to illness. No one is." The king gave a cold stare as Karen added, "But the doctor said he should recover in just a few days." Still unimpressed, the king curled his lips faintly. The sisters smiled politely. Finally, the king gestured to a seating area. "In his place, relax and enjoy the banquet." Karen bowed slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your thoughtfulness." Just then, the large doors at the back of the hall swung open again, draped in red and gold. The Marquis of Dorian entered. Clad in a rich burgundy cape, he stood quietly against a wall, hands on his belt. His gaze swept the room. "It was said the three great lords would gather again after all these years," he murmured. Near the banquet doors, the legendary knight, Drojan, stood with a displeased look, arms crossed as he muttered, "This kind of thing isn't easy to arrange." His eyes narrowed as he looked toward Sierra, capped in purple. "I heard you were looking forward to this. That's the only reason you're even here, right?" Sierra, silver-haired and tense, glanced away, biting her lip. She thought to herself. She had no interest in the three lords. The only thing that mattered to her now was why Arun hadn't shown up either. But her expression froze when Drojan extended a hand toward her. "Our turn's coming up," he said. "What's wrong? Letting me go first just because you're younger?" Sierra raised an eyebrow. "Are you bragging about being old?" She scoffed. "Should I give up my turn again? Like all the other times you showed up late?" Their eyes locked, sharp and full of irritation. Both bared their teeth, neither backing down. One embodied Navarro's magic, the other its sword. And they were the highest-ranking members under the title of Marquis. If Sierra went first, the court's magicians would complain. If Drojan stepped ahead, the knights would be furious. Before either could act, Duke Luther Carlson calmly stepped forward between them. "Why don't you both just go in together?" he suggested, cool and composed. Both of them turned to him, blinking in surprise. Of course, if a higher-ranking duke entered first, it would solve everything. They silently agreed and stepped onto the red carpet behind Luther as he called them to follow. Moments later, the knight at the front of the hall raised his voice to announce the arrivals. Duke Luther Carlson, Marquis Drojan Luper, warrior of legendary rank, and Lady Sierra Felgas, 14th head of the Maris Magic Tower, pay their respects to His Majesty. The room went quiet as the nation's top figures approached the king and bowed, heads lowered in perfect sync. Even the ruler of Navarro couldn't find fault with these three. King Dayeyes Navarro rose from his throne, resting his hands on the armrests. Karen, Darren, and the rest of the nobles stood from their seats in unison. Marquis Dorian lifted his head, glancing toward the king. With a wide, open gesture, Dayeyes smiled. Today is a day for celebration. Eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves to the fullest. He began to speak about the fine foods and drinks he had specially prepared, but suddenly his words faltered. His eyes widened. Two figures entered the hall, both dressed in dignified formal suits. Count Levedon Steelguard and his youngest son, Erwin, had arrived at the banquet. Murmurs swept through the hall as all eyes turned toward them. Even the knight at the carpet paused, unsure. They're late, he muttered, watching the two walk forward with relaxed smiles. He hesitated, then opened his mouth wide and announced in a booming voice. Entering now, heroic ranked warrior, Count Levedon Steelguard, and his son, Erwin Steelguard. They walked calmly down the center of the banquet hall. The knight watched them, glancing toward the king's face, grim, unreadable. As expected, the knight thought. Nothing's changed. He pictured Levedon smiling, with the image of his father Lane standing proudly behind him. No matter what the king says about valuing the Steelguard, deep down, he resents them, because the people admire Levedon and his father even more than they admire the throne. And it wasn't just in the air. It was obvious. There stood Levedon, his physique still strong and lean like a warrior's. Meanwhile, the king's stomach was clearly protruding beneath his robes. Even more humiliating, Levedon had managed to stall the signs of aging through aura circulation. While the king's wrinkles grew deeper every season, Levedon remained composed, regal. Forcing a strained smile, Dayeyes Navarro finally spoke. How's your health, Count? Levedon raised his head, smiling brightly. With a hand to his chest, he replied with perfect grace. I heard from your daughters you were bedridden, the king said, voice tinged with suspicion. Levedon answered smoothly. Thanks to your prayers, I've made a full recovery. Both father and son placed their palms over their hearts. The king waved his hand. Good, I'm glad. Please enjoy the banquet. As they approached their table, Karen and Darren rushed to greet their father, relief and joy in their expressions. They clasped their hands together and bowed. I'm sorry I worried you, Levedon said gently, his eyes soft as he looked at them. From afar, eyes across the banquet hall watched them carefully. A wave of murmurs rippled through the hall. Guests leaned toward one another, whispering that this moment was historic. All three of the great lords gathered in one place. Some speculated that Count Levedon's sudden appearance in the capital was because of his son's remarkable achievement, earning the Karsam rank. They clustered in small groups, commenting that though Levedon was rumored to be sick, he looked perfectly fine now. A few even suggested he had shown up late on purpose, just to steal the spotlight. Many eyes turned toward Levedon and Erwin, watching them closely. But despite the heavy attention, nothing dramatic happened. Eventually, the formal proceedings began. A slow, ceremonial speech that most barely paid attention to. Afterward, Erwin stepped forward, knelt before the king, and presented him with a luxurious sword, an offering, as he was this year's Karsam. Moments later, the sharp clink of glasses filled with alcohol echoed across the hall. The banquet had officially begun. Laughter and conversation bubbled through the room as nobles began to eat, drink, and mingle. But Erwin's head snapped to the side as a familiar voice called out. Erwin, Hugh Carlson, heir to the Carlson family, beamed at him with a goofy grin. It's been forever, he said, practically bouncing with excitement. Erwin frowned. It's been 3 days since the final exam. Hugh pouted. Well, when you're used to seeing someone every day, a few days feels like forever. Erwin gave him a sharp, wolfish grin. So, 3 days is forever now? He leaned in, smirking. You're getting soft, Junior Count. See, cold-blooded. Hugh stammered, pointing at him in mock outrage. That's what they're calling you, isn't it? Erwin tilted his head. Composure's more my style. What are they calling you these days? Hugh's face turned bright red. Erwin took his time, drawing out each word. Ice. Blooded. Junior. Count. He pointed behind him dramatically, a triumphant grin on his face. Who told you that? Hugh blurted, voice rising as he jumped in place. At a nearby table, Sharple sat quietly, flipping through documents. The blue-haired mage looked up. When did you even find time to talk to him? Erwin shrugged. I figured he came here on behalf of Uncle Kendall. But yeah, I got plenty out of him. He smiled slyly, catching the baffled look on Sharple's face. Not only did I find out Hugh's ridiculous nickname, Erwin thought, but I also learned something else. An image flashed through his mind. Bar Ion, clashing with strength. Bar Ion held the top spot all year. and he's a strong contender to become the next graduate of Karsam. Mita, after intense training, is about to hit second class. Benjamin and Davin are deep in their own fields. Arun's thoughts return to Sharple, who, despite coming from a prestigious fencing family, had chosen magic. He had become a fourth ring mage, and was just waiting to come of age to officially join the magic tower. Arun smiled softly. Everyone's first steps in this life are better than the last. He looked back at Hugh, who was now clenching his fists in frustration. This guy, Arun thought, produced the best results, became head of the Soar Club, and earned the title Ice-Blooded Junior Count, without even needing the Ring of Courage. Sharple suddenly paused and looked up. Arun had just asked him, "How's it going with SAR's second gen?" "They're still," Hugh hesitated, "still rough around the edges." A glowing image of a white pearl crossed Hugh's mind. "At first, I didn't understand why you picked them, but now I get it. They're hidden pearls buried in the dirt." He smiled to himself, just like when we met 2 years ago. Scratching his chin, Hugh looked thoughtful. "Now the question is, who do I choose from this year's freshman batch?" In response to Hugh's earlier question, Arun nodded and said, "After the reception ceremony, pick out a few decent ones. Put together a list, and I'll take a look during the second stage. I'll handle weeding out the rest." Hugh lit up with a grin. "Thanks. I owe you one." Arun glanced over his shoulder and noticed several figures observing them from a distance. He leaned in slightly. "Looks like I've been hogging your time." Hugh raised a hand and pointed toward the group. "Were they waiting for me?" Arun shook his head. "I doubt it. Even with the Karsam rank, I'm still just a recent graduate. The air's still adjusting." But watching the way the men watched Hugh, nervous, attentive, he corrected himself. "They're not knights. Probably political figures tied to the Carlson family. I think they're just trying to use this opportunity to cozy up to the successor." Hugh folded his arms, closing his eyes with a sigh. "You can tell just by looking. The type who'll try to butter me up." He waved them off half-heartedly. "They can wait." But before he could say more, someone reached out toward him. A blond man, grinning maliciously, mocked him with a hand gesture. "Who's this in the ice-blooded junior count stance?" Hugh yelped, "Don't call me that." "Hands up," he added. "Every time I hear that name, my fingers cramp." Arun smirked. All right. I won't call you that." Then his tone shifted. "But you should still go talk to them." Hugh blinked. "Why?" "Because what the Duke needs most is political influence," Arun said flatly. He watched as Hugh was soon swallowed by the group of eager nobles and officials, swarming like bees around him. Leadership is important, Arun thought. That's why I made him head of the Soar Club. But he also needs to learn how to navigate the noble class face to face. Turning his gaze to the side, Arun's expression shifted. There, standing calm and composed in his own circle of admirers, was the current head of the Carlson family. The man's face was unreadable, the corners of his mouth raised ever so slightly, like a permanent mask. Arun stared at him. So that's the cold-blooded Duke, he thought. Now I see where the name comes from. Up on the second floor of the palace banquet hall, Arun leaned casually on the railing, his eyes scanning the scene below. Groups were gathered in clumps, circling around specific figures. He noted that nearly everyone was focused on winning favor from nobles or royalty, more concerned with networking than actually enjoying the reception. Still, he couldn't blame them. Everyone's just doing what they can to survive in this world. His eyes shifted toward the dance floor, where a few couples twirled to the soft rhythm of string instruments. Well, not everyone forgot how to have fun, he thought. Suddenly, his left eye flashed softly, white light pulsing in his vision. A message from Alpha Scan. "Hey, are you planning to work or what?" The red-haired figure on the other end waved an arm, clearly irritated. "I said I'd be a minute. It's been over an hour," he protested. Arun sent back a quick apology. Didn't think the formalities would drag on this long. Looking at the glowing white screen, he asked, "Did a group chat start while I was out?" Alpha Scan replied promptly. "It's important to make a solid first impression." Arun imagined Alphaskin's image in his mind. Blonde hair, arm outstretched, blue stones glittering beneath his palm. Alphaskin's next message appeared. "What I like about Mystery Run is what he did in the null system. That left a mark. It still does." Arun paused, startled. His eyes turned a blank white for a moment as he processed it. He responded with a grin. "Wasn't that just because my interference shattered both the first and second systems?" "That could have only happened with your intervention," Alpha Scan replied. Arun leaned on the railing, glancing over the crowd again. A new message popped up. "Anyway, let's not get caught up in chat." "Right," Arun replied. He raised his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, gave the command. "Send the invitations." A notification popped up on Arun's screen. "User, Cybernix, invites you to a chat." Seeing the name, Arun blinked, then asked aloud, "Cybernix, again?" In his mind, he pictured a dark-haired guy with sleek virtual glasses covering his eyes. "Right. The one who first added me to the armor group chat when we were still planning that capture operation." Now he's working as a monitoring agent. Erwin reached out and tapped the accept button. As he entered the chat, a message from Cybernix came in. This is the one I mentioned. Immediately, another user greeted him with a flashy system skill, but Erwin could see right through it. The system let him read the user's true intent. They saw him as nothing more than a bag of money. No interest in anything else. Erwin rubbed his chin, face puzzled. Then another message came in. Nice to meet the new lender. He frowned. Doesn't seem like I'm exactly welcome here. Why is this group so hostile? A young guy with a scar on his cheek, round glasses strapped tightly to his head, broke the tension with a wide grin. Name's Huragon, engineer. He waved at the group. Come on, Ronnie. Don't just sit there. Say hi too. A new greeting popped in from another user. Erwin leaned on the railing, gazing at the translucent chat screen. So far, only the leader seems halfway normal. From across the chat, Cybernix sent a subtle smile. He seemed to be picturing protective armor. I heard you're interested in custom magic armor, he said. You're in good hands. The skills in this group rival any major workshop. Erwin raised a brow. You sure about that? The engineers noticeably perked up. Huragon asked, half joking. Is that doubt I hear? Just cause we're not from the Empire. Another user, an elf-eared man, chimed in. We may not have the Empire's numbers, but our products won't ever go obsolete. Try them, and you'll understand. A masked man with white fox features sent a curt message. You contacted us because you already knew. If you're here just to chat, you should leave. Erwin's expression hardened. They're more on edge than I expected. They know about the Empire, probably more than I thought. Cybernix, sitting calmly at his desk, waved a hand as one of his friends added. They're always paying attention to the Empire. The rumors say everything outside their labs is fake. The dark-haired man added, no need to raise your voice. Mr. Erwin didn't come here to stir up trouble. Erwin replied calmly, you're right. But as he looked down at the screen, his eyes narrowed with authority. I have doubts, he admitted. There aren't many of you. Can you even meet the standard you've set for yourselves? He pictured the thick stack of blueprints they'd sent him. Huragon's response came immediately. Did you even read the manual? I did, Erwin replied. They were excellent, especially the heavy light model. It boosted performance while cutting weight. From behind his mask, the Amocat engineer poked at his own cheek, clearly puzzled. Are you messing with us? You just said you had doubts. Erwin's left eye flashed subtly. He grinned. Alpha Skin never wanted me to just close a deal with them. Images of the four engineers crossed his mind, shadowy figures full of skill and pride. And this time, Erwin wasn't here just to negotiate. He believed his mission was to reach deep into their minds, slowly closing the gap between them. In his imagination, he pictured a massive structure glowing with a flickering blue seal above it. The blonde type that he'd heard their model wasn't any worse than the Empire's. Still, he personally had only worked with models ranging from the Dispeller up to the 3rd Gen Hellfire. The guy with glasses let out a laugh, clearly amused by how much faith he had in the Empire's tech. A red-haired engineer with freckles, Ronnie Stork, tapped his fingers together, puzzled. He admitted that while the products were solid, there was room for doubt. Fagin commented that he thought the Dispeller was decent, and the Hellfire, well built. But the guy with glasses cut in, saying the price didn't match the quality. For that much money, they could easily build something better. With a broad grin, he waved off the praise and said, We're right here. After all, Fagin sat quietly, lips pressed together, chin resting on his fist, looking a little downcast. Then the blonde added that, considering how rough the environment was, the gear barely held up and still managed to sell well. The engineer looked at him, confused by the negativity. Still, he kept smiling at the screen, clearly pleased with something. Run waved his hand. When Huragon asked for his take, Run replied calmly, saying he knew these were the best engineers out there. No one else could pull off something this ambitious with such precision. A guy with 11 ears and glasses, Nemistran, stared at his screen, concerned. Then the blonde chimed into the chat, saying he needed more than just standard magic armor. What exactly do you need, then? Nemistran asked, eyes narrowing slightly. Run didn't hesitate. 4th generation. That made Huragon sit up, eyes locked on the screen, a satisfied smile creeping in. The blonde waved again. I want the 4th generation magic armor. A brown-haired man instinctively reached for his neck, worried they had a security breach. Nearby, a masked man with long hair also looked uneasy, suggesting maybe the client wanted them to design the new armor. Messages popped up in the engineer chat from the brown-haired guy and the blonde. The former asked if someone had leaked info about the 4th gen armor. The latter denied it completely, calling the leader paranoid. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, just as the guy with glasses warned. If this ever got out, they'd all be stripped of their positions in an instant. Then the leader threw out an idea. Ronnie instantly refused, visibly shaken. Suspicion began to rise. The guy with glasses adjusted his frames and said Ronnie was way too clueless to pull off anything like that. The blonde agreed, firmly backing Ronnie. The leader crossed his arms, staring at the chat, realizing they were right. This wasn't Ronnie's doing. The masked man raised a finger, recalling a name, Cybernix. Maybe he was the leak, but the brown-haired guy shut that theory down. He doesn't know anything. The guy with glasses agreed. That topic had never even come up around him. Then the leader, goggles in hand, simply pointed upward. He understood what the client meant. Everyone nodded in agreement in the chat. He partially covered his mouth and told the client they'd misunderstood something. But the blonde wasn't having it. He stared at the control panel and snapped that they must think he's an idiot. They scrambled to explain, saying the third gen was the final model, leaning on the railing. The main character calmly stated he was just as informed as the rest of them. The others turned to him, confused. Simply, because the Bratian material is insanely tough. The young man revealed a new type of magic armor, explaining that it had become a dominant force on the battlefield, mainly because it could be enhanced through spells. In the chat, he raised a bold question. Could armor made from counterfeit metal truly be called progress? The guy with glasses stiffened. He couldn't deny it. The young man had a point. Armor like that wasn't even officially classified as third generation. The real version hadn't been released yet. The blonde spread his arms wide, gears spinning behind him. He declared that real progress needed to be achieved in other fields as well. To prove his point, he unveiled a massive, circular magical device, an upgraded power unit, he said. The masked man touched his chin, clearly shaken. His thoughts had been heading in the same direction, though no one had seriously considered the fourth generation, until now. As this played out, someone appeared on the edge of the scene, a tall, female figure coming closer. The blonde made a few gestures, signaling that design wasn't his only goal. He was thinking beyond that. He had hoped to pitch an investment, but fed up with the chat's reaction, he prepared to leave, calling the whole exchange a waste of time. The leader tried to stop him, but it was too late. A notification appeared. He had exited the chat. Looking ahead, the young man locked eyes with the approaching figure. It was Selena, red-haired, in a black dress with a cutout design and piercing blue eyes. She crossed her arms, standing beside him. "Why are you out here alone?" she asked. He gave a simple answer. "Just thinking." She raised an eyebrow. "Really? Today's supposed to be my debut, remember?" The main character turned to her, surprised. "In high society?" Selena nodded, though she clarified it wasn't technically her first time. Looking out over the guests from the balcony, she said that high society could be fun, especially for the two of them. He pictured her completely surrounded by suitors while he stood on the sidelines. Then, calmly, he said it was worth experiencing at least once, to let go and enjoy life for a bit. Selena blinked at him, caught off guard. But then he added, "Just don't get too carried away." That made her pause. What's that supposed to mean? He waved a hand dismissively. "You'll understand eventually." Her expression hardened. She clenched her teeth, clearly offended. As she turned and stormed off, he stood there watching, his hands balled into fists. Did she really think I'd just let her walk away like that? Selena left, fuming. She realized he'd humiliated her again. And this time, she wouldn't just let it go. Her expression darkened as her thoughts turned sharp. Just then, another girl approached. She wore a short black dress with a cape draped over it, her blonde hair brushing her shoulders. Arms crossed, she stopped in front of him. "So, what's going on with that redhead, Selena?" she asked. She gave him a sharp look. For someone who's just an acquaintance, she sure is clingy. Glancing over at the crowd, she spotted Selena and smirked. "Looks like she's already regretting something about you. Want me to deal with it?" Then, without waiting, she launched into an enthusiastic rant about hormones and something called a spiritual connection spell. The guy just blinked, surprised, silently relieved that nothing had escalated. He stood across from the blonde girl, arms at his sides, about to respond. She asked what he was thinking. He shrugged. Nothing in particular. She stepped closer, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Right, and here I thought you were about to pull something." The young man denied everything, casting her a disapproving glance. When she asked about the redhead, he calmly replied, "She's from the Loop, Ever family." At that, the blonde girl wrinkled her nose, clearly unimpressed. She teased that maybe he was hoping to marry into the family. His expression hardened. "I hate that family," he said flatly. The girl leaned over the balcony and pointed downward. Selena stood near a table, her elbow resting on it. Suddenly, Drojan slammed his glass down with a loud crack, leaping to his feet and shouting, drunk and furious, cursing out the main character's family. He yanked his granddaughter's hand and stormed off. Together, they strode toward the Count, who was casually chatting with guests. The knight didn't hold back. He lunged at the Count, shouting at him, unable to comprehend how he could raise his children so poorly. Drojan raised the girl's hand, revealing a raw abrasion beneath her glove. Levadin's eyes narrowed. "Did my son do this?" he asked. He tried to explain, but Drojan wasn't listening, already boiling over. He looked ready to strike again. When the Count tried to defuse things, Drojan scowled. "Shut up." The gray-haired knight roared loud enough for the entire hall to hear. All eyes turned toward them, including the king's. The blonde girl standing nearby sensed a powerful aura building. The young man watched silently, his expression darkening. A glowing white aura began to form around the knight, rippling outward. Honora stood beside him, and Drojan muttered harshly about their bloodline. Suddenly, a white glove hit the floor right in front of the count. A formal duel challenge. Layskin raised his hands again, trying to keep the peace, but the knight stood tall, clutching his granddaughter's hand, refusing to back down. As realization dawned on the count, his eyes went wide. He'd said too much. The blonde girl covered her mouth in shock and jabbed the young man with her finger. The count's daughters rushed in, trying to hold their father back. He raised his glove again. The blonde boy stood motionless. The girl beside him glanced over, but got no response. He grabbed her wrist just as she was about to leave. She turned back, confused. "Don't do anything," he said firmly. She stared at him, stunned. He repeated himself. "Stay out of this." The king stepped forward, arms crossed. Calmly, he declared that the matter should be resolved here and now. The girl gasped, whispering that the king had finally lost it. The last rays of the setting sun spilled over the palace grounds as the king added one more twist. He'd act as second for the duel. Mello rushed out of the crowd, begging them not to let a drunken misunderstanding escalate into bloodshed. He turned to Drojan. "Are you drunk?" Drojan's reply was firm. "No." Clenching his fist, he said there was no turning back now. The other side had accepted the duel. The count raised his gloved hand again, shaking off his daughters. "I won't hide behind titles or a pretense," he growled. Kendall Lisker also pushed forward, trying to reason with him. The king answered calmly, saying he'd provide protection if needed. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The girl slammed her hands against the railing. "How can you just stand there?" she snapped at the blonde. He said nothing, eyes locked on the scene below. Instead, he focused on the man and woman from the same family, realizing this could be their moment to rise. She called out to him, "Darius," but he didn't react. He looked around at the guests, noting that no one else had the courage to step in. Leaning forward on the railing, hands clasped, he smirked. "At least now I'll know who's truly on my side and who isn't." Everyone gathered in the training arena. The knight's squad stood at attention, watching closely. The count stepped into the ring, weapons in hand. His opponent followed, just as confident. They stood face to face. This duel would go down in history. On the balcony, the girl watched, tension building. "He's been out of shape for years," she murmured. Then her eyes caught something. A lion. The Marquis watched the fight unfold and came to a simple truth. A lion is still a lion, no matter the age. That's what set him apart from a count. Still, he believed it had gone far enough. But the blonde calmly insisted, "Everything's under control." The king sat before the guards and raised his hand, signaling for the duel to begin. The count shifted into position, ready to fight. Across from him, the Marquis drew his sword and, with a nod, offered the first move. Levedon gripped his blade tightly, a golden aura flaring around it. His stance radiated power. He lunged first. His sword slashed through the air toward the Marquis, who blocked the attack just in time. Drojan grinned, holding his ground. The clash had begun. Their swords collided again and again, each strike deflecting the other. The Marquis countered with a powerful swing. The count met it head-on. Sparks flew, light exploded around them. They moved with precision and strength, matching each other blow for blow. With a loud cry, Levedon swung his sword, his confidence unwavering. After all, he held the rank of legendary. The Marquis's expression tightened, bracing for the hit. Their weapons crashed again, shockwaves blasting across the arena. Neither gave an inch. Then, the knight sneered, "I gave you too much freedom." Suddenly, a flash of blinding light burst between them, forcing both men to leap back. Levedon stared across at his opponent, sword still raised, puzzled by what he saw. A glow began to pulse at the tip of the Marquis's blade. Then, with a crazed cry, he activated his aura blade. The light intensified, and he charged. The count readied himself, raising his sword. Their weapons met in a roaring clash, sending violent winds surging across the stands. The shockwaves struck with such force that they reached the spectators. Explosions and bursts of energy lit up the field. Dodging through the chaos, the Marquis avoided Levedon's strike. Grinding his teeth, Levedon realized the truth. His opponent was leveraging the full might of his legendary rank. The distance between ranks wasn't absolute, but it mattered. A silhouette hit the ground, someone defeated. If your rank was below awakened, the aura blade was unstoppable. A man stepped forward, wielding his own AA class blade. He explained that while a heroic rank fighter could use it, the quality would drop. Still, the Marquis pressed his advantage, slamming down another attack with a primal roar. The resulting shockwave rippled out like a storm. Gasps and screams echoed from the crowd. A whirlwind erupted in the center of the arena. Chunks of stone collapsed from above. The guards raised their shields as rocks rained down. One shouted orders to protect the king, who sat behind them, chuckling as if it were a show. The Marquis walked steadily across the rubble, pebbles crunching beneath his feet. Facing his wounded opponent, he spoke coldly. You should have just apologized. The Count stood firm, sword still in hand. But his body was a mess, his shoulders slashed, legs cut and bleeding, fabric torn. He gasped, struggling for breath. Drojan swung his sword up and rested it on his shoulder. The glory days of the Lightning family are over, he said. How long do you plan to enjoy your privilege? Then he raised his blade again and unleashed a shockwave so fierce it brought down one of the stone columns. The Count flinched as dust stung his eyes. He stood by a massive crack in the floor, silently taking in the threats. From the balcony, the girl continued watching the brutal match unfold. She finally spoke up, offering to end it. The blonde turned to her, amused. Why stop it? He crossed his arms, smiling. I'm curious, what if the underdog wins? She stared at him, bewildered. You're talking nonsense. The young man asked confidently. Is there really a need to stop the match? Surely we need a real reason for that. He glanced at the wounded Levadon, who was gripping his sword with both hands, still standing tall. It'd be a bit awkward, he added, if the elder ended up getting completely outclassed by the younger. Levadon raised his sword in front of his face. In that moment, he saw Li Jiam in his mind. For the past 3 days, he'd been training under the guidance of the sun god. In that time, he'd uncovered the answer to a mystery that had haunted him for years, and finally broken through the wall that held him back. Opening his eyes, he thought to himself, now it's time the world knows. With a clenched jaw, he launched forward, blades slicing through the air. One step closer to my father, he thought my idol. The Marquis's expression darkened. He raised his weapon and activated his aura shield. Levadin's sword flashed with golden light, cutting forward in a brilliant arc. Up on the podium, someone gasped. Ow! They watched as Levadin's sword shattered the Marquis's aura shield like it was nothing. The Marquis staggered back with a shout. A wave of thick dust rose, capping the arena. Through the haze, a single silhouette emerged. Levadon, standing firm, sword drawn slightly out to the side, his grip steady and eyes full of confidence. Durin stood next to a stunned Sierra. Cheers erupted below them. The Count of Steel! He did it, someone cried. At his age, over 40, another added in disbelief. The girl beside him turned and asked, Does that mean he's of legendary rank? The young man didn't answer. He just smiled faintly as he looked down at the arena. Drojan clutched his bloody shoulder, eyes locked on the Steel Guard leader. So that's why you were always so sure of yourself. The man's sword now radiated with a glowing blue aura. Dust swirled around him as he raised it calmly. That's why I won't back down, he declared. The two stood face to face once again. The Marquis growled and charged, sword out front. He struck with a clean, direct blow, but Levadon met it head-on, blocking with his blade. Then, with one swift move, Levadon launched his opponent backward several meters. The Marquis scrambled to recover as his opponent closed the gap. Their blades clashed again, powerful streams of aura bursting outward in every direction. The king sat on his throne, head resting on his hand. Beside him, the Chamberlain whispered, Now that we know the head of the Steel Guard has legendary rank, should we stop the duel? But the king didn't even blink. Not unless they stop it. No one else has the right. The duel raged on. With a roar, the Count of Steel raised his sword high overhead and struck down at the Marquis midair. The Marquis blocked, but as their blades collided, a shockwave tore through both sides of the arena. Their swords quivered from the force. Drojan analyzed the scene, thinking he's using a modified aura blade to break through shields, and the real aura blade to suppress those modifications. He stared at his opponent's face and muttered internally, cunning. How'd he hide being legendary all this time? Levadon grinned, cool and calm. The Marquis gritted his teeth, finally realizing he'd been wrong to treat him like some inexperienced rookie. Meanwhile, the head of the Steel Guard remembered something. He was on a bed, holding a blue book in his hands. His son stood nearby. What's this? He asked. The young man smiled. It's a story about destruction and overcoming your limits. He added that while the techniques inside were too advanced for basic training, anyone with legendary rank could use them effortlessly. Snapping back to the present, the Count struck with power and silently thanked his son. Because of you, he thought, I force a man with 10 years of legendary rank to retreat and maybe even defeat him. The Marquis Drojan's aura shield cracked, then shattered completely. He stumbled back, shocked, staring at the broken fragments. So this is the gap between us. He thought about the energy, the spirit, the youth his opponent had, things he could no longer rely on. And technically, I can't keep up either. As he skidded back across the arena floor, the truth set in. Sure, I've lived longer. But across from him, Levadon stood ready, weapon in hand, unshaken. The Marquis gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. He had way more mana reserves. Still, both men charged. Their swords swung with fury, rage in every strike. The Marquis shouted his opponent's name. Steel met steel in a brilliant clash, a blinding burst of light exploding from the point of impact. Aura surged outward as dust rose and filled the arena. The king leaned forward, trying to see through the haze. How did it end? He asked aloud. Then his eyes widened. The stands fell silent. The crowd stared in shock. The girl nearby shielded her face with both hands. The man beside her shook his head. This is insane. And there he was, Levadon, towering over the fallen Marquis. Up on the podium, someone asked in disbelief, how? Is that even possible? Drojan clutched his bloodied mouth, stunned. What just happened? With a calm smile, the Steel Earl pulled out a medicinal root and casually said, having a good son is truly a blessing. He thought back to the rare 10,000-year-old herb his son had given him. How powerful it was. The energy now circulating in his core surpassed even the Marquis's mana pool. Standing before his defeated opponent, Levadon silently marveled. If I can fully absorb all the knowledge I've gained, how far could I go? Then he asked the Marquis directly, are you going to continue? The man looked down, eyes filled with disbelief. When he didn't answer, Levadon said coldly, I can't hear you. Say it properly. Drojan's jaw tightened. Levadon repeated, speak clearly, loud enough for everyone to hear. The Marquis slowly placed a hand on his chest, then shouted, I've lost. You crush me completely. His voice cracked slightly. I don't have a strength to go on. Are you satisfied now? But Levadon wasn't done. He looked him in the eye and said, take back what you said earlier. Admit you were wrong. The Marquis, confused, asked, what do you mean? With a stern voice, Levadon replied, the Steel Guard family has never known cowardice. A shadow of Lane appeared behind him, his father's image watching over him. This isn't just about me, Levadon continued. It's about my father too. The Marquis clenched his teeth. His pride screamed against it, but he had no choice. I take it back, he finally muttered. Levadon closed his eyes, smiling just slightly. Drojan kept talking bitterly. What else can a loser say? The Steel Guard family, none of them are cowards. Not even the head. Levadon gave him the final nod. Thank you. Then, step by step, he walked away from the kneeling man. The Marquis glared after him, furious and humiliated. What curse, he thought. I gave it everything, and I still lost to his son. He pictured himself on his knees before the Steel Guard family crest, surrounded by drifting clouds of dust. Watching from above, Arun reflected on the end of the brutal match. In the end, victory went to my father. He made it. He became legendary. Sometime later, a girl dressed as a maid quietly passed by with a tray of food. The banquet had resumed. Karen and Darren looked around in surprise. Behind them, Levadon stood smiling as a crowd gathered around him. People surrounded the count, offering congratulations. Their attitudes completely changed from earlier. From a balcony above, the young man stood beside Kendall. They looked down over the banquet. No matter where you look, Kendall said, they're like hyenas. They know what it means, he added. Legendary rank, and now they all want to bask in his light. The young man turned his eyes toward his father, who calmly said, if I had lost today, they would have treated me coldly. He simply nodded. That's just how they are. Then he introduced Kendall and Mello, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate both of you for stepping forward earlier and saying what needed to be said. The man chuckled and asked, and what's the point of being a good friend if it turns out we were trying to stop a duel that shouldn't have been stopped? But the young man disagreed. No, it was worth it. That situation gave me exactly what I needed. I learned who's with me and who isn't. His thoughts drifted to Sierra. He turned and asked his father, did something happen to her? She turned pale and just left. His father shook his head. No idea. Can't say for sure. Down in the crowd, Levadon stood, smiling as he exchanged words with guests. Kendall chimed in. I'm just glad your father's illness finally backed off. When I heard how bad it got, I thought. He trailed off, gesturing to his chest. Even his blood flow was deteriorating. Just then, Levadon's gaze shifted. He looked down with surprise. At one of the tables sat Albret, alone, nursing a glass of wine. Has it really been 2 years? Someone muttered. Despite his calm appearance, the Marquis still looked weighed down, his sadness lingering. Albret stood slowly, planting his hands firmly on the table. The young man watched carefully. He's nervous, he thought. He's definitely uneasy. As the Marquis approached, the young man's uncle spoke up, calling out to him. The Count of Steel turned as Albret stepped closer and offered his congratulations. It's been a while since anyone's seen you, the Count replied. Then he turned directly to the Marquis, who said, you know, the old saying was right after all. The Count raised a brow. What do you mean? Albret's voice was cold. Misfortune always follows happiness. And clearly, the Count is no exception. The Steel Count narrowed his eyes. So he didn't come to congratulate me. He came to stir up trouble. The Marquis stared him down. What exactly are you implying? Albret didn't blink. I'm saying, you raised a traitor. Did you even know that your youngest son is hiding one? Gasps rippled from the balcony. The young man's father turned toward the Marquis, stunned. What are you talking about? Albret gestured to someone nearby. I'm talking about Raina Bailey, who now goes by Sylvia. Your son's assistant. Lehite turned to the king, confused, asking, did I hear that right? A traitor? The king, arms crossed, stared at the Marquis as he repeated the accusation. The Count of Steel stepped forward toward them. Albret added, of course, capturing traitors is a job for the Royal Knights, but as a loyal subject, I couldn't just stand by. The royal advisor leaned in to speak with the king, trying to recall something. That name, it sounds familiar. Then it clicked. He remembered a blood-soaked execution, the silhouette of a demonic figure. Yes, he said grimly. That entire family was executed. Turned out they were possessed by demons and planning an uprising. Albret listened with a slight smirk. The king nodded, recalling. They were a family of prominent merchants. But the granddaughter, the head's granddaughter, was never found. It seems urgent to detain her, the king added. No need to worry, the Marquis said smoothly. The king clapped his hands together with a smile. That's good to hear. Albret followed up. My men are bringing her here now. Devarro, who had stayed quiet, finally spoke impressed. Your speed is impressive. From the balcony, the young man watched all of it unfold, concern tightening in his chest. This isn't just some interdimensional political maneuver, he thought. They're going all in. Kindle turned toward him as he approached and said quietly, you can trust me. I've got your back. The young man stepped forward slowly, his boots echoing on the red floor as he approached the center of the hall. All around him, whispers stirred among the crowd. If the accusations are true, it would be a serious blow to the Steel Guard. But if they're false, another murmured, then the Albret family is in serious trouble. Some spoke cautiously, noting that with the Steel Count now holding legendary rank, simply controlling the situation wouldn't be enough. Levadon watched his son with visible concern, turning toward him as hushed voices continued to cast doubt. At this rate, someone whispered, everything points to the Marquis telling the truth. The young man passed his father without a word and stood directly in front of the king. Then the doors creaked open. A frightened face peeked in, Sylvia. Her voice trembled. Please let me go. Two knights stepped inside and dragged her in. All eyes turned to her. Don't touch me, she pleaded. The king looked over calmly. So the other party has arrived. Without warning, the knights shoved her down to the floor. She winced, squinting from the pain, but forced herself to stand. Then she froze. Her terrified gaze moved across the room, landing on Arun, Levadon, Albret, and Devarro. The young man locked eyes with her. She spoke his name weakly, and in that moment, he noticed the bruises and scratches covering her body. Then the royal wizard stepped forward. Both the girl and the young man turned toward the king. Proceed, the king ordered. The wizard obeyed. Savro, the six-ring mage in service to the royal house, raised his hand and gently placed it on the girl's head. What are you doing? She asked, voice trembling. A green magic circle lit up above her. Don't worry, he said calmly. I won't harm you. The circle shimmered in the air, then slowly began to dissolve. The king raised his hand, pointing at her. After a moment, the magician said, the interrogation can begin. The king spoke. You are, or were, the assistant to the head of a trading house, correct? The girl looked up at him. The wounds on her body faded under the magic's glow. This is common knowledge, the king said coldly. We'll skip that. His voice deepened. Let's get to the point. The girl sank to her knees. Devarro stepped forward. Are you Raina Bailey? The only surviving member of that bloodline. Suddenly, one of her eyes glowed red. Savro lifted his hand and explained, when a subject's eye turns red during this ritual, it's a sign of intense emotional reaction. In most cases, it's taken as confirmation. The king touched his chin and looked upward, thinking deeply. But the Steel bloodline interjected, that still doesn't prove she is the girl. Then everyone turned as the Marquis stepped forward. I have a witness who can confirm her identity, he announced. Levadon clenched his jaw, casting a cold glare at the man beside him. The king nodded. Call the witness. Now, Albret turned to the magician. May I ask your help first? Savro pointed his wand at the girl. If you're asking whether a disguise spell can be undone, yes. Instantly, the pendant around Sylvia's neck trembled, lifting toward the wand as it cracked. Sylvia looked down at it in horror. The pendant shattered. No, she cried out. Her hair began to shift, changing to a golden blonde. Her eyes faded from red to bright blue. She stared at her hands, stunned as her true appearance returned. Just then, Ryan appeared behind her. She turned to him in disbelief, still talking about her changed appearance. The head of the trading company stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the king. I am Ryan, of House Valtis, he introduced himself, an associate of the Bailey family. Devarro turned toward him. How do you know about this? We've had a strong business relationship for some time, Rahan replied. Savra looked at the girl. In her real form, he said coldly, she looks exactly like her mother, the traitor. She's a mirror image. Ryan sighed and rubbed his forehead in frustration. Sylvia turned to him, her eyes burning with anger. The merchant stepped forward and said solemnly, the memories of that family still linger in my mind. Who would have thought they were capable of such evil? Sylvia snapped, her voice rising. Stop it. That's nonsense. You're the enemy of my family. The king remained silent, listening carefully. The merchant continued. In every way, her appearance mirrors those who once called upon demons, those drenched in darkness. The king exhaled and nodded grimly. Then the real issue lies with the son of the Steel Earl, the one who's been hiding this traitor. Devarro opened his mouth to argue. What if he didn't know? But Albret cut him off. Even if that's true, it still counts as treason. Durin stood firm, staring straight ahead. The Marquis added, he knew. Of course he knew exactly who she was. All eyes turned to Sylvia. She cried out, I didn't know. Silence, the king ordered sharply. He turned to the Marquis. Did he know or not? Albret replied calmly. During my investigation, a former underworld member told me that a girl with that name once worked in a brothel 2 years ago. He conjured an image in his mind. Sylvia, standing behind a capped man with a sword, sadness on her face. She disappeared one day. Rumor had it that an AA rank Aura user wiped out the gang, looted their stash, and took her. Albret looked directly at Arun. And now, he said, that same name pops up again, this time as an assistant in a trading company. And coincidentally, someone in that same company awakened their aura 2 years ago. Sylvia stood frozen in horror. Don't you think that's a bit too convenient? Albret asked with a smirk. The king stroked his beard in thought. It all lines up a little too perfectly. His expression darkened. Answer now. The guards raised their weapons and aimed at Arun. The king stared at him. Why did you get involved with a known traitor? Devarro looked toward Arun while the young man stayed silent, deep in thought. On this continent, he recalled, even conspiring with a traitor is considered a representative crime. It falls under collective guilt. Karen and Darren stood back to back in the crowd. Why is this happening? Karen whispered fearfully. Darren clenched her fists. Father had just recovered. Now this. Guards surrounded the terrified girls as more whispers spread. Levadon stood frozen, his fists clenched, thoughts racing. My son, could he really be involved in this? No, this isn't coincidence. This is a trap, set by Marquis Dorain. He turned toward his son. What should I do? Arun slowly smiled, almost foolishly. His father looked at him in disbelief. Then the young man turned to Marquis. So, by your logic, if someone helps a traitor, they become one too? Marquis didn't flinch. Exactly. There's no dodging responsibility in a case like this. Arun nodded. Good. I agree with that. Everyone looked at him in shock. When it comes to treason, he said, the punishment must be absolute to serve as an example. Dorian raised an eyebrow, surprised. But, Arun added, if someone falsely accused once is dragged through it again, then the system itself becomes meaningless. That would be deception against the royal house. Albret stared. What are you saying? Arun stepped forward until he was face to face with the guards. Didn't I just say it clearly enough? In his mind, he pictured a system window glowing behind clenched hands, its mechanical verdict looming. The all-in system, the interdimensional agreement, the ultimate wager for any merchant. Once you enter it, your inventory locks and the loser deletes their account. A slow, confident smile spread across his face. Is there any trick to ensure victory in a gamble that high? He stared forward, eyes gleaming. There is. You bet on yourself, only when you're sure you'll win. Then he asked, voice steady, would that allow for any leniency? Suddenly, the great hall doors creaked open. Knights from the prosecutor's hall entered. Janet stepped forward, bowing slightly. My apologies, he said, for interrupting such a magnificent banquet. Gasps echoed through the hall as the crowd erupted in surprise. Albret turned, stunned, as whispers spread like wildfire. Sir, Janet's himself? Someone murmured. But if he's here, what does that mean? Another whispered. Through the stunned silence, the elite knights of the royal corps made their entrance, marching calmly past the crowd. Albret's eyes narrowed, mind racing. Why is the mad dog here? Just then, from all sides of the hall, the king's knights pointed their spears, aimed directly at Arun and Levadon. A ripple of confusion ran through the guests. What's going on? Who's the traitor now? Is it Albret or the Steel Guard? The Marquis pressed his lips into a tight line, glancing around as quiet voices murmured behind fans and goblets. He remembered the duel just hours ago. I don't know what Jennings is about to reveal, he thought, but that duel could have been avoided altogether. His eyes moved to Levadon, who now stood encircled by sharp steel, confusion across his face. The king allowed that fight because he sees us as threats. Now he's using this chance to trap us, to discredit us, no matter what. Then Jennings, the infamous mad dog, smiled slightly and lowered his head in a respectful bow. Devarro narrowed his eyes. You don't look like someone who came late to a party. So what brings you here? Jennings lifted his hand, revealing an envelope. Matters of treason, he said clearly, must be reported at once, banquet or not. The king rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I received this a few days ago, Jennings continued. It's an anonymous letter, one that claims to reveal the truth behind the incident from 9 years ago, the tragedy that wiped out the Bailey family. Whispers broke out again as the tension tightened in the room. Devarro's eyes widened. That was the Bailey incident. Jennings nodded. Correct. And I've only got one question about it. The crowd leaned in. Why? Jennings asked slowly. Would a family at the peak of its commercial power throw everything away? With a chilling smile, he turned toward the king and clenched his fist. How can anyone know the thoughts of those who serve demons? He paused, then added sharply, yet for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that someone still sympathizes with them. The mad dog raised his voice. Treason is absolute, unforgivable. The king looked down at the floor, brows furrowed in confusion. Jennings raised the envelope. After digging into the case, I uncovered something that completely stunned me. Devarro stepped forward. What did you find? Jennings' gaze drifted toward the steel guard. Arun and Levadon still at spear point. The truth, he said. There's someone behind it all. And that person is in this room. Gasps rang out across the palace. Now Captain Knight. Shock rippled through the crowd. Wait, Jennings figured out there was a warlock involved? One man blurted out. Another exclaimed, That's incredible. Jennings stood calmly in the center, a satisfied smirk on his face as the praise poured in. Of course, someone added. You wouldn't expect anything less from him. Jennings cracked one eye open, quietly amused. So that's how they react? But as he looked around, his grin faded. More than a few faces in the hall were indifferent, blank, skeptical. His gaze landed on Arun, who stood expressionless, clearly unimpressed. Arun gave a lazy wave of his hand. I've already dealt with false accusations today, thanks. The king clenched his jaw and gave a dismissive wave. Still calm, Jennings turned back and asked, Then, Your Majesty, will you allow me to call a witness? He may enter, the king declared. A man stepped onto the red carpet and dropped to one knee, bowing low before the throne. I am Zirkle, he said, introducing himself to the king. His voice was quiet, his eyes fixed on the floor, lips pressed into a tight line. Devarro asked plainly, And what is your connection to the suspect? The blond young man stood silently, listening closely. Zirkle responded with a steady tone. 2 years ago, I was the instructor in charge of the class where a ruined steel guard was enrolled. Across the room, Reyna lifted her head in surprise, her gaze landing on Zirkle, sadness softening her expression. He continued, After I encountered her again by chance, she helped me a great deal. His eyes dimmed, staring down at the floor. Then quietly he added, In my youth, I once held hands with her mother. Reyna's eyes widened. She was the woman I loved. A flash of memory struck him, the cold blade of the guillotine, the moment their bond was severed. I couldn't protect her. Our love, Zirkle said, his voice trembling. Later, she was branded a traitor, sentenced to death. He recalled Reyna as a child, crying beside her mother. He clenched his fists. A man kidnapped that little girl and sold her to a brothel. He looked toward the young man. Arun heard my story and chose to help. Zirkle took a breath. If there's a crime here, if treason is the charge, then it lies with the one who kept the truth hidden all this time. The king rubbed his chin, deep in thought, as Zirkle's words settled over the room. That's how it happened, the instructor said solemnly. Devarro stepped forward. So, those were the circumstances. Sweat beaded on Zirkle's brow. His expression darkened when the king finally spoke. Even if that's all true, the king said coldly, hiding it is still betrayal. Zirkle's voice softened. I know. I am truly sorry. He looked down again, eyes filled with sorrow. For 9 years, I believed the Bailey family was wrongly condemned. He raised his hand and pointed firmly. The real criminal is him. Gasps echoed as his finger shot toward Dorian, the bald merchant standing among the crowd. Dorian staggered backward, stunned. Jennings stepped forward, holding a black folder. Dorian burst out, furious. You dare accuse me without proof? Mad Dog Jennings simply replied, There's proof. The king took the folder with surprise, flipping it open. This can't be real, Dorian muttered. He glanced back at Zirkle, who remained silent behind him. This, Jennings announced, is the ledger of the Bailey Trading Company. He paused. We believed it was lost, but it ended up in his possession. Inside were records, clear evidence of Dorian embezzling from their joint ventures. Dorian's face went pale. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. And here, Janet said, flipping to another page, is an official letter of protest from the Bailey family. How did you get this? Dorian whispered. Mad Dog didn't respond right away, only smiled faintly. So he had been snooping around, Dorian realized. And I never noticed. Janet went on. At the time, your business would have collapsed, if not for the Bailey family bailing you out. In his mind, Dorian saw a younger version of himself fleeing with a bag of stolen money. Janet's voice sharpened. You gambled away investment funds, saved yourself through their generosity, and when they saw you for what you were, you made them the enemy. The king's eyes narrowed. That explains your motive. The Marquis of Albret stepped in, clearly unsettled. Let's not forget, the Bailey family worshipped demons. More murmurs swept through the hall. Janet turned to him. Even if that were true, it doesn't erase what Dorian did. The crowd watched in silence. The blond young man remained still, his expression calm. Even if more cards appear now, he thought, it's already over. We played our roles perfectly. Elsewhere, Meryl kept watch over the sealed room, Sari covering her head. For the past 3 days, Arun had worked tirelessly alongside his father, preparing for this moment. Now, standing at the door with arms crossed, he faced the only 2 people allowed inside the hidden chamber, Janet and Javis. Mad Dog had been the ace, the one who would tip the scales at the critical moment. And Javis had quietly gathered the documents, tracked the witnesses. Arun looked toward the newest arrival in the hall. He was my final move, my best preparation. And now, there's only one thing left. Hand pressed to his chest, Kindle stepped forward. He bowed slightly and addressed the king. Your Majesty, I wish to report a crime. One so severe, it cannot be overlooked. Then he turned, eyes locked on the man. Devarro stroked his chin thoughtfully. And what happened this time? Kindle stepped forward. It concerns Raihan, the same man who twisted loyalty into betrayal by falsely accusing an innocent companion. He raised his hand. A turquoise aura surged around his palm, swirling with energy. Murmurs rippled through the hall as the light extended outward, engulfing Raihan in a glowing vortex. Suddenly, Raihan let out a guttural scream. Saber, startled, pointed at Kindle and shouted, "How dare you use magic in the presence of the king?" "I beg forgiveness for the breach," Kindle replied calmly, not taking his eyes off Raihan. The magician nearby glanced sideways, confused, then froze. Raihan's body began to convulse. His skin turned a deep, unnatural purple. His limbs twisted, bulging grotesquely as they grew. In a flash, the merchant transformed into a massive, monstrous figure towering over the ballroom. Gasps and screams filled the air. Kindle's voice cut through the chaos. Demonic possession. This falls directly under the Magic Tower's jurisdiction. As the demon took full form, horror twisted the faces of Marquis Albret and Devarro. Panic broke loose. Guests shrieked and fled the hall, pushing past one another in desperation. Knights snapped to position, forming a tight circle around the stunned king. How can this be real? Devarro muttered, unable to look away. The demon, once Raihan, bared his sharp teeth, staring at his hands as curses slipped from his lips. The king stepped forward. Were you summoned by demons this whole time? Gunn calmly placed a hand behind his head, pressing it to his neck. Raihan's monstrous voice roared. If I'm a summoner, then we all die together. Arun narrowed his eyes. He's trying to take me down with him, because he has no escape left. Kindle raised his glowing palms once again. Check the boy, Devarro ordered quickly. The man stepped toward Arun and placed his palm to the young man's chest. A magic seal flared beneath his hand. The demon froze. He's clean, the magician declared. He's not a summoner. Arun looked up at Raihan with a cool grin. Raihan shouted in outrage. That test was fake. I saw myself, but Arun just stared back. All this time, I've been under a necromantic concealment skill. He remembered it clearly. A strange item from a blue-eyed warlock, one he never thought he'd actually use like this. Raihan stood paralyzed, sweat pouring down his monstrous face. Knights began to close in from every side. He tried to command them, ordering bodyguard to charge, but no one moved. Why did I ever side with Albret? It was like sinking into a swamp, and now there was no getting out. Regret filled his heart as a wave of despair crushed him. Was this it? Was this really how it ends? His life had been a web of lies, deception, and darkness. Now it was unraveling. No, he muttered. I can't die like this. From the floor, Reyna looked up. Her face was frozen in horror as the monstrous shadow loomed over her, a massive claw stretching out. Raihan charged toward her, fury overtaking him. I won't go down like this, he screamed. A brilliant white aura ignited across a sword blade. With a flash, Arun lunged forward, his blade slicing the air. In a blink, he slashed Raihan multiple times with devastating precision. Blood sprayed across the ballroom in every direction. The demon stopped mid-roar, mouth wide in a silent scream, as his eyes turned pitch black. Reina sat frozen, her dress drenched in scarlet, her expression locked in terror. At that moment, one of the knights stared at his empty hands in confusion. "Wait, where's my sword?" he asked. Arun lowered his glowing blade, white aura still blazing around it. "I want to take my time cutting him to pieces," he said flatly, casting a glance over his shoulder. But it couldn't be helped. Blood pooled behind him. He looked down at Raihan's lifeless form. "Goodbye, demon summoner." He said his final goodbye to Raihan, as blood splattered in all directions once more, triggered by someone accusing him of being a demon summoner. On the royal palace training grounds, magicians formed a wide circle, preparing the monster's body for incineration. One stood with arms extended, unleashing violet flames, while the lead magician gave a sharp order, "Don't lower your guard. Not until every trace is gone." Two figures stood in silence, watching as the fire formed a dome over Reich Catch's corpse. One of them remarked, "This year's banquet ended fast." The other replied, "Banquet? That wasn't even close. Just chaos. Remember the duel between the two knights?" And Albrecht mellows accusations. Lowering his head, the man sighed. "I'll never forget any of it. Not the fight, not what happened with the Marquis." Marquis Kindle also stood watching the burning, lost in thought. His fellow magician suddenly asked, "Why do you think the demon summoner chose Albrecht as a witness?" He could only shake his head. "I have no idea myself." Dawn began breaking over the palace. The magician added quietly, "Whatever the case, Albrecht will have to carry the weight of that decision." Kneeling on the ground, the Marquis looked to the heavens, staff in hand, and cried out, "Believe me, I didn't know Raihan was a demon summoner." Saber faced the king and reported firmly, "According to the investigation, the Marquis is not a summoner." Dirika, observing from the side, noted, "So, he wasn't working with him." The king leaned forward, rubbing his temples in frustration. "This mess is becoming my burden, and now Albrecht's dragged me into it." Suddenly, Reina gasped, fists clenched and eyes wide. "Days!" she screamed in panic. A hand gently landed on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Aaron's calm expression. Zenith stepped forward, raising a hand. "Wait, the situation's too obvious. If Raihan and the Bailey family were both summoners, they wouldn't have been taken out so easily." The king slammed the armrest with his fist. Then, pointing to himself in disbelief, Dirka shouted, "Are you asking me to admit I destroyed an innocent family?" He rose from the throne, glaring down. "Do you mean to say the king was fooled by some merchant?" The man stammered, "That's not what I—" He clenched his fist, thoughts swirling. Justice and truth. That's the oath of an investigator, he reminded himself. He remembered kneeling beneath the golden crest when he took that vow. "I was once a knight for just one man," Zenith's thought. "If my master's honor is at stake, then I must fall back." His eyes turned to Count Steelguard's confused face. But who should step forward now? His gaze shifted toward Arun, standing beside Reina. And then, a man in a light suit calmly stepped forward. Everyone turned as Dirika's eyes widened in surprise. "It's not necessary," the man said. It was Duke Luther. The blond man glanced over his Luther past, heading toward the throne. He stopped, placed a hand on his chest, and faced the king. Dirika stepped forward, tense. "What is this supposed to mean?" The Duke replied calmly, "It's already been confirmed. Ryan was vile and deceitful, like a snake caught in a hawk's trap." Carlson spoke up. That monster plotted against his rivals to become the top merchant. But in the end, he couldn't escape the watchful eyes of the ruler. The king lowered his head, rubbing his chin in thought as he considered the suggestion. If Days moved forward with seizing all of Rayan's assets and used part of it to compensate the victims, people might remember his name with praise for generations. In his mind, the image of a deep burgundy flag bearing a golden crest flickered, his family symbol. Yes, it made sense. This could elevate the royal house's prestige to new heights. Rayna, hands clasped tightly over her chest, gave a nervous smile. When the king asked how much compensation she expected, she softly answered, "Now that Monster is dead, restoring our family's honor will be enough." Still on his knees, Albrecht lifted his eyes to Dirika, who calmly stated, "Then compensation must be arranged accordingly." He turned his attention to the Marquis. "Do you understand me?" The king stared down at him with a cold, almost scornful gaze. When Marquis hesitated and asked why he was being told this, the king's voice cut in sharply. "You truly expect me to believe? You didn't know Raihan was being funded by you?" Albrecht's face went pale with fear. The king continued, "You likely did it to outshine the other two lords, didn't you? So tell me, what was your next ambition?" Albrecht's voice cracked as he shouted, "That's not how it happened." Everyone around him fell into a tense silence. I did it for my son, he cried out, the image of his child flashing in his mind. His head dropped low, shadowed with pain. Derica responded, we know your son disappeared 2 years ago. Yes, but the truth behind it is different. Albret snapped, eyes burning with fury as he turned his gaze toward one man. Arun stood still, face blank, unflinching. Albret shouted, it was him. He's the one who killed my son. All eyes locked on the blonde man. The king's voice rang out. What is this? Zenith stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest. The king turned to the marquis, his tone sharp. Are you accusing Arun Stilgar of murder? Albret's voice wavered. Let me explain. In his mind, the memory of a skirmish resurfaced. 2 knights clashing, tension boiling into a personal battle. Mad Dog added that 2 years ago, the blonde had been en route to the capital to join the academy when he got into a conflict with Albret's son. A note was left behind shortly after. His son had Arun away. Arun recalled his grim talk with Zenith in a damp chamber. He remembered how Zenith had claimed he was being investigated for murder. Derica's face appeared in his thoughts. How it was later discovered the evidence had been tampered with. Albret raged at the injustice, flailing his arms in fury. Duke Luther stepped in before things escalated further, helping steer the conversation. Thanks to his intervention, the accusations of murder were reclassified, just baseless words from a grieving father, desperate for someone to blame. Hours passed. Fane lay in bed, face drawn and weary, eyes closed. Beside him, the blonde sat holding his hand. He turned his head and said quietly, I've done all I can, but this is my limit. Luther, arms crossed, nodded slowly. With proper care, he might live another 10 years. The man thanked him. Dorian, sitting nearby, looked confused. Didn't we already close this deal 3 days ago? Javis followed behind a visibly annoyed Dorian, grinning. Come on, why not look around a bit more? Around the corner, the blonde stood silently, holding a leather mask. He watched his sister and comrade from a distance. The girl turned, asking the knight why he was acting so strangely. Arun's thoughts sharpened. Time to begin the show. The masked man in the white cloak looked up, confused, as they approached and asked for a moment of his time. Then he saw Duke Luther's serious expression. Caught off guard, the blonde stiffened, quickly hiding the items strapped to his back. With a shaky voice, he asked, Why are you here? The man looked him straight in the eyes. I have a request. Gritting his teeth, he muttered his son's name under his breath. Arun stood frozen as Duke Luther suddenly dropped to one knee before him. Please help him. Lowering his head, the Duke closed his eyes. My son told me. Only you could save him. But he won't listen to me. The blonde stared at him, confused and wide-eyed, struggling to process the moment. That's why, Luther continued, I'm asking you instead of him. Arun rose slowly, glancing at the fragile figure in the bed. The boy's body was already ruined. He couldn't become a successor, couldn't do anything at all now. He recalled his father's warm, gentle face. There was only one reason. The cold, calculating Duke would go this far to save someone. His eyes narrowed, lips pressed tight, because that was his son. Taking a seat, Arun turned to Luther. So Albret really did all that, because he believed his son's disappearance was my fault? The Duke gave a slow nod. That's right. His mind drifted to the marquis-haunted expression. I have no children yet, so I can't fully understand it, Luther admitted. But any parent who loses a child, they lose their grip on reason. Arun frowned and looked away as Luther added. That's why even the king told us to let the matter go. Above them, the full moon bathed the night in silver light. Down a quiet forest path, Arun walked alone between towering trees. He stopped when a figure appeared ahead. Looks like this talk is going on longer than expected, the man said casually. Arun glanced at his bodyguard, Chris, who was thumbing through a stack of documents, deep in thought. What's the outcome of the investigation? The blonde asked. Chris scanned a white page filled with symbols and official seals. The prosecutor's office is moving in, he replied. They're using this window to dig into every illegal activity connected to Raihan. Head slightly bowed, Chris spread his arms in a resigned gesture. Am I coming off too cold, even after all these years? Arun asked. Chris looked up. After 10 years working together, I'm just a shadow. Only Dorian and Raihan ever knew I existed. A sharp grin crept onto Arun's face. And now, Chris continued, only the Marquis knows. Arun's eyes gleamed. If Raihan made one mistake, it was allowing me to exist. He thought of the green larva buried deep in his brain, the thing that had kept him alive. Unlike Raihan, who could return from death, he had chosen betrayal to survive. Books and scrolls flashed through his mind. Years of hidden records, financial logs, and that letter of protest sent to Zirkle. He had provided all of it. Scratching his cheek, Arun looked at Chris. So, you really held a grudge against Raihan all this time, huh? Chris let out a hollow laugh. Try spending 10 years in a stuffy crawl space. Let's see how you feel. Lifting a book in his hand, he closed his eyes. I figured anything was better than being a human seal forever. He tucked the book away. Arun casually grabbed him by the collar, then let go and slid his hands into his pockets. Well, I guess I'll see you around. Chris gave a nod, pushed off with his feet, and disappeared into the night. With a sudden leap, he launched into the air, vanishing through the trees. Arun watched the bodyguard slice effortlessly through the dense canopy. A real talent, he thought, eyes following his path. The man had the skills to serve any high-ranking noble, and his swordsmanship was easily top tier. Albrecht would be crushed if he knew I took him. He pulled open a glowing white system screen, but his expression stayed flat. This ending doesn't sit right at all. His left eye flickered, and a sly grin spread across his face. He pointed to the screen, amused. No matter how much a parent fears losing their child, this is something else entirely. Under the cover of the forest night, a thought lingered in his mind. If Albrecht went this far, maybe it's because he had nothing left to lose. First time outside downtown Theros, Arun asked, unbothered. Somewhere else, a bottle of wine smashed to the ground, red liquid splashing like blood across the floor. Commander Harbert, leader of the night detachment, stormed in with clenched fists. Albrecht stood there, already clutching a fresh bottle, face flushed and raging. Harbert grabbed him by the shoulders. That's enough. Albrecht thrashed, red-faced, barking, let go of me. But Harbert didn't budge. This isn't the time to act like this. Albrecht exploded. And why not? Why can't I act this way? His voice cracked as memories came flooding back. Kneeling before the king, losing his honor, watching Rayhan's company crumble into nothing. He struggled harder against Harbert's grip. Even you're turning your back on me now. That's not true. Harbert snapped. Suddenly, Marquis froze. His eyes widened as Harbert shouted, the young master has returned. The door burst open. Jenitz! Albrecht shouted, rushing in. His voice trembled with desperation. Where is he? Where's my son? Then, out of the shadows, Jenitz stepped forward and greeted him calmly. Albrecht, Mad Dog himself, stopped dead. His mouth hung open, a single bead of sweat returning down his cheek. Albrecht's eyes burned as he growled. What are you doing? Did Arun send you? Jenitz shook his head and waved it off. Nothing like that. I just knew how important this was. A boy in ragged clothes stepped forward behind him, pale and exhausted. I contacted the guards and brought him here myself, Jenitz added. Albrecht reached forward, trembling all over. His hand hovered just inches from the boy's worn face. Mad Dog turned to Arun. He says his name is Albrecht. Claims he's come home after living like a wanderer. Albrecht's hand finally touched his son's face. Thin, filthy, but real. Is it really you? He whispered. He pushed aside a mess of brown hair and saw it. A jagged scar on the boy's neck. He gasped, then screamed. Jenitz smiled faintly as Albrecht threw his arms around the boy, pulling him into a tight embrace. I knew it. It's really him. My son. Nightfall cloaked the mansion, but every window glowed with light. Outside, Arun strolled through the yard, stretching his arms high into the air as he pulled himself up with ease. Arun let out a long yawn. The last few days have been completely insane, he muttered with a lazy grin. His mind flashed to that ragged old replica. Well, he thought, at least now, no one would ever suspect me. Just a day earlier, a bright flash had lit up the forest. From a massive flask filled with green liquid, a man emerged, liquid still dripping down his legs. A fair-haired figure in nothing but a loincloth dropped to one knee and bowed his head. State your command, he said, looking down with arms crossed. The blonde gave a calm order. You'll start your duties now. That means sticking to the rules. No exceptions. Without hesitation, the man rose and accepted. But then, stepping forward, he scowled, mouth wide open, hurling curses at Arun. Arun chuckled to himself. Even the attitude. He got it down perfectly. Satisfied, he studied the man in front of him. During his research into interdimensional exchange, back when he was still working at the trading company, he found himself drawn to magical beings, particularly the homunculus. He recalled the murky black swirl inside the green liquid. Homunculi, artificial life forms created by mages, their potential shaped by how they were cultivated. He remembered the blood-soaked handkerchief and the memories, time spent with Kunz at the academy and in the night squad. Becoming a true person through cultivation alone, impossible, he thought. But with Kun's blood and their shared memories, he'd created something far more refined. Even now, the copy glared at him with defiance. Arun hadn't expected the result to be this precise or this much of a headache. The replica clenched his fists, turned his back, and stomped toward the trees. Play your role properly, Arun called out, waving casually. And get dressed, would you? The man tossed back a retort, something like, don't give me orders, and made it clear he'd do things his own way. Hand still raised mid-wave. Arun smirked. Got it. He glanced at another clone, slumped against a bush nearby. Even like this, Arun mused, he still follows every command. Strolling along the stone path, arms crossed, he took a breath. Now just wait. Let the plan unfold. His eyes narrowed, a grin pulling at his lips. In the end, it'll be Albrecht's mansion that devours him whole. Entering the garden, Arun paused when a voice greeted him. You're late tonight. At a marble table sat Lanin, hands clasped, calm beneath the night sky. Arun raised a hand and ruffled his own hair. Why are you still awake, old man? It's way past midnight. Lanin gave a soft sigh. I've had a lot on my mind. He looked away, gazed distant. Is it time for you to tell me everything? Arun blinked, caught off guard. Tell you what. Lanin's eyes grew heavier with memory. When I think about it all, it still feels unreal. He spoke of things that seemed almost mythical. Warriors of legendary rank, bizarre medicinal plants, and Arun himself, reaching hero rank. His voice softened. How did it happen, son? Arun froze. His mind flashed to an image of his grandfather. Arms crossed, stoic and unwavering. Does this have anything to do with your father? Lanin asked quietly. A bead of sweat traced down Arun's cheek. His mouth opened, but the words just wouldn't come. I thought I was ready for this, he told himself. But now, Lanin leaned forward, eyes wide, hands still locked in front of him. And then, Arun finally spoke. I have a book, he said, voice low. A book on interdimensional trade. Arun slowly stepped toward his father. Layskin asked again, voice low, but this time with weight. You heard me right, Arun replied, calm but firm. The older man rubbed his chin, confusion in his eyes as he looked down at the table. Arun continued, I used that book, and with it, I became a hero of this country. Evie murmured quietly, I never would have imagined. Standing before the marble table, Arun let the silence settle as thoughts spun in his mind. If the people from System Zero heard this, their entire sense of reality might shatter. They had no idea such transactions existed. My father's calm. He reasoned, maybe because Jan is different. This continent is not like Earth. Images surged in his head. A massive dragon flying above the clouds. A goblin armed with a blade. An elf drawing her bow. Here, humans aren't the only form of intelligent life. He pictured comets raining from the skies, a monstrous shadow looming over a city in flames. This world has spirits, entities from other realms, constantly trying to break through. He thought back to the evil that never quite made it to Earth, the catastrophe that nearly plunged the continent into chaos. A memory followed, a stern, gray-haired man in a white cloak, staff in hand, sitting on a throne. A godlike presence, influencing this world with miraculous power. Arun's mind drifted to Earth again. Even without being told directly, people on Earth 1342 must feel it, that they're not alone, not special. He imagined the glowing light of higher planes, beings of pure perfection in endless space. Levadin's voice broke the silence. So that sun god, he was part of the deal too. Arun nodded. Yeah, he was. Levadon rubbed his chin again. Sweat beaded on his brow and dripped down his face as he stared down at the table. So I lived my whole life aiming for mythical rank, he said quietly, only to find out I was just another cog in the system. He gave a bitter chuckle. So this place, where you've been, it's called System 1. Arun watched his father carefully. Yes, and beyond that, there's a System 2, 3, even 4. You've seen them. I know for sure they exist, Arun answered. But past that, it's all unknown to me. He could tell by his father's face that the truth was settling in, slowly, painfully. No one could take all this in at once, Arun thought. He remembered the maid entering his room in the past, how she froze in horror at the sight of him slumped on the floor, pale, unblinking. Back then, when I learned the truth, I was paralyzed for days. Levadon sat in silence, his face dark. Arun waved a hand and forced a small smile. But hey, don't worry. Up there, we're nothing more than fragments, sure. But we're in different dimensions. We're safe. At the marble table, Levadon lowered his head, his voice quiet and heavy. So my fencing, it was unfinished after all. He sighed. Just a System 1 martial art. Arun's mind conjured up an image. A young businessman riding a horse, fighting off enemies near the family mansion. My grandfather was a war hero, he thought. A loyalist who stayed behind to protect what we had after the conflict ended. Up to now, the stories had been told with reverence, and they weren't wrong. He imagined his sword, a black hilt, a red gemstone pulsing at its center, surrounded by jagged mouths. The fact that my swordsmanship nearly rivals that of the founding emperor, that's just because people don't know any better. Arun couldn't help but think. Despite all the praise, his grandfather was far from the genius the continent had made him out to be. His lips pressed together as he looked at his father, sadness flickering in his eyes. Running a hand through his hair, he sighed. This must have been a massive blow for Levadan, he thought. Someone who idolized his grandfather like that. He didn't have the heart to say anything else. But then, Levadan's lips suddenly curled into a wide grin. His face lit up, and he burst into laughter. Huh, so that's what it was, he shouted. Arun stared at him, confused and a little concerned. Father, Levadan lowered his eyes, palm resting on his face. I tried so many times to surpass him, he said, voice tinged with old frustration. But always felt like I was staring at a wall I could never climb. That's why, he admitted, he'd chosen to stick with the martial arts he already had. But now I see it clearly, he said, eyes widening with realization. Then he looked up at Arun, a spark of clarity in his gaze. From a different perspective, he was nothing less than a true genius. Arun gave a small wave of his hand, and a glowing blue light pulsed to life. Honora's energy radiating from the object he held. In his hand appeared a radiant, shimmering blue book. With a faint smile, he said, a genius of interdimensional trade. Levadan, still seated at the marble table, echoed the words in disbelief. Interdimensional trade? Arun nodded. Yeah, remember, he came from a family of humble knights. And yet, he reached mythical rank. That alone is almost unthinkable. In his mind, he pictured Lane, standing tall and proud, a mountain of gold behind him, grand white mansions in the distance. Back then, Arun thought, I had the Steelguard legacy behind me, and I still failed when I challenged that path. But he had nothing. And still, he made it. Levadan stroked his beard in silence. Then, with a knowing look, he said, I understand now. Arun had been disheartened at first when he uncovered the truth behind fencing. But as he learned more about interdimensional trade and how complex it was, his perspective shifted. He had started giving it the attention it deserved. Levadan gave a soft smile. In any case, thank you for being honest. It means more than you think. Arun scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He hadn't expected thanks, especially not now. And thank you for saving my life, Levadan added, a voice a little quieter. Arun looked at him, surprised. Holding the glowing blue book, his single burning eye softened. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his gaze. You're welcome, he said. Outside, the night slowly faded. A fountain bubbled gently in the garden, and sunlight began creeping over the rooftops. Arun sat at a table, sipping from a white porcelain cup. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Next to him, Sari was busy chewing through her breakfast. Thinking back to last night's conversation with his father, Arun exhaled with relief. I told him everything. About the hero's disappearance, the secrets. One less thing to weigh me down. Cup still in hand, he opened up his shopping list. Inside the system's list box were rows of high-tier items. Spatial pocket, divine sword, enchanted armor, magic scrolls, top-grade recovery potions, mono restoration medicine. Rare goods stacked one after the other. He chuckled. With this low doubt, who'd even try to mess with the strongest in Navarro? Just then, a knock came at the door. Turning, Irwin called out, now that everything's settled, time to focus on leveling up. The door creaked open. Java stepped in. What brings you here so early? Irwin asked, still in good spirits. Java scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, did the Count tell you where he went? Irwin blinked. No. What? Javis's face darkened. That's the thing, he said. Lenin vanished. Without a trace. A red carpet lined the staircase as the blond man stood quietly in the hall, dressed in a sleek black suit. Footsteps echoed as a man approached and called out to him. Behind him, Java stood with several others, all gathered near Kendall. The brunette among them gave a report. No signs of magic. None in the Lord's room, nor anywhere else in the mansion. Another added, the forest surrounding the estate is clean too. Kendall turned to the knight beside him. So, you're saying the Lord simply left the mansion on his own, without telling anyone? He narrowed his eyes. That's how it looks. Javis blinked. Wait, what? Seriously? The brunette chuckled and slapped him on the back hard enough to make him double over. Come on, you think something really happened? He's legendary rank now. Javis straightened up, grumbling, well, true. He'll definitely be back soon. The man beside him nodded in agreement, but Arun watched them all in silence, arms crossed, deep in thought. A legendary rank vanishing without a trace. That's not something to shrug off. The others were taking it too lightly. His gaze landed on the man still pestering the knight, playfully tugging at his ear. Maybe I'm overreacting, Arun thought, but still, he pictured the empty bed in his father's room. That uneasy feeling was creeping in again. At the same time, a small spark of hope flickered, like something just out of reach was telling him, this disappearance isn't normal. But 2 days passed, and Levadan still hadn't returned. In the quiet room, a table sat with untouched glasses and a plate full of round bread rolls. Darren stepped inside, spotting her brother sitting motionless on the bed. Karen's worried, she said, arms crossed. She brought food herself, but you didn't even touch it. What's with this self-punishment? Arun muttered, "You don't need to get involved." "But thanks." She didn't back off. Stepping closer, she looked him over seriously. "You're clearly not okay. You look drained." Then, with zero hesitation, she shoved a bun into his mouth and grabbed his shoulder. "Listen, full to perfect son is a big leap. You should at least know your limits. Now chew." Arun struggled, glaring at her. "What are you doing?" "You're not understanding words, so I'm using actions," she declared. "Look, worry all you want, but eat first, then panic later." Grumbling, he grabbed his glass and squeezed it with annoyance. Then he let out a sigh, threw up his hands, and muttered, "Fine, I ate. Happy now?" She gave him a sharp look. "All the buns." As he reluctantly chewed, Darren watched him closely. He's still himself, she thought. He'll bounce back. Sure enough, Erwin didn't budge from his spot until every last roll was gone. He finally wiped his mouth with his hand and stood. Darren's eyes widened in surprise. He turned to her and asked, "You really thought I'd lock myself in this room and never step outside again?" Flustered, she responded, "No, of course not." Erwin threw on his jacket. "If you did think I'd just sit here waiting until father comes back, then who do you think I am?" She stared at him, caught off guard. Erwin thought to himself, it wasn't surprising. If this had happened before he chose to change, before he decided to become someone new, yeah, the Oldham would have shut everyone out, locked himself away, and drowned in anxiety. As he headed for the door, he spoke over his shoulder to Darren, who was still standing behind him. "You already know I'm not who I used to be." Outside, the sky darkened with heavy clouds. Flames licked the wheels of the carriage. Sari had transformed into a red vehicle, blazing with fire. Inside, Arun flipped through a document. According to Zenith's latest investigation, he muttered, "There's no record of anyone entering or leaving the fortress. No witnesses, nothing. Even Sari couldn't trace anything by scent." Crushing the page in his hand, he growled, "It's happening again." He stared at the sheet, thinking of his father. This is another hero vanishing. Suddenly, Sari spoke up. "There's something ahead." Dark purple fabric danced in the wind as a figure appeared on the road. Sierra stood tall, her expression firm and unmoving. Arun blinked in shock. "Sierra?" From the front of the flying carriage, a voice called out, "Why are you here? You just left the banquet hall without saying a word." Sierra spread her arms. "Stop the carriage. Now." Arun leaned out the window. "What are you doing?" "I don't have time to stop." She didn't budge. "I know everything." His eyes widened. "You what?" "I know you're heading out to search for Levadon," she said. He froze. "How could you possibly know that?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Because I had to stop you. I had to do everything I could to make sure you couldn't find him." His heart dropped. What are you talking about?" Then she said it. "I'm the one who made Levadon disappear." The page slipped from Arun's hand. It fluttered out the window as the carriage ground to a halt before the girl floating midair. "What did you just say?" he asked, voice hollow. Staring at her, he was stunned. "Sierra made my father disappear?" His mind raced, memories flashing by. The first time they met, she was waving her arms around, armored and combative. It hadn't been a friendly introduction. He remembered them sitting at a table, pointing fingers at each other during some heated discussion. But over time, that changed. They started understanding each other. Bit by bit, she'd become his closest friend. Now, that image, the smiling face he once trusted, was cracking apart like shattered glass. And she was standing there, saying she was behind the disappearance of a hero. The carriage came to a stop in the middle of the trees. Sierra reached out, hand trembling, trying to touch his shoulder. "I'm sorry," she whispered. But Arun smacked her hand away, palm sharp against hers. "Don't." His eyes burned with anger. "Stay right there. Better yet, take a step back." Sierra flinched, but tried to explain. "If you're reacting this way to what I said earlier, then I had to tell you. I didn't know any other way. Didn't I say don't come near me?" Arun shouted. Her eyes glowed faintly pink. She was sensing his emotions now. Suspicion, mistrust, the instinct to create distance. She took a step back, accepting it. This was something she couldn't change now. He rushed her words as she tried to continue. "When Levadon disappeared, well, I set everything up this way." Arun stared at her in disbelief. "You're saying there's a secret society on this continent?" Sierra nodded. "They're called the Seven Eyes, a hidden group that unites all archmages." His brows furrowed. "Archmages? So each of them has one of the seven rings? Are they trying to take over the world or something?" Sierra waved her hands quickly. No, it's not like that. Their goal isn't world domination. "Then what is it?" "To eliminate anyone who surpasses their level of genius," she said, her voice low. She conjured images of individuals, some clad in knight's armor, others in wizard robes with staffs or books in hand. They identify promising sword and magic users across the continent. They monitor and evaluate them in real time. With a flick of her finger, A triangle appeared in the air, each tier labeled. From bottom to top, mature, higher, gifted, talented, brilliant, and at the peak, monstrous. For your information, Sierra added, you fall into the gifted tier. Second from the top. Arun stared, unblinking. If I had told the truth about you, she pointed at him, they would have ranked you as monstrous. A 17-year-old with a heroic rank and 5 rings? That's unheard of. She changed the image again. Levadon surrounded by golden sparks. Your father's classified as talented. And even at that level, he's the strongest. He made it to legendary rank. They're watching him closely to see if he can go even further. Arun crossed his arms, unimpressed. And these archmages, heads of magic towers, wielders of incredible power, they're out here organizing hit lists. He narrowed his eyes. Something feels off. This reeks of something darker. And for what? He asked coldly. Sierra hesitated. He pressed again, sharper. Is it some great secret you're not allowed to reveal? No, that's not it, she said quickly, flustered. It's about keeping balance in the world. Balance, he scoffed. Really, I know it sounds childish, she admitted, lowering her eyes. But to those old men, this is deadly serious. They've devoted everything, time, resources, power to it. Arun let out a long breath. They're good at dressing it up in grand phrases like world balance. An image formed in his mind, a ruler with a golden-framed blue crown. Superhumans do change the world, he thought. Just like the founding emperor. Just like that knight of superior rank who ended an era. He pictured Levadon, sword ablaze, and his grandfather, mythical ranked, crushing an empire's conquest with a single move. He turned to Sierra, voice steady but firm. History should never be changed by the will of just one group. I can't agree with their methods. Sierra looked down somber. I know, but because of your grandfather, our homeland didn't become a colony. Because of the founding emperor, we have the magic towers we do now. She sighed. I don't agree with them either. Why do you think I gave you the bracelet? Why do you think I made you hide my ring? Arun clenched his fist, and there it was. A black bracelet on his wrist. He remembered Sierra pressing it into his hand. So that's why he realized. Sierra closed her eyes as he asked grimly. So they saw my father as a threat. And they removed him. She nodded slowly. Yes, he was marked for exclusion. What does that even mean? His voice dropped, tense. She looked up, her face pale. It usually means death. Arun's eyes widened in shock. You're telling me they were going to kill my father? She quickly raised her hands. Not this time. He's still alive, but you must not try to find him. Not yet. He stared at her, eyes shadowed. Why? I wanted to protect him, she said softly. But he's not in my hands anymore. I couldn't do anything else. Sierra pulled out a glowing blue orb. What's that? Arun asked, narrowing his eyes. It's a video, she said. A memory crystal. I want you to see for yourself how hard I fought to protect both of you. She held it out with both hands, eyes locked on his. Arun took the crystal, and as the image inside flickered to life, he heard a voice echo from within. What do we do with Levadon? Another voice answered, sharp and cold. Isn't it obvious? Kill him. No. Sierra's voice rang out. Why not? She stammered, her voice trembling. Because I love him. Her next words barely made it out. Just lock him away in Reem. Dark silhouettes sat quietly around a glowing round table, where blue flames flickered at the center. All eyes were on her. Sierra's sudden outburst had caught their attention. What's with those looks? She asked sharply. I'm simply exercising my authority. Besides, I don't even know where he is. There's no reason to deny my request. One of the figures finally spoke. It's not that we're refusing. Just surprised, that's all. Another shadow added. You always seem solely focused on Vimos. Looks like love can shift too. The first voice chimed back in. Vimos hasn't been the same for a long time. So I support her. The second shook their head. I just don't get it. Why keep giving your heart to someone who'll never stand beside you? A voice suddenly shouted, silencing the room. Everyone turned toward the source. The air grew heavier. If that's how it is, the voice said coldly, then there's no place here for her. Does she accept that? Sierra looked into the memory crystal where the conversation was being replayed. She answered quietly, yes. I accept. Back in the present. She turned to Arun. Can you see it now? Levadon is safe. He's just being held for now. There are 6 mages watching over him, she added. Using her ability, Sierra scanned Arun's emotions. Courage, resolve, fierce determination. Even she was taken aback by the intensity. He brought the crystal ball closer to his face. Because of me, my father became Seven Eyes' target. His grip tightened. He reached legendary rank on his own, Arun thought. But I stepped forward recklessly and brought this down on him. Are you really going there? Sierra asked, alarmed. He clenched his fist tighter. That's exactly why I have to fix this. Right now. In the eastern country of Kaidon, neighboring Navarro, a row of dark-roofed houses lined the streets. A man stood in front of a door labeled 302. holding a silver key. You can use this room, he said. The door slammed shut. Inside, Arun now wore a Yulaf mask and dark glasses, grinning to himself. When it's not an empire we're dealing with, infiltration is child's play. His mind flashed back to the carriage ride with Sierra. Don't go in blind, she'd warned. If the operation starts to fall apart, retreat. He had casually replied, I'll judge the situation myself. She had thrown up her hands. No, you don't get it. You're not the only one with a relic. Wait, what? He had asked. No matter how many archmages they've got, she shouted. Don't forget, Levadon is legendary rank. How could he just vanish like that? Back in the room, Arun pulled out a small gray pouch. Relics, he thought. That's what Sierra called the items obtained through interdimensional trade. And if Seven Eyes had similar items in their possession, could they have traders connected to other worlds too? If so, Arun thought grimly, it's only a matter of time before I Arun into them face to face. He was snapped from his thoughts by a loud yawn. Sari stood up, stretching lazily. You excited about our new hideout too? He asked, half joking. Holding a blue glowing crystal in his hand, Arun muttered, from now on, we're stuck doing the dull stuff ourselves. Sari gave a confused chirp. He showed the crystal to the creature. Inside, a bearded old man sat, eyes calm and unreadable. That's Demius, Arun explained. He's part of Seven Eyes, head of the 11th Magic Tower, Archmage of the Seven Rings. And he's here, in this country. Opening a purple menu, he pointed toward the screen. We're going to watch him. Carefully. No confrontation. Got it. Sari nodded, folding its arms like its master. Arun glanced out the window, the moonlight casting shadows across the city. Wait for me, Demius, he whispered. I'm coming. Atop a tall, stone tower, the moonlight bathed the walls in silver. Alpha Scan sat at a table, chin resting in his palm, looking thoroughly bored. A message blinked into view. Reading it, the blonde murmured, so what's the result? A brunette with a scar and glasses appeared in the projection. No doubt about it, he said confidently. The people running that workshop, fourth-generation technology users. A new message flashed. What makes you so sure? Alpha Scan, now sitting on a bed with arms crossed, smirked. They accepted my investment, and they were impressed. He leaned back. I've officially opened a window to the creation of fourth-gen armor. Arun stared at the system window, a glint flashing in his eye. Why is Alpha Scan so obsessed with fourth-generation tech? The question wouldn't leave his mind, and since he was supposed to be spying on him, Arun suspected the reason was far from noble. He smirked. Maybe it's time to toss out some bait. Typing swiftly, he messaged Alpha Scan. Since I made an investment, they told me something in confidence. Alpha Scan's avatar appeared, eyes shut, smiling calmly. In confidence, he repeated. Then his eyes opened, wide in surprise, as Arun sent over a real piece of information about fourth-gen tech. The system dinged. Alpha Scan is very surprised. Arun chuckled. He usually hides his reactions. But not this time. Got him. Alpha Scan looked at the screen with a soft laugh. Excellent. With your help, completing the task will be much easier. Another notification popped up. You received 188,000 quest points from Alpha Scan. Next trading level, 50,000/50,000. The red-haired man bid farewell, and the system announced his departure from the chat. Arun leaned back and grinned. They call him a genius, but he's so easy to read. His eyes flicked back to another message, still open, a note he had sent. Do you have a hideout ready? The other side's about to move. Stay safe. If he'd approached me with honesty from the start, Arun thought, I probably wouldn't have become a spy. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Sari stood on the other side of the window, tiny paws pressed against the glass. Arun opened it, and the little creature darted in. What's up, he asked. Sari answered quickly. Word is the enemy's going hunting soon. Night had fallen over a thick forest, moonlight filtering through the treetops. Near the base of the 11th Magic Tower, a white-haired man collapsed, an arrow lodged in his chest. High above, Demius, tower head, archer, archmage, stood grinning bow in hand. But then, his expression shifted. Something caught his eye. In the distance, a majestic white horse, glowing faintly with a purple hue, stepped into view. A long, spiraled horn shimmered atop its forehead. A unicorn? Demius gasped. No way. Eyes gleaming, he quickly notched another arrow. One of the elusive species. This kind of luck only comes once in a lifetime. He let the arrow fly, but the unicorn twisted with elegant speed. The shot glanced off its flank. His smile faltered. Their skin really is that tough, he muttered. Even if this was just a projection, an illusion, it was still nonsense. He was Demius, and his magic should have been flawless. Suddenly, his body jerked. A blade had driven clean through his back, exiting through his stomach. He gasped, blood on his lips, clutching the wound. Spinning around, he requirement, what is this? Standing behind him was a cloaked figure. Arun calmly pulled back his hood. If you change your perspective, he said coldly, even nonsense starts to make perfect sense. With his bloodied sword raised, he stepped forward. All of this is because you were the target. Demeus's mind raced. Invading this forest was supposed to be safe. It's protected by flawless defensive magic. So why didn't it work? Arun raised the blade to his throat. Wondering why your precious barrier didn't react, he asked. Then he held up a small, glowing yellow cube. Its surface pulsed with light. Ever heard of an anti-magic field? He said. The system chimed. Golden anti-magic cube. Creates a zone where all magic is nullified. In this space, Arun continued, voice steady. Your magic is worthless. He slipped the cube into his cloak, still watching the old man writhe in pain. Demeus glared at the figure before him, face twisted in pain and fury. Who are you? And how did a relic like that end up in your hands? Arun remained calm, eyes steady. I came all this way because I wanted to talk, he said coolly. Besides, I'm sure we both have questions for each other. The old man gritted his teeth, blood still seeping through his robes. You call this a talk? You bring an anti-magic field and a sword to my gut, and one talk. It's a deal, Arun replied simply. You answer 3 questions, honestly, and I'll drop the field. Demeus narrowed his eyes. In exchange, Arun added, you'll swear on your mana. If you lie, your heart shatters. You're insane, Demeus hissed. Why would I agree to something like that? Arun stepped forward, blade lowering to his throat. Then don't. I'll end it now. Fine, the old maid shouted. I'll swear. Bright light flared as he raised a trembling hand clad in a black glove adorned with a glowing magic ring. Arun stood beside him. First question, he said, voice steady. Where's the place called Requiem? Demeus's eyes widened. How do you know about that? He winced, the oath binding him to truth. I don't know its location. Only Areldo, and a handful of the oldest in the assembly know where Requiem is. Arun studied him. No hesitation. No sign of deceit. He's telling the truth. He raised 2 fingers. Second question. I want information on the relics held by 7 Eyes. How was someone like Levadon captured so easily? Demeus flinched. Levadon. So you're from Navarro. Arun folded his arms. Did I give you permission to ask questions? Demeus coughed, then finally answered. They used a subspace creator. A glowing image appeared in Arun's mind. An oval-shaped blue portal, pulsing with energy, surrounded by cloaked figures channeling their power into it, as a frightened figure stood at its center. It's a relic, Demeus continued. It creates a pocket space within the existing one. Once activated, it becomes its own isolated battlefield, invisible, undetectable, no matter how violent the conflict gets. Arun's eyes narrowed, and Demeus fell back, hand braced against the ground. That's all I know. I'm not one of the inner circle. I don't have access to the rest. Understood, Arun said, voice like stone. The night grew still. And the last question? Demeus asked, stretching out his hand. Arun touched his chin, smiling. Actually, I've heard enough. He stepped back. That's all I needed. Now, you have no choice but to face me. But Demeus had other plans. A flash of orange sparked at his palm. I've got him. With the other hand pressed to his bleeding stomach, he summoned a fireball, power rippling off his glove, where a symbol burned into the ring. And then, boom, a burst of infernal flame ripped through the earth, sending chunks of dirt and flame flying into the air. Demeus grinned in triumph, palm raised, his final trick unleashed. You're a fool, Demeus growled, holding his side. Even if you damaged the magic circle, I still have protective enchantments carved into my very flesh. His tone turned grim. There won't be anything left of you but ashes. But then he fell silent. Flames erupted in front of him, swirling wildly. From within the blaze, Arun stepped forward, his cloak now fully alight. Demeus's eyes widened. What kind of magic is this? Is it another relic? Arun stood tall, calm inside the inferno, his fire-wrapped mantle flickering like it was alive. A crooked smile pulled at his lips. Good guess, he said smoothly. You're not wrong. His boots crunched forward on the scorched ground, confident, deliberate. Meanwhile, elsewhere near the tower, chaos had broken out. People scattered in panic. Their leader shouted orders. Disperse. Find a teacher. An elderly man emerged from the shadows, holding his injured left arm, stepping into the commotion. Several disciples surrounded Demeus, panic etched on their faces. What happened? Their expressions twisted in horror as the truth sank in. The leader bowed his head low before the old mage, apologizing again and again. But Demeus, cold and silent, walked past them as if nothing had occurred. Train harder, he muttered. I've already figured it out. Back at the 11th magic tower, under the light of the blue moon, Arun leaned back in a chair, arms behind his head. The bloodless conquest, he said with a smirk. has already begun, and it had been far easier than he expected. He recalled standing face to face with Demeus, his appearance completely altered. Through the distortion technique, he had changed not just his face, but his entire skeletal structure. He'd slipped inside without a trace. Sari sat beside him, proud in his unicorn form. Arun reached over and gave him a pat. "Nice job," he said. "You nailed the transformation." In his hand, Arun now held Demeus's ring, a gleaming piece set with a vivid blue gem. The moment he touched it, the wall beside him shimmered with magic. "Expected as much," Arun said, turning toward the glowing wall. Before him stretched mountains of gold, overflowing treasure chests, piles of jewelry. The true hoard of the Magic Tower's master. He pulled out his trade ledger and calculated the coin value of the loot. Not bad. Just then, a notification blinked in the corner of his interface. It was from Joe Giamwi. "How are you feeling?" Arun paused. His mind wandered to the name, Joe Gyunum, his grandfather. The Golden King, the king of trade. He gripped the hilt of his sword and looked off into the distance. Thoughts clouded. "They once called me the support who would lead the next generation of Murim." Another notification lit up. "I've only just now been able to contact you." Why now? Arun wondered. Why 2 years later? He touched his chin, feeling a creeping unease. The next message chilled him. "User is in pain." He sat up straighter. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a brunette grinned, having received a notification from another figure, one filled with hatred and revenge. Arun's eyes widened in disbelief. "I've already avenged 2 of the 3, the message read. And I've finally found a third." An image flashed through his mind. Li Han-su, storming forward, bloodied sword in hand. The demonic dragon, the black swordsman, a man who had slain thousands. The brunette continued. "My enemy is a master of the boundaries of divinity." Arun repeated the words aloud, stunned. The boundaries of divinity? A new system notice appeared before him. Achievement unlocked. Peak limit, border of divinity. The peak limit, Arun thought, a realm only reached by those who've broken past the very edge of power itself. He pictured the cinder, pale, deadly serious, fingers interlaced as if warning him to prepare. His own heart raced at the thought. If I had even half your foresight. Then another image. Joe Giamwi, his body broken. No arms. Blood pouring from his mouth. 2 fatal wounds pierced straight through him. With a distant, glassy gaze, Joe Giamwi spoke softly. "I don't have much time." Arun typed cautiously. "What happened to you?" The reply came. Joe Giamwi sat in the center of a dimly lit room, slumped in a chair. "I worked for him for 2 years," he said hoarsely, "just to find the right moment to kill him." He revealed the name. Li Han-su, the one who brought him so much pain. Joe Giamwi's voice was heavy with regret as he admitted he had always known that Arun would take revenge. Arun's eyes narrowed, tense, staring at the notification panel. Then a new message appeared. "Do you want to make one last deal?" Without warning, a list flashed before him. An archive of martial arts techniques he had searched for endlessly. Joe Giamwi looked at the panel and declared, "I've given you everything I had." His message was short but clear. "Kill my tormentor." Arun slammed his fist down. "What the hell are you talking about? You're still alive. I'll send you a teleport scroll and a potion right now." His anger turned white hot as he read the next line. Joe's clan wiped out. Gone. Arun fell silent, eyes locked on the floor, expression blank. "The only thing I have left," Joe wrote, "is to leave my will behind." Alone, broken, Joe Giamwi asked quietly, "Can I make one last request?" Arun nodded. "Say it." The young man sat, eyes heavy, reading the next line. "Don't forget me." Tears slipped from the corner of his eye, trailing down to the edge of his boot. "Even if there's nothing left of me, even if not a trace remains, remember me. Please, tell someone I existed." Arun didn't reply. "That's my last quest." A moment passed. He clenched his jaw. A lord shouldn't show affection like this, he told himself, especially not to someone from another system. Still, his hand shook. Fury replaced hesitation. "You're dumping your pain on me," he muttered, voice shaking. "But I swear I'll kill him." The hope that flickered in Joe's battered eyes was undeniable. Someone had arrived. Joe Giamwi turned toward them, barely able to smile. The last message came through. "Thank you, Arun." And just like that, the connection ended. The chat window faded. Sari tilted his head, staring quietly at his master. Arun sighed deeply, still staring at the spot where the message had been. Sari leapt onto his shoulder, and for a while, they stayed like that. I got carried away, he thought, swallowed by someone else's vengeance. He tapped a button, absorb, confirming the transfer. All the scrolls now belonged to him. But this wasn't over. Not yet. Clenching his fist, Arun turned his gaze toward the horizon. Sari remained perched on his shoulder, tail flicking. He still had his own revenge to carry out. Far north, deep in winter, The sky above the seventh continent was overcast with snow. The northernmost fortress of the Seven Eyes stood tall, wrapped in cold silence. At the heart of it, blue flames burned bright, casting long shadows around a massive round table. Clouk rested his cheek on a closed fist. I don't have anything special, he muttered, except that stupid cat of his who trains non-stop. Clouk, the head of the first magic tower. Across from him, Dwayne stroked his beard, thoughtful. Is he the youngest native to reach legendary rank? The head of the third tower. Kylo stood with arms crossed. They've been quiet until now. Why start moving? The seventh tower's chief narrowed his eyes. From beside him, a woman raised her finger. Because, Jayan said, they're feeling it. A sense of crisis. Levadon reached legendary. She was the head of the ninth tower. Sierra Felgus sat back with an indifferent gaze. There's no way to cover up the disappearance of the Steel Guard family's head, she said flatly. 17th tower. Barely. The fifth tower's head locked his fingers together. I was just training. Don't drag me into this. In one shadowed corner, Demius sat hunched with arms folded. His mood was ice. Areldo looked at him. You're right. Demius sneered. I'm deciding who to kill first. All around the round table, the leaders of the magic towers sat, each with their own goals, secrets, and vendettas. And something was stirring beneath the surface. The old man didn't hesitate. Five need to be killed. Kylos, narrowing his eyes, pointed directly at him. Are you sure those targets aren't already legendary rank? Geniuses scoffed. So what if they are? The new generation of geniuses has finally begun to emerge. He never finished the sentence. In one swift, brutal motion, Demius drew his blade and severed Genius's head clean off. The severed head hit the floor with a sickening thud, blood splashing across the round table. Every head turned in shock. Demius stood tall, sword in hand, his expression possessed by someone else. The blonde's voice came from him, calm, cold. 4 targets remain. The tower heads leapt to their feet. He's lost his mind, someone shouted. Chaos erupted. Kylos looked at his hand, his eyes widened. Something was wrong. In an instant, the old man lunged toward the blonde, sword drawn. Arun, his real self, stared at the incoming figure, frozen in horror. But before the blade could reach him, something massive slammed down between them with a metallic crash. A massive iron golem blocked the strike. Behind it, a gray-haired man shouted, "Get back! Now!" Demius grinned, still gripping his sword, eyes flicking with madness. The golem raised its arm and brought it down, but the old man narrowly dodged, diving to the side just before the ground split apart. More golem appeared, heavy steps pounding into the tower floor one after another. The tower's leader exhaled in relief. They're immune to the magical blockade. Good. Arun, still seated on the floor, touched his chin thoughtfully. The old man is heroic rank, and he doesn't have an AA shield. Without it, across the room, Kylos crossed his arms, glaring at the blonde. Even in your condition, you couldn't handle 5 golems. The golem stood like a wall of steel, menacing and unyielding. The red-haired engineer began listing their advantages with pride, praising the innovations behind their creation. Demius, eyes closed, stood at the center of the growing formation. A cloaked blonde woman glanced at the engineer, frowning. Even a heroic rank can't survive this many. One of the golems lunged, but was instantly obliterated by a single swing of Demius's blade, a brilliant blue wave of energy slicing it apart. Gasps echoed through the chamber. That aura, one of the men whispered wide-eyed. That's beyond legendary. The leader crouched beside the shattered golem, running his hand over its remains. This isn't over. The red-haired engineer froze, pointing at something in disbelief. The gray-haired head of the tower pulled a device from beneath his cloak. It began forming a subspace field. Meanwhile, Demius had already destroyed another golem. 2 remained, then only 1. The final one stepped forward. A sphere nearby began expanding. Magic surged violently, rushing down to the floor like a waterfall of energy. With a roar, Demius charged the last golem, blade raised, ready to bring it down. But in the blink of an eye, the world around him shattered. Everything turned black. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in the ruins of some strange, empty dimension. Nothing but rubble beneath his feet and silence in all directions. Far above, one of the tower heads hovered midair. Arun flew up too, eyes narrowed at the man who had helped initiate all of this. His anger was clear. He's out of reach, Arun realized. Now he can cast freely. Hovering above him, the man shouted, "Who are you?" Demius's expression darkened. Then the answer came, firm and proud. "I'm a son, who came for his father." With that, the old man charged down, blade gleaming. The two clashed in midair, sword against sword, sparks flying as the battle began. Watching from a distance, the gray-haired tower head gritted his teeth. "It's time," he muttered. "All units, attack." The red-haired mage shouted out in panic, "What about the blonde?" Clock stepped forward, conjuring a wave of fire with a surge of magic. The blonde girl unleashed her own spell. Beside them, a long-haired man tensed, gathering power and preparing his attack. All three spells surged forward at once, colliding with the old man in a violent cascade of explosions. Dust and flames swallowed the battlefield. Clock stood with arms spread wide, exhaling sharply. With a triple cast from Archmages, he has to be dead by now. But then, a voice cut through the smoke. Cold, unnerving. You're running on empty, aren't you, Clock? The redhead's eyes went wide as a violent surge of magic rushed toward him. From the side, the last remaining head of the tower's requirement, Clock. The blonde girl stepped forward, brows furrowed. She raised her hand calmly, not saying a word. Areldo looked toward the scorched corpse in the distance, but said nothing. The long-haired man glared at the caster, fury rising. The girl flew upward, her hand tightening into a fist. You're the traitor, Areldo shouted at her. But she closed her eyes, indifferent to the accusations. Where do you even find someone willing to die for you? Clouds, she replied simply. Smoke curled high into the sky. Then, before their eyes, her appearance began to change. Her long white hair shortened, shifting to golden yellow. Her clothes shifted, too, her form now unmistakable. The one standing there was a ruin. Draped in his robe, he smiled calmly. If I hadn't used void mode, I'd be dead right now. He tilted his head slightly. Funny thing about magic. The longer you live, the more power you collect. Areldo stared at him in disbelief. Elevaden, he muttered, but Aruin's eyes locked with his. That quiet, unwavering gaze left no doubt. This wasn't Levadan. This was Aruin's steel guard. They stood across from each other in the void. Aruin spoke, steady and sharp. Do you still think you have the right to be here? The old man gave a bitter smile. A sad day indeed. All around them, energy sparked wildly in the void. Sierra Felgus opened her eyes wide, sensing something wrong. Then, in the next moment, the earth trembled. Before Aruin stood a figure clad in advanced armor, glowing with power. Fourth-generation magic armor. Armor built around a mana reactor, a new energy source that used pure mana stones as fuel. In Aruin's mind, he imagined the process, a pair of hands placing a mana stone over a magic circle at the peak of tower. This reactor wasn't just new technology. It was a threat. The modern reactor had the potential to shatter the structure of System 2, a structure upheld by patented, monopolized tech. The girl narrowed her eyes. Why had the old man hidden something like this? The readings were off the charts. A system alert flashed. Extreme energy surge detected. He's unlucky, she muttered, eyes glowing. Her palms ignited with magic as she prepared to strike. This isn't the first time I've faced a walking weapon, she shouted, raising her hand to strike. Sierra Felgus braced herself, charging her magic directly into the glowing mana stone. Her blast erupted outward, crashing into the armored figure. From below, Aruin watched stunned. In just a moment, a split-second blast tore through the armor's shielding, direct hit. The old man inside the suit looked out toward the chaos. So was fighting me useful? Then, silence. The armor powered down. The girl floated, smirking. Behind that flashy armor is nothing but an aging body. I figured you'd crumble under the first real hit. But she was wrong. The armor moved. With mechanical speed, the old man surged forward and slammed into her, sending her flying back. Felgus! Aruin cried out. Flashes lit up the sky as the battlefield exploded again. The old man's eyes narrowed inside the helmet. Force barrier, meant to absorb blows. Sierra Felgus lay unconscious, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth. He turned away. On the ground, Aruin clenched his fists. From beneath his cloak, Sari peeked out. Aruin looked down at his companion. Take care of her. The pet nodded and scurried toward the injured mage. Aruin turned his gaze back to the armored figure. Pray, he growled through clenched teeth. Pray that Sierra Felgus survives. The old man's expression faltered for the first time. His armored leg dropped heavily to the ground with a metallic thud. Aruin activated his armor, the plates snapping into place around him with a burst of light. This is the only way, he muttered, if I want to walk out of this world alive. The old man stared at him, stunned. That's divine armor? The two locked eyes. Their tension crackled like lightning. Still confused, the old man whispered, What does your family even do? Aruin didn't answer. He launched forward, bursting off the ground. They clashed midair in a brutal exchange, each blow heavier than the last. Aruin swung first, his armored fist aimed for the old man's head. But the elder retaliated, kicking him square in the helmet. The recoil was harsh. Aruin's leg shot upward, striking hard. He hit back just as fiercely. Their faces twisted with mutual frustration. A strike to the cheek. Then another. Mirror images of anger locked in midair. Blinding flashes lit up the sky around them with every collision. The old man raised his arm again, lashing out. Arun flew backward from the blow, flipping midair before landing hard and crouching, one knee on the ground. He scowled, breath ragged. Across from him, the old man eyed him warily. How did you get your hands on 4th gen magic armor? He asked. Smoke curled off Arun's armor. He looked up with calm defiance. Do you even understand what magic armor really is? From a distance, Areldo watched, eyes narrowed. A great figure foresaw this, he said quietly, and left behind relics for moments like this. The old man dove from the sky, ready to strike again, but suddenly, a flash of orange, a foot slammed into his face, sending him reeling. A figure in sleek orange armor dropped beside Arun, sliding into a combat stance. Sorry, you holding up okay? The transformed creature asked. Arun grinned. Sorry's ability, he thought. He becomes what he eats. Magical armor included. The old man staggered to his feet, cursing. His power was fading. The mana stone embedded in his chest pulsed erratically, glowing brighter and brighter. He realized he was running out of time. There was only one option left. If he was going down, he'd take them with him. With a guttural roar, he turned, not toward Arun, but toward his own allies. Finish the mission, no matter what. Sari stepped in front of Arun, yelling, I'll hold him. But he was blasted back in an instant. The old man surged forward, wild and reckless, a last-ditch charge, and Arun met him head-on. The clash sent shockwaves through the air. When the dust settled, Arun was sitting upright, his hand clenched tightly around something glowing. The mana stone. It was no longer in the old man's chest. That place was now empty. The elder's body was embedded into the wall, motionless. A notification flashed in Arun's system. Item acquired. Damaged mono reactor status. Needs repair. He stared down at the mana stone in disbelief, then laughed softly. I really thought I was going to die. Sierra's voice snapped him out of it. What's going on? Arun looked up. She was awake. She had come to her senses. Her memory was hazy, but she recalled Sari shoving something in her mouth, some glowing pill. She blinked at Arun. What was that medicine your friend fed me? He smirked. Company's secret. Nearby, the damaged, iron-suited creature sat slumped against the wall. Arun spotted him. Still alive? He wondered, but Sari was okay too. Arun walked toward the injured figure, ears poking from under the helmet. He squinted. Should I take him out now? A bead of sweat ran down the man's face as he noticed Arun's approach. Before Arun could act, the Iron Man raised a hand, his voice calm but hoarse. The magical armor that was sent to you. He pulled off his helmet, adjusting his cracked glasses. Where did you even find this junk? He said with a dry chuckle. Looks like something from a museum exhibit. Arun opened his system screen, tapped a button, and ended the chat. Thanks for the info. He lowered his head slightly, thinking even first-gen armor could deliver insane results. On his arm now rested a glowing, rank B pink mana reactor. It pulsed with potential. It was because of this small piece of tech. Arun thought, staring at the glowing mana reactor on his arm, that everything worked. But he couldn't afford to relax. The 4th-generation magic armor's core, its entire power source, was now in his possession. That alone made him a target. And yet, the real problem wasn't just the armor. It was Alpha Scan and whoever was backing him. Whoever was trying to suppress the rise of this new generation of magical tech. Who gave 7 Eyes a mana generator in the first place? Arun wondered. Then, a sly smile spread across his face. He knew what he needed to do. Before him stood Alpha Scan, his body restrained, wrapped tightly in living thorn vines. The man's face was drenched in sweat. As soon as Alpha Scan laid eyes on Arun, his expression twisted in fury and fear. You don't know what you've done, he hissed. You've made a terrible mistake. Arun's brows twitched. He's still not thinking clearly. He realized, watching the captive struggle. Alphaskin's gaze dropped to the floor. Sierra told me. You're planning to uncover the location of Requiem. Arun stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I'll find my father. Alphascan raised his head, locking eyes with him. Then I'll tell you where he is. The words caught Arun off guard. What are you talking about? He asked, narrowing his eyes. But the way Alphascan stared at him, as if calculating every move. Arun understood. He won't give up that information freely. What's the condition? He asked coldly. Alphaskin's face twisted into something darker. You'll become the next bearer of the great relic. Arun flinched. After Lazkin, the man continued. You'll inherit it. A knight of legendary rank, a magician with 6 rings, only 18 years old. He remembered the powerful image of Arun's back, stronger than his own, stronger than Levadon. A bead of sweat rolled down his bruised, bloodied face. He lowered his head, then said something that made Arun freeze. Kill yourself. Arun stared at him, stunned. Alphascan didn't flinch. You're a threat. You'll tip the entire continent into chaos the moment you reach superior rank. Sierra stood nearby, wrapped in a gray cloak, eyes narrowing. You're insane, she said flatly. But Alpha Scan kept going, turning his gaze back to Ruin. You've received armor from them. Who? Sierra asked, her voice tense. The ones everyone calls they. A drop of sweat ran down Alphaskin's bearded cheek. I'm talking about the gods. Sorry, perched on Sierra's shoulder, looked between the two. Alphaskin's voice grew quieter, heavier. The deities that rule this world. Aruin clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening. Whether you believe it or not, Alphaskin said, that fact doesn't change. Then, 3 hooded figures flickered into view within Alphaskin's projection. Divine entities draped in black cloaks. They never interfere directly, he said, but it was they who gave us the relics. To keep humanity controlled. Aruin scowled. So when he says relics, he means items from interdimensional trade. Then a thought hit him. There's another merchant, somewhere. Where are they? Aruin asked. What do I need to do to meet them? Alphascan closed his eyes. Even seeing them once isn't something you can just arrange, he muttered. In his mind's eye, he saw the sky darkening, black fog rolling in like a storm. As if the moment Aruin reached superior rank, the heavens themselves would shift. The thorn vines constricting Alphaskin's body suddenly tightened. He screwered, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Blackness began to seep through his skin, crawling over his body like a disease. Aruin stepped forward, alarmed. Is that a spiritual form? No, it was mana, the man's own energy turning on him. Alphaskin's head lifted slowly, barely conscious. This is the price for speaking the truth. His voice cracked. I was already dead the moment I opened my mouth. His body hung limp between the twin stone pillars, his mana completely drained. The end had come. Alphaskin's voice was barely above a whisper. Swear to me, right now. He demanded it as payment. If Aruin wanted to know Levadin's location, he had to give up his life. Sierra's eyes widened. What? She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she looked at Aruin, who calmly nodded. I agree. What are you talking about? Sierra cried out, voice rising in panic. But Aruin remained still. If Areldo dies, it's all over. When did he become someone who'd throw his life away so easily? She thought. Suddenly, waves of mana began pouring out from his body. There has to be another way, he told himself, clenching his fist. But if not, he pressed a hand to his chest. I vow to fulfill our agreement, he declared. Mana flared around him like a storm, swirling with deadly intensity. Sierra could only watch in shock as his oath triggered. If he broke it, his heart would literally explode. Tears welled in her eyes. Alphascan laughed wildly, drunk on the spectacle of it all. Where's Requiem? Aruin asked coldly. Sari stayed behind, while Aruin slowly walked forward. The imprisoned man sneered. Come closer. Head lowered, Aruin stepped up. Thank you. Alphascan muttered, as if savoring the moment. Now you're one of us. Jin will remember your sacrifice. From the side, Sierra stared in disbelief. Why is he doing this? She thought. He can save his father without dying for this lunatic. Even Alphascan, still bound and bruised, watched him closely. You do understand that breaking a mana oath kills you, right? I do, Aruin answered. But you also know how people from other worlds think. He gripped something tightly in his hand. It was a doll, crafted to look exactly like him. An artifact, one that could absorb curses, contracts, even oaths. I found a loophole, he said flatly. The doll began to glow with intense white light. Alphascan's eyes went wide. What? Aruin looked up, a fire in his gaze. And now, I know where Requiem is. No, Alphascan roared, furious. Aruin, above Mount Paths, the sky had turned black. Thick fog rolled across the southern edge of the Jan continent. Somewhere in the jagged cliffs, a hidden cave yawned open, dark and silent. Aruin narrowed his eyes, peering into the gloom. So this is it. With Sierra at his side, they entered the underground passage. What they found inside stopped them cold. Rows upon rows of glowing capsules lined the walls. Each chamber held a preserved human body, suspended in stillness. Sierra stepped forward, voice hushed. This is the Hall of Eternal Life, she whispered, where the former members of Seven Eyes are sealed. Aruin looked around warily. They're not dead. No, she answered. They sleep here until the reverse-aging magic is perfected. She paused, her expression darkening. Even I've never been here before. Aruin's eyes narrowed. Something ahead caught his attention, and a grin crept across his face. Sorry for being late, he said quietly. There in a capsule was a towering man, muscular and motionless. Levadon, Aruin's father. The capsule opened with a hiss. The man fell forward, and Aruin caught him in his arms. Levadon blinked, confused, frowning at the boy holding him. Aruin, are you okay? Levadon looked back at the capsule, its interior still glowing with pure mana. Where am I? In a secret facility of seven eyes, Aruin said, his voice low, the Hall of Eternal Life. Around them, the dormant bodies of countless former guild elites floated in mana-filled capsules. They were promised eternal glory for their service, Aruin said, his voice flat. But that promise was never fulfilled. Aruin approached his father slowly. Levadon reached out, grabbing his son gently by the elbows, holding him like he couldn't believe it was real. So much has happened, Levadon whispered, and I've been gone through it all. Aruin nodded. It's over now. You can rest. A small smile curved on Levadon's lips. Everyone who wronged us will answer with their lives. Levadon laughed, pulling his son into a tight embrace. Ungrateful. You actually managed to bring down the archmages. Aruin blinked, slightly flustered by the praise. But the warmth in his father's hug melted away the weight he'd been carrying for so long. The tension, the loss, the rage. Just for a moment, it all disappeared in that one embrace. Then, a chuckle echoed through the quiet hall of eternal life. A man in a gray cloak stepped forward, grinning. You too. I swear I almost teared up. Behind Sierra stood another man, serious, sharp-eyed, watching silently. Levadon turned his head. His eyes settled on the girl. Sierra, it's been a long time, he said softly. She nodded. Too long. A bead of sweat rolled down Levadon's furrowed brow. His son wasn't finished, not yet, but Aruin reassured him. Sierra's the one who found our teacher. She's with us. Levadon's gaze shifted again, this time toward the man standing beside her. Aruin noticed too. His eyes widened. You're Mr. Vimos? Former head of the 14th Magic Tower. The man raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting to be recognized. Levadon placed a hand on his chest. I crossed paths with Sierra's teacher when I was young. Vimos blinked, realization dawning. So much time has passed. The child from a Steelguard family has grown up. Aruin looked toward his father again. We should go. There could still be remnants left behind. Sierra nodded, her hand glowing with soft pink mana. I'll handle this place. Leave it to me. Vimos, however, had been pulled towards something in the distance. His voice dropped. There's someone you need to take with you. Aruin's golden pupils narrowed. Before him stood another capsule. Inside, a young woman with golden blonde hair, head slightly bowed, her hands folded gently. His breath caught. An elf, he muttered. Vimos stepped forward, voice low. She was taken by seven eyes, captured and locked here. Aruin stared at her face, unable to look away. It was the first time he'd seen someone like her. His face turned a shade of red as he held her by the shoulders, steadying her as her eyes fluttered open. Blue eyes met his. Stunning. Piercing. So this is why elves are said to be icons of beauty. She blinked slowly, dazed. Are you human? She asked. Aruin stiffened. She's awake. Before he could respond, the towel wrapped around her slipped from her shoulders and hit the ground. A deep blush rose on her cheeks and matched his. The awkward moment was broken by Vimos' calm voice from behind him. The last of the mana drained from the capsule. Aruin took a breath and looked down at her. Listen to me. The elf trembled, a tear slipping down her cheek. Are they all gone? She asked quietly. All of them. Seven eyes. He nodded slowly. They were killed during the rescue, he said. We freed everyone we could, including you. She trembled again, eyes wide with emotion. Behind her, Alpha, still clutching her chin, stared at the group in silence, confused and unsure of what came next. Is something wrong? Aruin asked the elf, noticing her sudden unease. She turned to him, eyes wide in disbelief. You tore through the seven eyes without even knowing? Her whole body trembled as her voice rose. The Hall of Eternal Life is dangerous. High above, the sky darkened, the cliffs now cloaked in swirling black fog. The manager will be here soon, she warned. Everyone tensed. Without hesitation, the group bolted from the dungeon. But they were already too late. As they emerged, the elf stopped in her tracks, her head tilted upward, completely stunned. Scarlet hair billowed in the wind. Red tendrils of mana coiled violently around a man who stood above the gorge, leaning casually on a staff. The manager. He floated in midair, eyes sharp and piercing. I came because your report was late, he said coldly. Didn't expect to find rats crawling around my dungeon. A bead of sweat trickled down Levadon's furrowed brow. He's here, the elf said aloud, breath caught in her throat. The manager. She hadn't expected him to arrive so fast, or be this powerful. Still resting one hand on his staff, the red-haired mage stirred a storm of crimson mana around him. You didn't even know about him while fighting Seven Eyes? She whispered. He's a magician of 8 rings. Suddenly, the mountain around them shattered, giant slabs of rock collapsing from the force. Aruin's hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Did you say 8 rings? A wicked grin curved across his face. Behind him, his allies formed a protective stance. Now, this is an opponent worth facing. Black fog swallowed the sky above as battle erupted across the jagged cliffs. Levadon charged forward, sword in hand, colliding directly with the red-haired mage. The impact sent a thunderous shockwave rippling through the air. At the same time, Sierra stood firm beside her teacher. A glowing dome formed around them, pulsing with energy. "The Moes," she called. "Focus on the barrier," he told her. "And use cover spells, stay alert." Behind them, the elf fidgeted nervously, trying to grasp what kind of magicians these people really were. When Levadon struck the manager, he roared. Now, while he's distracted, Arun didn't hesitate. He dashed forward, sword glowing with the power of the stars. Blue mana wrapped around the blade as he closed the gap in seconds. With a mighty strike, he knocked the manager down from the sky. There was an explosion, raw power ripping through the clouds. Sierra pointed toward the clash. "You don't have to worry about him," she said with a grin. The elf let out a nervous laugh, still sweating. "Right?" From behind, Vimos of the 14th Magic Tower added, "That kid definitely isn't thinking straight." Arun landed hard, his boots slamming into the ground. He marched forward, sword in hand, eyes locked on the fallen enemy. "Unlucky place to fall," he muttered. A rock had pierced through the manager's chest, impaling him and pinning him to the stone. Blood poured from the wound. "Why here of all places?" Arun asked, mocking. "Shut up." The manager spat, pressing himself against the rock. "You people were the cowards," Arun said coldly. 7 of you against 1. He raised his arm and revealed the mana reactor. The red-haired man's eyes widened. That's the new Areldo armor. "You catch on quick," Arun replied. But then, something shifted in his expression. His pupils dilated. Wait, he knew that face. Staring at the bleeding, frowning man, realization dawned. "You're an interdimensional traitor, aren't you?" But the manager just looked up at him, eyes sharp and clouded with pain. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said through gritted teeth. Arun kept his sword ready, eyes narrowed. The red-haired man coughed blood and spoke again. "That relic, the one in your hands, it's not yours to wield." Arun's grip tightened. It was passed down generation after generation, bestowed by the gods themselves. He gasped, trembling, trying to reach toward his chest. But the mana stone, still lodged deep in his body, refused to budge. Arun stared down at the red-haired man, realization setting in. He's still rambling about the gods. Before he could press further, footsteps thundered behind him, his allies rushing toward the scene. "Arun!" they shouted. But Thun, breathless, stepped forward first. "Wait, how many more managers are there?" The red-haired man bared his fangs in rage. "If you kill me, the others will find you. You can't escape them." At that very second, Arun swung. In one clean motion, his blade sliced through the manager's neck. His head hit the ground with a heavy thud. Everyone froze. The sight of the body sent a cold wave through the group. Blood dripped from the edge of Arun's sword, staining the stone beneath him. But Arun's expression was calm. "It's fine," he said. "There's still someone here who can give me answers." He looked at the dark scarlet blood coating his blade, eyes narrowing. "Every last manager. I'll find them, and I'll end them." Levadon, worried, stepped toward his son. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Arun replied without hesitation. Vimos turned toward the elf girl, studying her closely. "You said your name was Ariel, wasn't it?" But the elf looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Still gripping his bloody sword, Arun walked over. "You've got a lot to explain," he said firmly. Ariel lowered her head, fingers gripping the collar of her snow-white cloak. Arun didn't let up. "Tell me about the managers and the gods." Far from there, sunlight sparkled across the sea around a remote, uninhabited island. It was hundreds of kilometers from Alta, one of the protective rings encircling Requiem. Sari splashed playfully in the water, tail flicking happily. Arun chuckled. Having fun, the cat-like creature meowed cheerfully, then invited him to join. He smirked but pulled Sari from the water. "Enough flirting. It's time we got moving." On the island stood a simple 2-story wooden house, tucked among lush greenery. The survivors of Seven Eyes had built it as a temporary hideout, just in case enemy reinforcements showed up. Arun, with Sari perched on his shoulder, glanced at the house and smiled. "Making that hut must have been a walk in the park," he muttered. "With 2 archmages helping, no less." As he reached for the wooden door, he overheard voices from inside. He paused. Sierra's voice rang out, frustrated. "Why did you pretend not to know, even after everything?" Inside, she faced Vimos, who calmly touched his chin, eyes closed. "I'm still your teacher, Sierra, and I had my own taboos." Sierra flushed, placing her hand over her chest. "The age gap isn't even that big." Then, she admitted softly, "I'm already 60. That stunned him. 60? You? But you look. The girl grabbed her cheek, blushing hard. "I told you, reverse aging spell." Outside the doorway, Arun raised an eyebrow. So that's why she was so determined to master that spell. Just then, Sierra spotted him peeking in. Her eyes went wide, and in a flash, she pushed Vimos aside and bolted from the room. "It's not what it looks like," she yelled, red-faced. Inside, the flustered teacher stayed frozen where she left him. Arun passed by them casually, waving a hand. "Don't mind me. No judgment here." Sierra glared, her face still burning. Then Arun added with a small grin, "Actually, I was hoping to nudge you two together. Since you've been in love with him for, 20 years? Sierra's pink pupils widened. "You," Sorry dangled from his shoulder, still munching on a snack. Sierra stepped forward, then suddenly stopped. Her tone softened. "There's something I wanted to tell you." She bowed low. "Thank you." Arun blinked. A smile formed on her lips. "You defeated Seven Eyes. You saved my teacher. I never could have done any of it alone." He smiled back. "Well, I'll leave you two alone while I'm gone. Catch up. We're already done," she yelled after him. Ariel, off to the side, watched the whole scene unfold. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. Finally, she spoke. "I can't answer all your questions," she said slowly, "because I've taken a mana oath. But," her eyes dimmed slightly, "you deserve to know everything." Arun's eyes lit up with excitement the moment Ariel confessed. He grinned, pointing a finger at himself. "Oaths and mana contracts. That's my specialty. Right on cue." A doll resembling him appeared on the table. "This little guy," he said, tapping the doll's head, "will fulfill the oath on your behalf. So go ahead, answer freely." Everyone gathered around the round table, curiosity high. Arun leaned forward, voice light. "All right then, where were you born? And how old are you really?" Ariel's blue eyes sparkled. "I was born in the Great Forest. Over 300 years ago." Sierra gasped, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Vimos nodded thoughtfully. "That would have been around the end of the Elven era, when humans first began appearing." Ariel continued, her voice soft but clear. "They asked me to become a balance holder. I refused. That's why I was sealed in the Hall of Eternal Life." Thun squinted. "Wait, they imprisoned you just for saying no? Why not just kill you?" Ariel blushed, glancing away. "Because the manager at the time was in love with me." Dead silence. Even the doll's eyes spun wildly at that. Its arm popped off and clattered to the table. Arun stared at it. "That's probably not a great sign." Ariel ducked her head in embarrassment while Sierra snapped at her. "Are you seriously telling us this is true?" Vimos muttered under his breath. "So she was forced into a mana oath because some guy caught feelings?" Arun scratched his cheek awkwardly, giving Ariel a teasing grin. "I mean, no offense, but you're not even heroic rank. Why were they offering you that role in the first place?" Ariel's expression flipped. She leapt to her feet, cheeks flushed. "I hadn't recovered yet, okay?" Clenching her fist, she shouted. "In my prime, I was near legend rank." Glaring at him, she added, "And I will fight you for that insult later." Arun chuckled and backed off. All right. How about you start by telling us more about the managers?" Ariel let out a breath. "Truthfully, I don't know what they really are. Even I never saw their full form." Her tone turned serious. "But I can tell you this. There are at least 10 of them." Everyone fell quiet. She added, "The one you defeated wasn't even one of the stronger ones." Arun's face darkened. He folded his arms, thoughtful. "A system where 8-ring mages are considered average? That's enough to dominate an entire continent. Then why do they even need 7 eyes?" he asked aloud. He imagined the manager again, puppet strings pulling his limbs from above. "They were afraid of something," Ariel said, nodding. "That's why they never acted directly. They used agents." A bead of sweat rolled down Levadin's face as Ariel continued. "Managers don't work together often. But once they understand what's happened here, it won't be safe for anyone." Sierra looked away, lips tight. "They'll come for revenge," Ariel finished quietly. "That much is certain." Arun lowered his head in silence. "If 2 of them had shown up today, instead of 1, we wouldn't be here." Then he looked up again, gaze sharp. "What race are the gods from?" Ariel's expression changed instantly. She froze. Sweat trickled down her face. "I'm sorry." In his mind, Arun saw it clearly. A dark god, blade at her throat, forbidding her from speaking. She couldn't answer that question. A new day dawned on the uninhabited island. Sunlight poured through the trees. Sari stretched lazily before hopping up to Arun, pawing at his cheek. "Morning already?" Arun groaned, eyes half open. The cat bounced off the bed, tail flicking. "It's a brand new day." Arun yawned and stretched, cracking his knuckles. Today, they'd return to the Steel Guard residence. But now, he had what he came for. Answers, intel, and a solid plan. Arun let out a long breath. He hadn't realized just how many binding contracts Ariel was tied to. And now, he'd learned there was something even more powerful than a mana oath. That was a first. But before he could dwell on it, something drew his attention. Ariel walked into his room with a light smile. "I watched you sleep," she said sweetly. Arun blinked. Then she chuckled, resting her chin on her hand. "Kidding. Before he could reply, she straightened up. Levadin's looking for you. He said he has something important to tell you. In an empty, sunlit room, Levadon stood alone, his black cloak drawn around him. When his son entered, he turned with a soft smile. I'm glad you came. Arun raised an eyebrow. What? You're about to make some dramatic announcement. Levadon laughed. I suppose you could call it that. Dunn, who had arrived with Arun, broke into a nervous sweat. And then, Levadon said the words. I won't be returning to Steelguard. The sunlight filtered through the windows, casting long shadows across the room. After being cast out by the Seven Eyes, Levadon said calmly, I'm likely their next target. It's safer for everyone if I remain off the grid for now. Arun's jaw clenched. Steelguard can't Arun without you. Levadon stepped closer, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. It has you. His voice held quiet pride. You've grown strong, Arun. I want you to lead in my place. Take charge of Steelguard's holdings. Protect our people. Later that night, a carriage moved slowly across a moonlit field. Inside, Arun sat, resting his chin against his fist, lost in thought. He wore a sleek, high-collared jacket, polished, commanding, but his mind wandered back to that conversation. He had stood across from his father, hearing words he never thought he would. You're the youngest of all my children, Levadon had said. And yet, Arun remembered the intensity in his father's eyes. In the Steelguard family, Levadon continued, inheritance isn't determined by age, but by ability. What matters most is will, judgment, and the resolve to make impossible decisions. Arun had gone still. Levadon nodded. Whether the title becomes official or not, my opinion won't change. You have what it takes. Arun remembered his past life. A different time, a darker one. Back then, he'd only inherited the Steelguard name because his father vanished. Because his brothers had died. It had been a title born from tragedy. But this time it was different. This time he had earned it. Still, he had turned to his father. Even so, I can't just leave you alone out there. From the other side of the road, two figures appeared. Vimo stood tall. Sierra crossed her arms beside him. We're not leaving, she said firmly. We'll stay with him. Arun looked at them in surprise. She continued, we've decided to train here, away from the eyes of the managers, until we reach the level of 8 rings. He imagined it then. Mighty sorcerers and warriors gathered in one place, building their strength. Even Levadon, standing silently, seemed to sense their determination. He said nothing at first, but then his voice came steady and clear. If that's your decision, then I'll respect it. He looked at all of them. If you ever change your minds, just say the word. Then he lifted his gaze resolute. Until then, I will protect the Steelguard family. Back at the island, Arun sat quietly in his chair, gently stroking Sari, curled up on his lap. His thoughts were spinning. I have to get stronger. Strong enough to crush the managers and bring father home. He stared ahead, eyes sharp with quiet determination. But even in all his calculations, one variable remained uncertain. Ariel. She was sitting across from him now, calm and radiant, like a sculpture carved from moonlight. Her voice was soft. You look like you're deep in thought. Arun blinked. Then again, in his mind, the thought echoed. It's Ariel, still and serene like a statue. But maybe the one thing he couldn't predict. Arun straightened up, voice turning serious. Then answer me this. Why are you so set on following me? Ariel, smiling playfully, raised her hand to her eyes as if shielding herself from the truth. I told you, I have something to do in the outside world. He didn't let the illusion linger. Well, hate to ruin it for you, he said flatly. But the outside world isn't a fairy tale. It's dangerous, brutal. And with your current level, barely scraping heroic rank, you won't last long. That clearly hit a nerve. Ariel's eyes flared. She requirement. I'm not as weak as you think. Arun calmly rubbed his ear. You didn't have to yell, but she wasn't backing down. If you don't believe me, let's fight. I'll show you. He raised a brow. Wait, you're serious? I am, she said, though there was a flicker of nervousness behind her eyes. Unless you're too scared to stop the carriage. Moments later, they stood opposite each other in a quiet, moonlit forest. Arun unsheathed his sword. You really want to go this far? Ariel's stance was firm. She brought her blades up. Don't hold back. Arun studied her. Did I hurt her pride too much? He had sent the coachman away, just in case. This should be fine. Without warning, Ariel lunged forward. I'm coming. Her silver blades flashed through the dark, striking fast and clean. Arun blocked, then shifted, maintaining his footing as she pressed forward. Each movement was fluid, elegant. Elven swordsmanship, he realized. Silver energy coiled around her every strike, and her blows were heavier than he expected. She held her ground, clashing with his sword again, this time with both her blades. She's definitely near the top of the heroic rank, he thought, watching her movements. No wonder I sensed something back when she woke up. Their blades collided again and again. Then Arun smiled faintly. Perfect. I can test out what I learned from Joe Giamwi. His body ignited in a golden, fiery aura. Ariel staggered back, eyes wide in alarm. What is this energy? Flames curled around him, glowing brighter with each breath. In that moment, Arun wasn't just fighting. He was invoking the very essence of mythical warriors. The phantom image of Joe Giamli appeared behind him, matching his stance, their blades burning in unison. Arun moved. In a flash, his figure blurred, then tripled. Ariel blinked. Wow, he vanished. She let her guard down for a split second, just as streaks of fire surged toward her from all sides. She turned just in time, barely blocking an almost invisible slash. What is this? This is nonsense, she thought in a panic. Even if he's at legendary rank, this is... More flashes. The pressure mounted. Arun drove her back, one strike after another. A brilliant burst of light exploded as their swords clashed once more, dust flying around them. When it cleared, Arun stood over her. Ariel was on the ground, eyes locked on his. His blade was stuck into the earth above her head, hand braced beside her. She gasped. What do you think you're doing? Move. Don't misunderstand, he said calmly. You were caught at the center of Kai energy. I had to shield you. Still hovering over her, he spoke evenly. If that last strike had connected, your entire body would have been turned into a pincushion. Ariel looked away, cheeks red with frustration. I lost, she muttered. You're a monster. Arun scowled. Don't go calling people monsters so casually. He leaned on his sword and tilted his head. Anyway, your silver sword. That energy isn't on Nora, is it? That caught her off guard. She glanced down, silent, then placed her hand gently over her chest. Since I lost, she said quietly, I'll answer. Her voice steadied. I'm from a moon clan, one of the few remaining from the Great Forest. Behind her, a vague silhouette of a robed elf shimmered briefly in the air. Ariel continued, her hand still over her heart. Among my people, I was chosen as the master of the moon spirits. Arun blinked. Master of the moon spirits? He rubbed his chin, intrigued. Okay, now that sounds made up. She sighed deeply. As expected. You don't believe me. He gave her a crooked grin. It just sounds rare is all. Ariel didn't argue. Instead, she focused mana into her palm. A pale sphere of energy formed, hovering silently in the air. Then see it for yourself. She extended her fist, and the sphere didn't move. It stayed floating, completely still. Arun's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that? He felt his face flush. For once, he had no words. Arun stared in complete awe. What an unbelievably adorable creature. Ariel had summoned a tiny spirit that looked like a blue-haired fairy, delicate, glowing softly like moonlight. Beside her stood a green-haired elf, calmly explaining. The form of a spirit is shaped by abstract perception. It changes based on the observer's awareness and consciousness. Arun blinked. In simpler terms, the elf chuckled. It appears in the most comforting, familiar way to whoever's looking at it. For example, fire spirits often look like little lizards. Ice spirits? Snowmen. Arun nodded slowly. So this is what moon spirits look like in the minds of elves. He held the miniature fairy between his palms, mesmerized. Its hair shifted gently into a soft sky blue hue. I guess it makes sense. The moon's often seen as the little sister of the sun, or even a child. The tiny spirit crawled slowly up his arm. His cheeks flushed red. Too cute. Way too cute. He was completely frozen. Is this even allowed? He asked, voice barely above a whisper. The spirit replied with a cheerful nod. Maybe it was because Arun had spent his last life surrounded by stunning men and women. His sisters, Sputnik and Selena, constantly flaunting their beauty, that he'd built a sort of immunity to charm. Even Ariel, stunning as she was, didn't faze him much. But this was different. This wasn't beauty. This was cuteness incarnate, and he had zero defense against it. The elf stood nearby, baffled. What just happened to his mood? But Arun couldn't take his eyes off the little moon spirit. The spell only broke when Sari, his feline companion, growled in warning. Arun perked up. Hey, easy. But the tiny spirit just floated over to Sari and stretched out her tiny hand, gently booping him on the nose. Sari was stunned, then immediately melted. She began to stroke him gently, and within seconds, they were perfectly in sync, like old friends. When Arun snapped out of his trance, he glanced at Ariel. Are moon spirits normally hostile toward strangers? He rested a thoughtful hand on his chin. She smiled and shook her head. They're drawn to beauty. I guess she liked what she saw. Arun folded his arms smugly. So even the spirit of the moon acknowledges my looks. What can I say? I've committed many sins. Ariel blushed and didn't respond, choosing to remain very, very quiet. Later, she fell asleep leaning against the wall, completely worn out. Arun looked over at her. Just as I thought. She pushed herself too hard. Now she's out like a light. Suddenly, a system notification flashed across his vision. Numi Zytran has requested a conversation. Arun's expression shifted, turning serious, then lit up with a smile. He found it. Opening the file, he scanned the list of items. Introduction to Magical Engineering. Applications of Magical Engineering. Advanced Engineering Theory. Magical Machine Design. Basic Mechanics. Metal Bender Systems. Done. Reading over his shoulder, nearly dropped his drink. This is it. This is exactly what we needed. Arun opened his arms wide and laughed. Perfect. Thank you. He looked back at Zytron's image. Say, do you think I could join in on the actual production process? The elf, adjusting his glasses, replied politely. As an investor, there's no need for such involvement. But Arun only grinned wider. No, it's not enough to just throw money around. Real investors need at least a basic understanding of the field. He added, besides, I want to help however I can. Zytron was momentarily stunned. He'd assumed Arun was just another rich backer, interested in results, not the process. But this was something else. A hands-on investor? Arun touched his chin, thinking, I'm not doing this for them. I'm doing it for the mana reactor. Every little detail counts. Lately, Arun had stumbled across something monumental. The Romano reactor. The very heart of the 4th generation magic armor. A vibrant pink octagon pulsing with raw mana. He knew one thing. If he handed it over to the others, they'd clone it in an instant. But that wasn't the path he wanted. Spreading his stance slightly, he sank deeper into thought. No, better to learn the technology myself. Piece by piece. From the system menu, he selected the swallow option. A notification popped up immediately. Absorption has begun. Sponge effect applied. In his mind's eye, a book flipped rapidly, pages turning like a whirlwind above his head, glowing with an inner fire. Just a few more days, he thought with a grin. Then I'll have the entire structure memorized. He turned toward the window, the landscape rolling by, the familiar sights of home. Steel Guard County. I'm finally back as its master. The carriage approached the outskirts of town. Stone houses dotted the road, and a girl ran past in heels, vanishing into a side alley. Arun stood beside Ariel and Sari, with the moon spirit now slightly larger, hovering at her side like a little guardian. Arun nudged Ariel's shoulder. From this angle, it really looks like a mother and daughter. Ariel blinked. Hey, it's my first time seeing her like this too, she said with a soft laugh. Jana, the spirit, gave a little spin in the air, as if enjoying the thought. Sari muttered, maybe she just wants to stick around us longer. As the girl tugged playfully on Sari's cheeks, Arun crossed his arms. We've still got a bit of a walk to the mansion. Let's take it slow. Ariel frowned. Why not just go straight there? They stopped in front of the county gates. Arun pulled up his hood. This is where Steel Guard territory begins. I haven't been here in years. First, I want to see how things are running. Small homes lined both sides of the road, but the air felt off. Villagers moved slowly. Faces dull, eyes dim, as if the whole place was asleep on its feet. Ariel glanced around. What's with this atmosphere? Arun's gaze turned distant. It's the middle of the agricultural season, but something's clearly wrong. His hand tightened slightly at his side. This is a tax-free county. No tribute to the king. That should mean less pressure on the people. He remembered the family crest, the Steel Guard emblem, and frowned. Even in my past life, this place was never this neglected. Locals stared at them as they passed, wary and curious. They decided to stop at a nearby tavern. At the table, the little moon spirit devoured her food like a champion. Plates were stacking up fast. Ariel beamed with pride. She eats so well, doesn't she? Arun just stared in horror, speechless. How is that even possible? Sari narrowed his eyes. That much food from something that small? Ariel shrugged. The spirit system doesn't follow digestive logic. Arun blinked. Ariel smiled again. Once a spirit takes a human form, you can't explain them with normal rules. Just accept it. He pointed at her plate. Wait, why'd you leave the meat? You don't eat meat? He asked. Forced race thing? She glanced up, amused. Not exactly. We can't digest fat. Arun paused mid-bite. Wait, that's it. Not some spiritual forest belief or nature vow. Ariel shook her head. That's just a common misunderstanding humans have. How do you expect anyone to survive on grass alone? Before he could reply, a tall man with a bandage wrapped around his forehead walked up to the table. He cleared his throat. That'll be 3 gold and 30 silver. Arun choked. 3 what? Even the elf's eyes widened. Their peaceful little return to town was about to get a whole lot more complicated. The moment the protagonist brought up the payment, he pointed out there were already 33 silver coins. But the bandaged man wasn't having it. His tone turned cold. He demanded full payment and warned of consequences. Almost instantly, figures began rising from the shadows. Unfazed, the hero smirked. He casually remarked that he'd been wondering why such a countdown place had so many guests. As the thugs closed in, he asked if this was how business was normally handled around here. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added that things in the county must have really fallen apart. The bandaged man, confused, stared at the boy. But before he could respond, flames suddenly swirled beneath the hero's feet. A blazing vortex wrapped around him. When the cloak dropped, the elf watching was stunned. He shouted at the tavern owner to get back. The soldiers froze. The owner panicked. The hero raised his hand, calm and focused. He had a few questions that needed answers. Cut to the street. Houses stretch along the road, and quiet groans echo in the air. The bandits, all of them, are lying beaten and broken. Their leader is on his knees, right in front of the youngest of the steel guard. The young master, he's simply cracking his knuckles. Terrified, the tavern owner stammers out an apology. Says he won't charge for the food. But Arun doesn't even acknowledge that. He's resting his hand on his chin, eyes locked on the man. He asks one thing. What happened to the steel guard? Why they changed so much? The question rattles the man in the blindfold. He tries to respond, but then leans forward for a better look. Blonde hair, golden eyes. That face, anyone would recognize him. The hero stares back, and the man suddenly realizes it's the young master Arun. Arun just shrugs it off, saying, "Took you long enough to figure it out." The innkeeper, still kneeling, blurts out that everyone's been waiting for his return. Those words catch Arun off guard. He steps closer, asking if the man had really sold out that fast. But the man insists they didn't do this because they wanted to. It was the Deccan gang. That name hits Arun like a punch. He repeats it, stunned. In his mind, an image flashes, Deccan steel guard standing in flames. The innkeeper continues, visibly shaken. It happened about a month ago. Young Kiran announced the head of the family had vanished. He sent out scrolls with the family seal, appealing to the lords of Navarro and even the king himself to start a nationwide search. Arun clenched his jaw. Fool! He should have made the announcement himself before others started catching on. But Kiran, he probably couldn't wait to snatch power. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Still kneeling, the innkeeper watched Arun closely, unsure how he'd react. Arun sighed, deep and heavy. The elf beside him was still trying to piece things together. Then the bandaged man kept talking. The knights had backed Kiran. With their support, he became the new face of the clan. But that didn't last. Deccan arrived not long after, with just 4 knights. One with red hair, another with green, the third with silver, and one with a slick back cut. And leading them was Deccan himself, bearded and brutal. The main character glanced down at the man before him. This was his uncle. He remembered clearly. Even as a kid, this guy had been nothing but trouble. Constant messes, constant scandals. Eventually, he was kicked out of the academy. After that, he turned to booze, picked fights with the weak, and disappeared to avoid his grandfather's wrath. He resurfaced only to demand a share of the inheritance after their father's death. And just 4 years ago, word spread that he'd burned through every coin of that fortune, wasted it all on drinking and gambling. Now, the protagonist towered over the innkeeper, slumped on the ground, demanding to know what exactly he was hoping to gain by siding with a man like that. The moon spirit silently pointed at the unconscious man, and the reply came. Rumors from far-off lands said this man had climbed his way to success. But what they knew for certain was that he didn't arrive alone. He brought guards so powerful that even trained knights couldn't take them. The narrator's voice faltered. He looked away nervously. He admitted that he tried to fill the gap left by the older brother. Said he supported young Master Kiran. But the Lord wasn't buying it. Support? He scoffed. You took control, used him like a puppet, and lined your own pockets in the process. The innkeeper didn't deny it. He simply nodded, and added that the bearded man was completely unhinged. He described a man who took protection fees from everyday townsfolk, who demanded more than they could afford, and punished them for not paying. Lowering his head in shame, the narrator said he was ready to accept whatever punishment the Lord saw fit. The protagonist crossed his arms, letting the silence hang. Then the man broke again, pleading, shouting even, for him to save the city, to save the entire feud. That's when the hero asked, "What's the tax rate in this city right now?" With a strained voice, the innkeeper answered, 3,000 gold coins. That hit hard. The young master instantly understood. There was no way a small town on the outskirts could cough up that kind of money. His uncle had clearly lost his mind. The elf nearby, confused, asked what he meant. Arun clenched his jaw and muttered through gritted teeth, "Looks like a parasite's sunk into our land." His eyes darkened. This was supposed to be his return home, but instead of peace, his first task would be cleaning house. Sunlight washed over the ancient walls of the family estate, stretching toward the sky. Inside, Karen sat alone on her bed, lost in thought. Everything was unraveling. And now Arun was back, the youngest to ever receive a Karsam, and son of a man who had reached legendary rank. She pictured them both, swords drawn, ready for war. Just 3 months ago, the Steel Guard clan had been the pride of a royal banquet. A knock broke her thoughts. "Lady Karen," came a voice from behind the door. It was Ezel. Another knock. "It's time for the evening meal." But Karen didn't answer. Mr. Dean said everyone is expected to attend. Ezel continued gently. Still nothing. Then, after a pause, Karen responded, saying she wouldn't be joining. Ezel lingered outside the door. Karen's voice shifted. She asked, quietly, why Ezel hadn't come in. Through the door, the maid's voice trembled, a tear falling as she tried to speak. But before she could answer, Karen gave a firm order. Come in. The door creaked open, and there stood Ezel, dressed properly, waiting for Karen to call her by name. Karen's voice suddenly rose, sharp and forceful. She brought up what had happened to Ezel, saying the maid had been struck because of her. Ezel, on the verge of tears, quickly denied it. She insisted it wasn't Karen's fault. She'd simply spoken out of turn and acted rudely. But the eldest sister cut her off, her tone firm. No, that's not true. Karen dropped her gaze to the floor. Her thoughts turned bitter. Her uncle had always been rotten, manipulative, selfish. He used everyone around him to get what he wanted. But this time, she straightened her back, gathered her resolve, and gave a clear command. Tell him, I'm coming down. Scene shift. Golden chandeliers sparkled overhead, lighting the castle's grand hall. A voice echoed across the room, dripping with false warmth. How wonderful, it said. Everyone's gathered together. At the head of the long table sat the bearded man, Dekin, smiling as though it were some happy family reunion. But the sisters glared at him, their eyes full of disdain. Kieran sat with his head down. Dekin turned toward him and sneered. What's with the long face? He held up his glass. Is it because I'm sitting at the head of the table? Kieran forced a smile, stiff and hollow. You are the temporary lord of the feud, he said, and the eldest. I suppose you have every right to sit there. Dekin chuckled, pleased. Well, if my dear nephew insists, I can't argue with that. He raised his glass again. Too bad, it's empty. He turned to his niece. Why don't you fill it for me? But Darren crossed her arms. Why should I? Pour it yourself. Dekin's smile twitched. Well, aren't you mouthy? He said with a laugh. But the humor didn't last. His face hardened in an instant. I won't ask twice. Still, Darren didn't move. I said no, she replied flatly. And while we're at it, why should I serve you at all? Before she could finish, Dekin slammed his glass down. It shattered across the table. He pushed up his sleeves. So that's it. You still think my older brother's alive, don't you? A knight with messy hair stepped in, trying to de-escalate. That's too harsh. But before he could finish, a red-haired warrior from Dekin's escort shoved him aside. Stay out of family matters, she snapped. Dekin now turned fully toward Darren, stalking forward. Girls in this family, he muttered. No discipline, no respect. Looks like I'll have to beat it into you for good. The red-haired girl watching froze, shocked at what she was hearing. But then, a voice rang out from the doorway, calm but sharp as a blade. Well, this is new. Dishes flying, fist about to fly. Must be dinner time. Everyone turned. There stood Erwin. He took a step into the room. Thanks to you, uncle. I didn't miss a thing. Dekin blinked in surprise. Nephew, you came. He extended a hand, smiling awkwardly. But Erwin remained completely composed. It's been 10 years, he said. Nice to know I'm still recognizable. He paused. So, how should I return the favor? He tilted his head slightly. Maybe I'll let you live. That one line made Dekin freeze. Then, in a flash, flames erupted around Erwin's body. He grinned, not kindly, but dangerously. If you and your little thugs don't want to die, he said, then take your trash and get out. As Aaron walks into the room, threatening his uncle, Kirwin and Darren are shocked, calling out his name. Karen can't believe Aaron is speaking like that. Uncle Deakins narrows his eyes and says, How did you get in here? Aaron replies, Is there a problem with me entering my own home? Deakins tried to explain himself, saying it wasn't exactly a problem, just that the chances of Aaron arriving smoothly had seemed unlikely. In response, Aaron cracked his neck and calmly noted that, contrary to expectation, his arrival had actually been quite smooth. Suddenly, the sound of shattering plates draws everyone's attention. Aaron turns and sees it's the maid, Yesel, completely surprised by his arrival. As she apologizes and starts picking up the broken pieces, Aaron tells her to wait. Looking at her closely, he asks, What happened? She tries to hide it, but Aaron already knows something's wrong. Deakins now speaks. Nephew, while I'm not someone who strictly follows etiquette and decorum. Isn't this a bit much? What are you even doing? Aaron replies, You're still here? I clearly told you to get lost. Deakin snaps back and asks if this is how Aaron turned out because he grew up without a mother. He claims Aaron is too attached to unnecessary things. He begins to justify himself and says this is the reason Steelagard needs such measures. Then he flinches and starts listing. Zarya Village costs 3,000 gold coins. Delphiron costs 4,000. Rosswood costs 6,000. The list, he implies, keeps going. Aaron remains firm. To him, Deakins hasn't just taken resources. He has drained them dry to the last drop, and even further. Deakins, his voice rising with frustration, argues that the burden is being shared by everyone and insists Steelagard is in crisis. Everything he's done, he claims, has been a help. Deakins suddenly flares with rage and demands to know if he's back too. Eren answers calmly, no, but if he knew what was happening here, would he really be able to control that anger? Deakins falls silent. Eren glares at him. If father were here, he says it might actually be better for Deakins. Deakins lets out a laugh, mocking. Eren still has a cute side, huh? Now that the vassals are siding with him, he started thinking he's some kind of savior. But Eren ignores him. He draws his sword and swings at his uncle. Suddenly, the bodyguard leaps in and blocks the attack. Eren says coldly, I'm not a patient person. Not enough to give you a second chance. Deakins shouts, you've completely lost your mind, haven't you? Sensing the rising tension, everyone draws their weapons and takes a fighting stance. Deakins commands his guards, attack him immediately. The guards rush toward Eren, who stands his ground calmly. Darren immediately orders the commander, assist Eren, but the commander protests, asking why they should interfere. Even Kiruin raises his voice and shouts at Darren, questioning whether she really believes Eren would kill his own uncle and telling her to leave him be. Darren fires back, demanding to know how he can say that. She accuses him of siding with Eren just because he's family and reminds him that no matter how bad things are between them, Eren is still his younger brother. Kiruin replies firmly. He says he may be acting as Lord only temporarily, but when he considers the future of Steelguard, he feels he has no other choice. Darren draws her sword and says she didn't expect anything better from him anyway. Then she charges into the fray, telling him to get out of her way. As she rushes to help Eren, Jason joins her and says he's coming too. The commander objects, warning that this goes directly against Lord Kiruin's orders. Jason responds by saying that if the young masters or Miss Darren get hurt, they'll never be able to face Lord Rivadan. Now the battle intensifies. The clash of swords rings out as the guards press forward, but Eren remains calm. He's actually enjoying their moves. He mutters to himself that there's a sprinkling of tier, 2 knights, maybe 1 tier, 3 at best, and says this barely qualifies as a proper squad. Then he turns to Deakin's bodyguard and asks if the tier, 1 knight, is the commander. The bodyguard struggles to hold back the force of Eren's sword. Meanwhile, Darren cuts down one of the guards, who collapses instantly. The 2 others nearby freeze in shock and frustration. Take her down, one of them shouts, and they charge. Their blades glow with purple mana. Eren observes the field and realizes, there are too many of them. I won't be able to block them all. He makes a quick decision, let the left one through. In a flash, Eren appears in front of the 2 enraged guards. He dispatches them effortlessly. Then, pivoting, he redirects his attention to those on the right. He blocks their incoming attacks, then slams a boot into one of them, sending the guard crashing into the wall. Darren frowns, clearly annoyed. I came to help him, she thinks, but it's like he doesn't even need it. Eren smirks. Didn't expect you of all people to take my side. But seeing her anger, he adds, the knights and I will handle the rest. You don't need to get involved. He steps on one of Deakin's bodyguards and stares straight at his uncle, asking if this is the commander. Deakins finally begins to grasp the situation. He mutters that he may have misjudged and insists he was only trying to help. Before he can finish, Eren delivers a clean slap across his uncle's face. Deakins is launched backward, tumbling and crashing into the wall. His face is a wreck, but Eren isn't finished. He steps forward again and asks if it was Isil's other cheek that Deakins had struck. Then he slaps him again, balancing the damage. Eren adds that even if they're Deakin's personal bodyguards, they still belong to an elite squad. But when it comes to taking control of Steelagard, they're nowhere near enough. Deakins, struggling to stand, can barely respond. Eren raises his sword above him. Suddenly, the secretary cries out, "Don't do it, young master. If he dies, we'll never be able to face the 3 Viscounts." That name stops everyone. Even Eren is taken aback. The 3 Viscounts? He asks, narrowing his eyes. What are you talking about? After a while, another guard approached, but Eren simply tapped 2 fingers against a pressure point on the man's body. The guard instantly lost consciousness. Eren knew he had cut off the blood flow. Once the man woke up, he'd be paralyzed and no longer a threat. The commander asked what Eren had just done, clearly startled, but Eren just shrugged off the concern like it was nothing. He then turned to Deakins and ordered him to maintain the punishment posture properly. Surprisingly, Deakins obeyed without question, like a scolded child. Just then, someone stepped into the room, demanding to know what was going on. Eren greeted the man with a wide grin, calling out that it had been a long time, Kiruin. Taken aback by Eren's casual tone, Kiruin snapped, saying he wasn't in the mood for greetings. He demanded to know who gave Eren a right to act like this, and asked if he even understood the current state of Steelagard. Eren, still calm, said that he was only trying to help, and promised to take full responsibility for what he had done. Kiruin began to sweat and shouted back, Take responsibility? Who do you think you were to say that? Without hesitation, Aaron said, I am the new Lord of Steelagard. Silence dropped like a hammer. Everyone in the room froze, stunned, the words ringing in their ears. Kiruin, now practically screaming, demanded to know if Aaron was serious. Aaron explained that if Kiruin hadn't transferred the lordship to Deakins, he might have hesitated a little longer. Kiruin shouted that he hadn't done it willingly, that it was all because of the pressure from the 3 viscounts. Aaron retorted that it was all because Kiruin had tried to reclaim the mining rights by force. That's when the narrative shifted to the Laval Mountains, located in northern Navarro. These mountains held 3 valuable mines that had historically belonged to Steelagard. But Aaron's grandfather had once acknowledged the bordering viscounts' rights to mine the area, which had created strong relations between the families. Even Aaron's father had maintained the tradition. However, when Kiruin, acting as temporary lord, suddenly announced that he would reclaim those rights, it enraged the viscounts. In retaliation, they formed an alliance with a military force rivaling even national armies. Aaron scoffed at the situation, saying that Kiruin had reaped what he sowed. Why provoke those who had remained peaceful? Kiruin fired back, asking if they were expected to tiptoe around mere viscounts. He boasted that Steelagard was the strongest family in the north and rightful owners of Laval. Aaron pointed out that despite that claim, Kiruin had aligned himself with Deakins. He added that had Kiruin done nothing, he might have retained some position, but his time as acting lord was over. Then, Aaron announced that he was formally proposing Kiruin's removal from the lordship. Onlookers murmured in disbelief at what they were witnessing. Kiruin cursed loudly, demanding to know what right Aaron had to make such a declaration. But before he could finish, a new voice agreed with Aaron. Turning around, Kiruin saw that it was the chief secretary. The secretary apologized, but admitted that Aaron's argument had no flaws. Darren stepped up beside Aaron, declaring her support once more. Frustrated, Kiruin glared around and asked if everyone was really siding with Aaron. Then he looked to Karen and questioned whether she, too, had chosen Aaron's side. Karen remained silent. Kiruin then turned to the knights, hoping for support. One of them spoke, stating that since Lord Rebidan hadn't officially named a successor before vanishing, law dictated that the eldest son, Kiruin, should be the lord. That gave Kiruin hope. If the knights backed him, he could still win. Strength would decide the matter. He looked at Aaron menacingly and asked what his next move was. Aaron laughed, saying that while he didn't hate Kiruin, he didn't exactly like him either, just a bit of dislike. That stunned Kiruin. Aaron then drew his sword, saying he had tried to avoid open conflict for the sake of brotherhood. Kiruin, caught off guard, shouted in confusion. Suddenly, the sword shimmered with brilliant blue mana, sparking small lightning bolts in the air. At its tip, a glowing blue rose formed. Kiruin was speechless. Others around him stared in disbelief. It was sword magic. The sight raised a question in everyone's minds. Was Aaron an awakened knight? The awakened knight was a title all knights dreamed of attaining, and sword magic was the defining sign of reaching that state. Aaron turned to Yesel and gently offered her the glowing rose, saying he'd picked it up along the way and she could accept it. It was safe to touch. Yesel blushed and accepted the flower, saying it was beautiful. The commander, stunned, exclaimed that this was impossible. Even the founding emperor had only awakened at age 17. But before he could finish, Kiruin interrupted, claiming Aaron's talent was the same as the emperor's and that some trickery must be involved. The commander quietly disagreed. Kiruin had misunderstood the real shock. It wasn't just that Aaron was an awakened knight. It was the level of control he demonstrated. To manifest and sustain that kind of aura meant Aaron was already among the highest ranked awakened knights, possibly even close to becoming a heroic knight. In fact, the commander thought Aaron might surpass even the founding emperor in talent. Sweat ran down his neck as the truth dawned on him. Aaron had been holding back out of kindness. If he had not, none of them would still be alive, especially the Tier 2 or lower knights. Aaron stepped forward, assuring Kiruin that he didn't plan on taking any immediate action against him. He pointed out that the matter with the 3 viscounts had to be resolved first. Aaron then proposed a deal. He would personally settle the dispute over the mining rights. If successful, he expected to be acknowledged as having the right to serve as temporary lord. Kiruin responded with hesitation, questioning what Aaron was even talking about. But Aaron, now serious, clarified that he wanted formal recognition as Aaron Steelagard, the 5th sibling, with legitimate claim to the temporary lordship. His brother rejected the idea as absurd. In response, Aaron raised 5 fingers, offering a time frame, 5 days. If he could resolve the issue within that period, he would expect acknowledgement. If he failed, he promised to step back and support Kiruin fully. Reluctantly, Kiruin accepted the terms. The next day, the chief secretary appeared tense, biting his nails and struggling to stay composed. He questioned whether entrusting Aaron had been a wise decision. Darren stood nearby, visibly shaken, but tried to reassure herself that Aaron must have had something in mind. Despite their unease, Aaron remained at ease, lounging on his bed as if he hadn't a care in the world. He remarked to himself that there really was no place like home. So began the first day of the 5-day deadline. Rumors quickly spread through Steelagard about Deakins getting the beating he deserved and the sudden cancellation of additional collections. People started saying Aaron had returned as a special rank knight. Some wondered if that meant he was stronger than the Knight Commander. Others began speculating that the youngest master might soon become the new lord. There was also talk of a bet made between Aaron and Kiruin. As all this gossip swirled, Kiruin slammed his hand on the table and demanded to know how the news had spread so fast across Steelagard. The commander speculates that it must have been someone from within the mansion. After all, aren't the quietest rumors always the fastest to spread? While Kiruin is at the center of this mess, the commander reflects that the topic of who will become the next lord is sensitive for everyone involved. In fact, the mere presence of these rumors indicates that many already view young Master Kiruin as untrustworthy. However, Kiruin dismisses it, saying only a day remains until the deadline he set himself. Aaron hasn't left the house during this entire time, right? The commander nods, confirming Aaron's unusual inactivity. Kiruin laughs and remarks that Aaron must have realized he had no way out after making those bold declarations. Meanwhile, the commander feels uncertain if that's really the case. He recalls the look in Aaron's eyes, filled with unwavering confidence. It's been 5 days since Aaron claimed he would resolve the issue with the 3 Viscounts and prove his right to be the next lord. But 4 days have passed, and Aaron is still lounging in his bed, doing nothing. As he opens his system interface, the chat window loads. It connects to the Hirigon workshop. Aaron scrolls through the messages, checking how the project is progressing. Once the chat fully connects, the researchers greet him with excited messages, eager to show progress on his idea. From her cheerful updates, Aaron concludes that things are going well. With her current pace, the dream of 4th-generation magic blade armor may become reality. It turns out that not long ago, Aaron had shared a bit of knowledge regarding mana reactors with the workshop. Seeing how much they've achieved from such minimal input, he realizes their brilliance. Even a single fragment of information sparked this breakthrough. One of the researchers comments that the method is stunning and asks how someone who isn't even a professional or junior investor came up with it. Aaron simply replies that he's happy to help. Privately, he reflects that it's because he personally studied and dismantled a mana reactor. He encourages them to keep up the great work, and they assure him that he can leave everything in their hands without concern. While Aaron considers that the 4th-gen armor is only a matter of time now, there's a knock on the door. It's the maid, arriving with a plate of cookies. As Aaron takes a bite, he asks whether she baked them herself. Isa looks pleased that he enjoyed them. He then asks why she isn't scolding him like everyone else has been doing lately. Aaron adds that ever since he confined himself to his room, it seems everyone has lost their patience with him. Even the secretary had enough. Isa explains it's because she trusts her master. Aaron looks surprised and asks if she still trusts him, even though he's done nothing for 4 days except eat cookies in bed. She answers calmly that yes, she does. Aaron warns her that if she keeps trusting people so easily, she'll eventually get scammed. She laughs and says it's okay because her intuition is pretty good. Aaron looks at her with disbelief, not entirely convinced by her confidence. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Karen storms in, full of fury. She yells at Aaron, demanding to know how long he plans to keep lounging around like this. She tells the maid to leave immediately. Turning back to Aaron, she furiously asks if he has any idea how serious the current situation is. Aaron tries to act casual, but Karen is having none of it. She reminds him that he promised to resolve the mining rights issue without mobilizing the knights, and that he produced results even the public could acknowledge. She says those terms were outrageous from the beginning. Aaron replies calmly that they're not as unreasonable as she thinks. Karen shouts again, reminding him there's only 1 day left, and he still hasn't taken action. She asks what he plans to do if Kiruin manages to secure his position as lord. Aaron laughs and says he didn't expect her to have such a fiery temper. She's about to continue arguing, but Javis enters the room before she can speak further. As our boy gives the update, he says, "So what did they say? They were all happy with it, right?" Javid replies, "Yeah, they didn't say it out loud, but you could tell from how their lips kept twitching. All the Viscounts seem inclined to sign the agreement." Karen chimes in, "What agreement?" Our boy explains, "In exchange for handing over full mining rights to the 3 mountains, we'll receive a portion of the discount territory bordering Steelgard." Karen is shocked. What kind of ridiculous terms are those? Aaron, do you even know how much those mining rights are worth? She turns to our boy again. "Are you sure this is okay?" But our boy isn't really paying attention. He's wondering how his pet, Sari, is doing. Meanwhile, in the Laval Mountains, the little creature munches on something. Flames flicker from its tail. It is a small, lizard-like creature fully focused on mining. Sari thinks about how it must eat everything here before returning to its master. It wonders how long the task will take. The scene shifts to a forest where soldiers stand guard outside a tent. Inside, Viscount Gates raises a concern to the others, suggesting that the agreement might be too good to be true. One of the men agrees and points out that the terms are heavily in their favor, with the other side giving up valuable mining rights in exchange for what he considers useless land. Viscount Heron finds the situation suspicious, especially since the youngest member of the Steel Guard family has returned and is rumored to be an Awakened Knight. Viscount Einz dismisses the rumor as baseless and presents a document, proposing they continue provoking the Steel Guard side. He suggests that once they confirm the youngest is not an Awakened Knight, they should remove the farming land clause from the deal, arguing that such valuable land should not be given up. Gates supports the plan and agrees that it is a smart move. Now the Steel Guard family arrives, and all the Viscounts grow tense at their appearance. As Aaron approaches with Javis, one of the Viscounts mutters, "They've only sent 2 people? Are they underestimating us?" Aaron casually walks up, smiling. "You've brought quite a crowd. Planning to start a war?" He pauses, then adds, "Relax. I'm only here to talk, unless you do something foolish." Upon hearing this information and our boy's bold remarks, the Viscount thinks to himself that Aaron is nothing more than an insolent bastard and a rude brat. However, they each greet him one by one and say that they've been waiting for him for quite some time. Observing their campfire, our hero comments that they must have set up camp the night before. The Viscount reflects on this, realizing they had prepared in advance to anticipate a possible ambush. They didn't even receive the full value of their investments. At that moment, it becomes clear to them Aaron is no ordinary person. Among the group stands a man named Count Peacelead, who is serving as the notary today. He addresses Aaron and says it has been a long time since they last met, and he has grown into a young man. He then expresses sympathy for what happened to Aaron's father and hopes Aaron and his siblings can unite to overcome the tragedy. Our boy, Jens, steps forward and expresses his thanks for the kind words. Soon after, the stage is set. The Viscounts announce that since everyone has already agreed upon the general framework of the agreement, Aaron only needs to confirm the detailed clauses. As Aaron reviews the terms, he observes and questions whether proceeding with this plan would result in the Medicaean fiefdom being the only party to suffer losses. Gates responds immediately, dismissing Aaron's concern as nitpicking and says the 3 of them had already finished discussing it beforehand. Aaron pushes back, saying it isn't nitpicking. He's genuinely concerned that this could damage their mutual relationships. He points out that the Risk counties all cover roughly the same area. Because of that, the other 2 probably agreed it would be fine if each of them gave up land a similar size. The Viscounts nod in agreement, but Aaron explains that unfortunately, there's a loophole they must have overlooked. Risk count gains stands to benefit unfairly. Einz reacts in shock at hearing this. Then Aaron elaborates. If all parties gave up equally sized land, Medicaean would suffer the greatest loss because it has the smallest amount of farmland among the 3. Ian suddenly realizes Aaron is right and turns to the other 2 risk counts, asking if they had known this all along. They deny it, claiming surprise. Aaron, meanwhile, observes that although the 3 risk counts appear to have formed a tight alliance, in reality, they're only superficially united. They're each keeping the others in check. There is no true trust among them. Blade urges everyone to calm down and not lose their temper. He says that had he known, he would have made the adjustment in the agreement. He then questions Aaron. How does he even know the precise size of other people's farmland? Aaron answers that Gaines's farmland lies at the foot of the mountains. In contrast, Iran's territory is relatively flat. Because of that, Iran will suffer greater losses. Hearing this, Iran is stunned. He yells out, saying that can't be true and reminds Gates that he had said otherwise. Then Gates, while heading toward the tent, speaks up. He declares that the farmland he'll give up will be 1.5 times the original amount. He then asks if that is acceptable. Dean responds coldly. He says he's disgusted by Gates' actions, but will remain silent for the sake of protecting his land. Aaron adds that he will be watching Gates closely from now on. Gates grows irritated. He grumbles internally about his precious land, regretting the missed opportunity to profit without the other 2 bastards catching on. Then he turns to Liam and instructs him to confirm whether Aaron really is an Awakened Knight. Liam responds and introduces himself as the 53rd Dare Breath, Liam Lywell. He says he's heard Aaron is this year's Car Breath and that it's an honor to meet him. Aaron responds politely, saying it's nice to meet Liam as well. Liam extends a hand and notes that it's not everyday students from the Knight Academy meet under such circumstances. Aaron extends his own hand, and fire begins to emit from it. He agrees, saying sure then. In the following scene, we see the Viscounts stamping the finalized document. Count grabs the paper and cheerfully announces that he has everyone's copies. As he hands them out, the two Viscounts glare at Gates with clear frustration. Meanwhile, we hear the cries of Liam, clutching his head in pain as it trembles. He has realized that Aaron is indeed an awakened knight. Gates, despite the tension, comforts himself with the thought that the iron mine is far more valuable than the farmland. Our boy casually remarks that it's nice they all managed to come to an agreement through peaceful discussion. Ein watches him puzzled. Now that Aaron has put Gates in his place, he no longer seems like a fool. So why is he acting like someone willing to give away Steelguard's future? Aaron notices this and says, "You don't look very happy with the deal. Is it because you had to give up more farmland?" Gates grows even more irritated. Aaron continues without pause, calculating aloud that the land only amounts to about 750 tiers. In a year, that yields around 6,500 cons. With 100 cons equal to 1 gold coin, the land produces roughly 65 gold coins annually. The Viscounts silently wonder how Aaron knows such detailed figures. Is he a tax collector or something? Aaron then explains that 65 coins is what the iron mine produces per day. So even with a simple comparison, the iron mine is far more valuable than any patch of farmland. He turns to Gates and asks, "So why are you still upset?" The Viscounts eye Aaron uneasily, wondering why he's so calm. Is this all part of Steelguard's larger scheme? Aaron smiles widely and says, "Well, I suppose I can ask now, since everything has been stamped and finalized." One of the Viscounts replies, "Of course." Aaron simply says, "Great then." A heavy silence falls over the field. The Viscounts look at one another, unsure of what's about to happen. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble. Panic breaks out among the guards, who have no idea what's going on. Then, as if possessed, the stamped papers begin to lift and whip through the air, striking the guards in their heads. Blood spurts, and the guards drop to the ground, unconscious. One of the Viscounts shouts, accusing Aaron, "So this is why you called us here? If you think we're going to return the mining rights." But Aaron interrupts coldly, "I don't need those lumps of iron. When I said I was going to meet with you all, my uncle told me to send his greetings." His voice drops into a serious tone. He states, "You were the ones manipulating Deakins from the shadows, weren't you?" Gates responds in panic, "What are you saying? That's a misunderstanding. We only wanted to protect the mining." But before he can finish, a slash cuts through the air. Blood flies. Gates' extended arm is sliced clean off, and his head slashes open in the same instant. Aaron stands over him, his sword dripping red. Gates stares in horror, unable to comprehend what just happened. He cries out, sending the other two Viscounts into shock. Aaron, calm as ever, says, "I'm not misunderstanding anything. This is on a level far beyond what mere Viscounts could pull off." He steps forward, wearing a sweet, almost playful smile. "So tell me," he asks, his voice low and threatening, "who is it? Who's the mastermind? The one who planned all of this and pulled your strings from behind the scenes?" Aaron turns toward one of the counts, who is already defeated and trembling. The man pleads, "Aaron, don't do this. You weren't this kind of person." He's sweating as he speaks. Aaron responds calmly, "What kind of person was I?" The count answers, "You were a gentle, well-behaved boy." Aaron smiles faintly at the remark. Just then, a group of guards rushes toward him, but he effortlessly knocks them away with a powerful, almost inhuman kick. They crash into the opposite wall, groaning in pain. He turns back to the count. "You're completely mistaken." Then he faces the Viscounts and commands, "Fall in line." Heinz shouts furiously, "You crazy bastard, you've truly lost your mind." Aaron's voice sharpens. "Sounds like you still don't understand the situation." Heinz growls, "Do you even know what the hell you?" Before he can finish, a slash flashes through the air and blood pours from his body. The remaining Viscounts freeze in terror, more horrified than ever. They drop to their knees, begging for mercy. One of them finally blurts out the name of the one pulling the strings, Marcus Branwell. Aaron's expression shifts. Marcus? He wonders. So it's different this time. In a previous life, he didn't go wild this early. Aaron points his sword at Heron's head. Besides this plot, what else has he planned? Heron stammers, "That's all I know." "I swear." Aaron mutters, "For Marcus to go this far, he must really want to destroy Steelguard. But why?" Heron trembles, trying to explain, "We don't know. It's not like he shares his true intentions. We can't see what he's thinking." Aaron narrows his eyes. He knows they're telling the truth. He turns and calls out, "Jarvis, start the cleanup." Jarvis begins moving, but one of the Viscounts panics. Crawling backward, he begs, "Please, spare us. Killing us won't bring any benefit to Steelguard. We've told you everything we know." But Aaron doesn't reply. He ends it, swift and final. The last of the schemers falls. Then, with a sigh, Aaron mutters, almost theatrically, "Honestly, I was just planning to knock them out for a while. He hands Javis a premium healing scroll. Reattach their limbs with this. Javis nods. Understood. Then, a little confused, he adds, if you're going to erase their memories anyway, couldn't you have just scared them a little? They both glance at the trembling bodies on the ground. Aaron responds coolly, even if we erase their memories, the fear will stay buried in their bones. While Javis gets to work healing the broken men, Aaron says, at least once, we need to make sure they never crawl back up. Javis watches his lord, a quiet thought crossing his mind. Just for a moment, he really seemed more like a villain. After some time, Count regains consciousness. As his vision clears, he sees our boy smiling gently and greeting him. Shocked, Count realizes Aaron is standing right in front, while the Viscounts casually wonder why they had all fainted as they too come around. Our boy gestures toward a giant rock nearby and explains that it just happened to fall in the middle of the area. The Viscounts, confused and disoriented, accept the explanation without question. The guards, clearly alarmed, call out for their lords and demand that a healer be summoned immediately. One of the Viscounts assures them they're fine and says it's just a mild headache, no serious injury. Gates glances at the boulder and remarks that it's a miracle they survived such a massive object falling near them. Our boy walks over and asks if everyone is all right. They remain speechless for a moment, reminded again of just how absurdly strong Aaron truly is. Gates' eyes narrow. He senses something terrifying in Aaron, but can't quite grasp what. Unbeknownst to him, Aaron is actively manipulating their memories, selectively erasing or rewriting them as needed. Aaron claps his hands and tells them it's time to wrap up and disperse, as they must all be busy. Gates agrees, though his heart pounds uncontrollably every time he meets Aaron's eyes. He doesn't understand it, but something about that presence deeply unsettles him. Later, the scene shifts to Sari, Aaron's pet, who bounds toward its master with excitement, declaring how much it missed him. Aaron warmly responds that he missed Sari too, calling it his squishy companion. He teases it for being a carefree creature that never gets sick. Sari beams with joy at the praise. Aaron opens his inventory, and a glowing door of light appears. He steps inside to reveal a vast, empty land. Aaron instructs Sari to transform or deposit items here, and Sari obeys. It conjures a magical pattern, and enormous steel blocks begin materializing. Sari, a monster from the fourth realm, possesses a rare ability. It can consume limitless matter, grow stronger from it, and refine it into any desired form. Aaron watches in awe as 500,000 tons of top-quality refined steel stack up in moments. This amount, which would take a small fiefdom 15 years to mine, has been produced in mere days. Overwhelmed with joy, Aaron picks up Sari and swings it around, laughing as they spin together. Sari basks in the affection. That evening, back at the palace, Darren yells at Aaron, demanding to know if he's gone mad. She accuses him of trading away 3 valuable mines for mere metal blocks. Those mines brought in 200,000 gold coins just this year, she shouts. Aaron listens calmly, then responds coolly that he's growing tired of hearing the same complaint. When Darren demands an explanation, he simply says, let's wait and see whether this was a loss or an extraordinary miracle, holding a document in his hand, confidence radiating from him. The workers were busy in the big hall. One of them leaned over to Kunbo and asked if he was doing overtime again today. Kunbo looked up with a grin and shot back, asking Mr. Nielsen if he'd be the one stuck working late again tonight. Kunbo joked with Nielsen about pushing himself too hard with his bad back, and Nielsen called him a brat while bragging about how he still had tons of energy. A moment later, Kunbo thought about whether he should start wrapping things up and then turned back, surprised to catch Nielsen's gaze. Out of nowhere, 2 workers came rushing in, saying they had warned Mr. Nielsen to be careful. They made a beeline for the cave, where everyone else was gathering. One of them asked what was going on, and Nielsen pointed inside, mentioning how the tunnels looked like they went on forever and that all the iron ore was gone. Kunbo and Nielsen stared at the empty shafts, and after a short pause, they found out that the same thing had happened in the other 2 mines. Meanwhile, Ariel was lounging in a fancy room, asking Aaron how much longer she had to stay in the beautiful mansion. He told her to hang in there and promised that once Steel Guards got back on track, he'd introduce her to his family. With a sigh, she admitted she was bored of being stuck in her room. Our hero watched her with a little amusement, curious about why an elf was already so restless. He tapped the glowing screen, thinking it was time for another round of interdimensional trade. Even if he became a legendary knight, there was no guarantee he could take on a council of managers. So he needed a new kind of power, starting with a spirit like Eluna. Then he remembered what Ariel had said about amplifying the power of the moon while he was looking for the spirit of darkness. Out of nowhere, the screen blinked, and a chat window popped up, asking if he was interested in a spirit of darkness. The message claimed to be from the magic kingdom of Ashansha and introduced itself as Raniel. Curious, He replied that he was interested and asked if he could buy a high-grade spirit. Daniel responded that they didn't just sell to anyone. Buyers had to pass a thorough screening process. Surprised, he acknowledged that he understood, and then the screen showed a price of 30,000 coins. That seemed fair, so he asked what the screening involved. The masked figure said they checked if the trader could handle the responsibility of a dark spirit, and if they understood the basics of the spiritual world. Without missing a beat, he asked how he could prove his responsibility, saying he had little time and could definitely show them just how responsible he was. The masked figure seemed taken aback and asked him to explain further. Our protagonist decided to throw in some extra coins to skip the usual steps and asked what everyone thought of that. Gata shot back that he wasn't looking to make a profit and questioned if they really saw darklings just as commodities. If the group was interested, he set the price at 32,000 coins. The screen then flashed and bumped the amount up to 35,000. They shook hands to seal the deal. Suddenly, the screen lit up with payment details, including discounts and cashback, which he thought was awesome since the transaction was done, and he finally had that high-grade spirit of darkness summoning crystal. He plopped down in a chair, holding the crystal, and suggested that since he owned a high-grade spirit now, they should swap info among spiritualists. Arian watched him curiously and asked if he had actually bought one. He reminded her that he had said it was nearly impossible for regular folks to make a contract with a high-grade spirit. He admitted he knew that, but figured there had to be a reason high-grade spiritualists were seen as superior to awakened ones. He'd never find out unless he gave a shot. Later, they settled down together, and Ariel looked at the Darkling with a sweet smile, commenting on how cute it was. The hero figured out why it was called a Darkling, since it was even smaller than a Luna. Out of nowhere, he asked the Darkling if it wanted to make a contract, and the little creature flew over. Ariel mentioned it looked more at ease on this side, and confessed that it had probably been a waste of money. The hero chuckled and said that wasn't quite the case. Then he got up and spread his arms wide. At that moment, a new screen appeared, showing a picture of a boy and a message looking for interdimensional trades and building at black demons. The boy popped up and asked what was happening. The screen answered that he by what he was selling. He thought the kid meant the dominating ring of the Dark Monarch, which the hero confirmed was exactly what he wanted, saying it was the last thing needed to level up to the third realm. He couldn't believe he'd found someone from the Zero Realm to meet all the requirements so quickly. The screen suddenly congratulated him for stepping into a new world, showing that he'd successfully paid 124,500 coins. It also said he met the requirements for leveling up and had completed the purchase of 5 magic items worth at least 100,000 coins. Plus, his trade rank shot up to level 3. As he stood there, purple energy swirled around him, leaving Ariel in shock while the Darkling lounged by his feet. She couldn't help but wonder if he just snagged affinity through interdimensional trading and how he managed that. The hero told her not to speak about it, since she was born with it. He figured it was time to explore a new world he hadn't seen in his past life. Curiosity bubbled up about what secrets the third realm held, since everyone seemed to guard them closely. Then, the screen flashed a message saying he was entering the channel of the third realm. It welcomed him, along with his name, Mr. Aaron Steelguard. Aaron figured that Ariel was one of the few people on the continent who knew about his life as an interdimensional trader. Ariel was curious, wondering if her clan could also benefit from food and building materials just popping up out of nowhere. She asked Aaron if he had ever been surprised by anything during his trading sessions. Out of nowhere, a window popped up with the name Aaron Trader, and he was congratulated on making it to the third realm. It warned him that, according to the Pioneer Treaty, anyone selling restricted trade items to lower dimensions would be facing probation. Then another window appeared, congratulating him again, and promising some kind of reselection gift from the market, which he reminded himself to check out later. A third window updated him on the mana reactor under the Pioneer Treaty, pointing out that it was also a restricted trade item. As he tapped on the screen, he suddenly understood why mentioning the third realm could quiet a room. Items from that realm and above couldn't be sold in lower dimensions. Being from the Zero Realm, he felt a mix of curiosity and a bit of pride, wondering what exactly the Pioneer Treaty was all about. The windows then showed the Eye of Truth and broke down the interdimensional trading treaty that the realm leaders had agreed on. There were 2 main points. First, the top interdimensional forces needed to work to keep each realm unique, and second, any item that could mess up a dimensional ecosystem would be off limits for trade. Aaron figured this was why each dimension felt distinct, and he couldn't help but wonder how those rules played out in that mysterious third realm. Suddenly, another window popped up advertising fighter planes, meditation techniques, and a safe playground promising a free half-coin bonus. Aaron thought the weird combo really showed just how unpredictable this realm could be. He glanced at his ring and heard a mocking voice introduce itself as Yonats the Dark Monarch, claiming it could offer power and dignity beyond anything human. Realizing the spirit was speaking through the ring, Aaron reminded himself to stay strong. He didn't want the monarch to take over. Looking at the Darkling, Aaron figured it was the right time to ask if it wanted to make a contract with him. But before he could say anything, Ariel jumped in, questioning what kind of contract he was trying to pull off, since it seemed like he just wanted to force the Darkling to submit. Aaron fired back, pointing out that she was pretty naggy for someone who hadn't pitched in at all, and Ariel shot back that this wasn't what true spiritualism was about. Before things could get more heated, Eluna dashed in, tears streaming down her face. Ariel quickly asked what was up, guessing it was all the dark energy around them. Without missing a beat, she turned to Aaron and told him to do something about it. Aaron sighed, thinking, fine, and told the Darkling to chill inside for a bit to help settle things down. Just then, someone called for Aaron to step outside. When he opened the door, Darren stood there, looking really upset. Aaron asked what was going on now, and Darren, looking serious, asked what on earth he had done. She explained that the Viscounts were outside the mansion protesting, demanding answers. Aaron was confused, asking what she meant. Darren filled him in that all the iron ore was gone, making their mining rights worthless. A surge of anger hit Aaron as he thought, what the hell did you do? The scene shifted to a guy with long hair who was quietly thinking that today might be his last day in charge. It marked the 5th day that Aaron had talked about, and since he had failed to keep his promise, he'd have to give up his title as Lord. The guy realized that because he stood by Aaron, he'd be out as well. Even though he didn't regret his choice, a heavy weight sat on his chest. Suddenly, someone called out for the chief secretary, and he quickly asked what was going on. A soldier rushed over to explain that chaos had erupted, and the Viscounts were out front protesting. The chief secretary looked stunned and couldn't understand why the Viscounts would act like this when they had already taken everything they could. In his mind, he thought grimly that all the iron ore they'd been given was completely gone. They stepped outside, and Aaron glared at the group of Viscounts, demanding to know how they thought they could barge in there with so many nobles. One of them stepped forward and mocked that bulldozing sounded exactly like something Steelguard would pull. Aaron shrugged and said he didn't have the magic to make iron ore disappear. When they insisted that there had to be some sneaky trick behind a vanished mine, he reminded them that a depleted mine was just a wasteland and wondered why they were so mad. He then held up the agreement and pointed out the last clause that made their deal permanent and unchangeable. His friends gave him a nudge, urging him to keep pushing, and he could sense the fear still lingering in the air, even though their memories had been wiped. He dared any Viscount to have the guts to make Steelguard an enemy, and a few guards shifted awkwardly before admitting they'd never dream of defying Steelguard. Their anger must have clouded their judgment for a moment. Aaron asked if they had anything else to say, and when they went quiet, he ordered them to gather every soldier they brought and get out of Steelguard lands right away. Later in the council hall, the golden hair pointed out that Aaron had pulled off an impressive deal by trading off some worthless, worn-out mines for land worth nearly 2,000 tiers. Darren gave him props for fixing the crisis in just 5 days, but Kiruin raised some eyebrows, suggesting that maybe everything was staged with the Viscounts and questioned whether the mines were actually spent. Aaron just grinned, saying that Kiruin's only flaw was his tendency to expect the worst. When Kiruin insisted he couldn't believe it was just a lucky coincidence, Aaron showed them a sealed authorization to access the Lord's vaults, revealing a key with the Lord symbol on it. With a dramatic flourish, he held up the fancy angled key, letting its shine speak for his win. The scene kicked off in the great mansion, and he found himself thinking about whether this was what true comfort was all about. The whole place felt designed just to spoil its residents. Then, a bright screen lit up, displaying the model name Sysmon H900ULA, and he swiped through to see what else had been sent. The screen shifted to show the Trio-Back limited edition deluxe room, featuring a bunch of gear like a chair, a gun, a helicopter, and even a subspace module. The real standout, though, was an AI trading assistant, which he knew was the 13th VIP perk. It would take care of interdimensional trades when he wasn't around, freeing him from staring at the trading screen all day long. He reminded himself that he wasn't looking for just trading all the time. He was back in this role, protecting Steelguard for the Lord of Steel until his dad returned, and he vowed not to screw up like he did before. Out of nowhere, someone knocked on the door, and the guard announced entry was allowed. Commander Haffel swaggered in with a serious look, making him wonder if something was up. Haffel blinked and said that sin wasn't in his vocabulary, because he was the type who could survive even without any rules. He looked at Haffel directly and asked if he was planning to bail on Steelguard. Haffel said since our hero was the last one to take the vault key, and he himself had a knack for reading people like books. Protagonist shot back with a quick glare and asked, did he really think he had to leave that early? Haffel asked, are you sure you don't? He replied that after this incident, he now knew who was genuine and who was just putting on a show, able to tell the true supporters of the Steelguard from those just hanging onto outdated traditions. He admitted he still hadn't found any real deadweight, and told the commander that all he'd found was a group stuck in empty rituals without any real meaning. He wondered if taking the vault key right off the bat would have made everyone recognize him as the Lord. The young master wanted to prove his worth, not just by writing on his dad's name, but by his own abilities. Haffel then asked if draining the mines was part of that plan, and while the young master didn't say much, he did confirm he was loyal to the heir. Haffel said, "But I stood on the side of the eldest young master. Will you trust me from now on?" He used to think he resented the commander because of how strict his training was, but now he realizes those tough tests come from loyalty, which is why he trusted Haffel so much. Haffel speaks just for that kind of reason. He thinks even he has no reason to distrust him. He remembered that even back in his past life, Haffel had never let Steelguard down, and that memory gave him confidence in his commander. He told Haffel that while he might not be the smartest in every situation, he was sure about one thing. The guy was loyal. He even admitted he had his dad's knack for sizing people up. Haffel bowed and swore his loyalty again, but the master reminded him not to get too carried away. Trust like theirs was all about mutual respect. Then Haffel asked if he could just be called by his name and promised that from now on, he would answer only to Aaron Steelguard and no one else. The young master smiled because those words meant everything to him. He knew their bond as master and servant was sealed by Manhwa. So he asked Haffel if he was ready to serve him, Aaron Steelguard, as his lord. He was super enthusiastic when a young master asked if Haffel, as his knight, was ready to handle tough times together. Haffel quickly fired back with a positive oath. He asked was he ready to overcome the hardships and adversity with him? He replied yes. Then, the young master probed further, asking if he swore on Manhwa and the sacred name of the spire. Haffel bent down on one knee and boldly declared that he did swear on both. And when he stood back up, the young master let out a sigh of relief, saying thanks no one saw this. Protagonist explained he was dying because of these cringeness formalities of master and servant. Haffel blinked in surprise at that, and the Lord laughed at the awkward moment before telling his knight to get back to work and, under his breath, to never mention quitting again. Haffel nodded in agreement and promised to stick to his orders. As the scene shifted with the issue of the 3 miscounts sorted out, the Lord felt solid in his position as Aaron finally took a moment to breathe. Then things shifted to a pile of documents showing the realm's debt. He asked this is all department? The chief secretary replied yes. The young master pointed out that they owed 5,000 gold coins to the Damien Merchant Guild and 8,000 to the Krite Merchant Guild, which was almost a third of the annual tax income. He wondered why his father had borrowed so much. The chief secretary explained that the Krite Guild had offered generous terms during a tough harvest year, making it a lifesaver. The young master asked what the reason they did that, and realized that the merchants were all about profit. The secretary added that the guild probably wanted to build a long-term relationship with Steelguard to ensure their future success. The chief secretary thought that opening the vault would help them pay off their debts quickly. But Aaron wasn't so sure. He mentioned that the Krite Guild had warned they wouldn't go easy on them. Chief secretary asked why he thinks that. Aaron suspected that while Dussel may be the face that represents the Merchants Guild, the real mastermind was Marquis Branwell. He figured Branwell had used the 3 Viscounts to set up the fall of Steelguard, even though he still funded the realm. A flash of a frog and snake crossed his mind, making him realize that Branwell probably planned to take over the whole family with overwhelming interest rates. The chief secretary argued that once they opened the vault, they'd have enough. Aaron looked him straight in the eye and questioned if they should really rely on ancestral prayers for their future. The secretary stuttered his apology, but Aaron stood his ground and insisted he follow. He twirled a key between his fingers, slid on his sunglasses, and said he'd explain more on the road, then asked if the secretary was up for a race. The scene kicked off with Aaron zipping down the road in a car, while the chief secretary was holding on for dear life, shouting at him to slow down. The secretary wanted to know what the heck was happening, but Aaron just grinned and told him to think of it as a magic ride. The chief secretary's eyes widened as Aaron casually explained that this beast weighed almost 4,500 pounds and had the power of 400 horses, so it was just another everyday vehicle in the third realm. He added that according to the driving manual he had memorized, he should stick to the speed limit, but those rules were a joke in the Zero Realm. Before the secretary could protest any further, the car launched off a steep ridge, and the chief secretary let out another terrified scream as they soared through the air. The scene kicked off at the Krite merchant's house, where Dussel Krite smiled and mentioned how awesome it was that Aaron became the car breath at just 17. He pointed out that Aaron was probably the youngest, not just in Navarro, but on the whole continent. As the head of a big merchant group, Dussel went on a joke about how he wished his own son could be a bit more like Aaron. After a quick laugh, he leaned in and said it was time to talk business. Aaron was on board, and Krite wasted no time getting to the point. He needed to sort out a bill that was way overdue. The chief secretary looked totally stunned as Dussel laid it all out, saying the payment was 2 months late and that just wouldn't cut it. The secretary quickly jumped in, reminding Krite that he'd promised there'd be no deadline and they could pay whenever they were ready. Krite just shrugged, saying that while that might have been true back then, things had changed and he couldn't stick to that agreement anymore. Aaron sat there reflecting on how quickly things could flip and wondered what had caused Krite's sudden change in tone. Krite just smiled and said that things always change, leaving Aaron wondering what to do when something that seemed possible yesterday suddenly isn't anymore. It all felt pretty confusing, but without wasting a moment, Aaron called out to the chief secretary to confirm that they owed 8,000 gold coins. When the chief secretary nodded, Aaron upped the offer to 16,000 coins to settle everything for good. Krite shook his head, saying it wasn't enough. Without a second thought, Aaron tripled the amount, but Krite still refused, making it clear that no amount of gold would change his mind. He mentioned he was already thinking about going through all the formalities. Aaron leaned back and asked what would happen next, to which Krite simply said they'd stick to what was in the contract. Aaron met his gaze and said he got it before telling the chief secretary it was time to head out. As Aaron stood up to leave, Krite called out, saying he was sorry he couldn't give Aaron the answer he hoped for. Aaron thought apologies were unnecessary and asked Krite if he remembered everything from here to the reception room. Krite looked surprised and asked what he meant. Aaron smirked a bit, saying Krite might regret this moment, so he should keep every detail in mind. Krite just nodded, wondering if that would really happen. As they walked out of the mansion, the chief secretary let out a big sigh and mentioned that he never thought Krite would turn on him like this. He really felt bad, but there was nothing else to say. Aaron glanced over and shook his head, telling him not to stress about it, because they had already made decisions after talking with his dad, and they needed to tackle the urgent stuff first. He then asked how much Krite would actually be getting based on their agreement. The chief secretary replied that it was a standard contract, which meant Krite could ask for up to 3 times the amount. Since seized goods often get undervalued, the actual loss could end up being even worse. Aaron paused for a moment and figured it might end up being about 6 times the original amount. He then asked how rough things would get for the fiefdom if they lost 500,000 gold coins. The chief secretary replied with a frown, saying it would cost over a year's tax revenue, and a hit like that could push Steelguard straight into bankruptcy. He quickly added that's why they really needed to crack open the vault. Aaron frowned back, insisting they weren't going to do that just because things were tough. Unless they were in a real crisis, that vault was staying shut. The chief secretary stared at him, surprised he thought this wasn't a crisis yet. Aaron just nodded, saying it wasn't. The chief secretary started to wonder if Aaron was even thinking straight, but kept that to himself. Aaron then looked him in the eye, saying he trusted the chief secretary, but it seemed like the feeling wasn't mutual. Flustered, the chief secretary insisted that wasn't true at all. Aaron pointed out that since Krite was going after their weak spots, they should be doing the same and hitting Krite where it hurt. He reminded him that Krite had already dropped a hint about his son earlier. Meanwhile, Rondo, Krite was sitting there, frustrated, thinking no matter how close he got to winning, that strange guy in the corner was always one step ahead. Slamming the table, Rondo shouted at the manager, Price, demanding to know why he was letting obvious scammers into the underground gambling den. The manager quickly jumped in, saying he'd been keeping a close watch on the guy and didn't think he was up to anything shady. Rondo threw his hands up and shouted that it was all nonsense, asking if they were really going to chalk up all this bad luck to coincidence. He stomped over, trying to grab the quiet guy's face, but before he could, the guy stood up and knocked Rondo back hard, making him yell for him to let go. Aaron chimed in, telling Rondo to stop obsessing over some stranger's face and just focus on playing. Rondo shot him a glare and muttered that he'd get revenge for this later. He then turned to the manager, practically begging for 200 coins, claiming the jerk had totally drained him dry. The manager shook his head, saying he was sorry, but Chief Krite had made it clear not to lend Rondo any more cash. Rondo groaned, mumbling about how embarrassing it was that his own dad had to step in. Just then, someone else stepped up and asked if he was Mr. Rondo Krite. Rondo turned around, suspicious, and asked who the guy was. The stranger said it looked like Rondo had been scammed, too, just like him. That got Rondo's attention, and he perked up, saying he knew it, because that guy really seemed like a gambling con artist. The stranger leaned in and mentioned he had heard Rondo grumbling about needing cash, and that he could help him out with whatever he needed. Rondo perked up and said he appreciated it, but wondered how he could possibly win against someone even a manager couldn't catch. The stranger suggested maybe that guy was pulling some sleight of hand tricks, and that they could switch things up by using one of the staff as the dealer and doing a quick search. He added that if it was purely skill-based, there was no way Rondo would be losing. Rondo sat up and agreed, claiming the only reason he had been losing was just bad luck, and he was due for some good fortune. He asked how much the stranger could lend him. The man grinned and said he could lend as much as needed, but first, Rondo would have to sign a contract. Rondo checked everything out and thought it looked solid, but he stopped short when he hit the last part, saying if he couldn't pay back the money, he'd have to hand over rights to his whole body, organs and all. That seemed a bit extreme, But the stranger just smirked and told him he was going to win anyway, and even if he didn't, he could handle it financially. Rondo mulled it over for a moment and figured it was true since his dad had his back. The stranger shook his head, thinking this kid was a real fool, especially compared to someone like Deakins. That stranger? Just your typical mysterious guy named Calloy. As the scene kicked off, the game was already in full swing. Someone slammed a card down on the table with a heavy thud. This was a notorious game that had left a trail of widows and orphans over the years. The rules were pretty simple. Each player built a hand from 40 cards, and whoever had the highest hand walked away with all the cash on the table. Our guy had been on fire since he started borrowing money, convinced that Lady Luck was finally on his side. He not only recouped his losses, but he also pocketed a nice chunk of change. The crowd around the table buzzed with excitement, with someone saying it had been ages since a game like this went down. At this rate, they might even see a pot worth 10 grand. Our hero glanced at his hand and saw a black 4, a 5, and a 6, wondering if he should go for it. He checked out his opponent, trying to read what cards he had since only 2 were hidden while a red 9 was out in the open. The manager called for everyone to place their bets, so our hero coolly slid 500 gold coins into the center of the table. Rondo flashed a grin and, without a second thought, tossed another 500 into the pot. Our hero drew a red 7, while Rondo showed off a black 8 and then raised the stakes by another 1,000 gold coins, stacking it on top of the last 1,000. The crowd watching couldn't believe it. They gasped and whispered nervously. The pot had ballooned to a whopping 5,000 gold coins, enough for anyone to live comfortably for life. Rondo had a leg up, being the only son of Krite, but everyone was left wondering what the other guy did for a living. As the tension in the game built, our hero played a card with a confident smirk, leaning in and challenging Rondo. Rondo shot him a serious look, his anger bubbling up. He knew he had a solid hand with all his cards matching in color and running in sequence. Definitely one of the better hands you could get in this intense match. He clenched his fists under the table, reminding himself to keep cool and not show any weakness. If he won this, he wouldn't need his dad's help anymore. He could finally live the high life he'd always dreamed of. Out of nowhere, he slammed his hand on the table and boldly raised another 10,000 on top of the already hefty 5,000. Rondo leaned back, raising an eyebrow, and asked if he was okay, suggesting he might be panicking and should just fold. But instead of backing down, our hero shot him a huge grin and raised the stakes by another 30,000. The audience gasped in disbelief. Nobody expected that. Someone even murmured, questioning if they had heard him right or if he actually meant 3,000. The manager hurried over to our guy and politely asked if he could really come up with that kind of money. Without missing a beat, he opened his bag wide and spilt the gold across the table, saying, "Check it out. This should be more than enough." After counting it, the manager confirmed it was 45,000 and asked Rondo if he could handle that. Rondo was fired up, slamming his hand down and shouting that, of course, he could call and wouldn't back down. Our hero just smiled and asked where Rondo's money was. Rondo's face went red, but he shot back, saying that he could always borrow some from him, right? Our hero replied, "Sure." Finally, the manager announced that betting was closed and a massive 125,000 gold was on the line for this crazy match. The tension was so thick you could feel in the air as the manager said it was time to show their hands. Rondo grinned widely, laid out his cards, and declared he had a monocolor straight. The crowd went wild, realizing a hand like that was super rare, and now it made sense why Rondo had been so bold with his bets. Rondo laughed like he already had the win in the bag and began hugging the huge pile of coins, jokingly saying, "Come to daddy's kids." But just when he was about to grab his loot, our hero calmly interrupted him, pointing out he hadn't even revealed his cards yet. Rondo rolled his eyes and dismissed it, claiming it was probably just some lame triple-double anyway. Without saying much more, our hero laid down his cards one by one, and the whole room went silent. Rondo stared in shock as he shouted what? There was crystal clear, a red 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It was the best hand possible in the game, and the crowd freaked out because they'd never seen a monocolor high straight in red before. Rondo was in disbelief, yelling that all 3 of the hero's hidden cards turned out to be useful, and he couldn't wrap his head around how that was even possible. Our hero just smirked and said Rondo must feel pretty empty inside right now. He tossed Rondo a coin and said, "Here's a little something to get yourself a bowl of stew or something." Rondo's face turned bright red with rage, and he shouted that this was a total scam, accusing our hero of pulling off some sort of dirty trick. In an instant, our hero's mood flipped, and he shot up from his chair so fast that it scraped loudly against the floor. The manager hurried over, trying to keep the peace, and apologized, but then calmly explained that our hero would have to leave the money he won behind and just go. Our hero crossed his arms and asked if they were really threatening a customer over a measly $60,000, wondering if that was truly the kind of place they ran. The manager slightly bowed his head and explained it wasn't about the amount, but because our hero had picked the wrong opponent to win against. Without waiting for a response, he snapped his fingers and told the guys to grab the customer's stuff. Our hero chuckled and said that losing all night wasn't an issue, but now that he'd actually won, everyone was acting like it was a big deal. He shrugged and pointed out that if it bothered them so much, maybe they should have been born into rich families. He squinted and asked if they even knew who they were messing with. At that moment, a big guy stepped up and wanted to know who our hero thought he was. He nudged a smaller kid out of the way and kept coming until he was right in front of our hero. In a flash, our hero showed him a card, then spun around and kicked the manager hard enough to make him stumble back. He yelled, "Who do you think you are? Messing with our white anaconda?" Our hero just raised an eyebrow and said that was a pretty lame name. He asked if they had stolen it from the Black Snake Gang. Rondo, puffed up with pride, declared that their gang was the original and told him to remember that. The stranger who had been watching stepped in and grabbed Rondo by the shoulder just as he was about to bolt. Rondo was totally confused and shouted, "Why are you doing this?" The guy just laughed and said, "What do you mean, why? You're totally broke now." Without saying anything else, he yanked Rondo by the arm and told him they were heading somewhere else. That's just how Aaron Steelguard, the mysterious gambler, operated. The scene opened inside the Krite Merchants Guild, where Krite looked at his son and said he had no idea he could be so reckless. His son yelled furiously and called out for his father's help, but Krite just stared at him and asked why his front and bottom teeth were missing. At that moment, the hero stepped forward and explained that the guy owed him 60,000 gold along with an additional 20% interest. He continued saying the total amount he needed to get back was 72,000 gold. The hero casually added that 2 teeth were worth 500 gold, so after receiving that payment, the remaining debt stood at 71,500 gold. Krite looked completely shocked and blurted out asking what he was even talking about. Without wasting a second, the hero pulled out a contract and waved it in front of him, which made Krite freeze as he realized just how stupid his son had been to actually sign a contract that allowed the hero to take his body parts as collateral. Trying to recover the situation, Krite quickly said he would prepare 70,000 gold immediately, but the hero shook his head and said that would not do. He pointed out that since Krite had rushed over himself, it was obvious he could not take care of the matter properly. Krite snapped back, asking what he meant by that, but the hero only gave him a cold look and reminded him that while he could have accepted such an offer in the past, he definitely could not now. He told Krite that, as a merchant, he should understand that better than anyone. As Krite reached out a hand toward his son, the boy started yelling in fear and tried to back away, but the hero stepped forward without hesitation. He coldly stated that after the tooth payment, there was still 71,400 gold left. Krite's face turned pale, and he finally tried to fight back by accusing the hero of committing serious crimes like hiding gamblers and using torture. The hero just gave a casual shrug and replied that nobody had forced Krite's son into a duel, and it was his own choice to borrow money, lose it, and then refuse to pay it back. He even thanked Krite for the idea and said he would be happy to file a formal protest with City Hall. The hero added that he could work with the Merchant Association to cut off all trade with the Steel Gods if it came to that. Another hero standing nearby chuckled and said he seriously doubted the Merchant Association would be willing to make such a move. Then he leaned in and said with a smirk that Krite must be crazy if he thought they did not already know he had been secretly siding with the merchants of the Height. Krite could not believe what he was seeing, and he thought this young man was as silly as a snake. Was he really the same age as his own son? Trying to stay calm, Krite said that 70,000 gold was not an easy amount to prepare and asked if the hero would not accept it, then what exactly was he planning to do instead? Without a moment's hesitation, the hero pulled a knife out of his coat and said he would simply do what the contract demanded. Krite jumped back in shock and yelled that the hero was crazy and asked why he was acting like this. He shouted that there was no way such behavior could really resolve the issue over the promissory note. He tried to argue that if the hero thought he would surrender after just 2 threats, then he had misunderstood badly from the beginning. Before Krite could say more, his son suddenly screamed and cried out about his eye. The hero calmly showed his knife and said that with this injury, the debt now stood at 69,400 gold. Anyone watching could tell that although they knew the hero was a vicious bastard, this went even beyond anything they had imagined before. The hero stood tall and firm, gripping his knife tightly as Krite's son kept yelling and pleading for his father to help. The hero coldly announced that next would be the 63,000 gold mark, but before he could move, Krite shouted for him to stop. Desperately, he said he would cancel the expired promissory note and begged that they pretend none of this ever happened. The hero simply shrugged and said he should have offered that deal earlier. Krite gritted his teeth and warned the hero that even if things had turned out his way this time, he should not think they would always be this easy. But the hero just gave a small smile and asked what he meant exactly. Inside, The hero thought to himself that these men would use any brutal method for a bit of merchant gold, but he wondered if they really believed the vassals would stand by and allow such things to continue. The hero chuckled and leaned closer as he warned Chief Krite Deakins and the three viscounts that he probably knew a lot more than they realized. Krite went stiff with shock as the hero turned to the chief of security and said it was time to leave. The chief quickly answered, "Yes, my lord." As they walked away, the chief asked Krite's son if he was all right and offered to call a healer immediately, but the son insisted he was fine. Krite could hardly believe it, as he thought that other than his missing front teeth, the boy had no scars at all. Suspicion gnawed at him as he wondered if the hero had somehow tricked him with phantom magic. Passing by the chief's secretary, the hero asked if he could trust him a little more now, and the secretary bowed his head and apologized for his earlier foolishness. Inside, he thought bitterly that Lord Aaron had wiped away a potential debt of 500,000 gold in the blink of an eye, and realized that this was not a man he could afford to underestimate. The secretary asked if they were heading back, but the hero shook his head and said they still had unfinished business. He explained that once you started something, you had to see it through to the end. The secretary blinked in disbelief and asked if the ordeal was not over yet, but the hero only smiled and said that the Krite Merchants Guild was still standing, and it was time they learned what it really meant to mess with the Steel Guards. The scene shifted to the northwest, where a beautiful mansion came into view. It was the manor of Marquis Branwell, who sat holding a paper with a dark expression. He muttered to himself, asking if everyone had gathered together and planned to lose so completely. He reflected bitterly that the Deakins and the Knight Squad had been completely defeated, and the three Viscounts had practically handed over their lands to the Steel Guards without a fight. Marquis Branwell leaned back and thought about the enormous support he had given Chief Krite, which was around 500,000 gold, and he could only sigh in frustration. Still, he thought maybe he could not blame Krite too much because bad luck had given rise to that bastard wolf son. Looking down at the trembling man before him, the Marquis said coldly that perhaps it would be best to ensure he could never gamble again, and suggested that losing a hand might serve as a permanent reminder. Immediately, Krite's son yelled and begged for mercy, promising he would never do it again and pleading for just one more chance. The Marquis stared at him in shock before a furious anger rose inside him, and the scene closed with his fury filling the Grand Hall. As the blade sliced across his hand, blood immediately poured out, and the Marquis coldly declared that now the boy would never be able to gamble again. His father knelt in front of him, praying desperately for mercy, but the Marquis just leaned back and joked that the boy still had his left hand to play with. Krite's face twisted in anger, and he tried to argue, but the Marquis burst out laughing and said he was only kidding and warned them both to make sure nothing like this ever happened again. Krite stared at him, his face a mask of fear and frustration, while the Marquis stood up and muttered that he felt a bit queasy after seeing blood. He announced that he would like to take a walk alone and ordered them all to leave immediately. His son was crying and struggling just to stand as they shuffled away and the heavy doors closed behind them. Once they were gone, the Marquis pushed open another door, placing his bloody hand against the wood, and stepped into a quiet room where Cassandra was already waiting. Cassandra immediately spoke up with a sharp tongue, saying he was late and asking if something unpleasant had happened. She wondered if he had come back empty-handed without even a scrap of good news. Marquis held up a hand to calm her and said Cassandra should listen to him first because what he had to share was serious. He explained that it was now confirmed that Aaron Steelguard was an awakened knight and that they had been caught off guard because they never expected the boy to return. Cassandra narrowed her eyes and snapped back that he sounded as if he was blaming them for not predicting it. Marquis quickly denied it and said that was not what he meant, but Cassandra cut him off and shouted that they were in this mess because he had failed to act when he should have. She demanded to know how he dared to talk back to her now. Lowering his head, Marquis apologized bitterly. She then asked if he could not simply send Aaron back to his father, but he shook his head and said it was impossible because the speed of Aaron's growth was not normal and it was far too dangerous. When she asked for an explanation, he coldly told her that she did not need to know and accused her of being unusually rude today. Still trying to steady the situation, he said there was no need to panic because Steelguard's financial situation was already weak and they would just keep pressing them until they collapsed. He reached out a hand and swore that it would be through his efforts that the downfall of the Steel Guards would be sealed, and begged her to trust him one more time. Cassandra leaned back and finally agreed, warning him not to disappoint again unless he wanted to be discarded by certain powerful figures. Swallowing his pride, he nodded and said he understood. The scene shifted to a street where a carriage was rolling along at a steady pace. Inside, Krite sat quietly beside his injured son and muttered that even though the boy had lost a hand, at least he was still alive. He promised to hire the best craftsman available to make a perfect prosthetic hand. Meanwhile, his son sat seething with rage, thinking that he would one day make Aaron Steelguard suffer the same fate he had endured. Standing near the carriage, Chief Krite was quickly approached by two of his subordinates who rushed toward him with urgent looks. They said they had arrived, but more importantly, there was serious trouble. When Kreid asked what all the fuss was about, they explained that the Aaron Merchant Organization had partnered with the Yulaf Merchant Organization to expand their influence into the north. The men added that Chief Aaron had managed to hire every available worker from the labor market by locking them into long-term contracts. Kreid's expression darkened as he asked where they had gotten the money for such a move, and the boys quickly answered that it was the Aaron Merchant Organization backing it all. Kreid felt a jolt of shock and began to wonder if Aaron was trying to swallow up his entire business. His mind flashed back to Aaron's cold warning at their last meeting when he had said to remember everything between here and the reception room because he would regret it someday. And now, standing there on the side of the street, Kreid realized that perhaps this was the moment when it all started to go wrong. As the scene shifted, Aaron and his AI assistant Emong were flying high through the air while the AI calmly relayed data. Emong specialized in selecting and analyzing information, and Aaron could not help but marvel at how incredible it was to use a monk not just for trading, but also as a real advisor. It felt almost too convenient. On the floating screen in front of him, the civilization development score for Steelguard Freedom blinked into view, and it showed a mere 1.7. Aaron frowned and asked if that was considered low, and Emong immediately answered that the average usually hovered somewhere between 9.07 and 9.32. Hearing that made Aaron sigh and mutter that it was seriously that bad. Still, he thought it over and realized it was not so surprising since Steelguard's land were not particularly fertile to begin with, and last year's harvest had been poor across the entire territory. The screen updated again and showed that in order to boost production, they would need P-photon enhanced wheat and compound fertilizers, and it also recommended setting up additional serving systems in the northern mountains. Although the Laval Mountains were rich in resources, Aaron knew that the area was rugged, high, and mostly untouched because of how hard it was to traverse. Another notification appeared suggesting the use of drones for geological surveys and resource exploration, and it also pointed out that if grain production increased through the development of new crop varieties, the extra labor could then be put to work developing the mountains. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, Aaron grinned because he saw the potential right away and thought to himself that Emong was definitely a good investment since it helped not only in trading, but also in managing the fiefdoms. Without hesitation, he told Emong to start preparing the drones, and Emong simply confirmed that it would be done. Aaron leaned back slightly and thought about how, in the past, whenever he had to make big decisions, he always felt isolated and had to rely heavily on loans and guesswork. Having someone or something to bounce ideas off of gave him a surprising sense of stability. Still, deep down, he had never truly believed that he was completely alone. As he approached the large hall and pushed open the heavy doors, the people inside turned toward him in shock and happiness. Darren was the first to shout his name with a strong emotion that could not be hidden, and one of the girls immediately stepped forward and said they had been waiting for him. Another man rushed up and called him boss, while another voice chimed in warmly with a simple errand. Aaron smiled and said it had been a long time and admitted that he had wanted to say something cooler when they met again. But for now, he simply asked if everyone had been doing well. And with those simple words, Aaron Steelguard officially announced his return. As the hero moved forward, he called out to Marcus, our hero jokingly referred to as the guy with the golden touch. Marcus laughed awkwardly and told him he was looking great, like a total big shot, but he quickly added that he would rather not be called that since it was embarrassing. Marcus insisted he hadn't even done anything to deserve that title, so being called the one with the golden touch felt a bit much. Makis reminded him that as the chief, he had turned their merchant organization into a major force. Marcus sighed while the hero explained that it turned out well, and that he needed to leave the merchant organization for a while, since it would not help if others started looking down on him. The hero thought to himself that he and Marcus had been staying in touch now and then, and while finding his father was important, it was just as important to manage the fiefdom that his father would eventually return to. Marcus asked if the hero was planning on staying at Steelguard, and when he said yes, Marcus just nodded and said he understood. The hero mentioned that Steelguard's yearly tax revenue was about 300,000 gold, and he believed the Aaron Merchant Organization had already suppressed that number while still managing to grow. He figured Marcus must be wondering why he would choose to stay there, and Marcus, sensing the thought, quickly said he understood because no matter how much a merchant organization grew, it would never match the scale of a fiefdom. The hero placed his glass down and told Marcus that he got it, but warned him to stay sharp too. Marcus looked surprised and asked what he meant. So the hero explained that his fiefdom was going to catch up to the merchant organization soon, and Marcus needed to work hard so he would not fall behind. Although it might have sounded like he was fighting against himself, Marcus immediately yelled that he would work hard, and the hero smiled, thinking how he liked that Marcus was always serious about everything. Marcus suddenly shifted topics and asked how they should proceed with their business in Lilhite. The hero told him to accommodate Yolov, as much as possible and thought it would be better to create a win-win situation instead of squeezing every margin out. Marcus agreed without hesitation, although he thought to himself that after covering shipping costs and being generous with Yolof's side, there honestly wouldn't be much profit left. Still, he found comfort in being able to meet the chief like this after such a long time. The hero then said he wasn't sure if he should call it compensation, but asked Marcus to come over for a moment. Marcus followed, confused, and when they entered another room, he looked around in surprise. He asked what this was all about, and the hero simply said it was their merchant organization's new product while holding a roll of tissue paper in his hand. Marcus stared at it and said that no matter how thin it was, paper was still paper, and it seemed too much of a luxury to use it for wiping away extraneous substances. The hero shook his head and said he was planning to sell it for 1 silver per roll, not 1 gold, asking if Marcus would still call that a luxury. Marcus shouted in disbelief, asking if anything would be left at that price. The hero calmly explained that if he bought in bulk from the third realm, he could get 3,000 rolls for a single coin, so even after logistics costs, it would still make a solid profit. Marcus looked thoughtful, but asked if common people would really spend money on something like this. The hero explained that some people called this toilet paper because it was paper used in the bathroom. Marcus was shocked at how soft it felt, and thought that if he could use something like this every morning instead of what he used now, life would be a lot better. The hero thought that wiping after doing your business was one of the biggest differences between the rich and the poor. While royalty and the rich had magic skills or special items, ordinary people still used leaves or straw. He went on to explain that this was the high-end version, but if they made a slightly lower quality one and sold it for 30 or 40 copper, it would sell extremely well. Marcus immediately agreed and even asked if he could try it out himself, which made the hero chuckle because it seemed Marcus might have some personal issues he could not talk about. Meanwhile, at the Aaron mansion, Aaron was sitting and thinking that he should probably buy about 100,000 rolls. It would only cost about 30 gold coins anyway. He noted that he was currently at level 3 in interdimensional trade, and it wouldn't be right if the standard of living for his people remained stuck at the level of the Zeroth realm. Aaron's true goal was to develop both his merchant organization and his fiefdom until they became the best on the entire continent. As he passed through the fields, he thought they would grow so much that they could not even be compared to how things had been in his previous life. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked if they could come in. Aaron told them to enter and thought to himself that it was time to meet the faces he had missed. Officially, he had returned to calm public sentiment, but deep down he knew it was also to make up for his absence. A soldier entered and asked how he had been doing, but quickly switched to being polite, which made Aaron chuckle and tell him to just act the way he always had. Aaron asked about the academy and if anything unusual had happened. The soldier thought for a moment and said that the Sword Club members had mostly gone back to their hometowns and that Kunz Albert had returned. Aaron said he already heard the news from Commander Genitz. The soldier then said he was glad Aaron had been cleared of the false charge and how terrible it must have felt. Aaron shook his head and said that actually it had not been a false charge at all and there was no reason to feel aggrieved since Kunz was actually a homunculus that Aaron himself had sent. The soldier gave a little laugh and said that running away seemed to have worked out for Kunz since he was apparently doing quite well and even getting excellent grades. The hero just shrugged and explained that puberty was bound to end at some point anyway. As the soldier thought about it, he asked if Reyna was doing well, and the hero replied while smiling that he always wondered why Jerkle had come all the way to Steelgar in the first place. It was clear to him that Jerkle was still the same as ever. Jerkle just nodded and said that he only wished that child would find happiness. The hero thought to himself that Sylvia, or rather Reyna, had been helping out with the Steelgar merchant organization because Jerkle had personally requested it. Reyna gave a small polite thanks, and the hero could not help but wonder why she always avoided making eye contact with him. He thought that maybe it was because he had chosen her as a bodyguard, but never really used her for anything serious. When he mentioned it aloud, Reyna immediately replied that it was not a problem at all, and he thought to himself that Mary must have been keeping up with her training the whole time, since she looked ready to move at any moment. Just then Titan stepped forward and asked what he should do next. The hero looked at Titan and thought about how he was one of the joint bosses of the Black Snake group, before he told him that he had a small job for him. He wanted Titan to take control of Little Heights' dark society, because the gang in charge at the moment was called something like the Anaconda. Titan practically yelled when he heard that and asked what was up with their name because it sounded like they had ripped off the Black Snake's branding. The hero just smirked and said that the Anacondas also had some shady ties with the Krite Merchant Guild and asked if Titan could handle it. Titan scoffed and said how could the hero even ask such a thing before rushing off and saying he would start dealing with it immediately. As Titan disappeared out of the room, the hero quickly turned to Chris Ryan and ordered him to follow Titan just in case something unexpected happened. Chris Ryan nodded without hesitation and took off right away. The hero watched him go and thought to himself that Chris Ryan was technically his subordinate now after ingesting a poison that only Steelguard could cure. In order to survive, Chris would have to work under the hero's command for 5 years. With that last task handled, the hero leaned back and said with a grin that now all the urgent matters were settled, it was finally time to enjoy some proper interdimensional trading. His heart was full of excitement as the scene shifted, and he found himself thinking about the strange message someone had left him. It was odd because that person never usually left any messages, and now they were even yelling through it. The hero frowned and muttered to himself, wondering how things had ended up like this. The scene opened with the camera panning across a robot as the screen displayed the name Luanesia Magic Blade Armor Industry. Its market capitalization showed 41.19 million coins, and the number of shares issued was sitting at 2.23 million. Despite being relatively small, this was a powerful industry that had maintained its top position from the first to the third generation of Magic Plate armor. The view shifted to a large screen showing the company's plunging stock price while the hero sat quietly in his chair. He stared at the graph, which was not just dipping but practically free-falling. In the past, he might have dug into the details or tried to analyze every part of the situation, but now he knew what this screen really meant. The lower the line dropped, the more desperate the investors became. One example of this panic popped up instantly. A message came through asking, "Are you doing well, Mr. Aaron?" And the hero smirked as he read it. He casually responded, saying he was just wondering how the sender had been. The reply came back quickly, asking if he remembered the chat room he had joined and whether he had met any of the other members afterward. The message was clearly trying to sound friendly, but the hero could read between the lines. It was just a panicked investor fishing for answers, someone whose money had probably been chopped in half. The hero chuckled to himself, knowing full well that the situation was entirely his doing. Some time ago, a crystal ball video had started circulating in the Second Realms channel. As the video played, it showed a robot flying through the sky and announcing upgrades like improved output, lower deployment costs, and cheaper maintenance. The footage then introduced the upcoming 4th generation model, which looked sleeker and more powerful. The scene changed to the Hirigon workshop, where a group of armorers were huddled around the same video. One of them shouted that the unit in the clip had no mana crystals and could even dispel while fighting and maneuvering. Another chimed in, amazed that 6 parts could be powered by a single energy source. They had always assumed that when the 4th generation came, it would be from Luanesia. Now they were shocked to see it emerge from a small, almost unknown workshop. One of the men suggested they should probably pull their investments out of Luanesia right away. The hero, who had planned this, admired the work of the person who shot that video. Everything was coordinated: the planning, the production, the casting, and even the filming location, which happened to be the back mountain of his own fiefdom. With the video spreading like wildfire, the stock price of Luanesia Magic Plate armor industry nosedived, sending investors like AlphaScan into a full-blown panic. He wondered himself if this was really the end of it. At first, the blame and the angry investors would focus on Luanesia, but he knew that over time, their attention would shift to the Hirigon workshop instead. While he thought this through, the investor who had been chatting with him earlier suddenly asked if he knew where the workshop members were. The hero responded vaguely, saying he had a rough idea. When a man pressed for more details, the hero casually said he thought they were located at the top of Wall Mountain, somewhere around Kazinger or something like that. In truth, he meant Kazinger Mountain, and he knew that if the workshop really was based at the summit, then it would not take long for mercenaries to find it. The investor thanked him and promised to repay the favor in the future. The hero grinned and thought about how even the calmest people could unravel when money was on the line. Just then, a masked man beside him asked if they should continue hiding underground. The hero gave a simple reply, saying they should stay put for now and that he would be in touch soon. Meanwhile, up on Kazinga Mountain, the search party was already combing through the area. The captain called out that the first floor was clear, and the same went for the basement. He ordered the team to search the surroundings more thoroughly. Nearby, a red-haired boy was examining a piece of armor and pointed out that the dispeller set did not match what they had seen in the crystal ball footage. He looked closer and realized it really was a 4th-generation magic plate, or at least something that looked like one. He whispered to his partner to be careful with it, since taking it back could earn them 10,000 coins. But then he froze and called out to his captain. When asked what the problem was, the red-haired boy explained that the whole thing was a scam. The parts had been modified to hold 2 mana crystals each, and the entire setup had been built to trick anyone who looked at it. As the captain asked for an explanation, the red-haired boy clarified that the so-called 4th-generation magic plate didn't actually exist. He said it was all fake. The video had just been a clever piece of trickery, and the workshop clearly didn't have the kind of tech needed to make something like that. The captain let out a long sigh of relief and said that this would definitely calm the investors down. After all, there was no way a small-time workshop could have developed that kind of advanced armor. Back in the Steelguard base, the screen once again displayed the Luanesia Magic Plate Armor Industries stock chart. The graph was rising fast, and our hero leaned back with a grin, saying how awesome it was. Steel Guard still held 27,000 shares, and he was already planning his next move. Once the stock hit its peak, he would sell it all in one go, right before revealing the real 4th-generation armor on a large scale. That move would bring Luanesia crashing down, but the Hirigan Workshop would rise and take its place as the new leader. If that happened, powerful investors would rally to the workshop side and keep its members safe from harm. Just then, Emong appeared and offered a proverb related to investing. He said people should buy when the price is at the knees and sell when it reaches the shoulders. The hero laughed and replied that he preferred to buy when it was flat on the floor and sell at the very top of the head. Emong nodded and congratulated him on buying at such a low point, but reminded him that until the profits were converted into coins, it was no better than imaginary money. The hero paused for a moment and realized he was right. He thanked Emong and told himself not to get greedy, since there was something much more important on his plate now. The scene shifted to Marcus, who looked around with wide eyes and said it felt like he had discovered an entirely new world. He couldn't believe it had taken him this long to find out about it. The hero asked how customers were reacting, and Marcus excitedly told him it was explosive. If things kept going this way, word of mouth would spread the product like wildfire. The hero was pleased and told him to focus on selling since the supply agreement had already been signed. Marcus nodded with confidence and told him to leave it all to him. With the merchant group growing smoothly, the hero decided it was time to shift his attention toward developing his fiefdom. He turned to Emong and asked if the survey of Laval Mountain had been completed. Emong replied that the drone survey had just finished and that the value of the major mineral deposits buried in the mountain was expected to exceed 8 billion coins. The hero was stunned and repeated the number in disbelief. He quickly added that this was just the estimated value of the deposit itself, right? Since the costs of mining, equipment, and investment would all be separate expenses. Emong complimented him on his accurate assessment and confirmed that was exactly the case. As the hero reflected on everything he had learned, he thought about how the knowledge he absorbed from the Third Realm had become a crash course in economics, finance, and even the history of scientific development. Having Emong by his side, a top-level AI, meant he could now hold meaningful discussions on topics that once felt too advanced. Looking at a vast open space nearby, the hero pointed and said it looked massive. Emong responded that based on the artificial traces, it appeared to be a limestone cave, likely constructed by natives. The hero froze for a second and said in shock, "Natives? That didn't make sense." The idea of anyone living in this rugged mountain range seemed ridiculous, let alone having the skill and resources to carve out something like this. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he muttered to himself that maybe the old legend was true. It spoke of beings that lived deep inside mountain caves, masters of magic who used strange pawns to carry out large-scale constructions. If that story had even a grain of truth, then maybe there really was a dragon lair hidden somewhere in Laval Mountain. If there was a dragon in the First Realm, then that meant the Zion continent had one too. Just one swing of its tail could wipe out entire cities and flatten any walls or homes in its path. With a massive body, incredible strength, and the ability to use magic, it was basically a natural disaster in the shape of a beast. The most powerful creature on the entire continent had made its lair right here, and now it was standing before our hero. As he stepped into the cave, he thought about how only 10 of the 30 drones sent in earlier had managed to return. It made sense since the place was filled with hidden traps that only a magician's home could hold. He took a deep breath and said to himself that it was time to go in. A display window popped up in front of him, showing the magic plate armor he was wearing. It was a Hurricane Fighter in stealth mode, custom built by the Hirigan Workshop. Without hesitation, he took flight. While gliding through the dark tunnel, he thought about the dozens of magic circle traps laid throughout the lair. He could disable them one by one if he wanted to, but he knew time was money. Holding a golden square device in his hand, he passed through areas protected by anti-magic fields. The device functioned like a nullifier, cutting off magical energy in certain zones. In reality, there wouldn't be much trouble even if he went head-on into the traps, since the upgraded barrier system installed in his armor could absorb or deflect most attacks. As he approached the heart of the lair, he was struck by the sheer grandeur of the place. He figured that if someone lived here long enough, they'd probably stop being impressed, but right now, the scale of it all was overwhelming. Stepping deeper into the chamber, he spotted a black beast with glowing red eyes staring right at him. It didn't take long before he used his power to bring it down. He explained that the drones probably missed these monsters since they only reacted to living beings. Our hero looked around and declared that this had to be the dragon's central chamber. He pointed to the towering pile of bones and said this was the true treasure, not the minerals buried in the mountain. Then he noticed a massive pile of gold and immediately called for Emong to join him. Once they stood in front of the treasure, Emong began the evaluation and stated that the entire heap was worth about 1.2 million coins. That number made the hero blink in surprise, and he said aloud that something fell off. Even though the pile looked massive, the value was underwhelming. He picked up one of the pieces and quickly realized why. The inside was all silver. He shook his head and said that for a beast known as the ruler of triads and Earth's strongest creature, this hoard felt embarrassingly underwhelming. Still, the dragon's bones themselves were worth a fortune. Dragon bone was known to be a core component in some of the top 10 weapons and staffs on the continent. But the most valuable part of all was the dragon's heart, which was like an inner core of alchemy. He soared upward through the cavern, thinking that finding it wouldn't be easy, but it had to be done. Just as he reached the heart, the dragon's roar echoed through the chamber, and its mouth opened wide. He immediately sensed something wrong. Was this necromancy? He realized it was. The magic responded to long-dormant malice, and the spirit energy was reading a staggering 50,000. He compared it to the spirit energy of the Andalusia fragment, which had only been 2,000, and now he was facing something 25 times stronger. Darkling appeared beside him without warning, likely summoned when it felt its master's life was in danger. The hero smiled and told his little ally not to worry. To fight powerful spirit energy, you just needed to bring something even stronger. He glanced at his Yonat's ring, and as the dragon roared and lunged at him, he simply raised his hand and pointed his ring finger straight toward the beast. Almost instantly, the dragon stopped in its tracks and lowered itself before him. It didn't just look surprised. There was confusion, pain, betrayal, grief, and even despair written in its eyes. He looked down at it and asked if it was happy to see him. Judging from the emotions pouring off the creature, it had been through something brutal. Maybe it had been lied to or even betrayed by someone trusted. Our hero realized that he needed to find out what had happened. Since the dragon had now been absorbed into the ring, there was a way to help it regain its consciousness. But he looked at it carefully and muttered that this beast probably wasn't just trying to escape with his soul energy. There was a deeper story buried in its memories, and he was going to uncover it. With his hand resting gently on the Darkling's head, the hero leaned back and thought to himself that even though 50,000 spirit energy was considered high in the lower realm, it still wasn't something that could really challenge the ring. In truth, he wasn't planning anything serious with it. He just wanted to play around a bit because boredom had started creeping in. Still, he figured it wouldn't hurt to confirm things with someone who knew better, so he reached out to an expert. The reply came quickly. The advisor reminded him that although he had once warned not to trust Yonats, it was indeed true that 50,000 spirit energy wouldn't be enough to overstrain the ring. He also added with a bit of surprise that the Third Realm's infamous blue-eyed black demon had nothing on this moment. Then he laughed and said the hero had hit the jackpot with that kind of power. He admitted that ever since his own investment tanked, he'd just been killing time and doing nothing useful. The hero tilted his head and asked if something had happened. The advisor responded with a sigh and said that only after reaching the stage in life did he finally realize that trading stocks might have been a bad idea all along. When the hero asked why, the advisor shot back with a half-joking tone, telling him that if he said not to do it, that should be reason enough. But the hero didn't see it that way. He said he had a different perspective. If someone was in the right position to lead the market, then wasn't trading stocks actually the most effective way to profit? The advisor went quiet for a second before asking if the hero was sitting on some valuable information. That made the hero grin as he said he was, and followed up with a tempting offer. He asked if the advisor would be interested in making serious money, enough to multiply value 100 times at the very least. That got the advisor's attention. He admitted that he was intrigued, but pointed out that if the offer sounded that good, there was probably a price to pay. He asked what the hero wanted in return. The hero didn't hesitate. With calm confidence, he said he wanted the symbol of the Archmage and asked to be given access to the Seventh Circle. As the scene opened, Cassandra stood her voice sharp as she said that once again he had brought unwelcome news. Merquise barely had a moment to respond. He cut in with a mocking tone, thinking Truly had no idea what to do about a single fiefdom and wondering if that was the limit of Branwell ambition. Marquis tried to defend himself, saying that the enemy had already dismantled both the Krite Merchants Guild and the White Anaconda, which left them few options short of starting a war. But Cassandra didn't hesitate for a second and snapped that they should start one immediately, since Steelguard wasn't just a fiefdom anymore, but the great throne of the destroyer whose once doomed fate had now been reignited with his return. As Marquis, Finks suddenly realized that the name of the destroyer had finally been revealed to Aaron Steelguard. Cassandra's expression turned cold, and she declared that Aaron must be dethroned and killed without delay. Then in a deeper perspective, she said it was Metheus, the god of foresight, who confirmed that Aaron was indeed the destroyer who would bring ruin to the entire continent. That moment drove the truth home, and even the usually calm Marquis showed unease, yet he still insisted that war should be the absolute last resort. Cassandra raised her brow and hinted at exposing the Branwell family's darkest secrets if he kept hesitating. He thought to himself how he had ended up tangled with such unpredictable people when all he wanted was peace. But finally, he spoke up and revealed a hidden card. He had a clever scheme to bring Steelguard down from the inside. The story then shifted to Steelguard itself, where Aaron Steelguard stood overlooking a grand map of his fiefdom, his face calm and satisfied. The chief secretary stood nearby, noting how pleased he looked. Aaron smiled and thought to himself that everything had gone according to plan over the past 2 months. The success of the Aaron Merchant Organization's third major product, toilet paper, had marked a turning point. The people now enjoyed better hygiene and a higher standard of living, with new essentials like soap and toothbrushes becoming part of daily life. The UAF Merchant Organization and the Black Snake Guild had completely taken over the business district and the infamous Night Street in Lahite. The absorption progress of the 7th Mana Circle was inching closer to completion and stood at 87.13%. With the iron ore being mined from the Laval Mountains, Steelguard had become self-sufficient and was producing both weapons and necessities. The chief secretary brought up a concern, though. Farming was falling behind because too many young people had joined the booming mining and manufacturing sectors. Aaron replied that while the number of workers had decreased, the total farmland had actually increased, so leaving that land unused would be a waste. He thought of borrowing laborers from the neighboring Viscounties whose own mines were depleted and whose people were in need of work. To his surprise, the chief secretary said those Viscounts had already made the offer first, which shocked Aaron since that kind of move was a blow to their pride. But the need for income had outweighed their pride. Knowing how important agricultural productivity was, Aaron decided they would ask for about 500 workers from each county. The chief secretary hesitated, saying that might be too many, but Aaron insisted. Then he thought to himself that these workers wouldn't just be farming. Right after that, Nielsen and Kunbo found themselves at the base of the wall, looking at a pile of heavy stone slabs. Nielsen whispered to Kunbo that they were screwed, and Kunbo asked why. Nielsen pointed out that this felt more like forced labor than honest work, and said the new lord had a reputation for being the devil himself. He feared how many people would die from this. Someone nearby shouted at them to quit chatting and focus, then ordered them to line up and start setting the slabs in place. Everyone looked shocked as they realized they were expected to move these massive stones with their bare hands. But then the announcer stepped forward and introduced something unexpected. While they worked, they would be using special hand cards. Kumbo stared wide-eyed and asked what that meant. The announcer simply smiled and told them to forget everything they knew about labor because they were about to step into a whole new world. That night, the workers gathered in small groups under the stars, chatting quietly as they sat around their modest shelters. One of them mentioned how they were earning 50 silver a day, which shocked everyone, since even back in the mines where they worked themselves to the bone, they couldn't make half that. Another chimed in, talking about the bread they got for snacks and how it was the softest bread they had ever tasted. Someone else added that the daily necessities and the instant noodles they were given felt like a revelation compared to the life they used to live. Since they had started working 2 weeks ago, not a single person had complained, and that alone made the place feel different from any job they had before. Later that night, Nielsen quietly opened the door to Kunbo's room, carrying some food, and said with a gentle smile that Kunbo should eat a little. Kunbo gave a weak cough and replied that it was fine and he wasn't really hungry. Nielsen frowned and said something was wrong because Kunbo had always been as strong as a horse, but now after just 2 days he looked like a bunch of withered spinach. Kunbo sat up slowly and said he was worried that if he didn't show up for work tomorrow, he would probably get fired since he had just barely managed to land this job and didn't want to lose it. Nielsen tried to comfort him, but then suddenly coughed himself and looked a bit surprised. He told Kunbo that he would get better soon and started getting dressed for work, even though a part of him wondered why he was coughing too. He thought for a second and asked himself if it was because of all the instant noodles he had eaten lately, but didn't say anything else and just kept getting ready. There was a strange quiet in the air, and for the first time since arriving, a sliver of doubt crept into the back of his mind. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned to the hero, who stared at the same man and called him out, saying he'd been slick by claiming to bless the workers when in reality he was spreading a plague. The man looked stunned and tried to deny everything, but before he could say much, the hero punched him and threw him to the ground. With a sharp tone, he told the man that whatever excuse he gave would be useless and that he was probably just going to blame Bramwell. The hero reminded him that while the Lord had the right to rule the fiefdom, he also had the responsibility to protect the people living there. Using sorcery to turn them into plague carriers was unforgivable. The man begged for mercy and promised to confess everything. The hero smirked and said he never planned to kill him since he needed someone to capture Bramwell, but that didn't mean he wouldn't beat him up a bit more first. Then the scene cut to the blue-eyed black demon, who said he was only helping because the hero had asked. He claimed that he had never done this kind of thing for anyone before. The hero appreciated the gesture and promised not to forget the favor. The demon nodded and said he would invite her now. The hero reflected quietly, thinking that while there were plenty of abilities that allowed someone to heal themselves, the power to heal others was rare. Although he wanted to find and destroy the one responsible for the plague, the priority right now was treating the infected. Soon, the cat-eyed white demon arrived, and the blue-eyed black demon greeted her. She replied coldly, asking since when they had the kind of relationship where they exchanged pleasantries. He told her it was called being polite. The hero sat silently as the two continued their banter. She teased him, saying even the mighty blue-eyed black demon had to be polite when asking for a favor. That made his eye twitch in irritation. The screen revealed her identity. Her real name was Soralia, a member of the Deep Cat race and the Holy King's most trusted retainer, respected by hundreds of millions. She addressed the hero, saying she had heard what had happened and wondered how a leader could commit such evil. The hero explained that this wasn't something normal on Earth. He asked what they should do. Soralia, still clearly annoyed about his association with the demon, agreed to help for the sake of the citizens. She said the first step was determining whether it was a bacterial or viral infection. The hero thought aloud that asking the person who made the illness directly would be fastest. The scene then returned to Taiken as he leapt into the air, only to be caught off guard by the hero's sudden appearance. The hero calmly said the groans of the plague victims must have sounded a lot like his shocked question. He added that those people suffered in ways Taiken couldn't imagine. Grabbing him by the neck, the hero stared him down while Taiken panicked internally, realizing someone must have betrayed him. When the hero let him go, Taiken scoffed and said it was foolish to enter a necromancer's home alone. He figured he needed specimens anyway, so this was convenient. Transforming his body, he threatened to kill the hero and use him to craft a new plague. The hero immediately analyzed him and detected necromancy with spirit energy at 3,300. He remarked that it was pretty high and asked if Taiken wanted to say hi to his dog. Then he scanned again and revealed that the blue dragon's necromantic spirit energy was at 5,000. Taiken froze and quickly changed his tune, apologizing and swearing loyalty. The hero appreciated his quick understanding and asked him to start by explaining who he was. Taiken introduced himself as a 39-year-old member of the Black Dawn Society, a necromancer who specialized in plague magic and conjuring the undead. The hero asked if he was bragging and wanted to know what the Black Dawn Society was. Taiken explained that since black mages weren't welcome in most parts of the world, the society existed to help them share knowledge and support one another. The hero summarized that it was just a bunch of outcasts banding together. Then he asked about the plague, whether it was a type of black magic. Taiken explained it was something else entirely. She gasped and said it was a pathogen. She realized Taiken had incubated it himself before spreading it. The hero confirmed it, and Soralia was stunned that someone from the lower realm could pull that off. She asked if he was an interdimensional traitor. The hero said no, that Taiken had simply discovered the pathogen on his own through research. She found it unforgivable that someone with such talent would choose to hurt others. Still, she suggested they could develop a vaccine and administer it quickly. She urged the hero to take action and promise compensation. He refused the reward, saying he didn't need to be paid to save lives. However, she demanded that he show no mercy to the one who caused all this. The hero replied that he couldn't do that just yet, surprising her. He explained that along with punishing Taiken, he also planned to bring down those who backed him and made this happen. As the scene shifted once again, someone asked the hero, whose name was revealed as Aaron, if he had returned. He apologized for being away and asked about the mansion. The person said the place was still a safe zone, but ISIL had caught the plague. Aaron was shocked and learned that she had visited her parents, who had already been infected. Without hesitation, he raced to the hospital where she had been admitted. As she looked up at the hero, he stepped closer and greeted her with a calm voice, calling out, "Hello, my lord." Aaron smiled gently and asked how she was feeling. She forced a small smile and replied that she was fine and insisted that he should leave. She told him that he might catch the illness from her, but Aaron shook his head and told her not to lie since he could tell she was in a lot of pain. She looked away and said that she should have listened to Miss Karen's advice about how to stay safe, but before she could finish, Aaron cut her off and said that if he were in her place, he would have done the exact same thing. Later in the meeting, Aaron held out a scroll and asked if it would work. The cat-eyed white demon nodded with confidence and said there was a reason people called her Saintess. As she activated the scroll, a soft golden energy flowed over the sick girl, surrounding her in warmth and light. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and whispered, "Lord Aaron, what is this?" Aaron gently placed his hand on hers and told her not to worry. He promised that he would make sure she no longer had to suffer. At the Steelguard construction site, The workers were chatting while taking a short break from their grueling task. Hyung sighed and said he wanted to go on a picnic because he couldn't believe they were stuck building a wall on such a beautiful day. One of the others reminded him that it was still better than their old job in the mines where they had to breathe in rock dust all day. Hyung nodded and agreed. Then the worker asked if it was true that he had witnessed the miracle. Hyung looked confused and asked what he was talking about, and the worker clarified he meant the golden aura that supposedly radiated from Lord Steelguard. Another one jumped in and said he had heard the same thing and insisted it was real, although it sounded like an exaggeration. Hyung got defensive and said it was actually being downplayed because he still got goosebumps thinking about that moment. As he began to tell the story, the scene shifted. Over with the cat-eyed white demon. She smiled proudly and asked if it wasn't great to see modern medicine working hand in hand with divine power. She declared that no one would fall ill from the plague again. Both Aaron and Isel looked stunned as Aaron asked if the glowing effect was supposed to last that long. She nodded confidently and explained that the scroll was designed for mass healing and that if infused with enough mana, it could save up to 1,000 people. Aaron was amazed by the number and thought that since they had already come this far, there was no point in holding back now. Isel gently reminded him that she already felt completely healed, and the demon seemed surprised to hear it. She questioned him, but Aaron simply continued infusing mana into the scroll, thinking how he hoped the healing effect would spread to all quarantine camps. One of the nearby doctors gasped in gratitude, and another proclaimed that the gods must have taken pity on Steelguard. Someone else even declared that Lord Steelguard, who had once been called the Golden Devil, should now be known as the Golden Saint. The scene shifted again, this time to a dark forest where a Marquis and his knight stood waiting. The Marquis muttered that it was almost time and thanked Hyken for disappearing after causing the plague. He added that somehow all of the infected people in Steelguard had been cured, and that now he was stuck with a crystal ball containing Ennis's confession. He warned that if Aaron didn't want to be publicly ruined, he should come to the meeting point the next night. Furious at being ordered around by a mere count, he cursed Aaron under his breath. A moment later, his knight informed him that someone was approaching, and the Marquis stepped forward to welcome Aaron Steelguard. Aaron arrived calmly, stating he had come alone with only one guard as agreed. The Marquis asked if something was wrong, but Aaron stayed silent and held up the glowing blue crystal ball. The Marquis was thrilled and asked him to name his price, offering money or even land from the South Central Territory. Still, Aaron said nothing, and the Marquis started to worry, wondering if Aaron had discovered the hidden ambush. Suddenly, Aaron bolted and sprinted through the trees. The Marquis panicked and shouted for his men to catch him, and the knight obeyed immediately, promising not to let Aaron escape. The Marquis barked another order that if necessary, they should kill him. He reassured himself that his 3 top knights, Landis, Ronbody, and Howl, could easily overpower Aaron no matter how much of a genius he was. But in a flash, Aaron appeared right behind him and said, with a mocking smile, that he had prepared well. The Marquis fell to the ground in shock as Aaron greeted him casually. The Marquis shouted for his knight, calling out Howl's name, but Aaron already had Howl by the hair and asked if this was the person he was calling for. Stunned, the Marquis asked how he had managed this, and Aaron calmly said it was finally time to begin negotiations. Aaron sat on a nearby stone and began listing various torture techniques like mental magic, thorn tentacles, and separating bone from muscle. He remarked that it had been a good call to stop after the bone separation. He accused the Marquis of following Cassandra's prophecy because she claimed he was the destroyer and had ordered Steelguard's downfall. Aaron said he understood that Cassandra must have known the Marquis' weakness and manipulated him with it. The Marquis thought that Aaron wouldn't actually kill him since he still needed to negotiate, but then he noticed Aaron smiling and got uneasy. Aaron said it was a pity that he had to kill him now. With one solid punch, Aaron smashed the Marquis' nose and left him crumpled on the ground. The scene then transitioned to the Branwell mansion where Cassandra greeted the Marquis, asking if everything had been handled. The Marquis replied confidently that Aaron had been easier to deal with than he had expected. And with that, Aaron Steelguard had successfully infiltrated the Branwell mansion. The screen displayed the axial skeleton glowing at 6 stars while the phase change stabilized at 5. Inside the room, a man stepped in and asked if the Marquis was really giving away the South Central Territory. The Marquis responded firmly that yes, the land would be disposed of, and in return, the crystal ball would be destroyed. The man looked surprised and pointed out that the land was one of Navarro's most profitable granaries and could easily fetch 5 million gold. With a brutal tone and a dismissive shake of his head, the Marquis explained that this wasn't about money and assured him that they could always recover the territory later. A knock echoed through the room as the man turned to glance toward the door. Moments later, someone entered and asked if the Marquis had summoned him. The Marquis nodded and told the head butler to step out for a moment. Then he turned to the man standing nearby and welcomed him as the administrator, asking if he could remind him of last year's revenue. The administrator replied precisely that it was 1,247,821 gold, along with 67 silver and 19 copper. Pleased with the accuracy, the Marquis noted that since their finances have been tight lately, it might be a good time to start collecting taxes again. The administrator looked confused and politely protested that it hadn't even been 6 months since the previous collection. The Marquis quickly clarified that he didn't mean a forced collection, only that they should ask those willing to pay next year's taxes in advance. He suggested collecting just 70% based on last year's total. The administrator hesitated and pointed out that while wealthy families might comply, this could lead to losses in the long run. The Marquis gave him a knowing look and asked if he wanted a promotion. Caught off guard, the administrator stammered, but the Marquis assured him that if he handled the matter well, he would guarantee him a better position. Motivated by the opportunity, the administrator agreed and left, already thinking about new ways to squeeze more money from the population. Meanwhile, back in Branwell, Cassandra confronted the Marquis and questioned his earlier confidence, since all he had done was recover the crystal ball. The Marquis lowered his head and apologized. Cassandra then brought up the rumors that he had been working hard to gather funds and asked what he was planning. With a hardened gaze, the Marquis admitted that until now, he had not thought things through, but now he was preparing to declare war on Steelguard. Marquis Branwell leaned back in his chair as the thoughts circled in his mind. He remembered how Cassandra used to insist that war was not the answer, so it puzzled even him when she asked what had changed. He replied calmly that he had underestimated Aaron. Cassandra, watching him closely, thought to herself that since all their plans to bring down the Steel Guards had failed, now might be the right moment to use their last resort. She gave him an approving look and said that of everything he had said recently, this was the first thing she genuinely liked. With a faint smile, she added that she would look forward to hearing good news soon and left him with the blessing of Matthew before disappearing into the shadows. Left alone, the Marquis quietly reflected. His thoughts turned to the third realm and its subtle art of reading people through the tiniest expressions. He realized that despite his efforts, he hadn't completely fooled Cassandra. Still, the deception he had mastered was proving to be invaluable. As pieces of the larger puzzle started to come together, the truths long buried in secrecy began to reveal themselves. He now understood why Steelguard had become infested with Imperial agents after the mysterious disappearance of the hero. It all pointed back to Cassandra, the head of Beholder, the Empire's shadowy intelligence agency. Her role was more than spying. She was the voice of prophecy and strategy to the Empire's elite. And it was her prophecy that branded Strelick as the birthplace of the destroyer who would one day bring down the Empire. Those few words led the Empire to tighten its grip on the Steel Guards, sending agents like Javis to monitor their every move. Now, they were even considering wiping out the family altogether. Marquis Branwell seethed with quiet anger. All this because of one Oracle's vague warning? He placed his hand on the heavy wooden door and made a silent vow. He wouldn't back down. Not now. If the world insisted on calling him the Destroyer, then so be it. He would face them head-on until the bitter end. As the door creaked open and he stepped outside, a knight was already waiting. The knight gave a quick salute and said they were ready. The Marquis gave a nod of approval and replied with cold determination. Great, let's go. Sari stood close to the Marquis, still wearing her disguise as the Night Howl. The Marquis glanced at her and thought to himself how her speaking skills had yet to catch up, even though she had no trouble holding entire conversations through telepathy. When he spoke aloud, his tone was more patient than critical. He told her that it was all right, and she didn't have to talk today either. Then he looked around and mused how strange it felt to return to this place, the high end of Acadio. As he stood just outside the mansion, he reminded himself that this was the place where he had once erased Kuntz from existence. He pushed the door open and greeted the noble inside with a calm voice. It has been a while, Lord Albert. In his mind, the Marquis noted that Doraine Albert was the one who had long coveted the South Central Territory, and that he had returned here for the sake of negotiating with him. Albert gestured to the young man beside him and said he believed it was the first time introducing him. The Marquis responded without hesitation, introducing the boy as his son. The moment the words left his mouth, the boy stepped forward and spoke clearly, saying that his name was Kuntz Albert and that his master had given him life. He added that serving his master and obeying his commands were the sole purposes of his existence. Outside the mansion, Kuntz approached the Marquis and greeted him with a respectful tone, calling him master. The Marquis responded with a faint smile and asked if he had been doing well. When Kuntz said yes and began to explain what had happened in his absence, the Marquis cut him off gently and told him it was fine before asking him to come closer. He placed a hand on the boy's head and checked the state of his mental realm magic with a quiet focus. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to workers nearby who had begun gossiping as soon as word spread. One of them grumbled that young Master Kuntz had returned and muttered that the good days were over now that that awful person was back. Just then, a young boy nearby raised an unexpected question. His eyes wide with curiosity, he asked someone if they suddenly wanted to learn the sword. She looked surprised as she saw him and asked with wide eyes if it was really her brother who had returned. In her panic, she accidentally spilled water and immediately dropped to her knees, saying she deserved to die and begged for pardon. But he simply told her it was fine. Her curiosity quickly replaced her fear as she asked how he had performed those techniques just moments ago. She admitted that she had come to realize something, that although he appeared rough and gruff on the outside, deep down he was actually kind and warm. Meanwhile, the Marquis watched quietly and thought to himself that it might truly be possible for his son to become one of the dire breed. He believed that with just a little more effort, his son might even master the breath. After 2 years of effort and training, it seemed his son was finally beginning to blossom. He smiled faintly and thought that this young master might just be the future of their entire family. The Marquis told him that he had been doing well and even added that his progress was almost excessive. Coons then asked directly if the Marquis was planning to annihilate the Albert family. The Marquis responded with a casual question of his own, wondering why Coons seemed so worried. Coons admitted that the thought of his father and other family members being killed by his own hands brought him pain. The Marquis raised an eyebrow and thought to himself with mild concern that Coons had developed feelings. He questioned whether he had given the boy only the best qualities without considering the consequences. The Marquis assured him not to worry and asked if Coons really thought he was some kind of psycho. He explained that to him, the Albert family was simply a wallet and nothing more, so there was no need for concern. Coons nodded and said that in that case, he should inherit the lordship as soon as possible. The Marquis chuckled and pointed out that even though Coons had grown fond of the Alberts, he was still perfectly fine with treating them like a wallet. Coons responded with a straight face and said that money was just a tool for making exchanges and that the truly precious things in life could not be bought with gold. The Marquis replied thoughtfully that he only agreed with that sentiment in part. He leaned in slightly and reminded Coons that in the end the thing you need to protect, what money cannot buy, is still money. As the scene shifted, the screen lit up to reveal Aaron's coin account, which had now reached an all-time high, marking a new era of wealth and power. The scene opened with a glowing screen displaying a total of 3,385,261 gold coins, and the hero leaned back in his chair with a satisfied grin. He thought to himself that ever since he had nailed the Branwell family deal, his fortune had exploded, raking in about 10 million gold. His coin account had now hit an all-time high, and the thrill of it lingered in his chest as he turned to a different screen showing the Hirigon Workshop interface. This particular screen belonged to a private group chat made up of a few key players: Hirigon, Amocat, Ronnie, and a Midgetron. But now 2 more users have been added. One of them, named Blue-Eye Black Demon, sent a message asking if the Magic Plate armor business was really going public. He reminded the group that someone had claimed this would bring a return 100 times more than the lease investment. Katie'd White Demon, who was still silently watching from the side of the screen, seemed skeptical. The hero nodded and confirmed it, saying that the stocks would skyrocket once the Hirigon Workshop officially went public. He told them this was their golden opportunity to become major shareholders. But then Katie'd White Demon asked bluntly why he had been dragged into the conversation. The hero leaned forward and explained that their revival depended on Luanesia's magic armor plate industry. That industry just happened to have the Holy Land's Priest Pension Service as its second largest shareholder. He pulled up another graph on the screen and pointed to it as he continued. According to the latest trends, the Nesha magic armor plate industry was on the verge of collapse. If that happened, the Holy Land would take the biggest hit since they had the most at stake. Katie'd White Demon immediately looked worried and asked what would become of the Holy Land in that case. The hero responded flatly, almost casually, that it would be ruined. There was no sugarcoating it. The Holy Land would fall apart. Katie'd White Demon was stunned and could barely speak. He finally managed to say that it couldn't be true. Those priests had devoted their entire lives to service and faith. The idea that they could lose everything just like that felt completely unfair to him. Blue-Eye Black Demon chimed in, saying he could invest 500,000 gold once he handled a few things. The hero nodded and said that would be enough since he was planning to cover most of the initial investment. Curious, Katie'd White Demon asked how much he was putting in. The hero paused for a moment before answering that he was going to invest 3 million coins. The entire chat room went silent in shock before someone finally said that sounded excessive. Blue-Eye Black Demon asked if he had lost his mind and where he was even getting that kind of money from. The hero answered without hesitation and said that backing out was no longer an option because he had staked everything on this. As the scene shifted to Cassandra's home, the camera revealed the headquarters of the Empire's intelligence agency, Beholder. Cassandra sat deep in thought, suspecting that while Aaron might be the so-called destroyer, if Branwell declared war, even he would not make it out alive. She believed that if her plan succeeded, she could win even more favor from Matthews. But her train of thought was interrupted when a girl in a white dress entered suddenly and said that a message had arrived from Matthews. Cassandra seemed confused and asked why an oracle had come early. The girl scolded her, saying the destroyer was right in front of her and she had failed to recognize him. Stunned, Cassandra asked if the girl was saying that Ferranta Branwell was actually Aaron Steelguard. She tried to reason that if it were magical camouflage, she would have noticed, but deep down she recalled something odd. Under the excuse of preparing for war, Aaron had been aggressively collecting funds. Suddenly it all made sense. She yelled his name in frustration and realized this wasn't about war at all, but about draining the Branwell family's wealth. Determined to stop him, even if she had to act alone, she rushed out. The girl quickly warned that someone had already invaded the chambers. When Cassandra asked what she meant, the girl told her a blonde man presumed to be the destroyer was spotted near Steelguard. Looking up with disbelief, Cassandra yelled Aaron Steelguard's name and thought the man had truly lost his mind. Aaron calmly entered and said he knew exactly where he was. It was the place where the Empire's trash gathered, waiting to be erased. He summoned a massive magic circle, revealing his identity, and the room went tense as someone pointed out the spell was at least 7th circle magic. Cassandra immediately ordered everyone to teleport out, but the attempt failed. The hero looked at her and said they weren't going anywhere. Furious, Cassandra cursed him and said he was finally showing his true colors. Aaron smiled and said that the title of Destroyer was something she and her people had branded him with, and if they hadn't pushed him first, none of this would be happening. He declared that the Destroyer wasn't born but made, and that Beholder was responsible for shaping him into one. Without warning, a blizzard of 7th circle ice magic stormed through the chamber. Cassandra tried to retreat, unable to understand how quickly everything was falling apart. Meanwhile, a giant beast appeared and stomped its foot down in front of her. Its fiery eyes locked onto her as Aaron stood atop its head, calm and resolute. He said he had come prepared, and today Beholder would vanish from history. The beast unleashed a wave of fire, scorching everything in sight, while Aaron simply watched in silence. Cassandra, furious, shouted that he was foolish to challenge a god. Aaron tilted his head and asked if she was truly possessed, mocking Matthews, the god of foresight. The insult hit Cassandra hard, and she snapped back that he had no right to speak Matthew's name. She warned him that this was his final chance, and told him to kill himself if he wanted to save Steelguard, the supposed birthplace of the Destroyer. Aaron gave a tired sigh and mocked her again, noting how her speeches never changed. Cassandra gasped and demanded to know what he meant. Drawing his sword, Aaron replied that whether prophets or gods stood in his way, if they were Steelguard's enemies, he had only one duty left. He had to punish them and make sure they never posed a threat again. With a flash of his blade, he stepped forward and declared that this was the responsibility of a lord. The scene opened with the hero standing tall, sword in hand, while Cassandra sat slumped on the ground, her voice weak but still defiant. She glared up at him and asked if he really thought he could get away with what he had done. She warned him that he had invoked the wrath of the gods. The hero looked down at her, completely unfazed, and told her that if he had been afraid of things like that, he never would have started this journey in the first place. Cassandra tried to make one last threat, saying she would offer him a final chance, but before she could finish, the hero snapped. He slammed her down with one swift strike and muttered that she was an annoying bastard who never seemed to get tired of repeating the same threats over and over again. Behind him, the massive beast that followed him, a creature born of fire and steel, spoke up in a deep, eager voice, asking if it could devour everything around them. The hero turned and looked at it, thinking about how much it had grown, which made sense given that Sari had been gorging on the rare metals from Branchium and draining all the iron from the 3 major mines. With a casual nod, the hero told it to go ahead and eat its fill and destroy everything. The beast's eyes lit up as it cheered with excitement, thrilled by the permission. Meanwhile, the hero turned his attention to a nearby door, thinking it was time to see if there was anything left for him to salvage. As he opened it, he overheard a hushed conversation between 2 girls. One of them, her voice trembling, told her sister to hold on just a little longer and promised to melt something away. The hero stepped in and asked bluntly if she could even boil water for tea with that much power. The girl jumped in shock and immediately recognized him. With wide eyes, she asked if he was the destroyer, Aaron. He stared at her for a moment and asked if she was one of Beholder's survivors. Noting how much she resembled Cassandra, he thought it worked out nicely since he had a few questions for her. But the girl stood firm and refused to answer anything. Instead, she begged him to just kill her. The hero raised a brow and said that if that was her choice, he would at least make her death painless. But just before he struck, she cried out and asked him to wait. She pleaded for her life, saying that all she had ever done was work tirelessly without even going on a single date, and it felt unfair to die like that. She explained that she had been next in line to become the head of Beholder after Cassandra. If he spared her, she promised to be useful. He studied her for a moment and asked if she truly meant it. Before she could answer, another girl, her younger sister who had been covering her face, tried to speak up, but the older one called her sis and stepped in first. She too begged the hero to spare both of them and said they would do whatever he asked. The hero smiled slightly and said that he had a good idea. He stepped forward and cast a healing magic spell, releasing a soft glow that restored their wounds. The sisters looked stunned, and the older one quickly thanked him with a mix of confusion and relief. He then asked her name. She told him it was Rose. The hero nodded and said, "All right, Rose. Since Cassandra's gone, that makes you the new head of Beholder, doesn't it?" Rose hesitated and admitted that was the natural order of things, though she seemed unsure. The hero smirked and thought to himself that everything was falling into place. Then he looked at her and said it worked out perfectly because, as it happened, he had some business to take care of in the Empire. Our hero grinned and let out a confident laugh as he declared that starting today, the Empire's intelligence agency, Beholder, would operate under his command. With that bold statement, the scene shifted away from the battlefield and into the Temple of Foresight on Earth number 1342, where the god of Foresight slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. He growled through clenched teeth and cursed, wondering when Aaron Steelguard had managed to reach the seventh circle of magic. He glanced at the screen showing the current state of Luanesia's magical plate armor industry, and scowled even more as he saw that the value had dropped again. He muttered bitterly that it was all that bastard's fault. Meanwhile, another part of the divine realm lit up as Earth number 1342's interdimensional chat room came to life. The god of diligence and thrift, Dameron, stared at the stock chart and echoed the same frustration, blaming the same individual for the ongoing losses. Moments later, the god of foresight entered the chat with a scowl on his face, addressing Dameron directly. He pointed out that over 3 million had been lost and reminded Dameron that he had warned against risky investments like this in the first place. The chat room grew more active as other deities joined in. The god of the moon, Urung, and the god of chivalry and mana, Aspire, appeared next. Aspire, looking skeptical, questioned the god of foresight about his earlier prediction. He asked if the god had not insisted the stock price would rise and demanded to know why it had now dropped to half its value. Then, the god of abundance and fertility, Ceres, chimed in with a thoughtful tone. He suggested that perhaps the event foreseen had nothing to do with Luanesia and might have actually been about the Hurigon Workshop stock price going up instead. The god of foresight looked even more agitated as he thought through the situation. He confirmed that the prophecy had been about Luanesia, not Hurigon, and explained the complication. In the realm of interdimensional trading, his skills of prophecy and foresight were useless. While he could still use those powers freely outside the trading system, within it he was completely blind. He remembered a warning he had received about a black-haired man and muttered to himself that he should never have traded with Aaron Steelguard. He had believed in a prophecy involving a sudden spike in value caused by a lucky combination of flying combat gear and magical tech. Convinced by that vision, he had poured everything into Luanesia's magic armor plates, hoping for a big return. But now, facing the harsh reality, he muttered that he could only borrow a limited amount of divine credit, and that too was based solely on his connection to the higher divinity, Matthias. At that point, Diligent spoke again, asking bluntly why the god of foresight had summoned them all. The god of foresight took a deep breath and looked around at the divine avatars gathered in the chat. He said he had a request and promised to repay them generously. His voice hardened as he asked them all to get rid of the destroyer, Aaron Steelguard. God of Diligence raised an eyebrow and responded with surprise. He asked if Aaron was not Ranzikin's grandson, that traitor who had originated from their Earth. He then questioned why the god of foresight couldn't just handle Aaron himself if he was causing so much trouble. The god of foresight let out a tired sigh and admitted that he had already tried to deal with Aaron Steelguard himself, but had failed. Right now, he couldn't even use his relic, and his intermediary had been taken out, leaving him with no options. Just then, the goddess of healing appeared and without hesitation told him she couldn't help either. She explained that not long ago, Aaron had wiped out a deadly plague, and in doing so had boosted the status of her entire order. The god of diligence followed up right after and said they were in the same situation. Then the gods of the moon and chivalry made their entrance. The god of chivalry seemed eager to lend a hand, but before he could say much, the god of the moon cut him off. She calmly but firmly stated that he was not allowed to help because she had already claimed Aaron for herself. She added that she had even sent her own intermediary to him. This shocked the god of foresight, and he immediately asked when she had done that. The god of the moon coolly responded that it was none of his business and reminded him that he should handle his own problems rather than dragging everyone else into his mess. The god of chivalry, caught in the middle, awkwardly stepped back and said that if Arung was taking that position, then he would have to decline helping as well. Arung smiled sweetly and praised the god of chivalry for backing her up, calling him sweetie and beckoning him over for a kiss. As she leaned in affectionately, the god of chivalry mentioned that most of their fellow gods were present now. The god of diligence sighed and told them to keep it professional, but Arung casually brushed off the comment and told him to mind his manners. Meanwhile, the god of foresight sat in silence, feeling a sting in his chest as he wondered if he really meant less to Arung than Eren did. He muttered to himself that maybe he should have just given up altogether. In the middle of his internal spiral, someone unexpected joined the call and addressed him directly. The voice asked if he was Mr. Matthews and requested a quick word. Matthews, not in the mood for business, replied that if it was a trade inquiry, they would have to come back later. But the mysterious voice responded with just 2 words, trade Eren. That immediately grabbed the god of foresight's attention. The voice went on, claiming to know everything and even mentioning the damage Matthews had suffered because of Eren launching the 4th generation. Matthews narrowed his eyes and demanded to know who was speaking. The voice answered confidently and explained that they were searching for someone to lead their group. Then a screen filled with images of different members, all with determined faces. The voice revealed their group's name, TVBA, short for Traitors Victimized by Eren. Finally, the speaker introduced himself as Alpha Scan, and Matthews stared at the images, quietly taking in the idea that he might not be alone in his grudge after all. As the scene shifted back to Eren, he leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the screen in front of him, and reflected on how his Haragian 4th generation magic plate armor business had finally overtaken the once dominant Luanesia industry. He noticed a golden cross forming in the market trends, signaling a potential breakthrough. Even though the stock prices had flipped, he reminded himself that their number of issued shares still lagged behind, leaving them at half the size of Luanesia. But as long as the new model outperformed the 3rd generation well enough, the game was as good as over. With the engineers at the workshop handling things so well, he figured he could slowly shift his focus back to the fiefdom and leave the business to the professionals. Just as he was deep in thought, the door swung open and Darren walked in, glaring at him. She cut straight to the point and asked if he had anything to say to her. Eren tried to play it safe and responded with a simple greeting, saying it was nice to see her looking healthy after everything that happened with the plague. But Darren wasn't buying it. She raised her voice, accusing him of trying to avoid the real issue and bringing up the name Yolaf. Eren blinked in surprise, but she didn't let up. She pressed him, saying there was no point denying anything now since Javis had already told her everything. Eren sighed and asked how much she knew, and she laid it out clearly. She knew about his disguise, how he sold mana crystals to the Merchants Guild, and how he passed the role to Javis afterward. With that much detail, Eren admitted she knew everything, but insisted he had reasons for what he did and never meant to deceive her. Darren wasn't moved. She threw his words back at him, saying no one would lie for over 2 years without a reason. Eren noticed her reaction was stronger than he expected and began to wonder if she had developed real feelings for Yolaf, or rather, for Javis. When he asked, she brushed it off and said it didn't matter because Yolaf wasn't real. But Eren tried to explain that apart from the first 2 days, Javis had been playing that role the entire time, and if anything, it brought out the best in him. Javis was talented, had a good personality, and was even good-looking. Still, Darren wasn't satisfied. She argued that none of that mattered since Javis was only a part of Yolaf, not Yolaf himself. Eren said she was overthinking it, but she pushed again, asking him directly if he acknowledged Javis. When Eren hesitated and questioned why the conversation had shifted so strangely, Darren declared that he couldn't take his words back and warned him not to pressure Javis just because he was a vassal of Steelguard. A lord shouldn't speak with 2 tongues. Before Eren could stop her, Darren ran out of the room, leaving him stunned. He wondered if this whole interaction had been a ploy to get his permission for something bigger. Given how complicated marriage was for the direct heirs of a noble family like theirs, maybe this was her way of gaining approval. But in the end, Eren admitted to himself that there wasn't any reason for him to oppose it anyway. She really got him this time. The scene transitioned again as Eren sat there, thinking that everything seemed fine now, except for the fact that he just had to end up as an Imperial intelligence agent. Just then, someone spoke up, asking for forgiveness and admitting that he loved someone far above his status. Before leaving, he asked for permission to write one last letter to Darren. Eren looked at him seriously and asked what he thought of his sister. The man replied earnestly, saying she was beautiful, intelligent, and ambitious, completely different from any noblewoman he had ever met. Eren suddenly burst into laughter, but then caught the man off guard by conjuring a glowing blue energy in his hand. The man panicked, shouting that it was poison, but Eren calmly explained that he had already neutralized it a while ago. He said that the man had done a good job for the past 2 years, and he just wanted to see if he could handle pressure. The man gasped, thinking he was about to die, but Aaron grinned and told him that if he was going to be with his sister, he needed a stronger heart. Just when the man asked if that meant he had passed, Aaron cut him off and said that being an Imperial agent still wouldn't do. If he really wanted to stay, he had a defect completely. The man admitted he was willing, but reminded Aaron that he still had family in the Empire. Aaron just smiled and assured him that he would take care of it and bring them to Steelguard. After all, he had made a new friend in the Empire. As his words echoed, the scene transitioned smoothly to the heart of the Langdry's Empire, the capital city of Realsar. Director Juan, head of strategic intelligence for the Imperial Intelligence Agency, stood with a sharp glare in his eyes, his thoughts spinning. Something fell off. The reports clearly stated that the spell cast on Beholder was a seventh circle blizzard, which should have meant it was definitely the work of a dragon. Yet, the testimonies didn't quite match up. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that the creature people described looked more like a serpent than a dragon, with no wings at all. And even then, he wasn't entirely sure the creature had actually been the one to use the magic in the first place. He could feel it in his gut. There was something deeper here, something he hadn't quite uncovered yet. The scene then shifted to the grand halls of the Rose Mansion, where Juan arrived with heavy steps. He glanced around and thought about how irritating it was to be summoned by someone like her. When he entered the room, the Oracle greeted him coldly and pointed out his tardiness, implying that he must have been too busy to show respect to her call. Juan clenched his jaw. She was young, far too young to act this high and mighty, but somehow she had rapidly gained power. In just a matter of days, she had managed to fill the void left by Cassandra and had won over the hearts of the Imperial family. At this point, she had become the second most powerful figure in the Empire, right after the royals themselves. The Oracle wasted no time and said she had heard that an intelligence agent was returning from Steelguard. Juan confirmed it and told her that the man would need to go through a few tests before she could meet him. But the Oracle didn't want to wait. She said that while the Destroyer continued to shift the fate of the Empire, there was no time for procedures, and she demanded the agent be brought directly to her. Juan tried to push back, explaining that the process was important and that, as a bureaucrat, he couldn't just ignore protocol. She snapped back and asked if he was suggesting that his role was more important than the will of the Imperial family. That line hit Juan like a punch. He froze, realizing how dangerously she was playing her cards. Inside, he was seething and called her a damned brat in his head, one who dared to twist royal authority to serve her own ends. Out loud. However, he quickly corrected himself and promised that he would hand the agent over to her as soon as he arrived. As he left the room, his suspicions grew. She was far too eager to meet the Steelguard agent, skipping every proper step, and he vowed to uncover whatever secrets she was hiding. But just as the door closed, the Oracle turned slightly and softly called out, asking, "Mr. Aaron, did I do well?" From the shadows, Aaron replied with a smirk in his voice and told her she had done a great job. He praised himself, thinking once again that he really had a talent for making powerful friends. As the scene shifted into a darkened alley, one of the knights whispered anxiously, asking Juan if it was really okay to be trailing the Oracle without her permission. Juan narrowed his eyes and told him to stay quiet, insisting there was definitely something suspicious going on and that they needed to keep following her no matter what. His thoughts sharpened as he focused on the man in question, Javis, the Imperial spy who had infiltrated the Steel Guards under an alias. There had to be a reason why the Oracle was interested in this particular man, and Juan was determined to find out. Then another knight reported urgently that the Oracle and the spy were currently meeting. Juan snapped around and demanded the location, and the knight responded that they were at the back end of Antimio Street. However, there was something odd about the situation. The Oracle seemed to be carrying a teleport scroll. That detail made Juan's stomach drop. He immediately ordered his team to wait until he arrived and declare that they would raid the place. As he dashed through the streets, he thought furiously that he had been right all along. This was massive. The Oracle was helping the Have's family escape the Empire under everyone's nose. That could only mean Haves knew some critical secret about her, something serious enough to shake the foundations of power. Juan's mind raced as he pieced things together. It had to be Haves who helped her eliminate Cassandra, the previous Oracle. If that was true, then everything made sense. Slamming the door open with a kick, Juan burst in and declared that he had caught them red-handed. Javis barely flinched and commented that it seemed they had been under surveillance. Rose started to speak, but Juan cut her off, furious that she would dare betray the Empire. He demanded to know how she even got her hands on a dragon, or if it was a basilisk instead. Then a masked man stepped forward, lifted his hand calmly, and interrupted Juan with a mocking tone, calling him Dr. John. He said something fell off and asked how Juan had not realized this was an obvious trap. As he pulled off his mask, revealing his face, Juan's eyes widened in shock. It was Aaron Steelguard. Staggering back, he stammered, unable to believe that the destroyer himself was standing there. Aaron raised his hand and cast Hold Person, freezing Juan's knights in place. One of them struggled and realized with disbelief that he couldn't move. The spell was a fifth circle high-level magic, and Aaron had cast it multiple times with ease. One of them gasped, realizing that Aaron had even paralyzed an awakened knight. Turning toward Rose, Juan shouted that she was insane for teaming up with the destroyer. She rolled her eyes and told him he was being too noisy. Aaron stepped forward and handed Juan something to eat, telling him to chew and be quiet. Juan panicked and asked what he had just consumed. Aaron explained it was a special poison called Inyan Go-Worm, which would cause his brain to explode the moment he acted against Aaron's will. Staggered and terrified, Juan asked how far Aaron planned to go. Was he planning to gather the Emperor or trigger another war of conquest? Aaron laughed and said he had no such plans. Instead, he would want to keep doing exactly what he had been doing. He told Juan that he would continue to earn promotions and eventually become the general manager of the intelligence agency, while his subordinates would rise to fill the roles of director and vice director. Juan was stunned and demanded to know if Aaron intended to take over the entire intelligence agency. Aaron smirked and reassured him that both he and Rose would be well supported with resources and emotional backup. Juan gritted his teeth and called Aaron a lunatic, swearing that he must have been born to destroy everything in his path. Later, deep in the jungle, Aaron spoke to Javis one final time. He told him that once everything was settled, he should bring his family back to Steelguard and not keep his sisters waiting. Javis acknowledged the command, and Aaron added that Rose would now have the huge task of managing all the intelligence agents. She smiled confidently and told him to count on her. Aaron reminded her that he expected detailed and regular reports, even without a formal promotion, and she assured him she understood. With a calm nod, he told her they would meet again in Steelguard. As he turned away, the screen shifted to the image of a sleek aircraft marked with the name Hurricane Fighter Steel Mode, roaring through the skies. As a golden light shimmered across the sky, Rose watched in awe and muttered to herself that the high-speed flight vehicle wasn't even being detected by the Empire's protective magic. She wondered aloud just what kind of person Aaron Steelguard truly was. Up in the sky, Aaron switched his ship to automatic flight mode and leaned back, thinking that his work in the Empire had wrapped up nicely. With nothing urgent to handle, he considered doing a bit of interdimensional trading on the way. He casually asked, "Did anything happen while I was away, Imam?" And a response popped up almost immediately. Something had happened. Imam displayed a message from a god in the sixth realm, which caught Aaron completely off guard. "The sixth realm?" he repeated in disbelief. Then the screen lit up with the message. "Reader Aaron, I have a request. My beloved daughter, the Saintess, is in danger." Aaron's eyes widened. The gate to the sixth realm wasn't closed. He knew that name well. The goddess of healing, the one worshipped not only in Navarro but across the entire continent. His eye of truth activated by instinct, and the screen flashed with detailed data. A golden ray scanned the location and confirmed it as the celestial realm of the sixth dimension. The current tribute coin count was over 5 million. It also revealed her profile, a god born from the wheel of the law in the super universe, once looked down on for being wheelborn. Yet she climbed the ranks to become one of the top 100 gods in the Millennium's tribute rankings. She was known to be friendly to humans, active, and pretty optimistic. The system even suggested using those traits to his advantage during any trade. Javis stood nearby, thoroughly confused. "What does all this mean?" he asked, and Imam responded that it would help him understand. Then the screen displayed ancient history. In the distant past, Asheramida, the first god, was born, and with her came the existence of both divine and evil forces, order and chaos, yin and yang. The gods of the sixth realm had appeared then as well, each ruling over their own dimension. These gods performed miracles for their worshippers and, in return, received tributes from those dimensions. Javis groaned, overwhelmed by all the new information. So this is what God was. He thought it was ridiculous. That so-called benevolent goddess who claimed to care for humanity seemed more like a businesswoman running a divine enterprise. Just then, Cleos, the goddess, asked again if her message had gone through. Aaron confirmed it had. She sighed with relief and immediately commanded him to go rescue her daughter, the Saintess, before ending the transmission. Javis scoffed and asked, "Why should I?" Cleos was stunned. She asked what he was talking about and wondered if Aaron issued trouble understanding basic conversation. She then decided to break things down further. She introduced herself as Cleos, the most revered goddess in his realm and the overseer of divine law. The Saintess was her representative and the symbol of her divine grace. She wasn't asking. She was ordering him to go save her immediately. Aaron crossed his arms and calmly responded, saying it was probably her who lacked comprehension skills. Imam, sensing the tension, was visibly alarmed. Cleos gasped and muttered that he was being incredibly rude. But Aaron didn't care. He thought that whether she was from the sixth realm or claimed to be a god, it didn't matter. The moment she reached out with an interdimensional trading request, she stopped being a divine figure and became just another business dealer. He then asked why she expected him to do anything for free. Cleos paused, taken aback, and finally said if he wanted to negotiate, he'd better raise the stakes first. As Cleos raised her voice, she demanded to know how Aaron dared to speak to her that way, reminding him that she was a goddess of Zion who had cured the sick and ended plagues across realms. Aaron calmly replied and asked if she forgot about the tributes she constantly received from her followers, pointing out that she acted like all she had ever done was charity work. She snapped back and insisted that her mercy did not depend on wealth or status, claiming his words were outrageous. Aaron shrugged and muttered that the needier someone is, the more they tend to talk. That comment hit a nerve, and she gasped in disbelief, asking if she should threaten Steelguard and wondering if he even realized what happened to Matthews. Cleos hesitated, thinking that this man might be the most fearless human on the continent, and provoking him might be dangerous. Aaron raised an eyebrow when he heard the name Matthews, and thought to himself that this guy must be involved with the sixth realm too. Then, he put his hands up in mock surrender and said he got the point and admitted that he had given orders without offering anything in return. He asked what she wanted and then added that instead of a favor, he would like some information. She raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of information he meant, and Aaron clarified that he wanted to know about a god named Matthews from the sixth realm. The scene shifted to a quiet hut where the Saintess was praying desperately and asking the goddess Cleos for strength to overcome the current crisis. Outside the room, voices taunted her, telling her to give up. She silently wondered what help a god could offer if she simply kept holding out. One of the attackers swung his axe, but a burst of strong saintly power stopped him in his tracks. Another tried to push through, but couldn't break the divine shield. Furious, one of them yelled that no tree could stand after 10 chops and charged in to strike again. The Saintess closed her eyes, bracing for the blow, but as she opened one eye, she saw a flash of movement and watched in shock as someone cut off her attacker's hand. At that moment, the door burst open and knights stormed in, shouting in panic that there was an invader and all their comrades outside had already been killed. One of them screamed that a monster had arrived and ordered retreat. Aaron stepped forward through the chaos and gently asked the Saintess if she was okay. She looked at him wide-eyed and asked if he was with the attackers, and he calmly reassured her that he had come to rescue her. Stunned, she wondered if she was dreaming because a princely figure had suddenly appeared to save her. Aaron smirked and asked if she wanted him to catch the people who had done this, then reminded her that wasn't part of their original deal. She reminded him that she had told him everything she knew about Matthews, then panicked as she realized the attackers were escaping. She begged him to go after them. Aaron replied that if she gave him more information, he would do as she asked. In his mind, he wanted to know how gods could influence other dimensions and whether devil summoners had any connection to the sixth realm. The Saintess was taken aback, thinking this man might be a traitor, but the way he talked made her wonder just how much he really knew. Aaron calmly told her to give him the answers now and promised to act, warning her that if even one of those attackers escaped, she would face divine punishment. Then, with a slight smile, he told her to relax her body, which confused her until he told her to stay in another room with the door locked. He added that she could have something to eat if she wanted. When she asked what he had done to her child, Aaron replied that he had placed her in a safe zone, one even powerful seventh circle magic could not penetrate. After that, Aaron stepped out with his sword in hand and sprinted so fast it looked like he was flying through the forest. The knights running ahead suddenly noticed him and shouted in terror that the same monster from earlier was chasing them. In an instant, Aaron caught up to them and knocked them to the ground. One of the attackers hurled a fire spell at him, but Aaron threw back a blazing counterattack with pinpoint precision. The knights ran for their lives, saying his aim was too clean, and one of them yelled that he felt like he had lost 10 years of his life. Aaron finally caught up to the rest and calmly asked who they were since they could use sixth circle magic. He said that with power like theirs, it was as if someone had mobilized an entire magic tower. The attackers froze in shock and confusion, but Aaron waved it off and said he only needed one of them to talk. He then asked Emong to recommend the best weapon for the situation, and Emong analyzed the surroundings before suggesting a heat-seeking missile. The enemies thought they were far enough to be safe, but they were still watching Aaron in disbelief as an explosion ripped through the forest. Back in the hut, the Saintess watched all of this unfold and murmured to herself in awe. She had never seen someone use martial arts from the first realm, magic from the second, and technology from the third realm so seamlessly. She could barely believe her eyes and whispered in disbelief, wondering what kind of absurd jack-of-all-trades Aaron really was. Back in the deluxe room, it's incredibly durable and surprisingly spacious inside. Our boy steps in and sees Sinclair laughing, clearly enjoying herself. He asks, "Have you possessed the saintess's body?" She's startled by his sudden appearance and responds, "When did you get back?" He grabs the remote and moves to turn off the show, but she pleads, asking him not to, as she's having a great time. Our boy says he'll charge her for the TV subscription. "This room wasn't upgraded to a 3-tier system just for your convenience, Miss Sinclair," he remarks. She calls him stingy. Butterboy asks, "Did you descend just to watch television? Answer my question now." Reluctantly, she agrees. Now we learn about the Pioneer Agreement, a law of interdimensional trade that prevents relics from higher dimensions from leaking into lower ones. Due to this law, it's normally impossible to gain information from the god of the sixth realm. However, descending bypasses this restriction. She then asks what happened to the culprits. Butterboy says they're all dead. He captured one and tried to interrogate him, but the target self-destructed. Oddly, upon investigation, all of them turn out to be dark mages, though none used dark magic or necromancy. Sinclair is surprised. He notes the intel is significant and asks if she knows who's behind it. She responds, "What happens next is up to me." Now, you want to know how gods influence other dimensions and the truth behind the devil summoners, right? Our boy nods. She explains that cosmic beings like them can project divine power across dimensions, usually through enlightenment or descending, like she did. If necessary, they can even pay a price to come directly. Our boy is stunned. So dimensional travel is actually possible. She confirms, though it costs a fortune. He thinks, if that's true, I can avenge Gumly Joe, not by trading but with my own hands. He reflects on how he used to mock the other side, daring them to complain in person. Maybe he should rethink that. She adds, while devil summoners are also cosmic beings, they can only remain on Earth through devil worshippers. Unlike her, they require far greater payment and sacrifice to stay. Our boy smiles. So, if someone reaches the sixth realm, they can interfere with other dimensions? Claire laughs. You dream big, but I like men with big aspirations. He says, then, one more question. He asks if she knows anything about managers. Her eyes widened in surprise. What's that? She asks. Meanwhile, among the goddesses of Zion, one of them says, no matter how I look at it, all signs point to Matus. The god of thrift, Dameron responds, what do you mean? Zion explains that after investigating the ones who kidnapped Crisia, they turn out to be dark mages, yet none used dark magic or necromancy. The god of abundance, Ceres, comments, dark mages? Doesn't that mean they're Agonon's subordinates? Zion says exactly. So Matus and Agonon must have collaborated in Crisia's abduction. Dameron objects, that's too much. Why would Mateus do such a thing? Zion answers to protect Hal. I didn't help him capture the destroyer. Why else would Agonon's men hide their identities? Furious, he slams his fist, releasing a tense aura. I'll let it slide for now, since there's no solid proof. But if I find anything later, there'll be no mercy. I won't tolerate harm to what's mine. The other two gods fall silent. Then suddenly, she remembers something and asks, has anyone here leaked info about the manager? As Aaron knows of it, the other two gods grow curious. Both deny involvement. She warns, be careful. He may be an interdimensional traitor, but someone from the Oath Realm shouldn't know that name. A few days later, in the Steelguard dimension, Darren greets his mother and father-in-law with utmost respect. Seeing this, our boy feels awkward. Watching his older sister act so formally doesn't sit right with him, while the secretary barely holds back laughter. We learn the Javis family successfully made it to Seaguard, so they'll likely take over matters now. A servant arrives, informing Aaron he's urgently needed. Aaron asks what's going on. The servant replies, the Saintess Crisia has awakened. Our boy mumbles something to break the ice, but he notices Crisia can't meet his gaze once. Is she really that shy? He wonders. The girl says, the chief secretary said this is Steelguard. How long have I been unconscious? Aaron answers, 3 days. He adds, if calling you by name is impolite, should I refer to you as Saintess? Crisia quickly responds, it's fine. I could never make my savior act so formally. Aaron tells her to speak casually and just use his name. He wonders, what does saving her have to do with formality? Is this tied to her doctrine or national etiquette? So he asks, you're the Saintess of her nation, so wouldn't calling you casually be? But she cuts him off, blushing, not at all. Others might think so, but after all, you're Lord Aaron, saint of the goddess Cleo. Our boy is stunned. She's already convinced herself. As he tries to argue, Zion interrupts. Aaron, enter the dimensional trade, now. Once inside, he asks, seriously? You just want to use divine power like this? She tells him, you can treat me however you like, but please treat Crisia like a gentleman. He replies, why should I? The goddess snaps back, because I don't want you destroying my daughter's fantasy. He's baffled. She's fantasizing. Zion says, my daughter has good taste. If you were just some nobody, she would have simply thanked you and moved on. But you're not. You're a golden man, my apostle, and currently shaking the empire. To be honest, she thinks I sent you to her on a white horse. Or maybe she thinks you're the saint on a white horse. Aaron blurts out, "What the hell is going on?" The goddess of Zion proclaims, "People, hear my words. Krishna's partner has already been revealed. He is a saint from the planet Earth. A respected man will appear when the time is right. Anyone who dares tamper with faith shall face harsh punishment." Adam says she might be the saintess, but isn't she spoiling the girl a bit too much? She responds that in the holy land of Mayastan, early marriage was tradition. They had no idea how those depraved princes lusted after Krishna. Then, frustrated, she states that this prophecy was made 12 years ago. The boy realizes that means she was Iluna's current age back then. He asks if those bastards truly went insane. She replies that now Aaron understands the goddess's concern. Aaron asks, "But why am I the saint from the Barren Lands?" She says her daughter used to wonder who the saint from the Barren Land was. She used to tell her that his face resembled Helix Levine, his swordsmanship rivaled Raiskin Steel Guards, and his wealth and status matched Sergio's. Aaron comments that those R&D standards sound too worldly. She says she only gave a vague description to reassure her. And, somehow, he meets nearly every standard. Amber speaks. As Azan says, the memory of him saving her must have left a strong impression. She truly believes he is the saint. Aaron replies, "Figure out how to explain that yourself. Honestly, I have nothing to do with this." She pleads, "Help me just once more. I'll do anything you ask." She begs the boy, and the boy wonders, who would have guessed the gods were this corrupt and cunning? It took us 4 long years to reach the 3rd realm of interdimensional trading, even with someone already in the 4th realm. Who knows how much more time and effort it'll take to reach the 6th. A 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. For now, let's focus on reaching the 4th realm of interdimensional trading. To advance to the next trading level, beyond just a soul status, I'll need an enormous amount of QP, up to 300,000. The most efficient method of earning QP is through quests. What surprises you is the sheer scale of these quests. The spending required in the 3rd round has grown exponentially. For instance, processing 1 million tons of plastic waste in the 3rd round yields a reward of just 13,000 QP. Yet processing only 5,000 tons of waste brings in 20,000 QP. Inventors have arrived, but these are the only types of quests available. Is the 3rd round some giant waste processing hub for the lower world or something? Are there even useful eco-friendly quests? Looking deeper, there's one. Supplying 100,000 megabases of eco-friendly energy gives a 100,000 QP reward. He asks Amam, "How can I produce eco-friendly energy?" It responds, considering the stingy arch trait, wind-powered emission is recommended. If you can secure a large tract of land with stable wind conditions, it's estimated you could generate 120,000 to 130,000 megabases of energy. However, the single alternative system doesn't have that kind of land. Harbor explains that it's because the highland is incredibly expensive. And while Steel Guard itself doesn't have sufficient land either, there are areas nearby that might work. Then he hits upon a good idea. Later, as they walk together, Zion comments that seeing them together make her more than happy. Our hero, however, is irritated by her constant attempts to pair them up. But as they continue talking, the older person begins to wonder if the newcomer is somehow connected to their lord. Some say she's quite beautiful. Perhaps she's the lord's lover. Rumors quickly spread that the lord now has a girlfriend. Others even speculate she might be his fiancée. Excitement grows among the people eager to see her. When they arrive at a certain location, Sinclair says this must be the site of the miracle. I can still feel the benevolent touch of the goddess Cleos. Our boy suspects this is a setup. He notices the flag was placed using something like a cat's eye and a broad javelin. And since Miss Leos had touched his foot earlier, he decides to play along. Laughing casually, he says to the girl, "I feel like I'm overflowing with divine power just by coming here again." Sinclair, surprised, grabs his hand with passion and says she felt exactly the same. Then she adds, "You sound just like the person my goddess spoke of." This startles our boy, but he doesn't have time to respond. People start gathering around them, buzzing with excitement. Looking at the glowing faces around him, he realizes these are the people of the fiefdom. They begin chanting that the couple looks adorable together. Someone asks if the young lord is engaged, saying they heard a date had already been set. It's a win for the rumors. Word is spreading fast, and when he looks at the girl, her face is flushed. She's blushing bright red. Meanwhile, the goddess Zion is absolutely delighted and formally offers him the title of Saint of the Barren Lands. Aaron, overwhelmed by the swirling gossip, just wants to go home and focus on interdimensional trading. That night, as they return, Zion remarks, "That was a lovely date, wasn't it?" But our boy simply tells her never to make such a request again. She presses, "Why not? Didn't you enjoy it at least a little?" If we're already on the topic, what's so wrong with dating my daughter seriously? Besides, you two look amazing together. Our hero casually rejects her suggestion, saying, I don't have the time or freedom for that. There are still many responsibilities I must carry. Zion muses that Eren is the embodiment of a true lord, and that's why the people of fiefdom hold him in such high regard. Eren reminds her of the promise she made. She reassures him, don't worry. You might not believe it, but I've made a living based on trust. That night, we learn that after Viscount Ainz fell into ruin along with Marcus, the lands of the Medicine Viscount became ownerless. The royal family then sent a mediator to appoint a new lord, Edvil Navarro. Out of nowhere, the goddess Zion descends into Edvil's bedroom while he's sleeping. He awakens and quickly recognizes her. A distinct trait of this mediator is that he is a devoted follower of Zion. He falls to his knees and joyfully exclaims, My goddess, you've come. Zion tells him she brings a prophecy. Give the ownerless land to a saint, specifically Eren Steingard, and build a temple for me there. In that place, there shall be no pain or sickness. Edvil is overwhelmed with joy and immediately replies, Your Holiness, I will carry out your will. And just like that, Eren comes into possession of vast island territory ideal for wind-powered energy generation. Our boy, however, can't help but wonder, is this really okay? That was the thought that briefly passed through Amung's mind. Surprised, Eren says he truly hopes she stays. Her presence has been a great help. While they talk, a little girl approaches Sinclair and tugs at her dress. Sinclair kneels, smiling at how adorable the child is. Then, in a serious tone, the girl says Sinclair should return already, since she's just a newcomer and can't replace a veteran like her. Sinclair is stunned by the girl's words and asks Eren how someone that young can even speak like that. He shrugs casually and says she just mumbles. Now, a few days after the media appeared, people still find it odd that everyone eats breakfast in pairs. And, strangely enough, Cleo hasn't sparked a revolution in days, a rare calm. Eren wonders how Cleo would answer if asked why she's been so quiet for a whole week. No need to worry, he tells himself. Right now, I need to focus on the Ernanagare. Just then, someone praises him. Take care, my lord. A big trouble looms. Eren turns and asks, What is it? Before the chief secretary can answer, a guard bursts in, apologizing for the interruption, but saying it's urgent. Eren recognizes him as one of Edvil's guards and asks why he looks so shaken. The guard explains that the Duke was attacked and urgently needs help. The attackers weren't ordinary bandits. They looked like Heim mages. Ashamed, the guard admits he couldn't do anything before escaping. To guard a mediator, one must at least be an aura user, he says. Eren asks if he's a tier 1 knight. The guard nods. Eren, surprised, says, so a group of mages was able to overwhelm a tier 1 knight instantly. Sinclair is shocked to hear that. Eren immediately suspects it's the same group who kidnapped Krishia. So, some of them are still out there. Suddenly, Nessie throws open the window and declares he'll be back shortly. He warns Eren to be careful this time. Then, lifting off like a superhero, he floats out the window. Eren watches him leave, thinking, only a few people knew the mediator's route after leaving Steelguard. That information wasn't public. Only Steelguard and Mechen knew. In the kingdom, 2 guards are watching when a great explosion occurs. One guard shouts, asking if it's an intruder and demanding that he reveal himself. Eren stands up, introducing himself as Eren of Steelguard while holding a sword. The guard responds aggressively, expressing distrust, saying that just because Eren is young and blunt doesn't mean he is who he claims to be. The next moment, Eren swings his sword toward the guards, saying they must not know that he's the only kid who can emit aura. The guard is left stunned. The guards quickly apologize and ask what situation brought him all the way there so freely. Eren inquires whether Viscount Ainz is in custody for the crime of spreading the plague. One guard asks who holds authority in the mansion, and the other replies that it's the chief secretary. The chief secretary introduces himself as Sabien and apologizes on behalf of the gatekeepers. He adjusts his glasses while sipping tea. Eren tells him there's no need to apologize. He hadn't announced his arrival, so the guard were just doing their job. Sabien then asks why Eren has come. Before replying, Eren asks why the nearby woman is trembling so much. She's surprised, and Sabien explains that she's just nervous to see the Lord of all rumors. Eren asks for her name, and she replies, Margaret. Eren looks at her and gently asks why she's anxious, telling her she can confide in him if something is wrong. Margaret replies that there's nothing and apologizes for disturbing him. Eren uses his aura and asks her to reveal the truth. He's curious. Terrified, Margaret admits that 3 days earlier, she lost a friend who disappeared in the middle of the night. Eren is surprised, but Sabien brushes it off, saying it's common. Servants run away all the time. He adds that such things are of no concern to Eren. Margaret protests, saying her friend Yinia is not someone who would act irresponsibly. and she's not the only one who has disappeared. Subian smirks and says, "Birds of a feather flock together," implying all her friends were runaways. He then asks Margaret if she's planning to run too. Margaret remains silent, intimidated. Subian again asks Aaron the purpose of his visit. Aaron replies that they need a quieter place to discuss things, somewhere they won't be overheard. He stands and walks away, pointing to a room that looks private. Subian tries to stop him, shouting, but Aaron breaks the door with a kick and enters, commenting that it's a nice room. Subian, exhausted, yells that Aaron has to listen to him. Inside, Aaron points to a hairpin and asks about it. Subian claims it's his. He has a taste for such accessories. Aaron remarks that there's no limit to taste, then points to a cupboard, asking what's behind it. He's surprised when the cupboard rolls open. Subian explains that he's an anatomy enthusiast and uses large organs because he once dreamed of becoming a healer. Aaron praises him for the ambition, saying the organs look so real, it seems a master craftsman made them. The next moment, Subian transforms into a monstrous figure, roaring at Aaron. He shouts that this isn't a game, and he should not mess around. Aaron smirks and says, "Why did you only realize that now?" Sabian lies on the ground, struck down by Aaron. He shouts for Aaron to stop, warning that the hostage might die. Aaron draws his sword and tells Sabian not to talk about negotiation. When Aaron asks a question, Sabian must answer. Sabian agrees, trembling. Aaron accuses Sabian of having used black magic before, adding that a black magician was also responsible for the plague that spread among the Steel Guard. He asks if Sabian is part of the Black Dawn Society. Sabian denies it, claiming he has never heard of them. But Aaron presses on, saying Sabian's eyes tell a different story. Sabian screams in pain. Aaron starts connecting the dots. He recalls how it all began, when Medius held a grudge and prophesied that the Steel Guard wouldn't fall. Cassandra then ordered Branwell to destroy the Steel Guard. In turn, Branwell hired Tychon from the Black Dawn Society, which led to the Black Sheep being separated from the Steel Guard. Aaron figures that when their plan failed, they brought in even more help from the Black Dawn Society. He realizes it's a classic case of outsourcing gone wrong. He tells Sabian that outsourcing can be efficient, but for tasks of true importance, you have to do them yourself. Then he asks why, if the Steel Guard was the target, they went after the Saint Guard. Suddenly, dark magic envelopes the demon, strengthening him. He announces that they have been asked to interfere with Kleos. Aaron is stunned. Sabian stands up and smiles, saying it's nice to meet him properly. Aaron realizes this is no ordinary malice. This is something divine, channeled through an intermediary. Looking at Sabian, he wonders if he stands at the same level as Kleos or Medius. The monster laughs, and Aaron admits he's thrilled to meet him. The demon introduces himself. Aghanon, the demon lord of the Sixth Realm and true founder of the Black Dawn Society. Aaron asks if a demon god exists. Aghanon agrees. If gods exist, then so must demon gods. Aaron recalls how overwhelming that title felt when he first learned of it. But thanks to Kleos, he's come to understand more. Aghanon asks if Aaron regrets anything, especially killing a subordinate who is 3 ranks higher. Aaron rubs his neck and says no. There's no point in regret. Aghanon presses him. What does he mean by that? Aaron responds that while Aghanon's abilities are indeed transcendent, his influence over the mortal world is limited. That's why they rely on proxies like the Black Dawn Society. Still, to Aaron, Aghanon remains a mystery. Aghanon is enraged by Aaron's boldness, but before he can act, Aaron slashes his sword in a cross motion, cutting into the demon and drawing blood. Aaron grips his blade tightly and declares that he'll track down and destroy all of Aghanon's followers, forcing him to start from scratch. Panicked, Aghanon insists he never intended to fight. He explains that Medius begged him to intervene and that he only meant to scare Aaron for a while. He even offers to return the hostage and proposes a deal. Forget everything and never interfere with the Steel Guard again, in exchange for 4th-generation magical armor, knowing that a prototype already exists. Aaron is baffled. In such a serious moment, they're talking about investments? Aghanon explains he's just trying to survive. He trusted a stock tip and invested heavily in 3rd-gen models. Aaron asks if he's really trying to make a profit. Aghanon admits it. He's deeply invested and wants to know what's hot on the market. Aaron motions him closer. Aghanon jokes about how short he is, then asks if high-tech steel, electronic displays, or anything else would help Aaron. But instead, Aaron gently pets Aghanon's head, surprising him, then suddenly slams him to the ground and uses his magical aura to read the demon's mind, showing Aghanon exactly what he's doing. Aaron realizes things have escalated far beyond negotiation. In the dark forest, he storms the Black Dawn headquarters, cutting down its members. When he enters a cave, he demands to know what the monster inside has done. Staring it down, he commands it to stop. But Aghanon grabs Edvil and shouts that Aaron has joined him too late. He asks why Aaron came this far. Aaron replies that he's already switched bodies and demands Edvil be released. Aghanon refuses, saying he has nothing to lose. He demands 1,000,000 coins or Edvil dies. Aaron laughs at the demand and tells Aghanon that he's the one who will pay. Aghanon is stunned. A cat suddenly appears, perched on Aaron's shoulder, holding a glowing black pearl. Aaron asks if that's their holy relic. Aghanon shouts in fury, how and why does Aaron have it? Aaron explains that without a relic, demons can't descend into the mortal world. Losing it means losing everything, his job, his influence. Aghanon grips Edvil tighter, claiming relics can be replaced. He warns Aaron that if he breaks the pearl, he'll regret it. Aaron says that by the time Aghanon pays his debts and finds a new relic, 100 years will have passed. He prepares to shatter it. Aghanon panics and pleads, asking Aaron to let it go and call things even. Aaron doesn't budge. Desperate, Aghanon says one word, Epimo. Aaron freezes, intrigued. He asks what that is. Aghanon says that with Epimo, he can help Aaron. There's no need to destroy the relic. Aaron grins and demands to know more. Aghanon smirks and reveals the truth. Epimo is an association of those victimized by Aaron, and he's one of its members. Aaron looks at the victims' exchange group. There are certain conditions for membership. The members must have suffered severe material or psychological damage, harbor deep resentment toward Aaron, and be determined to take revenge on him. The system provides a list of Epimo members. It also contains an oath system, where blood transforms into a heartstone. The first system is based on pure truth. Tao East Temple, Claritial Dragon, Merchant Guild, Bake Family Manor, and Mount High Vitality Clinic. The third system consists of those blessed by the heavens, all in the name of his life. Aghanon is intrigued by the oath system, noticing that the major players come from the first system. He's unfamiliar with the third system and wonders aloud if they're the ones who lost big in the magical armor investments. Aaron realizes that Aghanon has secretly joined through his help, perhaps to prepare for any potential schemes. Aghanon warns him not to touch the relic. Aaron agrees, but in the very next moment, he decapitates Aghanon. Aaron yells, "What have you done?" Aghanon, still somehow present, replies, "I'll keep the relic in a safe place, but I must wipe out the Black Dawn Society." Everyone is terrified. Aghanon is supposed to be dead, yet he's yelling at Aaron. A few days later, Aaron is at the Merchant Guild. Someone informs him that Lord Edvil has arrived. Aaron replies, "He will come. I had doubted it, but right at this moment." Aaron sees Edvil, who says, "I was expecting him." Aaron answers, "He can come and mention Edvil doesn't need to be here on the way." But Edvil responds, "It's only right that he came to escort him." Aaron says he's making him uncomfortable. He is royalty. To which Edvil asks, "Do bloodlines or status matter against the one who saved your life?" Edvil, a royal orbiter distantly related to the main lineage, believes, thanks to the Kleos revelation, that Aaron is a saint. Aaron saved his life from the Black Dawn Society, and for Edvil, that puts Aaron above the king himself. As Aaron stands in front of a vehicle, he asks if they're headed to the palace. Edvil reassures him, "You can relax." Every royal family member is familiar with the situation. He offers his hand and says Aaron can consider it a simple meeting. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Theros. Aaron arrives to meet the king, who wants to personally thank him for rescuing their royal member and exposing the Black Dawn Society's headquarters, a monumental achievement. The royal members praise Aaron, even joking that toilet paper has become unbelievably convenient thanks to him. Aaron mentions that the Merchant Guild has just launched a new product, wet wipes. They laugh, admiring his sense for such things. The environment is favorable. Aaron is clearly admired, but he knows there are still snakes in the grass. That's just how high society works. As he sits on a chair, he mutters that he's getting tired of all this. Maybe I should just show my face and leave. Just then, he notices a girl behind a pillar staring at him. She steps out and says, "I've caught you." Aaron is surprised by the encounter. He greets her, saying, "If you're looking for me," the girl, amazed, asks, "How did you know I'm a princess?" Aaron replies, "I know everything. You're Lady Rosalia, the youngest daughter cherished by Dave Navarro." He adds, "It's amazing that you'll grow up completely in just 8 years." Rosalia tells him he smells nice. Aaron says it's his natural scent, but she calls him a liar. Suddenly, someone interrupts, asking Rosalia what she's doing there. She calls him her big brother. Aaron recognizes him as Crown Prince Haywood Navarro. The man beside him is Morris Marif. Aaron notes that Morris seems to be aligning himself with Haywood already. Aaron refers to Haywood as the next king, Rosalia as the most beautiful woman in the royal family, and Morris is a man who's become a high-ranking official through flattery and a silver tie. It all feels symbolic. Morris shouts at Aaron for not showing proper respect to the Crown Prince. Aaron apologizes for the rudeness. Haywood, however, dismisses it, saying, "A man can get lost in his thoughts from time to time." Aaron bows and recalls his past concerns. Haywood will inherit the throne in 10 years. The real issue is that Haywood dislikes the Steel Guard and intends to revoke the special provinces granted to the hero families. Someone announces the king's arrival. Everyone pays their respects. Aaron greets the king, who says, "It's been a while. I'm not sure how to address you. You should have an official title, perhaps Count." Aaron politely declines, explaining, "The title can only be passed down if the previous holder is alive. Besides, I'm just the acting Lord of Steelguard." The king replies, "You're the son of a man who never relied on his father's legacy. Even with Leverton's death all but certain, you remain a considerate man." Morris interjects, claiming the king is being too kind. But the king says, "Aaron saved my dear friend Edvil." Aaron replies humbly, "It was good luck for him." The king questions that. Was it really luck? He asks Aaron if he achieved a special rank in his teens. Aaron laughs nervously. These rumors spread so quickly. It's embarrassing. Haywood frowns. He realizes it's not just a rumor. The founding emperor achieved that level at 17, too. The king invites Aaron to make a request, saying, "You've become a treasure to Navarro." Haywood adds, "I always admired Sir Razakin, but never saw him in action. Now that his mystery blade has passed to you, I'd like to see it." Aaron smirks. He suspects the king's excessive praise is a trap. Once he shows his skills, they'll belittle him, say he's underwhelming, and humiliate him. The king affirms his interest, asking again if Aaron minds. Aaron responds, "My skills are humble at best, but if I can offer even a brief moment of entertainment, I'll be honored." A knight steps forward and offers him a sword. Aaron doesn't take it. The knight, confused, asks, "How can you fight without a sword?" Aaron smirks, releasing his mana. "You'll see soon enough." Everyone watches in amazement as a flower blooms in his hand, glowing with blue mana. "It's a sword aura," Aaron explains. Aaron draws the sword aura, creating a blue mana glow, and everyone is amazed by his magic. It takes the form of the national flower of Navarro, the anemone. People gossip, saying it looks like a living flower, and they're terrified by the sight. Aaron approaches Rosalia and offers her the flower. She agrees to accept it. He warns her that it's dangerous to touch a sword aura carelessly, but Rosalia doesn't listen. She touches the flower anyway. In the next moment, flower petals scatter all around them. Everyone is stunned by the flower's unchanging shape. Whispers spread. How is it harmless to touch? What kind of power is this? Has Aaron truly inherited the mystery? Some begin to ask if Aaron is the second genius to appear in the Steel Guard, while others wonder if he might have the potential to reach the mythical rank. But one knight quietly whispers that Aaron is already beyond that. Only those who've been killed by swords could recognize his true abilities. He suspects Aaron is a once-in-a-generation talent, someone who is only a year behind the level of the founding emperor. The peak of realistic combat power is known as the mythical rank, or the seventh circle. At that level, warriors are still national assets. But once a mythical rank knight is born, real headaches begin. It's the moment when a single individual's power surpasses that of an entire army, a defining trait of mythical rank. The king, clearly entertained, expresses his appreciation for Aaron, saying that he has provided a truly enjoyable spectacle. He also notes that Aaron has already shown signs of ascending to the awakening ranks. The king turns to Haywood, suggesting Aaron deserves a reward, not only for saving his friend, but for the impressive display. Haywood responds, saying that although he respects his father's unwavering faith in Leverton, calling Aaron Lord forever isn't enough. They should give him an official title. The king agrees, but says a Viscount title wouldn't be fitting. A Count title suits Aaron better. When he asks Aaron for his thoughts, Aaron quickly realizes that Haywood is trying to appear casual while pushing him to accept the honor. Still, Aaron understands the political game and accepts it. Later, outside the mansion, Aaron reflects that he's achieved the main goal of his appearance. But as he listens to nearby gossip using his hundredfold earth listening technique, he hears someone say that Aaron has reached master rank at just 18. They wonder aloud if he truly carries the blood of Lord Razakin. The speaker adds, "No wonder he's so arrogant." Morris remarks that it's only natural for someone with real talent to lose humility. Hearing this, Haywood realizes that Aaron's attitude toward him is irritating. Morris then muses about whether Aaron will remain loyal like Razakin. Haywood, clearly concerned, says Aaron could become a thorn in their side. This comment makes Aaron aggressive, but he plays it off as a joke, saying he's earned Haywood's ire. He then leaves the mansion, thinking that if this kind of talk continues, it will only become an obstacle to his growth. So for now, he stays quiet. In another room, Morris mutters to himself, wondering how many points he has scored with the Crown Prince. He's aware that Aaron clearly hates him, and that he's done enough for now. Pushing too hard might backfire. Suddenly, Aaron appears out of nowhere and asks if Morris is talking about the current situation. Terrified, Morris stammers, asking if Aaron is there to take care of some business. Aaron calmly says that he hasn't drunk much, so there's no need. Morris tries to excuse himself, but before he can leave, Aaron grabs him by the neck, yellow mana emanating from his body. Morris screams in pain. Aaron asks how Morris spent 20 years riding Haywood's coattails and becoming the king's closest aide. He accuses Morris of blocking the king's eyes and ears, calling him the worst kind of sycophant. Aaron demands to know what benefit Morris expects to gain, since he's neither Steelguard nor Navarro. He says it's best to cut off a snake's tongue early on. In the next moment, both vanish in a cloud of red ash. Meanwhile, Haywood wonders what Morris is up to. Suddenly, Rosalia appears and asks what she should wear to Count Aaron's title ceremony. Haywood, annoyed, asks if it's really necessary for her to attend. Rosalia replies that Count Aaron personally invited her. Haywood grows angry, wondering why Aaron is involving himself with his little sister. Someone interrupts, addressing Haywood as Crown Prince. Haywood turns and mutters, "Aaron Steelguard?" before asking about the situation. Aaron calmly says he wishes to speak privately. Haywood agrees, and they walk side by side. Aaron asks if Haywood dislikes him. Haywood responds that it's a ridiculous question. Aaron then activates his brain knowledge absorption skill, learning about royal lettering and the path to becoming a master. He realizes Haywood is proud, but secretly insecure about his lineage. Aaron changes the topic, asking about Haywood's swordsmanship. Haywood replies that it's impressive, then sarcastically asks, "Is that what you wanted to hear?" Aaron smiles and says he appreciates Haywood's honesty. He's known for never offering empty words. Haywood responds that he simply avoids superficial flattery. Aaron agrees and adds that he is the second noblest person in the kingdom, after the king. Aaron then delivers a powerful message. It doesn't matter how impressive one's swordsmanship is. What matters is the ability to choose when to use it. The audience around them is stunned. Aaron continues, saying that as a Steelguard, he is the king's sword and intends to be the iron heart that protects him. That's what he wanted to share with Haywood. Haywood, moved by Aaron's declaration of loyalty, admits that he was the one being discourteous and asks for forgiveness. Aaron smiles and replies that there's nothing to forgive. He just wanted to make things clear. Haywood nods and says that Aaron has opened his eyes. He reflects on his earlier mistake, now realizing how right Morris was about Aaron. Aaron, sensing that the Crown Prince has been convinced, turns his attention to the king. The king calls for a private audience and asks if Aaron has something urgent to discuss. Aaron nods and says it concerns the king's health. The king, surprised, asks how Aaron knows about it. Aaron explains that a goddess has appeared to him and offers a solution. The king asks if she can really fix such a thing. Aaron, thinking the king is referring to his physical vitality, reassures him that it's not embarrassing. But the king interrupts him. Is it really possible to restore it? The king asks seriously. Aaron nods, ready to talk about vitality. But then the king suddenly shouts, "I'm talking about my hair loss." Aaron blinks in disbelief, finally realizing that this is what the king truly wants to fix. The knights raise their swords, announcing that the king will preside over the ceremony to grant Aaron the title of count. Aaron stands in the center, ready to receive the honor. He remembers the noble ceremony proceeding without issue. As a formality, he has to swear an oath of mana, though he plans to use a substitute doll for that part later. The king hesitates, then asks Aaron if the blessing elixir will truly work. Aaron assures him it will. The king then asks if there's any chance of acquiring more. Aaron replies that the goddess has already provided more than enough. The king inquires what can be done to obtain more, perhaps a donation. Everyone is surprised when the king declares he can manage 3 million gold. Aaron responds that he'll need to consult the goddess on the king's behalf. People around them begin murmuring, judging the lengthy conversation as something deeply significant. A girl nearby is curious about the king's request and why it's taking so long. Aaron later tells her they've struck a deal for 3.5 million gold and calls a windfall. He then offers something called the Hairy Miracle, a hair loss treatment, where for 1 coin, a person can receive 50 pills. The king is so pleased that he forgets all about the title ceremony and abruptly declares Aaron a count. He announces the conclusion of the ceremony and orders everyone to be dismissed. The crowd promptly obeys. Aaron feels something strange. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, teasing, "Do we have to call you Count Aaron now?" Miss Darren chimes in, warning Aaron not to get too full of himself just yet. As he looks around, Aaron realizes it has been 6 months since he last saw the members of his group. They've all grown so much. They suggest throwing a party to celebrate and catch up. Aaron asks how much they're planning to spend on him this time. In that moment, he realizes that, aside from his family, these people are his closest friends. He remembers Sari, Syria, and Ariel. Being with them makes him feel human again, filling him with joy. Aaron declares that no one is going home tonight. They're having a party, and everyone cheers. The scene shifts to a dark forest. Kieran is surrounded by enemies wielding blue mana attacks. It's clear he doesn't have much strength left to resist. Kieran shouts at them, demanding to know who sent them. One of the attackers strikes him with a burst of magical power, calling him Master, and mocking that he's far weaker than the rumors suggest. The magic hits Kieran hard. He groans, mutters that he should just get some sleep, and collapses unconscious. As he lies there, Kieran remembers how things have come to this. Joining a lordship, getting pushed out, and then joining a mercenary corps to start over. He's been a good and capable swordsman, which helps him rise to a high rank. With his remaining savings, he starts his own company, hoping for a fresh beginning. Elsewhere, a man pats himself on the back, proud of having delivered once again. A sudden mass announcement goes out. Another person asks if this is a new trolling scheme. Aghanon, disappointed, reminds them that they all mocked him when he failed to kidnap the saint. But this time, he proudly declares he has captured the big brother instead. Someone asks if Aghanon has already broken off from the steel guard. Aghanon claims that's why they haven't been able to catch him. He instructs others to grab someone holed up in the Lord's stage. Then, he yells at the group to stop wasting points on Medius and to back him instead. They look at the funding process, tracking progress toward their goal. The system prompts them to choose the next project, either to support Aghanon's rise or to promote Matthias's return. Matthias comments that funding has already grown by over 10% and wonders aloud what Aghanon intends to do with Kieran. Aghanon replies that he's going to negotiate. Matthias argues it won't benefit their group. He'll only earn a few coins. Aghanon mocks him, speculating they might squeeze out 1,000,000 coins. But then he raises the stakes, asking if they can get 10 million. Everyone is shocked. A member asks if that's even possible. Aghanon replies that it's a different story. He tells them to watch carefully, proclaiming that this is what real negotiation looks like. Suddenly, everyone is surprised to see Aaron. Aaron asks a man if he's the one. The man confirms. Aaron questions why he doesn't just quit and where he plans to take the hostage. The man replies that the power of the Black Society is beyond Aaron's imagination. Aaron asks what he wants. The man pulls out a paper and says they want a list of companies partnered with Aaron's magical armor industry. He adds that if Aaron complies, they'll release Kieran. Aaron scoffs, noting that the man is clearly just reading a script and doesn't even know what he's asking for. The man shouts that it doesn't matter. Aaron has to choose whether or not to save Kieran. Looking at the hostage, Aaron guesses the truth and agrees, shocking the man. Darkness surrounds them. Aaron declares that he will save everyone at once. He lists companies: Davies Magic Steel, Constant Design Society, and Engineering. The moment he speaks, a brilliant purple light appears. Then, everyone vanishes. Members of the Lockdown Society are intrigued by the company's Aaron lists for dimensional investment. One of them asks if investing now will lead to huge profits. Aghanon answers that they'll only get a fraction of the gains. These returns are in the range of 10 times the investment. Aghanon looks at the status window and shouts that Aaron has saved them, and now everyone will finally believe him. Aaron, thinking of Aghanon, realizes that it still isn't enough. He calls him a demand buster. The kidnappers bow to Aaron, thanking him for his direction. They ask for permission to leave, but Aaron stops them. There's still one thing left, he says. The leader asks what it is. Aaron explains that to make the hostage situation feel real and convincing, they need to leave evidence. If they don't, someone will realize it was all staged. One of the men suggests splashing some blood. Aaron rejects the idea. It has to feel real. Finally, Aaron turns to Aghanon and apologizes. He acknowledges Aghanon's effort to find them, but says he can't stand members who can be summoned by the Dark Dawn Society. Then, Aaron swings his sword and cuts them down. Aghanon goes wild, shouting about why the stocks are dropping and why his followers' posts are being suppressed. Aaron calmly tells Aghanon that he lacks the experience to handle the situation properly. Aghanon retorts that the richer members of society are also taking a huge hit since they rushed in and bought up everything. Aaron recalls that he gave out a fake list for a drop operation, and instead of rising, the stocks have been tanking. Aghanon yells that he's cleared out a ton of risk factors in one go and demand a peek at the real list. But Aaron brings up the funding Aghanon received and reminds him of his 150,000 coin debt. Aghanon counters by asking if Aaron has any idea how deep in debt he is. He says he can't pay it off even with this deal. Aaron finally agrees to help him earn some coins. Excited, Aghanon asks how. Aaron says it's not for free. Aghanon has to split the funding amount in half and send it to him. Aghanon complies, sending 75,139 coins to Aaron. Then he asks again about the list to earn more stocks. Aaron repeats the same fake list. Aghanon becomes aggressive and shouts that it's just a fake. Aaron replies that he never promised the real one and says if Aghanon wants to pay off his debt, he has to go buy those stocks right now. Aaron shows that his own funds have already surged. The stock price has nearly doubled. so he can't make another deal at this stage. Aghanon calls him an idiot and asks whether the members have loyalty to him, as news has already spread across multiple dimensions. Eren tells him the prices have risen too much, and investors are starting to take notice. It's obvious that these are all tied to the 4th gen magical armor. Aghanon asks what that means. Eren explains that the prices will keep going up until they suddenly crash. There's a limit to how high they can go. Aghanon begins thinking about that limit. Eren tells him to keep buying the stock until he gives the signal. When Aghanon asks about the signal, Eren raises his finger, revealing that the 4th gen product launch promotion is ready. Aghanon leaves the chat, thrilled by the news. Eren, meanwhile, mocks him under his breath, saying gods and demons are the same in front of coins. Suddenly, Kieran stirs, making a noise. Eren notices and asks if he's awake. Kieran responds that the smell of blood is still there. It wasn't a dream. He frowns and wishes it were. He asks about the dead bodies. Eren replies that they're members of the Black Dawn. Kieran asks why the Black Dawn targeted him. Eren explains they were after him, not Kieran. They couldn't get to him, so they kidnapped Kieran's brother instead. Kieran is shocked and asks if the Black Dawn thinks snatching him is revenge. As he keeps talking, Eren creates a yellow manosphere with magic and warns him. If this keeps happening, it's going to be a problem. Kieran, angry, says if that's the case, he should just die. He looks Eren in the eyes and says he's already given up his domain, his vessels, even his land. He orders Eren to take his life while he's at it. Eren calmly replies that if Kieran dies, it means he's failed. Kieran is taken aback by Eren's words. Eren clenches his fist around the yellow mana and prepares to attack. Kieran braces for a fight, crossing his arms. Eren punches him, and Kieran reacts. He really wants to kill Eren. He asks if Eren still dares to call him brother. But Eren remains composed and strikes again, sending Kieran crashing to the ground. Kieran begins to feel something strange. The more Eren hits him, the more power surges through his body. Eren has activated pressure point release, a technique that strikes key meridian points to improve the flow of internal energy. Eren recalls that Kieran has decent talent, and this technique will help him grow. Kieran, still furious, shouts at Eren, but he can't resist the surge of energy. Eren tells him his body is probably feeling strained, but warns him not to die. He confesses that he's imagined a happy ending for both of them. He also remembers Kieran's tragic death at age 29, an unexplained accident, a fall. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that it was orchestrated by Marcos Branwell. A goddess watches and comments on a strange bond between the brothers, one hitting the other to raise his power. She wonders aloud whether Eren's apostle is becoming a bit of a teaser. Eren notices her and asks if she's paying attention. He tells her he's only helping Kieran because he has to, not because he likes him. The goddess nods, saying she understands. She recalls when she was allied with Kleos. Eren notes that there's no telling when or how she might change sides. That's how dimensional politics work. Yesterday's enemy can become today's ally, and today's ally might be tomorrow's enemy. He remembers installing safeguards against most of the powers that once threatened Steelguard. And now, it's time to keep building strength. His next goal, reaching the 4th system. Half a year later, the scene shifts to the Kleos Temple in Medshin. A man protests, saying they can't do this. The temple is under Steelguard's jurisdiction. Suddenly, someone grabs him. She is Cecilia Sergio, the Northern Flame, who threatens him. She warns that if he doesn't comply, she'll kill everyone, regardless of whether they're with Steelguard or not. She demands one thing: bring back my little brother. It has been a year since peace returned to Steelguard. Eren is practicing, forming a yellow aura around himself. The system notifies him that his training is excellent and that it is proud of him. As a 3rd system trader, an Asnamor, Eren realizes that in order to ascend to the 4th system, he needs a 3rd system aspect. After much thought, he chooses the aspect of Mastermind. Eren continues his training, now focusing on generating a blue aura from his finger. He uses Physionic, a mysterious power also known as psychic energy. For several days, he has practiced diligently, following Asnamor's policy: never sell Physionic, pass it down only through training. As he studies a status window, Eren mutters that he needs the aspect now. A young lady nearby encourages him, reminding him that they agreed not to revisit that discussion. She promises to ensure he fully awakens the aspect within the requested time frame. Eren remains silent for a moment, then reflects that he has never lost a trade deal in dimensional trading, but this one feels tougher. Still, it's easier than most other aspects, and he must face it head on. He leaves the building, saying they'll meet in the next session. Looking out the window, Eren notes how much has changed over the past 6 months. He has developed the farmland around Steelguard, resulting in an unprecedented harvest. The Eren Merchant Guild has grown to become one of the largest guilds in all of Navarro. His eyes drift back to the status window, which shows the crown jewel of his endeavors, the Aaron Furigan Magical Armor Industry project. He checks the stock data and reflects on the successful launch of the 4th generation armor. His current balance reads 23,109,326 coins, thanks to thriving coin reserves and steady clean energy production. The farmland mission is 75% complete. Preparations to reach the 4th system are progressing steadily, he says to himself. At this rate, I might even be able to stand against the administrator. He notices a letter on the table, sent by Cecilia. Opening it, he's surprised. It concerns one of the Empire's 5 legendary swords, wielded by the only legendary ranked knight in all of Navarro. The knight, known as the Northern Flame, has requested to visit Steelguard. Aaron is curious. How did she get permission from the Royal Approval Association? He whispers. The Sergio family is famous for its overwhelming wealth and power. There must be a reason she's coming. Just as he's pondering whether this is just a courtesy visit, his secretary bursts in, reporting an emergency. Aaron chuckles at his own anticipation, which surprises the secretary. He turns serious and asks for details. It's about Lady Cecilia, the secretary says. She was scheduled to arrive this morning, but she's causing a huge commotion at the Kleos temple. Aaron is shocked. How was that possible? The scene shifts to the temple where doctors are trying frantically to save a patient. Cecilia, furious and desperate, orders them to bring him back to life, threatening that no one will leave alive if they fail. The monitors show no signs of survival. One of the doctors solemnly says the patient is beyond saving. What do you mean, beyond saving? Cecilia screams. She flies over and grabs the doctor by the collar. You can't say those words about my brother. The doctor explains that life and death are beyond their control. They're not gods. Is this the famed temple of the healing goddess Kleos? She demands. The doctor insists he's done everything he can. Cecilia silences him with a scream, shoving him into the wall in rage. At that moment, a voice cuts through the chaos. Is this your real behavior? Cecilia turns in shock. Aaron steps into view. So much for the Northern Flame, he says, unimpressed. Should I be calling you the Northern Menace instead? One of the doctors, recognizing Aaron, calls out to him. Aaron asks Ihan for a status update. Ihan explains that the patient is Cecilia's younger brother. He had been hospitalized, but suddenly suffered a cardiac episode. Despite medical intervention, his heart went into overload for reasons they don't understand. I'll take a look myself, Aaron says. Cecilia narrows her eyes. You recount Steelguard? Aaron nods. Yes. Calm down. Losing your temper won't help him. Cecilia lashes out, blaming the temple's clerics for their incompetence. Aaron asks her what she last gave her brother before the episode, urging her to answer honestly if she truly wants to save him. Surprised, Cecilia admits she gave him some white dragon fruit to boost his energy. Aaron asks if she gives it to him often. She nods. It's an extremely rare elixir, rich in mana and extraordinarily expensive. People had warned her not to waste it on someone terminal, but she refused to listen. And what's wrong with feeding my brother something I bought with my own money? She demands. Aaron replies, because that is the problem. It's not his illness. It's you. You made it worse. Cecilia recoils at his words. It's just white dragon fruit. He's been eating it for years. If you want to believe that, fine. But if I'm wrong, there's nothing I can do. Aaron says coldly. Are you sure you're right? Cecilia asks, her voice trembling. I can save Alex. But with a guardian like you, it's difficult to even try. Cecilia, once the proud noble of the mighty Sergio family, known to talk down to royalty, kneels without hesitation. Please, she begs, save my brother. Aaron is taken aback, but quickly regains focus. You only came here for him, didn't you? Cecilia doesn't reply. Don't move, Aaron instructs, surprising her. He then begins the treatment. Yellow mana flows from his hands. It's the first system medical secret, a technique from the way of living hands. The Kleos Temple is built in the 3rd dimension based on modern medicine, as most illnesses can be treated without relying on divine powers. Aaron realizes that Ihan cannot diagnose Alex's illness, since it's not something modern medicine can fix. Alex has an extremely youthful constitution. Aaron notices his internal body structure and realizes that due to fragmented meridians, his internal energy cannot circulate properly, causing chronic illness. However, Cecilia's continued feeding of white dragon fruit, overflowing with youthful energy, has pushed his body to the brink of collapse. Aaron remembers that even legendary powers in mana hearts and mana roads would be clueless when it comes to the 8 extraordinary meridians, well-stranded meridians, and the principles of yin and yang. Despite this, Aaron is determined to treat Alex, as he can't let anyone die in his temple. Looking at the mana, Cecilia is surprised and asks what Aaron has done to her brother. Ihan tries to stop her, asking her to wait, as Aaron can take care of it. Cecilia wonders how a high priest can say such words, as she trusts Aaron more than herself in this medical emergency. She's curious about what kind of territory this place is. Aaron is still monitoring Alex's body. The next moment, Alex's breathing starts to increase, and Aaron realizes his powers have worked. Alex breathes slowly again. Cecilia rushes towards her brother, shouting his name. Aaron asks Ihan if there's a vacant room, and Ihan points in a direction. In the vacant room, Aaron practices emitting mana orbs. He realizes he's absorbed Alex's energy, and Alex's internal energy has jumped from 10 cycles to 12 cycles. Aaron wonders if this is a fortuitous encounter. He whispers that 12 cycles means 720 years worth of internal energy. Aaron says that going beyond 5 QI harmonization and reaching peak perfection is crucial, but having more internal energy isn't a bad thing. He remembers that Cecilia fed Alex so much white dragon fruit that Alex has become a walking elixir. While examining Alex's body, Aaron feels a strong energy emanating from him and becomes increasingly interested. He notes that instead of blood, it seems like gold is flowing through the Sergio family's veins. However, he's determined to uncover the truth, sensing a dark and ominous energy surrounding the situation. He decides that he needs to get Ihan or Rose to investigate the richest family in the empire, suspecting that there are sinister secrets hidden beneath their wealth. Cecilia approaches Aaron, hesitating to speak with him. She expresses her guilt over her previous behavior, explaining that her concern for her brother Alex overwhelms her, and she can't control herself in such situations, but she's not always like that. Aaron asks if that's all she wants to say. Cecilia offers to pay for the damages, asking if 100,000 gold will suffice. Aaron responds mockingly, asking if that's all she's capable of doing. Cecilia, surprised, asks what more he wants. Aaron mentions that she already knows what he wants, prompting Cecilia to yell at him aggressively. Aaron remarks that her pride still comes before her own brother's well-being. Cecilia thanks Aaron for his work, expressing her deep gratitude for saving her brother and preventing the worst-case scenario of him dying because of her actions. Aaron looks at her, wondering if she's genuinely thankful or still upset with him. Having convinced her to consider Alex's side and brought her to this state, Aaron ponders the wind power plant located in the area, which is protected with a concealment barrier. However, if anyone discovers it, things could become complicated. Cecilia gazes out the window at the farm fields, advising Aaron to harvest the crops before they spoil. Aaron teases her, asking if she's a spy worried about someone else's harvest, but she remains silent in response. Cecilia gets angry and asks why Aaron is talking down to her, to which Aaron asks if she's not doing the same. Cecilia curses at him, saying he's not intimidated by her and guesses that he's a newly awakened rank at most. She realizes she can't pick a fight with the person who saved her brother. As they enter Steel Guard Central Plaza, Cecilia comments that it's a lively city at night, having heard different things about it. Aaron tells her that one has to experience things themselves to truly understand them. Cecilia asks if overhauling things like this can't be true, to which Aaron responds that compared to the real deal, this is nothing. Cecilia realizes that Aaron Merchant Gill is a relatively minor challenger to the Sergio Merchant Gill, nothing more or less. However, she wonders if Aaron's success at such a young age is due to the backing of the gods. Aaron is surprised by her perceptive gaze, and she asks if he's truly born lucky. Aaron is taken aback, and she comments that he's being underrated, questioning if all his abilities are publicly known. Aaron remains surprisingly silent, wondering what Cecilia is up to. He's impressed by her accurate guesses after just their first meeting. Aaron recalls that among nobles, he's often seen as a pampered heir riding on his bloodline, a kid coasting through life thanks to being chosen by a goddess. Aaron whispers that Northern Flame, which is more rational and open-minded than he expected, so he needs to be more cautious while Cecilia is in Steel Guard. 5 days after Cecilia's visit, someone contacts Aaron through a globe. The person introduces himself as Joan, director of the Imperial Intelligence Division, and tells Aaron that he can be called Count in his vessel. Joan offers to give Aaron the report he wants. He explains that he needs to overview the Sergio family's village to understand why Cecilia is so protective of her brother Alex. Joan reveals that Cecilia is at least one of the older daughters, while Alex is the youngest, 9th child of the Sergio family. Aaron is surprised by the large number of siblings and comments that it's an enormous family. However, Joan corrects him, stating that only 2 Sergio children remain. Aaron is surprised to learn that all of Cecilia's siblings have died, except for Alex. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man asks his secretary about Alex's condition. The secretary replies that Alex has been healed and successfully treated in the Steel Guard Temple. The man is displeased with this outcome and orders Alex's death, hoping to provoke Cecilia into a rampage against the Steel Guard. The scene opens with a man riding through a dense jungle on horseback. As he travels, his mind drifts to thoughts of Alex, whose condition is steadily improving. He believes that at this pace, Alex will be ready for discharge soon, and he resolves to contact the Lord as soon as he arrives at the temple the next day. While he is deep in thought, a sudden strike hits his horse's neck, causing the animal to collapse and throw him violently to the ground. As the dust settles, the attacker steps forward, and before the man can fully recover, voices call out from the shadows. One of them demands, "Are you Priest Ihan from the Steel Guard?" Ihan tries to rise to his feet, but another voice coldly instructs him, "Answer only what you're asked." A third one steps forward and claims, "I want to end this without unnecessary bloodshed." Then another man accuses Ihan of giving Alex Sergio improper treatment so he can die slowly. Ihan stares at him and calmly replies, "Have you come to kill Alex?" He then accuses them of working for the Empire. Without warning, someone strikes him hard, and another voice offers a reward of 100,000 gold if he gives Alex poor treatment. Pressing a sword toward Ihan, the attacker advises him not to refuse, claiming they do not take joy in killing. Ihan chuckles through the pain and tells them they're truly out of luck. He says they might have had a better chance pulling this off in the Lord's Manor or even the temple. The attackers exchange confused glances, one of them asking what he is talking about. Ihan then reveals that the place they are standing on is the Madison Plateau, marked by a fast-moving purple line, and it is one of the locations his lord watches most closely. Suddenly, a man with anger burning in his eyes steps forward and a powerful blast erupts. The attackers are thrown into shock as one of them cries out in disbelief, wondering what just happened. Their confusion turns to fear when a figure steps into the clearing. The man stands tall and composed as he addresses the attackers. He asks if they actually reacted to the blast, realizing they're not just common thugs. The moment they see his face, one of them gasps and shouts his name, Aaron Steelguard. Aaron looks at the group and observes that with 6 awakened ranks among them, they have the power to wipe out a mid-sized territory in the broader world. He demands to know who they really are. One of the attackers, clearly panicking, thinks that if the Lord himself has sent Aaron, the situation might spiral out of control. He concludes they will have to eliminate everyone here to bury the evidence. Another attacker angrily yells that Aaron is arrogant and accuses him of mistaking himself for a Levadon Steelguard. Aaron coldly responds that his father might have shown them mercy, but he has no intention of doing the same. Fueled by rage, the attackers rush toward him, shouting insults and threats. Aaron stands firm and raises his gaze as a wave of blue energy bursts outward. One of the attackers immediately feels his mind disturbed and realizes something is deeply wrong. He attempts to flee the energy, but another thinks in disbelief that Aaron is dodging all 6 awakened attacks with ease. He begins to wonder if Aaron can actually see their attack trajectories. Aaron's mind briefly slips into memory. He recalls how his psionic ability eyes from the 3rd system allowed him to train for days on end until he reached the 4th system. A trader from Asnamore's 3rd system had once watched his progress and shouted in awe at his unnatural speed, claiming the word fast could not even capture it. Aaron remembers himself as a boy molded through perfect synergy between magic and martial arts, possessing an overwhelming mental strength. Now, with his psionics, he feels a new edge forming. As the battle continues, Aaron weaves between the enemies with surgical precision. He thinks to himself, I can now see every single attack pattern. With a steady resolve, he decides to test something new. He recalls that psionic abilities have 2 major traits. First, they can infiltrate an opponent's mind and deal damage directly. Aaron steps forward and lifts his hand, red mana flaring from his palm. One of the attackers suddenly freezes and yells that he cannot move his body. Just as Aaron prepares the second application of his psionic ability, he lifts his hand, and all the enemies are flung upward into the air as if gravity has reversed. One of the men panics and mutters that if this is spell reversal, it should be easy to counter. He activates a spell reversal scroll, but immediately realizes it has no effect. Aaron remembers the key reason why psionics are feared because they do not rely on mana. Thus, Spell reversal or dispel abilities are completely useless. Without hesitation, Aaron turns his fingers downward and slams them into the ground. The floating enemies plummet like stones and crash with brutal impact. Standing over them, Aaron calmly declares that the situation has been resolved. He then proposes they go one by one to uncover what each of them is hiding. The scene then shifts to another part of the city. A girl named Celestia walks through the bustling streets, lost in memory. She comes from immense wealth and has always known only the best of everything: finest foods, rarest items, and the most luxurious lifestyle the continent could offer. Her refined taste, particularly when it comes to desserts, is something she takes great pride in. Despite that, she now finds herself tasting simple snacks from a small back alley shop and marveling at how good they are. When a shopkeeper asks if she likes the macarons, she casually replies that they are not bad enough to ruin her palate. The shopkeeper simply nods and says he understands. As she walks and eats, her thoughts run wild. Chocolates, sweets, almonds, canned soda, honey, potato chips, and chewy candy, every one of them brings her a moment of bliss. But it is not just the food that amazes her. She looks around and notices the thriving local economy. There are hardly any day laborers here. Instead, independent farmers and blacksmiths employ many skilled workers. Shops enjoy steady customer traffic, and the presence of the temple ensures a constant flow of outsiders. With enough labor and capital, everyone now has access to education, something that used to be reserved for only the elite. As she contemplates this unusual harmony, someone calls out to her. It is Alex. He walks up and asks what she is thinking about so deeply. She brushes it off and says it is nothing. Alex smiles and guesses she must be thinking about Aaron Steelguard. She stares at him in surprise and asks how he knew. He just grins and offers to take her on a walk, saying he wants to show her something interesting about Aaron Steelguard. The scene began deep within the mountain as Nuna stepped forward. Shouldn't we be heading back to the temple? She questioned. Why are we climbing higher instead? Alex immediately responded by reminding her of her curiosity about Aaron Steelguard. I'll show you what that man is hiding, he declared. She reacted with shock, insisting, we should just return while we still can. But Alex simply cursed under his breath and stepped forward, placing his paw against the stone. He muttered about his fragile body, and as Nuna tried to respond, he suddenly ran ahead. She called after him, asking what he had just done, but he did not answer and instead came to a stop at a particular spot where he sat down and began to explain. He pointed out what Count Steelguard was hiding, which made Nuna confused as she observed the area and said it only looked like a normal plateau. Alex challenged her perception by telling her that a spell had been cast to block their senses and demanded that she bring out the armor of Fama. She yelled at him, confused and alarmed by his behavior, calling him unreasonable. Without hesitation, he placed a knife against his own neck and threatened to end his life unless she complied. Startled and frightened, she told him to calm down and finally agreed. Alex then explained the significance of the armor of Fama, stating that one of the reasons Cecilia ranked among the top legendary warriors was not just her strength, but also the rare equipment she possessed thanks to her family's unwavering support. He emphasized that the armor of Fama was a broken legendary item capable of nullifying all nearby magical effects. Nuna began to believe there really was a perception barrier, and as she moved forward, she was surprised to see what lay ahead. As they advanced, both of them witnessed several turbines positioned before them. Alex directed her attention to a specific structure and asked if she truly believed it was built using ordinary human technology. Just as Nuna tried to respond, a voice interrupted, calling out Cecilia's name. The group turned and saw someone standing firmly as another individual gasped and recognized Count Steelguard. Stepping forward, Nuna began to piece things together and announced that she finally understood the situation. She concluded that things had become far more complicated since Cecilia had found this hidden place. I owe you an explanation, our boy admitted, but please remain calm first. However, she dismissed his plea. I've already figured everything out. She pointed to Steelguard's sudden growth. How could someone so young reach awakening rank? It all makes sense now. Our hero tried to argue that she was misunderstanding the situation, but she shouted, "The truth is undeniable." He began to wonder if she somehow knew about dimensional trading and was startled when she started speaking about dragons in play. "What do you mean?" he asked. She explained, "Some dragons like to assume human identities and live among people, imitating nobles or knights to enjoy human culture out of boredom." Our protagonist thought that such behavior could spell disaster for humans, since no dragon would ever rule properly. He tried to deny it again, but she accused him of lying and pointed to the wealth accumulated by the Iron Merchant Gold and the success behind Steelguard's rise. He placed a hand behind his neck and replied that she had a serious fantasy issue when it came to dragons and claimed they made surprisingly poor friends. She continued pressing her argument, pointing to the sudden emergence of talent and how someone terrifying had reached awakening rank within 2 years. She declared that even his annoyingly handsome face was the most solid piece of evidence, since everyone knew dragons preferred beautiful appearances. He thanked her sarcastically for the compliment, but insisted she was completely misunderstanding everything. With frustration, she announced that she would pass judgment on him, even if he came from an enemy nation. She invoked the name of Alfred and the young Steelguard warriors who had died. Aaron stepped forward calmly while someone attempted to intervene, but she gripped her sword and declared that talking would not work on him, whether he was a human or dragon. Nuna's anger flared as she accused him of playing arrogant little games and charged toward him. Their swords clashed as they stared one another down, and she noticed the red aura emanating from his blade. She immediately recognized it and accused him of finally revealing his true self. He countered by asking if she had ever seen a dragon train in swordsmanship. Suddenly, a golden blast exploded between them. "Revert to your true form," she shouted at him. He rushed toward her, and she mirrored his move, both locked in combat. He realized why she was called the Flame Witch. Her swordplay was the most unpredictable he had ever encountered. He admitted that without his psionic powers, she would have been a true threat. As they fought and traded blows, he noticed something fell off. Despite her temper, Cecilia had always been rational, and he began to suspect that someone had manipulated her into this confrontation. Golden energy continued to surge around them, and in the midst of battle, he resolved to knock her down and clear up the misunderstanding afterward. She yelled while glaring at him, and our boy suddenly halted his assault. Standing up straight, he complimented her armor and identified it as mithril. She tried to speak, but he continued, explaining that mithril was so rare and expensive that even plating objects with it was nearly impossible. Yet she wore a full body suit made from it. She accused him of growing desperate since his magic was ineffective, but he denied it and said he simply realized she was serious, so he decided to get serious as well. Her surprise was evident as she challenged him to bring out all his hidden equipment, vowing that she would not lose in an equipment showdown. Our boy transformed into his spider form, and she recoiled in shock, admitting that she had never heard of a dragon using such equipment. He lifted his sword and signaled that he was ready to strike. As he approached, golden light blasted outward, and while she stared at him, he moved with blinding speed and launched a direct attack. She braced herself and tried to defend, but his strike landed immediately, and he declared with satisfaction that this was how you pay to win. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a flurry of thoughts stormed through his mind, and he wondered what he could possibly say to her. She had just been injured, her nerves clearly unsettled, and yet, even with so many words swimming around in his head, they all seemed to crumble before they could take proper shape. But just then he approached her. Looking down in shock, she recognized it instantly and murmured, "Pharma," the name of the armor. Aaron stepped closer and remarked coolly that the armor of Pharma was valued at around 3 million gold across the continent. He pointed out that she must have thought herself untouchable, especially considering the contempt most knights harbored for magic. Holding up his sword, he mentioned that it had only cost about 200,000 gold and was on its way to becoming the new symbol of cost efficiency. Unable to bear the arrogance, Nuna yelled out and accused him of talking nonsense. As anger flared, she gathered red energy into her palm and launched it straight toward the hero. Yet, Aaron stood there, calmly dispersing the attack with a sweep of energy. He muttered that she had let her guard down, explaining that lightning shot was designed to strike faster than even a high mage's casting speed. Whether he was a dragon or not didn't matter, there was no way he would come out of this unscathed. But the moment he placed his hand against his ear and simply muttered that the attack tickled, she was taken aback and demanded an explanation. Aaron then said that she reminded him of himself, someone who didn't care about means or methods. He admitted he never thought he would meet someone like her on this continent. Furious, Nuna rushed forward, demanding that he shut up. As she attacked, Aaron calmly raised his sword in defense. She countered by placing her hand on his chest, and a sudden blast erupted from the point of contact. Delighted by the impact, she concluded that if lightning was ineffective, then she would simply strike harder and faster. After all, the weapon she wielded was powerful enough for siege warfare. Surely, even the armor of Pharma wouldn't hold. However, emerging from the blast, a single hand reached out. Aaron grabbed her neck with force, his grip unrelenting, and said that everyone in the Sergio company should know the gold they worked so hard to hoard was now going up in a glorious explosion. Holding her firmly, he questioned whether that blast had been a cannon shell and asked if she had used subspace, noting how such shells cost nearly 1,000 gold per shot. She screamed and cursed him, but Aaron remained composed, reminding her that he had never intended to fight her. Looking in her eyes, he asked if he still looked like a dragon to her. She froze, the realization dawning on her. If Aaron were truly a dragon, the armor of Pharma would have already dispelled any polymorphic disguise. That could only mean one thing. Desperately, she asked, "Are you truly Aaron Steelguard? How is everything from blade magic to your armor, and even the message structure, even possible?" But Aaron dismissed her confusion and told her to focus, calling her by her full name, Cecilia Sergio. Raising his hand, he gestured toward a group of people who suddenly collapsed to the ground before them. She gasped, recognizing the figures, and her eyes locked on one of them. Martin. Aaron calmly stated that he had already absorbed the memories of those who had attacked Ihan. From those memories, he uncovered something shocking: the involvement of the Shadow Clan, one of the key pillars supporting House Sergio. He revealed that these very individuals had attempted to assassinate Ihan, Alex's attending physician. Cecilia's face twisted in disbelief as she exclaimed that it couldn't be true. The Shadow Clan was supposed to be one of their staunchest allies. Aaron, unshaken, said the words that made her blood run cold. Northern Flame, Cecilia Sergio. He insisted that she was more reasonable than the ruling nobles gave her credit for, and urged her to step back and assess the situation with clarity. One by one, he listed the tragedies that had befallen the children of Azenbach. The second son hanged himself. The third died in bed. The fourth collapsed mysteriously. The fifth starved. The sixth was hit by a carriage. The seventh was bitten by a venomous snake. The eighth was stabbed by a mugger. And now the ninth, Alex, was on the brink of death from illness. Tears welled in Cecilia's eyes as she realized that she was the only one who hadn't yet suffered a tragic fate. Choking on her emotions, she asked how Aaron knew all this. Aaron countered with a question of his own. How had she even managed to arrive here? The Medicina Plateau was saturated with cognitive impairment magic. Her trembling lips finally formed a broken whisper as she muttered Alex's name. Aaron nodded solemnly and proposed they simply ask Alex what was going on. Just then, a voice echoed through the space, contemptuous and mocking. Alex, who had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, revealed himself and declared that he was done pretending to be human. With a surge of dark energy, he revealed his true identity, the mighty Andalusia. With overwhelming arrogance, he demanded they kneel before him. Aaron's eyes widened in shock as he repeated the name Andalusia. In disbelief, he watched as Alex's body was overtaken, turning into an interdimensional evil being with a soul power of 65,700. Disgusted, Aaron scoffed, questioning how something with such a power level dared to pose as a fully manifested entity. He shouted at the creature to leave Alex's body and then charged forward in a fit of rage, landing a powerful blow. Despite the hit, the entity laughed, taunting him and saying that if Alex died, it would be a relief. No one could survive being beaten that hard. Aaron coldly responded that he never said anything about letting him die. He placed his hand on Alex's chest, channeling healing magic, which caused the entity's power to drop first to 61,768 and then to 57,303. Shocked, Alex screamed that healing magic was cheating. As his strength diminished, he turned to Cecilia and pleaded for help, reminding her that she had become a legendary rank. He asked why she couldn't crush a mere count, but Cecilia, now confused and horrified, asked what he was talking about. With a wicked smile, Alex told her not to act ignorant, demanding whether she truly didn't know what kind of deal Azenbach had made with him. He asked if she seriously believed she had become a legendary knight at such a young age purely through talent. Then he dropped the final bombshell the bet he had made with Azenbach. He revealed that Azenbach had agreed to sacrifice all of his children, except for the firstborn. If Azenbach lost his mind, his body and soul would belong to Andalusia. But if he held on to his sanity, then with every death of a sibling, the firstborn Cecilia would gain more power. Shocked beyond words, she stammered, realizing that each time one of her siblings died, she had conveniently achieved a breakthrough. Alex laughed cruelly and asked her how it felt to know she was a monster who had devoured her own brothers and sisters to become stronger. Enraged, Aaron punched him again with brutal force, sending him sprawling across the ground. Standing over him, Aaron said he had no interest in the twisted drama of their cursed family, but one thing was certain: Alex deserved every bit of the beating. The scene opened with both of them standing in the middle of a clearing scarred by chaos and unspoken truths. Tension hung thick between them, as if the very air had been cut by the weight of what they'd just witnessed. Her voice trembled slightly, but it carried the sharpness of disbelief as she asked the question she had been holding back. Was Alex a demon summoner? Aaron didn't turn to face her immediately. His voice, cold and steady, answered with a calm certainty that belied the horrors behind his words. No, real summoners were far more grotesque than people could imagine. Just looking at one was enough to make someone want to vomit. With that, he turned his back and began walking forward, surveying the perimeter as though expecting another disturbance. He told her to trust him, reminding her that this kind of thing, dark dealings, forbidden contracts, ancient spirits, was his specialty. She snapped back, her voice shaking not from fear, but from the pressure of conflicting loyalties. How was she supposed to trust him? Aaron slowly turned and stared straight into her eyes. With quiet authority, he said he was the Lord of Steelguard, and whatever happened within his domain, it was his duty to see it through. That sense of purpose seemed to settle into the ground itself. But then, without warning, a harsh cough shattered the fragile calm. From the shadows, Alex stumbled into view, his body broken and blood leaking from his lips. With venom in his voice, he growled the words, "You bastard." Even as he spoke, his thoughts churned. Something didn't add up. The more of Azenbach's children died, the stronger Cecilia became. That much was obvious. But wouldn't that be a disadvantage to the demon involved? Even if Alex were to die here and now, Azenbach would not break. The man had no affection left for his other children. As long as Cecilia's power grew, he didn't care how many others perished. Aaron's thoughts ran parallel. Azenbach truly was a cold-blooded monster. But then another realization struck him like a blade to the spine. If Alex were to die and Cecilia were to break through to the legendary tier, then the administrators, the ones who suppressed such awakenings and the rise of Eighth Circle mages, would undoubtedly act. They would kill her before she could fully awaken, plunging Azenbach into the very despair that demons feed on. Interrupting the rising storm of thoughts, Aaron voiced the truth aloud. Killing Cecilia was their way to throw Azenbach into absolute, irreversible despair. Alex, hearing those words, snapped. His voice cracked as he demanded, how do you know about the administrators? When Aaron replied that he did, Alex's face twisted in fury and desperation. Lifting his arm, he began crafting a circle of purple energy. As it pulsed with unstable magic, he leapt into the air and shouted his defiance to the heavens, declaring that he would cast off all chains and bindings of this world and surrender himself to the forge of the universe. Aaron watched in grim silence, clenching his jaw. If Alex crossed into another dimension, there would be no chasing him. Blink magic was useless across realms. There was only one option left. He lifted his hand, his ring glowing faintly with spiritual energy, and summoned the ancient spirit sealed within. Go, Yonats! Devour him. From the ring burst forth a dark figure, Yonats, an entity wrapped in shadows and hunger. The spirit surged forward with speed that tore through dimensions, intercepting Alex mid-escape. Yonat's voice was slow and cold, dripping with cruel amusement. To think Alex had once tried to enslave him. Alex's expression twisted in horror. He thrashed and screamed, demanding release, but Yonats only tightened his grip. Spirits emerged one after another, swirling around Alex like vultures, and whispered in unison for him to become one with them. One spirit attempted to pry open his soul's defenses, and at that moment, Aaron pressed 2 fingers forward. The energy from his ring erupted, and with a calm voice, he ordered them to give Alex a proper lesson, nothing more. Down below, Cecilia looked up with concern and panic. She asked if Alex was all right. Aaron reassured her that Alex was safe and that he would ensure she would see him healthy again. She looked at him, eyes wide with surprise and disbelief, and called his name. Aaron Steelguard. She hesitated, then asked if what he said earlier was true. He didn't flinch and admitted it. He was the reason all his siblings had died. A half-truth wouldn't work anymore, not with her. He added that in all his experience, he had never known a demon to lie about the terms of a contract. She stood quietly for a moment before speaking. Then she made a request that stopped him from getting a cold. Kill me, right here. Aaron stared at her, stunned. She explained that the area was covered by a perception-blocking spell. If she died here, no one would ever find her body. As long as she lived, her father would continue to target Alex. She wanted to end this cycle, to break free from the chains that had bound her since birth. Her only wish was for Alex to live. Aaron looked into her eyes, searching for doubt, but found only resolve. He finally nodded and said he understood. If that was her wish, then he would grant her salvation. The scene shifted. Cecilia was kneeling on the ground, head bowed low. Aaron stood above her, his posture commanding and his tone unwavering. He asked her to speak. Who am I? Still kneeling, she answered, her voice filled with acceptance and submission. He was her great and mighty master. Aaron nodded with satisfaction and remarked that it looked like she didn't need any additional training. With time running short, he moved to the next phase. He began asking questions, direct and precise. The first was about Azenbaka's plan. Was it true that they intended to use the administrators to kill Cecilia? She confirmed it without hesitation and even smirked, saying the brilliance of the entire 40-year plan going up in smoke would surely drive her father insane. Aaron's response was a clenched fist and a punch driven by rage. He shouted in disbelief, calling her crazy, and then demanded to know how she learned about the administrators. She replied with calm arrogance, saying that some of her betting opponents had included legendary figures. Aaron pushed further, asking where the administrators were hiding, what their goal was, and whether they answered to anyone. Her response was simple. Where else would they be but in their own lair? That answer stopped Aaron cold. He repeated her words in disbelief. She looked at him, amused, and told him he didn't know the truth. The administrators were dragons. Aaron's expression darkened, confused and disbelieving. Dragons as administrators? Was she sure? She replied without hesitation. Why would she lie about something like that? Aaron's mind began to race. That explanation didn't make sense. The sacred relics given to the Seven Eyes had come from entirely different dimensions. Dragons were powerful, yes, but not powerful enough to dominate image-anchored forces like the Seven Eyes. He looked down at his ring and felt a familiar tug. Evil dragon wanted to speak. The spirit within the ring stirred and conveyed a message. The one who had killed him had also been a dragon, or so he had assumed. But something had been different. There was a resemblance, a similarity to the administrators just mentioned. Aaron's thoughts twisted. When he had absorbed the evil dragon, he remembered sensing emotions: first joy, then betrayal, and finally deep humiliation. If the ones who had slain the evil dragon truly were the administrators, then even if they appeared in dragon form, they were fundamentally different from the dragons known to this world. He knew now that further investigation was inevitable. As the scene transitioned into the following day, Aaron entered the room. The morning light filtered in through the windows as he approached quietly and asked if she was already awake. When she looked up at him, confusion etched on her face, she asked softly, "Where am I?" The scene opened with Aaron standing in front of her, his tone casual as he announced, "The armor of Pharma is nearly fully repaired and will be ready for pickup by tomorrow." Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she blurted out, "Such repairs are tasks only the dwarves could handle. How have you managed this?" Aaron simply replied, "I have my ways." He then asked, "Don't you trust me?" Without the slightest hesitation, she said, "No." Her blunt honesty took him aback for a moment, but before he could react further, she added, "If it's you, I'll believe it." He stood quietly, reflecting on how far things had come. In truth, he had manipulated Cecilicia's memories. Within the Empire, shadowy forces were targeting the Sergio family, responsible even for the deaths of her siblings. Her armor of Fama had been damaged during one such ambush, and she had barely survived only because Aaron had intervened. Rather than burden her with the cruel truth, he had offered her a comforting lie. It was his way of granting her salvation, even if it meant erasing her suspicions toward him and Steelguard. From a results-based view, it might have seemed like a good deed, but would it stay that way until the end? She stared at him for a long moment, silently weighing something, until Aaron suddenly changed the subject, asking about the launch prep for the blinker model. A young boy standing nearby replied with enthusiasm that the product was flawless. They could release it today if they wanted. Ever since the release of the 4th generation magic armor, the Force, rival workshops had tried to replicate its design, but none had come close to matching it. And the Furrygon workshop had not only become a commercial triumph, but had also gained a cult following among hardcore enthusiasts. Now, they stand on the brink of releasing the next model, the Blinker. Aaron laughed, clearly pleased with the workshop's success, but his moment of pride was cut short when someone interrupted him. A voice called out, asking what he was doing. He turned, surprised, and asked Ariel. She had approached so quietly that he accused her of nearly giving him a heart attack. Ariel replied with indifference, saying she came in as usual. Aaron narrowed his eyes and said her presence was unusually quiet tonight, and as he studied her face, he realized why. It was a full moon, a time when Ariel's powers reached their peak. Then she said, almost suddenly, that she had a favor to ask. When Aaron asked what it was, she told him she needed him to accompany her to the Great Forest. His reaction was pure surprise. The Great Forest, known more for its horrors than anything else, lay even further south in Navarro, on the very southernmost edge of the continent. It was a hostile place, Aaron remarked, where normal people wouldn't last long. Poisonous insects, carnivorous plants, endemic diseases, ferocious monsters, and ancient non-human races that had evolved under extreme conditions were known to exist there. Ariel countered innocently, saying that despite all of that, people still live there. Aaron rolled his eyes and asked if she meant the local count or something. Why should he go there? She hesitated and then said that the goddess had recently given her a revelation. She had to guide Aaron to the Great Forest. Aaron crossed his arms, thinking this would not be easy to get out of. Charm wouldn't work on him. Neither would guilt. He pressed her again, asking why he needed to go. She hesitated for a moment, then finally offered him a compelling reason. There was a hidden administrator vault inside the forest, a place filled with prayers and ancient relics. She promised him 30% of the haul. The mention of an administrator's secret vault made Aaron's heart skip a beat. It was music to his ears, but he smirked and countered with a demand of 60%. She gasped in disbelief, asking if he was serious. Aaron coolly reminded her that she had come to him because she couldn't do it alone, and since he would be doing all the heavy lifting, he deserved that much. She called him a thief. He shrugged and told her to forget the whole thing if that was all he was going to get. She begrudgingly raised the offer to 40%. Still not satisfied, Aaron pushed for 55%. She yelled in frustration and finally agreed to a 50-50 split, warning that she was the only one who knew the location. Later that night, under the dim, haunting light of the moon, they stood in the heart of the great forest. Aaron looked around, astounded that people actually lived in a place like this. Though he had heard of elves living in harmony with trees, this seemed like an extreme case. As he continued observing the terrain, he muttered that it felt like too much, and Ariel calmly explained that they did have villages. However, the forest was saturated with distorted mana, meaning teleportation and light magic would no longer work. They would have to walk a long distance, possibly for days depending on their luck. Aaron scoffed. There's no way I'm hiking through that jungle. Moments later, they emerged onto a small clearing where a helicopter waited. Aaron placed his hand on the machine, and Ariel looked at it in disbelief. It can really fly? She asked. He confirmed. It runs on an engine and won't be affected by the mana interference. He opened the door and told her, get in. Inside the helicopter, as the machine whirred through the air, Ariel looked down at the vast wilderness below them and thought how reaching the village would normally require a full-scale national expedition. The overwhelming technology surrounding her was astonishing. She admitted as much, and Aaron replied that it wasn't about being superior, it was about using the right tool for the job. When he asked where they should land, Ariel pointed in a direction, and soon the helicopter touched down. As they exited, Aaron's senses sharpened. Something was approaching. In a flash, he raised his hand and caught an arrow that had flown straight toward his nose. A group of soldiers appeared, yelling at them and demanding their identities. One of them called out, accusing them of trespassing in the great forest and calling Ariel a pawn for a human. Aaron, unimpressed, asked if they were always this hostile. Ariel replied softly that it hadn't always been like this. Something had changed over the past 300 years. Aaron stepped forward calmly and told her to leave the situation to him. He was used to handling things like this. She asked in alarm what he was planning to do, and Aaron answered in a tone that was half joking, half serious. In situations like this, regardless of race, sometimes a good beating was the best cure. With that, he drew his sword. The scene began with Aaron storming furiously, his swords drawn and his eyes blazing with rage. Without hesitation, he struck several of the enemies around him with swift and powerful blows. Ariel cried out in shock, calling his name, but Aaron paid her no mind as he continued his assault until every one of them lay sprawled across the ground, groaning in pain. Ariel exhaled sharply and asked, "Can you go a little easier?" But Aaron simply responded, "This is me going easy. I haven't even used my sword yet." He stepped forward with purpose, reminding her that they needed to go to the village to find the administrator's vault. Ariel confirmed this, and Aaron approached one of the men lying at his feet, asking if he was the leader. He crouched down and demanded that the man lead the way. After tying up the captives, Aaron marched them in a column, while Ariel looked around and shouted that the whole situation felt incredibly strange. Aaron calmly replied that if they left the captives untied, they would become wild and uncontrollable, so this was their only option. One of the prisoners suddenly shouted in anger, accusing Ariel of betraying their clan and planning to sell them out as if she were some pet for the powerful or a circus act to be paraded around. Ariel was stunned by the accusation and tried to explain that it was not like that at all, but the man went further and hurled an insult implying she belonged in a brothel. Furious and shaken, Ariel shouted back in disbelief. Aaron quietly commented that their paranoia was clearly growing worse, and Ariel replied with a heavy heart that these were still children, not even 100 years old. Aaron raised an eyebrow at her and asked if 100 was still considered a child. As they continued onward, they reached a wall, and Aaron stood before it examining its weak structure. He remarked that such barricades were laughable and could not even keep out a breeze, let alone monsters. Ariel questioned where the real defenses were, and Aaron noted that it looked like the villagers now lived above the wall in makeshift shelters. He asked if elves had not once lived in proper homes with walls and roofs. Ariel nodded solemnly and explained that it had not always been like this. 300 years ago, everything changed, and Aaron wondered aloud what could have led to such a collapse. Ariel asked about the current High Elder, mentioning the name Nemet Surreal. One of the villagers replied that there were no more High Elders and that no one even remembered what that title meant anymore. Another villager added that there was only one elder left, and when Aaron heard the name Nemet Surreal again, he felt a sense of nostalgia. As they approached the inner area, a young elf warned the elder to go back inside, claiming the newcomers were dangerous. The elder, however, dismissed the warning and insisted on speaking with them directly. Ariel was stunned and asked if the man before her was Kale. He looked at her with tears streaming down his face and whispered her name, Ariel Nuna. The scene then shifted to the interior of a house known as the Eternal Chamber. Ariel explained that this was why she had vanished for 3 centuries. Kale listened quietly as she revealed that the administrators had not imprisoned her in the traditional sense. Because they adored her, they refused to kill her and instead locked her in eternal confinement when she refused to become a balance keeper. Kale nodded in understanding and then asked who the man standing beside her was. Ariel introduced Aaron as the Steel Guard and Count of Navarro's Northern Territory, explaining that he had been the one to break her out of confinement. Kale looked at Aaron with a new sense of respect, and Ariel revealed that Aaron too opposed the Balance Keepers and was determined to drive them off the continent. Kale confirmed that the village had fallen into its current state because of the administrators who had massacred any warriors or elders who refused to serve. Aaron turned to Ariel and asked if Kale could be trusted, and she assured him that she would personally vouch for him. She also explained that they would need the help of an elder to open the administrator's vault. Kale was startled to hear that they intended to open the vault, and Ariel responded with excitement, though she added that this was not the only reason she had returned. Kale admitted that he was simply glad she had come back. Looking around at the ruined village, he asked what had happened to the once glorious elven homes. Ariel explained that it had all begun 300 years ago when the Moonlight Tree began to lose its power and the protective barrier had vanished shortly after. Kale added that he was the only one left in the village over 300 years old, and that the younger generations no longer remembered the past. Over time, a new belief had taken root, claiming that the goddess had abandoned them due to their sins. The villagers believed that living without metal or proper shelters would bring her back. Ariel was deeply disturbed by this revelation, and Kale continued explaining that the children had especially clung to this belief ever since Tekker became the leader of the village warriors. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, and all eyes turned as a man stormed in, demanding, "What's all the whispering about?" Kale stood up and scolded him for interrupting such an important gathering, but the man sneered and mocked Kale for always bringing up the past. With fury, he declared, "It's over. I will purge the village of these sinners and restore the goddess's favor." Aaron internally noted that the man seemed far more confident than before and realized he had brought all the elven warriors in the village with him. The man shouted for the warriors to cleanse their sins with their own hands and promised that the goddess would return. Just as tension reached its peak, a bright light erupted from above as the roof of the hut vanished. Everyone looked up in awe as a small girl floated down from the sky, her presence radiant and joyful. Aaron stared in disbelief and murmured the name Iluna, the spirit of the moon. The others gasped in recognition and wondered aloud if it could truly be her. Ilona descended gracefully and smiled at Aaron, then gently placed her hand on the back of his neck and laughed before greeting him with warmth. The scene opened with her sitting quietly and gazing at Aaron with a teasing expression. Suddenly she spoke, "You can't take your eyes off me because of my beauty. It's a normal reaction for a human." Aaron responded flatly, pointing out, "The way you're sitting would misalign your pelvis." His comment made her laugh instantly. As their conversation unfolded, the situation grew stranger when divine names began to surface. The threads of fate seemed to weave together through Matthews, a six-dimensional god with influence on Earth, and Urung, the goddess of the moon. The atmosphere shifted as a man burst onto the scene, yelling with fury and demanding how Aaron dared show such disrespect before goddess. Urung, calm and composed, turned her gaze upon the man and rebuked him instead, declaring him the rude one and ordering him to be silent. With everyone's attention captured, she raised her voice and proclaimed that Aaron would become her grand warrior and protector of the Moon Clan, commanding all present to show him the respect he now deserved. The crowd was stunned, and murmurs spread quickly among them. One among them questioned in disbelief if a mere human could truly be granted such a title. Aaron stood in shock and protested that he had never agreed to anything. Without a word, Urung pointed a small golden object at him, and a radiant energy surged forth, forming a glowing circle around him. She explained that becoming her grand warrior meant becoming her vessel, a concept Aaron was familiar with, recalling those like Krisha and Cassandra. Urung elaborated further, revealing that Aaron had drawn attention from many gods due to his unconventional actions and unexpected rise from the Oth dimension. He had become a person of interest, though not all who noticed him were allies. She explained that while some gods favored him, most demon lords saw him as a threat, and the demonic cultists he had defeated were only the beginning. She even mentioned the time he burned Agnon alive and warned him that even Verse 1 would now come after him. Aaron, trying to make sense of everything, asked whether becoming her vessel meant she would protect him. Urung confirmed it, stating that she was the only god in these dimensions standing on his side. Still wary, Aaron questioned how he could trust her, prompting Urung to respond with a more serious tone, revealing that they shared a common enemy. The words common enemy caught Aaron off guard, and she clarified that the enemy was none other than the administrators. He stared at her in disbelief, and she continued, offering to tell him their origin if he chose to trust her. She leapt gracefully from the table to the ground and confirmed that the administrators came from another dimension. Aaron's thoughts returned to a past encounter with one who claimed to be from the Divine Clan and who had said his physical form was only a grunt shell. When Aaron shared this, Urung laughed, scoffing at the idea of such beings impersonating gods. Still, she admitted that they were not entirely false in their claims, revealing that only one administrator had truly migrated to their dimension, known as the Father of the Administrators. Aaron's face darkened as the weight of the revelations settled on him. Urung warned that from this point forward, there would be a price for knowledge. When Aaron asked if she would only reveal more if he agreed to become her vessel, she raised her hands toward him and said that she was already compromising greatly. Aaron pressed further, asking why she was so determined to make him her vessel. She confessed that she had been watching him for a long time and that through Eluna's eyes, she had seen everything. This surprised Aaron as memories of his time with Eluna surfaced, moments when she had been unusually kind to him. Urung noted how cold he was to others, but gentle with Eluna, a trait she found deeply endearing. She admitted it made her fall for him even more, because he would be a vessel who was kind only to her. Overwhelmed, Aaron tried to change the topic, saying that becoming her grand warrior was too sudden and needed a test first. Urung agreed, but reminded him that if he wanted to ally with her, he would have to commit fully. Aaron promised he would not take the information and run away. With that settled, she began to explain the dimensional tier system established by the trade networks. She detailed the first tier as the marine realm, the second as the magic realm, and the third as a scientifically advanced realm where individuals were weak, but the realm itself held immense power. Aaron acknowledged this and added what he knew about the fourth tier, identifying it as the beast realm or kaiju realm. When she asked what he knew of the fifth tier, he admitted he had no knowledge. She laughed and explained that the fifth tier contained the divine beast realm and the dragon realm. Aaron froze at the mention of dragons, and with those words, a missing puzzle piece finally clicked into place. It now made sense why the evil dragon had recognized the administrator as kin and why the death spirit had referred to the administrators as dragons. Urung continued, offering to reveal the true nature of the fifth dimension and the complex relationship between the administrators and the gods. Aaron watched her closely, realizing that this goddess was unlike any he had encountered before. She held the upper hand and knew how to play her cards well. Curious, he asked whether her grudge against the administrators stemmed from the death of her previous vessel. She confirmed this and shared that after Daniel was killed by the administrators, she lost all interest in the world and had no regrets about abandoning the Moon Clan. She revealed that she had only descended for Daniel and admitted that a vessel meant everything to a god. She confessed that if not for Aaron, she would have continued ignoring the world. She asked if her sincerity had reached him, and Aaron stood silent, realizing he had no choice. As the golden curtain of energy began to rise around him, everyone outside looked on in awe and confusion. They demanded to know where the goddess had gone and what Aaron had done to upset her. But Aaron simply replied that the goddess had left. When one of the men sensed the divine energy and asked if Aaron had truly become the Grand Warrior, Aaron did not offer a speech. Instead, he drew his weapon and said it was time to bury them all. The scene began under a bright sky as the wind gently swayed the trees in every direction. Several figures stepped forward and bowed deeply, admitting their mistake as they addressed the one they now called the Great Warrior. Inside a modest hut, their heads lowered to the ground, while the hero sat calmly on a wooden chair. With a composed tone, he declared, "As the Great Warrior of the Moon Elves, I will begin by correcting your corrupted thinking." A spark of enthusiasm flickered in his eyes as he warned them, "Brace yourselves for what's coming." He reflected silently that although becoming a great warrior to acquire information about the fifth system had been valuable, his role now carried a greater responsibility. The duty to ensure the prosperity of the Moon Elves weighed heavily on him. He considered relocating them to Steelguard, but decided to deal with that matter later. With a firm gesture, he raised his fist, activating a golden bangle that shimmered with power. Placing the bangle against his forehead, he identified it as a Thunder Dragon Emperor Horn bracelet. Then, placing it onto his palm, he began to question its purpose just as Ariel's eyes fell on it. At that moment, Urung stepped in to explain that it was a gift and suggested he open the manual. The 100-Dragon King Horn, once known as the Emperor of the Fifth System, was bound to its user and granted the immense powers of the Thunder Dragon. As the information poured into his mind, the hero realized that the bracelet was definitive proof of the Dragon Realm's existence. More than that, it contained the Thunder Dragon's protective barrier and several unique skills. Holding the item tightly in his hand, he absorbed its thunder energy and noted that both its durability and power far exceeded any weapon he had previously owned. He quickly understood that the knowledge from the manual had already been transferred to his mind and concluded that the item must be a restricted trade artifact. His sharp observation was confirmed by the goddess, who chuckled and acknowledged his insight. She reminded him that he was the first great warrior in 300 years, and she wanted to offer him something unforgettable. She admitted she had broken the rules to give it and added that it was for Sari, expressing her admiration for the young girl and recalling a moment when Sari played adorably with Alona. The hero then asked about another item he had received and learned that it was Megadite, the heaviest metal in the universe, which he guessed Sari would adore. Having uncovered the administrator's identity and acquired a powerful weapon, he knew it was time to pursue the real reason he had come to the Great Forest. Kale appeared and respectfully guided him onward, mentioning that the tribe called the location ahead the Moon Cave. The hero inquired whether the administrator's vault lay inside, and Kale confirmed it, explaining that it was once a sacred site for coming-of-age rituals but had been declared off-limits for generations. With a surge of blue aura from his hand, the hero released a wave of energy to disable a protective spell. He confirmed the removal of the alarm and assured safe entry. Kale placed a hand over his chest and urged the hero to proceed with caution. Together with Ariel, the hero stepped forward, observing the depth and eerie stillness of the cave. He asked if the owner of the vault might return. Ariel hesitated before revealing that Hellbinder, the former administrator and an eight-circle mage, had been killed by her and Daniel. The hero was surprised by the revelation and attempted to question her further, but Ariel cut him off with a wry smile, remarking that it had happened on a full moon night just like this one. As they arrived, she pointed to the wall and explained that it was the vault. The hero was astonished to realize that the entire wall was the entrance. She clarified that it was composed entirely of mithril, a rare and nearly indestructible metal. When he asked how they would gain entry, she explained bluntly that brute force was the only method. Realization struck the hero as he considered why the vault had never been looted before. The answer was simple. The wall was essentially an impregnable fortress. He stood in contemplation while Ariel silently wondered whether even someone like Aaron could break through such thick mithril. He suddenly froze and then grew visibly excited as he assessed the wall's true value. Mithril, worth thousands of times more than gold, would easily fetch a fortune. If the wall weighed 10 tons, it could be worth billions in gold coins on the continent. His eyes scanned a screen that projected market data, confirming the staggering price and high demand across systems. He quietly resolved to hold the mithril in reserve for emergencies, confident he could liquidate it in the second system if needed. He turned to Ariel and reminded her of their agreement. "We split all loot equally, remember?" When she confirmed, "The deal still stands," he teased her. "Does the vault itself count as loot?" Her wide-eyed reaction betrayed her surprise. She admitted that Darniel once considered mining the mithril to arm the tribe, which would have made them unbeatable, but the plan had been abandoned since no one could even scratch the vault. She finally told him, "Do as you please." A grin crept across his face as he activated his Emong vision, syncing it with a device that scanned the massive wall. The third scan revealed no hazardous materials beyond the mithril. The system recommended deploying 4 high-output plasma cutters in vertical and horizontal lines. The projected cost was 800 coins with an estimated operation time of 120 minutes. Looking at the wall and the gadget, the hero approved the plan and noted that 2 hours was not a bad wait. Ariel was surprised by the duration and questioned him. In response, he summoned furniture from his magic, producing a table and 2 chairs. He invited her to sit and relax, saying they had much to discuss. As she took her seat, she asked what he meant by that. The hero looked her in the eye and asked if she had known all along that the administrator was a dragon from another realm. She stared back in surprise while he calmly added that they might as well clear up everything while they had the time. The scene opened with the hero calmly explaining the presence of a force capable of nullifying not only mana but also oaths and ancient pacts. In his hand, he held a peculiar doll and introduced it as a proxy doll. He continued, noting that even after experiencing its effects firsthand, Ariel remained unable to speak about the administrator. Looking at her thoughtfully, he confessed that he had often pondered the nature of her silence and concluded that the price of her oath had not been her life, but something far more valuable. Ariel tried to speak, but before she could utter a word, the hero gently placed his hand over her mouth. He then questioned Kale about the Moon Village and the Great Forest. Would a first storm swallow the entire forest should she speak? He asked. Once again, he told Ariel, "Don't answer if it's true," and added that he too would remain silent. He speculated that a severe oath must have been imposed to earn her unwavering loyalty. And despite being spared through imprisonment in the eternal prison, she likely still knew more about the administrator than he ever could. She stared at him with wide eyes, unable to hide her astonishment, while he continued without waiting for her reply. In her mind, Ariel marveled at the young warrior, wondering how someone barely 18 could read her so clearly when she herself was over 300 years old. The hero then glanced to his left and announced that the breach had been made. Ariel reacted with surprise and asked if it had happened already. As they stood before the opening, he explained that he had left Sari to consume not only the mithril door, but the ceiling and floor as well, estimating at least 3 million in value secured. Ariel skeptically commented that it no longer felt like a vault, but more like a building. As they advanced down a long corridor, the chamber expanded before them, and the hero noted that the temperature seemed to be rising. Ariel responded that it might be so, and then suddenly stopped speaking as she laid her hand over her mouth. Before them, a fiery serpent or dragon twisted and writhed in blazing flames. Ariel identified it as a fire spirit of at least high grade. The hero signaled that they needed to scout the chamber first. Observing the space, he described it as a hexagonal interior with 6 crystals stationed at each corner. He then realized they were facing more than just one elemental. Ariel asked for clarification, and the hero told her to prepare as multiple fire spirits began to swarm around them. As the spirits closed in, Ariel leapt into action, and the hero crouched low to better understand the situation. As he analyzed the environment, he concluded that all magic had been suppressed. They were standing in an anti-magic zone, a place where combat against spirits would rely solely on physical prowess. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and from it burst a wave of golden fire as Eluna materialized ready for battle. He explained aloud that a high-ranking spirit combat ability was somewhere between the awakened and spirit resonance levels, and that in the absence of magic, these spirits were not especially formidable. By that logic, Ariel should have been able to handle at least one with ease. But something was wrong. Observing her carefully, he wondered why she appeared to be struggling. Drawing his weapon, the Thunder Dragon Emperor Horn modified sword, he remarked inwardly that it had been a while since he last used it. With a powerful swing, a wave of electric force erupted from the blade, sending a shock through the chamber. Ariel glanced at the energy in awe as the hero pressed forward to confront the spirits directly. One blue spirit tried to flee in panic, but then turned suddenly and attacked Eluna. The hero called out for everyone to hold on tightly as he placed his hand on one of the glowing crystals. Identifying it as the Supreme Fire Crystal, he recalled that it could generate, amplify, and store flame energy with an average value of 140,000 coins. Alongside it were the Supreme Bottle Crystal and the Supreme Void Crystal. Examining the chamber further, he thought to himself that this was truly a Treyarch vault. Ariel watched in amazement as he handed her a gadget and instructed her to apply a golden recovery potion. He assured her that he would cast a recovery spell once they exited the anti-magic zone. She offered a simple word of gratitude, while he suggested they move forward to the next chamber. As they entered the second room, labeled Administrator's Vault Second Chamber, they found themselves surrounded by strange jars. Both stood still in silence, trying to interpret the purpose of the room. Ariel mentioned gravity magic, but the hero corrected her, saying it felt different. He soon realized that aside from speech, all other actions were slowed as if a powerful debuff had been placed on them. He considered that while the first room had blocked magic, this one now limited physical movement. Just then a white-blue presence emerged before them, and Ariel whispered his name in alarm. Aaron responded by shouting a warning as monstrous entities began to appear. He declared that everyone possessed some form of spiritual energy and identified the creatures as wraiths. These wraiths were immune to slow magic, and thus this chamber required combat without either magic or strength. Ariel asked if they were safe, and the hero replied with a firm no. Stepping forward, he activated a ring that emitted a soft purple light. He remarked casually that to him, these were merely weak wraiths, and then joked about the challenge's lack of balance. A voice echoed in response, and Yonades appeared curious and slightly amused, asking what kind of buffet this was and whether it had been prepared as a gift for him. Yonades soared through the air with delight, shouting that the hit had truly satisfied him. As the creature floated back down, the hero calmly asked, "How much soul energy did you absorb?" Yonades grinned and replied, "Around 200,000. The hero raised an eyebrow and said he should be ashamed for gathering so little. Ariel tried to interject, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere as she considered the dramatic growth of the territories ever since the new lord arrived. She reflected on how they had survived even the most mysterious of places under Lord Aaron's guidance, and how they were now experiencing another year of abundant harvest. She silently praised the steel god and wondered at the seemingly miraculous string of events that had unfolded. She reasoned that while interdimensional trade explained part of it, something about Aaron remained enigmatic. Although she felt she knew him well, there were moments when he seemed like a complete mystery. The hero noticed her expression and asked if something was bothering her. She brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and suggested they move on to the next room. He gave her a curious look and asked what had sparked her sudden confidence. With a sly smile, she revealed that she had an ace up her sleeve, leaving him speechless. Before he could say more, a loud cry echoed as a dragon crashed to the ground before them. The hero explained that they had entered the third room, known as the Gargoyle Chamber. These were no ordinary gargoyles, but rather ones imbued with a disciple's aura. He noted that such gargoyles were mostly resistant to physical and magical attacks, but their movements were slow and predictable, making them little more than sluggish flying targets. Ariel listened carefully while gripping a sophisticated auto crossbow, which she identified as a weapon that had burst fire, auto reload, and even fired explosive and electric bolts. She stared in disbelief and asked what kind of broken weapon it was. The hero chuckled and remarked that elves and boars had always paired well with gadgets, and joked that she might have struggled if handed a submachine gun instead. Glancing around the room, he observed that there was not much worth looting here compared to earlier chambers. Ariel then asked him seriously how much he had earned aside from the mithril. He replied that he was not sure. She pressed him, assuring him she was not asking for a share, and just wanted to know. He responded that it was about 82,000 gold. Her eyes widened in shock. "That's more than what most vaults contain," she exclaimed. The hero quietly wondered if she had spent too much time in Steelguard and perhaps developed a merchant's eye for currency vaults. After a moment, he offered to give her 410,000 gold. She laughed and told him it was unnecessary. They proceeded into the fourth chamber, where a round table sat with 9 distinct stones placed upon it. The hero approached and commented that it resembled a council table, noting there were 9 differently colored switches corresponding to 9 seats. Confused, he asked aloud what it could mean. Ariel tried to voice a suggestion, but the hero moved forward and tested one of the stones himself. She warned him that pressing it without understanding could be dangerous, but the hero observed that nothing had happened. He considered whether to press them all, noting that the system had adjusted a ring for him when he touched certain stones. 2 of the 9 had reacted, marked in gray and green. The rest remained inert. He looked around and realized that the chamber's strange architecture must have had a purpose. Ariel asked him what he meant, and the hero explained that perhaps Hellbinder, the previous administrator, had followed a different path from others. He pointed out the 9 colors and asked if they reminded her of anything. She paused before answering with wide eyes that it resembled a dragon. The hero nodded and elaborated that there were 9 known dragon types on the continent. He speculated that Hellbinder must have formed an alliance with a dragon from the Oath system. Although he did not yet understand the full reason, he encouraged her to consider the trials they had passed so far. He described the first room as a spirit zone that blocked magic, meaning a mage could not proceed. The second chamber required power against undead wraiths, which would be impossible for a knight who had already been eliminated by the first room. Then came the third room, where disciple-level gargoyles eliminated spirit mages, but knights were already filtered out. Ariel finally realized that the entire sequence was designed to allow only someone skilled in magic, spirit summoning, and physical combat to survive. She noted that no one else on the continent had that level of versatility except for Aaron. The hero pointed to the 9 colored stones again and declared that versatility was the core trait of dragons. This was a trial created by Hellbinder to find dragons with untapped potential. Ariel remained skeptical and said it still felt like a theory. She asked why an administrator would join forces with dragons. Without answering directly, the hero placed on a specific earring and activated it. A projection began to play, revealing a recorded message left by Hellbinder. He introduced himself and congratulated the one who had cleared the trial. The hero gestured at the image and asked Ariel if she could see it, but she responded that nothing appeared to her. The hero realized that Hellbinder had encoded his message for specific recipients. Hellbinder's voice continued, explaining that although he was an administrator, he was not their enemy. He warned that the other administrators had lost their minds and urged the listener to help him drive them out. The hero absorbed this with a thoughtful expression and said it seemed Hellbinder had indeed tried to ally with the oath to overthrow the corrupted administrators. Ariel then cried out in anguish, "Did Darniel and I mistakenly kill the only decent administrator?" The hero replied that it was difficult to say and likely more complicated than it seemed. Hellbinder's message grew more intense as he revealed that the other administrators had joined forces with the gods to initiate an era of human dominance. He accused them of wiping out their own kind of dragons and raged against the idea that dragons should go extinct while humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs were allowed to thrive. Hearing this, the hero gave a tired sigh and remarked that in the end Hellbinder had simply been a raging dragon supremacist. He looked at Ariel and said she had done the right thing after all by killing him. So, the story goes that about 300 years back, the administrators took out a bunch of dragons to bring in the human age and balance things out. But these administrators couldn't stand watching the dragons get wiped out, so they rounded them up from all over and planned a rebellion. After piecing it together, Ariel pointed out that's how she and Darniel ended up taking them out. Our hero acknowledged she was spot on. Realizing this was when everything fell apart. Then, out of nowhere, an interface popped up, and he was surprised to see that the guardian he needed to recruit was a great dragon. He started to think that maybe whenever one dragon passed the test, they brought in the next. He also told Ariel that the dragon who joined forces with the Hellbinder was probably what they called the Guardians. Noticing there were only 2 earrings left, he figured there were up to 7 of them, and calmly suggested they could use those Guardians as part of their team. Ariel then wondered if these Guardians only cared about dragons and whether they'd even want to help them out. The hero pushed back, asking why they'd need any help in the first place. She seemed surprised, and he made it clear he didn't plan on asking nicely. Instead, he intended to make them team up with him. While he was figuring out that the earrings were like tracking devices emitting a unique mana signature that made it tricky to find the Guardians scattered across the continent, he got his buddy among to tweak some drones to help track them down. As they strolled through, Ariel was stunned and asked if all this treasure really belonged to them. Looking at the heaps of coins and jewels in front of her, she couldn't believe her eyes. Our hero grinned and called it a vault, saying it was good at hiding from other administrators. There was no way it could be empty. He noticed that the room looked a bit odd, even though the floor was perfectly round. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged beneath Ariel, making her jump. She told our hero about it, and he explained that both spirit art and magic were blocked here. Every restriction from the last room was packed into this space. Just as he was about to say more, they heard some strange noise getting closer. Ariel got worried and wondered what that sound was. Our hero turned around and figured out why the room was round. A giant metal ball was rolling right at them. He realized it was set up to squash any intruder completely. In the middle of the chaos, he stayed calm while Ariel was freaking out. She suggested banging against the wall to escape, but he shook his head, saying it was pointless. The way the room was made, they were definitely going to get crushed. He had to admit that Hellbinder, who set up this trap, was really thorough. The girl was totally thrown off. This was no time to admire him. She wondered if he could handle it with some martial arts moves. He just replied that if he could use magic, maybe, but no matter how strong her internal energy was, something that big was way too much for her to overpower with magic. Ariel then asked what they were going to do, worried that they were just sitting ducks, and if this was really the end. With a disappointed look, she said sorry to Aaron. The hero was surprised, wondering why she'd said that and what she meant. Before he could say anything, she grabbed him by the collar and kissed him. He couldn't help but blush. The giant ball was now just a few meters away. As it got closer, he reached out his hand, and a magical force hit it, freezing it in place. An interface popped up, saying that deployment and venturing entrance were in progress. The big round ball completely stopped. Ariel stared, confused about what was going on and why they weren't dead yet. Our hero pointed out that he never said they were going to die. Then he asked her why she'd apologized and why she kissed him. The girl, now super embarrassed, blushed hard. Checking the giant ball, he figured it was locked in place. It would hold for a while. He turned to her and asked if she was going to just stand there or help him open the treasure chest. Still embarrassed, she agreed to help. They walked over to the treasure. He guessed there were about 5 million of them. The gems might be fewer in number, but they were worth a lot more than the gold. Altogether, probably around 12 million gold. The girl started to ask if that meant something, but he cut her off, saying they'd split it based on shares. Ariel felt like she had just hit the jackpot. He was rich, This was way more than enough to save a village. As he opened the chest, his face lit up. The girl was shocked to see what was inside, a blue dragon heart. He thought it was pretty ridiculous. The guy who claimed to protect the dragon was actually hiding its heart. It felt like an animal rights group keeping taxidermy animals. The crew still couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that a dragon heart was the ultimate trophy for a mortal. He warned her not to move closer, explaining that she couldn't even tap into moon energy right now, and in her current state, she'd just end up mesmerized by it. He gently pushed her back, though she didn't look happy about it. After a bit, he checked in to see if she was feeling any better, but she stayed quiet. So he suggested they talk about what had gone down earlier instead of pretending it didn't happen. Ariel's face turned red, and she avoided his gaze. She just stood there, lost in silence. He then pointed out that they both knew there was nothing more than friendship between them, so he was curious why she had done what she did. She hesitated to speak, but he interrupted her midway, saying it was because of Goddess Arang. He told her it was fine to open up since they weren't connected at the moment. As Ariel fumbled over her words, he realized she was keeping something to herself. He wondered why such a loyal servant would suddenly act like this. Finally, she confessed that she didn't want to lose him. Her confession totally caught him off guard. He thought about Darniel, Iluna, and now her too. She explained how the goddess of rank was someone her tribe was meant to serve, but for her, it was different. He understood that everyone important to her had ended up tied to rank. So that kiss, was it just a shy act of defiance? A reaction to sensing danger? A last little stand against losing what mattered to her? He figured something out and locked eyes with her, noticing she was already sweating. Just like that, 3 days had passed since our hero got stuck in the vault with that giant iron ball. During their lunch break, they were munching on a battered burger, and Ariel, who'd never tried one before, was totally thrilled by how good it tasted. She asked him about it, and he explained that her burger was made of soy meat, letting her know she could have as much as she wanted. He couldn't help but notice how surprisingly chatty she was. He had been expecting some awkward silence, but things were turning out differently. Then Ariel mentioned that she had kept quiet earlier because she wanted something, but it was part of her little act of rebellion against Lord Arang. Our hero smiled and raised his hand, using his telekinesis skills. He thought to himself that having a variety of abilities was definitely the way to go. Suddenly, a huge portal opened up right in front of the vault. Ariel asked if that was magic. As the giant iron ball started shifting backward, an interface message popped up saying they had met the conditions for a phase enhancement and that a phase change was happening. Our hero felt a sense of satisfaction. He finally completed the last phase of level 4. He reached out to Ariel and asked if they should get going. She looked a bit surprised, but quickly took his hand. He told her to hold on tight, because they were about to teleport out of there. The scene changed to a squirrel clutching an apple. This little guy checked it out and then angrily tossed it aside, yelling that he'd asked for something actually edible. This was no ordinary squirrel, though. He was the Beast King, sorry. In front of him, lions, Komodo dragons, and other animals were bowing down, clearly scared because they knew just how picky the Beast King was when it came to food. They quickly apologized and promised to find the yummiest snacks. It was obvious that in the 3 days our hero had been gone, Sari had become something of a legend in the woods. The animals were buzzing about how even their leaders had faced his wrath, swearing to never mess with him again after he wiped out a rebellious group in no time. Just then, Sari heard someone calling out. When he turned around, he was shocked to see our hero and Ariel. Our hero shouted that he had been searching everywhere for them. The animals around were in disbelief that someone like him would dare approach the Beast King. Was he crazy? Some even suggested charging in to protect their king. Out of nowhere, a huge hand with sharp claws came crashing down, followed by a massive boom that sent clouds of smoke flying through the forest. When the smoke cleared, our hero and Ariel were standing there, totally fine. Our guy just smiled and casually told Sari that those attackers were actually his friends. Sari denied it, saying he didn't even know them. In that moment, our hero realized the Beast King's part in all this was coming to an end. The benefits from the Great Forest turned out to be even better than he thought. He raked in a nice pile of coins and found out about the Guardian. But he was also aware that the administrator could figure out their ally was gone and might strike at any moment. He needed to bulk up as much as he could in the time he had left. Just then, Ariel showed up and asked if he was heading out again so soon after coming back. He told her he had to keep busy because it was a race against time from here on out. She looked worried, saying he must be exhausted from the forest, but he reassured her that he'd be back soon. She nodded and asked him to send her regards when he went. He agreed and then vanished using long-distance teleportation. The scene switched to Sierra, who was concentrating light in her hands. As she watched the patterns change, she mentioned it was a magic reaction. An old guy sitting nearby wondered if it was the administrator. Arang's dad peeked through the window and said it definitely wasn't the administrator. Meanwhile, outside, our hero looked at the building, wondering if really a year had passed. His dad spotted him right away and said it had been a while. Our hero remained calm as he looked back. After a bit, they all sat at a table, and our hero told Sierra she looked even younger, asking if she had upgraded the reverse aging spell. She confirmed it was almost perfect now. Our hero joked about how nice it must be to train together without any interruptions. The guy with the mustache told him to cut it out and stop poking fun at an old man. Deep down, our hero thought that after a whole year of training together, they had become close, so some teasing was to be expected. The mustache guy then asked how everyone was doing with their training. He mentioned he was really close to finishing the 8th circle, but he had to sort out this mana capacity issue first. He wondered if his gift could help him out. At that point, our hero dropped the dragon heart on the table. The mustache guy was taken aback, realizing it was a dragon heart, the rarest and most valuable magic ingredient around. Our hero explained he grabbed it from the administrator's vault just in case and suggested the guy absorb it into himself. The mustache man was super grateful for that. Then his dad asked if Aaron had picked up any new insights during their training. Our hero thought about how, thanks to the Sword Grandmaster's legacy, he had reached a peak level of mastery, almost mythic. An interface popped up, flashing some clues about mythical realm knowledge. But he honestly admitted to himself that even after reflecting on everything over the past 10 years, he hadn't gained much. His dad said he had made some progress, which caught Aaron off guard. When he asked if that was true, his dad revealed it had happened a few weeks back, and it felt like a blessing for both of them. He added that while enlightenment was tough to express in words, he hoped it would help a little. Aaron was blown away, realizing his dad was actually sharing some wisdom through speech, a thing a newbie warrior might roll their eyes at. But as his dad kept going, the words turned into glowing symbols that sent magic right into Aaron. Those words became deep ideas packed with meaning. Sierra was completely stunned by the intense aura around Aaron. In that moment, our hero remembered why the administrator and the Seven Eyes had once targeted his dad. It hit him that his father was a once-in-a-generation genius born on this continent, even better than his grandfather. The clue of the mythic rank left behind by geometry and the achievements of a 5th stage psionic were known to be abilities that went far beyond normal limits of the mind. Leviton spent a whole year grinding non-stop, training every single day, creating his own interpretations, pushing his limits like a man possessed. The key of enlightenment finally slid smoothly into the keyhole. Except for rare cases like Regressed, this stage was basically untouched by humans. Even legendary geniuses and countless people at legendary rank never managed to open that door. Even in Murim, simply stepping into this stage guarantees a spot among the 10 Supreme Masters. And now, our boy stands among them. A surge of energy bursts out of his body. He raises his hand and thinks to himself that this feels like complete rebirth, and that it took him 2 long years to reach this point. His father immediately stands up, filled with pride, saying he has finally done it and that he is proud of him. Sierra looks at him in shock and asks if it is what she thinks it is. Our boy looks back and admits that it really does look like he has reached mythic rank. Sierra is stunned, calling it absurd that he reached it this easily and this quickly. She continues, saying luck alone should not be enough for this, because if luck worked like that, tons of legendary ranks would have reached mythic by now. If that were true, there would not be only one mythic in hundreds of years. Our boy asks if she is unhappy that he reached mythic rank. She tells him she is actually proud of him and finds it worth celebrating. She feels reassured too, but she keeps repeating how ridiculous it is, over and over, because she truly cannot process how insane his achievement is. He then reminds her that they do not have time to stand around shocked. They are still at a huge disadvantage. Their enemies are the administrators, beings who have stayed at the 8th circle for hundreds of years, while he has only just started his mythic journey. He thinks to himself that at best they have around a year before an administrator shows up, so he needs to get even stronger and faster. Sierra then asks if she can see his mythical level power for herself. When he asks why, she says it is simply because she wants to, and that it is important to know exactly how strong their allies are. He asks who he is supposed to fight. She replies that it should obviously be his father, the acting lord. The acting lord smiles and accepts the challenge happily. The scene shifts to the training field where our boy and the lord stand facing each other. Our boy hesitates because his father is already at the peak of legendary rank, and he doubts this fight will help him much. Sierra stands on top of a mountain overlooking them and raises her hand, telling them to go all out. She assures them that if it gets dangerous, she and the old man beside her will protect them. Our boy wonders if he can actually fight seriously against his own father. The acting lord notices his hesitation and laughs, telling him not to worry because he also plans to go all out. He adds that as the former lord, he needs to confirm with his own eyes if the acting lord is truly worthy of his seat. Hearing this, our boy decides that if this is the case, then he cannot afford to hold back. He grips his sword tightly. For the first time in decades since Regressed passed away, a mythic versus legendary battle unfolds again. Their swords collide again and again, and bursts of energy explode with every strike. The field fills with swirling blue and golden energy. Our boy grips his sword tightly, rushes toward his father, and swings with full force, sending golden energy flashing through the air. His father charges toward him as well, but is shocked when the sword's energy slices past his head. Our boy immediately shifts into red energy, flames blasting out with his aura as he strikes downward. The force bends the acting lord to his knees. Sierra, watching from the mountain's edge, is completely stunned and whispers that this is insane. The old man next to her says it is not just their raw power, but the way they're freely shifting between aura shields and aura swords. He explains that this is top-tier aura sword mastery, and that seeing a duo like this is extremely rare. He also mentions that the fight probably will not last long. Down in the field, our boy keeps fighting and realizes that when it comes to pure sword technique and battlefield strategy, his father is still ahead of him. So he decides to change tactics. He tightens his grip, and suddenly his sword starts glowing with green energy. Sierra and the old man both gasp. The old man explains that this is the mythic rain technique Reisgen used 100 years ago. The aura ring forming around our boy is proof of it. Our hero raises his sword, and the green energy spreads everywhere, forming circular rings in the air. His father glares at him and steps forward, ready to continue. Our boy slightly pushes his sword downward, causing the aura rings to fall. The acting lord yells as a powerful burst of green energy explodes outward. The old man and Sierra move closer as the entire field is swallowed by green light. When the energy clears, the acting lord admits that our boy truly reached mythic rank and says he is proud of him. Our boy rushes to check on him, and the lord assures him he is fine, teasing that his son deliberately grazed him on purpose. Sierra comes running over, not sure if she should be happy or worried. When he asks why, she explains that while it is incredible that he has become even stronger than expected, it also means that transcendent beings at his level are equally powerful, and there are at least a dozen of them. Honestly, no one even knows the exact number. Our boy laughs and asks if she's already getting scared. He then tells her not to worry, because those administrators will not have it easy. He rests his sword on his shoulder and says that it is time to make the administrators pay for underestimating humans. The scene starts inside a building where our hero is standing with everyone gathered around him. Out of nowhere, our boy speaks up, saying that even though they united after a whole year, this farewell still feels way too sudden. The Lord responds in a calm way, saying it can't really be helped. He mentions that he gained a lot of insight from their sparring session and promises to bring good news soon. The old man steps forward, declaring that he will work even harder than before, and she immediately joins in, saying she will do the same. Our boy looks at them and thinks about how the people living on the island must reach mythic rank in the 8th circle as fast as they can. The pressure should be insane, but there is still no hint of fear or stress in their eyes. He then speaks again, saying he trusts them too, and that next time, they should meet in the Steel God territory. The scene then shifts to the Steel God territory. In the center of the courtyard, our boy is standing alone when suddenly a screen pops up in front of him. She appears on the screen and instantly yells Aaron, "There you are. I've been searching everywhere for you. What on earth have you been doing?" Our boy casually replies by asking what she thinks he has been doing, saying it's nothing major. He thinks to himself that the island is hidden under concealment magic so strong that even administrators would struggle to find it. Unless they physically descended there themselves, even gods wouldn't be able to see what's inside. And on top of that, the administrator's vault was sealed with mithril, which means they couldn't monitor him like they normally did. She yells back in frustration, saying that if that's the case, he should have at least replied to the messages she sent him. She then demands to know what happened between him and Ariel. Our boy stays chill and says it wasn't anything important. In his head, though, he admits that between the Hellbender's schemes and Ariel's defenses, there was way too much to hide. So he simply decided to ignore the whole situation. He decides to change the topic and quickly brings up something else, telling her that he actually got lucky and had a breakthrough. She freezes in pure shock and goes silent. Our boy lifts his hand, and a ring of green energy forms out of thin air around his fingers. She gasps, completely stunned, and she realizes that forming a force ring like that can only mean one thing. She blurts out that Aaron has finally reached mythic rank. Our boy stands steady, and she starts getting excited, saying her great warrior has become a mythic rank. She always knew it would happen someday, but she didn't think it would be this fast. He humbly says he's still only at the starting line. She becomes even more eager, saying she feels like descending in person just to congratulate him and asking what gift he wants to celebrate this huge milestone. He says he doesn't really need anything and that what she already gave him is more than enough. But she refuses to accept that. She claims it's definitely not enough, saying that if he has reached mythic rank, he needs martial arts that match that level. She then insists that she'll get him a mythic rank martial arts manual and that he will soon understand just how powerful a supporter he has gained. The scene shifts again, this time to the girl named Calroy, who is deep in thought and looking very serious. She says she was only gone for a single day, yet somehow it has already been almost a week without receiving any updates. Two people stand beside her with their heads lowered. Kaiten bows and asks their lord to please return soon. The other person adds that they have no idea where the lord has disappeared to. Calroy thinks that this situation makes her realize how much work the lord normally handles on his own. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind them. They all turn around, startled. Calroy speaks up, sensing who it is, saying that if Sari is here, then the lord must have returned as well. Both attendants stiffen in shock and start looking around frantically. A voice shouts me first, and another one argues, telling them to wait their turn because they're in a hurry. All of them immediately scramble in emotion, each desperately wanting to be the first to greet the lord. They rush toward him, and a page window opens up. There, in the middle of everything, our boy is already standing and checking a massive stack of documents at insane speed. One of the attendants calls out to him, addressing him as their lord. Calroy stares in disbelief, thinking about how fast he is processing the paperwork. With a whole pile of papers in her hands, she watches him closely. Our boy finishes looking through the documents and casually says he's done with all of them and that she can take the stack away. She needs to handle the writing for the next step. Calroy steps forward, stunned, asking if he seriously checked the entire huge stack already. He simply replies that it didn't feel like that much to him. Calroy puts a hand on the papers, still unsure, wondering if he actually reviewed them properly. Then she checks and gets shocked. Every stamp is placed exactly where it should be, on the few missing documents. He even left a recheck mark along with detailed notes for improvement. Our boy smiles confidently, thinking about how he awakened his full psychonic abilities. The screen shows multi-psychometry, and he thinks about how he can now read the thoughts imprinted in objects and written text. He asks Calroy if there is anything else she needs. Calroy replies that there isn't. He turns to Kaidan and asks about his issue. Kaidan explains that the temperature in the smelter keeps dropping, and they still can't figure out the cause. Our boy hands him a manual and tells him that if the problem stays the same even after following the instructions, he should return immediately. Kaidan agrees and leaves. Our boy then turns to the last person. The man gets nervous and admits that he's stuck on the teleportation interference magic circle that our boy told him to complete. No matter what he does, the formulas keep getting tangled. Our boy looks at the chart for a moment and goes before asking if this part right here is where he got stuck. The man panics and asks where exactly he means. Then our boy casually says it's just a simple fix. The man's eyes widen as he realizes the mistake and says the problem is solved. He runs off right away to continue working. Our boy sighs and says it's so typical of him to miss something like that. Calroy thinks about how many different issues he solved without even getting up from his seat. Our boy then asks Calroy about the biggest problem in their territory. She answers honestly, explaining that under his leadership and thanks to their abundant resources, everyone in the Steel God territory enjoys a high standard of living. But if she had to choose one issue, it would be their night order. Compared to most major territories, their night order is still much weaker, and to maintain their growth, they need power equal to the Royal Night Order. Our boy tells her that she said exactly what he had in mind. Calroy then mentions that they managed to secure some mithril. He tells her to distribute it to the Night Order and sell whatever remains. Calroy freezes, shocked, asking if he's serious about the mithril. She then asks how much they're even talking about. Our boy raises his hand and thinks silently that it's not just 3 kilograms, not even 30 kilograms, but around 300 kilograms. Calroy repeats the estimate, saying around 300 kilograms. Our boy says they should aim even higher and suggests adding another 0. Calroy's jaw drops as she yells, asking if he means 3 tons. She turns toward him, calling the administrators in disbelief. In reality, our boy is thinking it's actually closer to 30 tons, but for the administrator's mental well-being, he decides not to say that part out loud. The scene shifts and Carol is standing in front of our boy, explaining that mithril is basically a top-tier strategic resource every nation wants. Hearing that, our boy snaps back to reality. He snaps his fingers and suddenly remembers the land that has over 3 tons of the stuff buried in it. He asks where exactly that location is again, and the answer drops, the Great Forest. Calroy jumps in right away, apologizing as he says the Great Forest is one of the continent's 3 major demon lands. Our boy just shrugs, thinking it only looked like a thick, pretty normal forest when he saw it. Someone standing beside Carol wonders if the Crown will even accept their ownership, saying the Crown will probably pressure them to reveal the location so they can mine it themselves. Our boy stays chill and says it's fine to give them the location. Calroy is baffled and asks if he's seriously suggesting they just hand over the mithril. But our boy laughs and flips the vibe, saying he never said he'd hand the mithril over. He means I'll have to act sweet and respectful if they want anything. Calroy immediately starts thinking things through. The Great Forest is a place even the Royal Knights hesitate to enter. They should only move once the Crown completely gives up. If Steelguard manages to mine it themselves, they'll hold all the power in this entire matter. He figures the Lord must already have a way to extract it since he brought the topic up so confidently. Our boy then tells the administrator to set everything up properly. After all, it's not every day they get to play hardball with the crown. The scene shifts again into a quiet hallway where she sits, sipping tea. She gently says she can't even remember the last time the two of them spent time together like this. Our boy agrees. He can tell something's off. Her face is full of worry. She tells him that she knows his responsibilities as Lord come first, but she wishes he'd at least warn her when he's going to be gone for a long time. Thanks to his personics, he can sense her emotions. She's anxious. With her father gone, one of the main pillars of her world just collapsed. She wonders what would happen if Aaron vanished too. Darren, she believes, will probably be fine with or without the Steelgar name because she's capable enough. But she herself feels like she is nothing without it. Our boy suddenly gets it. So Nuna has definitely been conscious of Darren all along. Darren is only human, but the comparison seems to bother her. He tells her that he understands. She asks what he means. He replies that he knows why she is anxious and assures her he's not going to disappear the way their father did. She demands to know how he can possibly guarantee that. First their grandfather, then their father. It feels like some kind of shadow keeps falling over Steelguard at predictable intervals, almost like someone is targeting them. Our boy thinks she reached that conclusion from extremely limited hints. Truly a Steelguard. He snaps his fingers and tells her he will prove why he can make this promise. Golden energy fills the room, surprising her completely. She asks what she's seeing. He tells her it's a teleportation magic circle because there's somewhere he wants to take her. The magic activates, wraps around them, and in an instant, they're transported. They flash through, land on treetops, and she realizes they've arrived in the Great Forest. She's shocked that he can teleport without a scroll or artifact, and even use flight magic so casually. She asks where they are, and he tells her this is the Great Forest, and asks if it's her first time here. She freaks out, yelling that he's brought her into one of the continent's 3 major demon lands, and demands to know why he brought her somewhere so dangerous. Our boy stretches out his hand, golden energy pulsing from his palm, and tells her it's not dangerous at all. He explains that this place is what will make Steelguard greater than ever. She is stunned as they speed across the massive tree roots and thick forest floor. She asks what kind of magic he's using. He casually tells her to think of it like the spell Dig. She can't believe it. Dig is just a tiny hole-making spell. So how is this huge-scale magic even possible? With teleportation, flight, and magic of this ridiculous level, she finally sees the message he's sending her. The youngest is a magic swordsman, and a mind-blowingly talented one. She can't believe even Uncle Kendall couldn't pull any of this off. She asks if Aaron is above the 6th circle. He stays silent. She tries again, wondering if he's somewhere around 6th circle, or, no way, an archmage. Her thoughts start spiraling. People used to gossip that the youngest just had dumb luck, but now she sees it wasn't luck at all. It was something only an archmage could do. She asks when he even started learning magic, how he managed to become a legendary level genius and an archmage at such a young age. He only asks if she believes him now. Her eyes go wide, and she admits she wants to feel safe again. Our boy tells her he isn't as weak as she thinks. She realizes he did all of this to ease her heart. Then he tells her he has a gift. She picks up a blue object and is shocked, recognizing it as a dragon heart. Aaron explains that there was a dragon's lair in the Revel Mountains. He steps closer and mentions the legend of the dragon that crossed the mountain range. She is overwhelmed and asks if he's a dragon slayer. He says no, because by the time he got there, the dragon was already dead. She asks why he would give her something so valuable instead of using it himself. He laughs and says it barely matters to him anymore, and that Steelguard needs another top-tier knight. He places his hand on her back, focusing on her meridians. The yin and yang channels merge cleanly. He notes that maybe it's the quality of the dragon heart combined with her talent, but the synchronization is smooth. She won't wake up for a while. He quietly murmurs that it's done. Sari appears and responds right away. He asks if she prepared everything he requested, and Sari proudly says she brought everything, because she is the king. Our boy tells her he already overturned the earth, so she should spit out the mithril she had stored before. Sari agrees and gets ready. Our boy thinks ahead. The crown will eventually get Happel's report and rush here to try mining mithril themselves. But he knows how difficult mithril mining really is. He plans to make them cry their eyes out and run away after realizing how impossible the task is. Karen blurts out that her body suddenly feels way lighter than before, and our boy immediately thanks her. He knows Karen is already a Steelguard at just 22, with the foundation of someone at the Awaken level. Reaching Awakening at her age means she clearly has Karsum, and she's already considered a top knight prospect on a national scale. She had some help getting there, sure, but starting from 0 and climbing that fast basically proves she's a genius. And yeah, he's proud because she's his sister. The scene shifts to the Grand Palace of Liacane, a neighboring kingdom that shares a border with Navarro. Navarro is known as the Land of Knights, while Liacane is famous for its mages. Janik is practically crying, saying he's ashamed. Our boy asks him what the situation is, and Janik explains it's a total disaster. At this rate, all the money they invested is going down the drain. Our boy starts thinking about how the Earn Trading Company was supposed to enter Liacane, and everything with the Mile Trading Company had been going smooth until out of nowhere they canceled the deal without even bothering to give a reason. He tells Janik to hand him the documents. Janik immediately does, and our boy goes through them, thinking about how they spent over $1 million gold just on lobbying. They even bribed not only Navarro's royal family, but also Liacane's. He did tell them to spend freely, but still, losing that much stings hard. Instead of focusing on Mayastin, which actually favors them because of the saneness, they chose Liacane first, and they had a very calculated reason for that. The fifth magic tower, one of the 3 biggest towers in the entire continent, is based in Liacane. It's also the most advanced magic hub outside of the Empire. Countless academies operate under the tower, and supplying goods to all of them could open a massive channel of income. If they could slowly break into that market and turn the tower plus the academies into revenue streams, Earn Trading Company would basically evolve into a whole different beast. But now he's staring at the documents, thinking about how they already built production facilities and massively expanded their workforce. Around 5 million spent. If this crashes, they lose 3 million straight. He sighs, remembering that just 2 years ago, he would have been shaking over losing 300,000 coins. Now, with a coin balance of 25,122,810, it doesn't faze him nearly as much. Still annoying, but not life-ending. He decides the first step is to meet the head of Mile Trading Company. The scene jumps to the Mile Trading Company, where our boy and Janik walk in. The owner, Mile, greets them cheerfully, saying it's an honor, and asking if he's the Count Steelguard. Our boy immediately cuts through the fake niceness, saying it doesn't seem like the right time to be smiling. Mile tries to play it off, going on about how he respects Lord Layskin's grandson. But our boy shuts it down, saying he's not here as Count Steelguard. He's here as the head of Earn Trading Company, and it's time to talk business. Mile laughs and tells them to take a seat. Janik freaks out, asking if he really plans to talk right there. Mile shrugs, saying there are chairs and tables. Janik tries to say that's not what he meant, but our boy tells him to sit. Janik glares at Mile, thinking the guy is mocking him, but trembling at the same time. And that fear means something. It means Mile knows he did something dirty, something worth getting stabbed over. At least he's smart enough to know right from wrong. Mile casually brings up the contract and says there's nothing they can do, that business deals fall apart even when things are going well. That's just life. Janik snaps, yelling that they trusted his promise and came all the way to Liacane instead of going to Mayastin or expanding inside Navarro. How could he just cancel like that? Mile apologizes, but insists he has no choice either. Our boy then demands a cancellation fee. Mile agrees and offers 2 slips. Janik asks if that's only 2 million, since their loss is over 3 million. Mile goes, oh come on, not 2 million, 200,000. Janik freezes, and before he can react, Mile drops it again, 20,000. Janik is shocked out of his soul. 20,000 is beyond insulting. Mile just tells him he talks too much and that if they don't like it, they can walk away with nothing. 20,000 is still more than 0, and that's their choice. Our boy calmly asks if this isn't a breach of contract. Mile shrugs, saying so what if it is? Earn is just a trading company, and Mile Trading Company's base is in Liacane, not Navarro. Meaning, Navarro's people have no authority there. Our boy lets out an O, so that's what you really think? Mile confidently says that's exactly how he feels and doubles down that Navarro can't touch them on Liacane soil. In the next second, our boy punches him so hard that Mile flies, hits the floor and slides. Our boy tells him they may not have legal power here, but physical force? That can be applied anytime. Janik yells at him, asking what he thinks he's doing. Our boy looks at him like he's asking if he even knows how to use a sword. Janik admits he doesn't. Our boy grabs Mile by the collar and tells Janik to stick close then. Someone outside yells that they're taking the chairman and to go after them. Our boy raises his hand, golden energy burning in the air, and warns them not to follow him inside. Someone calls him a coward, and then the door gets locked. Inside, Mile starts panicking, saying our boy is making a mistake. But our boy tells him he's the one who messed up. Mile is yelling and crying as he gets dragged, while our boy leans in and keeps it simple, saying he seems like someone who can think. So he'll make this short. He gets close and demands to know who it is. The one interfering with them, the one pulling strings against Earn. The scene starts inside the building where our boy grabs Mile firmly. Mile instantly blurts out what he means by that, but our boy snaps back with silence and explains that he cast it so no one outside can eavesdrop. He tells Mile that he's already in a position where he needs to constantly watch his back inside the company. Mile says yes, or maybe no, clearly confused, and our boy jumps in again, saying if the chairman can't answer honestly, then he will. Mile starts thinking hard. Could it really be Azenbach Sergio? When Mile finally asks how he knew, our boy already has it figured out. He thinks to himself that Liacane is one of the countries heavily influenced by Azenbach. Of course Azenbach would want to crush him. He saved Alex, and even erased Azenbach's prize shadow unit. Mile apologizes right away, saying they had no choice. Their main client is the 5th magic tower, and if they don't follow orders, all trade with the tower gets cut off. Our boy immediately thinks about how strange it is that Azenbach can interfere with their trade with the magic tower. The tower is famously rebellious, even to royalty and imperial authority. How did Azenbach manage to win them over? Still, he admits this type of interference was something he already expected. And honestly, this situation might even benefit him. He asks Smile if the chairman has ever considered joining them fully, then places a finger on Miles' face and says he'll make a very tempting offer. Two people suddenly walk in. Mile quickly says well, and in his head thinks that these two are Azenbach's watchdogs inside the company. One wrong word, and they'd instantly cut off his head. One of them asks if our boy tried to bribe Mile. Mile answers no, it wasn't like that. He spoke like he already knew someone was behind everything. Mile explains further. He says our boy searched the room and grabbed the letter sent by Lord Azenbach. Then he told them he planned to expose everything across the continent, saying it was shameless to aim a sword at the man who saved Azenbach's son. Both men freak out a bit. One asks what they should do now. The other says they should retrieve the letter, but wonders if they can even take on the mystery blade. They think he's still only at an awakened level. Then the mage starts preparing some magic, purple energy flaring up, and says that if they team up, they can take him. The scene shifts inside the building. The two men who came and get blasted with a golden energy attack. Our boy thinks it wasn't enough at all. He appears right behind them, laughing to himself, and says wow. So the guy's a mage. Teleporting in here means he's at least fifth circle. Our boy goes over to the man lying on the floor and explains that the entire room is lined with teleportation wards. He says so, this is what mana backlash feels like. Then he raises his elbow, and suddenly a black beast bursts out, roaring at the man. The man panics immediately, begging to be spared and promising to tell him anything. Our boy asks for his name and affiliation. The man says he's Guilford, a senior mage from the 5th Magic Tower. Our boy asks if Azenbach sent him. Guilford's eyes widen, confirming it without even needing words. Our boy thinks this proves it. Azenbach and the 5th Magic Tower are cooperating, but something still feels off. A weird, tingling discomfort in his head. So he goes through everything he knows. He thinks about the fragment of Andalusia. The possessed Alex had known about the administrator. That's why I made a bet it thought it could never lose. If Cecilia had reached mythic rank, then the administrator and even the Seven Eyes would have eliminated her. He wonders what really happened to Cecilia in his past life. He decides he needs to check his memories. He activates the level 5 psionic ability hypermemory, targeting his previous life memories from age 27, day 25. The flashback begins. He remembers hearing someone mention that the crazy woman from the north stepped down from being a commander and gave up her title as one of the Empire's 5 great knights. Someone else asks why she would do that. The reply is that no one knows, but maybe Azenbach is getting old and planning to hand over the company. Rumor says he became a gentle old man, since apparently people change with age, though not everyone does. They point out a man passing by, saying he never changes. The flashback ends, and our boy sighs internally, saying so that happened. Kinda nostalgic. He starts connecting the dots. Azenbach had given up on turning Cecilia into a mythic rank powerhouse. Mythic strength is usually a legendary family's biggest obsession, unless Azenbach found something even more appealing. What could be better than building a dynasty with brute force? The only thing that makes sense is immortality. If you can live forever, you don't need a successor at all. He realizes that Azenbach must have joined the Seven Eyes, and Archmage Eyes, the master of the 5th Magic Tower, must have been in on it too. Through this alliance, Azenbach gained influence over the tower. But Errol had died by our boy's own hand, and the Seven Eyes should be completely gone. So who is Azenbach working with now? It's all speculation, and he tells himself he needs proof before confronting the administrators. The scene shifts. Janek is holding something and says, "What is this?" The man next to him explains that illusion magic is too risky when trying to fool mages and tells him to wear the item on his face. Then the story jumps to the 5th Magic Tower. Janek stands beside the man. The man tells him to keep his mouth shut and that he'll do the talking. Janek hears the man's voice, sounding exactly like the chairman. The man tells him let's go, and Janek quickly agrees. Janek thinks to himself that if you live long enough, you really do see anything. He never imagined he'd witness something this bizarre. In his past life, he had a swollen ego mixed with the guts of a fearless gambler, and eventually became a tycoon bold enough to stand toe-to-toe with Azenbach. In this life, though, after meeting Aaron, he had been living more quietly. But now he feels a spark, a chance to leave a strong impression on the chairman. That dormant, unawakened potential inside him slowly begins to rise to the surface. The scene opens inside the 5th Magic Tower. Someone suddenly barges in and tries to wake the senior mage up. He groans and asks what time it even is, since the sun isn't up yet, and wonders if the guy has some kind of death wish. The man panics and says that's not the issue at all, because the senior mage has arrived. Right then, the senior mage walks in and checks on them, asking if they're working hard. The red-haired guy instantly jumps to his feet when he sees Sir Guilford, acting way more polite. Sir Guilford looks around and says everyone seems to be working well. Very good. The two mages behind him are thinking they're totally screwed. Sir Guilford senses the weird mood and asks why they all look so guilty, telling them to relax before they ruin their health. The red-haired guy thinks to himself that there's honestly no place more old-fashioned and hierarchy-obsessed than the magic tower, especially when mages hear stuff like this. The senior mage adds more pressure, and Sir Guilford asks if they want him to stir things up even more. Sleeping at night? Huh? He says he doesn't care if their bodies break, as long as they deliver results. The red-haired guy immediately apologizes, begging for forgiveness just this once, promising they'll do whatever it takes to produce results. Sir Guilford internally sighs because no matter what he says, it somehow sounds like he's scolding them. He tells them to handle things properly and keep up the work. The red-haired guy tells him to take care as he leaves. Once they're outside, the man walking with Sir Guilford is shocked that their act works so well. He can't believe they actually fooled mages of the magic tower. He asks what the plan is now. Sir Guilford says he's going to find the highest-ranking mage in the tower. He knocks on a door. The voice inside asks who it is. Sir Guilford introduces himself as Guilford from the Enixon lab and asks for Sir Manhua. Manhua immediately recognizes the name and calls him a sensible man, asking what business brings him here in the middle of the night. Guilford says the matter is urgent and asks if he can come in. Manhua refuses and tells him not to bother him at night. Sir Guilford freezes for a second because he catches a strange smell. His companion asks what they should do. Sir Guilford replies with a "what do you think" kind of attitude and notes that Manhua's magic cube nullifies magical cultivation within the area. He decides not to waste time and forcefully opens the door. Manhua is shocked, yelling and demanding to know who they are. Sir Guilford grabs his face hard, pushing pressure points until the man cries out. Guilford comments that the fifth tower really knows how to pull all kinds of shady tricks. While holding the old man in place, he says he smelled blood earlier and suspected something was happening, but he didn't expect a full-on demon summoning ritual. The old man insists they've got it wrong. He says they were just experimenting out of curiosity and hadn't even made a pact yet. Sir Guilford asks him if he still thinks he's talking to the real Guilford. Then our boy removes the veil and reveals himself as Aaron Steelguard. He tells the old man that because of their actions, his company is in huge trouble. Manhua is shocked and asks if he's really Aaron Steelguard, the Count Steelguard of Navarro. Our boy asks if Manhua pressure Mile Company to avoid trading with own trading under Azenbach Sergio's orders. Manhua says that's not how it is. He starts explaining that the day Aaron wiped out the entire group, known as the Seven Eyes, the whole magical world went into chaos. From that day on, even Arel and all the Magic Tower Masters disappeared, leaving only the Six Circle Mages behind to hide the whole situation and prevent total disorder. Our boy points out that this means lots of people must be aiming for the now empty Tower Master seats. Manhua says it has almost been a full year since the Masters vanished. Aaron concludes that some mages have turned to demon summoning rituals just to reach the Seventh Circle, because all former Tower Masters were Seventh Circle mages. With all the Masters gone, reaching Seventh Circle basically makes you a new Master instantly. But reaching that level normally requires insane time and resources, so Azenbach is clearly exploiting that desperation among the Six Circle mages. Our boy asks who among the notable mages might try for the Tower Master position. Manhua says almost every Six Circle mage is aiming for it. Our boy tells him to summon all of them. Manhua asks why. Aaron laughs and says it's interview time. The scene shifts to Aaron questioning the mages. One mage complains, saying he never took Azenbach's money and asks what Aaron takes him for. Another mage laughs and says he wishes he could have gotten support like that. And another says Aaron must have lost his mind because he knows very well they all hate those Imperial bastards. They accuse him of calling them there for nonsense. Manhua, disguised as himself by Aaron, starts thinking something doesn't add up. He clenches his fist, realizing he assumed it would take at least 3 or 4 people working together to manipulate the entire tower, but apparently one person managed to pull everything off alone. Then Enixon, a Six Circle mage, steps forward and confirms everything. He admits he blocked on trading company's entry into Liacane under Azenbach's orders. Manhua is stunned and says he can't believe this. He asks if Enixon thinks he's some kind of Tower Master and asks if he understands the other top mages wouldn't just sit quietly if they found out. Enixon insists he had his own reasons. Manhua says there's no choice now and tells him he's going to the council because the impeachment process will start immediately. Enixon panics and yells, asking what he means by impeachment. Manhua says that if Azenbach's gold was really that irresistible to him, then he has nothing more to say, and he tells him to leave. He also adds that he'll see him at the council tomorrow. Manhua thinks the other mages will love this, since it's a legal way to get rid of a rival. Our boy, still behind the disguise of Manhua, thinks it's pathetic that a Six Circle mage would let Azenbach control him for some cash. Enixon then suddenly asks what if he actually had the potential to become a Tower Master. What if everything he did was actually part of the Tower Master's will? He reveals that everything happening in the Fifth Tower was all by the will of Lord Arel, the Fifth Tower Master. He says he is the only senior mage who knows this, because Arel asked him to keep the secret. He begs Manhua to understand. Manhua pauses and asks him to repeat the name. Enixon says it again, Lord Arel. He claims Arel has returned from the brink of death. Manuan's eyes sharpen as he realizes Anixin is completely serious. The scene shifts again. Someone says they've met the Tower Master and can feel his presence, wondering if the time has finally come. Our hero remembers that Arel is dead. He himself burned the body and then burned the remaining ashes again. Now he walks toward Arel's room, thinking how is he alive even after that. So even black magic couldn't bring him back. He knocks at the door while these thoughts are running through his mind wildly. Now our hero has disguised the face of the black-haired boy. Suddenly, a voice comes from inside the room, asking if Anixin is that you. Hearing the voice, our hero eyes sharpens with the thought he heard before. However, he says that he came urgently to report something. Arel asks if it is that important that you come late at night. Our hero says it is important. There has been a major disruption in the plan. Please share your wisdom with your disciples. Arel opens the door and weirdly, without facing them, turns back. He goes to his place and keeps looking at the books while my boy looks at him silently. Then he glances at our hero with clear suspicion hiding inside. Janek bows down and says that it is an honor to meet you, Lord, and he does not know how to express himself. Our hero clearly tells Janek not to give Arel that honor crap. Janek says that, but he is Lord Arel, he deserves respect. Our hero says he does not think so, especially from Janek. Janek snaps back asking what he means by that. Our hero reminds us that among the kidnapping targets listed in the Seven Eyes archive, Janek's younger siblings was one of them. In his past life, Janek grew into quite a major merchant. When his siblings disappeared, he went crazy and started ranking in money like a madman. Our hero wiped out Seven Eyes, so Janek never lost his siblings, nor went insane in his life. Still, the current situation is kind of ironic. Our hero thinks that Janek is now bowing to the enemy, who ruined his past life. So he quietly tells Janek, and more than anything else, this man is an arrow that stunned Janek. The old man stays calm when our boy asks him who he really is pretending to be Arel. This old man stayed quiet for a while. Then, he asked our hero how he knew that. Janek is stunned that this dude accepts he isn't Arel. However, Arel says he doesn't care at all. Then he makes an energy circle in his hand and gets ready to attack after being exposed. He shoots it towards our hero, and the energy ripples through the place in lightning speed. When our hero summons a 7 circle to block the attack, the Arel impersonator gets shocked. Our hero blocks the attacks while saying the impersonator is skilled enough to mimic Arel quite well. The impersonator fires off another attack, launching sharp icy crystals straight at them. Our hero immediately tosses Janek out of harm's way and turns to face the incoming strike. His sword lights up with mana, and he starts smashing those crystals apart with ridiculous speed. The impersonator freezes in shock, wondering how his attacks are being swatted away so easily. He starts questioning his opponent's rank, and realizes this isn't just any legendary, but something far above that. Our hero dashes in and swings. The impersonator steps back in fear, unable to understand where this monster even came from. He slips, crashes to the ground, and our hero pins him down, stabbing his sword into the floor right beside his face. While leaning on his back, our hero quietly considers the truth. The dead are not supposed to return. But if his guess is correct, this guy is something else entirely. Before he finishes that thought, the old man turns his head and demands to know what he is. Our hero responds by activating the transforming altar. As he consumes the orb, he calmly says that it's a pleasure to meet him again, and that it has been 300 years, even though he's a bit behind schedule. The old man stiffens, recognizing that voice. Mana swirls as our hero shifts his form, using racial transformation magic, taking on the appearance of Lord Hellbinder. The red-haired lord smiles, and the old man stares, remembering the dragons, the girl, and the treasures that once stood in front of them. As he recalls the vault deep in the great forest, he pieces it together. The dragons were working with Hellbinder to drive out the administrator, calling themselves guardians. That means this guy is a dragon. Xanar finally stands, reveals his true form, and questions why they're even fighting. Our hero, still wearing Hellbinder's face, greets him like an old acquaintance, and says that it has been a long time. Arel watches all this with growing confusion. When he had Among tracked the Guardian's location, there definitely wasn't supposed to be a Guardian anywhere near Lycan. Our hero looks at Xanar and asks if he happened to lose the earring he took from the vault. Xanar snaps his fingers as everything clicks, admitting that this must be why our hero didn't recognize him at first. It has been 300 years, after all, and he misplaced that earring about 100 years ago. He laughs lightly as he says it, then tilts his head and adds that our hero is way too late. He was supposed to return within 150 years, yet he ended up arriving another 150 years after that. No matter what the other Guardians said, Xanar always believed our hero would return. That was exactly why he had been quietly preparing the grand plan. While Janek lay unconscious, our hero gives Xanar a gentle push and casually pieces things together, asking if teaming up with Azenbach was also part of that grand plan. Xanar proudly answers that it was. Now that Seven Eyes has vanished, this is their moment to act. He then glances at our hero and asks if the disappearance of Seven Eyes was also his doing, calling him savior in the process. Our hero pauses, wondering why he is being called that. Xenar explains that he is the one destined to raise the dragons to greatness again. The guardians serve, and the savior leads. Our hero thinks to himself that he has officially played every possible role in this life, and now he is apparently the savior of dragons too. Still, he's relieved the transformation magic held together. Good thing he learned that trick from Sierra. Curious about the grand plan, he waits as Xenar asks if he may reveal his current identity, promising it will be impressive. Right in front of our hero, Xenar's body shifts, his skin turning a bright blue before settling into his true form. He introduces himself as Siren Haswelder, hero of the Haswelder family. That name catches our hero completely off guard. The Haswelder line belongs to the ducal house of Kaidon. Siren, now in his real form, explains that he has been living under the Haswelder name for 3 centuries. Our hero blurts out that 300 years should mean he passed down the bloodline several times. Siren nods without shame, saying he played the roles of grandfather, father, and now son. Thanks to him, the Haswelder line is basically an empty shell at this point. There are 6 guardians left, which means 6 families have been quietly replaced just like this. Siren continues with an annoyed sigh, but says he nearly forgot the most impressive part. He has personally gathered 50 million gold. Our hero is stunned. That amount alone nearly completes their mysterious target. 50 million is no small purse. He asks Siren whether the other guardians managed to reach their goals as well. Siren laughs, saying they're either at the same level as him, or only slightly behind. Our hero thinks to himself that he still has no idea what Hellbinder's grand plan really is, but one thing is obvious. It costs a ridiculous amount of money. And somehow, all these guardian suckers just rolled themselves right into his lap. The scene opens with Xenar asking the savior how he has been all this time. The savior says that, just like Xenar, he has also taken control of the noble house. Then he suddenly asks if Xenar has heard, and immediately transforms. Xenar watches in slight shock as he shifts. Our boy uses the moment to ask about the revival of the Steel God family. He lists all the titles: the youngest valedictorian, the mystery blade, the host of the grand assembly, a demon slayer, the youngest count, and a saint blessed by the goddess. Xenar finally gets it, and admits he should have realized earlier that Aaron Steelguard has been Lord Hellbender the whole time. He asks if our boy has been planning all of this since Levadin's generation. Our boy denies it instantly, and says he just took over Aaron's body. Xenar is shocked, and asks if he really accomplished all of that in just one life. Meanwhile, Xenar himself is in his 3rd generation, and has switched bodies around 10 times before becoming the head. He wonders if this is simply the difference between a manager and a dragon. Then Xenar asks if he has almost collected the 300 million gold. He assumes it's time to start the grand plan. Our boy starts panicking internally, thinking he needs to figure out what this grand plan even is without exposing himself. So he switches the topic and asks why Xenar agreed to Azenbach's request. Xenar says it was just bad luck. He ran into Azenbach and didn't think he was close enough to Arel to step into the Tower Master's chamber. Azenbach kept bothering him, so he dumped the whole thing on Nixon and told him to handle it reasonably. Then he asks if that interfered with the grand plan. Our boy admits that, in hindsight, it kinda did. Xenar says he will summon Nixon at dawn, cancel all pressure on the company, and make sure earned trading can function without any issues. Then he asks something else. He wants to know why our boy returned after 300 years instead of the promised 150. Our boy says his true identity got exposed to the other administrators, and he had to protect the Guardians. Xenar gets shaken and asks how he returned alive. Our boy says he escaped while badly wounded and stayed hidden for almost 100 years. Xenar says the cosmic energy must be on their side, and that he's truly relieved that our boy is safe. Meanwhile, our boy notices how Xenar is telling him everything without even a hint of caution. Now our boy finally sees the outline of this grand plan. The 300 million gold is supposed to be exchanged into 30 million coins to buy relics to compensate for the power gap against the administrators. He thinks the plan is kind of sloppy. Out of 7 guardians, 1 is dead and 1 is missing. Even with conservative estimates, they've already gathered at least 200 million gold. That means he can secure around 20 million coins under the excuse of relic purchases. Plus, he gets 5 dragons on the anti-administrator side as a bonus. Xenar then asks what happened to 7 Eyes. Our boy says they came to him first, which was unfortunate for them. Xenar takes it as a sign and says there's no reason to hesitate, now it's time to execute the plan. Our boy is confused and asks to execute what? Xenar says the destruction of magic power across the entire continent. Our boy's eyes widen as he realizes Xenar means destroying the magic towers. He knows that even though he built some trust, one wrong answer could ruin everything, including the 200 million gold and the support of the dragons. So he says it isn't time for that yet. Xenar is startled and wonders if he missed something. Our boy keeps it vague and says he'll understand soon enough, and that it's for the plan. That vague answer finishes the moment. Our boy thinks Xenar will now justify why the towers should be destroyed. Xenar nods and says he's sure the seer has a deeper purpose. Our boy internally freaks out because that is absolutely not what he was aiming for. The scene shifts to a carriage. Janek asks if he slept well, but immediately brings up everything that happened. He asks if what he heard in the Tower Master's room is true, and if Lord Arel really is a fake. Our boy realizes Janek has seen a lot. He considers erasing his memories, but decides against it. Today will shape Janek into who he's supposed to become. So our boy tells him that trade with Liacane will continue smoothly, and everything is settled. He tells him to keep working hard, and reminds him that he knows what to say and what must stay secret. Janek, shocked but determined, promises. He thinks business is both adventure and gamble, and the chairman just let him experience that firsthand. He decides even being half as good as the chairman would be enough. The scene shifts again. A helicopter flies over the trees as he talks about the nameless true scripture, a book containing secrets of the nature realm. Solar Divine Arts asks if our boy is really planning to take it. Our boy says he never goes back on his word. Solar admits even he, a once-in-a-generation genius, can't understand the book. It's super rare, but also practically useless, precious and pointless at the same time. Our boy still insists he has to try. He thinks the nature realm equals the transcendent tier on this continent, a stage everyone must reach eventually. He has already reached the mythic realm, so now it's time to push further. He confirms the payment is the rebirth elixir. Solar agrees and says the elixir probably won't matter to someone like him anyway. He calls our boy an over-tier genius who hit the peak fusion stage at lightning speed, even though no one has reached the first tier yet. That info makes our boy's eyes widen. Solar hopes he at least gets a glimpse of the nature realm. Another companion points out that he even pulls off-dimensional trades during breaks and jokes that their great warlord really is smart. She asks if he seriously plans to use the Guardians as his minions. Our boy says he has to. He's going up against administrators and needs all the help he can get. She warns that if he gets caught and all those dangerous beings come after him, even he won't have an easy time. Our boy answers that he just won't get caught. As the helicopter hovers above the forest, someone below signals him and calls out to the savior. Several people stand there, watching one by one as the helicopter lowers. Our boy tells them to watch closely, repeating it, and says they're about to see how he's going to roast those lizards alive. The scene opens with our boy landing right in front of the group. Before he can even breathe, the silver dragon starts yelling at him, calling him an irresponsible bastard and demanding to know where he has been this whole time. Our boy looks around and realizes that, except for Janer, everyone seems mad at him. Apparently respect has completely vanished, and they all just showed up to argue. He thinks he might need to play a little rougher this time. He shrugs it off and says he was only a little late, and that for a dragon, 150 years is basically the same as 1 year for a human. The silver dragon loses it again, asking if he's seriously saying that. Our boy just waves it off and says they should talk inside before the guards notice anything weird. As they walk through the hallway, everyone gathers in front of him. The silver dragon looks around the place and asks if this is a subspace and how he even created it. Then the blue dragon steps in, wondering if this is another divine relic. The golden dragon, Splincha, stands nearby and scoffs, saying a fancy rat hole is still just a rat hole, and what's the point of decorating it anyway? The dragons demand an explanation for why he is 300 years late. Janer steps forward and says he will explain on his behalf. Everyone turns to him. He explains that while Hellbender was preparing the grand plan, the administrators grew suspicious of him. He was seriously wounded and realized that exposing himself would put all of them in danger. So he hid himself until now and only recently came back. Splincha asks if this is true. Our boy confirms it, admitting he was late but reassuring them that the grand plan is still moving forward. No need to panic. The blue dragon doesn't seem convinced and says he basically sacrificed himself and expects them to just accept it without proof. He asks how they're supposed to believe any of this. Our boy thinks to himself that maybe Hellbender cared about staying on the Guardian's good side, but he definitely doesn't. He steps forward and challenges them by saying if they have a problem, they can come at him. Everyone gets shocked and demands an explanation. He tells them that just because he entertained their behavior in the past, they've forgotten who is actually above who. Splincha grinds her teeth and calls him arrogant. She instantly conjures magic in front of him and says that even if he is an 8th circle mage, does he really think he can take on all the 7 circle mages at once? Blue energy flares sharply around her as the magic circle forms. Our boy stays completely chilled, just staring at her. Suddenly, a heavy dark purple energy mixed with blue and red shoots right toward him. Janer panics and shouts, saying he has been waiting to settle the pecking order himself. Our boy spreads a strong, mythical realm illusion barrier around himself and declares that he'll show them the real difference in their power levels. The silver dragon raises his hand, forming a circle and cursing him. All of them begin unleashing their 7th circle spells. Destruction magic, frozen tempest, everything they've got. But the spell casting collapses instantly. Our boy casually performs 8th circle dispel magic. Splincha's eyes widen as she says there's no way he can counter all of their combined spells. Before she even finishes, he starts casting again, and she and the silver dragon freeze in shock. The silver dragon suddenly panics and says they should talk this out. The moment everything shakes apart, the dragons drop to the ground, bowing in front of him and claiming they must have temporarily lost their minds. Splincha bends a little and laughs awkwardly, saying she was being a bit thoughtless. Off to the side, the white dragon glares at her and asks what she's doing, reminding her that she is 3,000 years old and shouldn't act like that. Splincha fires back, yelling that dealing with ancient geezers for centuries while maintaining this level of beauty would make anyone act like this. The white dragon snaps again, saying she never shuts up. Meanwhile, the silver dragon turns back to our boy and says that Splincha talks sweetly but never has any real substance. He mentions that the Urn Merchant Guild recently announced expansion in Eliacane, and since he also happens to be Eliacane's finance minister, he'll support our boy fully with all resources. Our boy thinks that regardless of race or age, a little beating always resets everyone's attitude. Then he asks for everyone's current gold and clan counts. They all start reporting their numbers one by one. The Golden Dragon has 35 million gold and 3 clans. The Silver Dragon has 48 million gold and 1 clan. The Blue Dragon has 40 million and 4 clans. The Red Dragon has 50 million gold and 2 clans. And the White Dragon has 38 million gold and 4 clans. Our boy nods and says it's perfect and reminds them they kept 500 million, so he orders them to bring it out immediately. Splincha asks if he means right now, then sighs and says understood. They start forming circles and taking out golden bricks. The Silver Dragon looks at the piles and says the sight of all that gold together is spectacular. Splincha dramatically says farewell to her beloved treasures. Our boy watches them, thinking that even humans can't beat dragons when it comes to greed. Their faces are glowing with both excitement and regret. The total comes to around 100 million gold, a full 10 million coins. Our boy stores all of it in his inventory and tells them they did well. He then says it's time to begin the grand plan. The Blue Dragon gets hyped, saying it's finally time to destroy that cursed magic tower. But Janer stops him, saying it's not time yet. The Blue Dragon demands to know why. Janer explains that Savior instructed that the tower destruction must be postponed. Our boy thinks that the moment has finally come. He activates Pysonic's ability to read their true thoughts and figure out what the grand plan actually is. He realizes that they want to start the plan, but delay its very first step. What does that even mean? He senses their thoughts about how ever since the tower was built, the mana density of Zion has crashed massively. It's nothing like the past. They clearly know the tower is both a symbol of dragon subjugation and a cursed shackle. Our boy questions the idea of a shackle and realizes the truth. The magic tower is actually a dragon-suppressing device. Then something clicks. The age of myth ended and the human age began, all because of the magic tower. The scene starts inside the 14th magic tower, where the tower's ego controller suddenly blinks its eyes and basically yells, calling the boy a wicked human. The device, which also acts like the dragon vein control system, asks him why he has been so quiet for a while and what he wants now. The boy stays calm and says to relax because he isn't here to suck mana this time. He explains that he has a question about the connection between dragons and the magic towers. The controller gets annoyed and acts offended, asking how low he thinks of it. It says he must think it's some kind of information broker. But the boy insists, saying the device was created along with the magic tower itself. So he needs information from when the towers were first made 300 years ago. The controller complains, asking why the boy suddenly needs this info now. The boy teases it and asks if he should jog its memory. The controller finally begins explaining that all magic towers were built on top of dragon veins. It asks him if he even knows what a dragon vein really is. The boy explains what he knows. A dragon vein is a place that releases mana and spreads it across the entire continent. He guesses that maybe they were made to suppress dragons. The controller says he only knows half the truth. If the dragon veins ever get blocked, the mana across the continent drops, and the strength of every living being weakens with it. Then it asks him if he knows how humans ended up becoming the rulers of the continent. The boy starts piecing things together and says humans were never affected by mana to begin with. The controller responds with its usual attitude and says that every other race is basically wearing heavy iron chains while humans are just wearing sandbags. It explains that the magic towers are what made this huge advantage possible. The boy then asks his next question. The magic towers were built by the founding emperor. So, is there a link between the administrator and the emperor? The controller suddenly stiffens in shock, and when the boy asks why it isn't answering, the device says its mind just turned blank, like something is blocking the memory on purpose. The boy gets shocked too, and realizes there must be a seal placed on that information. He wonders why. He starts thinking through the history. 300 years ago, the administrator summoned dragons to restore balance to the world. Around the same time, the founding emperor built the magic towers to restrain dragon power. If there's a seal blocking all information tying the towers, the administrator, and the founding emperor together, then the truth must be that the founding emperor was actually the administrator himself. The same legendary figure who dragged humanity out of the Dark Ages, brought the age of humans, built the entire empire, and became the great founding father of the whole zone. The boy realizes something even crazier. The founding emperor wasn't just a human hero at all. He was actually an administrator, a dragon that descended from the fifth dimension and basically shaped the world. The boy snaps out his thoughts and asks another question to the controller. What happens if the sealed dragon veins ever get opened? The controller replies that the mana density across the whole continent would shoot up to 5 times its current level. Races like elves and dwarves, who rely heavily on mana, would become insanely stronger. And dragons, those would become something else entirely. And they would even regain their lost dragon speech. The boy is shocked and asks what dragon speech is. The controller explains in a slightly judging tone that he doesn't even know that. Dragon speech is a unique dragon technique where spoken words themselves turn into magic. For example, saying shatter could literally break things. And true dragon speech is way stronger than even advanced seventh circle magic. The boy immediately understands why dragons are so obsessed with destroying the magic towers. He thinks that having stronger dragons as allies might not be a bad idea if he ends up fighting the administrators. But he still wonders if he should really destroy the towers. He remembers that he hasn't completely taken control of the dragons yet, so he wants to think more carefully before making any moves on the towers. Then the boy asks the dragons why there are only 5 of them present. He wonders where the other 2 are. He remembers the 9 colored gems he saw in Hellbender's vault, 7 of which were unlocked, meaning there should be 7 guardians. Splencia speaks up and explains that 1 guardian is dead and 1 is missing. They search for the missing one, but couldn't find them. The boy is shocked to hear that. The scene suddenly shifts to a place where storms are violently bursting, everything crackling with raw power, and then a golden light appears out of nowhere. Someone comments that the missing one was hiding much closer than expected. Then a dragon roars fiercely. The boy appears in front of this dragon and casually says, "Nice to meet you, yellow dragon." But the yellow dragon roars back and demands to know who he is. The boy says it's him, Hellbender, and that he is currently using Steelguard's body. The dragon snaps back aggressively, saying lies come out of him as naturally as breathing. Then the golden dragon looks closely and mutters Hellbender. The boy comments that missing his ass, the dragon looks perfectly fine. He scolds the dragon for disappearing while its comrades were collecting gold for the grand plan. The golden dragon glares at him with fury and screams at him to shut up and never order it again. It releases a massive wave of golden energy toward him. The dragon thinks to itself that he barged into its lair uninvited, and that even administrators wouldn't survive this level of power. But the boy stands unfazed as the energy fades away from him. He glares back and asks if the dragon's rebellion is over. Then he unleashes the lightning stored inside the Thunder Dragon Emperor's horn. He thinks to himself that he absorbed the yellow dragon's thunder using only 1 horn, and he wonders just how strong the dragon must have been when alive. A dragon from the 5th dimension. He also realizes the administrators might be way stronger than he originally expected. The golden dragon collapses onto the ground, begging for forgiveness and saying she must have lost her mind for a moment. The boy says she's at least smarter than the others, since she knows her place. He asks why she was hiding in a place like this instead of collecting gold for the grand plan. She starts explaining, but also sniffling. She admits that the human world scares her. This shocks the boy, so he listens closely. She explains that she disguised herself as a count in the imperial court and kept switching bodies while serving there for 200 years. Living among humans constantly drained her, no matter how much magic she used. The exhaustion never went away. One day, after finishing endless paperwork, she stared blankly at nothing and realized she'd rather die than keep living like that. She cries out that in her whole 2,000-year lifespan, she has never felt suffering like this. The boy is stunned. A dragon, one of the most powerful beings alive, ran away from the human world because of pure burnout. The scene starts with her asking if he really has to take everything with him. Our boy casually replies that it is all part of the grand plan, then teasingly wonders if she burned out and gave up on the plan too. She quickly denies it, saying that is not the case. He turns to face her and tells her that he will keep her slacking a secret, and that she should rest properly until her mind recovers. She softly thanks him. Inside his head, our boy admits that at first he never imagined a dragon could actually get burnout, but after working nonstop for 200 years, it really does make sense. Rest is honestly the best cure for burnout anyway. The scene then switches to the palace, where he is standing with a monk. Our boy asks how things went. Among reports on the pure gold sale he was entrusted with, and hands over a detailed list. Our boy thinks to himself that the dragon's pure gold is steadily being turned into coins, already reaching 2 million coins. Everything is going smoothly, and soon they will break that 30 million coin barrier. Even though the 3rd tier is packed with wealthy capitalists, these numbers easily place him among the top 100 in the civilized realm. And this doesn't even include all his other assets beyond simple coins. He glances over the stock reports for Earn and Hedgen. While he was busy handling goods and dealing with administrators, the side market suddenly hit the jackpot. The market cap of his companies has more than doubled. Investors across multiple channels now see them as the leaders of the 4th generation. One report says the recent growth rate is at 150%, Another praises Earn Horizon Magic as a miracle in modern business. And a third one calls them the shining light of fourth-generation industries. Our boy thinks they have successfully attracted both niche consumers and major investors, so this upward trend will keep climbing steadily. With this, his total assets have crossed 100 million coins. It is finally time to knock on the doors of the 4th tier. The requirement for moving up to the next trading rank is 2 lakh by 3 lakh, and he checks the needed soul prestige for ranking up. 1 financial achievement and 1 soul prestige. He thinks that he needs 1 lakh soul prestige, and that he now lives the weird double life of both a grunt fighter and a financial giant. The screen displays the description of a financial giant, someone who has enough influence to sway national policies, make business people laugh, cry, cheer, or disappear entirely. To obtain this prestige, one must own more than 50% of a company valued above 100 million coin market cap. Our boy tells Among that since he has already cleared the hardest requirement set, the 100 million coin market cap nowadays, he only needs to buy 2 more companies. He calls it a very pleasant problem. Then he starts browsing through possible listings. One option is the first-tier listing for the Sir Mina Goblin Breeding Farm at 9,500 coins, unlisted. He skips it. Next is the Heartstone Manastone Mine listed at 3 lakh coins, also unlisted. He thinks about it for a moment. The Eye of Providence appraisal says the actual value of the mine is around 1 lakh coins, medium-high rank. Our boy mutters that the owner is still trying to inflate a 1 lakh mine into a 3 lakh sale, and that he still has not learned his lesson. So our boy decides to pass on all the unlisted ones for now, skipping the first tier as well. Only 2 listings really catch his attention. Second tier Mukla Magic University at 1.12 billion coins, which is a listed company. Second tier Bahamut Mercenary Corps at 800,000 coins. He decides to ask the second tier experts for advice. They tell him Mukla University is not bad at all, and that 1 million coins is actually cheap for it. Mukla is a prestigious school that will not collapse easily, although universities are not ideal for short-term profits. Another expert comments on the Bahamut Mercenary Corps. He knows them well and says their past achievements were top-notch, but they have been slowly fading away. With the rise of 4th-generation magic armor, normal mercenaries have lost a lot of strength, and, as the members age, the group is shrinking. Our boy wonders if that might make them a good target for a buyout. He decides that if he wants to build another 4th-generation factory, he will need some serious backing, and the Bahamut Mercenary Corps can fill that role perfectly. One of his people points out that if the Bahamut Corps protect their business, even the Empire will hesitate before interfering. Our boy agrees. If they supply Bahamut with 4th-generation armor units, they will gain both factory protection and real battle data. Someone else adds that when those mercenaries retire, they can recruit them as test operators. A masked man admits that he thought the mercenary idea came out of nowhere, but actually sees how well it fits. A girl steps in and jokes that with magic armor businesses, mercenary groups, and even a university under him, they should start calling him chairman now. Our boy just shrugs and says she can do whatever she wants. Then the goddess appears. She says his grand strategy already has him leading an affiliated company in the Oath tier at such a young age. Our boy quickly corrects her, saying not yet, because the acquisition process will still take time. She insists that it is practically confirmed, which is worth celebrating, and she decides she should give him a gift. Our boy awkwardly says she doesn't need to give him anything. Before anything else happens, someone rushes in and interrupts, calling out to him. He asks what it is. Calliope explains that he should head to the temple because St. Crucia has arrived. Our boy is surprised and asks why she came without any notice. Calliope says yes, she arrived suddenly, but something feels off. She is not acting like her normal self. Our boy is shocked and thinks to himself, no way. The scene then shifts to the temple of Medzium Cleos. Someone politely offers Crucia a drink and tells her she must be tired from her long trip. She asks what the drink is. The boy explains that it is a new fizzy drink from the Lord's castle, and it tingles in the mouth. Crucia grabs the cup instantly, drinks the whole thing in one go, and comments on the carbonation. The man panics and warns that drinking it that fast will sting her throat. Crucia sticks out her tongue dramatically and says that now it really hits the spot. She then asks the man if he has done something to the warranty, and tells him he is reprimanded. He nervously asks why she would reprimand him since he did nothing wrong. Crucia points at our boy and says that the one who deserves reprimanding is right there. She turns to him and greets him with a calm lord. Our boy says she should have at least sent a message before arriving. She waves her hand and orders everyone except Aaron to leave. They rush out, gossiping about how politely the Lord is speaking to the saint and dying of curiosity about what is happening. Crucia yawns and says it has been a while since she last saw Lord Kilios. She explains she had important business to take care of, but now that it's done, she won't be going anywhere for some time. Our boy thinks this situation is worse than the worst. Meanwhile, she internally curses Ern, calling him a bastard and mentally yelling about how dare he try to steal her urn. My boy suspects his identity is revealed, and he is just like what the... But she cuts him off and points at something behind him, saying, hey you there. Is that Erang's eye? Behind our boy is Erang disguised in the face of little Aluna, who was sneakily watching them from the corner like she had all the time in the world. Then our hero turns to look at the girl. The saintess snaps her finger, and a soft glow flares right in front of her. That glow spreads out and wraps around them like a shield, forming a protective mana barrier that blocks the vision from outside to inside completely. Now we see this was actually the goddess Erang, disguised in the face of girl, and she now yells for Ern, but it is already too late. Inside the barrier, the saintess faces our boy and says that now they are finally alone. Our hero snaps back, asking if becoming a great warrior of goddess Erang is something to be angry about. The saintess gets even angrier and yells at him, asking if he thinks someone would not be upset. Our hero apologizes, saying he is sorry for becoming the great warrior without consulting her, explaining that the situation was urgent and he had no choice. She asks in shock and still yells at him, saying he's exactly like that Erang. She had plans to make him her protege. Our boy says that even if he becomes the goddess's great warrior for her, it does not change their relationship. She fires back, asking what relationship he is even talking about. Our boy says what else? They are the best business partners. This makes her even more annoyed, and she gets so mad she does not speak at all. Our hero calmly explains that there are many people and beings who work with him on the continent and in dimensional trade, but she is the only one who cooperates with him in both. He asks if she has seen their stock surge. The goddess shares a loan past 10 million coins, which makes the situation even more intense. The saintess says she saw it and thinks that is exactly why she is angrier. Power, strength, and even charm. She feels she should have made him her intermediary no matter what, so she asks why he chose Erang. Our hero says that of all gods, it had to be Erang. The saintess starts thinking that Cleos pretended not to know about the administrator, but she already suspected Cleos knew about it. On the other hand, Erang sought revenge for the former great warrior Darniel, and she approached the inner world to pass information about the administrator. Choosing Erang over Cleos was an unavoidable decision. The scene shifts to the 6th tier, celestial realm, where a massive floating realm hangs in the heavenly clouds like a kingdom carved out of light. There, a beautiful blonde girl, Leo, is walking through the glow and thinking that honestly she is hurt, but Ern is not at fault. But Erang, she cannot forgive that bitch. She is furious at our boy's girl. Now, the system chimes in and tells her to check the visitor ID as she steps toward the gate. The panel pops up, shows her name, and instantly grants her entry. As she walks inside, she is still thinking about what she should say first to really wound Erang. But just then she hears someone yelling from deeper inside the realm, asking where she spent all this time. This is our hero, who is yelling at Erang and demanding to know if she has any right to spend that many coins without asking him. She fires right back, yelling if he thinks she needs to report every little thing she spends on. Our hero reminds her that when she spent 3 million coins last time, he wanted to ask, but he held back. Some of his wealth belongs to her too, but he still feels that he deserves to enjoy it too. Then our hero furiously asks her why she's been spending so many coins lately. She snaps back and asks if he was watching all of that. Our hero yells even louder, saying he was not watching like surveillance, no, but those coins are still something he earned. Now she starts to get furious, and her voice rises as she asks if he really thinks he earned those alone. Our hero answers a little reluctantly, saying he did not mean it like that. Now it is her turn to explode. She tells him that he talks about her having the right to enjoy it while thinking like that, and that his praise was just empty words. It was exactly like that back then too, when because of her, he suffered that humiliation from the leading gods. This makes our boy go silent. Beside them, Cleo stands quiet as well, because things are already heated enough. Our hero finally asks Erin why she even brought up that topic right now. He adds that he does not know what she has been up to lately, but his patience ends here. That line makes her eyes well up, and the anger on her face softens for a moment. Then our hero turns around and finally notices Leo. He is stunned to see her standing behind him, almost like she had been watching the whole scene. He asks what brings her here. She answers that she has business with Arung, and then she throws a side question at him, asking what he is up to. Our hero turns away and replies savagely, telling her it is none of her business, and that she should go take care of her own matters. Cleo stays quiet, gives our hero one cold glance, and then leaves without a word. Our hero then looks at Arung, who now appears worried and has both hands on her head, trying to calm herself. Leo steps closer and calls her name, asking if this is about Ern, about the fight they just had. Erang does not want to say anything at first, so he simply asks her how she even knew about that. Cleo sits beside her and tells her that she could not expect him to remain unaware forever. Then she suggests they step outside for a moment. As they walk along the floating paths of the realm, Cleo mentions that the demon descendant tried to kill Ern, so Erang had no choice but to make him an intermediary. Erang explains that Cleo's was busy absorbing the Eternity Gem and did not have the capacity to protect Ern at that time, so she had no other choice. Then Erang asks how she found out about her obtaining the Eternity Gem. Erang adds that she heard it from the rumors. The rumor says that the reason Cleo's disappeared for a while was the Eternity Gem. Even in the 6th tier, it is not just rare, it is legendary. If someone succeeds in absorbing it, their divine power rivals that of a leading god, and they can even have more than 2 intermediaries. Erang admits that it is an incredible power and congratulates Cleos on succeeding with the absorption. Cleos tells her to spare her the empty compliments. Meanwhile, in her mind, she is laughing because she originally planned to press on her heart with this topic, but Erang is completely clueless about her motive. Cleos then asks what is going on with Aspire. He is not the type to make a fuss over such a small amount of money. Erang says she brought a chronotype. That shocks Cleos instantly. She asks if Erang realizes that the thing costs at least 8 million gold, and if she seriously plans to give that to Ern as well. She tells Erang that she keeps spoiling her intermediaries and calls it sickness, a serious one. Erang calmly replies that she simply cannot help feeling that way. Cleos yells that she has to suppress it. Excessive kindness without direction is harmful, not only to Erang, but also to Ern. She then asks if Erang is planning to repeat the past again. Meanwhile, as Cleos walks, she laughs in her mind, thinking that she did not even get to say 1/10 of what she wanted. Erang has already started supporting Ern fully. She looks down toward the dimension and realizes that cracks are forming in the once stable rolling dimension, spreading like silent fractures across its surface. For the first time, she hesitates and wonders which side she should even stand on. Later, we see our hero talking with Arung and asking her if she managed to work things out with Lady Cleos. She says that of course she did, since they have always been on pretty good terms. Then the scene shifts toward him, and he pleasantly says that as a token for settling things nicely, he has a gift for her. Arung looks surprised, and our hero wonders what kind of gift she means when he thinks of Special Glove. She reveals that it is a chronotype gauntlet-type artifact. It is on a completely different level from any artifact he has gotten so far, and it even has the ability to manipulate time itself. As our hero lifts the gauntlet to take a closer look, he instantly loses balance and drops straight to the ground under the weight of it. The sudden silence that follows makes Arung freeze for a second, wondering what on earth went wrong so abruptly. My boy starts sweating in embarrassment and asks what inside that thing makes it so unbelievably heavy. She casually tells him that it is an artifact made of megadite. Our hero is shocked and says that megadite is said to be the heaviest metal in the entire universe. He adds that if it were made of solid megadite, it still should not be this heavy. Then we learn it is not solid at all. It is just plated. She looks at him and asks if he might actually be pretty frail. He gets annoyed hearing that, but she continues and tells him he really needs to build up his strength. She explains that she got the gauntlet because she thought her proud great warrior would easily be able to handle it. Our hero gets super annoyed again, thinking that this is completely destroying his pride. So he summons his minion Among and tells him to go to the first year and bring all the tonic and internal energy supplies from Ern's general store. He tells him to bring everything, absolutely everything. After our hero poured every last drop of tonic and internal energy into himself, he casually slipped on the glove and stretched his fingers like he'd just woken up from a long nap. He said he finally felt alive again. Everyone around him froze in shock and demanded to know what he'd just done. Our hero explained that he gathered some inner energy and absorbed it. Increasing inner energy didn't raise anyone's level, but it expanded the Danteon and filled it with more power than before. He then asked her what this artifact was actually used for. She laughed a little, as if she already knew he wouldn't believe it, and warned him not to freak out. She told him it was a device that controlled time. He blinked and asked what she even meant by that. She told him to stop questioning and just try it for himself. The artifact used a rare resource called Time Depressor, and it was such a unique material that he'd have to harvest it on his own. She explained that there were 2 ways to collect it: direct extraction and indirect extraction. Indirect collection gathered Time Depressor automatically using the artifact sensors. Direct collection was the faster method, but also the more shocking one, so she suggested he just try it out. Our hero made a small motion, and a glowing ball slowly formed in his palm. The light changed shape and suddenly turned into an apple. She told him to try directly extracting the Time Depressor from the fruit. Our hero activated the Time Depressor's direct collection ability, and the energy instantly reversed the flow of time so violently that the apple rotted away on the spot. He stared at the shriveled remains, stunned. She calmly explained that direct collection meant stealing time from nearby objects to gather Time Depressor. She then told him to try using time reversal properly. As our hero activated full time reversal and split the energy into 100 million fragments, the system notified him that he could now use both time reversal and time depression freely. He let the ability flow, and the decayed fruit reversed again until it completely vanished from his hand. He looked down at his palm and noticed the calluses on his skin were gone. He wondered if his body had reverted to how it was 3 years ago, before he ever picked up a sword. With an artifact that broke the rules of nature this openly, the possible uses were endless. Our boy thanked her, but he also asked if this wasn't insanely expensive and why she was suddenly giving him something so powerful. She replied that he would need it soon. He didn't understand what she meant, so she added that before anything else, he needed to master how to use it. Our hero found her words pretty ominous and wondered what was coming for him. Just then, his servant appeared and reported that the mithril mining team had finally departed. Our hero asked if that was true, and the servant confirmed it. A massive amount of mithril had been discovered in the Great Forest. With that much, the kingdom would definitely claim ownership. Mithril was simply too powerful for a single person to keep. That was why our boy had made a plan. The first step was notifying the kingdom that they were the ones who discovered the mine. Our hero asked about the composition of the mining team, and the servant listed several big names, such as Marquis Droin, Sir Mallow, and Sir Seabass. Hearing Marquis' name brought back memories. Marquis had lost a father in their duel and stepped down to second place. After father's disappearance, he quietly reclaimed first place again. He must be desperate to prove himself. Our hero told the servant to make sure Sir Mallow didn't get hurt. Mallow had been father's closest friend and had helped their family countless times, even serving as a witness during the Old World Academy's emergency club mess. With all that in mind, our boy decided he would head to the Great Forest for a bit. The theme shifts to the Great Forest. Our hero asks Sari if it can gather magical beasts, and the little creature confidently answers that it's easy. While looking at the thick, endless stretch of trees, our hero remembers the spot where he and Sari buried the mithril in the strata earlier to make this entire region more challenging and lively. He raises his hand and activates direct time debris extraction, targeting the whole surrounding area. A powerful wave of energy shoots out of his palm and spreads across the forest, striking every tree, leaf, and vine in its path. A system message appears, reporting that the current time debris is at 1.57 billion fragments, then jumps again to 2.9 billion fragments. By the time it hits the 10 billion mark, our hero looks around and thinks that the effect is insane. The forest now looks like an ancient ruin, with massive roots twisting around decayed trees and the entire atmosphere turning into something prehistoric. Sari calls out to him and proudly announces that it has gathered all the little ones. The scene shifts to the opposite side of the Great Forest. Marquis, commander of the 1st Night Division, stands with his troops and surveys the area. He comments that this is the Great Demonic Forest, and there's a reason people call it demonic. What he doesn't know is that the strange, haunted look came from our hero turning the forest ancient a few moments ago. Marquis orders his knights to stay sharp because anything could happen here. The soldiers are already on edge because the place looks unnaturally terrifying. Then a faint bell sound echoes through the trees. Marquis pauses and asks what that noise is. A split second later, the sound ripples across their entire formation, and every knight's helmet begins clanging violently like metal being hammered. Panic spreads as the knights fear something is attacking their minds. Marquis quickly realizes it's a mental-type magic, strong enough to trigger fear throughout the whole division. Another commander asks what's wrong with the knights and why they're reacting so strangely. This commander is Sir Mello, the leader of the 3rd Night Division. He looks confused because he hears nothing at all. Then the scene zooms to the real source of the sound. It's a ring, more like a cursed spirit echoing a soul-splitting tone. The system reveals it as a first-tier curse item that manipulates the opponent's mind, amplifying fear beyond normal limits. Our hero sits on a tree branch, lightly swinging his leg and watching the chaos with clear amusement. He comments that this item is way more useful than he expected. Behind him, several sharp-eyed monsters and serpents quietly wait for his command. With a smirk, our hero announces that they're moving straight to the next stage. The scene shifts to a part of the jungle where a panicked shout echoes through the trees. A knight is thrashing in the air, almost pissing his pants as a giant monstrous chimpanzee lifts him effortlessly in one massive hand. He screams for help, his voice trembling with sheer terror. The knights on the ground raise their swords, but Marcus is already busy blocking a strange energy attack that seems to strain him even more. He mutters under his breath, cursing as he wonders where all these magical beasts suddenly came from. Then his gaze drifts to the side, and his face drains of color. A serpent lunges out of nowhere and sinks its fangs into his arm. He smashes the snake away with a single hard thud, but it's too late. The poison has already begun spreading through his veins. Marcus mutters that this is bad. One soldier shouts that his mana won't gather, that he can't even form an aura. Marcus is shocked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the Dream Soul Mountain Void Formation, a formation designed to scatter internal mana using external energy, has already been activated by the 3rd Night Core, making matters even worse. Mallow swings his sword in wide arcs of energy, cutting through the beasts around him. He yells at his soldiers to get their act together and focus, but just as he finishes, a giant eagle monster lands right in front of them. This is the human beast king the knights were told not to touch. The half-eagle, half-monster creature glances at them, and then takes off mid-air, clearly avoiding any conflict. The knights are stunned. One of them tells Captain Mallow that the monster fled because he's so strong. Mallow, however, is lost in thought, wondering if he might actually be built for the demon realms. One of the damned pets reports to our hero that some of their animals have been injured. A giant dragon monster comes into view, and our hero commands all the pets to return immediately. Once they've gathered, he uses chronotype time reversal to heal them in an instant. He reverses time before their mortal wounds and then applies recovery, effectively making them as good as new. In theory, he thought it might work, but the actual performance is incredible. The injured beasts are treated safely, recover fully, and then return to fight again, creating a repeating cycle. The result is complete defeat for the knights. The knights return to the king, who is furious and shouts at the commanders for returning empty-handed. Marcus explains that there were no deaths, but the 1st and 2nd Knight divisions suffered devastating losses. They only survived because Sir Mallow cleared a path for them. The king's eyes widen as Marcus presents a shining stone. Marcus explains that it isn't just any stone, it's mithril. Sir Mallow adds that they collected a small amount from a vein exposed on a cliff. The king immediately realizes it's true. There's a mithril vein in the Great Forest. He orders the 2nd and 3rd mining teams to prepare immediately. Marcus warns that the forest is dangerous and that their luck was the only reason they survived. The king cuts him off, saying that even without hope, they must try. If the Empire hears about this, securing mithril would trigger a second conquest war immediately. Marcus realizes that the Empire's focus on the Great Forest could actually work in their favor, as the Empire would keep losing ground while trying to claim it. The king is shocked at the strategic implications and wonders if the threat is really that serious. Considering the warnings of some of Loughborough's legendary levels, he realizes it might be. Sir Mello then suggests that someone capable of mining it still exists. The king demands to know who, and Mello proposes the name of the person who originally discovered the mithril vein, Steelguard. The king falls silent at the mention of the name, while Marcus growls, questioning if this is really the time for jokes, recalling how the king had handed over control of it before. The king calms him and starts thinking, yes, if it's him, it might be possible. After all, he was the one who cured the king's incurable hair loss. If discovered the mithril first, he might know the safest way to navigate the Great Forest. The king immediately orders attendants to send a letter to Steelguard. A few days later, the scene shifts to a banquet at Navarro Royal Castle. It's held to celebrate the year's great harvest and honor the Steelguard family's contributions, but our hero knows it's only a cover. The Emperor's true intention is probably something else entirely. A loud voice announces the arrival of Master of Steelguard, Saint of Gold and Diamond Slayer, Count Steelguard's grandson, a special great knight. The crowd cheers as our hero enters. Next, Karen Steelguard is introduced, a fierce first-grade knight of the North Wind Sword. Then comes Darren Steelguard, a brilliant prodigy, Saint of the North Trade Realm, and Master of the Trading Company. Finally, Jason Steelguard is introduced, a Knight Academy graduate with 0 demerits and perfect attendance, though the way they present him leaves him looking rather unhappy. The guests begin whispering among themselves, gossip spreading like wildfire. Everyone is impressed, saying that the Steelguards are truly thriving and that Lays can really raise fine children. Our hero watches the chatter and thinks to himself that acting too flashy or over the top here would probably just get him into trouble. Better to stay low for now and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The king steps forward, drawing everyone's attention to our hero. He announces that this banquet honors the Steelguards, celebrating their dedication, and urges everyone to enjoy it fully. Dedication deserves a proper reward, he adds. He raises his cup, and the crowd follows suit, cheering in unison. Karen murmurs that she wishes her father were here to see this, and Darren nods, equally pleased by the occasion. The king then shifts his gaze toward our hero and brings up the recent news. Count Steelguard had discovered a mithril vein. Our hero responds respectfully, acknowledging it. The king continues, saying that even if all the mithril legally belongs to the crown, it's proper to reward Steelguard for discovering the vein. If he assists with excavation, they're considering granting Steelguard 20%. He then looks expectantly at our hero, awaiting his response. Our hero notes the calculated generosity behind the offer. It's clear the crown recognizes their limits, yet wants to appear magnanimous. All eyes in the hall are on him, and the atmosphere is palpably uncomfortable. Making a counteroffer here would be tricky, but he inwardly appreciates the king's perfect prediction. He replies calmly that they can take more than the royal family itself. But then, with deliberate modesty, he cuts it down, saying that 9% is enough. The king blinks in surprise. Are you truly fine with that? He asks. Our hero nods, and the king accepts. Secretly, he chuckles to himself, thinking it excellent. Even 20% would have been a major win, but having the Steelguard settle for less than half shows how completely he has fallen into their plan. Curious, the king asks what our hero meant by taking more than the royal family. Our hero explains that mining mithril in the demon realm is no simple task. Extracting it without massive effort requires the cooperation of the natives, and even the intervention of gods. The king slowly begins to understand the implication. He asks, is that so? And our hero, with a pleasant tone, confirms that unfortunately, a share must indeed be given to those helping in the process. Meanwhile, our hero's mind runs wild with amusement. How dare these people try to outmaneuver him? He's already planning to show them what it truly means to deal with someone who doesn't play by any rules. The king looks vexed, completely unaware that the young count before him is arguably the greatest schemer that has ever existed. The entire hall goes silent as the hero raises his voice and makes his declaration. If the demon realm is to be conquered, tribute must be paid. First to the representatives of the elves and the beastkin, and then to Lady Cleos and Lady Arunk. He states it plainly. Without their help, Mithril would never have been discovered in the first place. The count's eyes narrow. Surprise flickers across his face, followed by tension. In that instant, the pieces fall into place. This is how Count Steelguard found Mithril. Help from other races, and even from gods. With that realization, he questions the boy directly, asking if this is truly the case, and if those parties truly must receive a share. The hero answers without hesitation. They will. 20% each. 80% in total. Then he continues, almost casually, adding that his own share is 9%, while the royal family will take 11%. The count's composure cracks. 11%. Far less than he had imagined. Around the hall, the other species fall into quiet calculation, eyes lingering on the division being laid bare. Soon, two figures step forward. The 11th representative, Tekker of the elves, and Saris of the beastkin. Tekker speaks first, his tone sharp and proud. The Moon Tribe has lived in the Diamond Realm for centuries. They know every path, every danger, every hidden place. Compared to that, he says, dull humans do not even compare. A guard from the count's side snaps, shouting angrily, demanding how an elf dares to speak with such insolence. The count raises a hand, stopping him. Calmly, he remarks that it is fine. One cannot expect forest tribes to understand human etiquette. The words earn quiet irritation from the four species, but before it can escalate, the hero steps forward again. He introduces Saris, the leader of the beastkin, a man who can communicate with demonic beasts. That catches the count's attention. He asks what exactly these demonic beasts are. Saris answers at last, confirming it simply. They are demonic species. At that moment, the count's secretary leans in and whispers urgently. Saris is not just a leader. He is a guide of the demon realm and a tamer of magical beasts. Essential for mithril excavation. Annoyance tightens the count's expression. There is no room left to bargain. He looks over the gathered partners and understands the situation clearly now. 20% goes to them. Another 20% to the gods. Steelguard himself takes less than the royal family. Only 9%. There is nothing left to cut. If Steelguard's squad gains mithril, they will grow stronger, but the expense on their side will be enormous. Either way, the royal family profits without lifting a finger. In the end, it makes no real difference. With that realization, the count finally nods and accepts the proposal. The hero praises everyone for their efforts. Terrace answers calmly, saying it was nothing more than following the script he had been given. As the hall slowly empties, the hero casually tells Sari that he can stop transforming now. The moment the words leave his mouth, the fierce beastkin leader vanishes, replaced by a small creature that hops up and sprawls lazily on his head. It grumbles that pretending to be a beast was suffocating. The hero beams, clearly pleased, while Terrace stands nearby with the expression of an underpaid actor who has just finished his role. The hero lets out a quiet breath and reviews everything in his mind. At first, he had planned to give the royal family 20%. After witnessing their behavior, that idea died instantly. 40% goes to the two races. Another 40% goes to the girls. Add his original 9%, and 89% of the mithril is effectively his. Legally too. Every single recipient stands firmly on his side. As for the royal family's 11%, he has no intention of handing that over properly. He will be managing the excavation site himself, and adjusting the distribution will be effortless. With all matters settled, he finally relaxes and allows himself to enjoy the banquet. He slips up behind Karen and tries to catch her attention. She turns slightly and asks what His Highness the Crown Prince wants. He smiles and says that Karen Steelguard is a beautiful name, one supported by a fortress of steel. At first it sounds mismatched, yet somehow it suits her perfectly. The intent is obvious. He is flirting. Karen responds coolly, telling him that he flatters her far too much. From a short distance away, the hero watches the exchange and clicks his tongue internally. The Crown Prince must be insane. Where does he even get the confidence to flirt like that? Prince or not, Karen is completely out of his league. Before the thought finishes, someone suddenly tugs on his clothes. He turns and finds a small girl glaring up at him. She loudly calls him mean and accuses him of lying, saying he promised they would meet again but never contacted her afterward. The realization hits instantly. Princess Roselia. He wonders why she has to appear at a time like this. Keeping his expression steady, he tells her she has grown so much that he almost did not recognize her. She turns her face away sharply, saying he did not even visit while she was growing up. The hero tries to excuse himself politely, claiming he has something to take care of, but she cuts him off at once, accusing him of planning to say that and disappear again. In his mind, he sighs. This girl is troublesome. In the end, he changes tactics and decides to introduce a friend. The princess tilts her head, confused about what friend he could possibly mean. The hero brings out his pet, a small, adorable creature. Her eyes widen instantly. She gasps and grabs it without hesitation, hugging it tightly. He knows this well. She likes his second self. As long as Sari stays here, he will not suddenly vanish. He watches as she plays with the pet, allowing himself a moment of calm. Then, from behind him, a voice suddenly shouts loudly, calling for everyone to look over there. All eyes turn toward the newest arrival. Our hero feels irritation rise. There have already been too many interruptions tonight. The man stepping forward is Marcus. He walks straight up and stops in front of him. After a full year apart, Marcus bows deeply and addresses him as Count Steelguard, saying he has a request. The hall stiffens. Our hero freezes for a fraction of a second, just like everyone else. Marcus bowed first. This is the same man who spent his entire life grinding his teeth in resentment towards Steelguard. Marcus straightens and lifts his arm. A grotesque wound is revealed, veins swollen and twisted, crawling beneath the skin like something alive. He explains that it came from a beast in the demon realm. At first, he thought it was nothing serious. Then it kept spreading. The temple failed. The magic tower failed. Since Steelguard conquered the demon realm, Marcus believed he might know a solution. Our hero examines the arm calmly. He says it is close to a curse, but with the goddess's blessing, it can be completely healed. Marcus stares at him, stunned. He asks if that is truly possible. Of course it is. Our hero knows that better than anyone. The faint smile on his face carries a trace of something dark. He remembers the diamond realm clearly, how he ordered the beast snake to inject the poison himself. Marcus suddenly speaks again. He says he will be blunt. Then he drops to his knees. Confusion ripples through the hall. No one understands what they are witnessing. In a strained, pleading voice, Marcus begs him to heal the wound and swears that he will never forget this favor. The moment Marcus kneels before Steelguard, his status soars beyond measure. Later, it will be spoken of as undeniable proof of Steelguard's overwhelming worth, something that was already beyond question. Our hero tells Marcus to stand. He reaches out and takes his hand, declaring that before the goddess's blessing, all people are equal. With that single act, the title Saint of the Frontiers spreads even further, carried by whispers and awe. The Royal Palace Banquet Hall buzzes with quiet excitement. Everyone is gossiping about what just happened. A pleasant smile rests on our hero's face as he thinks about the results. The mithril legacy is secured. The family's position has been strengthened. It feels like a bountiful harvest, and his siblings clearly feel the same, smiling with satisfaction. He thinks they should leave before the nobles surround them. That is when something appears behind him. A glowing sphere forms in midair, radiant and intrusive. As he turns, the guide shines brilliantly, as if something has descended from the heavens themselves. Every gaze in the hall locks onto it. The light is overwhelming, almost celestial. Our hero braces himself. What the hell is this? The scene shifts. Inside the Temple of Aspire, a hand slams violently against the table. A furious figure stares at the image of our hero, standing beside Arung. Medius tells her that he was right from the beginning. Arung chose Ern as her intermediary. Aspire immediately understands the implications. That explains why Arung has been burning through divine coins without restraint, and why, of all people, she chose a Steelguard descendant. Medius calls it a cruel twist of fate and asks what she plans to do. Kill Ern, or turn him into another of Arung's former warriors, like Darniel. At first, Aspire had no intention of interfering, but doubt crept in, small and persistent, and she began to observe. The moment she saw Arung standing beside her in Steelguard, jealousy ignited. Jealousy burns hotter than anger and clings tighter than hatred. It sinks deeper than resentment and refuses to let go. She tells Medius that she knows exactly what he has been scheming. Medius pretends ignorance. Aspire cuts through it, stating plainly that he still harbors feelings for Arung, no different from the rest. The memory resurfaces, how Medius once confessed to Arung and was beaten senseless for it. That is when Medius snaps. He shouts back, demanding whether the great Aspire truly intends to watch her lover be taken by a mere human. Aspire reins herself in. Too many things feel wrong. Ern Steelguard is also known as the Cleo's Saint. With his descendant authority, acting against him carelessly would violate divine law. There is no reason to dance to Media's tune. At the same time, she notices something else. Her apostle is present in the same banquet hall as him. She makes her decision. Using her authority, Aspire occupies her descendant's body and delivers her will directly. The descendant steps forward, now fully bearing Aspire's presence. The spectators are left stunned. One impossible scene follows another. Moments ago, a man was kneeling. Now, a divine presence has descended. From the priestly robes and overwhelming aura, our hero immediately understands who this is. Aspire. He does not understand why she would descend here, but there is no mistaking it. Aspire announces that his strength and devotion reached her. so she descended through a vessel. Even in times of peace, even in the quiet of night, dignity must be upheld. To decide the strongest knight on the continent, she proclaims the opening of the gods' tournament. The words hit like thunder. Our hero knows this name. The divine tournament meant to determine the strongest knight has always been called the gods' tournament. The participants are announced. 11 legendary ranks, 4 hero class fighters who stand on equal footing with them, and the mystery blade. To ensure fairness, the tournament will take place within a land sealed by a divine barrier. The victor will receive the title Heavenly Light, the mithril sword, and 3 opportunities to ask a god a question. All across the continent, similar scenes unfold in royal palaces. Our hero recalls 4 rigid figures, bound by unyielding slogans, already moving under Aspire's command. 16 were personally selected by her hand. Whether they accept or not, one doubt echoes everywhere. Wise and awakened rank like him included, and what right does he have to stand among them? It no longer matters. The scene shifts to God Chat. Cleos appears, radiant, flawless, and unmistakably furious, demanding an explanation. She appears in the chat with Aspire, and immediately questions why a tournament was announced so suddenly. Aspire answers that the matter is not that simple. She presses harder, saying this is clearly aimed at Arung, and asks directly whether Arun actually did something wrong. Aspire begins explaining, saying that framing it this way means there are things she does not know yet. She asks what those things could possibly be. He answers honestly. He has reached stagnation. He needs something to break through it. On that point, Aspire is right. Others join in, backing him up. They point out that Cleos' tribute rank is already at its peak. Everything she touches succeeds, so she does not feel it yet. But there is a limit to what they can extract from such a small ruling dimension. Aspire adds that back in Laziken's era, things were far more extreme. In those days, they did not exceed their limits several times over the way they're doing now. Cleos accepts that erasing emerging figures through a tournament makes sense, but she still does not understand why Arun must be included. Aspire answers plainly. Arun is a speed god. If you want to promote a sequel, you need a connection to the previous work. The explanation catches her off guard. One by one, the others quietly side with Aspire. Cleos begins to wonder if she is the only one who has been rising too fast. Her tribute ranking skyrocketed, and she even absorbed the Eternity Gem. This tournament is meant to restrain both her and Arun. No one says it out loud, but everyone accepts it. Even so, one thing bothers her. Arung has not said a single word. Soon after, my boy receives the invitation to the Gods Tournament. He is chatting with Arung when she asks whether he truly plans to participate. He answers that he has no choice. She says he will probably win anyway, but there is nothing to gain from entering. He replies that they are offering 3 questions, and he wants to know Aspire's true intention. He lays it out in his mind. To drive out the administrator, 2 conditions must be met. First, he must become stronger than the administrator's group. Second, the gods must not interfere. The first can be solved with effort. The second cannot be avoided. If he wants to move correctly, he needs to understand where Aspire stands. He also considers another factor. Aspire is Arung's lover. Whether this is simple jealousy or part of something far bigger is still unclear. Later, at the Colosseum, the flags are raised. My boy looks down at the ground where he intends to crush every single opponent. Since Arung dragged him into this mess, he figures he might as well be prepared. Confidence pours off him as he casually farms aura without even trying. The scene shifts to an island where an entire city has been built. Our hero walks through its streets, quietly observing his surroundings. The climate feels strange for a place like this. He wonders if it belongs to one of the southern archipelagos. The air, the atmosphere, everything feels familiar. It reminds him of the island where his father is hiding. When someone calls his name, he turns around, briefly thinking it might be Krisha. He asks what brought her here, only for the voice to snap back, telling him to look properly instead of guessing. As he focuses, he recognizes the presence and clicks his tongue. It is Cleos. He asks what this is about, but she does not bother answering. She grabs his arm and drags him away, telling him to stop talking and follow. They move into a forested section of the island, surrounded by thick bushes and natural cover. Once they are out of sight, she asks if he knows that Aspire is Arung's lover. My boy answers calmly that he did not become a mediator without knowing something that basic. Cleos exhales and tells him the real issue. Aspire's actual target is him. If things go wrong, his life could genuinely be in danger. He listens and wonders if this is nothing more than jealousy. She shakes her head. Jealousy plays a role, but the real purpose is control. This is meant to keep Arung bound under Aspire's influence. She gives him a clear warning. If anything feels even slightly off, he must retreat immediately. Before he can respond, a loud announcement echoes across the island through a microphone. All participants have arrived. The tournament is about to begin. Before the schedule is explained, the brackets will be drawn. Every matchup is random. Single elimination. The bracket appears on the broadcast. In the round of 16, Group 1 contains 4 matches. His name is paired against Summertan. Group 2 fills out beneath it. My boy scans the list and relaxes slightly. Summertan is only heroic rank. The first round should be simple. What annoys him more is seeing Uncle Mello placed in the same group. He turns to Cleo's and comments that if Aspire truly prepared an event of this scale just to harm him, then that god is genuinely strange. Cleo's responds that Aspire is nothing like Medius. He is not overly cautious. There is a high chance he has already noticed that my boy is not merely awakened. At minimum, Aspire likely places him somewhere between heroic and legendary rank. My boy shrugs it off and asks what she's worried about. A mythical rank does not lose to a legendary one. Cleo sighs. She agrees, but unless Aspire is an idiot, the rules will not favor him. The rules are announced immediately after. No magic may be used anywhere on the island. Magic artifacts are forbidden. Spirit arts are banned. Any ability beyond pure mana-based swordsmanship results in instant disqualification. All participants must use only the equipment provided by the organizers. My boy understands instantly. Power from the other dimension is out of the question. These rules are not subtle. They are aimed directly at him. In the audience, a woman comments casually that this is her first time seeing Aaron in person. My boy notices her as well. Attractive, composed, and carrying a completely different atmosphere. When he looks closer, the resemblance becomes obvious. The bloodline connection is unmistakable. As the thought settles, the woman approaches him politely and asks for an autograph. My boy does not respond. He simply looks at her. She blinks, confused, and asks if the concept of an autograph does not exist here. His companion quickly suggests using a seal or even a thumbprint instead. My boy reaches out calmly, asks for the paper, and signs it properly. The girl's face lights up instantly. She thanks him over and over, saying she will frame it and hang it proudly. After she leaves, unease settles in. My boy thinks that something about this tournament still feels wrong. There is a piece he cannot quite grasp. When he voices it, Cleo says she does not understand what he means. He points out how strange it is. So many spectators, facilities on this level, humans casually walking around. He questions whether they are all even real. Cleo's explains that not everyone present is a non-human imperial figure or a droid. Wealthy humans are here as well. My boy exhales slowly. This event will be etched into the continent's history, and the ticket prices must have been absurd. Typical god behavior. Later, while the participants prepare, our hero is in the bathing room when a tan man approaches him. He introduces himself as Codis Ruin, commander of the Imperial Knight Order. His tone drips with mockery as he comments on how the youngest and weakest participant arrived last. My boy recognizes him immediately. A legendary rank in his 30s. The youngest legendary knight alive. Most likely the one Seven Eyes had been observing. Codis releases his aura, letting it crash down with intent. He sneers, saying our hero should be trembling, then jokes crudely about whether he prepared himself properly. He demands to know why he was late. My boy answers calmly, asking if the invitation was sent incorrectly. Then he tilts his head and asks where the Imperial Knight commander went, wondering why only a street thug is standing in front of him. The insult detonates. Codis roars in rage and draws his sword. Before he can move, a crushing aura slams into him and forces him back, nearly knocking him off his feet. A red-haired woman steps between them, sharp and overwhelming, shouting for him to stop. Codis yells back, calling her Cecilia, and asking if she has lost her mind. Her response is colder and stronger. Her aura surges as she warns him that if he ruins Lord Aspire's tournament, the Empire will lose its second Knight Commander. Reducing the 5 Great Knights to 4 would be inconvenient. Codis freezes. His jaw tightens. He clicks his tongue and turns away, muttering that he was only trying to scare him and that the mood is ruined. The woman turns to our hero and gives him a firm pat, not gentle in the slightest. She tells him to be careful. Too many people are aiming at him. Captain Mello arrives moments later and asks if the boy is all right, addressing him as Count. My boy answers that nothing happened. Mello adds that Codis being an Imperial Knight likely means he holds some resentment toward the Steel Guards. My boy responds casually, asking if there is something wrong with the Imperial Knight Academy's curriculum, noting that even Raud Crepe knows when to stay quiet. The moment the words leave his mouth, Captain Mello and the surrounding warriors tense up. Among them, Codis reacts the strongest. His body stiffens, jaw clenched. Everyone present understands it instantly. Aaron Steelguard is genuinely fearless. Only one man hears it all and shows no reaction at all. Raud Crepe remains silent. The Empire's strongest knight sits with his sword resting casually on his shoulder. A man who has always ranked first, even among the 11 legendary ranks of the continent. This is Raud Crepe. His strength runs in his blood. His father, Graham Crepe, once carried the same title, the strongest on the continent. That legacy should have continued forever, but it ended during the War of Conquest, when Graham's head was severed by a man who appeared from nowhere. The warriors quietly gasped when they realized something unsettling. Raud Crepe does not move a single muscle. A steel guard should have irritated him. Yet nothing happens. In truth, an awakened rank challenging a legendary one barely registers as provocation. For Aaron Steelguard, Simply surviving the round of 16 should have been considered a miracle. And then the tournament explodes into chaos. The upset happens. The audience is stunned. Silence spreads, followed by disbelief. A faint smile appears on my boy's face. In the round of 16, Aaron Steelguard faces Samar Tan. The fight ends almost instantly. Tan lies collapsed on the ground, completely overwhelmed. Aaron stands above him, calm and unmoved, looking down as if the outcome had never been in doubt. The underdog has risen in open rebellion. And now, the same question echoes everywhere. How? Captain Mello, Orange Steelguard, Blonde, Karen Steelguard, Redhead, Darren Steelguard, Blue Hair, Jason Steelguard. People openly argue, shouting about what the hell just happened. The only thing everyone agrees on is that the fight ended instantly and without mercy. The highlights replay again and again because no one could understand it in real time. The replay slows everything down. The moment the match begins, Samar Tan charges. Aaron responds calmly. One precise hand strike lands against Tan's neck. It looks effortless, almost casual, but Aaron knows the truth. If that opening attack had connected properly, he would have lost on the spot. In the VIP section, a man leans toward an elderly figure dressed in formal robes and comments that Samar Tan clearly let his guard down. He addresses him respectfully as Your Majesty. The reply comes quietly. Did he really let his guard down? Only then is it revealed. The listener is the Emperor of the Empire. Rise watches closely and speaks with unease. A hero-class fighter being taken down instantly by an awakened rank because of carelessness does not sit right. Something about it feels wrong. As the remaining matches of the round of 16 continue, everything else proceeds exactly as expected. Cecilia crushes the weaker contestants without effort. Now, the real tournament begins. The quarterfinal brackets are announced. In Group 1, Sir Mello faces Cottis. Kale is matched against Aaron Steelguard. In Group 2, Raud Crepe steps forward. His opponent is Cecilia. The crowd explodes after the match, cheers crashing through the arena like a wave. Many of them had already placed their hopes on our hero, believing, if only barely, that an upset like this was possible. Inside the stands, it is not just the city's nobles watching. Beings from other dimensions are present as well, connected through a technique known as Soul Link. Our hero glances toward them and wonders if it is similar to possession. The presence of spectators from other dimensions feels strangely refreshing to him. After stepping into the myth realm, his perception has sharpened to the point where he can even hear voices shouting from that impossible distance. Whatever system is being used here is far more advanced than he expected. And once again, without meaning to, he finds himself tangled in something bigger. Back at the participant lodgings, my boy notes that the quarterfinals are scheduled for the very next day. The pace is relentless. As he prepares to rest, someone enters his room. He senses it instantly. This presence does not belong to a participant. That alone narrows things down, and he wonders who would dare. It is a girl. The sight of her catches him off guard. He asks why she's not sleeping. He presses a hand against her head, stopping her in place, but she responds calmly. Humans, she explains, lie on rectangular structures at night and enter an unconscious state. Then she asks why he is not doing the same. My boy answers immediately that she is not human and asks what tier she belongs to. Her voice strains, as if forced through some restriction, but she answers that she is 4th tier. She tells him to let go and explains that she came only to propose a deal. When he asks what kind of deal, she tells him plainly. All he has to do is lose to Seer Keel in tomorrow's quarterfinal. In exchange, he will receive 1 million gold. My boy goes silent. Then he tightens his grip. The veins on his hand bulge as pressure increases, and he tells her she must be joking. She raises her hand instead and shows him the ring she is wearing. She asks if he can see it. She explains that it is a concealment field ring. As long as she is here, as long as they are talking, a spire cannot sense anything. My boy releases her, understanding the implication immediately. Still, he questions it. What kind of concealment field could deceive a god? And why should he believe her? She asks how she is supposed to prove it. My boy answers without hesitation. Say something she is absolutely not supposed to know. A secret so dangerous that a spire would descend instantly if it leaked. She falls silent. The hesitation stretches on. Finally, she asks quietly whether she is even allowed to say something like that. Then she adds, almost incredulous, that he has no idea how famous he really is. My boy replies that of course he knows. He made quite a name for himself through the magic armor business. She shakes her head, visibly excited, and tells him that is not what she means. He is not just famous. He is special. Thanks to Laziken, a spire made an enormous fortune. She brings up the Hero Saga Empire's invasion, calling it an overwhelming success, a massive hit. My boy asks what Hero Saga and Empire's invasion even are, admitting he has never heard those names before. She stares at him in disbelief, then explains. There is a device called Virculus. It is similar to a virtual reality game, but far beyond anything ordinary. Some call it a life experience device. Once connected, the player does not control a character. They become the protagonist. The protagonist's life becomes their own. The immersion is so complete that reality itself feels secondary. Understanding dawns on him. An experience game. One where his grandfather was the main character. She nods eagerly. It was massively popular, especially during its 4th and 5th years. My boy clicks his tongue and remarks that his grandfather did all the work while Aspire collected the profits. She does not deny it. Aspire reused his image. The story is based on real events. Most of the revenue goes into appearance fees. And now, it is time for a sequel. Among the fans, a belief has already taken root. The winner of this tournament will become the protagonist of the sequel. That is why the exchangers in the stand are watching so closely. From a continuity standpoint, it would be perfect if he became the lead. But as a vacant class surrounded by legendary figures, that outcome is far from guaranteed. My boy speaks bluntly. Since he is not going to win anyway, she thinks he should throw the match and take the money. She smiles, pleased, and says that now they finally understand each other. They are betting on Seer Keel. Aaron's odds sit at 1.1. Seer Keels are 9.8. Our hero is genuinely stunned. The gap makes no sense. He points out that Keel is also hero class. She explains that everything changed after Samartan was crushed in a single move. She will handle everything. Coordination, financiers, the whole structure. All he needs to do is lose. After hearing all of that, my boy calmly refuses. He says she will not earn much that way. But if things unfold as he intends, the profit could reach 10 million. Her expression tightens as she asks how he could possibly know that. He answers plainly. Aspire made a fortune using his grandfather. Now she's trying to do the same thing with him. And he does not like it. He intends to take this tournament and shake it apart. After all, my boy is no fool. The next day arrives. The quarterfinals begin. Group 1. Kale versus Aaron Steelguard. The clash does not start with probing strikes or cautious exchanges. It explodes. Power collides violently from the first moment. Blows slam into each other with enough force to rattle the arena. Someone nearby asks if he plans to keep going. For the first time, my boy is visibly injured. Blood runs down his forehead as he is smashed back into the wall. The hall that had been roaring for him loses its mind. Cheers turn into shouts. Even those who bet everything on him start cursing, saying yesterday was nothing but luck, that today proves it all. Voices rise, declaring that Aaron Steelguard was never special, that the first fight was a fluke, that he was completely overhyped. Through it all, my boy keeps smiling. He tells them to stay disappointed. The sight throws his opponent off balance. As my boy straightens himself, his resolve hardens instead of breaking. He knows exactly what this means. If the fight continues like this, the odd for the next match will only climb higher. The gods enter the chat. They are no longer watching casually. Their attention is locked onto the numbers. One of them remarks that the figures are not just good. They are enormous, especially for the quarterfinals in Group 1 and Group 2. Peak concurrent viewers reached 500,000. That single match alone pulled in 190,000 coins in donations. Cleos is stunned. She stares at the numbers, unable to process them. The others comment casually that it only proves how exciting the match was. Who would have expected Ern to struggle that much? Yet the result is undeniable. Un is the winner. He defeats Keel. Cleos feels no joy at all. Instead, unease settles in. She cannot understand why Ern would deliberately handicap himself and turn the fight into something so exhausting and dangerous. She says she hopes he reaches the finals, because at this point, he is essentially a guaranteed hit. Another god comments that her instincts are frighteningly sharp and asks if she expected this outcome. Aspire remains silent. Too many variables overlap here. The situation feels far more complicated than it should be. Something unpleasant is moving beneath the surface. The scene returns to our boy. He is in his room, speaking with the female god again, asking about the odd for the semifinals. She stares at him like he has lost his mind and mutters that he is insane. Keel's odds had dropped to almost 0. Aaron Steelguard now sits at 12 times odds. My boy accepts it calmly. All the effort paid off. He explains the structure clearly. By barely defeating Keel, the public accepted a simple conclusion. He is not actually that strong. His next opponent, Kadis Rawan, is viewed as one of the top 3 strongest figures on the continent and the overwhelming favorite to win Group 1. Yet irony cuts deep. That same Kadis was defeated in the previous round by a thin, unimpressive figure. Kadis looks down on Aaron with open contempt, calling him pathetic and telling him to learn his place. My boy notes the contrast. He struggled against legendary Kale. Kadis, on the other hand, crushed Uncle Mello effortlessly in the quarterfinals and advanced without resistance. Through this round of betting, my boy learned how the system truly works. Higher dimension beings who take interest in lower realm battles are invited to the island by the gods through a method known as Soul Link. These spectators can place bets using virtual chips. Since my boy cannot bet directly, he used Callisto as a proxy. She placed 5 million coins on his behalf and charged a 7% commission. At odds of 1.1, Callisto's personal stake increased from 100,000 to 110,000 coins. My boy's 5 million turned into 5.5 million. Callisto remarks calmly that if they bet on him again in the next match, the profit would exceed 1 million coins. In her 100 years of betting, she has never seen odds like this. Then she looks at him and asks if he can truly defeat Goddess Rawan. My boy answers calmly that unless Aspire intervenes directly, he will not lose, and Aspire will not be able to intervene. The statement catches her off guard. She asks why. My boy knows the reason clearly, but keeps it sealed, never letting it surface. The scene shifts to Aspire. Unease churns through his thoughts. The original plan was simple. Let the boy fall naturally. Let him lose without interference. What Aspire never anticipated was this. Our boy surviving this long, climbing this far, and becoming the most discussed existence in the entire tournament. If Aspire acts recklessly now, the backlash could spiral into something far worse. After a moment, he dismisses the anxiety as overthinking. Then the unexpected happens. Codis is defeated. The one who defeats him is the continent's strongest knight, Lode Crofty. The man is strikingly handsome, calm, and overwhelming. After the match, he offers a brief statement, saying he learned much from the battle, and that his respect goes to the defeated knight. In the Watchers' chat, opinions split. Many complained that the match itself was dull. Compared to yesterday's battle, it felt empty. That fight, our boy's fight, was the real anomaly. And once again, all attention circles back to him. Gradually, the crowd reaches a shared conclusion. The true peak of the tournament already happened in the quarterfinals. With that realization, some of the excitement quietly dies. Then the semifinals arrive. And once more, it is our hero's match that dominates everything. He steps forward, bows slightly, and politely asks for guidance. His opponent, the Arabian Knight, snorts in disdain. He says yesterday's luck will not repeat itself, and if our hero can last even 5 exchanges, he will acknowledge him. My boy laughs. He replies that a proper sword conversation cannot possibly end in just 5 exchanges, and that he prefers taking his time when holding such conversations. The match begins. The Arabian Knight charges immediately, striking first with overwhelming force. My boy grips his sword with both hands and narrowly evades the attack. His opponent mocks him at once, saying he cannot even handle this much, and that the knights of his kingdom are all pathetic. The Watchers comment that the difference in raw power is obvious. Even blocking those strikes looks brutal. But as the fight continues, something strange happens. Slash after slash lands. My boy never advances, never counters. He only blocks. Time stretches. Tension rises. 1 exchange becomes 10. 10 becomes 50. Then 100. 200. 500. The crowd goes silent. The two move like machines, repeating the same motions again and again. And then cracks appear. The Arabian Knight's breathing grows heavier. His movements lose precision. Finally, his stamina begins to collapse. He curses loudly and demands to know how long my boy intends to keep blocking. My boy laughs softly. He says it seems his opponent is weak in a war of attrition. The knight explodes in rage, screaming for him to shut up, claiming that a single clean hit would be enough to end him. My boy answers calmly, stating that the only reason he has been pushed this far is because he cannot even land 1 clean strike. The knight snaps back furiously, shouting that he is legendary and should never be compared to hero-class trash. My boy does not let up. He throws the words back at him, repeating exactly what the knight once said to Uncle Mello, "Know your place." He points out how recklessly his opponent has burned through his mana, and says it is only natural that he is already running dry. That is the breaking point. The knight roars, veins bulging, and charges with everything he has left. In the stands, bettors reach the final moments of despair. Some avert their eyes entirely, unable to watch as their fortunes hang on a single exchange. A violent explosion detonates at the center of the arena. Light erupts outward, swallowing the battlefield and drowning everything in blinding brilliance. For a moment, nothing can be seen. As the glow fades, our hero stands there, completely unharmed, a faint smirk on his face. He remarks casually that perhaps he should not have let him hear all that, since he could not even block properly. The Arabian Knight is sprawled across the ground. No one understands how it ended. There was no clear exchange, no visible sequence, only the result. A legendary knight slammed down in an instant. My boy looks at him and asks, almost lazily, whether all Imperial Knights are this pathetic. The Count watches in stunned silence, shaken by what he has just witnessed. Then the arena explodes. Chants erupt from every direction, voices screaming that the match was insane. Even the guards whisper among themselves, calling the ultimate underdog victory, and perhaps an open provocation against the Empire. The ratings surge beyond control. The final is decided. A legendary showdown. Our hero versus Lode Crofty. The story circles back on itself. The man who once severed the head of the continent's strongest knight, Graham Crofty of the previous generation, was Laziken Steelguard. Now, their descendants are about to clash on the same stage. Our hero feels a strange chill. Fate itself must be laughing at him. The Count issues a direct order to Lode Crofty. Bring glory to the Empire. Defeat is unacceptable. Lode answers with a single word. Yes. He drives his sword into the ground, steps forward and stands face to face with our hero. The final showdown begins.